At daybreak, Qin Yao, carrying a hoe, walked step by step along the muddy path towards the west of the village. "Mother!" A timid voice came from behind. She stopped and looked back. Two barefoot little kids were staggering towards her, holding water jugs in their arms. When they saw her stop, they hurriedly quickened their pace, their feet splashing in the mud. These are the youngest twins of the Liu family, Liu Samlang and Liu Xinyang. Xinyang was wearing ill-fitting linen clothes and was thin. A gust of wind blew, and she shivered. Samlang's clothes were the same. Seeing this, he glared at his sister and said, "That's not our mother." Second brother said, "You are not allowed to call her mother." Xinyang pouted and whispered, "But I want my mother." Qin Yao looked at them helplessly, knowing that these two little guys were somewhat hostile to her. After all, she had only been at the Liu family for 2 days. She reached out to take the water pitcher. "Give me the water. You guys go back, the road is long." Xinyang nodded. There was a big head under the thin neck. Qin Yao couldn't help but feel a tightness in her heart. Samlang handed over the water pitcher without saying anything. "Go back quickly," Qin Yao urged. Samlang held his sister's hand and prepared to leave. Xinyang suddenly broke away from her brother and ran to Qin Yao. "Mother, can you not run away?" She raised her little face, her eyes full of longing. They had no mother, and Xinyang envied other children for having mothers. Ever since her father brought back a new mother, she had been looking forward to having a real mother. Qin Yao's heart softened. She squatted down and gently touched her little head. "Be good, Xinyang. Go home and wait for me." Xinyang's eyes lit up, and she grabbed one of Qin Yao's fingers with her little hand and smiled sweetly. "Xinyang, be obedient and go home to wait for mother." "Okay, go ahead." Xinyang was reluctant to let her brother lead her away, looking back at Qin Yao with a bright smile. Qin Yao watched them return to the village, then continued to carry the hoe and the water pitcher and walk forward. The surrounding green hills were shrouded in mist, and the air was fresh with the scent of moist grass. Qin Yao took a deep breath, feeling the tranquility and vitality of this moment. Even though she became a stepmother of 4 children and life was still difficult, she still cherished the life she had regained. However, when she thought of the original owner's experience, Qin Yao's eyes became sharp. Yao Nyang's tragic fate has always troubled her. The original owner's family died out, and she fled alone. At the age of 18, she married Liu Ji, a widower with 4 children. "I thought I could settle down, but I didn't expect that Liu Ji had nothing good except his good looks. His family was poor, and Liu Ji was idle, stealing and living a hard life. Since the original owner's ex-wife passed away, Liu Ji became even more unscrupulous. All the family's land was sold out, and the 4 children in the family barely made ends meet. 3 days ago, after Liu Ji brought her back, he left her behind to seek pleasure. Yao Nyang thought that as long as the couple worked hard, life would get better, but in the end, everything was not as simple as she imagined. She was weak and tried her best to farm in preparation for the winter, but she unexpectedly fell on the Kong and never woke up again. Liu Ji has not returned yet. If Qin Yao had not traveled through time, no one would know that the girl who longed for life was dead. Qin Yao couldn't help but sigh, and silently said in her heart, "Yao Nyang, let's live well together." But the Liu family's predicament still gave her a headache. Winter was approaching, and the thatched house was no match for the cold. If it snowed heavily, the house would collapse. Her clothes were tattered, ill-fitting, and difficult to keep warm, and she didn't have a penny. What was worse was that Qin Yao was extremely hungry. Her stomach felt like it was on fire, and she felt so uncomfortable that she wanted to kill Liu Ji and get a piece of meat to eat. If she died of hunger after regaining her life, she would die with regret. Liujia village is located in a small river valley. It is flat in the center and surrounded by gentle slopes. On the slopes are fields where villagers work hard. The east and west edges of the village are traversed by a small river and are surrounded by towering mountains and forests, forming a natural barrier. It is not easy for outsiders to enter the village, and it is also difficult for villagers to go out. Liu Ji's farm is located upstream of the river, and it takes a hill to reach it. Qin Yao walked upstream along the riverbank, came to the mouth of a valley, turned around, and entered the mountains. After years of surviving in the apocalypse, finding food became Qin Yao's instinct. The forest in front of her was a natural granary for her. Autumn is the time when wild animals are at their fattest, and the environment here means she doesn't have to worry about sudden mutated animals or plants or zombies. However, Qin Yao overestimated her current physical condition. Not long after entering the mountain, she felt her legs were weak and she felt like she was going to collapse at any moment. She quickly leaned against a big tree, put down the pottery jar in her hand, picked up another water jar, and drank a few sips. Her stomach was sour, and the leaves in front of her made her want to pick them and eat them. She was shocked. If she continued like this, she might lose her mind due to hunger. She quickly drank the water. Although it did not relieve the burning sensation in her body, it at least restored some strength. Suddenly, she heard a rustling sound. Qin Yao quickly grabbed the hoe beside the tree and chased after it. However, the opponent was much faster than her. At dawn, she could only watch a fat pheasant fly away, leaving only feathers, as if mocking her. Qin Yao couldn't help but curse Lu Ji again in her heart. If it wasn't for that bastard husband who emptied the family, how could she be so hungry that she couldn't even catch a pheasant? However, she soon realized that the 4 children had a harder time than she did. Qin Yao's mind flashed with the thin necks of the twins in the morning mist and seeing Yang's expectant eyes. In an instant, strength burst out of her body again. She put down the chicken feathers and continued to chase after him. Although she didn't catch the pheasant, she found a bush of taro during the chase. The villagers here don't know how to handle taro, so they often avoid eating it, thinking that the mucus of taro is poisonous. They will only dig it up and eat it when they are extremely hungry. Qin Yao is an exception. She excitedly used a hoe to dig up the soil, and several taro roots as big as fists rolled out. They were a variety of taro with a better taste. She continued to dig and found more, forming a small mound, weighing more than 20 kilograms. In order to fill her stomach quickly, she immediately picked up some firewood and dug a pit to roast taro. Without flint, she chose to make fire by drilling wood. This is a necessary survival skill for survivors of the apocalypse. Although people without skills can easily poke their hands, Qin Yao skillfully wrapped her hands with linen, rubbed the sticks quickly, and ignited the pine needles. The fire gradually grew stronger, and she placed taro next to the fire, and the aroma spread. Qin Yao couldn't help swallowing her saliva and endured the burning stomach until the taro was cooked. She couldn't wait to tear open the taro skin. It was so hot that tears came to her eyes, but the soft, sweet taste made her feel instantly satisfied. She ate 5 or 6 in one go, and the burning sensation in her stomach was slightly relieved. After eating, she continued to dig taro. Most of her strength had been restored. She swung the hoe and hammered it down, and the whole hoe sank deeply into the soil. With a pry, a large piece of taro was dug out with roots and leaves. She looked at the taro and felt happy. It was enough for her and her children to get through a difficult time. She put the taro into a makeshift rattan net bag, picked up the clay pot, and carried it on her hoe as she walked. Along the way, the villagers looked at her with sympathy when they saw her carrying heavy loads of taro and whispered about how pitiful this new Yang was. Qin Yao ignored those looks and just wanted to go home to see the 4 children as soon as possible. Although they were still alive, she was worried, especially about their nutritional status. She touched the still warm taro in her arms, quickened her pace, and walked towards Lu's house according to the route she remembered. However, before she reached the door of her house, she heard angry curses and children crying from afar. Qin Yao's heart tightened, and she looked up, only to see a group of villagers gathered at the door of her house. Lu Ji was being chased by several villagers and was fleeing in a panic. Dalong and Erlang wanted to protect their father, so they rushed forward and tried to stop the villagers. But Lu Ji not only did not stop the 2 children, but hid behind them, calling on them to help stop the villagers, waving flags and shouting, "Dalong, Erlang, come to your father." However, this was of no avail. The 2 thin children were pushed away and fell heavily to the ground, twitching in pain. The twins stood at the door and cried loudly, crying and shouting, "Don't hit my brother! Ooh, don't hit my brother! Lu Ji, you little bastard, don't run. Stop right there." Several strong men from the village chased after him, speeding up while cursing, "It is only natural to pay back debts. If you don't pay back the money you borrowed, I will beat you to death. Lu Laosan, pay us back the money you owe us. Otherwise, we will smash your house. No, we will just beat you to death for cheating us out of our money." These words apparently made them realize that there was nothing valuable left in the Lu family's dilapidated house to smash, so they changed the subject and threatened to beat Lu Ji to death. Lu Ji knew the situation was not favorable, and he was anxious, so he quickened his pace and ran as fast as a rabbit. He was wearing a shabby gray gown, tall, with long hair tied with straw ropes fluttering in disorder. and even his shoes fell off, but he had only one thought in his mind: to escape. However, when he looked back, a trace of surprise flashed in Lu Ji's eyes, and a woman suddenly appeared in front of those who were chasing him. Although her momentum was weak, she firmly grasped the handle of the axe that was chopping towards Lu Ji. Lin Erbao was shocked for a moment, thinking that this woman dared to intercept the knife, so he hurriedly pressed down hard, wanting to continue chopping, but he couldn't move at all. Qin Yao exerted a little force, threw Lin Erbao and the knife away, and threw them out heavily. Lin Erbao retreated 4 or 5 steps and bumped into several companions behind him, and everyone finally stopped. "Who are you? What does it have to do with you if we go to Lu Laosan to collect the debt?" Lin Erbao asked angrily. Lu Ji finally saw the woman in front of him clearly. His eyes suddenly lit up. He suddenly jumped behind her and cried, "Madam, help me!" As soon as he finished speaking, there was a crisp slap sound, and a red mark immediately appeared on Lu Ji's face. Qin Yao slapped him without hesitation. The surroundings were eerily quiet for a moment. Not only Lu Ji couldn't believe it, but even Lin Erbao and others were stunned. Qin Yao coldly glanced at Lu Ji's shocked face and felt sick. Although he looked good on the outside, he was actually a rotten and dirty thing underneath. Her gaze turned to Lu Dalong and Lu Erlang, who were lying on the ground, unable to move, while the twin boy and girl were crying heart-wrenchingly beside them. Qin Yao was filled with nameless anger. Then she looked at Lu Ji, who was strong and didn't seem to be malnourished at all. He was selfish and cold-hearted, leaving Yao Nyang to starve to death while he was enjoying himself outside. Qin Yao felt a chill in her heart and decided not to tolerate this man anymore. She grabbed Lu Ji, pulled him in front of her, and kicked him hard. Every wrong has its perpetrator. Every debt has its owner. Whoever owes the debt should go to collect it. Lu Ji fell to the ground, right in front of them. Although Lin Erbao and others were shocked, they reacted quickly. Several people stepped forward and held Lu Ji down. Qin Yao looked around and saw a roll of straw rope hanging under the eaves. She walked over to take it down and threw it to Lin Erbao. "Tie his hands and feet to prevent him from running away. He is your creditor." "My wife." Lu Ji was completely panicked. "What are you doing? I am your husband. We just had a matchmaker in front of the government office. We are husband and wife." Qin Yao looked at him coldly, completely ignoring his pleas for mercy. She instructed Lin Erbao and others on how to tie the rope tighter, and finally tied him up like a dumpling, making him unable to move no matter how he struggled. Lu Ji's face was filled with anger, and he wanted to start cursing, but Qin Yao quickly took out a piece of cloth and blocked his mouth. "Woo woo woo." Lu Ji's eyes widened, and he was furious. He screamed in his heart, "Qin Yao, you vicious woman. You murdered your own husband. You want to kill me." Lin Erbao was stunned for a moment, but soon regained his alertness and kicked Lu Ji twice. "Shut up. Why are you howling? It's like a pig being slaughtered." Qin Yao clapped her hands lightly, stepped back a few steps, looked at Lin Erbao expressionlessly, and said indifferently, "Take him away. Don't treat him casually, and don't beat him up. My family is in such a situation now that we can't afford to support him. So, please just beat him to death." She said this as calmly as if she was predicting the weather. After hearing this, Lin Erbao couldn't help but nodded subconsciously. But he soon realized it, froze, and glared at Qin Yao angrily. "You stinky woman, are you kidding me?" Qin Yao did not give in at all. Her eyes narrowed, and she said firmly, "Brother, I am serious. Remember, you must beat him to death." Her almond-shaped eyes looked straight at Lin Erbao. She looked gentle on the surface, but there was a cold, murderous look in her eyes. Lin Erbao was shocked and took 2 steps back involuntarily. You really want to use Lu Laosan's life to pay off the debt?" Qin Yao responded without hesitation and ignored him. Instead, she helped Lu Dalong and Lu Erlang, who were lying on the ground, and checked their injuries. "This is my home. Although we are an orphan and a widow, I, Qin Yao, am not someone who can be bullied. Today, Lu Ji has been handed over to you. If he causes trouble in front of my house again and hurts my family, I will risk my life to drag him to see the king of hell." Dalong and Erlang looked at Qin Yao quietly, feeling her powerful aura. Although her movements were gentle, the murderous intent in her eyes made them dare not act rashly. Lin Erbao frowned, obviously afraid of Qin Yao. Seeing that this woman could not be ignored, he finally backed down. Qin Yao breathed a sigh of relief, picked up the twins, whose faces were covered with snot bubbles, and comforted them softly. Although she had only been at the Liu family for 3 days, the 4 children seemed to realize at this time that they had someone they could rely on. Qin Yang timidly stretched out her little hand, tightly grasped Qin Yao's fingers, and said with a look of dependence, "Mother, Qin Yang is afraid." "Don't be afraid. Mom is here." Qin Yao comforted softly, but she was slightly shocked in her heart that she had adapted to the role of stepmother so quickly. After hearing this, Qin Yang nodded heavily. Her crying gradually subsided, and she seemed to have found a sense of security. "Brother, what should we do?" Several brothers asked Lin Erbao in a low voice. Lin Erbao looked at Qin Yao deeply and said, Are we really going to take him away?" Qin Yao nodded. "Take it away. I won't stop you." Lin Erbao and his brothers were stunned and looked at each other. They didn't know what to say. Lin Erbao recalled the scene where Qin Yao suddenly pulled the knife handle away from his hand, and he still felt a little scared. After all, she, a woman, could do such a thing, which showed how powerful she was. He didn't want to be known as a bullying woman and child, so he made up his mind and went for it. "Okay, take him away." Lin Erbao gave an order, and several brothers immediately grabbed Lu Ji, who was tied up like a rice dumpling, and carried him away. After walking a few steps, Lin Erbao looked back to see Qin Yao's reaction, but found that she was completely unmoved. Lin Erbao encountered this situation for the first time in his life, and he was confused. Logically speaking, a night of love means 100 nights of affection. So how come this couple has no affection left at all? Moreover, none of the 4 Liu family children came to stop them. How much was Lu Ji disliked? They left Lu Ji's house and walked away. Lu Dalong looked at his stepmother's busy back and asked tentatively in a low voice, "You just want to scare my father. You don't really want Lin Erbao and the others to kill him, right?" Qin Yao was silent for a while and replied coldly, "No, I am real." The 4 children's expressions suddenly became complicated, and they stopped talking. At this time, Qin Yao had already driven away the villagers who were watching the show, picked up the hoe and 2 bags of things, and walked into the house. The 4 siblings of the Liu family looked at each other. Finally, Dalong and others shouted, "Dad," frantically, and chased in the direction where Lin Erbao and others disappeared. However, they were weak and stopped after running only 2 steps. They felt dizzy and almost fell down. They had no choice but to return in disgrace, standing in the distance and watching Qin Yao's busy back, hesitating and not daring to speak. After a while, Old Man Liu and his 2 sons came back from the fields, panting. At this time, the country was just beginning to settle down, and the chaotic times had just ended. Shenghua had a sparse population, and farmers were given a lot of land. Each adult male was given 50 mu, and each female was given 20 mu. Of course, taxes also increased accordingly. The farmers in Liujia village work hard, planting in spring and harvesting in autumn. Despite their efforts, the annual output is still not much and is barely enough to make a living. As autumn approaches, Old Man Liu is extremely busy. He takes his 3 sons to work in the fields before dawn. The women in the family were also busy. After finishing their housework, Liu's stepwife Zhang and the eldest and second daughters-in-law also rushed to the vegetable fields to prepare for another crop of green vegetables to prepare for the coming winter. However, when Lu Ji's family was in turmoil, there was only an 8-year-old child at home to look after the Liu family's old house. The villagers who came to report the news quickly asked the children to find their grandfather and uncles, saying that Lu Ji was about to be beaten to death by his creditors. The child was usually quite dissatisfied with Lu Ji. When he heard that Lu Ji was going to be beaten to death, he ignored the disgust in his heart, quickly locked the door, and ran to the fields to find his parents. The mountain road was rugged, and by the time the child passed the message and Old Man Liu and his sons arrived, the dispute at the door had already subsided. All the villagers had been dispersed by Qin Yao, and Lu Ji was nowhere to be seen. When Old Man Liu saw Dalong and several other children standing in the yard, he felt nervous and uneasy. "Dalong, where's your father?" Lu Ji's eldest brother Liu Bo quickly interrupted. "Dad, where is 3rd uncle?" Dalong looked at his grandfather and uncles standing in front of him, then looked at Qin Yao in the room. He hesitated for a moment, not knowing how to start. Could it be that my stepmother had the debt collectors take my father away, intending to use him to pay off the debt? Seeing that the 4 children were silent, Old Man Liu felt uneasy and waved his hand to let his sons go to the door. The thatched hut where Lu Ji lived was dilapidated, with walls plastered with river mud. The house was very small, and the kitchen was open air. There was a stone stove with only 1 pot and an empty jar next to it. There was no fence in the yard, so it was completely visible. After walking a few steps, Old Man Lu saw Qin Yao standing in front of the door. Old Man Lu had seen her once. 3 days ago, Lu Ji borrowed 10 cents from the old house, rented a bullock cart, and went to the county town to pick her up, and he did not forget to kowtow to his old father. Qin Yao had fled here. Her clothes were ragged and she was thin. Zhang looked at her and felt that she was a little pitiful, but her face was pretty good, so she could understand why Lu Ji was so anxious to take her back. Dad, eldest brother, second brother, and younger uncle. Qin Yao greeted them one by one. The Lu brothers nodded, which was considered polite. Old Man Lu finally breathed a sigh of relief and asked in a deep voice, "Where's the bastard of the third brother?" Qin Yao put the hoe behind the door and said calmly, "I'm going to pay my debt." Lu Ji's second brother Lu Zhong raised his eyebrows and asked, "How can he pay his debts when he has to spend every penny on peanuts?" Qin Yao raised her eyes to look at the four men in front of her and responded calmly, "If you don't have money, pay with your life." Old Man Lu and the other three were stunned and shocked. Qin Yao didn't want to explain anymore and continued, "You can redeem him if you want. Go find the money yourself. I don't have a penny." The family was so poor that Old Man Lu and his three companions were speechless and suddenly speechless. "Dad, let's go home and eat first and take a rest at noon. We have to go to the fields in the afternoon. Do we really need everyone to spend money to redeem that bastard? Our family doesn't have any money. Dad, please wake up." Lu Fei, the fourth son of the Lu family, spoke impatiently and advised. Lu Fei is 14 years old this year, the youngest in the family. He has a hot temper and likes to fight for small profits on weekdays, but he also follows his father and brothers to the fields and helps a lot. As for Lu Ji, he couldn't stand it and thought that he was irresponsible and not worth his parents wasting money on him. Old Man Lu knew that if he didn't educate his sons well, the family would be in chaos sooner or later. He was usually very strict and ruthless, but it was this third child who would run away every time he disciplined him and hit him, and he would even dare to scold him back when he was scolded. No matter what he did, Old Man Lu couldn't do anything to him, which made him so angry that his hair turned white overnight every time. At the age of more than 40, Lu's hair has turned gray and he looks like he is 60. Thinking back to those days, Lu was extremely worried. When Lu Ji turned 15, Zhang asked someone for a folk remedy, saying that a strong and capable woman could deal with these unruly men. Therefore, Old Man Lu wanted to find a capable wife for Lu Ji so that they could start their own business after marriage, and at least the home would be quieter. After some screening, they chose Mo, a bold and capable woman. As a result, Lu Ji seemed to be much calmer, but no one expected that Mo died during childbirth. Old Man Lu was even more devastated than Lu Ji. As he sent his third daughter-in-law to the funeral procession, he cried all the way and said, "My fate. This is my fate. I don't know what I did to Lu Ji in my last life. In this life, I want him to come to my house and claim his blood debt." Back to the present, Old Man Lu started to worry when he thought about whether Qin Yao would leave Lu Ji's family alone like Mrs. Mo did back then. "If you have any difficulties, please come to the old house and we will discuss and make a decision together as a family. Don't try to handle it alone," Old Man Lu warned. Qin Yao was a little surprised. She didn't expect Old Man Lu to say this, but she nodded. "Yeah, I know." Old Man Lu felt relieved when he thought Qin Yao would come to him to borrow money to redeem Lu Ji. He thought it was a kind of concern for Lu Ji. Lu Bo and his brothers had deep resentment towards Lu Ji, and after seeing Qin Yao agree, they thought they didn't need to worry too much, so they urged Old Man Lu to go home for dinner first. Old Man Lu looked at the four children in front of him, sighed, cursed Lu Ji as a bastard, and told his sons to leave. When they left, Old Man Lu and his two sons winked at Dalong and Erlang, as if to remind them to keep an eye on their stepmother. Although Qin Yao looked frail, considering the current situation of Lu Ji's family, everyone thought that it would not be surprising if she decided to leave one day. Qin Yao watched them leave, then turned back to look at the four siblings standing in front of the door. "Are you hungry?" The four siblings nodded, obviously very hungry. The taro they had eaten in the morning had been digested, and they were also hungry. Qin Yao took out 4 still warm taro from her pocket and handed them to them. "One for each of you. Eat some to fill your stomach first." She had checked the shabby house. There was only a bed made of a few wooden boards in the house. The bedding on the bed was so dirty that there was no place even for a mouse to hide. There was nothing in the house except a broken stove and an iron pot. The water tank was empty and there was not enough food. The only thing they could eat was roasted taro. She noticed a small pile of firewood next to the stove, which were all broken branches, which should have been picked up by Dalong or Erlang from the foot of the mountain. Qin Yao found a flint, cleaned the stove, and lit the fire. The four brothers and sisters stood behind her, holding fragrant taro in their mouths, staring intently, their stomachs already impatient. Samlang and Xinyang were young and could not control their appetite. They took the taro under their noses and sniffed it, licking their lips and looking at their brothers. Dalong saw Qin Yao bury the taro in the rattan basket into the fire, thinking that when it was cooked, he would take it out, peel it, and eat it. Seeing that his younger brothers and sisters could no longer wait, he nodded and asked them to wait a moment. It smells so good. Samlang couldn't help but take a bite. His eyes lit up. This is taro, it smells really good, Qin Yao suddenly said. The four siblings who were chewing froze in an instant, and Erlang's expression changed slightly. He heard from the villagers that taro is poisonous. Eating it will cause strange diseases, make the skin itchy, and cause ulcers if scratched, which can even be fatal. When Qin Yao saw their reactions, she realized that they didn't know that this was taro. She chuckled and put all the taro in her hand into her mouth. Then she stood up and walked to the four siblings, took 2 taro, and explained, "The mucus of raw taro will make the skin itchy, but it will be fine as long as you wash it with water. Cooked taro does not have this problem, so you can eat it with confidence." She buried the taro in her hand in the ashes and continued to roast it. She took out the previously roasted taro and piled it by the fire. She looked up at Dalong and said, "Where's the bucket? I'll go get some water and come back. We'll clean up the house." She no longer wanted to stay in this dirty house. Although life had brought her countless pains, she still maintained hope for life. Dalong paused for a moment before reacting, walked into the house, and took out a heavy wooden barrel. "My stepmother and I are going to fetch water," Dalong said. Erling nodded. Although the house was shabby, not everyone in the village was kind. Some people would take the opportunity to bully you when they see that you are poor. Dalong and Qin Yao walked towards the village well together. Erling saw them walking away and immediately ran to the fire. He shared the roasted taro with Samlang and Xinyang and took one for himself while reminding them, "Eat slowly, don't choke." Samlang and Xinyang puffed up their mouths, squirming like hamsters, and nodded vaguely, Soon, the remaining taro was eaten by the 3 siblings. Erlang asked Samlang to watch the taro in the fire so that it would not burn, and then he sat on the doorstep, rubbed his stomach, and laughed, thinking that it felt good to be full. Qin Yao and Dalong walked towards the village well. In the silent steps, Dalong suddenly felt that the distance between him and his stepmother had become closer. It was the time when the villagers were having lunch. There were not many people around the well, and it was surprisingly quiet. Dalong skillfully tied the rope to the handle of the bucket, threw it into the well, and shook it a few times. The bucket quickly flipped into the water and was filled with water almost instantly. But the bucket of water was very heavy, and the boy looked a little tired. There was no auxiliary tool like a rocker arm beside the well, only this bare well. Qin Yao stepped forward to take the rope and lifted the bucket up with a little effort. Dalong watched her lift the heavy bucket easily. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and a glimmer of light gradually appeared in his numb expression. She poured water from the clay pot she brought, filled 2 clay pots, then used the remaining water to clean the wooden barrel. She continued to follow Dalong's actions, shaking the well rope again and lifting a full bucket of water. Qin Yao held the bucket in one hand and the pottery jar in the other, while Dalong held the remaining pottery jar. Maybe it was the first time he brought so much water home, and Dalong, who was usually mature and steady, showed an almost childish smile on his face. Perhaps it was because I had eaten something to replenish my energy. My steps towards home became lighter and lighter. "Mom!" Just when Qin Yao and Dalong had not yet reached the door of their home, a small figure suddenly appeared in the distance on the hillside and shouted at them excitedly. Seeing them, Xinyang immediately ran down and stumbled towards her. "Slow down," Qin Yao hurriedly reminded her. But although Xinyang looked thin, she was already a child who grew up in the countryside. After falling down, she got up by herself, wiped her face with her dirty little hands, and smiled foolishly, as if she didn't feel any pain at all. She rushed to Qin Yao's side, leaning against her, and sensibly offered to help carry the bucket. Qin Yao was relieved to see that she was not injured, but still did not let her carry the water. "Follow me. Don't run. It's easy to fall." Xinyang nodded obediently, took 2 steps, and then asked with concern, "Mother, is it heavy? Mother, are you tired? Mother." Qin Yao was a little helpless. She didn't expect this chatterbox to be so fond of asking questions. She tried her best to answer patiently. It's not heavy, and I'm not tired. Meanwhile, Erlang and Samlang had already cleaned the empty water tank. Although they were weak, they did their best to complete the work. Qin Yao directed Xin Yang to stand aside and poured the water into the water tank herself. After pouring the water into the tank, it only filled 1/3 of the tank. Obviously, it would take 2 more trips to fill it up. She looked back at the 4 siblings standing in front of her and began to assign tasks. The house is too dirty. Erlang, Samlang, you two take the brooms and clean the house. Dalong and I will go get some water. Oh, and boil a pot of hot water so everyone can wash up later. Dalong couldn't help but ask worriedly, what about the fields? Other families have almost finished planting their wheat, but we haven't even started yet. In Dalong's eyes, nothing is more important than farming. Now is a good time to plant wheat. If you miss it, the wheat will not grow well. Qin Yao certainly knew the importance of farming, but the current situation was that the family didn't even have wheat seeds, and there was simply not enough food to farm. There's no rush to farm. Let's clean up the house where we'll sleep tonight first. As she spoke, she filled the iron pot on the stove with water, picked up the empty bucket and clay pot, motioned Dalong to follow, and then walked towards the village. Seeing that her second and third brothers were still in a daze, Xin Yang took the initiative to pick up the broom and started cleaning the house. She believed that it would be right to listen to her mother. Lu Erlang looked at his stepmother in confusion as she washed it twice, thinking to himself, we have lived in the house for so many years. Why does it have to be cleaned now? Samlang quietly pulled his brother's arm and said, second brother, if we don't obey, will our stepmother beat us? The 2 brothers looked at each other, and their minds involuntarily recalled Qin Yao's fierce look when she caught the knife with one hand just now. They shuddered together and immediately started to wash water, boil water, wipe the table, and sweep the floor, working very hard. When Qin Yao returned home to fill the water tank, the floor had already been swept clean by the 3 brothers and sisters who stayed at home, and the garbage swept out was thrown under the big tree behind the house. The table in the main room had been wiped clean, and the floor in front of the door had been swept. The only thing that had not been cleaned was the spider webs high up because the brothers and sisters were limited in height. Qin Yao checked it and felt satisfied. The water in the pot had just boiled, so she dug out a heavy old wooden basin from under the bed, added hot water, and called Xin Yang and Samlang into the house to take a bath. It was the hottest time of the day, so I rushed to take a shower so I wouldn't catch a cold. The twins' hair hadn't been washed for a long time, and it was all tangled. Qin Yao looked at it, feeling reluctant. If she had a pair of scissors, she would definitely cut off the messy hair, but she could only endure it. She helped Xin Yang take off her clothes, and Samlang took them off by himself. Although the 2 little guys were only 4 years old, they had already learned to put on their clothes and shoes by themselves, and could also help their brother work in the fields. Xin Yang jumped into the basin happily, while Samlang covered himself shyly, hesitating. Qin Yao didn't want to waste time, and the sun wasn't always in the sky, so her tone was a little heavy. Samlang, hurry up. She quickly pushed him into the water and began to scrub the dirty mud off him. Her movements looked fierce, but she controlled her strength, and Xin Yang didn't feel any pain at all. For Samlang, this was simply another terrifying scene. The mud on his body was so thick that the water turned turbid after just one wash. Qin Yao quickly shouted outside, Delang, add some more water to the pot. Then, she urged Samlang, come in. Samlang's face turned red, and he covered his private parts with his little hands. When he stepped into the basin, he was about to cry. Qin Yao smiled helplessly. Why are you crying? I don't eat people. Samlang cried and thought silently in his heart. The stepmother is so scary. Qin Yao held Samlang's arm and continued to scrub and wash. She was sweating all the time. She only wanted to wash the 2 kids as quickly as possible and didn't care about Samlang's mood at all. She finished washing them both for the first time in no time. The family was so poor that they didn't even have towels. Qin Yao could only let the children continue to wear their dirty clothes. She took the dirty water out to pour it out, quickly replaced it with a basin of clean hot water, and washed them again before she was barely satisfied. Although the clothes were still dirty, at least they didn't have that weird smell anymore. It was Dalong and Erlang's turn. Qin Yao prepared a wooden basin and hot water for them to wash themselves. Special reminder, rub your armpits and buttocks more. There's no toilet paper here. Villagers usually use leaves and sticks. The more careful ones will use bamboo strips. The Lu family is poor and has no such tools. Qin Yao thought that the 2 of them could only make do with it. When Dalong and Erlang entered the room, their faces were red and their voices were so thin that they were almost inaudible. I know, stepmother. Watching the two brothers go in to take a shower, Qin Yao also took advantage of daybreak to fill a wooden bucket with some hot water and wiped her body. Although she didn't take a proper bath, she was satisfied to be able to wipe herself under such conditions. After wiping her body, Qin Yao picked up a hatchet and went to the back of the mountain to cut a few branches to make a clothesline. She took out the caked bedding at home, knocked it, and hung it in the sun for a while to remove the musty smell and moisture. Qin Yao hardly stopped working the whole afternoon. After hanging the bedding, she took down the bedboard and the straw on the bed and moved them to the door to dry. When she was turning over the straw, she unexpectedly found a nest of dead mice. It was really amazing. After finishing all this, she made a bamboo broom and started to sweep away the cobwebs in the house and scrape off the wall paint. The mud fell off with the shovel, and the wall became much thinner, just like tofu dregs, so fragile that it could not withstand a single blow. If it rained or snowed heavily, the wall would definitely collapse. What kind of life did you live in the past? Is this how people live? Qin Yao couldn't help but complain as her face was once again covered with dust from the fallen wall mud. How could this be the end of the world with natural disasters and zombies everywhere? It was unbelievable that they could live like this. The Liu brothers and sisters, who had already washed themselves, blushed when they heard her complaints and lowered their heads in shame. Their bare feet curled up into a ball, as if they wanted to dig the ground with their toes. Because Liu Ji, their father, didn't care about anything, they never learned how to take care of themselves. Other children in the village didn't want to play with them, thinking they were dirty and smelly. Even if they didn't do anything but approached others, they would be scolded. Growing up in such an environment, their sensitive minds made them think too much and felt that Qin Yao was disdaining them. So, the four siblings took 2 steps back silently, feeling a little sad. Qin Yao looked at their reactions and realized that she might have said something too harsh. She brushed the dust off her face and continued to work. After cleaning the wall, she felt the wind and was busy pressing down the straw spread out to dry with bedboards to prevent the wind from blowing them into a mess. After doing all this, she looked back and saw the 4 children looking at her angrily. She was stunned. What's wrong? The 4 siblings all shook their heads and said nothing. Qin Yao wiped the sweat from her forehead, put her hands on her waist, and asked Dalong, "Do you know where to find dry straw?" Dalong nodded and asked her what she wanted the straw for. Qin Yao pointed to their bare feet and her broken straw sandals speechlessly. Dalong suddenly realized what was going on. Erlang, Samlang, and Xinyang's eyes lit up immediately. Will stepmother make straw sandals for us? Qin Yao lived next door to an old man who specialized in making straw sandals and sold them in exchange for daily necessities. Although the straw sandals she made were not as exquisite as those on the market, they were perfectly suitable for daily wear. She had learned some skills from an old man. So she took Dalong and Erlang and secretly went to Old Man Lu's newly harvested rice field, where there were still a few piles of straw that had not been moved home. Qin Yao raised her eyebrows. Is it okay to just take it away? Dalong didn't say much, but judging from his skillful movements, he obviously did this often. Erlang said confidently, Dad said that what belongs to Grandpa is his, and what belongs to him is ours. It is only natural to take what belongs to our family. Qin Yao was dumbfounded, thinking what a mess Liu Ji taught her. But looking at the straw in her arms, Qin Yao chose to shut up. She motioned to the 2 brothers to hurry up, and the 3 of them soon disappeared into the field holding the straw. When they were near home, the 3 of them finally slowed down, mainly because the 4 little ones couldn't keep up and were almost out of breath. The taro they had eaten at noon was completely digested during this trip. How come you run so fast? Dalong asked curiously, panting. Qin Yao answered seriously, because I'm bigger than you and have longer legs. Dalong was half believing and half doubting, but he didn't dare to ask more. Erlang took a breath and quickly followed Qin Yao. Will you make shoes for us? Can you weave straw sandals? This job is only done by the elderly in the village. He and his brother once wanted to learn it and were almost beaten. Qin Yao suddenly stopped. The 2 brothers hurriedly stopped and almost bumped into her. Although they were tanned by the sun, their faces were still a little red. What happened? Qin Yao held all the straws in one hand and used her free hand to gently pat their heads. What do you mean by you? That's so rude. You should call me Auntie. They both stared in surprise, then breathed a sigh of relief. Auntie. Qin Yao smiled with satisfaction. That's about right. Now that we're home, put down the straw and help me tear off the crispy parts on the outside, leaving only the strongest part in the middle. The two brothers nodded, put down the straw, and started to work. Qin Yao was secretly satisfied that these children were actually obedient. Not long after, Sam Lang and Xin Yang heard the noise at the door and came out. Qin Yao called them and asked them to call her auntie directly from now on. Sam Lang was a little confused. Shouldn't we call her mother? Erlang glared at his brother. Silly, calling her aunt is fine. We have our own mother anyway. There's no need to call a woman we don't know mother. Dalong patted the straw fragments on his hands, walked up to Sam Lang and Xin Yang, and urged them, Sam Lang, Xin Yang, call me auntie. Sam Lang said shyly, auntie. Qin Yao responded with a smile and touched Sam Lang's little head. Go and help me watch the straw that is drying. Don't let the wind blow it away. Sam Lang nodded happily, picked up a small stick made of firewood, and stood guard beside the straw pile carefully. However, Xin Yang suddenly rushed over, hugged Qin Yao, and said in a crying voice, I want my mother! I want my mother! I want my mother! Dalong looked at Qin Yao awkwardly. His sister was too young to be reasoned with. Qin Yao was right in front of him. He was preparing to make straw sandals for them. Hearing his sister making such a fuss, it was hard to stop her from crying. Qin Yao sighed softly, waved her hand to signal Dalong to tear the straw, and gently pulled Xin Yang away, coaxing her. You can call me mother or Annie, whatever you want, just be good, okay? Xin Yang immediately wiped the tears from her face and smiled brightly. Yeah, Xin Yang is such a good child. Qin Yao gently wiped away the tears on her face, pointed at the threshold, gave her a handful of straw as a toy, and told her to sit there and watch carefully and not run around. There is no yard or fence at home, and the children can run away in a blink of an eye, so they must be watched all the time to feel at ease. After settling Xin Yang, Qin Yao led Lang and Erlang to start weaving straw sandals. Although there was no special shoe weaving frame, Qin Yao still used a hatchet to cut a few branches and made a frame so that they could weave. To make straw sandals, the rice straw must be processed into thin strands of rope before the shoes can be woven. Dalong and Erlang were weak, so the ropes they twisted were relatively loose, so most of the remaining work had to be done by Qin Yao. Qin Yao spent the entire afternoon twisting straw ropes. Her palms were rubbed so hard that sparks were about to come out of them before she finally finished twisting the straw she had picked up today. The sun had begun to set, and Qin Yao rolled up the straw rope and put it inside the house first. Without even having time to drink a sip of water, she asked the children to carry the fluffy bedding and straw back to the house and make the bed again. Half of the bedboard in the main room was removed, leaving only a single bed. The space suddenly became larger, and a low table, serving as a dining table, was placed in the middle of the room, making the room more spacious. The four children slept in a separate room in the small room. Qin Yao brought the bedboard removed from the main room and widened the bed. In this way, the four children would not be crowded when sleeping together. The newly made bed exuded a mixed smell of straw and sunshine. Xin Yang climbed onto the bed, rolled over, and said in surprise, Mother, it's so soft. At dinner, Qin Yao cooked boiled taro. Although the 2 bags of taro she brought back seemed like a lot, the 5 of them were very hungry. After 2 meals, only half of the 50 kilograms of taro was left. Qin Yao also restrained herself and did not dare to eat more. Otherwise, at her speed of eating until she was 8/10 full, there would probably be nothing left. After eating, Lu Dalong and the others realized that there was not much food left and began to regret not controlling their food intake. Qin Yao did not think too much about it. There was still a lot of taro in the mountains. She could dig more when she needed it, which should last for a month. For the time being, she did not have to worry about starving to death. But taro cannot be stored for a long time in this temperature and humidity, so she can only dig it up when she wants to eat it. She was glad that no one here knew the benefits of taro, otherwise this free ration would be wasted. After dinner, Qin Yao began to weave straw sandals in front of Torch. She was not very good at it at first, but soon she became proficient. The twins felt tired, so Qin Yao asked them to go to bed, but they refused and stared at the sandals in her hands, waiting to wear new shoes. Qin Yao felt distressed and helpless, so she simply let them stay. The villagers here basically had no activities at night and went to bed when it got dark to save some lighting costs. Lu Ji's family also lived in a remote place, surrounded by silence, and occasionally the howling of wild animals in the mountains could be heard. In this atmosphere, Dalong and Erlang suddenly remembered their father who was carried away by the creditor. They lowered their heads and hesitated to speak. Finally, Dalong couldn't help asking Qin Yao when she would redeem his father. Just as he was about to speak, Qin Yao finished making the first pair of straw sandals and handed them to him. The elder should follow the order of seniority. This pair should be given to Dalong first. As she spoke, she picked up the straw rope and continued to weave the second pair. She was very tired that day, and after finishing one more pair, she was ready to rest. Dalong wanted to ask something, but was stopped by this pair of straw sandals. Seeing the sturdy, tightly woven straw sandals, he was ecstatic. He took the shoes off the table, and under the envious eyes of his younger brothers and sisters, he gestured and put them at his feet, his heart filled with satisfaction. Although he liked the shoes very much, he held them in his arms and planned to put them on after washing his feet tomorrow. Erlang and other children were also very envious, but they knew they also had a chance, so they waited patiently. However, Qin Yao only made 2 pairs of straw sandals tonight. The 3 siblings went back to sleep regretfully, looking forward to tomorrow. The next morning, Qin Yao put on new straw sandals, ate 2 taro left over from yesterday's cooking, and went out carrying a hoe. Lu Dalong was awakened by the noise of her getting up and wanted to go with her, but Qin Yao refused. It will be faster if I go alone. If you follow me, I will be distracted from taking care of you. Qin Yao went early and came back early, digging 2 bags of taro and coming back. Her current goal is to recover her strength as soon as possible. She will not touch the wild beasts in the mountains for the time being, and will come back after she recovers and is fully equipped. When she got home, the children had already prepared breakfast and were waiting for her to come back to eat. Qin Yao was a little surprised. She didn't expect the 4 children to cook first and wait for her. Probably because she brought the food back, everyone assumed that she had the right to distribute it. Half of the remaining taro was cooked, about 8 or 9 pounds. Qin Yao gave the big part to herself, and the children divided it according to their appetite. Xin Yang stayed close to her and fed her a bite from time to time. Qin Yao had no choice but to take a small bite, and the little girl smiled with her eyes curved, her face pressed against her back, eating the soft and glutinous taro happily. After breakfast, seeing the expectant expressions of Erlang and other children, Qin Yao picked up the straw rope and started the day's craft work. With more time, she finished 3 children's straw sandals in one day and also made an extra pair in adult size. Dalong, Erlang, Samlang, and Xin Yang washed their feet carefully, put on new shoes, and walked around the yard with satisfaction and happiness written all over their faces. They looked at Qin Yao with a little more intimacy unconsciously. Erlang came over and looked at the extra pair of straw sandals and asked tentatively, "Auntie, can I take this pair of shoes to the village to sell?" Qin Yao was stunned. "Can this be sold?" She didn't expect Erlang to have such an idea. Jiro was a little hesitant. "Although I don't know if I can sell it, at least I can get some vegetables in exchange, which is of some use." Qin Yao smiled and nodded in agreement. "Okay, let's give it a try." She didn't expect that this child had such a business acumen. Perhaps poverty made them learn how to survive early on. Erlang took his elder brother and the twins to the village well, carefully carrying the pair of straw sandals to sell. The water tank at home was empty, so Qin Yao picked up the only bucket, locked the door, and followed the 4 brothers and sisters to fetch water. She didn't have high expectations, but she didn't interfere, just quietly observing them. Unexpectedly, after Erlang shouted, some people actually came to watch, and after some bargaining, they finally got a bunch of green vegetables and a loofah. The 4 children were so surprised that they hurried to Qin Yao to tell her the good news. Qin Yao smiled and gave him a thumbs up. Looking at the back of the woman who had changed her straw sandals, she had a new plan in mind. Perhaps she could make more straw sandals and then exchange them with the villagers for daily necessities such as oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, tea, pots, pans, or seasonal vegetables grown by the villagers. After all, the villagers might have extra of these things, and she was in urgent need of them. Lu Ji's family was poor, and they couldn't even get a complete set of bowls and chopsticks. The water tank was also pitifully small, and they had to run 4 or 5 times a day to get water, wasting a lot of time. Qin Yao looked at the insufficient daily necessities in front of her and silently set a goal in her heart. Let's set a small goal first, in exchange for a wooden bucket and a shoulder pole. She stood in front of the 4 siblings, with her hands behind her back, and spoke seriously, as if she were undergoing military training. Dalang and Erlang will be responsible for carrying the raw materials. Samlang and Xin Yang will be responsible for pre-processing, and I will be responsible for twisting the straw ropes. Dalong and Erlang nodded, full of enthusiasm. Xin Yang and Samlang also nodded their heads, looking ready for battle. Qin Yao smiled and looked at Dalong and Erlang. Let's go to your grandfather and borrow some straw first, and then pay him back when we make money. What do you think? The two brothers looked at each other, turned around, and ran towards Old Man Lu's house without hesitation. 009, the kind stepmother. At the same time, in the Lu family's old house, Old Man Lu brought a bowl of bitter tea with a few froths floating in it, sat on the doorstep, and looked towards the east end of the village. After a while, two figures, one big and one small, ran over from there. Master, all the straw in our fields has been stolen. The boy shouted angrily before he even got close. Old Man Lu's eyes, which had been narrowed by the bitterness of the tea, suddenly opened up. Stolen? Which wicked person stole it? They were all stolen by Dalong and Erlang from the third family. Someone saw them, moving them back and forth several times. Lu Fei replied angrily. Old Man Lu narrowed his eyes again and said, "Oh, that's okay." The uncle and nephew stopped at the door of the house, panting. They looked up at Old Man Lu, who was drinking bitter tea calmly, from 2 steps away. The 8-year-old Lu Jinbao said anxiously, "Grandpa, you promised to make a new bed for me this year." Lu Fei also said, "Dad, do you know what they said? They said that what belongs to you is their dad, and what belongs to their dad is theirs. It's only natural for us to take things from our own family. This makes me so angry. I'm going to take our straw back right now. You're also my dad, and it's only natural for me to take what belongs to my own dad. Yes, take it back. I need a new bed. The old straw is damp and has been almost eaten up by mice." Lu Jinbao also agreed. The uncle and nephew rolled up their sleeves and walked towards the village. Old Man Lu quickly swallowed the bitter tea in his mouth and shouted, "Stop right there, both of you." The uncle and nephew did not stop until Old Man Lu got angry and shouted again. Then they turned around with aggrieved and unhappy faces. "Your mother has prepared dinner. Go home and eat first." Old Man Lu waved his hand, calling the two back, then got up and went back to the yard, looking as if he didn't intend to pursue the matter. "Dad," Lu Fei finally couldn't help asking, "did you leave it in the field on purpose for them to steal?" At first he was just suspicious. After the rice was harvested, it was taken home to dry in the sun, and he was afraid that it would be stolen by those cunning people in the village. But my father insisted on keeping 1 acre of land, saying that he should focus on the wheat in the field first, and there would be no need to worry about harvesting it later. Now it seems that it was deliberately left for the third brother's family to steal. Then I saw that the old man didn't refute it and felt guilty. Lu Fei felt furious and angry. He quickly chased after Old Man Lu and started firing at his father. "We don't even have enough straw for beds at home. The straw under Jinbao's bed has been eaten up by mice. It's getting cold. How can people sleep on that bed? It's fine if you don't feel sorry for him, but Jinbao is the eldest grandson in our family. As a grandfather, don't you feel sorry for him?" Lu Fei speaks as fast as a machine gun. He never gets stuck and can talk in one breath without giving you a chance to interrupt. Old Man Lu tried to hold it in, but he couldn't help it. Suddenly, he turned around, raised a bitter tea bowl in his hand, and was about to throw it at him. "You little bastard! How dare you talk to your father like that? I can do whatever I want with my land. Why do I need you to bother with me?" Lu Fei puffed out his chest and questioned fearlessly, "Dad, why are you so biased? What's so good about Lu Laosan?" Old Man Lu's eyes bulged instantly. "What's good about him? He's bad in every way. I wish I had never given birth to this evil son." At the end, he added, "And you, Lu Fei, this evil creature, if you talk back to me again, I will beat you to death for being such an unfilial son who disobeys his elders." After saying that, he raised the tea bowl and was about to beat Lu Fei. Fortunately, the family members came over and separated the two of them, and Lu Fei escaped. Old Man Lu sat in the main hall angrily. His stepwife Zhang winked at her youngest son, telling him to go inside and stop arguing with his father. At the same time, she followed Old Man Lu and sighed. "I know you are worried about the third brother. He is really a fool. Why would he pick on Lin Erbao when there are so many people he can pick on? But it's a good thing that it's Lin Erbao. I've never heard of anyone dying because of debts they couldn't pay. They were all sent to the farms or mines to work as collateral to pay off their debts. This third brother has been a bastard for so many years, it's time to let him suffer a little. Maybe his character will change. If it were an ordinary stepmother, she would not dare to say such words, for fear that the old man would think that she was unkind and wanted to harm the children in the family. But Zhang had been in the Lu family for 16 years. Except for the eldest son, Lu Bo, who was old enough to support himself, the rest of the children, Lu Zhong and Lu Ji, were all raised by her. The grace of raising them was there, and she was even more grateful to them than her own children. If he didn't really want to do good for Lu Ji, he wouldn't have the heart to teach him a lesson. Zhang had already guessed about the straw in the field, but she didn't say anything. The weather is getting cold. The third brother's family has only a new daughter-in-law who knows nothing. If we don't leave some straw for them, how will they survive the winter? But Zhang was also very angry. Dalong and Erlang were taught by their father Lu Ji to be really unpleasant. They couldn't greet people when they met them, and they couldn't say thank you when they were given things. As for the straw in the field, the two brothers did not even think of telling their grandfather before taking it, and they had to do it secretly. Could it be possible that his grandfather could just watch them freeze to death? And Qin Yao, the mother, has a child who is ignorant, and she is an adult but still so ignorant. It's been 2 days since the third child got into trouble, but she hasn't even come to visit. Could it be that she really wants the third son to die outside and never come back? Zhang accidentally said what she was thinking. Old man Lu was startled and slowly looked at his wife. Is this possible? Zhang was immediately frightened and got goosebumps all over her body. The day when she first met Qin Yao came to her mind again. She looked so delicate and her eyes were timid. She shouldn't be a cruel person. But she was fleeing here. For a girl to walk from a northwest to their central plains is not something that an ordinary woman can do. Having seen so many dangers, what if my heart has become hardened? Finished. Old man Lu and Zhang looked at each other and had a bad feeling. The two daughters-in-law prepared the meal and asked their parents-in-law to come over for dinner. They had been busy planting winter wheat these days, and the men in the family had been exhausted. So the two daughters-in-law made the meal a little more sumptuous. Usually it was porridge with bran steamed bread, but today, in addition to that, there was also a big bowl of egg and loofah soup. Jinbao, the son of Lu Bo's family, and Jinhua, the 5-year-old daughter of Lu Zhong's family, held a half bowl of egg soup they were given and drank it with snorting gusto, finding it so delicious. The other people in the family were also very happy, and the bitterness of hard work was much less. Only old man Lu and Mrs. Zhang had no appetite for the fragrant egg soup. All they could think about was what Qin Yao, the new daughter-in-law of the third brother's family, was doing at the moment. The more she thought about it, the more frightened she became. Zhang put down her bowl and sent her eldest grandson, who had already finished his egg soup, Jinbao, go to your third aunt's house and see what they are doing. Come back and tell me. Lu Jinbao responded with an "oh." Before leaving, he thought of the straw and looked at Lu Fei again. Uncle, should we go to Uncle San's house to get some straw? Lu Fei scooped up another half bowl of egg soup and ate it with a steamed bread made of fine bran. He ate a mouthful of soup and a mouthful of steamed bread, chewing it like an enemy, and ignored him. Lu Jinbao had no choice but to run to the innermost part of the village alone. 010 Vegetable soup. When Lu Jinbao came stealthily, Qin Yao was preparing dinner in the almost open-air kitchen. Today, she exchanged a pair of straw sandals for a handful of green vegetables and a loofah. Qin Yao, who hadn't eaten fresh vegetables for a long time, was drooling. Light a fire and set the pot on the stove. Pour a ladle of water in. When the water boils, add the loofah and half a handful of washed green vegetables and stew a vegetable soup. She hasn't cooked for 10 years. In the apocalypse, everyone eats dry food and only boils a pot of water occasionally to make instant noodles. So Qin Yao's cooking skills are basically non-existent. But looking at that pot of soup, Lu Dalong and his two siblings stared with wide eyes and swallowed their saliva, as if there was some delicious food cooking in the pot. There was no oil, salt, sauce, or vinegar at home. Qin Yao found a small clay jar with a layer of salt crystals on the wall. She scalded it with boiling water and dissolved it into the pot, and it barely had some flavor. Take a spoonful with a wooden spoon and taste it. The vegetables grown by the farmer are indeed different from those grown in the greenhouse. The soup is sweet and fresh and surprisingly delicious. Mother, is it delicious? Xin Yang asked eagerly, swallowing her saliva. Qin Yao smiled at them and motioned to Dalong and Erlang to prepare the bowls and divide the pot of soup into 5 portions, 1 bowl for each of the 5 members of the family. On an autumn night, there is nothing more satisfying than drinking a bowl of steaming vegetable soup with cooked taro. Samlang whispered, "Brother, it would be nice if we could drink vegetable soup and eat taro every day." Dalong touched his brother's head and told him to eat quickly and not to think too much. Erlang glared at his brother and said, "You are useless. Are you satisfied with a bowl of vegetable soup? I'm not. I want to eat white rice with fatty meat in the future." Qin Yao thought he was going to talk about his great ambitions, but after hearing that, she raised her eyebrows. Just this? However, considering the living standards of the villagers in Liujia village, white rice and fatty meat are already the best. In a family like Old Man Lu's, even during festivals, they may not be able to eat a full bowl of white rice and 2 slices of greasy meat. After the meal, Qin Yao asked the 2 older ones to help the 2 younger ones wash up, and then come over to help her make straw ropes. Although the 2 brothers are not very strong, after some practice they can make a useful rope. Qin Yao picked up the simple homemade stand and began to weave straw sandals by the firelight. In the past, to save trouble, I made tothong straw sandals. They were fine for daily wear, but if I really wanted to work in the fields, I couldn't wear them with exposed toes. So, this time she was going to weave straw sandals that could wrap the feet. As the work becomes more refined, the speed naturally slows down, but considering the market conditions in Liujia village, Qin Yao would rather spend more effort. If the products in Liujia village cannot be sold, they can be sold in other villages, and there will always be people who will buy them. In fact, there are many people in the village who can weave straw sandals, but not many have the free time to do so. In addition, it is the busy autumn planting season, and every household is trying their best to compete with God for the season, which allowed Qin Yao to take advantage of this opportunity. As for the 2 acres of land in Lu Ji's family, let's talk about it later. Having enough food is more important now. The taro in the mountains was not enough to sustain them through the winter. Thinking of this, Qin Yao didn't care about the burning sensation in her palms and sped up her weaving. Lu Ji's home is not far from the riverbank. The sound of gurgling water is clearly audible. The moon is big and round tonight, and the moonlight shines into the river, creating rippling waves. The mountains were quiet. Qin Yao took a deep breath, and her heart calmed down involuntarily. She really likes her current environment. Although I still couldn't sleep well at night and would jump up reflexively at the slightest noise, I felt lucky as long as I came to my senses and realized that I was no longer in the end of the world. Qin Yao raised her eyes and looked towards the river. She saw a small figure staggering towards the village in the moonlight. In fact, she noticed the boy as soon as he approached. It seems to be the child of Lu Ji's eldest brother, and his name should be Lu Jinbao. No one knew what he was going to do. He was hiding in the bushes behind the house. He didn't seem to be looking for them, nor did he seem to be asking for anything. So Qin Yao pretended not to know and waited to see what he was going to do. Unexpectedly, the little guy just squatted there and watched them finish their dinner, and then ran away. Qin Yao felt confused and lowered her head to continue weaving straw sandals. Of course, it is also possible that Old Man Lu discovered that the straw in the field had been cleared away, so he sent a boy to find out what was going on. But the straw has already been woven into sandals, so coming here will be of no use. Except for Qin Yao, no one noticed that Lu Jinbao had been there. Dalong and Erlang took good care of their younger siblings and coaxed them to bed. Then they sat around the stove and continued to help with the work by the light of the fire. By midnight, their heads were drooping lower and lower. Qin Yao woke them up and asked them to go to bed. "Auntie, how about you?" Dalong rubbed his eyes, trying hard to resist sleepiness, and asked worriedly. Qin Yao's hands kept moving. "I'll go to sleep after I finish braiding this one. You guys should go to sleep quickly. Get up in the morning and go to the back mountain to collect more firewood. The firewood at home has been burned out." Qin Yao also thought that if they were going to survive the winter, they might have to store firewood now, and added, "Call me in the morning and I'll go with you." The 2 brothers agreed, but they couldn't hold on any longer, so they went into the house and fell asleep as soon as they put their pillows on. When Qin Yao finished knitting the 4th pair of shoes, the last flame in the stove went out. She put away the 4 pairs of men's straw sandals she had made and put them in the house, bolted the door, and then fell into a deep sleep in the last of the moonlight. This sleep felt very short. Before I could finish my dream, there was a cautious knock on the door. "Auntie, Auntie?" The 2 brothers were calling quietly at the door, but if Qin Yao hadn't been alert and had a light sleep, she wouldn't have heard them. "Wait a minute, I'll be right there." Qin Yao responded and reluctantly sat up from the not-so-comfortable bed. She patted her face to wake herself up, put on her shoes, tied her hair, picked up the rope of the hatchet, and walked out of the room. There was a tattered little backpack at home, and Dalong was already carrying it on his back. The mountains here were very dangerous for the 2 brothers. They didn't dare go into the mountains to collect firewood, so they just picked up some fallen branches that others didn't want at the foot of the mountain. When they had time, they would pick up a backpack. The 2 brothers would carry it on their back while the other held it, and take it home to burn for 2 days. Because I can't take much each time, and I can't stockpile firewood like other families do. On the way to the foot of the mountain, Qin Yao asked curiously, "How did you spend the winter in previous years?" Erlang looked at his brother, then at Qin Yao, and then he said tentatively, "There's a charcoal cellar in the village. He burns charcoal, and sometimes there will be some charcoal residue left in the kiln. My brother and I go to pick it up." Picked it up. Qin Yao curled her lips. "I'm afraid it wasn't stolen." The two brothers were suddenly speechless. Qin Yao looked at the two of them and warned them seriously, "Don't steal other people's things anymore. Let's store more firewood ourselves. There's no need to do these things anymore." Dalong and Erlang were startled for a moment, then became angry and thought she was asking them to eat meat, so they quickened their pace. Qin Yao smiled secretly in her heart. It seemed that after filling her stomach in the past 2 days, her strength had also increased. So, she would carry more firewood back for her. 011 stall. The two brothers, whose self-esteem had been pierced, were still unaware at this moment. When they saw many more broken branches under the woods ahead, they happily ran over to pick them up. Qin Yao stopped the two men and asked them to come back and go up the mountain with her. There are only a few small animals in the small forest where villagers chop firewood. As long as the adults keep an eye on them, it is safe. Dalong and Erlang were a little confused, but still followed her up the mountain. When they reached the middle of the slope, Qin Yao chose a place with dense trees, threw the rope, asked his brothers to wait in this relatively flat open space, and picked up the hatchet and went into the bushes. Qin Yao first cut 2 branches to make a tripod for Dalong, and then went deeper into the forest to chop wood with a knife. She was very fast, throwing firewood as thick as a child's arm one after another from the grass, and soon she had accumulated a pile. Dalong and Erlang looked at each other in surprise. There was so much firewood, but they soon realized that this was too much. Well, the stepmother must be planning to cut more and then carry them back home slowly. Unexpectedly, Qin Yao tied up all the firewood that these strong men had to carry twice, tied it into 2 bundles, selected the thickest one to make a shoulder pole, and carried it up directly. She took 2 steps on the spot and felt that the weight was still not enough, so she picked a few pieces of firewood from Dalong's firewood rack and stuffed them in. When she felt it was just right, she signaled the 2 brothers to carry their firewood racks and backpacks and go home. Dalong had never seen a 3-legged firewood rack. The villagers tied the firewood together and carried it around. Those who were strong would carry it on their shoulders. He had never seen a fork like this used. Qin Yao had no choice but to put down the load, pick up the firewood rack, and place it on Dalong's small shoulders, letting him hold her feet on both sides. The firewood weighing more than 10 pounds was dispersed by the firewood rack, from a single point to the entire shoulder. Dalong was surprised to find that it was much easier to carry. The backpack was filled with fine firewood that Qin Yao had chopped in advance. It was useful for starting a fire. Although the backpack looked full, it was actually not heavy, only about 8 or 9 pounds. It's totally possible for Erlang to carry it on his back. "Can we go now?" Qin Yao asked. The 2 brothers nodded, feeling the joy of harvest, especially when he saw the 2 large bundles of firewood on Qin Yao's shoulder pole. He was both surprised and impressed. They have never seen anyone who bears more responsibilities than their stepmother. The mother and her 2 sons came down from the mountain and had to pass through the village fields to get home. The villagers first noticed the firewood across Dalong's shoulders. When they got closer, they found that there was a fork on the firewood. Dalong was holding his 2 extended legs and carrying them on his shoulders so that he could walk easily. But the firewood was more than what could be tied up and carried. Why didn't they think of making a firewood rack before? It doesn't look difficult, just a piece of wood across 2 branches. It saves effort on the shoulders. Then, his attention was unconsciously drawn to 2 large bundles of firewood that were moving by themselves. That bundle of firewood was equivalent to 2 bundles of others, weighing at least 250 to 260 kilograms in total. "Oh, isn't that the new young lady from Lu Laosan's family?" The villagers discovered that there was another person in the 2 mobile firewood rooms, but because of his thin body, he was blocked by the firewood. What surprised them even more was that this person turned out to be Qin Yangzi from Lu Laosan's family. How could she be so strong? The villagers in the field stared blankly as the mother and her 2 children walked past them. Only when they disappeared from view did they slowly drop their jaws in surprise. Later, the news that Lu Laosan had married a strong woman spread throughout the village. In the evening, when Qin Yao led 4 brothers and sisters to set up a stall near the village well with the finished straw sandals, she had already become what the villagers called the powerful female demon. At this point in time, everyone has finished their farm work in the fields, and there is still some time before dinner. So they all like to gather at the village well to rest for a while, and there are quite a lot of people. Some children were playing under a big tree near the well. When they saw Qin Yao appear, they screamed, "Ah!" and ran away in all directions. They hid behind their parents and grandparents, looking at her with fear and curiosity. Qin Yao raised her eyebrows. What a coincidence. This was a good spot for her to set up a stall. Put it up. Qin Yao raised her chin towards the 4WFF signalmen standing in a row in front of her. Sam Lang and Xin Yang spread the tattered straw mat they had brought from home under the tree. Dalong and Erlang took off the 10 pairs of straw sandals strung in their arms and spread them out. Qin Yao tidied things up again, put a wooden sign on the ground, and wrote a few black words on it with charcoal. Straw sandals are 3 cents a pair. Clap your hands, done. Although they were afraid of the powerful female demon, the villagers couldn't help but gather around out of curiosity to see what the mother and her 5 children were doing. However, the only characters that could be recognized are 3 and 1, and not everyone knows them. Only a few people know them. Qin Yao patted Erlang on the shoulder. After observing him for the past few days, she found that Erlang was the most shameless and the most outspoken boy. Erlang took a big step forward, took a deep breath, and started to sell. I'm selling straw sandals. 3 cents a pair. 3 cents a pair. For only 3 cents, you could take these finely woven sandals home. The sudden roar startled the onlookers at first, but then they realized that the man was selling straw sandals. Erlang continued to shout at the top of his voice. 3 cents, you won't suffer any loss. You won't be cheated. Just 3 cents. Just 3 cents can take away the comfortable and durable, finely woven straw sandals. If you don't have money, you can exchange it for something else. 3-1 for a pair. Qin Yao calculated this price after studying the villagers' consumption level and the value of the loofahs and green vegetables she exchanged yesterday. Sure enough, everyone was tempted by the price, and even more so by the idea of bartering. Although I was just talking about Qin Yao, the female demon, that was just a joke and gossip after all. The price is affordable, so I'm not afraid of that. Straw sandals are needed by every household. Seeing Erlang calling so hard, a couple of women squatted down in front of the stall. Xin Yang immediately picked up the shoes and handed them to them. Aunt Zhou, the shoes my mother made are very good. You should buy a pair. Qin Yao was a little surprised. She thought Xin Yang was timid and clingy, but she didn't expect her to actively promote her products. The children were working so hard that Qin Yao, an adult, felt embarrassed to just stand there and do nothing. She forced a smile and took the initiative to explain how sturdy her shoes were and how it took her a lot of effort to make a pair. The woman called Aunt Zhou by Xin Yang looked at the shoes over and over again. The shoes were indeed sturdy, and the size was suitable for her man's feet. The man and the family had been working in the fields recently, and his straw sandals had worn out, so she wanted to buy new ones. Madam Qin, I want 2 pairs. Can you give me a discount? Mrs. Zhou asked tentatively. Qin Yao was also straightforward. Okay, for the first order, I'll give you 2 pairs for 5 cents. Having got a good deal, Mrs. Zhou was happy. She took out the selected straw sandals and put them aside, motioning Qin Yao to wait for her while she went home to get the copper coins. He quickly trotted back, counted the 5 cents 3 times before handing it to Qin Yao, and happily took the 2 pairs of straw sandals. The business was done with 1 order, or 2 pairs of goods, and all 4 Liu brothers and sisters laughed. Erlang shouted even harder, and Xin Yang, relying on her small size, took the shoes and took the initiative to find people to sell them to, acting cute and pitiful. She specifically looked for those ants, because she found that only the ants had money in their pockets. Seeing his sister was so brave, Sanlang plucked up his courage and followed her. He asked in a low voice, "Do you want to buy shoes? Buy a pair." The brother and sister worked together and sold another pair. They looked at Qin Yao with surprise and wanted praise. Although the brother and sister were dressed in rags, their little faces were wiped clean and their hair was tied neatly, making them look very cute. The straw sandals sold better and better. Someone even brought in used bowls from home to exchange for them. 5-course porcelain bowls with some cracks on them were traded for a pair of shoes. Another grandma brought 3 eggs and exchanged them for a pair. Before they knew it, it was dark and everyone went home to eat. In the end, only Qin Yao and her son and 4 others were left, excitedly counting the day's harvest under the tree. 012, Liu the peddler. In one evening, 6 pairs of straw sandals were sold. In exchange, he received 11 copper coins, 5-course porcelain bowls, and 3 eggs. Dalong said that 1 egg could be sold for 1 cent, So if he saved up some, he could take them to the town to sell during the market day, and that would earn him several cents. Although the coarse porcelain bowl has a crack on it, it is much more useful than the broken pottery bowls at home. Qin Yao counted out 6 copper coins and asked Dalong which family in the village sold oil and salt. Dalong swallowed his saliva and said, "The peddler has some at home. Do you know how to sell it?" Qin Yao asked, picking up the remaining 4 pairs of straw sandals and the torn mat. "If I had bought some oil and salt, I would have been able to have delicious meals tonight. There's still half a handful of vegetables left from yesterday." Dalong shook his head. He almost never had the chance to buy things from the peddler's house. In the past, when they picked some wild fruits in the mountains and wanted to sell them to the peddler, they were directly driven out. When so many villagers gathered around them today, the 4 brothers and sisters were actually a little flattered because in the past, the villagers would only drive them away or stay away from them with disgust. But today, everyone gathered around them. Not only did they not look down on them, they also bought their things. Dalong and Erlang vaguely realized that it might be because they washed their faces, combed their hair, and put on shoes that they no longer smelled. And all these changes were due to the stepmother. After she came to their house, the house became brighter, the bed became softer, and even they became cleaner. The days that were dark in the past gradually became brighter. Fortunately, Dalong and Erlang knew where the peddler's house was. While it was still light and some outlines could be seen, Qin Yao asked the 4 brothers and sisters to wait there. She took the copper coins and the remaining 4 pairs of straw sandals and walked quickly towards the peddler's house. The peddler's surname was also Liu. He was in his early 20s, and he often went to the shops in the town to buy needles, thread, oil, salt, and other daily necessities, then sold them in the surrounding villages to make a profit. Normally, he also collects various mountain products and embroidery made by girls and women, sells them on their behalf, and charges a middleman fee. By doing business on both sides, I can earn some money, and my family lives one of the better lives in the village. Because he roamed the streets everywhere, people in the surrounding villages called him Liu the Peddler. Liu the Peddler's house is easy to find because he sells goods and has set up a stall in front of his house, so you can see at a glance. When she got closer and saw the tall courtyard wall neatly built with stones, Qin Yao was deeply envious. But she firmly believes that her own family will soon have one. I knocked on the half-open wooden door, and a young woman's puzzled voice came from inside. "Who is it?" "I'm here to buy some oil and salt," Qin Yao replied. The door creaked open, and Liu the peddler's wife looked suspiciously at the slender, pretty woman at the door. "Who are you?" Although she didn't want to say it, Qin Yao still had to introduce herself. "I'm from Lu Ji's family at the end of the village. My name is Qin Yao. I just arrived in the village. Sister-in-law, you may not have seen me." "Yunyang, who is it?" Liu the peddler also came over and thought Qin Yao looked familiar. He had met Qin Yao once and recognized her. "Is it Brother Liu's?" Qin Yao nodded. Liu the peddler hurriedly invited her in and said to Yunyang, "Then you have to call me sister-in-law. Third brother is older than me." "Sister-in-law, what do you want to buy?" "I just went to town the day before yesterday to buy some goods, and now I have all the goods." Liu the peddler led Qin Yao to a small stall on the left side of the door, lit the oil lamp, and let her choose. Yunyang followed and looked at Lu Ji's young sister-in-law curiously. Qin Yao asked about the prices of oil and salt. Rapeseed oil is 12 won per pound. Lard is 23 won per pound. Fine salt is 30 won per pound. And coarse salt is 18 won per pound. Qin Yao looked at the copper coins in her hand and felt sad, so sad. He shamelessly raised the 4 pairs of straw sandals in his hand and said, "Brother Liu, can I let you sell these straw sandals? Or you can buy them, and I'll give them to you at a low price. I just sold 6 pairs at the village well today, and all the buyers said they were good." In fact, as soon as Qin Yao entered the door, the couple noticed the straw sandals in her hands, so they were not surprised to hear this. The girls and wives in the village would always ask him to sell their homemade insoles, handkerchiefs, and other items, and straw sandals were not unacceptable. "Sister-in-law, how much are you going to sell it to me at the lowest price?" Liu the peddler asked politely. The more Yunyang looked at Qin Yao, the more she felt sympathy for her. She looked like a capable woman who could even weave straw sandals, but she married Lu Ji, that evildoer. What a miserable life she had. Seeing Qin Yao's skinny appearance, Yunyang pushed her husband and said, "A pair of straw sandals in town costs 5 or 6 coins. You can help my sister-in-law sell them and give the money directly to her. It won't take up much trouble." What this means is, don't ask for any middleman fees. No, Qin Yao said quickly. Business is business. Everyone's life is hard, and you have to make money. I sell them at the village well for 3 cents a pair. If you take them, I will give you 2 pairs for 5 cents. How about that? I heard Yin just say that a pair of straw sandals can be sold for 5 to 6 cents in the town, and Lou the peddler can make half of it if he buys the goods from her. Lou the peddler quietly pried open his wife's hand that was pinching his arm. Okay, I'll sell it first, and then give the money to my sister-in-law. How about that? Qin Yao readily handed over the 4 pairs of straw sandals in her hand. Then I'll leave it to you. At the end, he added, if it sells well, I still have stock. We can make it in sizes for boys, girls, and children. Okay. Lou the peddler took the shoes and asked Qin Yao how much oil and salt she wanted. Qin Yao was short of money, so she could only buy 2 taels of vegetable oil and 2 taels of coarse salt. Not more, not less, exactly 6 cents. She didn't bring any containers, so Yunyang kindly lent her a bamboo tube to hold the oil and wrap the coarse salt in a banana leaf and handed them all to Qin Yao. Then I will ask Dalong to return the bamboo tube to you tomorrow morning. As Qin Yao left with the oil and salt, she thought to herself, this peddler couple are pretty nice people. When they arrived at the village well, the 4 Liu brothers and sisters immediately surrounded her, looking excitedly at the bamboo tube and banana leaf in her hands. They smelled the vegetable oil and their stomachs growled as they were already starving. Qin Yao raised her chin and said, let's go home and cook. The 4 brothers and sisters nodded in unison, their eyes sparkling, and trotted all the way home, especially looking forward to today's dinner. As soon as he got home, Dalong replaced the original ceramic bowl, took out another one, covered it with straw, and planned to use it to hold the eggs. Even though they drooled at the sight of eggs, they never thought of eating them. If you save up this precious stuff and sell it for money, you could buy more brown rice and have more meals. So, Dalong excitedly went to the kitchen to find Qin Yao with a bowl padded with straw. Just as he was about to speak, his eyes widened instantly. Qin Yao skillfully cracked 3 eggs, put them in a boiling water, stirred them with chopsticks, sprinkled a handful of salt, added a drop of vegetable oil, and finally added a handful of wild onions that she had just caught by the river. In an instant, an extremely tempting and fresh fragrance hit her face. Lu Dalong, who couldn't remember the last time he had eaten meat, swallowed hard. Then, he poured out the straw in the bowl without hesitation. The 4 brothers and sisters gathered around the stove, staring at the egg soup boiling in the pot, flashing a faint green light. Qin Yao could clearly hear the sound of slurping saliva coming from behind her. Her stomach also became uncontrollable and made a loud, gurgling sound. 013 Borrowing wheat seeds. Qin Yao divided the pot of soup into 5 bowls as usual, ensuring that each person had 3 or 4 slices of egg drops in their bowl. The taro has been roasted. Put it in the fire in advance when cooking. When the dish is ready, the taro will also be cooked. Qin Yao stir-fried half a handful of green vegetables left over from yesterday with a little bit of oil. It was a small bowl, but it looked green and appetizing. The food with oil and salt was different. Qin Yao said, let's eat. There was no other sound in the room except the sound of eating. After dinner, Dalong cleaned up the dishes and washed them. Qin Yao moved the straw rope to the door and continued weaving straw sandals in the light of the torch at the door. The children at home licked the oil foam at the corners of their mouths, actively doing what they could and looking forward to having such a good meal tomorrow. With the encouragement brought by food, everyone was full of motivation. In the morning, Qin Yao took Dalong and Erlang to the mountain to chop firewood and store it. I would weave straw sandals at home at noon, and in the afternoon when the villagers returned home from the busy farming season, I would take the sandals to the village well and set up a stall to sell them. 2 days later, he went to Nanshan alone and came back with enough taro for 3 days. The rest of the time, he was either weaving straw sandals or selling them. The first group of people who bought straw sandals found that the straw sandals made by Qin Yao were comfortable and sturdy, and they also wanted to buy a pair for their family members. However, because the shoe sizes were not suitable, they placed several orders. Thanks to Qin Yao's great strength, the straw ropes she weaves are tighter than those of ordinary people, and she has better control over the strength. The straw sandals she weaves use more materials than others and are more solid. Lu the peddler took the 4 pairs of straw sandals that Qin Yao had asked him to sell to the town to sell. A sharp-eyed farmer bought 2 pairs at once and took them home. Lu the peddler earned half of the price of a pair of shoes, and he actively promoted the remaining 2 pairs, which were sold out quickly. There are also people who haven't bought one yet who asked him when he will come again, and they want one too. So, Qin Yao received another order from Lu the peddler for 5 pairs of straw sandals for men and women and settled the money for the previous 4 pairs of sandals, a total of 10 cents. Sales in the village have been pretty good in the past 2 days. In total, I sold 12 pairs of shoes, including the spot goods and the pre-orders, and made a profit of 36 cents. Including the 10 copper coins this time and the 5 copper coins left before, Qin Yao now has a total of 51 copper coins in his hand. 51 cents may seem like a lot, but it's not enough to buy even a thin quilt. Qin Yao should have been happy that Lu the peddler had opened up sales channels, but the fact was that the raw materials she had left were only enough for the order of 10 pairs. The goods had to be delivered first, and the payment would be later. She had to wait until Lu the peddler sold the goods first before he could pay her. From Liujia village to the nearest Jinshi town, a round trip would take 3 hours if one could walk quickly. If she took the goods to the town to sell them herself, an entire day's work would be wasted. Weighing the 2 options, the only option is to let others make more money. After seeing off the peddler Lu, Qin Yao counted out 6 coins and handed them to Erlang. The peddler Lu is back. Go to his house and buy 2 kilograms of brown rice. Can the food be improved again? The 4 siblings all looked over, full of anticipation. Erlang took the money excitedly and ran towards Lu the peddler's house. Stop, Qin Yao shouted. You didn't even take the pottery jar, and you want to scoop the rice back with your hands? He gave Dalong a wink, and Dalong quickly picked out a clay jar filled with water and handed it to his brother. In the end, he was still a little worried, so he turned around to look at Qin Yao and asked in a low voice, Annie, can I go with Erlang? Qin Yao waved her hand and said, Go quickly and come back soon. San Lang and Xin Yang sat on the small wooden block that Qin Yao used to chop firewood, with their hands on their cheeks, watching their brothers' backs as they left, licking their lips in anticipation. They are both young and look even younger, so Qin Yao doesn't let them work, want to keep the 2 little ones in good health. If conditions permit, Dalong and Erlang would also be taken good care of, but there is no way the conditions do not allow it now. Thanks to these 2 little helpers, she was not completely in the dark these days. She had no one to ask when she wanted to do something. Dalong and Erlang quickly bought the brown rice, and the 2 brothers hurried home excitedly. After eating their fill with Qin Yao these past few days, they looked much better. When Lu Bo came back from the fields with his son Jinbao, he saw the 2 brothers running towards him and was a little afraid to recognize them. He called out tentatively, Delang, Erlang. The 2 boys stopped and turned to look over. Erlang even tightened the pottery jar in his arms, looking alert. I breathed a sigh of relief when I saw it was my uncle. Lu Bo came over and asked suspiciously, Where are you 2 going? It's going to rain in 2 days. Have you finished planting the wheat at home? The 2 boys said nothing, looked at him, then looked at Lu Jinbao, turned their heads, and ran away. Lu Bo sighed helplessly. He wanted to take care of his 2 poor nephews, but when he saw the 2 brothers keeping silent, he felt like he was being ignored and was very annoyed. Forget it, let them be. Even their own father doesn't care. Lu Jinbao asked, Dad, we don't have to go to the fields tomorrow, right? Lu Bo hummed and said, No, I'm done with the planting. I've been busy for a while, and I can finally take a break. Lu Jinbao was overjoyed. Finally, he didn't have to go out of bed. The father and son worked in the fields for a whole day. Although Lu Jinbao was just helping out and the main labor was done by his father, for an 8-year-old child, the physical exertion of that day was enormous. The 2 men returned home hungry. The women had just prepared a meal. Old Man Lu and Lu Zhong and Lu Fei, who had gone to work on another piece of land, came in shortly after. Without saying anything, the whole family picked up their bowls and started eating. While we were eating, there was a knock on the gate. When they saw the person coming, everyone in the Lu family was surprised. Qin Yao stood at the door, pushed out Dalong and Erlang who were hiding behind her, patted the 2 brothers on the back, and said, Call someone. The 2 brothers were forced to call for help, including Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, Aunt, Second Uncle, Second Aunt, Younger Uncle, Brother Jinbao, and Sister Jinhua. The Lu family members who were having dinner in the yard finally reacted and stood up in unison. Zhang asked tentatively, Have you eaten, 3rd brother? Qin Yao replied, I ate it. As soon as the words fell, a sigh of relief was heard. It's good that you're not here just for dinner. Qin Yao also took the opportunity to identify all the unfamiliar faces in the yard. The short one with a round face is the eldest sister-in-law, Ms. He, and the tall one with a pointed face is the second sister-in-law, Ms. Chiu. The middle-aged woman who just asked the question should be my mother-in-law, Zhang. Qin Yao led the 2 children in and smiled at everyone at the table. Everyone continue eating. Don't worry about me. I have something to talk to my parents about. and I'll leave after that." The two elders were excited. Did the third elder finally remember to borrow money to redeem the person? The two elders pretended to be confused, signaled the family to continue eating, and asked Qin Yao and her son to enter the main room. Unexpectedly, the first thing Qin Yao said was, "I want to buy 2 acres of wheat seeds from you." The two elders were stunned. "You won't save the third brother?" Underscore 014 roll up the 3 layers of thatch on my roof. After more than a decade of struggling in the apocalypse, Qin Yao could certainly see the emotions in the two elders' eyes changing from surprise to disappointment to indignation. But so what? Lu Ji should have been beaten half to death by now. Having lived in the apocalypse for so long, Qin Yao also has her own way of survival. That is, she will deal with anyone or anything that may threaten her life in advance to ensure her own safety. Given her current situation, the best solution is for Lu Ji to die. Otherwise, she would be burdened with an unknown debt of unknown amount and a useless husband who might not be dead, but would require a huge amount of medical treatment to be cured. Qin Yao has some kindness, but not much. All of this was Lu Ji's own fault. What does it have to do with her? From Yan Yang's perspective, she is the victim who deserves the most sympathy. So, Qin Yao pretended not to feel the two elders' emotions and continued to talk about buying wheat seeds. As soon as Dalong and Erling got home, they told her about their encounter with their uncle Lu Bo. Qin Yao thought about it and decided to plant the 2 acres of land. If they didn't plant, they would have nothing. If they planted, maybe they could harvest some food after getting through this winter. "Haven't you started planting wheat yet?" Old man Lu looked at the sky worriedly, not knowing when it would rain. Qin Yao said, "I was busy before, and my family was in that situation. I've just calmed down a little in the past few days. I thought about planting those 2 acres of land. No matter what happens next year, there will be some harvest. Dad, I've never farmed before. Please give me some pointers." What Qin Yao said was true. The situation of her original family was actually quite good. If it had not been for natural disasters or wars, and with so many brothers and many fields in the family, it would never have been her turn to work in the fields. Moreover, because his uncle worked as an accountant in the county town, he could recognize quite a few words. As for herself, she is fine with killing zombies, but forget about farming. Old man Lu didn't expect that she couldn't even farm, but he didn't know what to say. He kept the matter of his third son in his heart, and seeing Qin Yao's indifferent attitude, he felt a little angry. He gave Zhang a wink and asked her to get the wheat seeds. Fortunately, he had distributed some extra seeds earlier, and there were some left after planting the land at home. Otherwise, he would not be able to give them to Qin Yao when she came to ask for them. In fact, life was not easy for everyone in the Lu family's old house. Their clothes were patched, and they only ate brown rice. This old house has only a few more rooms and an extra wall than Qin Yao's shabby thatched house. The father and his sons and the family worked hard from the beginning of the year to the end of the year and could barely support the 9 people in the family. What's more, there was Lu Ji, that unscrupulous guy, and the little money saved was basically used to cover his own mess. After all, he is my own son. If he really encounters a life-threatening situation, how can a father be so cruel as to ignore it? Zhang handed the jar of wheat seeds to Qin Yao and told her how deep to dig the field, how to sow the wheat, and how to cover the soil carefully. It can't be too deep, and it will be washed away when it rains if it is too shallow. She was just short of going to the field to teach Qin Yao how to farm. Qin Yao wrote down these details and thought confidently that it didn't sound difficult, and she should be able to do it if she tried it tomorrow. Qin Yao took out 5 copper coins and said, "I have never bought wheat seeds, so I don't know if these are enough." Zhang's eyes widened as if she had seen a ghost. When Qin Yao just came in, she said she came by wheat seeds. She thought it was just a polite remark. After all, the third brother was such a person, it was good enough that he didn't ask them for money. But now it seems that the third brother and his wife really don't seem to be from the same family. Seeing Zhang's surprised face, Qin Yao didn't care whether it was enough or not. She put the money in her hand, took the wheat seeds, called the 2 brothers Dalong and Erlang who were staring at others eating and swallowing their saliva, asked them to say goodbye to their grandparents, and turned to leave. After walking a few steps, the brothers Lu Bo and Lu Zhong suddenly caught up with him. Qin Yao looked at them warily. Were they coming to ask her to return the straw? As for the straw, I will return it after the days are over. Qin Yao was in the wrong in this matter, so she spoke first to explain the situation. Lu Bo and Lu Zhong were stunned for a moment, then realized that she had misunderstood them and waved their hands, saying that the matter should be forgotten. Qin Yao didn't plan to give up. Life was hard for every family, and even a few bundles of straw were very important to the farmers. You have to pay it back, she said seriously. Seeing how persistent she was, Lu Bo let her go. He didn't expect her to get it back anyway. He and Lu Zhong each took out a handful of copper coins from their waist pockets, and the two brothers put them together and handed them to Qin Yao. We don't have much, but the third brother's life is important. You use it to redeem him first, and we can find a way to deal with the rest, Lu Bo said with a frown. Lu Zhong also added, Mother said that Lin Erbao has an illegal mine. If you provoke him, he will not kill you directly. He will just throw you into the mine to work to pay off the debt. The third child may be fine. He has learned his lesson this time, and he will be better in the future. You two need to live a good life together. You are the only woman. How are you going to live in the future? Lu Zhong felt that the latter sentence was a bit inappropriate and stopped talking. Qin Yao raised her eyebrows. It was incredible that Lu Ji, who was in such a bad state, still had his family to support him. Dalong and Erling both looked at Qin Yao, hoping that she would take the money. However, Qin Yao pushed the money back and said, No need. This money is not enough to redeem the person. It would be a waste of money if you take it. You should keep it for yourself. After saying that, he turned around and strode towards home, his eyes becoming increasingly cold. Dalong and Erlang looked at their two uncles hesitantly, and then concentrated on chasing Qin Yao. Hey! Lu Zhong chased out a few steps helplessly. He didn't know how the mother and her two children could run so fast. They disappeared into the night in the blink of an eye. He had to stop and look back at Lu Bo helplessly. Brother, this money? Why wouldn't she want it? Lu Bo was also confused. The two brothers went back home and told their husbands that Qin Yao refused to take the money. Mrs. He and Mrs. Chiu breathed a sigh of relief. But the two old people in the family were very angry. Old man Lu slammed the table in anger. This is not someone who wants to live a good life with a third child. As a woman, Zhang could probably understand some of Qin Yao's thoughts. If the third brother didn't change, he would be a bottomless pit. Forget it. Let's think of another way. Zhang sighed helplessly as she carried old man Lu on her back. A strong wind suddenly blew up at night. The whistling sound of the wind was like a baby crying, very creepy. Qin Yao woke up from her sleep, and when she opened her eyes, she saw the bright starry sky. The thatch on the roof was blown away by the strong wind, leaving a big hole. The strong wind was still howling, and the few thin beams on the roof were shaking constantly. Qin Yao heard the sound of wall paint falling down, and the whole house felt like it was about to collapse. Not good. Is this house going to collapse? Mother! Xin Yang's scream came from the next room. Qin Yao quickly suppressed her shock, got out of bed, put on her shoes, opened the door, and ran out. Delang, Erlang, Sanlang, Xin Yang, come out quickly. She pushed the door open and saw 4 children huddled together in bed, looking in panic as the thatch above their heads was blown away piece by piece, not knowing what to do. Xin Yang was so scared that she kept calling in Yang. Delang pretended to be calm and hugged his younger brother and sister in his arms. Qin Yao's heart choked. He didn't even know to run away. She rushed forward, picked up Samlang and Xin Yang, and shouted to Dalong and Erlang, Come out. The house is about to collapse. The 4 children were startled. Dalong and Erlang slid off the bed, and they were so panicked that they didn't even bother to take off their shoes. They ran out barefoot after Qin Yao. 015 farming is impossible. In the open space, Qin Yao had 2 children holding her tightly. The 5 of them huddled together tightly, looking worriedly at the small house in front of them, the thatched roofs of which were flying in the strong wind, as if it would collapse at any time. Wait and wait. Wait and wait. The strong wind stopped. The little house that looked so fragile was still standing tenaciously before our eyes. But looking at the thatch scattered on the ground and the empty house with only beams and a few pieces of thatch left, Qin Yao didn't know whether to be glad or sad. The house was saved, but it would cost a fortune to re-roof it. Looking at the only 40 copper coins left in her pocket, Qin Yao felt like God was going to kill her. The 4 little ones didn't know how sad she was. Seeing that the house didn't collapse, they shouted in surprise, Auntie, the house is fine. Qin Yao glanced at the excited Erlang and said, You call this okay? Erlang was filled with so much resentment that he trembled all over and covered his mouth in fear. The sky was turning pale, and the mess on the ground was clearly visible. Qin Yao rubbed her throbbing temples, signaled the 4 siblings to stay where they were and not move, and walked quickly towards the village. Qin Yao knocked on the door of the Lu family's old house. Having just finished planting all the land yesterday, the men of the Liu family were just thinking about taking a break and were still sleeping at this moment. Mrs. Chiu got up to relieve herself. She heard a knock on the door and went to open it. She saw Qin Yao appear in front of her with an expressionless face. It was still dark outside, and she was lucky she wasn't scared to death. "Is there something wrong?" Mrs. Chiu, who had managed to calm herself down, asked carefully. She didn't know if it was because it was too dark or for some other reason, but she couldn't help but feel scared when she saw the new daughter-in-law from the third brother's family. Qin Yao said, "Second sister-in-law, there was a strong wind at night, and the roof of my house was blown off." Mrs. Chiu was startled. "Is the wind blowing?" "The wind is very strong," Qin Yao said affirmatively. Mrs. Chiu was also stunned for a moment, but now she reacted and her expression changed. She asked with concern, "Is he okay?" Qin Yao shook her head and said it was okay. Only then did Mrs. Chiu breathe a sigh of relief and hurried into the house to wake her husband up. The noise in the yard alarmed old man Liu and Mrs. Zhang, and the two old people got up and put on their clothes. Mrs. Chiu pointed at the door and said, "Dad, the roof of the third brother's house has been blown off." Old man Liu was shocked, but when he heard Mrs. Chiu say that the person was fine, he finally felt relieved. He called his 3 sons, took the tools to repair the roof, and rushed to Liu Ji's house. Qin Yao followed behind, looking at the 4 father and sons in a hurry. Her heart, which had been hard for a long time, melted a little. The villagers have a variety of skills, and repairing a roof is no big deal for old man Liu and his 3 sons. When they saw the empty roof, they started working without saying a word. Liu Fei picked up all the usable pieces of straw that had fallen on the ground. Liu Bo and Liu Zhong saw that this was not enough, so they hurried to the river bank to cut grass. Old man Liu went home and carried a ladder, climbed onto the roof, took the thatch pieces that Liu Fei threw up, and spread them again. But it took only one morning for the father and his 2 sons to repair and reinforce the roof. They also placed several heavy stones on the 4 corners to prevent it from being blown away again by strong winds. Qin Yao was grateful, so she cooked all the brown rice she bought yesterday into porridge and invited the father and his 2 sons to have lunch at home before leaving. Old man Liu drank the thick brown rice porridge in the bowl, then looked at the mother and son who were squatting in front of the stove and eating taro, and seemed to be hesitant to speak. In the end, he didn't say anything, put down the empty bowl, and led Liu Bo and the others away. But before leaving, he couldn't help but remind Qin Yao, "Hurry up and plant those 2 acres of land. It's going to rain in 2 days." Qin Yaoing understood and walked a few steps before coming back, calling Dalong, picking up the hoe, taking the can of wheat seeds, and walking towards the 2 acres of land on the other side of the mountain. Erlang stayed at home to look after the house and the twins. Although they all knew each other in the village, and their home was at the innermost part of the village, making it unlikely that they would encounter beggars, Qin Yao still did not dare to leave the 4-year-old twins alone at home. Qin Yao felt that she had the farming experience she got from Zhang yesterday. "It's just farming. How troublesome could it be?" But I didn't expect that the slap in the face would come so quickly. The 2 acres of land of Liu Ji's family had been dug up by the original body. Qin Yao only needed to dig a hole, sow the wheat seeds, and then bury them. However, after working from mid-afternoon to evening, only 1/10 of an acre of land was sown. Qin Yao looked at the large piece of unplanted land in front of her in disbelief, wondering if she was seeing things. Otherwise, why did she work so hard for an entire afternoon and only plant such a small piece? This is not the point. The point is that she felt that her body, which had just recovered, could no longer bear it. Turning around to look at Dalong, who was sitting on the edge of the field with a sunburned face, both mother and son saw despair in each other's eyes. The weather is cold in the morning and evening and hot during the day. Liu Ji's land is remote. He only has 2 acres of land in the entire valley. There are a lot of insects buzzing around your head. Qin Yao was not fully prepared when she came. She could only cover her head with her coat and hug her head tightly, leaving only her 2 eyes exposed. But the mother and son's exposed ankles and insteps were covered with mosquito bites. They were itchy, but they didn't dare scratch them for fear of scratching their skin, which would make it even more uncomfortable and was particularly torturous. Even if the wasteland in the mountains has been hoed, there will be a few stones and tree roots popping up from time to time. They have to be thrown out before sowing. The straw sandals on my feet were not easy to walk in the fields. After a few steps, the soles of my feet were covered with heavy mud, which restricted my movement speed. Farming is a repetitive process that is boring and tedious. There were dozens of hoes in front, and Qin Yao was digging vigorously. When she hit the rocks, sparks flew. But as she dug deeper and deeper with the hoe in her hand became heavier and heavier. Even Qin Yao, who was very strong, felt her arms swell and ache. After that, I sowed seeds again and again, bending down, standing up, and bending down again. After repeating this hundreds of times, my waist couldn't take it anymore. With my face covered in clothes, it was hot and stuffy, and every time I moved a step, all kinds of discomfort came up and it was extremely painful. Qin Yao insisted on staying until the sun went down, thinking that since she was already here, she stayed there. I thought I had worked so hard that I should have planted most of the seeds, but to my surprise, I only planted a tiny portion. Dalong couldn't help it, so he gently scratched the mosquito bite on his foot and looked at Qin Yao with sweat all over his forehead, making her feel like he was abusing a child laborer. Thinking about having to experience this extreme torture again tomorrow, Qin Yao almost wanted to go back to the end of the world. She would rather fight among the zombies and become food for mutated plants and animals than to farm tomorrow. Thinking of how Old Man Liu and his 2 sons went out early and came back late, taking care of the family's more than 100 acres of land all year round, Qin Yao instantly felt off for them. The sun was about to set, and the sound of unknown birds came from mountains. Dalong stood up and looked at Qin Yao with some fear. "Auntie, it's getting dark." Qin Yao was so tortured by farming that she didn't want to say a word. She waved to Dalong, and the mother and son returned home under the moonlight. In front of the stove, Qin Yao was chewing on the taro roasted by Erlang and Sanlang and thinking to herself that she had to go into the mountains. "It is impossible for me to farm. I don't want to farm anymore in my life." 016 Preparation. It's not easy to go into the mountains. If you want to do your work well, you must first sharpen your tools. The next morning, Qin Yao did not go to the fields, but went to the mountains to dig enough taro to eat for 4 days. She had dug up the taro so many times that there wasn't much left. Then he hid the taro and hoe in the grass at the foot of the mountain, picked up a sickle, and went to the place where the villagers usually collected firewood. He chopped a full load of firewood, which, together with the firewood he had stored in the previous few days, was enough for daily use for half a month. The sun had risen to mid-sky. Qin Yao did not rest when she got home. She filled her stomach with some taro, took all the money in the family, 40 copper coins, and walked quickly to the next village. This village is not far from Liujia village. It only takes an hour to walk along the downstream of the river. Qin Yao walked quickly and arrived in more than half an hour. This is a village larger than Liujia village, called Xia village. There is a blacksmith in the village who makes a living by making farm tools for villagers in surrounding villages. In this village, there is a hunter family who is famous in the surrounding villages. All the men in the family are hunters. It is said that they once killed a spotted tiger and are well known in Jinshu town. Qin Yao first went to the blacksmith shop, and after some bargaining, he exchanged 30 cents for a worn dagger. Fortunately, the blade was still sharp, and the blacksmith helped to sharpen it with a whetstone, making it barely usable. It was just too light for Qin Yao. She weighed it in her hand and swung it a few times. The big and wide moves didn't seem to require any skill, but the strong sound of the wind made people dare not touch it. The blacksmith looked at her in surprise and said, "Young lady, you are really good at using a knife?" Qin Yao put away the knife and gave him a faint smile. "Master, do you know where the hunter's house is?" Of course, the blacksmith knew that they were all from the same village, and he pointed to a solitary house on the hillside to the east. Qin Yao said, "Thank you," and turned around and strode off. It was noon, and the door of the hunter's house was ajar. Qin Yao shouted twice at the door, and an energetic old woman came out. Thinking that she was here to buy meat, she waved her hand and said that the meat was gone and had been taken to the town. Qin Yao immediately realized that the person she was looking for was not at home, so she tentatively asked the old woman when the man in the house would return. "Aren't you buying meat?" the old woman asked suspiciously. Qin Yao nodded. "I came here to borrow hunting tools from your family. I will return 1/10 of the prey as commission. Is that okay?" It was the first time the old woman heard of someone coming to borrow hunting tools. She was stunned for a moment before she reacted and said that she couldn't make the decision and had to wait for her son to come back. So Qin Yao sat down under the big tree in front of the hunter's house and sharpened her newly bought dagger. Qin Yao waited until the sun set in the west. The hunter family's surname is Yang. There are 2 brothers. The eldest is called Yangda, and the younger is called Yang Air. They each have a son and a daughter. It seems that they killed a big fish yesterday, so the whole family went together to transport the fish to the restaurant in town to sell, and they returned with a full load in the afternoon. As soon as they arrived, Grandma Yang told her two sons about Qin Yao. The villagers were very wary of outsiders, but Qin Yao was from the next village, and they knew about Liujia village. The two brothers walked towards Qin Yao with suspicion. They didn't say they didn't want to lend the money, but they were afraid that Qin Yao would damage their things. Of course, the key point is that I don't believe Qin Yao can really catch prey. It's said to be 1/10 of the reward, but if they catch nothing, wouldn't it be a waste of their hunting equipment? If I fail to hunt it, I will compensate you for the corresponding repair costs according to the degree of damage. Qin Yao said sincerely. She thought that if the two brothers didn't agree, she would start playing the victim to gain sympathy. But her luck seemed to be good. Seeing her poor appearance, the two brothers felt sorry for her and waved to her, asking her to come in and choose. Their family is a hunter family, and they make a living by hunting. They have all kinds of hunting tools at home, and they're all well maintained. Having made a big harvest yesterday, they don't plan to go again in the near future. They want to wait until winter comes to go into the mountains once more and then spend the winter in seclusion. The deep mountains here are not the ones that have been overexploited for tourism in later generations. There are man-eating beasts in the mountains here, and there are countless poisonous insects and snakes. There are no roads in the undeveloped deep mountains. If you don't know how to tell the direction, there is a high possibility that you will get lost in the mountains. Every time the Yang brothers went into the mountains, there was a risk of losing their lives. Therefore, they have now purchased a few acres of land, intending to let their younger generations become farmers in the future. No matter how tiring and hard farming is, it is better than losing their lives. Qin Yao picked up a bow, the one Yang they usually used, which was the largest, heaviest, and most powerful. The four boys and girls of the Yang family followed Qin Yao and watched her choose curiously. When they saw that she chose Yang Da's sword, they felt that she was overestimating her own abilities. Unexpectedly, Qin Yao picked up the bow, pinched the bowstring with 2 fingers, and actually pulled the bow to its full length. She seemed still unsatisfied and skillfully picked up the string-tightening tool to tighten the bowstring. Seeing Qin Yao pulling the bow again, Yang Da's heart tightened, fearing that she would break his beloved bow. Qin Yao took a feather arrow from the quiver and put it on the string. She gestured a few times in the Yang family's yard, scaring the Yang family so much that they followed her around, fearing that they would accidentally become her target. Qin Yao put away the bow and arrow with satisfaction. That's it. Even though people let her choose freely, she still needs to have some self-awareness and not go too far. A bow, 30 arrows, a dagger, and some ropes from home, that's about it. Madam Qin, are you born with supernatural powers? When seeing Qin Yao off, Yang Da asked curiously. Qin Yao thought about it, nodded, and said nonsense. I have been strong since I was a child. The two Yang brothers looked at her in surprise and cried with envy. When sending Qin Yao to the village entrance, Yang Da said a little worriedly, it's getting dark, and the area is not peaceful recently. Bandits are rampant. It's not safe for a girl like you to go on the road alone. How about I go to the village chief's house to borrow a cow and send you back? Qin Yao pointed to the bow, an arrow on her back, and said, with them, I am safe. The two brothers smiled. They were just being stupid. Qin Yao hurried and finally arrived back at Liujia village before it was completely dark. She didn't know whether she was lucky or too poor, but she didn't encounter any of the bandits that the Yang brothers mentioned along the way. You know what? She is actually a little looking forward to it. Maybe there will be some unexpected gains. When she arrived at Liujia village, Qin Yao did not rush home, but went to the Liu family's old house on the way. Seeing her carrying a bow and arrow and holding a dagger in her hand, people in the old house were a little confused about what she was going to do. Being poor, Qin Yao became thick-skinned. She said directly, I really can't farm. I plan to go into the mountains tomorrow. It will take at least 3 to 5 days, or at most 7 to 8 days. I would like to ask my two brothers to help me plant the remaining wheat seeds at home. There are 4 children at home. I'd like to trouble you 2 sisters-in-law to help take care of them while I'm away. As he spoke, he took out the only 10 copper coins he had left and handed them to the stunned Mrs. He. Sister-in-law, the food prepared at home is only enough for the children to eat for 4 days. I'll have to trouble you to help take care of the rest. I know it's not enough, so I'll owe you the extra first, and I'll make up for it later. After explaining everything, he left decisively, leaving the Liu family's old house with everyone, young and old, in disarray in the wind. Zhang planned to take back her opinion of Qin Yao from 2 days ago. She now felt that people of the same family are alike, and the new daughter-in-law of the third brother's family was just as shameless as him. No, it's the blue that is better than the blue. 017 Deep Mountains. Qin Yao got up before dawn. She boiled a full pot of water in a bamboo tube and cooked 10 taro, as big as children's fists. She put these two things in a bag woven with straw ropes and began to prepare her travel. He poured out more than half of the salt in the jar and put it into a small bamboo tube and put the flint in his pocket to carry with him. He rolled up a 10-meter-long bundle of straw ropes and tied it to his side, carried the bow and arrow on his back, wrapped the handle of the dagger with rags again, held the knife in one hand and carried water and food in the other, and put out the fire in the stove. Everything was ready. As the sky began to turn pale, we headed towards the mountains in the north. As soon as she left, the door to the side room opened gently. Dalong and Erlang held their younger brother and sister's hands and watched the gray figure gradually walking away in the thick morning mist. They wanted to chase it, but forced themselves to hold back. The stepmother told them last night that she was going to the mountains to hunt, which would take at least 3 to 5 days, or at most 7 to 8 days. She told them to take good care of themselves at home, and that they would have meat to eat when she came back. San Lang and Xin Yang were still young, and when they heard that there was meat to eat, they were just happy and didn't think about anything else. However, Dalong already knew some things. Hunting is not something that ordinary people can do. The mountains are deep and dense, and they are full of ferocious wild beasts. Every winter, the villagers dare not let their children go out because the hungry wild beasts will come down the mountain to eat people. They really do eat people. Last winter, a family who lived in a remote area of the village lost their daughter to a wolf. When she was found, only a few broken bones were found. During the brief time they had spent together, Dalong only vaguely knew that his stepmother was stronger than an ordinary person, acted decisively, and was very imposing. But he also didn't know whether his stepmother could handle it if she encountered a ferocious beast. In fact, compared to this, Dalong has a darker idea in his mind. He always felt that his stepmother was looking for a reason to abandon these for burdens and leave alone. But seeing the expectant looks in Erlang, San Lang, and Xin Yang's eyes, he couldn't bear to say this guess. Maybe he was overthinking it. Because of Qin Yao's instructions, Lu Bo and Lu Zhong dragged the reluctant Lu Fei to the third brother's house at dawn, took the remaining wheat seeds, and went to the fields with hoes. At the same time, Qin Yao had entered the outskirts of Beishan. She first found a sunny place, sat down, drank some water, and ate something, rested for a while, and then walked towards the depths of the forest with all her strength. Hunting is a matter of luck. If you're lucky, you will come back with a full load. It's just bad luck, so it's not surprising to return empty-handed. However, for professional hunters, finding traces of wild animals is a basic skill. Few people come into this deep mountain. Occasionally, someone wants to hunt for some meat to satisfy their hunger, but they only go around the outer circle. There is no road deeper into the mountains, so Qin Yao had to carve out a path for it. She did not hide her movements. Her goal was clear, and she was looking for a stronghold. Qin Yao felt like a fish in water after entering the mountains. The environment, which was similar to the mutated jungle in the apocalypse, allowed her to quickly enter the hunter state. Birds and small animals in the forest ran past Qin Yao from time to time. Qin Yao put the knife on his waist and took out the bow and arrow. Once again, when a bird flew over his head in fright, he put an arrow on the string and shot it into the sky. All I heard was a bird scream, and then a gray shadow struggled and fell from the bushes. Qin Yao pushed aside the wild grass in front of her that was as tall as a person and hurried towards the direction of the fall. A gray bird with an arrow in its wing was struggling and wailing in the fallen leaves. I still need to practice my accuracy. Qin Yao pulled out the arrow with a little regret, picked up the fat gray bird that couldn't fly, tied its wings with a rope, put it around her waist, and continued to move forward. As she walked, she used the animals and birds she encountered to regain the familiar feel of her hands. By the evening, her body was covered with all kinds of half-dead animals. There were pheasants, wild birds, baby squirrels, and a nest of rabbits. This nest of rabbits was really an accident. She was originally chasing a squirrel running on a tree, but unexpectedly a rabbit head suddenly appeared on a small mound in front of her. When Qin Yao saw it, she thought, how could she let go of this prey that had come to her door? With lightning speed, he found several rabbit holes nearby, blocked them with stones, leaving only one exit, burned a handful of wet fallen leaves, and when the thick smoke came out, all 7 rabbits in a nest ran out and were captured alive. The rabbits in this litter are all quite big, and it's obvious that they are a family. The two bigger ones are almost as big as 2-year-old children. The 5 little ones are also white and plump with shiny gray fur. Qin Yao doesn't like eating rabbit meat, but she loves rabbit skin very much. She can make clothes, gloves, and scarves from it to keep her warm in winter. Because she had to carry this litter of rabbits, Qin Yao could only stop in a nearby, sheltered valley. The taro they brought had been eaten, and only 1/3 of the water was left. A stream was seeping out from the rocky walls of the valley. Qin Yao used a stick that could be found everywhere in the woods to dig a small hole. After waiting for a while, the water accumulated and formed a small puddle. It was already dark, so she built a fire and killed the bird, which was already exhausted from struggling, and roasted it for food. Qin Yao had consumed a lot of energy today, and one bird was far from enough to replenish her energy, so she roasted the pheasant as well. The roasted meat was covered with a layer of fat, and it was full of freshness and fragrance when you took a bite. Qin Yao, who hadn't eaten meat for a long time, ate it voraciously and soon finished a bird and a pheasant. After eating, Qin Yao added a few more pieces of firewood to the fire and rested. She wanted to conserve her energy. There's a big temperature difference between day and night in the mountains, so Qin Yao can only cover herself with dead leaves. This can both keep her warm and hide herself from being discovered by large beasts foraging in the middle of the night. Fighting at night is full of disadvantages for humans who cannot see at night, so we should avoid it if possible. It was not quiet in the deep mountains. The sounds of wild beasts could be heard from time to time, as if they were beside her, yet also as if they were far away. Qin Yao's body was instinctively very alert, and she would wake up from time to time. In the middle of the night, it started to rain. The fire was put out, and a gust of cold wind blew over. Qin Yao shivered with cold and woke up instantly. 7 live rabbits were tied together by their feet, and they became very anxious when it started to rain. Fearing that they would attract large wild animals foraging for food, Qin Yao had no choice but to kill them all, breaking their necks directly to preserve their good fur to the maximum extent. As for whether the meat tasted good or not, Qin Yao no longer cared. After dealing with the rabbits, the rain got heavier and the valley could no longer block the rain. Wild animals don't like to come out on rainy days, so Qin Yao left in the rain and continued looking for a cave. Finally, when daybreak came, we found a natural cave hidden in the weeds. Qin Yao was soaked all over, tired and sleepy, but she didn't dare to rest. She left the dead rabbit and sundries in the cave, and immediately came out to look for the broken branches hidden under the fallen leaves that were not so wet, and returned to the cave to light a fire. With the fire, the temperature in her body, which had been rapidly decreasing, finally slowly warmed up. Qin Yao then had time to observe the cave she was in. This is a naturally formed cave. The entrance is low and narrow, and you need to bend down to enter. It is very hidden. If I hadn't felt the wrong wind direction when I passed by, I would have almost missed it. The space in the cave is not big, only about 5 or 6 square meters, but the height is good and there is barely enough space for standing. And there is no animal feces here, which means this is not the home of some animal. Apart from a small space, this is simply a perfect base. Qin Yao decided to live here for the next few days. After drying her clothes and hair, Qin Yao covered up her traces at the cave entrance and took the time to catch up on her sleep in the cave. 018 Annie doesn't want us anymore. When Qin Yao woke up, the rain had subsided. The woods were wet and filled with white mist. In such weather, not only animals, but also people will not go out. Qin Yao remembered that old man Lu had said before that it would rain in the next 2 days. It seemed that this old farmer was quite good at predicting the weather. I just don't know if it will affect wheat planting. But she didn't have time to worry about that now. She first picked a rabbit, skinned it, took out the meat, put it on the fire to roast, and ate it for breakfast and lunch. After filling my stomach, I continued to pack up the remaining 6 rabbits. In one morning, Qin Yao cleaned all 7 rabbits. She peeled the skins with high integrity, processed them simply with wood ash, and roasted all the meat together. When she wants to eat it later, she could just heat it up. It is also more convenient to carry it with her. Fortunately, the temperature has dropped. The roasted rabbit meat should be able to be kept for 2 or 3 days, which is just right for her food for the next few days. Qin Yao has a big appetite, and her physical energy consumption is proportional to her food intake. If she eats to her heart's content, these 7 rabbits will be enough for her for 2 days. By noon, the rain had stopped completely. A little sunlight shone through the clouds, and the water vapor on the ground evaporated, creating a very unpleasant smell in the forest. Mosquitoes flew out, and small animals tentatively left their nests and walked around in the woods. Qin Yao covered the cave, took his weapons, and went to look for a water source. Along the way, Qin Yao discovered many traces of wild animals, most of which were wolves and monkeys. There was at least one monkey pack and one wolf pack nearby. Monkeys are not valuable, and because this animal is similar to humans, the Shang people are very taboo about it and do not eat or actively hunt monkeys. Most wolves are gray wolves. Their meat is not tasty, but their skins are more valuable. But wolves are social animals, and provoking a wolf pack without complete weapons and equipment is no different from committing suicide. Qin Yao avoided them the whole time. During this season, snakes rarely come out of their holes and are rarely encountered. Qin Yao was too lazy to attack the small snake that passed by. Instead, the snake noticed her and was so scared that it slipped into the grass and swam very fast. On the way to the water source, Qin Yao shot 2 arrows and hit a yellow weasel and a roe deer. After yesterday's practice, she is now very accurate in archery. She deliberately left them with a breath and didn't hit their vital parts. In order to chase the 2 little guys who were staggering to escape, Qin Yao also ran a long distance, especially the yellow weasel, which was small, agile, and very fast. If it hadn't been dragging an arrow on its tail and being blocked by the branches, Qin Yao would have had to chase it even farther. After being captured alive, the little thing bared its teeth in a particularly ferocious manner and tried to bite Qin Yao, but was knocked unconscious by a slap from her. The roe deer was not stupid, but because few people set foot in the deep mountains, it was so focused on chewing the leaves that it didn't notice the hunter approaching. Qin Yao shot an arrow at its front thigh, and it started to run wildly in pain and fear. But it was big in size and a big target, so it was much easier to catch than the yellow weasel. With a long rope, it fell headfirst on the spot and was tied up by Qin Yao. There was no shortage of carrying poles in the forest. Qin Yao cut a thick branch, tied the 2 prey to the branch, and carried them to the water source. This is a small pond formed naturally in the central depression on the top of the mountain. It should be spring water that seeps out from the ground. The water is very shallow and clear, and there are even fish in it. There were many traces of small animals drinking water by the pond. Qin Yao put down her burden, found a clean place to wash her face, and tried to catch fish. Unexpectedly, the fish here would not hide at all and move slowly, so she caught them all. After a while, Qin Yao caught 6 fish weighing 2 or 3 pounds. She strung them all together with a straw rope and hung them on the other end of the shoulder pole. She also filled a bamboo tube with water so that she could have a snack for tonight. Dusk is when the wild animals in the mountains are most active. Qin Yao left the water source early, picked up today's prey, and hid nearby to observe the situation. 2 kilometers away from the water source, we found a pile of fresh feces, which was obviously left behind by the fish when they came out to swim after the rain stopped. Qin Yao might not be able to recognize all the crops in the fields, but she could tell which animal the feces of various large animals belonged to at a glance. This is the feces left by a black bear, and, judging by the size of the feces, it should be that of an adult black bear. Qin Yao was ecstatic, but also a little worried. Bears have very sensitive hearing, and at this season, food is plentiful, so black bears that are fattening up for hibernation generally won't appear, so it's not easy to catch one. But since its trace has been found, Qin Yao does not intend to let it go. It was getting dark, and Qin Yao returned to the cave with today's catch. While grilling fish as a snack, she was thinking about how to lure the black bear out. But the weather was not good, and it started raining again at night. And this time, it rained intermittently for 2 days in a row. Qin Yao lay in the cave, looking at the struggling spores and yellow weasels, as well as a few pheasants and squirrels she had caught, and was unwilling to go down the mountain like this. Without hesitating for too long, she decided to stay in the cave and continue waiting for the opportunity. 4 days have passed since Qin Yao entered the mountains. It rained on and off for 4 days. Fortunately, Lu Bo and his 2 brothers had finished planting the wheat seeds left by Qin Yao on the first day. If it had been half a day later, the wheat in these 2 acres of land would have been wasted. Every autumn rain brings a chill. In just 4 days, the temperature dropped several degrees. In the thatched hut at the innermost end of Liujia village, Lu Dalong and Lu Erlang lit a fire. However, there was always wind leaking into the house, and it was still cold even with the fire. In the end, the 4 thinly dressed brothers and sisters moved directly to the bed, wrapped themselves in quilts, and warmed themselves by the fire. Only then did they feel a little warmer. The taro that Qin Yao left behind was gone after she ate half of it this morning. It had been raining outside, and the ground was muddy. Dalong and Erling wanted to go out to dig some wild vegetables, but couldn't. If they got caught in the rain and caught a cold, they would have no money to buy medicine and would die. It has been several days since I last saw Qin Yao. Xin Yang counted the days on her fingers and asked every day, "Brother, when will my mother come back?" Today, after she had finished bending her 4 fingers, she asked again, "Brother, why hasn't mother come back yet?" Sanlang asked his second brother quietly, "Will she never come back?" Jiro glared at him and said, "Don't talk nonsense. She will be back when the rain stops." Sanlang was quiet for a moment, then couldn't help but frown and asked worriedly, "Brother, do you think she has been eaten by a wild beast?" As soon as she finished speaking, Xin Yang burst into tears. Xin Yang doesn't want me to be eaten by wild beasts." When she cried, the other 3 people in the room fell silent. After 3 seconds of silence, Sanlang couldn't hold back his tears. He raised his hands to wipe his tears and said with a sob, "Annie doesn't want us anymore. She must have run away." Erlang looked at Dalong worriedly. "Brother, did she really run away?" Dalong looked at the crying twins, and then at Erlang, who was filled with anxiety. The suspicions he had had in his heart for many days seemed to be confirmed. A feeling of bitterness and anger of being deceived and abandoned surged in his heart. He was about to grit his teeth and yell at his younger brother and sister to stop thinking about her. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. 009 Black Bear. "Long on long." "Open the door. I'm your aunt. Have you eaten? I steamed some brown rice buns. Come out and get them." The door slowly opened, and seeing Sanlang and Xin Yang crying, Hideseo asked in surprise, "Why are you two crying? Is it because I'm late and you're hungry?" As he spoke, he took out the brown rice, steamed bread covered with gauze from the basket, and handed it to the 2 children. He then said to Dalong and Erlang, "I don't know when the 3rd wife will be back. You can come to the old house for meals in the next few days. She left me some copper coins to buy food and asked me to take care of the food for the 4 of you." Dalong looked up in shock. "She left money for you? Didn't you abandon them and run away secretly?" Mrs. E nodded, and seeing the twins chewing the steamed bread with big mouthfuls and forgetting to cry, she murmured in a low voice, "Your stepmother is exactly the same as your father. She is thicker-skinned than the rammed earth under the city wall. I have only saved a few coins, but I don't know how much more I will have to pay to deal with you 4 mouths. She has been gone for 4 days, and I don't know how long it will take for her to come back. It is not easy to enter the deep mountains. If a weak woman like her is..." Having said this, she realized that the 4 children were staring at her with wide eyes, as if they were going to bite her if she dared to say anything bad about their stepmother. Mrs. He quickly stopped talking. She tutade, stuffed the remaining 2 steamed buns in the basket to Dalong and Erlang, and reminded them again, "Come to the old house to eat in the morning and evening. I don't have time to bring it to you every day. There's a lot of work to do at home." He muttered softly, he's still very protective of her, and then quickly left with the empty basket. There was indeed a lot of work to be done at home, and she was so busy that she almost forgot about the 4 mouths to feed in the 3rd child's family, which is why she came late. As soon as Mrs. E left, the 4 brothers and sisters, who had sad faces just now, immediately put on smiles. They munched on the warm brown rice buns in their hands, thinking that their stepmother had not abandoned them, and she still asked their aunt to take care of them. "Brother, she will definitely catch prey and come back." Erlang looked at the clear sky, which was so blue that it made people feel hopeful. He said confidently, "She is so strong. She will definitely be able to do it." "Yeah." Dalong looked up at the endless layers of rolling mountains in the north, and the corners of his mouth curled up. "Eat quickly. After eating, boil some water and wipe your face. It's so dirty." Dalong urged his younger brothers and sisters. The 3 little ones laughed at him. They had been burning a fire in the house before, and their faces were covered with black smoke like cats. Xin Yang finished eating first. After that, she sat obediently on the doorstep, waiting for her brothers to boil water so that she could wash her face first. The little girl crossed her legs and raised her face so that her big brother could clean her, mumbling, "Anyang likes clean and well-behaved babies the most. Sinyang, listen to Anyang and be a clean and well-behaved baby." Dalong cleaned up the 2 little ones and told them to stay in bed to prevent them from catching a cold. Although the sky was clear, it was still a bit cold outside. After cleaning themselves up, they saw that the open-air stove was dirty from rain and fallen leaves, so Dalong and Erling silently picked up the brooms and began to clean the house. In the past, no one taught them to pay attention to hygiene, so they were all dirty. But now someone tells them that they should rinse their mouths and wash their faces every morning and evening, wash their feet before going to bed, wipe their eating bowls clean every time, and keep the stove clean so that they will not get sick from eating. She also taught them how to weave straw ropes and would explain anything new to them. It was also from her that they learned that taro was not a terrible poison, but a life-saving food. She's like the backbone of this family. They feel at ease with her around. Dalong paused in his cleaning, surprised to find that his stepmother had only been there for a few days, but he was already thinking of relying on her. He didn't even remember his biological father, who was taken away. For a moment, he even thought, if only life could go on like this forever. It's good that that man doesn't come back. Brother? Erlang called his brother. He didn't know what was wrong with him. He called him several times, but he didn't respond. Are you thinking about your stepmother too? Erlang asked a little awkwardly. Dalong came back to his senses and nodded randomly. He was afraid that his dark thoughts would be discovered by his younger brother. Then, I was filled with self-blame, thinking that I was very unfilial and should not have such thoughts. Erlang whispered, I don't know how my stepmother is doing now. The setting sun dyed the whole sky red, and Dalong looked towards the north mountain again. Ichu, Qin Yao, who was riding on the tree, couldn't control herself and sneezed violently. The knife in her hand trembled so much that she was almost snatched away by the black bear when it stood up. Fortunately, the fighting instinct she had trained in the apocalypse was still there. The moment the bear's paw swung over, her body subconsciously made a dodging motion. However, it was just this dodging that caused the black bear, which had been controlled by her under the tree, to suddenly jump up onto the tree. The man and the bear stood on a tree branch, less than 2 meters apart, staring at each other in surprise. Qin Yao didn't hesitate at all, took the arrow, drew the bow, and quickly shot an arrow. People say that shooters can't fight in close combat, but that's just because they haven't been trained fast enough. The mutated animals and plants in the apocalypse don't care about how far away you are. They will suddenly appear in front of you when you least expect it. With ammunition in short supply, Qin Yao learned to use the bow close up. Although its power was not as strong as long-range shooting, it was enough to slightly resist the enemy's advance. Moreover, when the enemy is a human, this close-range bow often catches the opponent off guard. The arrow shot at close range hit the black bear as expected. However, the power was not great and it only hurt its fur, which made it even more enraged. It roared and pounced on Qin Yao. Qin Yao had been waiting for the right opportunity to lure the black bear out. Finally, the rain stopped and the trap was set, and the black bear did appear as expected. Unexpectedly, it didn't fall into the trap. Not only that, after seeing Qin Yao, it seemed to feel her powerful aura, turned around and ran away, and did not fall into the trap she set. Of course, Qin Yao couldn't just watch the black bear she had seduced with great difficulty run away, so she immediately shot an arrow at it, hitting it right in the butt. This successfully angered the black bear, and it turned around to kill her. In this way, the man and the bear fought back and forth for more than 10 rounds in this not-so-dense forest. When the black bear pounced on her, Qin Yao had already put on a sharp dagger. Behind her was the most fragile end of the branch, which could not bear the weight of a person. She will never retreat, and she won't retreat. He leaned sideways, bent his knees, raised a knife, and used 90% of his strength, aiming at the only white part of the black bear's abdomen, and slashed hard. Roar, roar, roar. A tragic roar was heard that shook half of the mountain range. The black bear, which was full of murderous intent the moment before, fell from a 4-meter-high tree branch in the blink of an eye, making a dull bang sound. Qin Yao hooked the branch with one hand and held the bloody knife in the other. She jumped from the branch and stabbed the black bear, which was lying on the ground and rolling in pain with the weight of her whole body. After a short howl, half of the knife handle appeared on the black bear's neck, and the knife was deeply inserted into its throat. Blood flowed out from the back of its head, soaking the black rotten soil beneath its body. The black bear died unwillingly. Qin Yao, kneeling on the black bear, pulled out the knife and wiped the hot blood off her face as usual. She lowered her eyes and looked at the dead black bear below her, with the corners of her mouth curled up wildly. With it, this winter should be a good one. 020 County Town. After Qin Yao dragged the black bear back to the cave, it was already completely dark. The black bear weighed about 700 kilograms, and Qin Yao found it difficult to carry it, so she made a simple stretcher out of branches and dragged it back. This stretcher is quite useful. Qin Yao decided to use it to pull down all the prey hunted these days from the mountain early tomorrow morning. The wounds on the black bear's body have a strong smell of blood, which can easily attract other wild animals foraging for food. Although Qin Yao didn't suffer any injuries in the fight with the black bear just now, it consumed a lot of her physical strength. In addition, she has to carry the prey down the mountain tomorrow, so she must conserve her energy tonight. Throughout the night, there were occasional tentative howls of wild beasts from the surrounding woods. Qin Yao did not dare to slack off and lit 2 fires outside the cave to be on guard at all times. Sensing the approach of danger, they immediately shot arrows to warn others and tried not to leave the cave. In this way, they finally waited until a ray of orange light appeared on the horizon. Not daring to delay, they quickly ate 2 roasted pheasants, tied the black bear and other prey to the trailer, and set off down the mountain. She did not go in the direction she came from, but instead went around the mountains and headed directly towards Kaiyang County. The nearby town definitely can't eat the black bear, and she doesn't have the energy to cut it up and sell it bit by bit. It would be better for her to go further away, directly to the county town, where there are many rich people, and she should be able to sell it faster. Qin Yao traveled light and walked very fast when going up the mountain. Now carrying nearly 800 kilograms of prey and going downhill, Qin Yao couldn't speed up at all. But perhaps because of the harvest, I was in a very good mood and unknowingly walked out of the forest and came to the official road. It was almost dusk. There is no curfew in Shang State, but the city gates will be closed at the end of Yushur, 5 to 7 p.m., and entry and exit are prohibited. Qin Yao dragged the heavy prey and hurried, and finally entered Kaiyang County before the city gate closed. To enter the city, you need to pay an entrance fee, 1 cent per person. Qin Yao didn't have a single copper coin on him, so he sold a wild pheasant weighing a little over 4 pounds at the city gate and earned 80 copper coins. He paid 1 copper coin before he was allowed to enter the city. When the guards at the city gate saw the black bear on her carriage, their expressions changed from disbelief to astonishment. In less than an incense stick of time, the news that someone had hunted a blind bear and brought it into the city to sell reached the ears of the owners of 2 restaurants in the city. But is it true? Shopkeeper Fan asked in surprise. The waiter who went to inquire hurriedly nodded. It's absolutely true, boss. I have never seen such a big blind bear in my life. Its head is bigger than 2 of my heads. You should go quickly if you are late. I am afraid it will be bought by the store next door. When Shopkeeper Fan heard that his rival was about to arrive, he didn't even bother to be surprised, but immediately rushed to the city gate. Qin Yao was eating a wonton stall near the city gate at this time. She ordered 5 bowls of pork-filled wontons in one go, each bowl costing 8 cents. She placed the 40 copper coins on the stall owner's chopping board, sat down calmly at the only square table, picked up the bowl, and ate mouthful after mouthful, relishing the meal. The stall owner couldn't cook wontons as fast as she ate them. She ate 3 bowls in a row, and the 4th bowl was still in the pot. The stall owner wiped the sweat from his head and apologized. Please wait a moment, sir. I'm cooking it. I'm cooking it. As he spoke, his eyes would occasionally glance at the prey piled haphazardly on the roadside. 4 pheasants, 2 squirrels, a roe deer, and a weasel were all still alive. On ordinary days, living prey is rare. If a hunter holds a living prey in his hand, it means that he is definitely a hunter with superb hunting skills. But today these creatures are not surprising at all, simply because there is a big black bear lying next to them. The bear had knife marks on its abdomen and neck, and no one knew which one had sent it to see the king of hell. The stall owner brought the last 2 bowls of wontons to Qin Yao and glanced at the short knife she had placed beside her. The knife was very old. The back of the blade was rusty and uneven, and the handle was wrapped in rags with some dark marks on it. With just one look, the stall owner was sure that it was blood. Looking at the woman sitting steadily at the table, eating from the bowl, the stall owner really couldn't imagine how she subdued the black bear. Qin Yao noticed the stall owner's gaze and raised her eyelids from the bowl. Her eyes, which were clearly black and white and without a trace of impurities, looked at him calmly. That look didn't seem like he was looking at a person, but rather at something that was not a human. Perhaps a ghost? The stall owner felt a chill down his spine for no apparent reason. He hurriedly lowered his eyes and turned around, pretending to be busy. When Shopkeeper Fan arrived, Qin Yao had just finished her 5th bowl of wontons. Her stomach was 8/10 full, and she looked very satisfied. This was her first proper meal since traveling through time. Sure enough, the world is big, but eating is the most important thing. After a full meal, I felt that the world became beautiful again. Girl, did you hunt this black bear? Shopkeeper Fan asked in surprise. He just heard the waiter say that a girl killed the black bear, and he didn't believe it. But now that he has seen the real person, he has to believe it. Hearing someone asking about Xiong, Qin Yao stood up with a knife, walked to her stall, and answered the middle-aged man who asked, "It's mine. Do you want it? I can give you a discount if you take the whole thing away." Shopkeeper Fan looked at Qin Yao and then at Black Bear, and then looked around. He didn't see any donkey carts, horse carts, ox carts, or other means of transportation, so he couldn't help but ask, "Did the girl carry all these down the mountain by herself?" Qin Yao nodded and continued to promote her prey. "These live animals are still fresh. I killed this black bear yesterday evening. It wasn't hot today, so they are all in good condition." Shopkeeper Fan followed up by asking, "How much do you plan to sell this black bear girl for? How much are you offering?" Qin Yao asked back. As soon as she entered the city, she was attracted by the wontons. She was hungry, so she filled her stomach first. She didn't have time to ask about the price of the prey. Shopkeeper Fan thought for a moment and tentatively gave a number, 80 taels. Qin Yao immediately calculated in her mind. According to the highest living standard in Liujia village, a family of 5 would spend about 20 taels a year. These 80 taels were equivalent to 4 years of good food and drink. Well, that's about it. Bear meat is actually not particularly valuable. It is a bit more expensive than pork and can be sold for 50 or 60 cents per pound. Her black bear weighs 700 pounds, so taking a middle ground, the meat alone should be able to sell for about 40 taels. The main thing is the bear skin, bear gall, and bear paws. 40 taels is not bad. Okay, 80 taels deal. Qin Yao was even kind enough to give a pheasant as a gift. "Do you want me to send it to you?" Qin Yao asked with a smile, seeing that the shopkeeper and the waiter were at a loss as to what to do with the black bear's corpse. Without waiting for the 2 men to answer, Qin Yao put the knife and bow and arrow on the bracket, lifted the entire carriage directly, raised her chin towards Shopkeeper Fan, motioned him to lead the way, and walked away. Seeing the heavy black bear mountain floating in front of him, Shopkeeper Fan was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped. Shopkeeper Fan was a little incoherent. Qin Yao shouted in front, "Let's go." She was waiting to pay the bill. 021 stay at the inn. With a dull bang, Qin Yao pulled the black bear off the bracket and placed it on the banana leaves that had been prepared in the restaurant's kitchen. The chef in the kitchen, the waiters, and the shop owners all gathered in the kitchen and looked at the huge black bear in amazement. Many restaurant guests also gathered around curiously and stood at the kitchen door wanting to take a look at the blind bear. Some people only see these big guys once in their lifetime and can brag about them to their children and grandchildren for the rest of their lives. Qin Yao's hands were stained with blood when she moved the bear, so Manager Fan hurriedly asked the waiter to scoop a basin of hot water for her to wash. By the time Qin Yao had finished, the master chef had already discussed with his 2 apprentices about finding a butcher in the east of the city to help with the slaughter. They usually deal with processed meat, so they are a little hesitant to touch such a big, whole piece. Firstly, they were afraid of damaging the skin, and secondly, they needed to preserve all the important parts of the bear as completely as possible so that they could make delicious dishes and sell them at high prices. Killing a pig is a technical job, let alone killing a bear. When you hire a butcher, you have to pay him a fee. Qin Yao was about to go to the lobby to pay the bill, but when she heard the words coming from the kitchen, she leaned forward and asked, "I can kill a bear, skin it, and remove its tendons. I don't want any wages. Just give me a midnight snack and a place to sleep for the night. It's getting late, so instead of looking for a place to stay outside, it's better to stay in this restaurant for one night. Save money and trouble." The master chef was a little tempted and immediately urged his apprentice to ask Manager Fan if it was okay. The apprentice ran there and came back soon. Shopkeeper Fan, who was selling bear dishes in the lobby, also followed and said to Qin Yao, "Girl, let's do this. My restaurant has taken all your prey. I'll pay you when I'm done. Also, the price for killing the bear is as high as it should be. You can kill it first. The restaurant happens to have a lot of empty rooms. I'll reserve one for you, and you can stay here tonight." Shopkeeper Fan is now certain that Qin Yao is an extraordinary person. He admires these hidden masters the most in his life, and he would make friends with them whenever he meets them, and their accommodation is free. Qin Yao thanked her generously, asked the apprentice for an apron, and went into the kitchen to pick out tools. The master chef had a row of knives of various shapes. Qin Yao found a small and sharp one and started working. She moved very skillfully. She knew exactly where to start peeling the skin, which parts were difficult to peel, and where the bones were. Her eyes seemed to be able to see through everything, and she never made any mistakes. The master chef and 2 apprentices stood by and wanted to lend a hand, but they found that there was no chance for them to get involved at all. Qin Yao peeled off the bear's skin completely in just 2 incense sticks of time. The 2 apprentices looked at her with admiration in their eyes. If their master was not still there, they would have wanted to kneel down and become her apprentice again. The bear's skin was taken out and hung on a pole in the backyard to dry, and then the shopkeeper would ask someone to come and deal with it. Qin Yao changed to a sharp knife, moved the skinned bear to the yard, cut open its belly, and separated the bones and rarer parts, such as the bear's paws and gallbladder. In the front hall, after Manager Fan made some announcements, some people came over to try some hot bear paws. Qin Yao was chopping the meat while the chef was cooking. The whole restaurant was brightly lit and busy. This busy schedule lasted until late at night when the restaurant closed. The chef cooked a big pot of hodgepodge for everyone, which was a stew of various leftovers. Everyone had a bowl of noodles and a big steamed bun, and they ate it with the soup and vegetables. It was so delicious. Knowing that Qin Yao had a big appetite, Manager Fan also instructed the chef to give Qin Yao 2 more steamed buns. Her appetite alone is equivalent to that of 5 adults. The waiters in the restaurant were stunned. They didn't know how her small body could hold so much food. Wouldn't her stomach be broken? However, after spending this night together, Shopkeeper Fan was tired of expressing his admiration for Qin Yao, and he kept calling her Madam Qin, as if they had become close friends. After a busy night, Shopkeeper Fan relaxed himself with 2 glasses of wine. Qin Yao then realized that he was a fan of martial arts novels. If the kitchen chef had not been watching him, he would have almost knelt down and become Qin Yao's apprentice on the spot. Qin Yao didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and felt that this middle-aged man was a bit cute. The second watch bell on the city wall rang, and everyone packed up and dispersed. Qin Yao was assigned to an ordinary single room. There was some hot water in the kitchen. When the 2 apprentices learned that she wanted to take a bath, they helped her get some hot water. Qin Yao stood by the tub and looked at herself and was frightened by the disheveled female ghost in the water. Qin Yao hadn't washed or dressed in the mountains for several days, and her body was dirty and smelly. Thinking back to when she had just sat with everyone to have dinner, she felt that they were such nice people who could tolerate this. Hurry up and lock the door. Take a shower and wash your hair. Qin Yao had a set of dirty clothes on her body and couldn't change them, but she could not wear them either, so she could only dust them off, wipe them partially, and continue wearing them. It was already very late, so I poured out the water, returned to my room, and fell asleep as soon as I lay on my pillow. This was the most comfortable sleep Qin Yao had ever had since she traveled through time. The hotel's rooms are spacious and clean. The bedding is soft and warm. The bed is firm and will not shake when you turn over, and there is no torture of the roof rustling in the wind in the middle of the night. When the sky brightened, Qin Yao woke up naturally, washed up simply, took her bow and arrow and dagger, and went to the lobby. Shopkeeper Fan had already gotten up. When he saw her come out, he hurriedly gave her the money. The fee for killing the bear was 50 coins, and the price of 4 pheasants was 20 coins per caddy, which made a total of 400 coins. The fur of that yellow weasel is valuable and can be made into brushes. It was worth 800 coins. The 2 squirrels were worth 80 cents each, for a total of 160 cents. The roe deer weighed 75 caddies, and 1 caddy cost 40 coins, which was exactly 3 taels of silver. Qin Yao still had 7 rabbit skins. She originally wanted to take them home and ask someone to make them into vests to wear in winter. But then she thought that the skins had to be processed before they could be made into clothes, which was too troublesome, so she sold them all. The shopkeeper gave 900 coins for 7 gray rabbit skins. Together with Black Bear's 80 taels of silver, the total was 85 taels and 310 coins. Shopkeeper Fan gave Qin Yao 4 silver ingots of 20 taels each, minced 5 taels of silver, and 310 copper coins, which he put in a cloth bag and handed to her. The purse was in my hand. It was heavy and quite big. Qin Yao now has some understanding of what the term rich means. In the era without paper money, it was really inconvenient to take money out. No wonder rich people used horse-drawn carriages when traveling. Otherwise, it would be impossible to enjoy shopping with a large box of heavy copper coins. However, ordinary people only carry a few pieces of silver when they go out, which does not affect their movements. If you're traveling across continents, there will be money houses that will issue bills, and you can use the bills to exchange for bills of exchange at local money houses and withdraw the money, saving the trouble of carrying money on the road. After receiving the money and thanking Manager Fan for the hospitality yesterday, Qin Yao left the restaurant and started shopping. 022 returned with a full load. There were so many things the family owed, from small things like needles and thread, pots, bowls, and oil lamps to large things like tables, chairs, benches, beds as well as clothes, quilts, rice, flour, etc. We had nothing and had to buy everything. Qin Yao toured the entire Kaiyang County and bought everything she needed. 400 kilograms of fine rice, 100 kilograms of fine flour, 50 kilograms of soybeans, and 50 kilograms of millet, a total of 600 kilograms of food, enough for her and her 4 children to eat for 4 months so that they can get through the winter well. These fine rice, refined flour, and millet were more than twice as expensive as brown rice and coarse flour and cost 4 taels and 8 cents of silver. Of course, the main reason is that Qin Yao has a big appetite and can eat as much as 5 people. If it were other families, 600 kilograms of porridge could last for more than half a year. Don't ask her why she doesn't save money and buy brown rice and coarse noodles. Because she couldn't swallow that stuff at all. The so-called brown rice should be more appropriately called rice bran. It contains only 40% rice, and the remaining 60% is rice bran. The same goes for coarse noodles, almost half of which are bran, and the noodles steamed with water will choke your throat. Although there's an extreme shortage of supplies in the end times, the dietary structure is different from that in ancient times. People are so poor that they cannot afford to eat, and they really cannot afford to eat. Once there is food, it is either instant noodles, biscuits, etc. that can be stored for a long time, or food from agricultural bases. Rice bran has long disappeared from the human diet. So, let alone brown rice and coarse noodles, even whole grains that are meant for weight loss will feel tasteless to modern people after just a few bites. Since she has that ability, Qin Yao has no intention of mistreating her stomach. Not being able to eat properly is even more uncomfortable than being chased by mutated zombies. After buying the food, Qin Yao went to the cloth shop and bought 3 10-pound quilts, 3 thin quilts, and 3 palm bark mats. He also weighed 5 pounds of cotton and bought a piece of the cheapest white cotton cloth, a piece of blue cotton cloth, and a piece of red coarse cloth. The red color is saved for making new clothes for the new year. The children in the family all look like their father, with well-developed facial features. If they're dressed up well, they will definitely be very pleasing to the eye. A piece of cloth was 15 meters long and about 1 meter and 2 meters wide, which was enough for their family of 5 to wear 2 sets of clothes, with some left over. Qin Yao didn't know how to make clothes at all, so she bought needle and thread and planned to go home and find someone to help her make them. The store sells ready-made clothes, which are secondhand and probably taken out as collateral from a pawn shop. Qin Yao saw that the price was reasonable, and then looked at her own linen clothes, which were so dirty that they were unbearable to look at. She decisively picked out a set for herself, and also bought one for each of her 4 children. Each person got a pair of shoes. Qin Yao wore leather boots, and the 4 children wore cloth shoes, all of which were half-worn. Her shoes did fit her feet, but the people were used to being simple, so the sizes were a bit larger, and the 4 pairs of shoes for the children were not the correct size. But children grow fast, so just wear socks and put thick insoles on them, and they will fit their feet. Qin Yao also bought some socks, insoles, headscarves, and hairbands. It cost 10 taels of silver to get all of this. When checking out, Qin Yao gasped and thought that the cloth was too expensive. No wonder everyone bought the materials and made it home. After leaving the cloth shop, Qin Yao went to the grocery store and bought all the daily necessities such as oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, pots, pans, and bowls. However, I couldn't find a store that sold ready-made furniture, so I could only accept custom-made carpentry jobs. The furniture had to be put aside temporarily, and I would find a nearby carpenter to help me make a few pieces after I returned to the village. After buying all the things, Qin Yao rented an ox cart at the north gate for 30 cents, took the driver to load the purchased food, and set off back to Liujia village with the full cart. The ox cart was full of things, and there was no place to sit, so Qin Yao walked with the driver. The road from Kaiyang County to Jinshi Town is all official. Today the weather is clear and the road is relatively easy to drive on. Qin Yao counted the remaining silver in her hand as she walked. This cartload of stuff cost her 18 taels of silver, and now she had 67 taels and 3 cents of silver left. Qin Yao planned to save 50 taels and not use them for emergencies. She planned to use the remaining 17 taels to make some decent furniture, repair the broken hut, reinforce the walls, build 2 more rooms, build a washroom and kitchen, and then build the wall. The most important thing about walls is that without them, there's no privacy at all. You won't feel safe leaving things at home, as you'll always be worried that they might be stolen. There's also a wall which can protect against wild animals coming down the mountain to look for food in winter, and it can also allow you to sleep more peacefully. The second thing is to repair the existing main structure of the house. The thatched roof that can be blown away by strong winds must be replaced with sturdy waterproof tiles. However, if you want to cover the tiles, the beams and walls of the house must be reinforced. Qin Yao only had a vague understanding of these things and decided to ask the people in the Liu family's old house when the time comes. She saw that old man Liu and his two sons were repairing her roof, and they looked very capable. Qin Yao could see that the people in the old house were simply worried about this bastard Liu Ji. I don't know if all the children who can cry out get candy, but old man Liu does favor his son Liu Ji. Even he himself may not be aware of this bias. Qin Yao was doing the math, imagining that she would be able to sleep in a sturdy house and on a spacious and warm bed this winter. The corners of her mouth curled up unconsciously, and she walked with the wind. The driver couldn't catch up with her and shouted. Qin Yao then reacted and slowed down a little. She ate well and slept well last night. Today she changed into clean clothes and put on sturdy leather boots. She looked completely different. The dejection on her face was gone. She carried a bow and held a knife, looking quite elegant like a chivalrous woman. The driver was not talkative. Qin Yao wanted to know more about this place, so she chatted with him. Only then did he learn from the other party that in Kaiyang County, there were many rebels from the previous dynasty who had transformed themselves into bandits and often ran down the mountain to rob the people. The local government was incompetent and the wealthy businessmen were suffering. When Qin Yao heard this, she suddenly became worried about her truckload of goods. The driver saw her worry and finally took the initiative to say, "Don't be alarmed, young lady. They don't like to come to our remote place." The driver said, "These bandits like to go to the neighboring town the most. The official road there leads directly to the city, and there are many merchants along the way. They want to make money, so they naturally go there. But young lady, you'd better be more careful when you go out alone on weekdays." He heard that many decent women were abducted to the mountains and tortured and humiliated to death by these bandits in extremely brutal ways, so he kindly reminded Qin Yao. "Thank you for the reminder. I understand." Qin Yao nodded gratefully to the driver. She would be more careful. It seems that the public security situation in ancient times was not much better than in the apocalypse. The journey was relatively smooth for the two, except that the wheels got stuck a few times. But with Qin Yao there, they were able to push the car out, and in the evening, the two arrived at Liujia village smoothly. Qin Yao was thinking about the four little ones at home and was eager to go home. Unexpectedly, as soon as she entered the village, she felt a strange atmosphere. 023, don't dare to move at all. This bad feeling started when I entered the village and met the first group of villagers. When they saw her car full of goods, they were surprised at first, but because they were not familiar with each other, they did not say anything. But the hesitant behavior made Qin Yao have a bad feeling. Afterwards, we drove past the village well. At this leisurely time before dinner, there was no one here. Mrs. Zhou came over from the fields in the north, carrying a basket of freshly picked vegetables. When she saw Qin Yao, she was surprised at first, then called out to her. "Where have you been these days, sister-in-law? Where did you get this huge cart of food? Forget it. You should go home quickly to see your Lu Lao-san is back." Lu Lao-san is back. Did he return alive or dead? Qin Yao was about to say this, but then she felt it was inappropriate to ask it. So she nodded to Mrs. Zhou, turned around, and urged the driver to go faster, and strode towards home. I hadn't reached home yet. Just as I got to the river and was about to cross the bridge, I saw a crowd of people gathered in front of the thatched house on the hillside. Among them were people from the Liu family's old house. Old man Liu and the three Liu Bo brothers were talking to someone, and sentences like "please give us a few days" and "we will definitely find a way to compensate you" could be heard faintly. Qin Yao's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and she had the urge to turn around and leave. However, it was too late. Sister, he saw her and shouted in surprise. "Sister-in-law, you're finally back." A circle of people standing in front of the house all looked towards the bridge. A path parted in the crowd, and Lin Erbao's familiar face appeared again. Qin Yao tightened the knife in her hand, told the driver not to be afraid and to wait there, and walked forward alone, questioning unhappily. "Why are you here again?" He was murderous and seemed very dissatisfied that Lin Erbao had sent Liu Ji back alive. Yes, Liu Ji is still alive. He was in a half-dead state, wrapped in tattered sackcloth, covered in bruises, and lying on the ground in a dazed state. Especially the handsome face that he was proud of now looked horrible. The four brothers and sisters of Dalong were surrounding him and trying to wake him up. When they saw Qin Yao appear, their eyes lit up, and they almost subconsciously shook off Liu Ji and ran towards Qin Yao. "Mother! Aunt!" The four siblings came up behind her, looked at her new clothes, then looked at the full ox cart on the bridge, and knew that she must have caught some prey, and they were overjoyed. Qin Yao's expression eased slightly when facing the 4 children. She patted their heads one by one and said in a gentle voice, "Delang and Erlang, take your brothers and sisters into the house." The 4 siblings looked hesitantly at the man lying on the ground. Qin Yao said again, "Go in, I'm here." Dalong looked at Qin Yao deeply, as if to make sure that she would take care of the man on the ground. After a few seconds of pause, he obediently led his younger brother and sister into the house. As soon as the 4 siblings closed the door, Qin Yao raised a knife in her hand and put it on Lin Erbao's neck at an extremely fast speed like the wind. Huh! The villagers and the Liu family who were watching were all shocked by her action and gasped. The brothers brought by Lin Erbao immediately raised their weapons, surrounded Qin Yao, and wanted to take action. "Whoever dares to move will be killed," Qin Yao shouted. The blade on his neck gave off a chill, and the bloody smell on the handle penetrated his nose. Lin Erbao's face was covered with goosebumps, and he quickly shouted, "Stop it! Don't move!" Then he looked at Qin Yao coldly. "Madam Qin, what do you mean by this?" Qin Yao glanced at the half-dead man on the ground and said, "I would like to ask you what you mean first. We agreed not to send her any living people back, so what is this now?" Lin Erbao was also a little angry. "Lu Laosan is right. You are really a vicious woman. I was kind enough to send the person back to you alive, but you are not grateful, and you actually want to kill me." Qin Yao laughed. "You sent the person back, but what about the debt? Is it written off?" "Of course not." Without even thinking, Lin Erbao responded sternly. Qin Yao narrowed her eyes dangerously. At this moment, her murderous intent was strong, and she really wanted to take the lives of Lin Erbao and the others. Lin Erbao felt a chill in his heart when he was stared at by her. He really didn't expect that there was such a shrewish woman in Lu Laosan's family. The last time he saw Qin Yao, he just thought she was a strong and fierce woman. Today he realized that this woman's background was by no means simple. She actually knew martial arts, and her martial arts skills were very advanced. If he had known this earlier, he would not have come here in person today. But just when he wanted to persuade Qin Yao not to be impulsive, she actually put away the knife herself and stretched out her hand. Lin Erbao was stunned by her. He subconsciously touched his neck. It was still there, and there was no blood. He let out a long sigh and asked blankly, "What are you doing?" "I owe you." Lin Erbao hurriedly waved away the brothers who wanted to take the opportunity to attack Qin Yao, without even considering whether their mediocre skills were enough to defeat this fierce woman. He stole glances at Qin Yao several times, and slowly took out the IOU that he had just shown to Old Man Liu and the others. There were 2 lines of crooked words written on the IOU in Liu Ji's handwriting. When he was young, Old Man Liu thought that the teacher in the school could educate this rebellious son well, so the whole family tightened their belts to squeeze out tuition for him to go to school for 2 years, and he learned a few strokes of dog-crawling characters. It said that Liu Ji borrowed 20 taels of silver from Lin Erbao and agreed to repay 22 taels of silver, including principal and interest in 2 months. If the repayment was not made on time, an additional tael of interest would be charged for each day of delay. The date of signature is July 30th. It is now October 28th, 28 days past the agreed deadline, and I have to pay back 50 taels of silver, including principal and interest. Qin Yao couldn't help but swear when she saw this number. Fuck. It just happens to be the same as the 50 taels of unmoved savings she had reserved. Do you want to do this? Old Man Liu and his family were busy from the beginning of the year to the end of the year, and relying on the output from the fields and the money saved by the women in the family from weaving, they could only save 2 or 3 taels of silver at most. This debt is an unimaginable astronomical figure for any villager in Liujia village. If Liu Ji wasn't lying on the ground with bruises all over his body, Old Man Liu would have wanted to kick this rebellious son to death with his own hands. Qin Yao was no exception. She clenched and unclenched her fists, and her back teeth made a clattering sound that sounded extremely scary. Lin Erbao quickly snatched back the IOU, took 2 steps back, and said helplessly, "Our money didn't fall from the sky. My brothers and I have elderly parents, wives, and children at home. They all depend on us for their livelihood. If we don't get this money back, we'll have a hard time." The way he said this made it sound as if Qin Yao was bullying him. Mrs. He and Mrs. Chiu looked at the ox carts loaded with goods on the bridge and wanted to ask Qin Yao if she had a good harvest this time in the mountains. Perhaps she could use it to pay off her debts. But before he could open his mouth, Old Man Lu and Mrs. Zhang glared back at him. Qin Yao took a deep breath, and then she couldn't breathe well, so she kicked the man lying on the ground hard on the butt. The man's body trembled slightly. His eyes were tightly closed. He didn't dare to move. He didn't dare to move at all. 024 Lin Erbao wants to cry. Qin Yao looked at the crowd of people around her, closed her eyes and sighed, then waved to Lin Erbao, Old Man Lu, and Zhang. Let's talk for a moment. Old Man Lu and Zhang looked at each other and nodded. The two elders just understood that the third son's wife was really powerful. She was not even afraid of Lin Erbao. Maybe she had a way. Lin Erbao was extremely panicked, but he couldn't lose face for his eldest brother in front of his subordinates. He raised his chin towards Qin Yao and went to talk to her in private. The four of them came to the back of the house, away from the villagers' inquiring gazes, and Qin Yao spoke first. Dad, Mom, I asked you two to come here because I want you to help be a witness. Old Man Lu asked in confusion, what are you witnessing? Qin Yao gave him a look that said you'll know in a moment, and looked up at Lin Erbao. I'm doing you a favor for this money. Just give me a number for how much you want to pay back. As for the 50 taels, I tell you clearly, it's impossible. Qin Yao lowered her eyes and glanced at the knife in her hand, and the hoe that Lin Erbao was holding tightly. She knew that Lin Erbao had someone above him, and although the money was borrowed in the name of Lin Erbao, it was definitely not his. If it had been half a quarter of an hour ago, when Qin Yao said that she wanted to do him a favor, Lin Erbao would have surely been unable to hold back his laughter. But now, he suddenly felt that he could consider it. When you are in the world, you are bound to get hurt. What if one day he needs Qin Yao's favor? Such advanced martial arts may be of great help someday. Lin Erbao was weighing the pros and cons, and Qin Yao didn't force him and waited patiently. Old Man Lu and Zhang stood next to each other in the corner, their hearts pounding, and they were so nervous that they were about to jump out. The waiting time is always unbearable. The two elders felt that every second was like a year, but in fact only a dozen seconds had passed. Lin Erbao exhaled a breath of turbid air, looked at Qin Yao helplessly, and said, Madam Qin, what if I can't find you in the future? Qin Yao raised the corner of her mouth, sneered, and did not answer. Lin Erbao realized that he had no choice. Otherwise, he won't be able to get any money back, and he might even lose his life. Lin Erbao's feeling was not wrong. Qin Yao didn't take Lu Ji seriously at all. She didn't care whether he lived or died. The only thing she cared about was to stay in Liujia village, be a person of status, and avoid being exiled. That's why I talked so much nonsense with him. Of course, 50 taels of silver would not make her give up her current identity and home. Of course, we should talk if we can. Lin Erbao took several deep breaths. His mind raced. He used the abacus for a while and finally gave a number. 38 taels. This is the lowest. If you can't even pay this, there's no point in talking. Lin Erbao also became ruthless. This number was the bottom line he could offer. Otherwise, he won't be able to explain to his superiors and will still die. Thinking of this, Lin Erbao wanted to cry. It was so unlucky to meet a tough guy like Qin Yao in his career. Okay, give me the IOU. Do you have paper and pen? Then write another one to prove that Lu Ji has settled the debt with you. Lin Erbao felt relieved immediately. He had paper and pen, but he couldn't write. Qin Yao immediately glanced at him with disdain. Lin Erbao became angry and called his brothers to bring pens, ink, paper, inkstone, and red clay, and stuff them all at Qin Yao. It looks like you wrote this provocative message if you have the guts. I didn't expect that he could really write. There happened to be a chopping block for firewood here, so Qin Yao wrote on it. Although the handwriting was not much better than Lu Ji's dog paddling handwriting, it was still words. With a few strokes, Qin Yao rewrote 2 copies of the note for the payment, signed by Lin Erbao and Lu Ji respectively. Because she and Lu Ji were a legal couple, she could sign on behalf of Lu Ji. However, after Lin Erbao finished writing his, Qin Yao did not start writing hers. Old Man Lu and Mrs. Zhang were ecstatic about Qin Yao's righteousness and magnanimity just a second ago, thinking that Lu Ji could be saved. Unexpectedly, the next second, Qin Yao said, Dad, Mom, there is something you must promise me first before I can sign this document. Old Man Lu nodded repeatedly, thinking that even if Qin Yao made an excessive request at this moment, it would not be excessive, and said kindly, You tell me. Qin Yao said, I can help Lu Ji pay back the money, but from now on, his life belongs to me. From now on, I have the final say in Lu Ji's family. You must stand by me and not obstruct any decision I make. Otherwise, I will not sign this, and let Lu Ji, the bastard, die outside." The two elders' faces changed at the same time. They had to sign. Old man Lu sighed deeply and said to Qin Yao with some guilt, "Third brother's wife, I know that third brother is a jerk, and it is really unfair for you to be with him. Today, you put aside the past grudges and are willing to pay his debt. Dad knows that you are a good person. Of course your mother and I will agree to your request. From now on, you have the final say in this family. If the third child still does not repent after this and continues to make mistakes, even if you beat him to death, your mother and I will never blame you." Qin Yao secretly raised her eyebrows. She didn't expect old man Lu to be so open-minded. "Okay, then with your and mother's guarantee, I'm relieved." After that, he signed the document, took out 2 silver ingots of 20 taels from the purse at his waist, gave one to Lin Erbao first, and for the remaining one, he used a little force to break off a piece from the corner with his bare hands, and then handed the bigger one to Lin Erbao. "Weigh it and see if it's 18 taels." Qin Yao reminded, weighing the small silver nugget in her hand. Lin Erbao looked at the silver ingot with a missing corner in his hand with his eyes almost popping out of his frame. He swallowed hard and took out the mini scale he carried with him to weigh the silver. Not even close. "How much?" 3 cents. Qin Yao continued with the previous operation and broke off another piece. The smaller the pieces, the harder it is to break them. Qin Yao's trick completely convinced Lin Erbao. "Madam Qin, you should have a good rest. My brothers and I will leave first. We will come back to bother you when we have time." Lin Erbao bowed slightly to Qin Yao, collected the money, called his blindfolded subordinates, and walked away quickly. The villagers were talking about it. Lin Erbao is leaving now? Lu Bo and Lu Zhong looked at their biological father and stepmother. "Have you paid back the money?" The 2 elders nodded and looked at Qin Yao again. The 2 brothers couldn't believe that Qin Yao actually had so much money to pay off his debts. But now is not the time to talk about this. Lu Ji is still lying on the ground. Just now Lin Erbao and others were there and didn't pay attention to it. Now that the debt collector has left, the whole family has surrounded him. Lu Bo patted Lu Ji's face. "Old third, wake up, are you okay?" The person was not awake, but was groaning in pain because the wound on his face was hit. Qin Yao unlocked the main room and turned around to see the Lu family surrounding Lu Ji in a panic. She said calmly, "It's just some flesh wounds. Carry him into the house first and find a doctor to take a look at him later." Looking up at the villagers who were watching the fun, Qin Yao kindly tried to get them out. "I thought to myself that we must hurry up and build this courtyard wall so that everyone can have a good time. 025 not far from death." After a flurry of activity, Lu Zhong, Lu Bo, and Lu Fei carried Lu Ji into the house. In front of so many people, Qin Yao couldn't ask Lu Ji to lie on the ground, so she reluctantly gave him her single bed. Anyway, she had a straw mat and a quilt today, so she didn't care about the bed covered with straw at all. Old man Lu sent his grandson Lu Jinbao to call the village barefoot doctor to come and see Lu Ji. Lu Dalong and his 2 siblings heard the noise in the yard and dispersed. They opened the door and walked out, looking at Qin Yao first. "It's okay, the debt has been paid off. Go see your father. I'll go unload the goods." After giving the instructions, Qin Yao hurried towards the ox cart that was still on the bridge. The driver watched a drama of debt collection and repayment for free, and when he looked at Qin Yao again, he couldn't help feeling a little scared. But he was not a talkative person, so when Qin Yao asked him to drive the ox cart up, he obediently did as she asked. A cart full of stuff is really mouth-watering. He and Xiu looked over again and again. Zhang snorted coldly. "What are you looking at? Can't you see it's getting so late? Go home and cook. By the way, let's do that to the third brother's family as well." Zhang suddenly added. Second sister-in-law, Mrs. Qiu, didn't say anything and just responded with an "oh." The eldest sister-in-law, Mrs. He, asked in surprise, "Didn't the third brother's family separate? Are they still eating together? Our family's food didn't come from the wind." All the mumblings afterwards were gouged out by Zhang's sharp eyes. Mrs. Qiu ignored her sister-in-law and walked towards the old house. When Mrs. He saw her, she had to hurry up and follow her. The main house was full of people. Qin Yao cleaned up the side room where Lu Dalong and his 2 siblings slept and asked the driver to unload the things into this room first. 6 bags of grain were moved down first, followed by 3 thick quilts, 3 thin quilts, 3 palm mats, 2.5 rolls of cotton cloth, and a pile of second-hand clothes and shoes. There were also several large clay jars with lids, filled with oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar, 2 wooden barrels, 2 large wooden basins, and some miscellaneous items such as needlework, pots and bowls. Finally, there were 2 10-pound pieces of pork. As soon as they saw the meat, everyone couldn't take their eyes off it. When Qin Yao turned around after paying the driver the money, she heard the sound of people swallowing saliva behind her. "Dalang!" Qin Yao shouted towards the main house. Dalang, who was watching Lu Ji worriedly in the room, heard this and ran out in a hurry. "Auntie." Qin Yao took out a 10-pound piece of pork and said, "Give it to your aunt. Tell her that this is the money for the straw and the money for her to take care of your meals these days. The old house has not been divided yet, so no matter who it is given to, it belongs to the 3 Lu brothers. But if this face is given to sister-in-law He, I think she will be happier." Qin Yao didn't care what to do with the meat. Dalong swallowed his saliva, thinking that this piece of meat was too much, but he knew that his stepmother had her own plans. So he looked at the main house with some concern. "What about my father?" "I said he's fine, so I mean he's fine. Send the meat over first. The doctor is here." As he was speaking, Lu Jinbao had already hurriedly brought the doctor over. When he came closer and saw the pork in Dalong's hand, his whole body trembled. His eyes were instantly glued to the meat, and he almost fell flat on his face due to carelessness. Fortunately, Qin Yao was quick to pull him up so that he didn't fall. "Go!" Qin Yao winked at Dalong. Seeing the doctor coming, Dalong felt relieved and took the pork to the old house. "I'm going too." Lu Jinbao smiled at Qin Yao to express his gratitude for her holding him, and immediately turned around to chase Dalong, shouting as he ran. "Wait for me, Dalong. I'll go with you." "What are you doing here?" "I don't need you to come with me." "No, I'll go with you. The meat is heavy. I'll help you carry it." "I don't need your help." "Well, if you feel it's heavy, tell me." Dalong quickened his pace. Lu Jinbao also quickened his pace. Qin Yao stood halfway up the slope and watched with amusement. He turned around, suppressed his smile, and walked into the main house. The room was not big to begin with, and with 10 people standing in it, including the doctor, it felt difficult to turn around. Old man Lu drove Erlang and the twins out and told them to move to the old house where they wouldn't have to worry about anything. Erlang immediately took the twins and left. He had just seen his eldest brother bring a big piece of meat over, so they would definitely have meat to eat tonight. As for the bastard dad lying on the bed, he might as well be a piece of barbecued pork. "How is he, Doc?" As soon as Qin Yao entered the room, the others automatically made way for her. The person who was lying motionless on the bed began to tremble gradually when he felt her approaching. Qin Yao noticed it, glanced at the bed, and sneered with an ambiguous meaning. Lu Ji, who was lying on the bed pretending to be dead, couldn't control his inner fear and opened his eyes. The doctor was about to lift his eyelids to check, but he suddenly opened his eyes, which scared the doctor. After he came to his senses, he patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. "It's good that you're awake. It looks like just some superficial injuries. It's nothing serious. Just apply some medicine to reduce the swelling and rest for a few days." Old man Lu and others asked Lu Ji how he felt and whether he felt unwell anywhere. Lu Ji was gasping for breath and unable to speak. His face was covered with wounds, and any movement was extremely painful. He felt uncomfortable all over. The doctor was also surprised to see him like this. Normally, people don't just hit people in the face. What did Lu Laosan do to have his face beaten into this pig-like shape? However, although it was strange, he tactfully did not ask any questions and just asked the Lu family to send someone to go with him to get the medicine. He happened to have some anti-inflammatory and analgesic herbal medicines at home, which he usually picked from the mountains. The price of medicines was much cheaper than that in the pharmacy in town. Old man Lu sent Lu Zhong and the doctor to get the medicine, and asked Zhang and Lu Fei to go home first. Then he asked Qin Yao for a basin of water and asked Lu Bo to wipe Lu Ji's body. Qin Yao stepped out of the house and listened attentively to the conversation between the father and his 2 sons in the room. Lu Ji took a deep breath and said with difficulty, "Brother, can my handsome face be healed?" Old man Lu was just about to wipe him with a dry towel, but when he heard this, he almost couldn't help but slap him in the face. "It's already this hour, and you still care about your face? Can you eat or drink with that face?" Lu Ji knew that he was in the wrong, and his face was hurting from talking, so he didn't say anything. However, he was still very persistent and asked Lu Bo to lift up the basin so that he could look at it. But when he saw the pig's face reflected in the basin, he couldn't hold it in and screamed wildly. "Ah!" Qin Yao couldn't help but say coldly, "Lu Ji, you are disturbing my ears." The room suddenly became quiet. Lu Ji didn't really faint just now. He had been in the business for so many years, and pretending to be faint was his secret weapon to avoid being beaten up. Therefore, he heard everything about the confrontation between Qin Yao and Lin Erbao, as well as what happened between Qin Yao and Old Man Lu and Zhang behind the house. Knowing that his father was going to sell him to the evil woman Qin Yao, Lu Ji felt dizzy and almost fainted. Thinking about the cruel words Qin Yao said to Lin Erbao without caring about his life or death, Lu Ji felt that he would die at her hands sooner or later. So, when Old Man Lu was about to turn around and leave, he grabbed his father's hand with all his strength and said with tears in his eyes, "Dad, I want a divorce." Old Man Lu turned around in horror, unable to believe that Lu Ji would have such ungrateful thoughts. People just help you pay off your debt, and you actually want a divorce? Old Man Lu's eyes were red as he fiercely said word by word, "Lu Ji, if I hear you mention the word divorce again, I will beat you to death and then kill myself, lest my Lu family ancestors blame me for raising such a bastard like you." Lu Ji wiped the saliva that flew onto his face in a daze, and cold sweat broke out in pain. "It's over. This time I'm really close to death. 026, my lady, I was wrong." Dinner was ready, and Lu Jinbao ran over to call Qin Yao and the others to go to the old house for dinner. "Grandpa, Dad, my mom fried a pot of twice-cooked pork, so we have meat to eat today," Lu Jinbao said excitedly, even happier than on New Year's Day, because the meat today is even bigger than last year's Chinese New Year. "Grandma said that today, thanks to Third Aunt, if we want to eat, we can eat as much as we want." So Mother fried half a piece of pork and filled a whole pot with it. Just thinking about it, Lu Jinbao couldn't help drooling. He was afraid that if he arrived too late, the meat would be eaten by Dalong and Erlang, so he urged his father and grandfather to leave quickly. "Third brother's family, let's go over and eat. Let the eldest brother stay here to look after the third brother. Come back and let him take over after you finish eating." Old Man Lu greeted Qin Yao. Qin Yao shook her head. "No, I'll stay here. Dad, you guys go back and ask Dalong and the others to come back early after dinner. Just bring me a portion." As he said this, he went back to the house, found a bowl, handed it to Lu Jinbao, and asked him to give it to Dalong so that he could bring some food over later. Old Man Lu thought that she was deeply in love and had no idea how much Qin Yao ate. If she went, she wouldn't be full, and if she ate too much, there wouldn't be enough for others. It would be better for her not to go and cook a pot of rice at home and have a good meal. Zhang has been in charge of the family for more than 10 years, and what she is best at is measuring rice. She knows how much each person in the family eats every day and how much rice and dishes each person should have at each meal. Everything is fixed, ensuring that everyone in the family is about 70% full. If it is the busy farming season, those who work in the fields can eat more. This craft has now been passed down to the He family, who are even better than the Zhang family and can cook even the best rice crust. On the first night Yao Nyang arrived, she had a meal with Lu Ji at the old house and felt that she had broadened her horizons. Seeing that Qin Yao insisted, Old Man Lu didn't say anything else. He called his two sons, put away the medicine he got from the doctor, and told Qin Yao to remember to change it for Lu Ji twice a day, then went home. The noisy room finally quieted down. Qin Yao breathed a sigh of relief, rolled up her sleeves, and got busy. First, take out the oil lamp I bought today, light it, put it on the stove, and then make a fire to cook. She cooked a pot of thick white rice porridge. The aroma was very faint at first, but as the fire increased, the aroma became stronger. The fragrance of rice surrounded the house and drifted into the nose, making people hungry. Qin Yao pulled out a piece of firewood, turned down the fire, and put the rice on the stove to cook slowly over low heat. While the porridge was not yet cooked, she went into the side room and moved the 6 bags of grain to the main room, and then remade the beds for the 4 children in the house. The straw was thrown out of the door to be used for making fire, and the hard and smelly bedding was moved out and placed on the pile of straw at the door for the time being. He took out a newly bought straw mat and spread it on the bedboard, then covered it with a second-hand old bedsheet and a newly bought thick quilt. The whole bed looked brand new. There was still some space in the side room. Qin Yao hesitated for a while between sleeping in the main house and setting up another bed in the side room, and decided to stay in the side room. The main house does not have good privacy because it serves as a dining room, restaurant, and warehouse. As there was someone lying there, Qin Yao made a bed on the floor in the side room. The straw that had just been cleaned out was moved back and spread in the corner against the wall. A core mat was placed on the straw, and a bedsheet was placed on the core mat, and then a quilt was placed on it, which was also comfortable. After the bed was made, Qin Yao sorted out the remaining quilts and piled them on the bed, waiting to make them again after the furniture and the house were built. After thinking about it, he took a thin quilt to the main room and threw it directly on Lu Ji. Lu Ji, who was almost freezing to death, was pleasantly surprised and quickly pulled it over himself to cover himself. His original clothes had been blown away by Lin Erbao and others. He was wearing a tattered linen shirt when he came here. He continued to wear it after Lu Bo wiped his body clean. The bedding Qin Yao slept on before belonged to the Lu family. It was not warm at all, and it felt heavy on his body. He was already injured and could hardly breathe. In the past, he would have yelled like a big boss, but this time, he was very timid. He smelled the aroma of white porridge wafting in from outside and didn't dare to make a sound even though his stomach was growling with hunger. He was afraid that Qin Yao would remember him and kill him while his family and brothers were away. Qin Yao looked at his face covered with swelling reducing herbs and shouted coldly, "Be careful not to dirty my new quilt." The quilt, which was originally covering the neck, was silently pulled down a little, revealing only a pair of black and white eyes on the face covered with medicine. He looked at Qin Yao pitifully and a little warily. Just before she stepped out of the door, she suddenly summoned up the courage to speak. "Ma'am, I was wrong." Qin Yao paused, turned around, narrowed her eyes slightly, and looked dangerously at the trembling man on the bed. Under such a compelling gaze, Lu Jiqiang pinched the scar on his leg to stimulate the severe pain so that he would not lower his head. He opened his only intact pair of peach blossom eyes and said sincerely, "My dear, I really know I was wrong this time. I promise that from now on, I'll never live a lazy life again. After my injury heals, I will find a job to earn money to support my family, you, and the baby, so that you can live a good life." Qin Yao sneered and raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure?" Lu Ji nodded his head like a rattle. "I, Lu Ji, swear to heaven, from now on, if my wife tells me to go west, I will never go east, and if she tells me to go east, I will never go west. If I disobey you, I will be struck by 5 thunders and die a miserable death." Seeing that Qin Yao's eyes were no longer so threatening, he quickly added, "My dear, I know that you risked your life to go into the mountains and hunt in order to earn money to redeem me. Qin Yao, you think too much." The man was stunned for a moment and continued, "I was such a bastard before. I didn't know what was good for me. I am sorry to my wife. From now on, I will definitely treat my wife well. I will do all the dirty and tiring work at home. You just need to rest." He was too good at talking, and in his excitement, he pulled the wound on his face. The pain was so severe that Lu Ji gasped and almost cried. Qin Yao sighed. "You'd better remember what you said." "But I remember Lin Erbao said just now. You said I was a vicious woman?" Tears of pain welled up in Lu Ji's eyes and fell in fear and shock. "My lady, you are innocent. I am sincere to you, and heaven and earth can bear witness to that. How could I possibly slander you? It must be Lin Erbao who framed me." Talking loudly caused more wounds to be involved, and tears were streaming down my face, mixed with the herbs. It was really so ugly. Qin Yao raised her hand in disdain to signal him to stop howling. Her eyes had already seen through him. "Tell me, what do you want to do?" Lu Ji swallowed and unconsciously turned his head towards the kitchen. Qin Yao walked out while saying, "From now on, every bite of food you eat, everything you use, and the 38 taels of debt you owe to Lin Erbao today will all be recorded in my account. When you recover from your injury, find a job and pay me back." Qin Yao particularly emphasized the tone of the latter sentence and repeated what Lu Ji said to him. She took a bowl of porridge, sprinkled it with a pinch of icing sugar, brought it into the house, and handed it to him. Seeing this fragrant white rice porridge, who could still be rational? Without caring about the injuries on his body and face, Lu Ji climbed up, picked up the bowl, and started eating. While eating, he said, "I will listen to you, my lady. From now on, whatever you say is what I will do." He gulped down 2 mouthfuls of the porridge. It was so hot and sour, but there was actually sugar added to the porridge. He was reluctant to spit it out. He swallowed it while inhaling. Anyway, after he was full, he closed his eyes and said that he had forgotten everything after waking up from a sleep, but he didn't remember what he had promised her. Little did he know that Qin Yao had already seen through his rogue thoughts. If he doesn't remember, she has plenty of ways to help him restore his memory. 027, The Filial Son. After dinner, Lu Zhong sent Dalong and his 3 siblings back home and took a look at Lu Ji's situation. Seeing that he was covered with a brand new quilt and drinking thick white rice porridge, I suddenly felt that I had worried in vain. I wonder if the 3rd brother saved a god's life in his previous life. Even though he is in such a bad condition, there are still people who give him good food and drink. Looking at Lu Ji's crying and groaning expression, Lu Zhong felt so angry that his teeth were itching. Comparing yourself with others will only make you angry. After coming out of the house, they told Qin Yao in a nice voice that if anyone needed help, they could come to the old house to find them, and then they went home. Dalong and his 4 companions brought back a bowl full of dishes, half of which was meat. After putting down the food, Dalong went into the house and glanced at his father. Seeing that he was still breathing, he came out. For little rascals squatted in front of Qin Yao and asked her what kind of beast she had hunted in the mountains, where she had been, and whether the meat was delicious. Seeing Qin Yao had rice grains stuck to the corners of her mouth, Xin Yang immediately stretched out her soft little hands to help her remove the rice grains. Her eyes were sparkling, and her heart and eyes were filled with only her mother. Lu Ji in the room waited and waited, but Erlang, Samlang, and Xin Yang never came in to see him. When Lu Ji heard the intimate voices of the 4 brothers and sisters and Qin Yao outside the house, his eyes widened. He couldn't believe it. In just a few days, Qin Yao had already won over everyone's hearts. Perhaps he was injured, or perhaps he was angry. Lu Ji felt chest tightness, shortness of breath, and dizziness, and fell into a deep sleep. When I woke up, it was already bright outside, and my bladder exploded. Lu Ji called out weakly, "Delang, Delang." The door creaked open from the outside, and 4 small figures walked in like a string of candied haws. The dazzling sunlight shines into the house, bringing light to the dim room. When Lu Ji saw these 4 children dressed in new clothes, he almost didn't recognize them. Last night, Qin Yao boiled several large pots of hot water and washed the brother and sister clean from head to toe, and then changed them into the old clothes she had bought. Although the clothes and shoes were old, they had been starched and washed before being sold, and there was a faint scent of soap berries on the clothes. Qin Yao gave each of the 4 brothers and sisters a headband and tied their hair. She also specially braided 2 small braids for Xin Yang, which hung on both sides of her head, making her look cute and playful. Lu Ji could see that the clothes and shoes on the 4 brothers and sisters were a little big, but they were made of thick cotton cloth, which was much better than the tattered linen clothes they had worn before. Dalong walked forward and picked up the urinal under the bed. "Dad, do you want to pee?" Lu Ji suppressed the envy in his heart and nodded. Dalong asked Xin Yang to go out, helped Lu Ji off the bed, and released him. Lu Ji felt better and lay back on the bed. Dalong took the urinal to the slope in the back room and emptied it. He came back to scoop water, washed his hands in the urinal, cleaned it up, and then took it back to the room and placed it neatly under the bed. When had Lu Ji ever seen his children be so particular? In the past, when snot hung around the mouth, I could just lick it with my tongue, but now I have to wash my hands even when I help my dad empty the urinal. "Where is your stepmother?" Lu Ji asked tentatively. He hadn't heard anything from the evil woman since he woke up, and he didn't know where she had gone. Dalong opened the door completely to let in fresh air and sunlight, and replied, "I went to Shaha village." "Where are you going? How long have you been gone?" "I don't know." Dalong shook his head and said uncertainly, "I went there early in the morning, so it should be an hour." Lu Ji looked at the familiar, yet unfamiliar room in front of him. He couldn't see clearly yesterday because it was dark, and only now did he realize that the house had changed. There were 6 grain bags piled up under the wall at the head of the bed, and a low table on the open space at the foot of the bed, with a pile of bowls neatly stacked on the table. Although it was still the same shabby, thatched hut, everything was clean, and there was no strange smell. Instead, there was a scent of rice. Lu Ji touched his stomach, and Dalong immediately asked, "Dad, are you hungry?" Lu Ji nodded wildly, and thought of the white rice porridge he had eaten last night, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Dalong asked him to wait, walked out of the door, came to the stove, took out the meat porridge that was warm on the stove, and gave it to Lu Ji. Yesterday's white rice porridge had sugar in it, which Lu Ji already thought was a luxury, but he didn't expect that there would be minced meat in today's porridge. "Oh my God, what kind of life do you women live?" Qin Yao is a spendthrift woman. She just wants to spend as much money as she can. She doesn't know how to save money. Lu Ji complained as he sat up against the wall. He happily reached out to take the bowl, but when he looked up, he found that Dalong's 4 siblings were standing on the bed, looking at him dimly. Xin Yang said angrily, "Dad, I'm going to tell Annie that you said bad things about her." Samlang was his sister's follower, and he shouted, "Tell Auntie." Lu Ji immediately saw the cold look of Qin Yao holding the knife on Lin Erbao's neck. He shuddered and said hurriedly, "No, no, no. Dad is just joking." Samlang and Xin Yang Be obedient and don't dare to tell your stepmother, otherwise Dad will die. San Lang and Xin Yang were afraid that their father would die if they told the truth, so they nodded. Erlang glanced at his father and knew that he was just trying to scare the child. He remembered the meat porridge his stepmother had distributed to him in the morning and licked his lips. He was not full yet and tugged at the corner of his eldest brother's clothes. Seeing his younger brothers and sisters staring at the bowl of porridge greedily, Dalong's heart softened and he told them, "Each of you take another sip, just one sip." And he said that eating too much will make your stomach bloated, so don't be greedy. So, Luji watched in amazement as Erlang and his two filial sons gathered together, each taking a mouthful of meat porridge, and drank the originally full bowl until only half a bowl was left before passing it to him. Dalong said respectfully, "Dad, drink slowly." Luji was so angry that his lips trembled and he was speechless for a while. But after a moment's thought, he came up with another idea. He took the bowl of porridge, gobbled it up, and licked the bottom of the bowl, then threw the empty bowl to Dalong. He waved his hand, motioning the four brothers and sisters to gather around him, looking like a father who was very sad for them, and asked with concern, "You must have suffered these days when Dad is not at home. Tell Dad if you have any grievances. I will take care of it for you when I get better." Erlang shook his head, not knowing what euphemism meant, and said directly, "No." Sanlang held his sister's hand in ignorance, and the brother and sister said loudly and seriously, "Follow the stepmother, and you will have meat to eat." Dalong glanced at his father's petrified expression, turned his head away, and the corners of his mouth curled up, but he quickly suppressed it, turned around with a serious face, waved his hand, and drove his younger brothers and sisters out. "Dad, you need to change the medicine," Dalong reminded. Lu Ji covered his wounded heart and looked at Dalang, who was mixing herbs for him with satisfaction. He said with emotion, "Son, Dad knows that you're the most filial." Dalong didn't respond. He mixed the powder with water and boiled it into a paste. He climbed onto the bed and helped his father change the medicine on his face. After finishing, I took a small stool and sat at the gate, watching my younger brothers and sisters play with stones. Lu Ji couldn't help but be curious. "Dalang, what are you doing sitting at the door? Come in and talk to Dad." "No, Annie told us to look after the house." "Housekeeping? Lai-u yisneret. What's so good about this shabby house?" "Oh no. That evil woman brought back so much food and valuables. We have to keep a close eye on them to prevent them from being stolen. We are all family, and he has a share of these things too." "Yes, we need to watch it carefully." Lu Ji agreed. Dalong glanced at his father and saw that he was relatively well behaved. He looked towards the road by the river and stayed at home, waiting for his stepmother to come back. Underscore 0 to 8 customized weapons. Qin Yao came back at noon. She went to Xiao village and returned the bow and arrows to the Yang family. The bow was still in good condition, except that 10 arrows were broken. Qin Yao also kept his promise and gave them 1/10 of the proceeds, 8 taels and 5 cents of silver, as the cost of renting the bows and arrows. The two Yang brothers were stunned. They didn't expect that she would give them more than 8 taels in one go. He immediately asked curiously, "Madam Qin, did you hunt a big one?" Qin Yao faced them without hesitation and said directly, "Yes, I killed a black bear." "Are you alone?" the two brothers asked in unison. Qin Yao nodded yes. Yangda and Yang Er had no idea what the scene was like. When the two brothers hunted a tiger, it was all out of luck. They happened to encounter a tiger and a leopard fighting each other. After the leopard was chased away by the tiger, the two brothers fought hard to kill it while the tiger was still unable to recover. After that, there was no such luck anymore. Yang Er was left with a serious psychological trauma. Because of this, now if the two brothers go into the mountains alone, they will avoid large wild beasts and cherish their lives much more. Qin Yao asked them if they could help her make a bow. Yang put away his shock and agreed readily. Knowing that she was strong, he asked her what kind of one she wanted. Qin Yao didn't ask for much. "It'll be fine if it works, as well as your bow. Double the pulling force, right?" The pulling force of a bow has a lot to do with the material used for the bow body. If it is too soft, it will have no killing power, and if it is too hard, it will break. Qin Yao's requirements may seem not high, but they are actually quite high. Yang thought about the materials that could be found nearby, but he still didn't dare to guarantee it. "I'll give it a try first." Qin Yao nodded. She didn't force it. After all, given the production level, it was not easy to get a magic arm bow. She gave Yang 300 copper coins as a deposit and asked him to start working on it first. When it was done, she would ask someone to let Liujia village know, and she would come to pick it up. After leaving Yang's house, Qin Yao went to the blacksmith house to have the dagger repaired and also ordered a long sword and a dagger. Alloy materials are not easy to obtain here, and the craftsman's skills are never passed on to outsiders. The blacksmith in Xia village said that he had figured out how to make steel and could make a steel knife for Qin Yao, but Qin Yao did not dare to hold too much hope in a blacksmith who specialized in making kitchen knives. Anyway, she must have weapons. She can't sleep without them. There are indeed no zombies or mutated animals or plants here, and there are no people who want to eat humans. But there are bandits here, and the officers and soldiers will not go to the countryside. If something happens, the common people can only protect themselves. Before leaving, Qin Yao suddenly remembered a small thing, a slingshot. This thing is suitable for carrying around and is not conspicuous. Combined with her strength, its lethality is no less than that of a bullet at certain times. There is no such thing as a slingshot in Shanghua because there are no rubber bands here. Qin Yao drew the slingshot frame and asked the blacksmith to make it, and also asked him to help make 50 steel balls the size of glass marbles. As for the rubber band, she had to find a substitute herself. Before returning to Liujia village, Qin Yao went to a tile kiln to take a look and asked about the prices before going home. After this morning's work, there was only 25 taels of silver left in his pocket. Including the expenses of building houses, walls, and furniture, we are almost back to the time before liberation. As soon as Qin Yao arrived home, the 4 children immediately dropped the stones and mud in their hands and surrounded her. Have the medicine been changed? Qin Yao asked as she walked into the main house. Lu Ji was lying on the bed, worrying about his face. When he saw Qin Yao, his whole body unconsciously became stiff. Dalong said, "The medicine has been changed." Qin Yao nodded and asked Lu Ji, as usual, "How do you feel? Are you feeling better? Did you urinate or defecate today? What did you eat? How much water did you drink?" Lu Ji frowned slightly. "Is this concern? Right?" Seeing his father staring blankly, Dalong answered for him, "I drank a bowl of water, half a bowl of porridge, and peed." Lu Ji's face flushed, and he stammered, "Much better." Qin Yao took action and peeled off a piece of herbal ointment. Sure enough, the swelling and bruises had subsided a lot. It seemed that the medicine prescribed by the village doctor was quite effective. At this rate, we will be able to go out and start working in 3 or 4 days. After seeing Lu Ji, Qin Yao went to the kitchen to make lunch. She was not a good cook, and she thought cooking was too troublesome, so she simply cooked a pot of rice and made 6 rice balls. The children ate the small ones, the adults ate the big ones, and she ate the extra large one herself. Lu Ji looked at the white rice balls brought in by Dalong and was once again shocked by the family's wealth. "And lunch? How many meals a day do you eat?" Lu Ji asked tentatively. Dalong gnawed on a fragrant white rice ball as big as his fist and raised 3 fingers. Lu Ji was shocked and happy, thinking that if he could have this kind of food every day, it would not be impossible for him to coax that evil woman a little. Take a bite of the rice ball in your hand. The soft rice is so delicious. After lunch, Qin Yao went out again. He brought the needles, thread, cotton, and 3 pieces of cloth and came to the Lu family's old house. Although the wheat has been planted, there's still a few acres of vegetable fields at home. Mid to early November is a good time to plant broad beans and peas. Zhang is selecting vegetable seeds in the main room, planning to plant them in a few days. Inside the house, the sound of looms clang-clang could be heard. He and Xiu were weaving in the house in a hurry. The court allocated a lot of land, and the villagers almost planted half of it for grain and the other half for mulberry trees. They produced both mulberry leaves and silk themselves. The 2 sisters-in-law were fast and could weave 2 pieces of silk a year in their free time. 1 piece of silk could be sold for 2 taels of silver. These 4 taels of silver were even more than what the men could produce from working in the fields all year round. Therefore, in the traditional family where men farm and women weave, the status of women is not low. There are 5 hens raised in the corner of the yard. Zhang has raised them for more than 2 years and is reluctant to kill them as long as they can still lay eggs. The weather is good today. The coops are open and the hens are walking around in the yard. There's chicken droppings all over the ground. The men were not idle either. 4 fathers and sons were divided into 2 groups, scooping manure from the outhouse behind the house and carrying it to the fields in loads to fertilize the wheat. Everyone has long been accustomed to this kind of environment and is doing their work as usual. However, when Qin Yao suddenly stepped in and smelled the strong smell of manure and chicken shit, she was not quite used to it. Jinhua, who was squatting at the door playing with stones, was the first to notice Qin Yao. She looked up and called out, "Third aunt." Qin Yao's hands were full, so she touched his head and asked with a smile, "Are your aunt and mother home?" Jinhua nodded, picked up something, and pointed to the west room with her black little hand. "Mother and aunt are weaving." Zhang in the main room heard the noise at the door, put down her work, and stood up, and saw Qin Yao coming in with cotton and cloth, and asked in confusion, "Old third family, what are you doing?" Zhang was not confident enough to think that this was given as a gift to honor herself, but that was why she felt it was strange. Qin Yao called out Mom first, then looked towards the west room. "I'll ask my two sisters-in-law to help me make some clothes." "Where's Dad? I want to take advantage of the slack season these days to rebuild the house." 029, another day when I want to beat up a man. Before Zhang had time to be surprised that Qin Yao, a woman, couldn't even make clothes, she heard her say that she wanted to rebuild the house. I did the math in my mind. I just bought so many things yesterday and paid off the third brother's debt. I still have money left to build a house. How much silver will it take? During the 6 days in the mountains, they might have hunted something so big that they couldn't even imagine. Zhang was so shocked that she didn't know what to say. She could only shout towards the back of the house, "Boss, come quickly. The third brother's family is looking for you." He and Xiao in the west room heard the noise, stopped what they were doing, and came out. Qin Yao immediately rushed over with the cotton and cloth in her arms. "Two sisters-in-law, can you help me make some clothes? I have 3 pieces of cloth here. I will make a set of winter cotton clothes for my 4 children, Dalong and me, and then make each of them a set of inner clothes. The red piece will be used to make New Year clothes for the 4 of them, to make them festive and joyful." Qin Yao spoke quickly, and before he and Xiao had a chance to speak, she had already stated all her requests. She assigned him the job out of the blue. Even though he had just eaten the meat she bought yesterday, he would still feel unhappy. Besides, they are busy weaving now, and if they help Qin Yao make clothes, it will take a lot of time. But soon, Qin Yao said, "When I bought the cloth, the shopkeeper helped me calculate. After making these 3 pieces of cloth and cotton for what I want, there will be a lot left. If the 2 sisters-in-law don't mind, I'll consider it as hard work fee." After hearing this, Mrs. He and Mrs. Chiu remembered to take a look at what kind of cloth she was holding. "They're all made of cotton, and the cotton we bought is the best, fluffy and large, and it looks warm at first glance. The most special thing is the red cloth. Colored cloth is expensive. If, as Qin Yao said, they only make clothes for the 4 little kids, Dalong and his sister, with their tailoring skills, they can still make enough material for an adult set. Jin Bao and Jinhua at home can each make one. There will be a lot left over from the other 2 horses, enough to make a short shirt for my parents-in-law and my husband." The 2 sisters-in-law looked at each other, smiled, and said that Qin Yao was too polite and reached out to take the fabrics. He quickly took the big bag of cotton and the needle and thread that Qin Yao brought into the house and said politely, "Sister-in-law, you are too polite. You even prepared the needle and thread." Qin Yao smiled and said, "Thank you, sisters-in-law. Thank you for your hard work." "Sister-in-law, please don't say that. It will create distance between family members if we say that. My sister-in-law, and I can finish it in 2 or 3 days and send it to you when the time comes." Chiu smiled gently. She was quiet in nature, spoke slowly, and had a pleasant voice. "My eldest sister-in-law, Mrs. He, is completely different. She is very impetuous." Old man Lu came over. There seemed to be a stain on the corner of his clothes, and he was emitting a smell as he walked. Zhang stepped aside and continued to pick her vegetable seeds, but her ears perked up. Old man Lu sat down at the square table in the main hall, poured a bowl of water, and drank it all in one gulp, then put the bowl down and asked in confusion, "Old third wife, what's the matter?" Qin Yao sat down on the bench opposite him and told him about her plan to build a wall and renovate the house, and asked Old man Lu if he had any experience in saving money. Old man Lu thought this was a good thing, but he had to ask how much budget Qin Yao had. "If we just want to build a wall, we can go to the river to pick up stones and pile them up as the foundation, and then go to the South Mountain to dig some soil to build the wall. It won't cost much money, but it will take some effort. But if you want to renovate the house and put on tiles, you can't save the money." Qin Yao nodded. "I know this. To be honest, I had a good harvest this time in the mountains. After paying off my debts, I still have 7 or 8 taels left. I thought I might as well use the money to repair the house so that I won't sleep in fear when winter comes. In fact, there were 25 taels left, which she kept back." Zhang paused in her action of selecting vegetable seeds, and he and Xiao in the west room also stopped threading their needles. They were all calculating in their minds how much silver Qin Yao had earned during this trip into the mountains. Just these 3 pieces of cloth and the cotton and needles and thread will cost almost 10 taels. The large bags of fine rice and sundries from yesterday will definitely cost 5 taels. Add the 7 or 8 taels mentioned now, and the 38 taels I paid for the third brother yesterday. That makes 60 taels total. The 2 sisters-in-law looked at each other and took a breath of cold air. Old man Lu was also shocked. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "Old third, what did you hunt this time when you went into the mountains?" Qin Yao calmly replied, "A black bear. There was nothing to hide. They didn't ask yesterday, so she certainly wouldn't go up and tell them that she had killed a big black bear. But whenever someone asked, she answered." For a moment, everyone in the old house stopped. Only the hens were still clucking in the yard. It was not until Qin Yao coughed that everyone came to their senses. They could no longer remain calm and stood up to surround Qin Yao, asking her how she did it. Qin Yao said succinctly, "It was like this and then like that, and that's it." Everyone in the old house, you know what nonsense is. However, they also knew that Qin Yao had no intention of explaining the process in detail to them, so they did not ask any more questions in disappointment. All kinds of imaginations ran through their minds, and for a moment, the way they looked at Qin Yao became full of awe. Qin Yao ignored all this and discussed with old man Lu the details of building the house, such as who to find, how to arrange the work, where to buy the materials, how much time it would take, etc. Old man Lu was in a good mood. He felt that Qin Yao's asking him this question showed that she took him, her father-in-law, seriously. Building a house is actually very easy as long as you have money. During these 2 months, when farming is slack, each family just does small tasks like adding fertilizer to nearby fields, and the village is full of people. The people in Liujia village have the same ancestor for 4 generations, and the clan is united. Old man Lu is of a high generation, so he can call many strong laborers with just a word. To country people, building a house is not a technical job. Even if they don't know how to do it, they have seen other people building their houses. In this way, technical jobs have mature conditions. A chief engineer was also needed, so old man Lu recommended Uncle Jio, who lived at the entrance of the village. Uncle Jio was experienced and had high prestige, so the guys dared not disobey him. With him in control, there would be no situation where there were multiple styles on one wall. I heard that Qin Yao was going to add 2 more rooms, a kitchen, and a bathroom. Although old man Lu didn't know what a bathroom was, he still counted it as a room. If we use bricks and tiles, the budget will increase, so he suggested a combination of adobe walls, wooden beams, and tiles. In fact, further south in Kaiyang County, there are wooden buildings built with wood. These wooden houses are warm in winter and cool in summer, and are much more comfortable to live in than adobe houses. Originally, old man Lu wanted to recommend it, but then he thought about the high cost of these woods, and that they had to be prepared 1 or 2 years in advance, and that they were not available for purchase at the moment. So he gave up. The tiles can be bought in Xiahe village. The hillside over Nanshan is full of soil. I'll just tell the village chief and clan leader when the time comes. We use the soil over there to build houses in our village. Old man Lu drank another bowl of water and frowned in embarrassment. We are still short of wood. The third brother has already divided his forest. He has sold out his forest a long time ago. You have to buy it from the villagers. Tiles are heavy, so beams are needed to support them. Good beams are not cheap. Qin Yao asked, "How much silver does it cost?" Old man Lu said, "About 4 ounces. Qin Yao, is today another day when I want to beat up Lu Lao-san? 030 Dad, do you want to pee? Qin Yao did not waste any time, and after discussing with old man Lu, she cut 2 pieces of meat weighing 1 pound from the remaining meat in the afternoon and went to report to the village chief and clan leader. All unowned land in the village is assumed to be shared by all villagers, and the same applies to soil. It's fine for daily use, but if you need it in large quantities and need to build a house, it's best to inform the village and give an explanation. At this time, the benefit of having a clear household registration comes into play. If someone is an outsider and wants to use the village's mountains, forests, water, and soil resources, he will not be allowed. The village chief and the clan leader were actually relatives of the uncle and grandfather generations, and they did not make things difficult for Qin Yao, a junior. Apart from being a little surprised to hear that Lu Laosan's family was going to build a house, they happily agreed. Qin Yao also discovered that the villagers of Liujia village were relatively united. Although the villagers hated a scourge like Lu Ji for the sake of being of the same clan, if someone from another village came in to cause trouble for Lu Ji, everyone would still stand up for him. The first 2 times Lin Erbao came to the village, Lu Ji would have been beaten to death if the villagers had not surrounded him. Precisely because the entire clan was here, even if they were just there to watch the fun, Lin Erbao and the others still had some concerns. If someone really died, the Lu clan would not let them go. Shung State was a clan society under the feudal monarchy. These villages, large and small, were actually gatherings of members from various clans. 90% of the people in Liujia village have the surname Lu. After walking around the village with Old Man Lu, Qin Yao discovered that her generation was actually quite high. Most people call her aunt, a few call her sister-in-law, and very few call her Lu Sanjia. After leaving the village chief and clan leader's house, Qin Yao went to her cousin's house with Old Man Lu, told them about building a house, and asked them to help. Old Man Lu said that he would provide a lunch for the helpers and give each of them 2 cents a day as a token of his appreciation. Qin Yao didn't understand the situation and wondered if this was too little. Unexpectedly, her uncle and her uncle both agreed happily. The next morning they would bring their tools and call on the idle laborers in the family to go to her house to work. For the villagers who have been struggling to make ends meet, this lunch is equivalent to saving a meal for the family. When the most difficult times come, this meal of food can be cooked in a porridge and the whole family can live one more day. Qin Yao used to think that Lu Ji's family was the poorest in the village, but when she came to her uncle's house and saw the skinny women and children, she realized that this was a common situation. Due to the lack of production tools, intensive farming was impossible, resulting in low grain production. For families with large populations, it was very difficult to ensure that the whole family did not starve to death, let alone have enough to eat. Moreover, the land has not always been there. It was only after the new government came to power this year that the land was redistributed and the current land was created. Seeing Qin Yao's clueless look, Old Man Lu guessed that her family must have been well off before, and sighed. It was only this year that His Majesty redistributed the land to everyone, so everyone no longer has to worry about not being able to survive the winter. In previous years, there would have been nothing to eat at this time of year. Qin Yao was surprised. It's only been a short while since the autumn harvest, and there's nothing to eat? Old Man Lu shook his head with a look of astonishment and continued. The next step after the autumn harvest is taxation. The head of the village will take people to each village to collect the grain tax. It must be handed in the form of grain. Silver, money, or cloth are not allowed to be used as a substitute. There are only a few acres of land, and the output is only so much. If we pay 1/8 of the grain tax, how much can we have left? Don't count it. It's already amazing to have anything left. The two of them went to several nearby houses, and everyone was happy to come and help, not for the 2 cents, but for the lunch. In this way, there are enough manpower. Old Man Lu went to talk to Uncle Gio and said that it was getting late, so Qin Yao should go home and prepare first. The next morning, just after daybreak, Lu Ji, who was still lying in bed dreaming, suddenly heard a noise outside the house and woke up in shock. Delang! Delang! Lu Ji shouted loudly towards the door, a little panicked. Could it be that some wild animals have come down the mountain to look for food? But he was obviously overthinking it. The tightly closed door was pushed open and Dalong walked in with a confused look on his face. He was already dressed and seemed to have gotten up long ago. Dad, do you want to pee? Dalong walked to the bed and bent down to get the urinal. Lu Ji stared at his son speechlessly. Every time he saw him, he would ask him if he wanted to pee. Where did so much urine come from? No. What's that noise outside? What are you doing with all that rumbling? Dalong put down the chamber pot and replied, My family is building a house, and my aunt is digging the foundation stones with her men. Lu Ji was a little confused. We are building a house? Dalong nodded, and seeing that he didn't pee, he was about to leave. Dad, if you don't pee, I'll leave. There's plenty of work to do. After saying that, he gave his father an ambiguous look. It didn't look like he needed to lie down anymore, nor did he want to go down to the fields to help with the housework. Thinking of this, Dalong ran out to find Qin Yao and said, Auntie, my dad seems to be getting better soon. Qin Yao dumped the heavy stones on her shoulders onto the open space, and someone would take the stones to fill the foundation. She carried back more stones by herself than 3 grown men. Lu Fei and several other teenagers who were in charge of picking up stones by the river couldn't keep up with her speed. Qin Yao thought they still had to pick up the fruits by the river for a while, so she motioned for Dalong to follow her. She walked to the water tank next to the stove and scooped a ladle of cool well water. She drank it all in one gulp before asking, Are you done? Dalong nodded and said, He can walk around by himself now. He saw it yesterday evening. While his stepmother was not at home, his father rummaged through everything in the house. He guessed that he was looking for silver, but he didn't find it. My stepmother always ties her purse around her waist. It would be strange if my father could find it. Qin Yao patted the boy's head and said, "Okay, I get it. You should go back to the house and rest with Erlang and the others. There's so many people working here, and they don't need a little kid like you." Dalong hummed a little embarrassedly, turned, and went into the house. There are a lot of things at home and no place to hide them, so he helps to keep an eye on them to prevent others from stealing anything when there are too many people around. Qin Yao watched Dalong enter the side room, then pushed open the door of the main house and walked in. Lu Ji had already gone back to sleep for a nap, and even though there was a lot of noise outside, it didn't wake him up. But I don't know why, my back felt colder and colder, as if I was being stared at by a giant snake with its tongue sticking out. Suddenly, Lu Ji woke up with a start, and when he raised his eyes, he met Qin Yao's cold eyes. "My wife, you scared me to death." Lu Ji patted his chest, gasped, and looked at Qin Yao with some resentment. Seeing how full of energy he looked, Qin Yao reached out and lifted the anti-swelling herbal paste on his face. The swelling had gone down, leaving only some bruises. It seems that Dalong was right. It is time to go out to work. Even if you can't do heavy work, you can still do light work like making a fire, cooking, and frying vegetables. "Stand up." Qin Yao pulled the quilt off him. Lu Ji was horrified. Could it be that this evil woman had noticed how handsome he was and was aroused by him and wanted to have fun with him? 031. Not eating well. Qin Yao dug out the clothes she had worn previously from the pile of old clothes. They had been rubbed with wood ash, and she didn't dare wash them with water, as they would definitely be ruined. The bloody smell on the clothes has dissipated. "It's a little small, but I'll just wear it." "Put on your clothes properly, otherwise I'll catch a cold again." Qin Yao threw the clothes to Lu Ji and instructed, "For the next month, there will be helpers at home. In addition to our 3 meals a day, we also need to prepare a meal for everyone at noon. Since your injury has not healed yet, you should do these light tasks first. If you have time after cooking, do the housework." As he spoke, he took out a string of copper coins from his purse and handed them to him, a total of 300 coins. "There's no vegetables at home, so you can go buy some. I still have some pork left from the day before, and it will go bad if I keep it there any longer, so you can cook it all today. From now on, cook the meat every 5 days, making it softer in the morning and harder for dinner. By the way, I have a big appetite, so remember to cook more. I will be very irritable if I don't have enough." As for what he would do when he got angry, she didn't know. After giving the instructions, Qin Yao urged him to hurry up, then closed the door, picked up the frame, and walked towards the river. Lu Ji, who was still thinking about how to protect his innocence, was stunned for 5 seconds while holding the copper coin that he had been looking for the entire afternoon yesterday. Just give him the money now? A gust of cold wind blew, and Lu Ji shivered all over and sneezed loudly. He hastily put on the ill-fitting linen clothes. After putting 2 layers of linen clothes on his body, he felt better. All the herbs on his face were peeled off, and his face, which had lost its swelling, showed some of his former elegance. He had been lying in bed for 2 days without washing or grooming. His waist-length hair was scattered behind his head, and a few strands of hair hung down in front of his eyes, making him look even more sickly and pale. Lu Ji was thin but not skinny, tall, with a well-proportioned figure. Even in the tattered linen clothes he wore, he looked particularly desolate. Coupled with his battle-damaged face at the moment, his whole body exudes a pitiful sense of brokenness and fragility. However, this temperament did not last for more than 3 seconds. The moment he saw the copper coin, his true face was revealed, full of greed. Lu Ji had a nice thought in his mind. How much is the dish worth? My 2 sisters-in-law at the old house have planted a lot of crops. They're all their own land. Can I ask him for money for some vegetables? There are other vegetable fields in the village. We are all fellow villagers, and a bunch of vegetables is not worth much money. He takes a bunch from this family today and another family tomorrow. Aren't the 300 coins all his? Thinking of this, Lu Ji hid all the copper coins at home, locked the door, and came out empty-handed. In front of and behind the house were relatives and villagers who came to help. Qin Yao had already gone to the river and was not here. When everyone saw Lu Ji appear, they greeted him and asked him where he was going and whether his injury was better. The 2 uncles' families praised Qin Yao and said that Lu Ji was lucky to marry such a virtuous woman. He was a scoundrel, but he could live in a tiled house. Lu Ji responded cheerfully to the first part, but when he heard the latter part, his smile froze instantly. Then he changed his mind and thought that this might be a compliment to his own ability. He brushed away the flying hair in front of his forehead and said proudly, "That's right. Don't you see who I am, Lu Ji? Apart from anything else, there is no other man as handsome as me in the entire Kaiyang County. The girls and wives who want to be my concubines can line up from Liujia village to the capital. If it weren't for the fact that this woman had a lot of strength and can make money, would I let her into my family? Become my main wife?" The relatives fell silent for a moment, not even bothering to roll their eyes at him, and just focused on their work. Lu Ji didn't mind whether anyone came to support him or not. After all, he had been lying in bed, trembling with fear for 2 days, and if he didn't let out his anger, he would go crazy. Zheng Jue felt proud and walked towards the river with his hands behind his back, thinking he looked handsome and elegant, thinking he was going to pick some vegetable from the field of a young woman. I met Qin Yao, who was standing steadily on the bridge, carrying 2 full baskets of stones. Lu Ji's scalp suddenly felt numb. Qin Yao came over with a stone on her shoulder with an expressionless face. Lu Ji tried to force a smile. "My wife, you are here. I was just about to go buy some vegetables. Whatever you want to eat, I will buy it and cook it for you." The other party did not respond, but just glanced at him lightly when he walked in front of him. This glance is very meaningful. Lu Ji's Adam's apple rolled, and he swallowed hard. She must have heard it. Lu Ji subconsciously raised his hands to cover his face, but was not hit. When he felt that the person had gone far away, he realized that his whole body was frozen. He hated it so much. He hated that his body would not obey him, and that he broke out in cold sweats whenever he saw that evil woman. At this time, Lu Ji did not know that there was an invisible thing called murderous intent. He paused for a few seconds before his body regained the ability to move. He jogged into the village, but was blocked by houses and trees. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and let out a long sigh. 20 helpers came to the house. At the Lu family's old house, except for Old Man Lu and Lu Bo, who were there to pour manure on the land. Lu Zhong and Lu Fei also came. Even 8-year-old Jinbao came to help pick up stones. There is strength in numbers. Uncle Gio was in command of the whole scene. Some people were responsible for digging the foundation, some were responsible for picking up stones, and some were responsible for digging the soil. We just started work today and are currently in the material preparation stage. After working for a whole morning, the outline of the foundation of the wall has been dug out and the location of the additional house has also been determined. Qin Yao was very satisfied with this efficiency. After being busy all morning, she was very unhappy with her lunch. A large pot of semi-thick multigrain porridge, a mixture of rice and millet, with a few pieces of chopped vegetables the size of fingernails scattered in it. Everyone who worked was given a full bowl. Actually, this lunch looks good, but it has no taste. Qin Yao had been working hard for the whole morning, and she was the main worker. She was so tired that she just wanted to eat something oily. As a result, after drinking a mouthful of porridge, let's call it vegetable porridge, it has no taste at all. How can I describe that bland feeling? It's like you were working on a high-rise building under the scorching sun on a hot summer day, and you want to eat some iced watermelon to quench your thirst after you finish your work. But when you pick up the watermelon expectantly, it's not only not sweet, but it's actually warm. This kind of collapse almost made Qin Yao unable to hold back, and she stabbed the chef to death in front of all her relatives and clansmen. Qin Yao's favorite thing is eating, and her most hated thing is not being able to eat well. I didn't have a good meal at noon, so I had a gloomy face the whole afternoon, and my whole body exuded a murderous aura that kept away strangers. Uncle Gio, who was always cursing at the young men in the Chong clan, started to lower his voice unconsciously when he saw her. Lu Ji squatted beside the water tank, washing dishes, secretly observing Qin Yao's reaction. Seeing that she did not have an attack, he quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Just as I was about to relax, a pair of delicate women's boots appeared before my eyes. Lui 032, 4 unfilial sons. Crack! Qin Yao threw a few fresh river fish into the bucket and said to the man holding the bowl opposite her, "Add some water to keep it alive and give everyone a snack at noon tomorrow." Lu Ji asked curiously, "Where did you get this fish from?" He leaned over and took a look into the bucket. There were 5 fish, 4 big and 1 small. The big one was 3 fingers wide, and the small one was 2 fingers wide. Without water, the fish were struggling in the bucket with their mouths wide open. Lu Ji hurriedly stood up and scooped a few scoops of water from the water tank into the bucket. A few fish got the water and turned over and started swimming. Maybe the bucket was too small and a little crowded, and the tails of a few fish swam together. And with a splash, the water splashed all over Lu Ji's face. Qin Yao looked at his dazed and embarrassed appearance, with a sarcastic smile on her lips. She found a dustpan and covered the bucket with it, and pressed it down with stones to prevent the fish from jumping out. I caught it in the river. I'll continue to be busy. Remember to cook the meat tonight. Before leaving, she emphasized her tone. Lu Ji wiped the water stains on his face, said oh, stood up and looked around in confusion. He actually didn't know how to cook at all. I was in a hurry to cook a pot of porridge at noon today, and I had long forgotten that she asked me to cook meat in the morning. At this moment, the piece of meat was hanging under the beam of the side house. Lu Ji hurriedly cleared the bowl and pot in front of him and walked over with some trepidation. There's still 4 pounds of meat left. I bought it 3 days ago. If it weren't for the low temperature these days, it would probably have gone bad. Now he took it down and smelled it. The smell was gone, but it was no longer the fresh color. Holding the piece of meat, Lu Ji stood blankly in front of the window and pondered for a long time. He dug out all the memories about cooking meat in his head, only to find that his memories about the kitchen and food were very few. All I could think of were the meals that were already on the table. But if he can't cook the meat tonight, he might not survive the night. Thinking of this, Lu Ji couldn't help but feel sad. Think about him, a man of 7 feet tall, from childhood to adulthood. Has he always eaten ready-made meals? Besides, looking around the whole Shang country, which man would go into the kitchen to light the stove and cook? This is to insult him and make him be laughed at by all the men in the village. Qin Yao, this evil woman, is so vicious. Dalong and his 3 friends were playing hopping stones around the bed. They saw their father standing at the window, staring at him for a long time, and thought he was possessed by evil spirits. Erlang called out tentatively, "Dad?" This gentle call woke up Lu Ji, who was immersed in sadness. As if he had grasped a life-saving straw, he turned around quickly, weighed the pork in his hand, and asked them if they knew how to cook meat. Even Sanlang and Xin Yang nodded and said they would do it. Lu Ji coughed twice uncomfortably, then assumed his father's authority and pointed at Dalong and Erlang, wanting to assign the task of cooking meat to them. He also planned to ask Sanlang and Xin Yang to be responsible for washing and picking vegetables, so that he only needed to stand in front of the stove to supervise. It was a nice idea, but he didn't consider whether the 4 children were willing to listen to him. Dalong said, "This is the job that Auntie gave to you, Dad, and you assigned it to us? Then what do you do?" Lu Ji thought, of course I'll just lie down and watch you guys work. Dalong didn't want to see him acting like a scoundrel, so he lowered his head and continued picking up stones to play with. Erlang's eyes rolled around, and he came up with another idea. "Dad, I can teach you how to cook, but you have to share the copper coins that Annie gave you with us. You little rascal, you are obsessed with money at such a young age." Lu Ji suddenly felt annoyed. Once the money comes into his hands, there is no reason to give it back. Forget it. Erlang seemed to have expected this from him. He shrugged nonchalantly, squatted down, and continued playing with his brother and sister-in-law. The 4 of them didn't even look at him. Lu Ji almost fell backwards in anger. He walked up to the 4 people and asked quietly through gritted teeth, "Are you 4 my descendants? I am your biological father, so how can I not appoint you guys?" Erlang rolled his eyes at him and said, "Auntie didn't assign us the job. If she had said so, my brother and I would have done it right away without saying anything." "Right, bro." Dalong nodded without even raising his head. He was worried that his father would be divorced by his stepmother if he continued to be such a scoundrel. At that time, the stepmother will no longer be their stepmother and will no longer have the status to manage them. Of course, if the stepmother didn't mind, the 4 of them would definitely follow her. The 2 brothers exchanged glances and reached an agreement. Lu Ji was so angry that he raised his hand to hit the kids. Sanlang and Xin Yang opened their big eyes and looked at him innocently. Their 2 identical, clean little faces were so pure and innocent. Lu Ji took a deep breath and raised his hand, but couldn't bear to raise it down. He paced back and forth in the room, restlessly, glancing outside from time to time, paying attention to Qin Yao's whereabouts, and then looking at the sky. He really didn't have much time left. What sin did I commit in my previous life to give birth to 4 unfilial sons like you? Lu Ji was helpless and furious, and his voice was the only one in the room. "Okay, give me the money," he said, gritting his teeth. The 4 brothers and sisters looked at each other in surprise, and Erlang immediately said, "1 copper coin per person." Lu Ji's voice seemed to come from between his teeth. "Okay." The 4 brothers and sisters all put their palms in front of him. Lu Ji rubbed his aching temples, called a few to follow him to the main house, took out the hidden copper coins, and gave 1 to each of them. The 4 children kept their promise and taught him what they knew after receiving the money. Dalong had seen his aunt cooking before, and because she was cooking meat that day, he remembered the process very clearly. First, brush the wok, then apply a thin layer of oil on the wok dry. Put the chopped fat into the wok first and stir-fry over high heat to release the fat. Then add the scallions, ginger, and garlic. Finally, pour in the chopped pork belly slices, add salt and sauce, and stir-fry before serving. Lu Ji, that's it. Dalong nodded heavily. Yes, that's it. If there are other side dishes, you can also put them in and stir-fry them together. No matter what the dish is, as long as it comes with gravy, it will definitely taste good. Unfortunately, there were no vegetables at home, so Dalong didn't say anything. Dalong looked at Lu Ji seriously. Don't always make your stepmother unhappy. What if she wants to divorce you? What will you do? After saying that, he called his younger brothers and sisters and ran excitedly to Lu the peddler's house in the village, completely unaware of his father's furious look. Divorce me? Lu Ji slammed the stove. She's lucky enough that I didn't divorce her. After saying these harsh words, he quickly turned around to see if the other person was there. Seeing that she was not there, he started to show off again. The relatives and clansmen who were helping nearby saw him grinning and muttering at the stove alone and sighed. It's really rare that we can actually see Lu Lao-san going into the kitchen to cook for us. However, it seems that there is no man cooking in the village. It is the women in the family who are busy in the kitchen. If the man is forced to cook, there must be a tigress in the family. If this happened to someone else, they would be laughed at, but when it happened to Lu Ji, everyone just felt that he deserved it. 033 Maltos. Dalong and his two siblings took the copper coins and went straight to Lu the peddler's house. The peddler hasn't come back yet, and his wife Yunyang is guarding the stall. This was the first time that the brothers and sisters stood under this stall, knocked on the door, handed money in, and bought Maltos. Yunyang was a little surprised to see that it was the four of them. She had never seen them with money in previous years. Not only were they always dressed in rags, they also didn't care about anything. They were dirty and smelly, like beggars. Now, not only did they use copper coins to buy candy, they also cleaned up neatly. Yunyang was even surprised to find that the four children of Lu Ji's family were all good-looking. It was the first time for Dalong to come, so he was a little reserved. The other three were even more afraid to speak, and just looked at the eldest brother eagerly. Yunyang took the 4 copper coins and asked uncertainly, "Do you want 4? "Yes, 4. Dalong replied. Yunyang nodded, opened the sugar jar, broke 4 small sticks, twisted 4 candies, and handed them out. Dalong gave each of the chocolates to his younger brothers and sisters one by one, and he held the last one in his own hand. The 4 brothers and sisters smiled in surprise and couldn't wait to lick it with their tongues. It was sweet, with a wheat aroma, and tasted better than they had imagined. No wonder everyone loves to eat it, Dalong thought happily in his heart. Erlang whispered, "It would be nice if Dad would ask us how to cook tomorrow." "He will ask again." Dalong knew his father's level very well and was very sure of it. Even if he wants to get some money out of his father, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. "Hey, Dalong, wait a minute." Yunyang suddenly remembered the straw sandals that Qin Yao had consigned earlier and hurriedly called the 4 brothers and sisters back. She took out 25 cents and gave them to Dalong, asking him to keep them well and not lose them. "This is the money your mother earned from selling straw sandals. Tell her that all the sandals have been sold. The total is 25 cents. "Got it." Dalong and the others knew about this matter, and they nodded quickly to say they understood. Dalong put the money in his arms and asked Yunyang if she was okay. When she said she was, he left. Halfway through the journey, Xinyang and Erlang had already finished their candy. Dalong had 1 bite left, and seeing the 2 of them looking at him eagerly, he smiled helplessly and handed the rest to them. But the 2 of them shook their heads sensibly. Xinyang looked at her eldest brother with sparkling eyes and said, "Big brother, you eat." Erlang was drooling with greed, but he insisted that his brother finish the meal himself. Finally, only Samlang was left. He held the stick in one hand and used the other hand to lightly protect the candy. He licked it twice and stopped eating. Erlang curiously asked him why he wasn't eating, and he said, "I want to eat slowly." A few people just ignored him. When passing by the river, Erlang wanted to stay there and pick up stones with Jinbao, but actually he just wanted to play. Samlang immediately said that he wanted to play here too. Dalong turned around and asked his sister. Xinyang shook her head, and the 2 went home first. Before leaving, Dalong asked Erlang to take good care of Samlang and make sure he didn't fall into the river. But now is the dry season. The water in the river has already dried up by more than half, and there are so many people around, so there's no need to worry too much. There are exposed riverbeds everywhere here, covered with stones of all sizes. Lu Fei and Jin Bao picked up these stones. Qin Yao was responsible for carrying all these stones back to Uncle Gio and his team for use in laying the foundation. She was busy and only glanced at Erlang and Sanlang, who were picking up stones with Jin Bao on the riverbank. She carried the heavy stones to the shore, walked across the wooden bridge, and walked along the slope to the door of her home. It took 20 minutes one way and more than half an hour to go back and forth. On the riverbank, Jin Bao saw the candy in Sanlang's hand and wanted to take a bite, but Sanlang refused. Jin Bao swallowed his saliva, extremely envious, but seeing that Sanlang refused to share with him, he snorted to save face. "I don't want it. My mother just bought it for me yesterday, and I'm already tired of it." After saying that, seeing that Sanlang still ignored her, she angrily pulled Erlang to turn over the round pebbles. This stone looks best when used for paving roads, and it is also fun to pick it up. The two children were having a lot of fun while playing and picking it up. Sanlang looked at the wooden bridge, not far away, with some worry. He looked down at the sugar in his hand that was about to melt, twisted it twice, fixed it, and continued to look at the wooden bridge. Qin Yao came back with an empty load on her shoulder. Sanlang was too small and huddled under a willow tree. The weeds around him were taller than him. Qin Yao didn't notice and continued to walk through the grass to the river. She put down the empty frame and picked up the stone frames filled by Lu Fei and other teenagers. Seeing her walking past him again, Sanlang seemed to realize that his position was not good, so he moved to the bridge head and stood next to the pier. Another 20 minutes passed, and this time Qin Yao finally spotted him and asked in surprise, "Sanlang, why are you here?" The little man with his back to her immediately turned around. His big eyes suddenly lit up, and he handed the candy in his hand to her. But unexpectedly, after such a long time, the sugar had melted a little and looked a mess. Without waiting for Qin Yao to react, the little guy lowered his head in disappointment. "Are you going to leave the candy for me?" Qin Yao squatted down in front of him, put down the carrying pole, reached out to take the maltose from the little guy's hand, and asked with some surprise. The depressed little guy immediately raised his head and looked at her and nodded at him. Qin Yao asked curiously, "Then you don't want to eat it yourself?" Sanlang shook his head and said, "You eat." The little mouth moved unconsciously and swallowed saliva. This seemingly messy candy is already the best thing in Sanlang's eyes. It was also his first time eating it, so how could he not want to eat it? "Is it specially left for me?" Saburo nodded shyly. Qin Yao looked at the expectant little face and smiled faintly. "Then let's eat together." Sanlang refused and insisted on giving it to Qin Yao. How could Qin Yao snatch food from a child? She tasted his malt sugar politely and gave the rest back to him, saying that she had had enough and asked him to help her finish the rest. Sanlang did not suspect anything. He took the remaining malt sugar and licked it bit by bit. He followed Qin Yao and gave her a satisfied and shy smile from time to time. Qin Yao could see that the little guy just wanted to stick to her, but was too embarrassed to say it, so she told him to watch his way and not fall, and then let him do what he wanted. Picking up another load of stones and going home, Sanlang accompanied her all the way to the wooden bridge, then waited for her to come back and followed her to the river, repeating this process over and over again. The maltose was eaten up long ago, but the happiness continued. The short-legged boy didn't walk very fast, and Qin Yao didn't deliberately slow down for him. There was at least a mile between the two of them, one big and one small. From a distance, it looked like there was a small tail following Qin Yao. It was getting dark. The relatives and clansmen who came to help had been busy all day. As soon as Uncle Joe called for a stop, they tacitly took their tools and went home for dinner. In the kitchen, Lu Ji nervously brought a large bowl full of meat into the main room, set out the dishes and chopsticks, put down a pot of slightly burnt rice, and asked the children to sit down, waiting for Qin Yao to arrive before starting to eat. Underscore X0007 underscore 034 no morality. Qin Yao washed her hands and wiped her face before going into the house and sitting down. Seeing a large plate of greasy fried pork belly and white rice with rice crust on the table, Qin Yao frowned slightly, but said nothing. "Pick up the bowl and chopsticks. Eat." As soon as Qin Yao called for dinner, the five of them, father and son, immediately reached for the plate of meat with their chopsticks. Lu Ji fried all the meat, a total of 4 pounds of meat, without any vegetables to go with it, and it looked very greasy. Qin Yao ate a piece without any expectation, and her eyes lit up. It actually tasted good. Qin Yao has survived in the apocalypse for more than 10 years, and her daily food is either dry food or instant noodles. In fact, she's not picky about food at all. As long as the food is delicious, she thinks it is good. A piece of meat and 2 big mouthfuls of rice. It doesn't feel greasy at all, and the crispy rice crust is also very fragrant. Qin Yao ate 5 bowls in a row before putting down her bowl and chopsticks. She wiped her mouth with satisfaction and said to Lu Ji, "The nutrition should be balanced. Add some vegetables next time." After Lu Ji had passed the test, he felt relieved and agreed. They cooked white rice, but the 4 children were so full after eating only half a bowl. Lu Ji ate a little more, 1.5 bowls, but was still not full. Looking at Qin Yao's appetite, it was 4 times their total. The 5 father and sons were stunned. Only then did Dalong and Erlang realize that their stepmother had been restraining her appetite. Now that there was food at home, she could no longer bear it and ate to her heart's content. After all, she did so much physical work during the day, and she consumed a lot while eating a lot. After the meal, Qin Yao raised her chin towards Lu Ji, who had no self-awareness at all, and asked him to clear the table. She then instructed him, "Boil more hot water. I want to soak my feet." Lu Ji's eyes widened. He still had to help her wash her feet. Qin Yao had just eaten and was in a good mood. She asked in confusion, "You don't even know how to boil water?" Lu Ji was angry but dared not say anything. He stood up to clean up the dishes and went to boil water reluctantly. Dalong offered to help, worried that his father really couldn't even boil water. Before leaving, he gave the 25 cents he earned from selling straw sandals to Qin Yao before leaving. Erlang asked Qin Yao if she could teach him and Lu Jinbao how to catch fish. The fish in the river are more agile than the rabbits on the ground. They can often only see the shadows of the fish, but cannot even grab the scales when they want to catch them. Today, Lu Jinbao saw with his own eyes that Qin Yao caught several fish in the river while carrying stones. The child cried because he was greedy and wanted to catch some too. Unfortunately, the fish ran away as soon as he got close to them. Even though the river was not deep during the dry season, he couldn't catch the fish. But he was a little afraid of Qin Yao and didn't dare to tell her in person. So he asked Erlang to help test Qin Yao's intentions. "Do you want to catch fish?" Qin Yao asked. Jiro nodded frantically. Qin Yao agreed. "I'll teach you when I'm free tomorrow. But let me make this clear first. I can teach you how to catch fish, but you're not allowed to go down to the river to catch fish on your own. You must be accompanied by an adult, otherwise I won't teach you. It is the dry season now, so there is no danger from the sudden drop in water volume, and there are always people by the river. But if it comes to the flood season in spring and summer, it will be too dangerous." Thinking of the fact that people here believe in ghosts and gods, Qin Yao added, "You have to swear to heaven. It's not just a matter of you saying yes." Erlang didn't take it seriously at first, but now seeing Qin Yao even swore, he realized that Qin Yao was serious. He quickly responded, "Okay, I'll tell Brother Jinbao." "The hot water is ready," Lu Ji shouted in the kitchen. Qin Yao stood up and called the 3 children beside her to go to the kitchen to wash their faces and feet. There were 2 basins at home, and Qin Yao naturally used one alone. Dalong and Erlang will take care of their younger siblings. Qin Yao will pour hot water for them, and the remaining 4 siblings will do it themselves. Lu Ji watched his 4 children queuing up in an orderly manner to wash their faces and feet, making clicking sounds as if they were watching something strange. Qin Yao glanced at him, looked at his messy long hair, and sincerely suggested, "You'd better wash your hair." It wasn't that cold that day. If it were later, I would easily catch a cold if I didn't have a hair dryer to dry such long hair immediately. It's not that I care, I just feel bad about the money. Qin Yao touched the long hair that was tied up on her head. It was dry and frizzy, and the hair quality was very poor. She might as well cut it off and grow a new one. Qin Yao did it as soon as she thought of it. She dried her feet with a foot cloth made from old clothes, poured out the water, put the basin under the eaves, got up and went into the side room, and took out a pair of scissors from the pile of sundry she had bought before. With a few clicks, without any hesitation, all the dry hair that was almost as long as the calf was cut off, leaving only a little length below the shoulders. Throw the cut long hair into the stove and burn it. The flames suddenly ignited, and the father and his 5 sons were so scared that they all took several steps back. Looking at Qin Yao's medium-length hair, they were greatly shocked. It is said that one's body and hair are given by one's parents. If children damage them easily, it is a great act of unfilial piety. Not only did she finish cutting her own hair, she also waved at them, hoping that they would follow her lead. Qin Yao asked doubtfully, "Don't you want to cut it?" The 5 father and sons all looked horrified. "Do you think we think so?" Qin Yao shrugged. "It's up to you." Anyway, she is comfortable now. It was late. After a day of hard work, Qin Yao was tired. She smiled at the four Dalong brothers and sisters and said, "Good night." He turned around and went back to the house, closed his eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. Lu Ji immediately boiled a pot of hot water and washed his hair clean. It seems that Qin Yao would not attack him just because she dislikes his messy hair. The doctor still had 2 sets of medicine. Lu Ji washed his hair, and while warming his hair with the remaining fire in the stove, he applied the medicine on his face by feel. Delang coaxed his younger brother and sister-in-law to sleep, then quietly came out of the side room, squatted in front of Lu Ji, and asked curiously, "Dad, why did they only hit you in the face? This is a long story. Let's talk about it next time." Lu Ji hesitated and didn't want to talk about it. Dalong could only say, "Oh," and help him spread the herbs evenly, bringing some comfort to Lu Ji's heart, which had been hit hard today. The father and son washed their hands and went back to their rooms to sleep. Remembering that he had to get up tomorrow morning to make breakfast for Qin Yao, Lu Ji tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. He was afraid that he would not be able to get up, but he was also afraid that if he really got up, he would become a house husband from then on and have no status at all. But if he left, he didn't know where to go, and the 300 copper coins in his hand wouldn't last long. Moreover, now that the family has white rice and meat for every meal, he really feels a little reluctant to give up such a life. If every meal can be of this quality, then it's not impossible for him to just cook at home with a little compromise. Anyway, it's better than planting in the fields. Lu Ji is a man whose moral standards are such that he has no morals at all. He decisively chooses to lower himself from the moral baseline. I pulled the quilt, closed my eyes, and fell asleep. However, he, who always slept until noon, woke up at the 5th crow of the rooster due to his desire to survive. That evil woman Qin Yao said she wanted to eat something softer in the morning. There was noodles at home, so Lu Ji decided to steam buns. 035 Fishing. The idea is great, but the implementation is not satisfactory. When Qin Yao got up, there was neither steamed buns nor noodles on the dining table. Instead, it was a bowl of watery noodle dumpling soup. She took a sip and found it very salty. The good mood that I had accumulated with great difficulty last night was instantly shattered. If it weren't for the fact that the 4 brothers and sisters of Dalong had eaten up their own portions, Qin Yao would definitely grab Lu Ji's collar and ask him, "Do you know how to cook?" Lu Ji swallowed the dough he had ruined with difficulty, lowered his head, and tried to use this pitiful look to let Qin Yao know that he had been trying his best. The helper had already arrived, so Qin Yao let him go for the time being, greeted Uncle Gio and the others one by one, and started a busy day. Perhaps in an attempt to salvage something, Lu Ji stewed all the fish that Qin Yao caught yesterday. Before stewing, he almost threw the whole fish into the pot, but Dalong discovered it in time and said that the fish had to be killed, which invisibly saved his life. Fish soup is fresh and delicious no matter how it is cooked. The porridge at noon is served with fish soup, and each person gets 2 or 3 pieces of fish. Uncle Gio was very satisfied with the meal and praised Lu Ji. "Sanner, your cooking skills are improving very quickly. If you practice more, you may be able to be the head chef of a restaurant in town in the future." Lu Ji curled his lips and proudly went out with an empty basket. Let him see which restaurant he should go to pick up some vegetables for dinner today. We took a half-hour break at noon, and everyone gathered around the construction site to chat. Several children ran over and called Qin Yao. Qin Yao looked up and saw Lu Jinbao and Lu Fei looking at her anxiously and expectantly. These boys are waiting for her to teach them how to catch fish. Qin Yao locked all the doors, said something to Uncle Gio, and went to the river with a hatchet in hand, surrounded by a group of children. 3rd sister-in-law. Lu Fei called Qin Yao somewhat awkwardly. He hated Lu Ji, but he admired Qin Yao, his 3rd sister-in-law, very much, so he took the initiative to come and help this time. Old man Lu said that since his family members were helping him, they didn't care about these things and didn't want the 2 cents a day as wages. Lu Fei didn't eat lunch at his 3rd sister-in-law's house, because when he thought about eating the food Lu Ji cooked, he felt uncomfortable all over. At noontime, he ran straight home and had a quick bite at home. The sister-in-law complained a few times about this, but she also knew his temper, so she left half a bowl of breakfast for him so that he could heat it up and eat it himself when he got home at noon. 3 meals a day is a luxury for ordinary people. The old man only eats 2 meals a day. Qin Yao's work was very physically demanding, so old man Lu asked her to make lunch for the helpers to fill their stomachs. Lu Fei was obviously not full, so he was waiting for Qin Yao to teach him how to fish for a snack. When he gets the fish home, my sister-in-law won't complain anymore. Fish is full of meat, which is very precious. There are many ways to catch fish, including using hooks, nets, harpoons, cages, and bare hands. But no matter which one it is, it cannot escape one rule: stable, accurate, and fast. Qin Yao looked around, walked to the grove by the river, cut 3 branches, and sharpened one end to use as a harpoon. Lu Fei, Jin Bao, and Delang were all eager to try, so Qin Yao handed the harpoon to them. The first step is to find a prey. There were more fish in the place where I caught fish yesterday. What was the basis for my judgment? Come and see. When Qin Yao said she would teach, she really meant it, without holding anything back. She started by teaching by finding fish. After teaching the theory, I took these kids to practice. The younger ones were only allowed to stand on the riverbank and watch. Erlang led his younger brothers and sisters, and they were filled with envy when they saw that his elder brother and uncle were able to go into the river. I just hope they finish their fork quickly so it can be my turn. The stepmother said she would teach him. Once you have found your prey, the next step is to get closer. This step is very important. You must be steady with a steady mind, steady hands, and steady breathing. Treat yourself as part of the surrounding environment. Okay, uncle, you go first. Use the technique I just taught you on the shore to spear the fish. Qin Yao waved her hand, and Lu Fei held the sharpened branch, took a deep breath nervously, stared at the fish that was resting in the water plants less than a meter in front of him, held the branch with both hands, raised it high to gather strength, aimed in the direction, and stabbed it hard. With a plop sound, water splashed everywhere. Because all Lu Fei's strength was concentrated on the branch, his whole body leaned forward and he almost lost his balance. He shouted in surprise, "It's pierced!" Dalong and Jin Bao looked over excitedly, but the water had calmed down. There was only a branch stuck to the bottom of the water and 2 fish scales, but no fish at all. Not only were there no fish, but the other fish that had just gathered in the water plants were also scared away. Jin Bao immediately complained, "Uncle, you yelled too loudly and scared all the fish away. How can we catch them?" As they were complaining, Qin Yao, who had been standing behind them, was quick-witted and raised a branch and thrust it diagonally into the water with a whoosh. The fish that had just escaped from under Lu Fei's tree branch was hit by the branch she flew out of and floated on the surface of the river. Dalong and the other 2 immediately let out low exclamations of surprise and looked at Qin Yao with admiration. Qin Yao picked up the branch and the fish together and threw the still breathing fish onto the shore. Erlang and his 2 companions immediately ran over and took the fish away, delighted. Qin Yao looked back at the frustrated Lu Fei, her tone still calm. Remember one word: steady. Hunting is something that requires patience. You can't rush it. Seeing that the helpers in front of the door had already started working, Qin Yao told them another trick. Use the prey's mindset to think about what they will do next when they encounter a hunter, so as to make plans in advance. The same is true when fighting against the enemy. However, Qin Yao did not say this to avoid scaring the children. The 3 of them watched Qin Yao leave, looked at each other, encouraged each other, and then practiced separately. Lu Fei and Jin Bao thought to themselves that they must catch a fish today, otherwise they would not go home. Dalong looked at the 2 people who had already gone to look for traces of the fish and did not move for a long time, recalling over and over again in his mind what Qin Yao had just said. When hunting, you must be patient and not impatient, because once you miss an opportunity due to impatience, the time for the next opportunity to come will be infinitely extended. Also, you need to put yourself in your prey's shoes. Dalong stared blankly at the waves in the river, imagining what it would be like if he were a fish. Qin Yao doesn't have to pick stones today. She wants to go by wood. Uncle Gio said that the foundation of the wall can be dug today, and the foundation of the new house will be dug tomorrow, so we can start building the house the day after tomorrow. The mud house was built very quickly, and Qin Yao would go and get all the wood in the next 2 days. Old man Lu had said before that there was a family in the village who had wood at home, so Qin Yao took the money and went to find the owner, spending 4 taels of silver to buy the wooden beam she needed. The owner was willing to help her carry the wood back, and the 2 of them carried all the beams back in one afternoon and piled them neatly in the open space at the door. The sun sets. The helpers disperse. Lu Ji has prepared dinner. Qin Yao calls the children to eat, only to find that Delang is not there. 036. I love both food and love. Erlang, where is your elder brother? Qin Yao asked puzzledly. Erlang had already washed his hands and was scooping water for Sanlang and Xin Yang to wash. Hearing this, he replied, "Still catching fish in the river." Qin Yao asked curiously, "Did they catch any fish today?" Xin Yang rushed to say, Big brother didn't catch him, but uncle and brother Jinbao did. Qin Yao raised her eyebrows. So Dalong was not going to go home for dinner unless he caught the fish? Just when I was about to go to the river to call the child back, he came back by himself. In his hand, he still held the branch that Qin Yao had made for him, but his hand was empty, without any sign of the fish. Dad, Auntie! Dalong called people listlessly, placed the branch carefully under the eaves, washed his hands dejectedly, and then went into the house to eat. Lu Ji poked Dalong's arm with his chopsticks in a gloating manner. What's the matter? Didn't you catch any fish? Xin Yang said that Lu Fei and Jin Bao were both caught. Aren't you two together? Since you didn't catch any, why didn't they give you one? Are you just going to come back empty-handed? Dalong was already unhappy because he didn't catch any fish. After hearing what his father said, he became even more silent. Lu Ji wanted to say more, but Qin Yao's gloomy eyes swept over him, and he shut up and picked up some food to eat. Qin Yao said to the Lang, if you can't catch him today, try again tomorrow. You will catch him eventually. Don't worry. Dalong raised his head from the bowl, looked at her with his black and white eyes, and nodded. There was no meat tonight. I don't know where Lu Ji went to buy eggs, but he fried a plate of eggs and cooked a bowl of vegetables. Not to mention the appearance, Qin Yao was already thankful that the food was just the right amount of saltiness. Judging from the meals Lu Ji prepared these 2 days, this guy can't cook at all. But people can learn even if they don't know how. So, after the meal, Qin Yao made some suggestions and requirements on Lu Ji's cooking skills over the past 2 days, hoping that he could continue to improve. She spoke in a pleasant manner, but in her hand, she was wiping a short knife that had not been used for several days and was a little dusty. How could Lu Ji dare to say no? I could only say repeatedly, yes, 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 my lady, you are right. After Dalong and his 2 sisters finished washing and went back to sleep, Qin Yao came to the stove and said to Lu Ji, who was applying medicine on his face, come with me to Shaha village tomorrow and buy some tiles. There was no light outside the house, and the night in the countryside was so dark that you couldn't see your hand in front of you. A person suddenly appeared behind him, and Lu Ji was so scared that he almost stuck the medicine in his hand into his nostrils. He turned around suddenly and saw that it was Qin Yao. He breathed a sigh of relief and said flatteringly, my lady, you are so silent that you scare people to death. Qin Yao left after she finished speaking, not even bothering to glance at him. Lu Ji snorted at the departing figure, but immediately became worried about tomorrow's lunch. Now that they are all gone, who will prepare lunch for the helpers? Qin Yao had arranged this matter long ago. When she went to the village to buy wood in the afternoon, she stopped by the old house and asked her sister-in-law, He, to prepare lunch. Although he had not dealt with Qin Yao much, she never suffered any loss every time she dealt with Qin Yao, so she gladly agreed. The next morning, after eating the tasteless noodle dumpling soup prepared by Lu Ji for breakfast, Qin Yao separately served the food for lunch and placed it on the stove. She instructed Dalong and Erlang, locked the door of the main house, and took a short knife for self-defense and headed for Xia village. Lu Ji has always been a person who can't sit still. He's been feeling suffocated staying in the village these days. I can go out today, and even if I have to follow that evil woman Qin Yao, I can't help but feel excited. Maybe because Qin Yao saw how bad his cooking was these past 2 days, she didn't do anything to him. Lu Ji became bolder and talked a lot along the way. Madam, why do you always carry this broken knife? My lady, you are naturally beautiful. This knife is simply not worthy of your temperament. Qin Yao ignored it. Madam, I heard from Dalong and the others that you hunted a black bear in the mountains last time. You sold the bear for a lot of silver, right? About 100 taels? But it's all my fault. If you hadn't paid off my debt, you wouldn't have to take the risk of going into the mountains. Qin Yao still ignored it. It was not until Lu Ji had been talking for an hour and had no intention of stopping that Qin Yao glanced at him irritably and asked, Can't you just shut up? Lu Ji immediately pursed his lips. The wound on his face healed quickly, and now only a little blue mark remained. His hair was tied up on top of his head with a burning branch, and the ends of his hair that couldn't be tied up were scattered randomly to the side. He looked sloppy and nonchalant, and his demeanor made him look a bit ruffian. However, this kind of ruffian is not ruthless and careless, but rather inexperienced and timid. It's obvious at first glance that he has an unclear understanding of himself and thinks he has superior temperament and unparalleled handsomeness. Let me ask you, do they all say that you are good-looking? Qin Yao asked. Lu Ji immediately laughed and asked in surprise, Madam, how did you know? Did she finally realize how good-looking he is and decide to treat him well? Qin Yao sneered and said confidently, "They are flattering you to death." Liu, hurry up, Qin Yao urged coldly. Lu Ji hurriedly followed with resentment. She was definitely jealous of his beauty. Qin Yao suddenly remembered something and pointed at his face. "Why did Lin Erbao only hit you in the face? What did you do during the days you were taken away?" Mother-in-law Zhang said that Lin Erbao didn't care about his life and only sent people to work in the mine to pay off his debts. Logically speaking, there was no reason for Lu Ji to be beaten into a pig's head. Unexpectedly, she would suddenly ask this question. Lu Ji's expression froze, and he said perfunctorily, "They are jealous of my good looks." Because this face was so attractive to women, the young girls and wives in the mine would send him delicious food from time to time, and the supervisor's wife would even ask the supervisor to assign him some easy work to do. Don't you think these men will be mad? They were worried that their wife's soul would be taken away, so they drove him down from the mine. Poor thing, he did nothing but talk to the women and make the girls and young wives giggle. But these men couldn't tolerate him. Sure enough, when men get jealous, they are much crazier than women. Thinking of this, Lu Ji spat at the bushes beside him, pooh, as if he was spitting on the faces of those ugly men in the mine. Qin Yao glanced at the angry Lu Ji suspiciously. "Are you sure you didn't do anything?" Lu Ji's face is indeed very good-looking, but his temperament is too poor, and he is completely unable to arouse jealousy. Lu Ji puffed out his chest confidently. Of course. Qin Yao twitched her lips, and she believed it reluctantly. As they were talking, they arrived at Xia village. Lu Ji was very attentive. He took the initiative to talk to the villagers, asked for the specific direction of the tile kiln, and enthusiastically led Qin Yao there. There must be something wrong when something is abnormal. Qin Yao has never seen him so active when cooking. Sure enough, as soon as she arrived at the tile kiln and saw the charming proprietress, Qin Yao understood. As soon as he saw the proprietress, Lu Ji started saying nice things to her, as if they were free, calling her little sister-in-law all the time. The proprietress felt offended at first, but when she looked up and saw how good-looking he was, she, who was always a bit aggressive, couldn't help but feel a little shy. Seeing that Lu Ji was getting more and more aggressive and stretched out his claws to touch other people's hands, Qin Yao's slap came quickly and fiercely. There was a crisp sound of snap, and just hearing the force of the sound, everyone around couldn't help but tremble. Lu Ji held the back of his hand, which was rapidly becoming red and swollen, and gritted his teeth to hold back the tears that were brewing in his eyes due to the pain. He quietly retreated behind Qin Yao. Look up at the sky and take a deep breath. 0371 knife 1. The proprietress looked over worriedly. "Little brother, are you okay?" Liu Yi nodded. Qin Yao smiled and shook her head. "He's fine." "Madam, how much are your tiles?" Qin Yao asked about the price. Business was the most important thing, so the lady boss didn't bother to care about Lu Ji. She took Qin Yao to look at the tiles and said, "It depends on how many you want. We have a tile kiln, and we sell them to people in the village. If you buy more than 200 pieces, the price will be more affordable." Uncle Jio had calculated for Qin Yao before that it would take about 2,000 tiles to cover all the tiles in her house. There might be some left over, but not too much. Qin Yao asked the proprietress to buy more first, and if there was any left, she could return it. She remembered that this was how her parents bought decoration materials before the end of the world, so she thought it should be possible here as well. But Qin Yao was lucky. The boss lady said that they had not had any returns yet, but if Qin Yao could guarantee that the items were returned in good condition, she could get a refund. "If it's broken, we're not responsible." The lady boss kindly reminded me, "It's better to have some extra because some of them might break during transportation." "Then will you help deliver it?" Qin Yao asked. The proprietress nodded. "Where is your home? Let me see if it's far. As long as it's within our Jinshi town, it's fine." Qin Yao said, "Not far, in Liujia village." The proprietress smiled, assured that it was no problem, and asked Qin Yao how much she wanted. 2,000 pieces, what's the price?" "Well, if you want more, I'll give you 3 coins for 4 pieces. These 2,000 pieces will cost a total of 1 ounce and 5 cents, which is already the lowest price. It also includes delivery. The travel expenses are not small either. We have to make some money." The proprietress spoke very sincerely, and Qin Yao thought it was a good idea. She paid a 30% deposit on the spot and asked the proprietress to deliver it to her the next day. 2,000 tiles cannot be delivered in one trip. I have to make several trips. The sooner you deliver them, the better. The proprietress took note of it and gave Qin Yao a receipt written on a piece of wood. When the goods were delivered, she would check the receipt with the delivery guy and settle the remaining money, and the payment would be made. Seeing Qin Yao coming out of the kiln, Lu Ji, who was leaning against the door pillar and blowing on the back of his hand, quickly put down his hand, stood up seriously, and asked with a smile, "Are you done?" Qin Yao nodded indifferently. She first went to the blacksmith's house to ask how her weapon was doing. The blacksmith thought she was in a hurry and was rushing him, so he quickly assured her, "Wait 2 more days, come pick it up in 2 days, and I'll make it for you." "Okay, I'll come back in 2 days." Seeing that the blacksmith was extremely busy, Qin Yao had no choice but to leave. "Madam, are you going back now?" Lu Ji followed her and asked in surprise. He looked up at the sky. It was not even noon yet. He had finally come out for a trip, but ended up going to a tile kiln and a boring blacksmith shop. It must have been a wasted trip. Qin Yao kept walking. "Do you know why I asked you to come with me?" "Why?" Lu Ji asked sincerely. Qin Yao explained, "I originally thought that the boss didn't have door-to-door delivery service, so I wanted to bring you here so that there would be an extra person to carry the bags." "So you were lucky. Escaped." Lu Ji wanted to laugh, but he couldn't. He blew on the back of his still hot hand and was forced to follow Qin Yao home. The two of them remained silent all the way. The weather has been sunny these days, and the roads in the valley are relatively easy to walk on. The autumn is already in full swing. The woods on both sides of the road have been dyed with a layer of golden orange. When the wind blows, the fallen leaves fly everywhere. The scenery is extremely beautiful, but it is too quiet. Even in broad daylight, it makes people feel uneasy when walking there. Lu Ji glanced at the woman striding ahead and secretly felt lucky that he was not walking this mountain road alone. He looked at the surrounding woods rustling in the wind, quickened his pace, and caught up with Qin Yao. "My dear, do you think this road is particularly deserted? It's not even winter yet, so why don't people go out? I haven't seen anyone in half a day." Qin Yao looked around and didn't feel it was deserted at all. She had walked there alone before, and there was no other change except that the leaves had turned yellower. But seeing Lu Ji's cowardly look of looking for something to talk about, he asked sarcastically, "Are you scared?" "No way," Lu Ji said nonchalantly. "I just heard that there are a lot of bandits coming here this year, and I'm a little worried about being robbed." "Forget it. You've taken my kindness for granted." He said this, but his body was honest enough to quicken his pace in order to keep parallel with her. The two walked for a while and entered another narrow valley through a gap. The wind was howling in the valley, and the sun above had disappeared into the clouds at some point, dimming the light in the entire valley. Lu Ji looked left and right, and always felt that something was strange. He is not one to keep secrets. He speaks out whatever comes to his mind. "Ma'am, don't you really think this road looks spooky?" When asking this question, Lu Ji was mentally prepared to be ridiculed. Unexpectedly, the person next to me suddenly stopped. I looked back at him and said, "Yes." "W what?" Lu Ji's hair stood on end instantly, just as he was about to ask her if she was deliberately scaring him. Before he could even say anything, he heard footsteps coming from the hillside on the left. Lu Ji was stunned when he saw 5 or 6 robbers rushing down the mountain and blocking his way. There really are robbers. It's over, it's over. What should I do now? Oh my God, they still have knives in their hands. My wife, give them all the silver you have. Our lives are at stake. I heard that these robbers are only after money. If we take the initiative, maybe we can still have a way out." Lu Ji said tremblingly. According to common sense, he could still think of this at this time. Although it was cowardly, it was already the best way for an ordinary person to survive. But Qin Yao is not common sense. She raised her hand in displeasure, signaling him to shut up. Lu Ji looked at the gap behind him and thought that if he turned around and ran, the other party would not have a horse, and he might be able to escape. But before he could take action, Qin Yao had already questioned the 6 robbers on the opposite side. Robbery. The people on the other side seemed to have not expected that the young couple would remain calm, and one of them laughed and said, "Young lady, you are not talking nonsense." Qin Yao asked again, "Money or life?" The man on the other side laughed arrogantly and walked towards her and Lu Ji, saying as he walked, "I want money, and I want life too." As soon as they finished speaking, 2 of them raised their knives and rushed towards them to kill them. They were numerous and all desperate criminals, so they would never make the mistake of leaving someone alive and causing trouble for themselves. Okay, Qin Yao understood. In that case, she had no more worries. His originally calm eyes became extremely sharp. He clenched the knife in his hand, and like lightning, he slid the knife towards the neck of a robber. Blood gushed out, and she dodged to the side. The knife in his hand turned into a life-threatening sickle, and he shuttled between them quickly and easily, killing them one by one. 038 very much in agreement. A faint smell of blood filled the valley. 6 robbers, all dead. Lu Ji blinked twice quickly. He didn't even know when the 6 people fell down. Anyway, in the blink of an eye, they were all dead. Qin Yao wiped the knife clean on the robbers' bodies. The 6 robbers died with their eyes wide open, and the light in them had long since disappeared. The 6 people were wearing tattered linen clothes that looked even worse than Lu Ji's. Qin Yao glanced at them with disdain and reached out to touch something on them. Unfortunately, they were so poor that they didn't get a single penny, but the knives in their hands looked pretty good. Qin Yao put away all 6 knives, stood up, looked around, and threw all 6 bodies into the overgrown ditch on the right, allowing them to return to the embrace of nature. There were many wild animals in the forest, and they were cleared out in just a few days. After quickly dealing with the 6 people, Qin Yao thought that there would be villagers passing by on a daily basis. She swept the bloody area with her feet and covered the bloodstains with sand and gravel, so that if someone came, they would not be scared. Qin Yao clapped her hands. By the way, do these 6 people look familiar to you? She suddenly remembered. If it's someone from around here, it would be a bit troublesome. Lu Ji shook his head stiffly. I thought, isn't it a bit deliberate that you ask after you've already killed a person? He has remained silent since the incident. Qin Yao thought he was quiet and nodded. It's good that he is not from this area. There is a rule in Shenhua law that if a commoner encounters a thief on the road, it is not a crime to kill him. She raised her chin towards him and said, let's go. Lu Ji followed immediately, and when passing by the gravel that she had swept with her feet, he took a big step and jumped over. The 2 returned home one after the other. It was already mid-afternoon. After he finished making lunch, she went back home. The helping tribesmen were busy around the house. Tiles were delivered one after another, and with everyone's efforts, the new house gradually took shape. Qin Yao was surprised to find that the meals at home were much more delicious these days, and the house had become cleaner. Someone maintained the house every day to ensure it was clean. The man in the family is now basically at home every day. He doesn't go out to find a young wife to entertain the older girl. He manages the housework better and better, which is exactly what she wants. Qin Yao vaguely guessed that this should be related to what happened when she returned from Xia village that day. But what she didn't know was that as soon as the 2 returned to the village that day, Lu Ji immediately took out the hidden copper coins, grabbed a handful, and hurried back to the village. He first found Mrs. Zhou, and under her surprised look, gave her 10 copper coins. What is this? Mrs. Zhou was a little confused and a little scared. There's something wrong with Lu Laosan today. Could it be that he has done something wrong again? Lu Ji said with a guilty look on his face, Sister-in-law, I picked all the vegetables from your garden a few days ago. Here is the money for those days. Please take it, but don't tell my wife that I picked the vegetables from your garden. What did you pick? It was obviously stolen. Mrs. Zhou was furious. Oh, so was you. I chased those guys in the village and scolded them for 2 days, but no one admitted it. So was you who did it. Seeing that she was angry, Lu Ji quickly admitted his mistake. Sister-in-law, don't be angry. I forgot to give you the money for a moment, so I brought the money back to you. Mrs. Zhou didn't know what kind of person this man was. She weighed the coin curiously and asked, Saner, the sun didn't even rise from the west today. You've really changed. You stole something and still came back. Lu Ji quickly corrected. What do you mean by stealing? I just bought them. Sister-in-law, remember, I bought the vegetables from you with money. It was definitely not stealing. After saying that, he gave her 2 copper coins, calling it hush money. Mrs. Zhou found that she could hardly understand the man in front of her. Is this still the same Lu Laosan from before? Lu Ji repeatedly reminded his wife not to tell this matter at all. After getting Mrs. Zhou's nod of agreement, he turned around and continued to rush to Granny Wang's house at the village entrance. Granny Wang was sitting at the door, sewing shoe soles. When she saw Lu Ji running over, her dim eyes suddenly opened and she shouted angrily, Lu Laosan, you bastard! How dare you come in my house and steal my eggs? When Granny Wang was young, she fell and broke her calf bone, which was not healed. From then on, she suffered from a chronic illness and her legs and feet had become somewhat unsteady. 2 years ago, the world was in chaos. His son was conscripted and died on the battlefield. His daughter-in-law remarried and ran away, leaving behind only a little grandson. The 2 depended on each other for survival. Granny Wang couldn't do heavy work, so she raised a lot of chickens and ducks and made a living by selling eggs. This is how the grandparents and grandchildren survived. Eggs were Grandma Wang's life. Who would have thought that Lu Ji would come right after she went out to catch insects for the chickens and ducks as a snack? The little grandson was young, and Lu Ji tricked him into opening the door and letting him into the yard. In just a blink of an eye, he took away 5 eggs. My little grandson counts the chicken and duck eggs at home several times every day and remembers the number clearly. After Lu Ji left, he counted and realized that he had been cheated by Lu Ji. When Granny Wang returned home, what she saw was her poor grandson sitting at the door, crying loudly. When she heard him say that it was Uncle Lu who had cheated him, she was furious. She wanted to go find Lu Ji, but she was afraid that this boy might be so reckless that he might hurt her old bones without knowing the severity of the situation. After hesitating for a long time, she decided not to go. But she didn't expect that even if she didn't go to cause trouble for Lu Ji, the shameless Lu Ji would come again. Granny Wang picked up the hammer placed by the door and looked fierce, as if she would fight him to the death if Lu Ji dared to come near her. Lu Ji hurriedly said, "Don't get excited. I came here to give you money for the eggs. I left in a hurry that day and forgot about it. Don't get me wrong. I'm not that kind of person." After saying that, he counted out 5 copper coins, put them on the ground, and turned and left. After walking out for a while, she suddenly turned around and came back, scaring her little grandson who was about to pick up the money. The grandson ran back home and hid behind his grandmother. Lu Ji smiled in what he thought was a kind smile and handed over 5 coins. "I'll buy you 5 more eggs to give my wife as a snack in the evening. She's been busy these days, so I need to give her some extra food." Granny Wang was skeptical. Who didn't know that Lu Laosan was full of lies and not a single word of them was true? She asked her grandson to bring the money. Seeing that Lu Ji actually gave her money, she suppressed her doubts, took 5 fresh country eggs, and put them on the ground, letting Lu Ji take them himself. "Mother-in-law, the eggs from your place are much more delicious than those from other places. I'll come again next time." Lu Ji smiled brightly, picked up the eggs on the ground, and put them back in his pocket, turned around, and breathed a long sigh of relief. "Now, I can finally feel relieved. Even if the woman at home found out, she wouldn't be able to find fault with him. So, we can't kill him. He had lived for 23 years and had never imagined that someone would kill someone in front of him as easily and casually as cutting melons and vegetables. What's more unexpected is that I would actually marry this god of death into my family. If he had known earlier, what a sin." Lu Ji looked up at the sky. He was regretting it now. When passing by the Lu family's old house, Lu Ji walked in with a sad face, and for the first time in his life, he spoke kindly to his stepmother Zhang, just to ask her to teach him some cooking skills so that he can please the killing god at home. "Zhang, it was quite sudden." 039, new house completed. When the 12th lunar month arrived, the house was finally completed after a month and 8 days of construction. The walls of the original 2 rooms were replastered, and the new walls were neat and smooth. After the roof was reinforced, the thatched roof was removed and covered with green tiles. On the basis of the original house, 2 rooms were added on the east and west sides. On the west side are 2 slightly larger tiled houses, each of which is 20 square meters. One is Qin Yao's bedroom, and the other is the new bedroom for Dalong and his 4 siblings. All the furniture in Qin Yao's bedroom is new. A 1.5-meter bed, a 1.5-meter wide and 2-meter high wardrobe, 2 square boxes, and a set of office desks and chairs. Except for the bed and box, which are simple styles popular here, the rest of the wardrobe and office desks and chairs were all designed by Qin Yao herself. The wardrobe is square and does not require any carvings, just like modern minimalist furniture. The interior is divided into a hanging area and a stacking area. There are 4 drawers underneath, with space left on the top for quilts. The office desk and chair is a rectangular table measuring 1.2 meters by 60 centimeters, with 2 drawers and a simple wooden chair. The bronze mirror is very expensive, so Qin Yao couldn't bear to buy it, so it is temporarily unavailable. Apart from that, all the things needed for daily life are available. The remaining space can be slowly added when she wants something in the future. In the bedroom of the 4 siblings, there were 2 1.35-meter bunk beds that Qin Yao asked a carpenter to make. In this way, each of the 4 brothers and sisters has his or her own independent bed. In order to grab the upper bunk, the 4 brothers and sisters drew lots for a long time. In the end, the upper bunk was occupied by Sanlang and Erlang, while Dalong and Xinyang slept on the lower bunk. 2 newly built cabinets are placed between the 2 beds, which can be used for storage and also have space for some daily necessities. There are 2 drawers under each bed, plus a cabinet, so the four brothers and sisters are allocated the same storage space. Under the window, there was a 2-meter-long and 80-centimeter-wide table with 4 high stools, one for each of the 4 brothers and sisters. Because Qin Yang is a girl, Qin Yao also considered that it would be inconvenient for her to sleep in the same room with her brothers when she grew up, so she made a threshold groove in the 4-person room in advance into which the wooden board could be inserted. When Qin Yang grows up a little, we can insert the door panels to create an independent small space, which is big enough for a single bed, a dressing table, and a small wardrobe. And the door has been reserved in advance. It is locked now, and when it is opened, it will be another door, a completely independent space. When it comes to decorating the rooms for the 4 brothers and sisters, Qin Yao has done a good job of making things fair. The carpenter bought the bunk bed because he thought it was exquisite and gave Qin Yao a big discount when he ordered all the furniture for the house. The 2 new houses on the east side are much smaller, with thatched roofs. One is 15 square meters, and the other is only 6 square meters. The larger one is a combination of a kitchen and a utility room, separated into 2 rooms, right next to the original side room. The original stove was knocked down, and a mason was hired to build a new stove with 2 burners so that cooking and frying could be done at the same time. Qin Yao specifically asked Lu Ji if he had any opinions. He shook his head and said no, this was good, and there was no need to change it. I bought a new water tank and placed 2 of them in the kitchen together with the old one. Filling it with water once is enough for the whole family to use for 3 days. It is much more convenient than filling it several times a day before. Of course, it would be even better if there was natural spring water on the back mountain that could be brought in. But because the project is too large, it can only be put on hold for the time being. The small room of 6 square meters is the bathroom. Uncle Gio spread all the tiles that were broken during transportation on the ground and used a wooden hammer to knock them flat one by one. Even if the ground got wet, there was no need to worry about it turning into mud. Qin Yao plans to use this place specifically for taking a bath. She can also put a toilet here at night to make it convenient to go to the toilet. Every household in the village has an outhouse, but because of superstitious beliefs such as feng shui, the outhouses are built far away, usually behind the house, about 30 meters away. Of course, the distance can also be 50 meters. Qin Yao had no choice but to follow the local customs and built her hut at the foot of the mountain more than 20 meters away from her home. When going to the toilet, you have to go through the back door of the newly built wall first, then go out the door and walk across a wasteland before you can go to the toilet. Fortunately, she had a shower room. If she felt lazy, she could just use it at home and then empty it in the toilet at dawn. Lu Ji moved from the main house to the side house, which became his room from then on. The room was filled with old furniture from his previous home. Those that could not be used were chopped up by Qin Yao to make fire. Although Lu Ji envied the new house and new furniture, he did not dare to say anything. He just complained quietly about the unfairness while cooking. It is he who does the laundry, cooking, and cleaning in this house, but his treatment is not as good as that of the 4 kids who run around everywhere, every day. The former main house has become a living room for receiving guests and a dining room for eating. It is simply furnished with some tables, chairs, and benches, with no other decorations. Now, all the furniture in the new house is of natural wood color, and the green mud floor has been pounded tightly with hammers. The floor is bright and smooth, and the whole house feels warm and bright. A new 2-meter-high wall was built to protect the entire yard in the middle, dividing it into 2 yards, front and back. The front yard was very spacious, and a lot of the previous vacant land was enclosed in it. Old man Lu specially used the stones he picked up to enclose 2 vegetable plots. Zhang also gave him a bag of vegetable seeds and told Lu Ji to grow some vegetables for himself, as it was not right to spend money to buy them every day. Qin Yao built a large sink at the kitchen door for convenient washing of clothes and vegetables. The sink used is a stone pig trough that my uncle no longer needs. Qin Yao carried the heavy stone trough back by himself. After washing it, he used a pickaxe to chisel the 4 walls flat. Now he had a ready-made, large single trough that was a full 1 meter and 2 meters long. Uncle Gio helped find 4 short wooden pieces to make a support, 80 centimeters off the ground. He placed the stone trough on it, fitting perfectly into a perfect wash pool. It must be very comfortable to use it for washing dishes and clothes. Qin Yao dug a hole in the middle of the stone trough for drainage, which can usually be blocked with a wooden plug to store water. In order to prevent the ground in the yard from getting wet, a water pipe was made with bamboo and directly connected to the drainage ditch under the eaves, and then drained to the barren slope outside the house. After the sink was finished, the tribesman who came to help said it was very useful and planned to go back and make one for the women in their own families so that they wouldn't have to carry a large basin of water to empty it, which would be very tiring. In order to match this sink, Qin Yao moved one of the 2 water tanks in the kitchen over, making it more convenient to use water. If it rains, the accumulated water in the sink can also be used to water the vegetables. The backyard is a little smaller and is currently vacant. Qin Yao plans to erect a few wooden stakes or something like that to make a martial arts training ground. After the entire new house was built, Qin Yao finally felt some convenience in life. We chose an auspicious day, asked my 2 sisters-in-law to cook a meal together, and invited the villagers to come and warm a house. Everyone was envious when they saw the wash basins, shower rooms, and simple and beautiful wooden furniture that they had never seen before. 040, you treat me as an easy target. Old Man Lu, the village chief, and the clan leader were sitting in the main hall, surrounded by the clan's prestigious elders. Listening to their praise, he looked up at Lu Ji, who was entertaining the guests with Qin Yao in the yard. The worry that had been worrying him for 23 years finally settled down. Third brother. Old Man Lu shouted into the yard. Lu Ji squeezed through the tables and chairs in the yard, called the village chief and the clan leader first, and nodded to the clan elders with a flattering smile, and then came to his father. Dad, what can I do for you? Old Man Lu drank 2 glasses of wine and was a little tipsy. He held his son's hand in a rare and kind manner, pointed at the brand new house and said, "Look at this bright and spacious house with solid green tiles. This is all thanks to Yang Yang. Sanner, don't be angry if Dad is telling you the truth. If it weren't for Yang Yang, you would never be standing here now." The elders all nodded in agreement. Originally, they disliked Lu Ji, but now, because of the hard-working Qin Yao, they began to like Lu Ji more. Lu Ji's mouth twitched slightly, and he felt aggrieved. He grabbed Old Man Lu's hand with his backhand. "Dad, you don't know how hard it is for me." Old Man Lu glanced at him and said, "Why do you have to suffer? You have such a big house to live in and such a good wife to manage the household. Don't be ungrateful." The old man raised his hand, looking like he was going to beat someone up. "Be nicer to Yang Yang in the future. Living a good life as a couple is better than anything else. Don't do stupid things again, do you hear me?" Lu Ji had discovered it. Now, even if he said that Qin Yao killed people without blinking an eye, no one would believe him. Forget it, he thought desperately. If Qin Yao killed him one day, no one would find out, even if his body rotted and stank. Old Man Lu just assumed that his son agreed and was quite satisfied with his performance and attitude. He explained a few more things to him before letting him go. After the meal, the women stayed to help clean up the dishes. Taking this opportunity, Qin Yao, with a reminder of he and Xiao, got to know most of the people in the village. There are a lot of dishes to wash, and everyone uses Qin Yao's big sink. You don't know how to use it until you use it. You can wash dishes while standing, without squatting, and your waist won't be tired. Moreover, to pour out the water, you just need to pull out the cork, and the water will flow out by itself. There is no need for 2 people to carry a large basin of water to the door to pour it out. The sink is also large, with plenty of space for washing. Several people can sit together without feeling crowded. A large basin of bowls can be washed in just over 10 minutes. Qin Yao divided the remaining dishes into several portions and let the families who came to help take them away as a token of gratitude. Although it was leftovers, Qin Yao was generous and specially bought 20 kilograms of meat to cook. There was still a lot of meat in the leftover dishes. No one would dislike it. They just thought that Qin Yao was generous and not stingy. Several young women of the same age invited Qin Yao to work as a maid at their homes when she had time. Some people who knew that Qin Yao could not do housework joked, "Even if you can't hold a needle and thread, it's good to sit and chat with everyone." Third sister-in-law is well informed. "We'll love to hear about what's going on outside. Tell us more." The other women echoed, "Yes, yes, we love to hear new things." Feeling everyone's enthusiasm and sincerity, Qin Yao smiled and agreed. "Okay, come when you are free, don't look down on me." Everyone hurriedly asked how could they dislike it. They welcomed it very much. The yard was cleaned up and it was getting late, so each family took back the pots, bowls, tables, chairs, and benches they had brought with them and went home. Everyone in the Lu family's old house also dispersed afterwards. When the farmers at home are busy, they have to weave cloth and make shoes if they don't work in the fields. There's a lot of work to do. Qin Yao sent all the guests away, closed the door, checked every room, and returned to her room. She used a charcoal stick to scratch on a wooden board for a while, calculating the expenses during this period. It cost 10 taels of silver to repair the house, including labor and furniture. During this period, as the weather was getting colder, Lu Ji pitifully applied for a set of cotton clothes and spent another 3 coins of silver. But you know what? Clothes make the man, and he looks quite decent. In addition, his cooking skills have improved a lot recently, and he keeps the house in tidy order, so Qin Yao actually likes him. Sure enough, there are no ugly men in this world, only lazy men. Today she took out another 5 cents of silver to buy rice, meat, and vegetables. She used part of the food to cover the lunch consumption of the helpers, and the rest to prepare a banquet for the villagers to warm their houses. By the way, as the number of beds for Dalong and his 4 children increased, she prepared a set of bedding for the winter. There was no way to cover all 4 beds with winter quilts, and there was no need to, because when it was very cold it was warmer for 2 people to sleep in one bed. This set of winter bedding cost 5 cents of silver. Now if I count it, I only have 13 taels and 7 cents of silver in my hand. The weather was getting colder day by day. When she had time, she took Lu Ji to chop a lot of firewood and piled it in the firewood shed on the left side of the entrance. It was enough to burn for 2 months. I have to buy some more charcoal. If you want to burn charcoal, you have to buy a charcoal stove, which costs money. I didn't stock up on vegetables at home for the winter, so I have to spend money to buy them. Money, 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 everything is money. Qin Yao threw the charcoal pencil away, laid down on the bed, and scratched her hair in annoyance. You have to find a way to make money long term. The family only has 2 acres of wasteland, which is equivalent to having no land at all. They have to buy food, clothing, and other daily necessities with money, and what they have left now can't last long. It's no wonder that Zhang and her 2 sisters-in-law tried to dissuade her from making do with what she had when they saw her spending all her money on the house. For example, if you don't build tiles, you could save a lot of money to buy 2 acres of medium-sized paddy field. For example, if you don't build a shower room, you can save half an acre of low-quality land. There are many more. There is no need for bunk beds for 4 children. They can sleep on wooden boards placed on benches. In the end, she gave 1 to each person. How luxurious! But in the end, all of these were preserved thanks to Qin Yao's insistence. Home is a harbor for anchoring. Qin Yao feels that a good living environment is conducive to releasing mental stress. She is unwilling to save this money, especially now that I can live in a clean and warm house, and when I lie on the soft bed and relax, all the fatigue of the past few days has disappeared, and I feel so comfortable that I don't even want to get up. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door, and Lu Ji asked flatteringly from the outside, "Madam, are you free? I have something to discuss with you." Qin Yao stretched, sat up from the bed, and walked to the table. "The door is not locked. Come in." "Well, I'm coming in then." The door creaked and was pushed open. Lu Ji came to Qin Yao with a wry smile on his face and said embarrassedly, "Well, the money you gave me for buying groceries last time has been used up." Qin Yao was surprised. It ran out so quickly. The smile on Lu Ji's face disappeared instantly, and he said indignantly, "My lady, you gave me 300 coins, not 3 taels. We have been eating out for a month and 8 days, 3 meals a day, which costs less than 10 coins a day. We also have to follow your request and eat meat every 5 days. I have been very stingy with these 300 coins, and I even lost my face and begged for food from the sisters-in-law of each family. Do you think I am easy?" Qin Yao hissed, wondering if her question was too much. Look how angry she made him. 041 martial arts talent. Qin Yao listened to him quietly, raised her eyebrows, and asked, "How much do you want this time? We need to stock up on vegetables for the winter. If we don't have fresh vegetables, pickles will do." Lu Ji said, "I know about this. Madam, give me the money and I will buy it myself." After more than a month of hands-on practice, he can confidently say that no one in the family knows the kitchen better than he does. Seeing how confident he was, Qin Yao gestured for him to say a number. When Lu Ji came, he had already made up his mind. He asked Qin Yao to give him 400 coins. In addition to 3 meals a month, he also had to stock up some vegetables that were long-lasting to store, such as radishes and cabbages. By the way, Lu the peddler's wife is the best at pickling pickles. When you have time, go ask her for some. When it snows and it's inconvenient to go out, white porridge with pickles is also a good meal. When it comes to money, Qin Yao was frugal and spent money where necessary, so she readily gave Lu Jisai some silver. Copper coins are mostly used in the countryside, and Lu silver dimes are also used, but not much. Lu Ji secretly curled his lips as he held the silver dimes, thinking that he would have to exchange them for copper coins again. Lu the peddler has a lot of change at home, so next time you want to buy oil or salt, you can go to his house to exchange it for change. If it is someone else, The exchanger will charge 2 or 3 cents as a replacement fee, which is not cost-effective. The two of them didn't know when it started, but they reached a model of getting along where the woman works outside and the man works inside. But it seems that there haven't been any major conflicts yet, and Qin Yao feels it is acceptable overall. She has requirements for food and accommodation, but is too lazy to do these complicated things. Lu Ji, this useless guy, can't do anything, but he's good at housework. Although preparing 3 meals a day may not seem like a big deal, the repetitive work day after day is what Qin Yao hates the most. It's a complete waste of her time and energy to spend on housework. It would be better to go into the mountains more often to chop some firewood and hunt, which would allow you to exercise at the same time. Over the past month, the family has had good meals, and the 5 members of the Lu family, father and son, have all gained a lot of weight. The 2 little guys, San Lang and Xin Yang, finally had some baby fat on their faces. When Qin Yao saw them, she couldn't help but pinch them. The 2 little ones are very attached to her. They don't cry when their faces are pinched, but smile at her instead. Who can resist pinching them? Qin Yao walked out of the room and came to the backyard, where she saw Dalong and his 4 siblings fighting with sticks. She took a stick from a pile of firewood and joined them. The 4 children looked at her in surprise, and immediately, in tacit understanding, all pointed their sticks at her. Over the past month, Qin Yao discovered that the children in the village were mainly divided into 2 groups. One group is over 7 years old. The boys follow the adults in the family to work in the fields, while the girls help with housework at home within their ability and learn weaving and making clothes from the female elders. Another group is those under the age of 7 who have no schooling and cannot do any work. All day long, a large group of little kids gather in the open space by the village well and play wildly. It was very free and very happy, but it seemed like a forced freedom because they had nothing else to do. But this only happened in peaceful years. 2 years ago, when the world was in chaos, every household stayed indoors and children stayed at home, hungry and without the energy to play. But whether it is an older child or a younger child, the trajectory of their life seems to have been determined. Girls learn housework and needlework and other household management skills, and when they reach a certain age, they get married and have children, and the cycle continues. The boy was almost the same, busy in the fields all his life until he died of old age. In this era of clear class divisions, farmers are farmers all their lives and seem to have no chance of advancement. No, there are, but it's difficult. That is reading. But this is something that makes the villagers feel scared when they hear it. Qin Yao had previously asked why Jinbao and Jinhua were not sent to school to learn to read. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of everyone in the Lu family's old house changed. He said awkwardly, "Sister-in-law, you can read and write, and you must have had a good life in the past. But look at our family situation. How can you afford to go to school?" While wiping the mud off his hoe, Lu Bo said calmly, "What's the point of studying for 1 or 2 years? You still have to go home to farm. It's a waste of money." Zhang, who was selecting vegetable seeds for Qin Yao in the house, sighed. "The school is in the town, and it takes 3 hours to go back and forth. Some people in the village want their children to learn a few words so that they can find a job in the town in the future. But we have so many fields to farm, our baby is so young, and the roads are not safe, so we have to pick him up and drop him off every day. I don't have time to deliver it. It costs 4 cents a day for the round trip. I took it home less than half a month after delivering it. The money in my hand can't stand such a rush. Now he's as old as our 4th son. He is very good at farm work and has just got engaged. His life seems to be going well. The implication is that even the wealthy people in the village cannot afford to send their children to school, let alone families like them who are still struggling to make ends meet." Chiu said that this was only the travel expenses and tuition fees for school, not including other hidden expenses of studying, such as pens, ink, paper, and inkstone, which are consumables and require long-term supply. Reading? Ordinary people don't even dare to think about it. From this perspective, it was really a great fortune for Lu Ji to be able to go to the town to study for a year and a half. If he hadn't been such a bastard, if his own father hadn't wanted to give up on him and wanted to find a teacher to educate him, he would never have been able to go to school. A bang sound brought Qin Yao's thoughts back to reality. It turned out that she was absorbed in thinking about something and didn't pay attention, so she knocked all the small wooden sticks of the 4 brothers and sisters down. The 4 children looked at her with grievance and unwillingness. Qin Yao gave them an encouraging smile and motioned for them to pick up the sticks. "Come again." The children are still very competitive. With 4 of them, they don't believe that they can't beat their stepmother with a stick alone. However, The reality was cruel. Qin Yao held the stick in one hand and leaped easily in their encirclement, like a slippery fish that could not be touched at all. Soon, Sam Lang and Xin Yang were exhausted and gave up breathlessly. When Erlang saw that our side was so weak, most of his anger went out, and his stick was directly hit away by the wooden stick swept by Qin Yao. It flew over the high wall with a swoosh and landed in the grass outside the yard. Oh! Erlang waved his hands angrily and had to retreat. He stood at the foot of the wall with San Lang and Xin Yang to cheer for the only remaining eldest brother. Qin Yao was a little surprised that Dalong could hold on until now, and this young boy was not as anxious as the remaining three. He spent a month fishing in the river but failed to catch any fish, but it did help him develop patience. Qin Yao saw that he was sweating profusely but still unwilling to give up. He dropped the stick but immediately picked it up and rushed towards her, suddenly changing from defense to offensive. Taking advantage of his height, he swung directly at the young boy's wrist. Unexpectedly, he actually grasped her intention in advance and dodged to the side in panic. Although the small wooden stick in his hand was finally knocked down as Qin Yao predicted his next move, Qin Yao was already surprised that he was able to dodge her first attack. Does this kid have a talent for martial arts? 042, take the bow. Qin Yao was just wanting to let Dalong try again to test his potential. There was a knock on the door. Today's fight has to be put on hold for the time being. Lu Ji had just gone out, and Qin Yao asked the four children to go back to the house and wipe their sweat. It's windy, don't catch a cold. I watched them enter the shower room, which was also a washroom. There was a long rope nailed to the wall with their face towels hung on it for them to use. Qin Yao then threw the stick in her hand back into the firewood pile and went to open the door. At the door was a thin old man with gray hair, leading a donkey. When he saw Qin Yao, he asked, "But Lu San and Lu Ji's family?" Qin Yao nodded. "Yes. Who are you looking for, old man?" "Then you're Madam Qin, right?" the old man asked with certainty. Qin Yao nodded again. "I am." The old man found the person and breathed a sigh of relief. He told Qin Yao that he came from the town to deliver some things to his relatives in Liujia village. When he passed by Shah village, he met the Yang brothers. The two brothers asked him to give a message to Qin Yao. They said they have already made what you want and asked you to go to Shah village to find them when you have time. Having said this, the old man led the donkey and was about to leave. Qin Yao suppressed her surprise, called him over, and went back to the kitchen to get him a bowl of hot water from the warm pot. "Thank you for helping to bring the message. Drink some hot water. It's cold. Warm yourself up so you can continue on your journey." The old man did not refuse. He happily took it and drank it, then handed the bowl back to Qin Yao, waved his hand, asking Qin Yao to stay, and turned to leave. Lu Ji came from the riverside holding a jar of pickles, glanced at the old man suspiciously, walked to the door of his house, and asked curiously, "Madam, what is that old man doing in our house? Begging?" "Not really. Besides, he was leading a donkey, so he must be a rich man." Qin Yao asked him to come in, and after closing the door, she said, "A messenger. I'll go to Shah village tomorrow morning and bring back some things." As he said this, he didn't care what was in the jar of pickles in his arms and went straight into the storage room next to the stove. He opened the lock and took out the 6 knives that had been hidden inside. Lu Ji had just put away the vegetable jars when he saw her take out the knives. He was shocked, and the memories that had already faded came to his mind again. The scene of ruthless killing and killing one robber after another with a knife suddenly emerged, scaring Lu Ji. He quickly turned to face the stove, grabbed a handful of firewood, and threw it into the stove hole, mumbling in a pretentious manner. "Let Dalong help watch the fire. This kid only knows how to play with that broken stick. If I come back later, the fire will be out." He didn't stop until he heard the door of the bedroom opposite close, and then he patted his chest with a feeling of having survived a disaster. "But what are we going to do with those 6 knives in Xia village?" "Of course I sell it." Qin Yao found a backpack, broke the 6 knives, and put them in it, stuffed the surrounding area with straw, and laid a layer of firewood on the surface to ensure that they would not be discovered. Qin Yao didn't know what the situation was in other places, but in Kaiyang County, except for officers and soldiers, yamen runners with special professions, hunters, and escort companies, ordinary people did not carry knives. If you carry a knife with you, it will be very troublesome if you cannot tell your origin when you're checked into the city. In addition, there were people who were tattooed and exiled to the border and would carry weapons with them. It was a farm knife called a penknife. The blade was like a hatchet, short and wide, and the handle was hollow cylindrical. It could be mounted on a wooden stick or a gun barrel and used as a weapon. The knives that Qin Yao seized from the 6 robbers had obvious signs of damage on them, and the shapes of the knives were basically the same as those of official knives. She originally wanted to take it back and use it herself, but the iron smelting technology in ancient times was not yet fully developed, and the knives were not durable. For example, the short knife in her hand was already very blunt after only cutting 6 necks. Now, when I saw its shape and mark, I instantly gave up the idea of using it. She didn't want to commit suicide, but it would be a pity to throw it away. She was going to Shaha village, so she might as well sell it to the blacksmith. Anyway, the blade had been broken and no trace could be seen. Together with her original blunt dagger, they were all recycled, which should bring her 2 taels of silver. Qin Yao had already taken back the long sword and dagger that she had made from the blacksmith. She also brought back the slingshot body and marbles, except for a rubber band. After living in the apocalypse for many years, Qin Yao has developed the habit of carrying weapons when going out. Before going out, he checked the dagger and half a bag of steel balls he was carrying, made sure they were correct, took 3 freshly baked white flour buns that Lu Ji had just made, and left. The sky is just beginning to brighten, and the chill is strongest in the early morning. In such cold weather, those who had cotton-padded clothes had already changed into thick cotton-padded clothes, but Qin Yao only had 2 sets of cotton clothes. After eating the steamed buns, I blew a breath into the air. White mist lingered, and then quickly dissipated with the wind. She guessed that the temperature was almost below 0. Qin Yao got up early and didn't meet anyone on the road. She walked alone with a backpack on her back for an hour and a half and successfully arrived at Xia village. The blacksmith shop had just opened, and Qin Yao was the first customer of the day, but she was not here to buy anything, but to sell something. Qin Yao and the blacksmith were acquaintances, and knowing that she had some skills, the blacksmith only looked at the quality of the knife materials, confirmed that they were correct, threw them into the pile of materials, and gave Qin Yao the money. The total amount was 1 tael and 8 xian of silver, which was a little different from the 2 taels Qin Yao estimated. But it was not easy to talk about such stolen goods, so Qin Yao collected the money and went up the hill to Yang's house. As if they had expected that she would come impatiently, Qin Yao had just reached halfway up the slope when she saw from afar the son and daughter of the Yang family standing on the dam in front of their house, looking around. Seeing her, the daughter quickly ran into the yard and shouted, "Dad, Lady Qin is here." Ever since the little girl knew that Qin Yao had killed a black bear, she has admired her very much. After notifying her father, she immediately rushed down the hill to pick her up. The 14-year-old girl, whose name is Fong, is full of energy and has a bright smile, which makes people happy just by looking at her. Qin Yao nodded at her, and the girl enthusiastically led her into the main room and sat her down. The main hall in Xia village is different from that in Liujia village. The ground in the middle of the main hall is raised to form a square platform with a fire pit in the middle of the platform. In winter, people cook by the fire. Qin Yao sat down on the wooden bench beside the fire pit, and Yang Fong brought her a cup of hot tea. Qin Yao drank tea and sat by the fire, feeling warm all over. 2 rows of rabbit meat are hung on the beam and slowly smoked over a fire. Some of it is sold, and the others are cut off for cooking at home when one wants to eat meat. Yang's wife came over with a kitchen knife to cut the meat and smiled as she invited Qin Yao to have breakfast with her, but Qin Yao quickly stopped her. "I just came from home after eating. Don't worry about me. I'll just sit for a while, and I'll go back with my bow and arrow. Stay and eat." Yang Ye also stayed. Qin Yao refused again, and everyone saw that she was really not hungry, so they gave up. Yang De and his son came in with the finished bows and arrows, and everyone's attention was immediately shifted to the bow that was longer than ordinary bows and arrows. Yang De handed the bow over. Qin Yao took a closer look at it in the light of the fire, and her eyes suddenly brightened. He couldn't wait to take the bow and arrow outside, shot a few arrows, and simply couldn't let it go. Yang Fong and her brother wanted to give it a try, but they couldn't even pull the bow, which made everyone laugh. 043, the firewood collapsed by itself. Yang De also made 20 arrows for Qin Yao, put them in a quiver, and gave them to her. A good arrow is very expensive. The material of the arrowhead and the tail feathers on the arrow tail, these 2 important components cost a lot of money, not to mention the technology of making arrows, which are not passed on to outsiders. Qin Yao was ready to pay a high price, but Yang De said, "Just give me another 5 taels of silver." Qin Yao knew that there was definitely more than this. "Isn't this enough?" Yang De waved his hand. "The materials used are not the best, and the arrow feathers are a bit complicated, but I used bird feathers that I made myself, so it didn't cost much, and 5 taels is enough. Qin Yao was not the type to be pretentious. Since the other party was willing to sell it to her, she said thank you generously, gave him 5 taels of silver, and took the bow and arrow. On the way back, she would look at it from time to time, as if she had obtained some treasure. She pulled the bowstring and released it again and again, unwilling to shoot the arrow, so she pulled the empty string several times, making a vibrating, buzzing sound. You can imagine how powerful it would be if an arrow was placed on it. Qin Yao didn't dare to say that she could shoot through a person's body with one arrow, but it was still easy to shoot through a roe deer with one arrow. In fact, considering her arm strength, this bow is still light. If she replaces it with a divine arm bow and special long arrows, she can even shoot through a warhorse. We walked to the valley where we encountered robbers last time. This time we didn't encounter any robbers. There were few people walking on the road. They were villagers from nearby villages. Qin Yao walked away by herself, and no one greeted her. Behind us came an ox cart loaded with goods and a few people sitting on it. The road was narrow and could only accommodate one ox cart. Qin Yao moved to the side of the road and heard several people in the car talking about something. They seemed to be coming from the county town. She vaguely heard some words such as ox, government, and end of the year. Qin Yao listened carefully and found out that the government of Kaiyang County raised 8 cows, and each cow consumed 1 guan of grass money every month. Now the government can no longer afford it and plans to sell all the other cows and keep only one. On the 15th day of the 12th lunar month, the government planned to take the cattle to the cattle and horse market to dispose of them. The government raises cows, feeds them lavishly, and doesn't do much work, so they must be good. There was a villager in the car who was a little tempted. He thought of going to the city to have a look. If the price was right, he would buy one and take it home. This would make it easier to farm the land next year. The remaining few people heard this and expressed their envy. The ox cart gradually drove away, and Qin Yao was left behind. She was a little surprised that raising a cow was so expensive. It would consume 1 or 2 silver coins worth of fodder a month. No wonder there was a saying like the cost of feeding 1 cow or horse is as much as the cost of feeding 5 people. But on the 15th day of the 12th lunar month, did the government only sell live cattle? Would they kill old cattle and sell their meat? Maybe she could buy a piece of beef tendon to use in place of the rubber band for the slingshot. Thinking of this, Qin Yao's heart moved. Counting the days, it was 5 days later. I haven't bought the charcoal for the winter yet, and I think I should also prepare some New Year's goods. It's a good opportunity for me to go to the county town to buy some. With only 10 taels and 1 cent of silver left in her hand, Qin Yao was not in a hurry anymore. With a good bow in hand, she will not starve to death even if she goes hunting. As for the 5 people in the family, it's fine as long as the 4 children are well behaved. But as for Lu Ji, after the new year, he will definitely be kicked out of the house to make money to pay off his debts. At this time, Lu Ji was lying in his room, fantasizing that one day he would use his beauty to tame the evil woman in his house, make her work like a slave for him, and earn money for him to spend. Little did he know that he only had 1 month left on his probation. 2 miles away from Liujia village, Qin Yao saw a group of sparrows looking for food in the fields. She hunted 6 of them with marbles and brought them home as a snack. However, it was my first time using marbles with my bare hands, so I used a little too much force and the 6 sparrows were a little broken. But no matter how chopped up the sparrows are, they are still meat. Lu Ji happily took these disgusting sparrows into the kitchen to clean them up, but he secretly cursed Qin Yao for being cruel and ruthless. He looked back several times in the kitchen and saw Qin Yao gesticulating proudly with a bow in the yard. He couldn't help but ask in a sarcastic tone, "Where did you get the bow and arrow? It must have cost a lot of money, right?" Qin Yao was in a good mood. She turned around and pointed the bow and arrow at him and smiled. "I bought it, not much, 5 taels." 5 taels? Lu Ji couldn't control his shocked voice at all. Qin Yao nodded. "Why? Do you have any objections?" Lu Ji felt that she was unreasonable. Can a broken bow be eaten or worn? Why does it cost 5 taels of silver? Oh no, it could shoot him through too. Seeing the bow in Qin Yao's hand bending more and more, Lu Ji swallowed hard and smiled what he thought was a gentle and doting smile. "No problem, as long as you like it, my lady." When Dalong and his friends learned that Qin Yao had a new treasure, they surrounded her curiously, wanting to touch it, but they didn't dare to. Qin Yao took the initiative to hand the bow and arrow to Dalong and asked him to try it. The young boy was extremely surprised, but soon frowned. The bow was so heavy and hard that he couldn't pull it open at all. "Ha!" Qin Yao laughed out loud without any hesitation. Until the young boy was about to get angry and embarrassed, He waved for him to come to him, half knelt down, held his hand, drew the bow, put the arrow on it, and let go. A swoosh sound of breaking through the air was heard in the yard, and a feather arrow flew out as fast as lightning. With a thump, it was nailed firmly to the pile of firewood and trembled for a long time before it returned to stillness. Wow! Qin Yang opened her mouth wide and looked back at her stepmother and eldest brother. Her little stars of admiration were about to fly out. Erlang immediately shouted that he wanted to come too. Okay, come one by one. Qin Yao agreed readily, without any favoritism, and asked each of the 4 brothers and sisters to come one at a time. Every time an arrow was shot, exclamations of "wow" and "Mom is so great" could be heard in the yard. However, after the novelty wore off, Erlang was obviously more interested in the fried sparrows coming from the kitchen and slipped into the kitchen. Sanlang didn't seem to like to move around. He sat obediently on the small wooden stool under the corridor, looking at Qin Yao, Dalong, and Qin Yang, who were still in the yard with bright eyes, and clapped his hand from time to time to create atmosphere for them. Dalong became serious. Since he couldn't draw the bow, he thought about running over to pick up the arrows on the pile of firewood, only to find that I couldn't pull it off at all. Auntie, the young boy looked at her with pity and annoyance. Qin Yao strode forward and pulled out the arrow easily. But then there was a loud crash, and the neatly stacked firewood pile collapsed due to the remaining force from her pulling out the arrow. What's wrong? What's wrong? Lu Ji ran out in a panic, holding a spatula and dragging Erlang, who was still holding sparrow meat in his hand, thinking that the newly built house was going to collapse. Qin Yang used her whole body to support the bow, which was taller than her. She looked at the scattered firewood on the ground behind her mother and brother and said innocently, "Father, the firewood collapsed by itself." Lu Ji looked at the ground and said, "Qin Yang, are you sure the firewood collapsed by itself?" The Yuanbao Tower that he had painstakingly built after several days of hard work had lost its original appearance, with dry firewood scattered everywhere. Thinking that he had to coat it all over again, Lu Ji couldn't help but take a deep breath and pinched his philtrum to prevent himself from being pissed off to death by his mothers. Underscore Fido 44 no meat. Finally, the family of 6 worked together to stack the firewood again. Qin Yao was mainly responsible for command, with the 4 children playing auxiliary roles. The main force, Lu Ji, gritted his teeth secretly, and his gums were almost swollen. Perhaps because she realized that his resentment was too deep, Qin Yao did not add insult to injury and scold him. By the time the firewood was piled up, it was already dark. The cold wind was blowing. Qin Yao put the bow and arrow away and hung them up in the bedroom. She led the 4 children to the main room to wait for dinner. By the way, he threw the sparrow meat back in Erlang's hand and called him over to teach him a lesson. You are not allowed to pick up your chopsticks before the adults in the family call for dinner. You are not allowed to eat a piece of food just because you are greedy before the food is ready. Don't eat secretly just because you are greedy. Of course, when only our family is here, we don't have to follow these rules. But in the future, if there are outsiders around, we must follow the rules. Do you understand? These words were not only said to Erlang, but also to the other 3 children. At the previous Warmhouse feast, before the food was ready and served in the kitchen, Dalong and Erlang secretly took the twins to the kitchen and each stole a piece of meat. The 4 of them seemed to be afraid of being discovered by the adults, so they did not rush into the kitchen at once. Instead, they lined up one by one, ate only one piece of food, and then ran out. Since he was the host child, the people helping in the kitchen couldn't say anything. When the 2 sisters-in-law, Mrs. He and Mrs. Chiu, saw that the children were not following the rules, they each gave their own children a small piece of meat. Jin Bao, Jin Hua, and Dalong and his 4 siblings, 6 children, were all smiling happily. When other children in the village saw this, they kept shouting with envy. Some parents couldn't bear it and slapped the children. The whole yard was filled with the crying of children. He and Chiu immediately stopped saying anything, quietly cooked the dishes, and served them on the table. Only when they had food did the crying stop. Qin Yao witnessed the whole process at that time, and she thought that she must correct the bad habits of these 4 siblings afterwards. Qin Yao didn't care what other people in the village thought of her child behavior. Perhaps they thought it was nothing. After all, they were taking their own things. But what if he still does this when he grows up? And what if the food he steals is not his own? Erlang didn't take it seriously at first, but when he saw Qin Yao's expression become serious, he stood up straight with his little hands stiffly on his thighs. His little face unconsciously tensed up, and his two peach blossom eyes, like Lu Ji's, looked around in panic, unable to help feeling terrified. Dalong and the twins were originally sitting, but they stood up unconsciously. Sam Lang was timid and afraid of being beaten, so tears had already welled up in his eyes. Xin Yang licked the corner of her mouth unconsciously. Her heart was full of energy, and she was actually savoring the taste of the meat. Dalong felt that he was the eldest brother and must set an example, so he stretched out his hand. "Auntie, I was wrong. I shouldn't have secretly brought my younger brother and sister to the kitchen to eat. You can beat me. This is my fault alone. It has nothing to do with Erlang and the others." Jiro was anxious. Brother. It was clearly his idea. He was the one who dragged Sam Lang and Xin Yang to act pitiful, and the eldest brother took them to eat secretly out of pity. Delang pushed his brother behind him and continued to look at Qin Yao and said, "Auntie, I won't dare to do this next time." Qin Yao glanced at Erlang first, and her eyes clearly saw through the conspiracy between them. Erlang felt guilty and wanted to tell everything, but he was afraid of being beaten, so he lowered his head and avoided her gaze. The four children stood nervously in front of their stepmother, fear in their eyes. Qin Yao was a little helpless, but her serious expression did not relax at all, and she said in a deep voice, "If you know you're wrong, you must correct it. As a punishment, you can't eat meat tonight. This will be a lesson for you." Huh? The four children looked in disbelief and suspected that they had heard it wrongly. Xin Yang asked in confusion, "Aren't you going to be beaten, mother? Do you want to be beaten?" Qin Yao raised her eyebrows and asked back. Xin Yang waved her hands quickly, shaking her head like a rattle. No. Qin Yao gently flicked the little girl's pigtails that she had braided herself. "I can't bear to hit such a cute girl. Isn't that right?" Xin Yang was stunned at first. Then she reacted and asked in surprise, "Mother, you are not angry anymore?" Seeing Qin Yao nodded and said that she had never been angry with them, the little girl immediately rushed over, nestled in Qin Yao's arms, and said softly, "Mother, Xin Yang was wrong. I won't do it again." The tears that had been welling up in Sam Lang's eyes could not flow out after all, and the child burst into laughter, looking a bit silly. Dalong and Erlang looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. Erlang thought about it, and finally plucked up the courage to speak up and say that it was his idea. "I knew it a long time ago," Qin Yao said lightly. He also said, "You will only confess if you are not beaten. If you are really beaten, will you not confess?" "No," Erlang wanted to refute, but his behavior just now was indeed like that, and he couldn't say anything to defend himself for a moment. Seeing that another one was about to cry, Qin Yao waved her hand. "Don't do it again." She picked it up high and put it down gently, which made Lu Ji, who had been hiding at the kitchen door and watching nervously, breathe a sigh of relief. Although he was very afraid of this evil woman, if she dared to hit his child, he might rush out to protect him. After all, he is tough as nails. If he gets beaten up by a few kids, it'll be a lifelong problem. Fortunately, no one got beaten, and he didn't have to be beaten. "I didn't do any heavy work today, so white rice was too much of a luxury. So Lu Ji arranged for us to have white porridge for dinner. Of course, if possible, he would like to have white rice every day. But people who have been hungry have a problem. They dare not eat when they have food, for fear that they will not have food in the future. White porridge is also good. At least it can be eaten for a longer period of time than white rice, and can prolong the satisfaction." He also fried 2 other dishes to go with the rice. If it were someone else's house, they wouldn't dare to cook every day. But after more than a month of observation, Lu Ji discovered that this evil woman at home liked to eat fried dishes the most. As long as it suits her taste, she doesn't care how much oil he adds. Then he became bolder. When other people cook, they use a brush to brush a thin layer of oil on the wall of the pot. But he is different. He takes the oil can and directly scoops a spoonful of oil into the pot. The oil is sizzling, and even if someone doesn't know how to cook, the food will not be bad after just a few stir-fries. Throw in a few cloves of garlic and sauté until fragrant. Then add the vegetables, stir-fry over high heat for a few times, add salt, and serve. The highlight of tonight is sparrow meat. The meat may not look like much, but it is fried until crispy, then stir-fried with a handful of small dried peppers, a handful of onions, ginger, and garlic. It smells so good that your mouth will water. These days, following Qin Yao, the food was good, and they only had meat once every 5 days, so when Lu Ji saw meat dishes again, he was able to restrain himself and not show his face. But today, when this small bowl of deep-fried spicy sparrow was served, he swallowed his saliva countless times. Finally, the food and dishes were all laid out. Qin Yao picked up the chopsticks, and immediately 6 pairs of chopsticks appeared on the table and went straight to the small bowl of sparrow meat. Lu Ji successfully picked up the largest piece of bird leg meat and put it in his mouth. It was fresh, fragrant, and spicy, and all kinds of flavors exploded on the tip of his tongue. Take a bite, it's crispy and crunchy, then take a mouthful of white porridge and swallow it all together. Your eyes narrowed with satisfaction. 045, don't be too outrageous, kid. After enjoying this delicious meal, Lu Ji opened his eyes and saw 4 kids holding white porridge, staring at him eagerly and drooling. Oh, I almost forgot. Their stepmother punished them by not allowing them to eat meat tonight. All the chopsticks they stretched out just now were hit back by Qin Yao, and they were only allowed to eat vegetables. Lu Ji made 2 sympathetic tsk sounds and happily started to eat his dinner. A small bowl of sparrow meat. He just thought it would not taste good if so many people shared it. But who would have thought that it would only be shared by him and the evil woman Qin Yao? Half a bowl per person. That's enough. He's not greedy, Lu Ji thought happily. Qin Yao also felt that today's dishes were particularly delicious. She ate one bite after another, and the freshness and fragrance made her feel like she was back to the time before the end of the world, when she had just returned home for the winter break from college. Her parents cooked a table full of her favorite dishes, which were delicious and tasty. But since then, eating stir-fried dishes has become a luxury. Dalong and his 2 siblings drank thick white porridge and munched on crispy vegetables. This meal, which was originally very good, tasted bland to them. Erlang thought to himself, it was all because of the stepmother who fed them too well that they felt that white porridge with vegetables was tasteless. They were just like the young masters of a landlord's family who were not satisfied even after eating dragon meat. Facing 4 pairs of eyes that were as bright as light bulbs and filled with desire, Lu Ji had no conscience and wanted to give each of them a small piece to taste. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a pity that he had such a rare chance to show off his cooking skills, but no one knew about it? Unexpectedly, as soon as he picked up a piece of meat, Qin Yao's cold eyes swept over him. You don't want to eat anymore, do you? She held the bowl in front of him and said, give it to me if you don't want to eat it. As he spoke, he picked up the only 5 pieces of sparrow meat left in Lu Ji's bowl and put them into his own bowl with a few chopsticks. He ate one piece at a time. It was so delicious. Lu Ji immediately glanced at the 4 kids with annoyance and said, see, Daddy has nothing to eat either. The 4 siblings bit their chopsticks, the hope in their eyes completely extinguished. Sanlang and Xinyang were so greedy that they started crying. The 2 little crybabies wiped away their tears and choked while drinking porridge and eating vegetables. They knew they were punished because of their mistakes, so they didn't dare to shout. Even Lu Ji, a man of stone, couldn't bear to see this. I looked up at Qin Yao, who was eating with such relish that a small pile of bones soon formed in front of her. She finished 3 large bowls of white porridge and put down her bowl and chopsticks in satisfaction. Erlang couldn't help himself and asked weakly, Auntie, can I have a bite of the remaining bones? Qin Yao stared and said, Lu Erlang, don't be too outrageous. No. Qin Yao swept all the bones into a bowl, handed it to Lu Ji, and asked him to take it to the kitchen to light a fire. Erlang watched all the bones enter the stove hole before he let out an "oh" and gave up the idea. But the good thing was that Qin Yao and Lu Ji had already eaten all the meat, so they couldn't see it, so it wasn't that painful. The 4 brothers and sisters finished their dinner one after another and were fully recovered. They chattered and played their own little games in the main room. Qin Yao waited for Lu Ji to come back after washing the dishes and cleaning the stove, then said, on the way back today, I heard someone say that the county government office will sell cattle on the 15th. I want to buy some beef tendons and buy some New Year's goods and charcoal. Let's go to the city together. You should get up early that day. Going into the city, Lu Ji was pleasantly surprised and quickly responded, Okay. He loves going into the city. The 4 children who were chattering nearby quieted down. Dalong asked curiously, Dad, is the county town far away? Erling also asked, Dad, is the county town fun? Lu Ji replied, Of course it is far. It takes more than 2 hours to walk from our village to the county town. We have to set out before daybreak. But there are so many fun things in the county town, including restaurants, gambling houses, and rouge houses. Erling asked excitedly, Dad, what is rouge house? Is it a place that sells rouge? Have you ever been there? When Lu Ji heard his son's words, he couldn't help laughing. Silly boy, Yanzela definitely doesn't sell rouge, it sells meat. The voice stopped abruptly. Lu Ji suddenly realized that he was about to say something inappropriate for children. He coughed twice and stopped talking. Nothing, nothing. There's nothing fun in the county town. But it sounds like fun, Dalong thought doubtfully. Erling didn't wait for an answer and asked again, Dad, have you ever been to Yanzhou to buy meat? Lu Ji glanced at Qin Yao hurriedly, waved his hand to signal his son to shut up and stop asking questions, turned around, and said he would go to the kitchen to boil water. Unexpectedly, Qin Yao also asked with interest, Have you been there or not? That means, I haven't been there. Lu Ji lowered his head and shook his empty sleeves. For someone like him, his mother would kick him out if he just sat at the door. The three brothers and sisters of Dalong were still full of beautiful fantasies about the Yinji Tower, thinking that when they grew up and could go to the city, they would definitely go and see it. Although he was eager to go to the county town with Lu Ji, he knew that his short legs would definitely hold him back. So he was sensible and didn't say anything. He just followed Lu Ji and asked him whether it was in the city. Qin Yao considered it seriously. Why not go to the city with the whole family? Kaiyang County is actually not very big, with a permanent population of only 2,000 to 3,000 people. But considering the current total population of Shanghua of 60 million, it is already a very large place. Before the prosperity of the country, the chaotic times lasted for several decades. Years of war caused the population to drop sharply. Now the country has begun to recuperate. In fact, you rarely meet people when walking on the street. The day Qin Yao arrived in Kaiyang County, the number of people she met in the city was the largest since she came here. There are many people in the village who have never left the village in their entire lives. For most of them, the farthest place is the provincial capital. This is because they migrated such a long distance just to survive during the war. Thinking about it this way, for the 4 children who have never left the small mountain village, going to the city may have a different meaning. If you can't walk, you could take an ox cart. It's nice to let the children see the world. Thinking of this, after the father and his 5 sons came back from the shower room, Qin Yao said, Lu Ji, go borrow the ox cart from the village chief. On the 15th, our whole family will go to the city together and take Dalong and the others to have a look around the city. When the 4 brothers and sisters heard this, they were overwhelmed with joy and stood there in a daze. Lu Ji also paused for 2 seconds before reacting. He was a little surprised that Qin Yao would make such a decision. The careless man rarely restrained himself. He looked at her deeply and then agreed. The children were so happy that they did not want to sleep the whole night. They squeezed into one bed and whispered about their various fantasies about the county town. Finally, the 4 brothers and sisters decided that when they arrived in the county town, they would use the copper coins they had received from their father to buy a string of candied haws to eat together. Let's see if the candied haws are as delicious as Lu Jinbao said. Xinjiang specifically instructed, save one for Inyang, because it was Inyang who took us to the city. The implication is that we should not forget to thank our benefactors. Dalong and the other 2 completely agreed, and the 4 brothers and sisters reached a consensus. They waited until the early morning, when the excitement had passed, and then fell asleep. 046 Learning martial arts and learning Chinese characters. Every autumn, when grain is harvested, the head of the village would select a few able-bodied men from each village to transport the grain of the entire village to the county town. This year, Lu Bo served as the captain of the Liujia village grain transport team. He went to Kaiyang County and bought a candied haws for Jin Bao and his niece Jinhua. The brother and sister showed off in the village. At that time, the family was very poor, with their mother dead and their father not caring about them. So the 3 brothers and sisters of Dalong yearned for the candied haws. This time, Dalong and his 2 siblings could not only eat candied haws, but their father and stepmother would also take them to the city to play. The next day, the 4 brothers and sisters got up after a good sleep, said something hurriedly to Qin Yao, who was working out in the yard, and then swarmed down the hillside towards the village well. Lu Jinbao and Lu Jinhua were playing there. The 4 siblings walked over and said they would go into the city in a few days. Lu Jinbao and Lu Jinhua didn't believe it and said they were lying. Dalong said, My father has gone to the village chief to borrow an ox cart. It's true. It seems a bit like showing off. Xinjiang also said, Let's go to the city and buy some candied haws ourselves. The children around heard this and were filled with envy. Someone asked Xinjiang if they could also try the candied haws. Also, please ask Dalong and Erling to tell them if they see anything delicious or fun in the city. The 4 siblings had never been surrounded by so many people of their age before, and no one wanted to play with them before. Except for Jinbao and Jinhua. I occasionally talk to them because of their relationship as relatives. In fact, Children are the most snobbish. They don't understand the concealment and hypocrisy of adults. They speak directly and often do not hide their malice at all. Now the four Liu brothers and sisters live in a tiled house. Their parents took them to the county town, and they all stay here again. But children don't care so much, and when they're nice to you, they're genuine. Soon, Qin Yang followed her cousin Jinhua and other little girls in the village to play house. The three older brothers went to the river with Liu Jinbao and other boys. Each of them broke off a branch and threatened to catch fish. The river water is now much colder than it was a month ago, and they only dare to stand on the rocks. Dalong had never been able to catch any fish before, but this time he actually did. Dad, Auntie, the three brothers ran back home in a hurry, holding the forked fish in their hands. Dalong said excitedly, "I caught a fish." Lu Ji walked up to take a look at the three small fishes, which were 3 fingers wide, and said, "First, fry them until they are crispy, then add some water and some vegetables, and stew them into a vegetable and fish soup. Then we can have meat again tonight." He was so greedy that he sipped his saliva. Fortunately, he has a good-looking face, otherwise anyone else would find him ugly. Qin Yao was not surprised. Dalong was patient and did not give up even when he failed to catch any fish. After repeated attempts, it was certain that quantitative changes would lead to qualitative changes. But since the children are happy, we still have to praise them. Qin Yao smiled at Dalong and said, "Whether we can have meat every day in our family from now on depends on you." The young boy scratched his head embarrassedly, then nodded vigorously. Yeah, he'll try his best. In the next few days, Qin Yao specially called Dalong and Erlang to join her when she got up early to exercise every day, run around the village twice, and come back. She herself was neither blushing nor out of breath, but the 2 younger ones were so tired that they were panting, and they were a long way behind her. Qin Yao was already sitting at the door of her house eating steamed buns before the 2 of them went up the bridge. After running in the morning and taking a break after breakfast, the 4 brothers and sisters sat in a row in the main room. Qin Yao took out a board, took a burnt stick from the stove, and started teaching them 1 sentence and 3 words every day, starting from the first word of the 3-character classic. Lu Ji secretly raised his eyebrows, knowing that Qin Yao could read, but he didn't know that she actually planned to teach the children to read. It's not that he doesn't know the benefits of being literate, but that he understands the truth. If you can't give him everything, it's better not to let him know this from the beginning. If you remain ignorant, you won't suffer for not getting more later. For a family like us, why should we learn to read? It is not necessary. Lu Ji took a bowl of rice soup and leaned against the kitchen door, drinking it while muttering. Qin Yao had good hearing and heard everything. She reminded Dalong and Erlang, who were disturbed, to concentrate, and raised her head to glance at Lu Ji dangerously. Knowledge that can be used in all aspects, you say it's useless? Lu Ji lowered his eyes and drank the soup without saying anything. As for studying, it is not necessary to achieve success in order to be considered as studying, right? Then he started to make fun of Qin Yao's handwriting. From the sound of it, it seemed that his handwriting was better than hers. This guy has not been punished for a few days and is starting to become arrogant again. Qin Yao raised the fire stick in her hand and threw it over, hitting Lu Ji's knee accurately and almost making him kneel down on the spot. Now the man is obedient. There was no paper or pen at home, so Dalong and his 2 siblings each took a small stick and practiced on a wooden board. It said that new brains are very useful. The 4 brothers and sisters learn very quickly, but I forget it quickly. Qin Yao gave me a test the day before bed, and I was able to read and write everything. When I woke up the next morning, I had forgotten it. Reading is all about repetition and reinforcement, so Qin Yao relearned everything from the 2nd and 1st days on the 3rd day. Erlang began to complain, saying that he would rather run laps. Qin Yao never indulges. Then go ahead. Jiro, I'd better study. Lu Ji, who was squatting in the kitchen warming himself by the fire, couldn't help but burst out laughing. When they returned to the room that night, Erlang and the twins lay on the bed, complaining that it was difficult to learn to read. Dalong hurriedly pulled them up and said seriously, "Others would beg for such an opportunity, but we have it. Our stepmother taught us martial arts and reading and writing. If Jinbao and Jinhua knew, they would envy us so much. But you don't want to learn." Erlang and the other 2 thought it made sense, so they decided to persevere. If they could really be as powerful as their stepmother and hunt bears, that would be awesome. With this in mind, the little ones adjusted their attitudes and studied hard. When they woke up the next day, they would hide in the house and remind each other what they had learned the day before to strengthen their memory. In the few days before entering the city, The four brothers and sisters had already learned the four sayings. Man is born good. Natures are similar, but habits make them different. But the meaning of these four sentences is a little difficult for them to understand. Seeing Qin Yao worried about this, Lu Ji was bored and reminded her, why not start with the objects in our home? They are easier to remember and understand. Qin Yao immediately looked at him. Yes, you are right. Lu Ji, you will teach from now on. I will be responsible for assessing your learning results every week. It was only after Qin Yao came that the family members understood the concept of a week with 7 days. Although they didn't understand the reason, Lu Dalong and his two siblings were already used to this saying, believing that what their stepmother said couldn't be wrong. Lu Ji naturally understood it and slapped his mouth in annoyance, saying, tell you not to talk too much. He agreed obediently. But when I turned around, I was met with distrustful looks from the four kids. Lu Ji snorted coldly, wanting to just brush it off, but he suddenly changed his mind and decided to let these four unfilial sons know how powerful their father was. 047, it's all acting. At 4 o'clock in the morning, there were rustling noises coming from Qin Yao's house. Lu Ji yawned and walked to the kitchen in the dark with sleepy eyes. He found a flint, lit the oil lamp on the stove, started the fire, and heated up the 10 extra multi-grain steam buns he had made last night. This would be today's breakfast. Qin Yao packed her luggage, walked out of the room, and knocked on the door next door. Dolong, Along, tell your brothers and sisters to get dressed. It's cold in the morning. Put on your clothes. A new cotton top, a newly made thick cotton coat in the middle, and a second-hand old clothes on the outside. When the temperature rises, take off the outermost layer of old clothes. At the same time, it also protects new clothes. If they get dirty, you won't have any to wash in the hot winter. Lu Ji had taken the rotten linen clothes to the river to wash them once, and they had now rotted into rags. But as long as it can still be used, poor people will not throw it away. Now it has become a rag, footcloth, etc. in the home. When Dalong and the other three got up, they were extremely excited. After a lively wash-up, the steam buns were ready. The family of 6 had breakfast, locked the door, and walked towards the village chief's house with torches. Lu Ji had already agreed in advance to borrow the ox cart. The village chief's youngest son had already gotten up, set up the ox cart, handed it to Lu Ji, and gave him some careful instructions. It was not easy to borrow this car, and it all depended on Qin Yao's face. If Lu Ji wanted to borrow it, the door would not be open for him, and he would be directly kicked out. The ox had been fed well by the village chief's youngest son. The speed of the ox cart was not very fast, but it was much faster than a person walking. It took less than 2 hours to reach Kaiyang County. Dalong and his 4 companions held the handrails on 3 sides of the car. They were very excited to get on the car at the beginning, but they were shaken to death later. Lu Ji's driving skills were not very good. The cow walked fast sometimes, and then stopped to eat some grass on the roadside. In this way, the family of 6 finally arrived at the gate of Kaiyang County. It's a cloudy day today. Even though the sky is bright now, it still looks foggy. But this cannot stop people's enthusiasm, because today is a big market day, the new year is approaching, and there are a lot of people coming to the market to buy New Year's goods. Combined with the government selling cattle, these two things attracted people from all directions, and long queues formed at the entrance to the city. Lu Ji thought that his family had arrived early, but he didn't expect that there were people who arrived earlier than him. He had no choice but to line up obediently behind the long line entering the city. The entrance fee is still 1 penny per person. Except for infants who cannot walk, anyone who can get out of bed and walk on their own cannot be exempted from the entrance fee. Therefore, there are very few people who bring their children with them. Most of them are couples or fathers and sons, brothers, or adults from the same village. Dalong and his 3 friends were sitting in the carriage. Even a city gate was enough to make them curious. Looking at so many people around, speaking in all kinds of dialects, and it was so lively that I could hardly keep my eyes from seeing it all. After waiting in line for 10 minutes, it was finally Qin Yao's family's turn. What Qin Yao didn't expect was that the 2 officers at the city gate actually recognized Lu Ji and called him by his name. Lu Ji also acted like a good brother to the 2 men. He exchanged a few words with them, handed over 6 copper coins, and led Neo into the city. By the way, because of the ox, it cost 2 more cents, which is called the carriage and horse management fee. However, the money was not paid in vain. After paying, one could park the carriage and horses in the livestock shed at the city gate, which would be guarded by special officials. Of course, parking fees need to be paid separately. Generally, the parking fee is a uniform 5 cents regardless of the length of time. We haven't even entered the city yet, and I've already spent 13 cents. The advantage is that there is no need to worry about important property, such as ox carts being tied outside the city gate and being targeted by thieves, thus eliminating some of the risk of loss. After the ox cart stopped, Qin Yao asked the four brothers and sisters to get off. Dalong and Erlang are old enough to follow the adults by themselves, but Sanlang and Xinyang are still young, so Lu Ji and Qin Yao each hold one and lead them through the crowd. Dalong and his three friends entered the city, their eyes full of curiosity, but also a little reserved. They found that the people in the city were well dressed. Their clothes were all colorful and had delicate embroidery on the collars. The masters were accompanied by servants, and the ladies wore veils on their heads and silks and satins on their bodies. There were strong maids beside them to separate the masters from the crowd, to prevent them from being harassed by the common people. As soon as they entered the city, ordinary people like them walked on the streets, because the business routes in the middle were occupied by the privileged classes. Ordinary people were afraid of bumping into these people, so they naturally avoided them. However, after passing the most prosperous section of the road, more and more people began walking in the center of the street. East Street and West Street are like two different places. There are many restaurants and shops on the East Street, and there are street vendors everywhere on the West Street. It was not so crowded anymore, so Qin Yao finally had the chance to ask Lu Ji, "You are familiar with the guards at the city gate?" Lu Ji raised his eyebrows proudly. "I went to the county academy after all, so it's not surprising that I know a few people. Don't students in the academy only have 2 days off every month?" Qin Yao immediately caught the loophole in his words and asked back, "Where do you find the time to make friends with these people?" Lu Ji stopped talking immediately. Qin Yao's eyes darkened, and she glanced at him with a cold warning. Lu Ji then muttered, "I helped them a few times, so we got to know each other." As for what kind of help he would provide, Qin Yao could already guess. With Lu Ji's personality, he would simply be someone's thug or accomplice. "What's that look?" Feeling that Qin Yao was looking at him in an unpleasant way, Lu Ji asked back. Qin Yao shook her head slightly and said nothing more. Lu Ji glanced at her suspiciously. Could it be that she knew that he knew the officials and was afraid? Apparently, he was overthinking it. Qin Yao just found the place where the cattle were sold, told Dalong and Erlang to follow closely, and rushed over first carrying Sanlang and Xinyang. The government's cows were going to be sold, and everyone wanted to buy them. People gathered in 3 layers around the vacant lot, waiting for the government to lead the cows out so they could offer their prices. Many wealthy families also sent people over to wait and buy cattle. Although these people were slaves and servants, they were dressed much better than most of the people here. They had ruddy complexions and were taller in stature. If you didn't know them, you would think they were rich peasants. Lu Ji was tall and good-looking. He wore a newly bought green cotton coat and walked with his back straight, carrying himself like a noble scholar. Some people even thought he was a student at the academy and actually gave way to Qin Yao's family of 6 to enter the first floor. Dalong was surprised. He didn't expect his father to be doing so well in the city. Qin Yao looked at Lu Ji's pretentious appearance and realized that he was obviously used to doing such things relying on his excellent looks. Anyway, he didn't reveal his identity, so these people misunderstood him. Several managers sent by wealthy families even came forward and politely asked Lu Ji if he also wanted to buy a cow. This polite and tentative look made Lu Ji feel relieved after being depressed for a long time at home. He didn't care whether he had a penny in his pocket and said, "Let's take a look first. If they're strong, we'll definitely take a few back with us." Qin Yao clearly saw that several managers who were asking questions were wary of Lu Jixing. Did they really regard him as a competitor? 048 Fraud, Update 1. When the time was almost up, 2 men in jailer uniforms came out to maintain order. Someone else opened the door of the cow shed behind him and let out the cows one by one. First, each cow is displayed, then marked with a wooden sign with the price written on it, and the buyer is expected to pay for it. Of course, everyone wants to bargain. Qin Yao didn't see the cow being slaughtered and knew that what she wanted was not there, so she raised her leg and kicked Lu Ji, who was about to go forward to see the cow. "Let's go to the slaughterhouse," Qin Yao said. Lu Ji endured the pain in his calves, first shook his head at the cows, making an expression of dissatisfaction, then turned around and followed the 5 of them. Qin Yao pushed Sanlang and Xinyang into his arms and said, "There are many people here. Please take care of the children and wait for me." The slaughterhouse is busiest in the morning, as most of the pigs, cattle, and sheep in the city are slaughtered here at this time. Beef is the hardest to come by, because oxen are of great value, and they will only be slaughtered when they die of illness or no longer able to work. Qin Yao felt that she was lucky. Someone came to slaughter cows today, and she killed 2 of them. The animals are killed and sold immediately, with stalls set up in various places for free trade. Qin Yao bought the tendons of the 2 cows for 50 cents. The most important thing before going into the city was accomplished smoothly. Qin Yao was in a good mood. She returned to the father and his 5 sons who were waiting on the street, and went to buy charcoal while taking the children for a walk. Xin Yang was held in her father's arms. She was the first to spot the man selling candied haws and immediately tugged at her father's collar. "Father, buy some candied haws." Lu Ji thought he was being asked to buy some, so he glanced at Qin Yao first. When he saw her nod, he stopped the man selling candied haws, put San Lang and Xin Yang down, and paid for one for each of them. After the purchase, he reminded Qin Yao, "Remember to give me the 8 cents later. This is our family's grocery money." Qin Yao hated seeing him being so stingy and nodded impatiently. Dalong and his 2 siblings were overjoyed. They didn't expect their father would pay for it. They had originally wanted to use the 2 cents they had earned from teaching their father how to cook to buy one for themselves. Now, everyone has one. Happiness comes so suddenly, and everyone's smile is so bright. "Mother, you eat first." Xin Yang stood on tiptoe, held up the candied haws high, and looked at Qin Yao expectantly. The red hawthorns are covered with a layer of shiny sugar syrup, which looked particularly tempting. Since her daughter meant well, Qin Yao did not refuse. When I bit the first one, the sugar coating was crunchy, and mixed with the sour and crispy hawthorn, it tasted pretty good. "Mother, is it delicious?" Xin Yang asked expectantly. Seeing Qin Yao eating, she was happier than if she were eating it herself. Qin Yao nodded and said, "It's delicious." She motioned the little girl to try it quickly. Xin Yang was a small person with a small mouth, so she couldn't bite the hawthorn. The sugar stimulated her and made her drool. In the end, she could only lick the hard sugar coating to melt it before she could take a small bite of the hawthorn. This was a sweet and sour taste that she had never tasted before. Xin Yang's eyes lit up and she exclaimed, "Wow." This little girl was so adorable that Qin Yao picked her up. San Lang followed her for a while holding the candied haws. Seeing that the aunt didn't notice him, the little guy felt disappointed. Qin Yao suddenly turned around and picked him up. The disappointment on San Lang's face instantly turned into surprise, and he handed the candied haws to her mouth like offering a treasure. Qin Yao also ate one. Unexpectedly, Dalong and Erlang followed suit and insisted that Qin Yao taste theirs as well. Qin Yao smiled. She was not polite. Who could refuse snacks? After eating 2 more candied haws, Qin Yao sighed in satisfaction. "Not bad, not bad. I'll buy more next time I come." "Still buying?" Lu Ji covered his empty wallet. He couldn't buy any more. Qin Yao tooted at him. The 4 children also made faces at him. Lu Ji covered his chest and suffered a severe blow. He paid for the money, but he didn't even get to eat a single candied haws. "It's so unfair." "Dad, this is for you." Dalong felt that his father was really pitiful, and was also afraid that his father would be disliked by his stepmother because of his deep resentment, so he gave him the 2 remaining candied haws in his hand as a way of comforting him. Lu Ji was actually quite easy to please. He immediately licked the candied haws like Xin Yang and showed a satisfied smile. "Dalang, your father has not raised you in vain." Lu Ji put his arm around his eldest son's shoulders and said with relief. Dalong smiled but still reminded him, "Dad, you never raised us for a day. Since I was born, you didn't care about the family affairs. You always ran to the city. Every time you came home, you asked Mom for money. You never gave a penny to the family. It was Mom who raised me." Qin Yao was walking in front and turned back in surprise when she heard these words. The smile on Lu Ji's face froze instantly, and the father and son looked at each other. Dalong moved away first, and both father and son fell silent. When buying charcoal, I unexpectedly met an acquaintance. "Lin Erbao, why are you here?" When Lu Ji saw him, he was like a frightened bird, and his hair stood on end. Qin Yao also looked at Lin Erbao, who was holding a little girl, curiously. The loving look he gave the little girl was not the same as the fierce debt collector she had seen before. Seeing Qin Yao with her family, Lin Erbao asked with a smile, "Madam Qin, are you going to town to buy New Year's goods?" Qin Yao nodded and glanced at the little girl next to her. The little girl looked about 7 or 8 years old, neatly dressed and obviously well taken care of by her family. "Dad, who are they?" the little girl asked Lin Erbao curiously. "Dad's friend." "Oh." The little girl didn't ask any more questions. They also came to buy charcoal and had already bought all of it. Lin Erbao picked up the backpack full of charcoal and prepared to say goodbye to Qin Yao's family. Qin Yao remembered something and motioned for him to step aside to talk. She then asked Lu Ji what he wanted to do when he borrowed money from him. 20 taels of silver is not a small amount. The answer given by Lin Erbao was a little unexpected to Qin Yao. It wasn't gambling or drinking, it was being cheated. The swindler lied to Lu Ji, saying that he knew someone in the Yamen, and Lu Ji was literate, so he planned to recommend him to get a job in the county Yamen. Lu Ji was desperate and tried every possible means. He actually believed it and immediately ran to borrow money and gave it to the good brother. As a result, the man took the money and ran away. And it wasn't just him who was deceived. Several other poor students in the academy were also deceived. However, others were not as bold as Lu Ji and only borrowed 5 or 10 taels of silver. Their families also had land as collateral, so there was no problem. After watching Lin Erbao and his daughter walk away, Qin Yao turned back and gave a meaningful look to the obviously flustered Lu Ji, saying word by word, "There is no such thing as a free lunch, only traps." When Lu Ji heard this, he knew that she had revealed all her secrets. Suddenly, I felt like a fish on the chopping board, lying naked in front of her with no privacy at all. He was a little annoyed. He picked up the load of charcoal he had bought and walked forward with big strides without saying a word. Seeing that gloomy look, the 4 brothers and sisters of Dalong, who were originally smiling, realized that something was wrong with their adults and restrained themselves. "Let's go. I'll treat you to something delicious." Qin Yao was talking about the wonton stall at the city gate. She had eaten there last time, and it tasted delicious. 049 It's Snowing, Part 2. Qin Yao felt that Lu Ji's face was probably made of city wall. As soon as he heard that it was delicious, he squeezed over. The main point is, I have no shame, so you can't condemn me with morality. 6 bowls of delicious wontons were served, and the children's eyes widened. A bowl costs 8 cents and contains 15 wontons with plenty of meat filling. Dalong and his 3 siblings think it tastes better than candied haws. They think anything related to meat is the best. Sanlang and Xinyang ate up such a big bowl of wontons. Qin Yao took a look and realized that she would not be able to sleep at night, so she must have been holding it in. Qin Yao didn't allow the 2 of them to drink the remaining soup and finished it in 2 big gulps. Lu Ji was waiting to pick up the leftovers, but he didn't even get a single mouthful of soup. He was so depressed. After lunch, Qin Yao asked Lu Ji to take the children back to the car first and went alone to buy some New Year's goods. Add some oil and sauce and buy 20 kilograms of meat. When the time comes, make lard from the fat and freeze the lean meat outside and eat it slowly. Qin Yao saw that some people were growing bean sprouts and selling them, so she decided to try it herself so that she could have an extra vegetable to eat in the winter. He bought a piece of red paper, some incense, candles, 2 red lanterns, and a bag of fodder to feed the cows. There was only 9 taels and 5 cents of silver left in Qin Yao's pocket. It hurts to think that I would spend 6 cents of silver for a trip into the city. Everything in this ancient world is so expensive. If Qin Yao doesn't find a way to make money, she feels like she will run out of money. Having an ox cart is convenient. It can carry people and goods. When Qin Yao returned the ox cart to the village chief's house, she touched the ox again and again, feeling greedy and wanting it. Unfortunately, I can only look at it now because the money in my pocket does not allow it. A family of 6 returned home with a full load. As soon as they entered the yard, the gloomy sky suddenly brightened. It's snowing. White snow particles fell down, and soon the ground was covered with a light layer of white, which made a rustling sound when walking on it. A family of 6 huddled in the main room, warming themselves by the charcoal pot that had just been lit, and were thankful that they had returned at just the right time. The snow was falling very fast. Overnight, the earth was covered with a layer of white silver light. The temperature dropped sharply and real winter arrived. To resist the severe cold, every household stayed indoors. In order to save firewood, Qin Yao's family only cooked 2 meals a day. They cooked the lunch together in the morning and heated them on the charcoal stove at noon. There was no condition to burn a charcoal stove in every room, so the whole family gathered in the main room after getting up. 5 people, including father and son, learned to read. After doing 200 push-ups, Qin Yao started thinking about how to make money. Qin Yao began to recall the online time travel novels she had read when she was in school. How do the heroines who travel through time make money? The most common one is cooking delicious food. Among them, pig offal appears frequently because of its low cost and the fact that it can be easily sold for a lot of money. Qin Yao was also somewhat moved, but reality gave her a hard slap in the face. First, she couldn't buy the spices for making offal. The The spices here are extremely expensive. Star anise, Sichuan pepper, and the like are not available for sale in the entire Kaiyang County. Only officials and wealthy businessmen can afford it, and private transportation and logistics routes are still used. Secondly, there are less than 1,000 people in the villages within a dozen miles. The villages and towns are scattered, and the nearest town, Jinshi, is 3 hours away. There is no mature market at all. Starting in a small mountain village, there is no way out. One last point. So funny. No one in the village can afford to raise pigs, and there is no raw material at all. Pig offal is also meat. The thrifty working people can even fry grasshoppers and leeches and serve them on the table, let alone mere pig offal. Give up the pig and water route. Qin Yao crossed out the option of getting rich by selling pig offal on the small board. She continued to think about other delicacies. Tofu seems like a good choice. However, as the saying goes, there are 3 major sufferings in life: rowing, forging iron, and making tofu. She didn't know if she could endure it. Wait, she saw people growing bean sprouts in the county, so they wouldn't be able to make tofu too, right? Thinking of this, Qin Yao decided to test the children at home. Does anyone know what food can be made from soybeans? Qin Yao lifted Lu Ji from the teaching seat, sat on it herself, and asked with a smile. Jiro actively answered, "I know." Qin Yao nodded encouragingly and motioned for him to speak. Erlang said soybeans can sprout, and they can also be made into tofu pudding and tofu. My aunt makes tofu and sells it in the winter, and people in the village exchange soybeans with her for New Year's Eve dishes. Dalong added, "It's hot pot. Tofu and meat are very delicious when stewed in hot pot." He had eaten it twice when his mother was still alive, and he still remembers the fragrance. Qin Yao rubbed her throbbing eyebrows. Not only was the tofu roadblocked, but there was even hot pot here. Moreover, people in the village mostly engage in bartering, and it is normal to exchange soybeans that are more than raw materials for tofu. If you think about it carefully, it would be better for her to continue making straw sandals. Dalong and Erlang looked at their stepmother anxiously. Didn't they answer correctly? Why did the stepmother look so dissatisfied? Qin Yao forced a smile and gave the two of them a thumbs up. "Congratulations, you got the answer right, but you only get the Spirit Award." The two brothers looked forward to asking, "What is the Spirit Award?" Qin Yao gave a thumbs up again. "This is it, it's great." The two brothers stood there awkwardly, not knowing whether they should laugh or not. However, it was difficult to laugh. Qin Yao waved at Lu Ji. "You continue." Lu Ji took a deep breath to avoid getting angry to death. The class was going well, but she had to come and disrupt it. Qin Yao returned to her seat in the corner and continued to look down in thought. But before she could figure it out, the new year arrived. It snowed for several days. On New Year's Eve, the sky suddenly cleared up. The snow on the eaves melted and dripped down into water, and then froze into ice under the eaves. The snow stopped, and the children who had been detained at home finally regained their freedom and ran out one after another. Some are playing snowball fights, smashing icicles, and some are making snowmen. It was cold in the house, and it would be warmer if they went out for a run. Their parents no longer locked them up and prevented them from going out. The village chief took a few strong young men from the tribe and went door to door to count the number of people. At the end of the day, 2 frozen old men were carried out from a low thatched hut that was leaking air from all sides. He was wrapped in a straw mat, carried to a barren mountain by the young and middle-aged men of the village, and buried under yellow earth, where he ended his life. But compared to last year, only 2 elderly people froze to death this year, and no children or young people were frozen to death, which is much better. In Qin Yao's memory, the Spring Festival is a very lively day with loud gongs and drums and a joyous atmosphere. But due to the scarcity of supplies, the way the people of Liujia village celebrated was very simple. Each family tries their best to prepare the best meal. Then the whole family sits together and finishes the meal, and it is considered the new year. The performances of watching lanterns and dragon and lion dances did not appear. It would be great if we could have a full meal and good weather in the coming year. So much so that when the children in the family saw Qin Yao take out 2 cut-out pieces of the word fu and stick them on the door, they looked like they were watching something strange. Only then did I realize that this is how the Chinese New Year is celebrated. Underscore 050 Horse Bandits Attack, Part 3. Mother, do people in the city put this up during the new year? Xin Yang asked curiously. Today the children all wore new red coats and looked very happy. Xin Yang was also rosy and her chubby little face looked like two red apples against a red background, making people want to take a bite. Qin Yao explained, "This is the word fu. It should be pasted upside down, which means that good fortune has arrived. I don't know if people in the city celebrate the new year this way, but from now on, this is how we will celebrate the new year at home." The clan leader's son went to the county academy to study for 3 years. This morning, he set up a long table in his yard and wrote couplets for the villagers. The villagers would bring 2 eggs or a bowl of rice, along with red paper they had prepared, and ask the clan leader's son to help write a couplet for good luck. Early in the morning, Qin Yao asked Dalong and Erlang to exchange half a bowl of fine rice for a pair of couplets. Now she pasted them together with the word fu and hung a pair of red lanterns she had bought before under the eaves of the main room. The atmosphere was just right. Lu Ji stood at the door, looking over the couplets posted on both sides of the door again, and snorted, "This calligraphy is not much better than what I write." As expected, he made tofu. In the morning, when Qin Yao asked Dalong and Erlang to write couplets, she also sent 2 kilograms of flour to the old house as a New Year's greeting to the 2 elders. At noon, Jinbao and Jinhua brought over a bowl of freshly baked tofu. Qin Yao wanted to give them soybeans, but they refused. So Qin Yao had no choice but to give each of them 2 copper coins as a ward off evil spirits and watch the brother and sister run home happily. There was still snow on the road, and the 2 fell several times along the way. It seemed that they were not hurt, and their cheerful laughter could be heard from far away. "Dinner is ready," Lu Ji shouted in the main room. Qin Yao closed the courtyard gate, pushed open the tightly closed door of the main room, and walked in. A charcoal fire was burning brightly, with an iron pot on top. In the pot, there was stewing meat, tofu, bean sprouts that Qin Yao had grown herself, and the last cabbage in the house. Such a full pot of stew, cooking steaming hot, makes the room feel warm just by looking at it. The 4 children couldn't wait any longer. When they saw Qin Yao sitting down, Lu Ji asked expectantly, "Have you eaten?" Qin Yao nodded. "Eat it." The children happily picked up the bowls and chopsticks, and those who could pick up the food did so themselves. Those who couldn't pick up the food, Sam Lang and Xin Yang, asked their father for help respectively. It is said that you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Dalong and Erlang were panting because of the heat. Qin Yao asked them to vomit. The 2 of them shook their heads with tears in their eyes, reluctant to waste food. Moreover, the tofu was cooked for a long time, and the flavor of the gravy was absorbed into it, making it delicious. Qin Yao had no choice but to get up and go to the kitchen to fetch a kettle of cold boiled water so that she could take a sip to soothe the burnt mouth. She was talking about the children, and when it was her turn, she was panting from the heat, and the room was filled with the sound of giggles. When the atmosphere was just right, a cry of "There are horse thieves" was suddenly heard. Qin Yao's eyes darkened, and she put down her chopsticks. She knew that this New Year's Eve dinner would not be enjoyable. "What happens?" Lu Ji didn't even have time to put down the bowl and chopsticks in his hand. He stood up nervously and asked, "Why are there horse hoof sounds?" He rushed out to check, but came back in a panic within half a minute, put down his bowl and chopsticks, moved the stool, and went to pick down the 2 red lanterns hanging high. While picking the fruits, he controlled his voice and said, "The bandits are coming into the village to steal our things. Hide quickly." When the 4 children heard this, they were so frightened that they froze. Lu Ji threw the lantern on the table in the main room and was about to find a place to hide someone, only to find that Qin Yao was not in the room. He hurried to her bedroom, and, sure enough, Qin Yao was there. "The horse thieves are coming." Afraid that she didn't know, he shouted loudly. Qin Yao stuffed the purse in her arms, quickly put on convenient leather boots, stuffed the dagger and slingshot in her waist, slung the quiver over her shoulder, pulled out the long knife on the table with one hand, picked up the bow, an arrow hanging on the wall with the other, and strode out. When she saw Lu Ji, she glanced at him first. "What were you yelling about?" She had heard a long time ago, but now was not the time to get angry, so she calmly told him, "We don't have a cellar to hide in. We can only rely on this newly built wall to defend ourselves and keep them out. Send the 4 children back to the house first. I'll find something to block the door. Our house is remote, so they may not come over." As he said this, he slung the bow and arrow over his shoulder, put the long sword on the sink, and went to the firewood pile to find a large piece of firewood to block the front and back doors. Lu Ji was stunned for just a moment, then he reacted immediately. Seeing that she was not anxious or panicked, he felt a lot more calm. He drove the 4 frightened children back into the house and told them to close the doors and windows and hide well and not come out. No one expected that the horse thieves would come at this time, and thought that the heavy snow would be able to stop their movements. But thinking of the frozen corpse that the village chief and others carried away to bury this morning, it is not difficult to guess that the horse thieves' current situation must have reached the end of their rope. That's why they can't wait for the snow to melt, and as soon as the sky clears up, they are eager to go down the mountain to plunder. If you encounter such evil ghosts, there is no guarantee that they will not kill people. Qin Yao suddenly laughed at herself. What's so unpredictable? It's certain that someone will be killed. For those starving people in the last days, food is everywhere they look. Qin Yao saw Lu Ji lock the door and settle the children and walking towards her, so she asked him to bring the ladder and use it to check the situation below the mountain. The terrain on her side was high, and there was no obstruction in front of the door. She could see at a glance a large group of people rushing into the village with strange cries, and then split into 4 waves at the village well and rushed in different directions. The villagers' screams of fear echoed throughout the village. The wall was low, and the horse thieves jumped in on their horses and searched the yard for anything valuable. Unable to find it, 2 or 3 of them broke down the door and went straight into the house. With one hand, they stuffed the villagers' New Year's Eve dinner into their mouths, and with the other hand, they threatened the owner with a knife, forcing him to hand over the valuables. It was inevitable that some people would want to resist, but the result was that the horse thieves stabbed them with a knife. The woman screamed, and the child cried helplessly in fear. Qin Yao frowned as she watched the 2 horse thieves riding their horses excitedly towards her house. She took out her bow and arrow, pulled out the arrow on her back, and put the knock on it. "Is it coming for us?" Lu Ji asked in horror, standing under the ladder. The door was blocked tightly by Qin Yao, leaving not even a crack. He could not see anything and could only hear the chaotic sounds coming from the village. He imagined all kinds of terrible scenes and scared himself. Qin Yao hummed, "2 people are riding horses towards our house, with bows and arrows and knives in their hands." Lu Ji's scalp tingled, and he hurriedly asked, Can you do it?" Qin Yao nodded. At this moment, Lu Ji thought she was extremely beautiful as she stood on the wall and calmly drew the bow. "Then what can I do?" he asked, swallowing. "Run?" He didn't even think about it. With Qin Yao, this fierce woman, at home, there is no place in the village safer than with her. Qin Yao said softly, "I'll call you if I need you. If you're scared, you could take the knife from a sink." Lu Ji responded with an "oh" and hurried to look for Qin Yao's knife. When he found it, he immediately grabbed it. His hand felt heavy, and he had to hold the heavy sword specially made for Qin Yao with both hands before he could swing it. However, this heaviness also gives people a sense of security. Lu Ji took a deep breath and stood by the door. The sound of horse hooves was getting closer and closer, and the sound of clattering became clearer and clearer. Finally, because of the slippery snow, they stopped. Lu Ji was so nervous that he forgot to breathe. His face flushed red, and as Qin Yao murmured, "It's within range," his heart instantly rose to his throat. 051, the arrow never misses its target. 4th update. An arrow used by the opponent to test was shot out first, drawing a parabola in the air and coming through the air with a chilling chill. The arrow penetrated the window of the main room and went in. If there was someone in the house, I wouldn't even dare to think about it. The courtyard was very quiet, and the expected screams from the flying arrows did not come out. The 2 horse thieves looked at each other on their horses, then dismounted and strode towards the gate. At this moment, the bow in Qin Yao's hand turned horizontally, and the bowstring that had been stretched tight suddenly loosened. 2 arrows shot out at the same time, separated in the air, and hit the 2 running horse thieves. 2 screams were heard at the same time, followed by a muffled bang, and one of the bandits fell down with a fatal arrow stuck in the center of his forehead. The other one was lucky. Just then, a cold wind blew down from the top of the valley, and the arrow slightly deviated from its intended trajectory and hit the horse bandit's left shoulder. Seeing his companion fall down and himself being hit by an arrow, he turned around without any hesitation and ran down the slope, quickly mounted his horse, led his companion's horse, shook the reins, turned around, and left. Run? It's too late. Qin Yao shot another arrow, and the bandit crouched on his horse to try to dodge. However, he didn't expect that the arrow seemed to have eyes. A sound of flesh piercing through the arrow rang in his ears, and then a person fell off the galloping horse. He rolled several times on the slope and fell heavily into the dry, rocky beach. His body trembled a few times, and he was dead. It took only 3 arrows to kill 2 people, which made Qin Yao very sad. A good bow is hard to come by, and sharp arrows are even harder to find. When Lu Ji heard no movement outside the door, he put the knife by the door first, then ran into the main room, retrieved the arrow that fell inside, and handed it to Qin Yao on the stairs. "What are you doing for me?" Qin Yao asked with a frown. Lu Ji raised the arrow towards her again and said, "Shoot." At least he could replenish the quiver. Qin Yao sighed helplessly, picked up the arrow with messy tail feathers, took a look at it, and threw it back. "It's no longer useful. Go to the door and pick up the 3 arrows I just shot." Qin Yao assigned a new task. Lu Ji's mind was shaken, and he suspected that he had heard it wrongly. Now, Qin Yao glanced at him. What else? Lu Ji took a big step back. Wouldn't it be suicide if he went out? Seeing his cowardly look, Qin Yao said coldly, "There are no bandits outside, and no one is coming for the time being. Besides, I am here to cover you. What are you afraid of?" Seeing that she was getting more and more impatient, Lu Ji finally said, "Okay." He moved the wood behind the door and looked at Qin Yao again before opening the door. When she nodded to confirm that everything was fine, he quickly opened the door a crack and ran out. As soon as he went out, he almost slipped on the snow. He slipped to the side of the horse bandit and saw the 2 big eyes that were still open and groaning. Aya. He covered his eyes with one hand and touched the arrow with the other hand. He pulled it out and threw into the yard quickly. Then he ran to the river again, not daring to look again, picked up the arrow from the bandit's body, ran back home quickly, slammed the door, sat down behind the door, and gasped for breath. After resting for a while, he felt that he had done a great job. So he looked up at Qin Yao, who had already come down from the wall, asking for praise. Unexpectedly, the 3 arrows he brought back were even worse than the one shot by the horse bandits. The arrowheads were stained with flesh, the wooden shafts had cracks, and only the tail feathers were intact. What Qin Yao wanted were these feathers and arrowheads. She broke the 4 arrows with great force, recovered the 4 arrowheads and 3 complete tail feathers, and took them to find Yangda later, where she could also make arrows. Lu Ji didn't understand, but was greatly shocked. He thought to himself, how could this be possible? However, whenever he thought about the fact that the arrow was hung with human flesh, he felt like retching. Qin Yao gave him a look with evil taste. Can't stand it? Look at the blood on your hands. Even more disgusting. Lu Ji. Qin Yao, thank you. She walked up and patted his shoulder. You'll get used to it. Compared to the rotting zombies, this is nothing. Qin Yao heard that the noise in the village seemed to be getting louder and louder, so she climbed up the ladder again. Unexpectedly, there were still those blind people coming towards her house. 2 ownerless horses were taken away, and the 2 dead horse bandits did not even bother to collect the bodies. Instead, they abandoned the horses, and 4 or 5 of them charged towards the mountain. Qin Yao took one look and shot several arrows, all of which hit their targets, and all 5 men fell down. The bandits behind didn't expect that there was an archer in this small village. They were so scared that they retreated and quickly returned to the village. The horse bandits value speed and efficiency. Qin Yao saw that it was difficult to defeat them, so he decisively chose to give up and continued to wreak havoc in other people's homes in the village. Lu Ji just remembered at this moment, my father, it's over. Will my father and the others be okay? He didn't hear Qin Yao's reply. He looked up at Qin Yao on the wall and called out weakly, Madam. Qin Yao looked at the village on fire and the summoning bell that kept ringing amid the calls of the clan leader and the village chief. She pursed her lips and jumped down from the wall. Madam! Lu Ji looked at her expectantly. Qin Yao took the knife behind the door and locked her cold eyes on him. If someone crosses the wall, take the children and run to the back mountain. Don't even think you can handle them. Yes, I understand. You should go quickly. Qin Yao raised the knife and waved it in front of him unhappily. The rustling sound of the knife passed before his eyes, and Lu Ji shrank his neck in fear. You are very generous to others, she sneered. Lu Ji resisted the urge to kneel down and smiled flatteringly. My dear, please be careful. The children and I will be waiting for you to return safely. You probably want me to die at the hands of bandits. That would be great. Qin Yao sneered. Didn't she know his little thoughts? Reminding him to close the door, Qin Yao quickly rushed towards the village carrying a bow and arrow and holding a heavy sword. Lu Ji blocked the door and climbed up the ladder to the top of the wall. He watched her move as nimbly as a leopard, crossing the bridge in a few steps and disappearing into the village. He sighed helplessly. You have wronged me this time. He had only seen her kill people, but he didn't expect that she would save people today. Qin Yao entered the village smoothly and the first thing she saw was the billowing black smoke from the roof of the house of Lu Dafu, a wealthy man in the village. His family was the richest and became the main target of robbery by horse bandits. But in contrast, the pressure faced by other ordinary families has been reduced a lot. Qin Yao didn't care about the irrelevant people. With a clear goal in mind, she went straight to the Lu family's old house. Along the way, they encountered two groups of bandits who had just robbed the villagers and were coming out of the yard. They started hacking and killing them with their swords. The knife that Lu Ji needed both hands to wield, she danced with one hand in a dazzling manner. Before the bandits could even fight back, the knife in her hand had already been taken away. The villagers in the house were terrified and thought that another killer god had arrived. When they looked closely, they found that it was Lady Qin from Lu Ji's family. They were surprised and delighted. Qin Yao threw the things that the bandits had stolen back into the yard, nodded to the villagers, and continued walking forward. X0007_052 The Way for the Weak to Survive, Part 5. When they were almost at the Lu family's old house, they encountered the two brothers Lu Bo and Lu Fei who were fighting with horse thieves. They rushed forward, swung the back of their swords, and hit them with great force. The three horse bandits who were trying to steal things were forced to retreat several steps. The bags of grain that were being pulled by both sides fell to the ground. Qin Yao kicked them aside, raised his knife, and quickly killed the three horse bandits. Each cut was made to the neck, and because the cotton clothes on the body would provide resistance, the cut would not necessarily be fatal. The exposed neck is the most convenient place to stab. Qin Yao dealt with the horse bandits and looked back. Lu Bo and Lu Fei were staring at her in amazement. They forgot to take action and shouted, "Take the food and go home." The two of them responded with an "oh" in a daze, then went to pick up the grain bags and entered the yard under Qin Yao's escort. The gate to the courtyard had been broken down, and Old Man Lu and Lu Zhong were holding the bedboard against the doorframe. The women hid in the house, holding their children. They were so frightened that tears unconsciously flowed down their faces. Jin Bao and Jinhua covered their mouths, huddled in their mother's arms, trembling, and dared not make a sound. When Qin Yao appeared with weapons, Lu Bo and Lu Fei, the whole family was excited as if they had seen a savior. "Sister-in-law, why are you here? How are the children at home? Are you all okay?" Mrs. Cho asked anxiously, worriedly. Qin Yao shook her head. "We are fine. We live far away, and there is a new wall." Qin Yao looked around. The yard was in a mess. The New Year's Eve dinner that had just been set out in the main room had fallen to the ground. The few hens that were kept in cages were gone, leaving only broken cages. Fortunately, everyone was safe and sound. Some of them had minor skin injuries, but nothing serious. There were many people at home, so the bandits came in and just robbed things without fighting. The main reason was that Old Man Lu had experienced this before and had some experience, so he just protected his own family and did not stop the knife-wielding bandits from taking things. As for why Lu Bo and Lu Fei chased him out the door, it was because the young men were hot-tempered and refused to listen to advice and almost angered Old Man Lu to death. But now the food has been taken back, and the 2 bags of coarse grains are the only 2 bags of food left. "Has everything else been stolen?" Qin Yao asked with a frown. Zhang nodded solemnly, and even her new outer clothes were taken away. It sounded even scarier in the next room, with women and children screaming for a long time. Qin Yao looked at Old Man Lu and the others who were blocking the bed. The village chief and the clan leader have rung the bell for the assembly. Leave 2 men at home to protect the women and children. The rest of you should take the weapons you can use and follow me. If we let the bandits go like this, they will come back again next time. It will get worse. Qin Yao's next words frightened everyone in the room. Lu Bo and Lu Fei immediately stepped forward and decided to go with Qin Yao. He was anxious and whispered, "We can't beat them. Now that the whole family is fine, why don't we hide at home and wait for them to leave on their own? Why we have to fight the bandits?" What she said made sense, and Old Man Lu agreed in his heart, but he still looked at Qin Yao, wanting to hear what she had to say. Qin Yao said, "We are the weaker party. If we endure it now, the stronger party will think it is easy to bully us. Then they will definitely come after us next time when there is a shortage of food. Because the people of Liujia village have too much food and don't know how to resist. They just take whatever they want. But if we resist this time, even if we still can't get our things back, it will let the bandits know that Liujia village is a tough nut to crack. If they touch it, they will grit their teeth. Then before the next robbery, they will seriously consider avoiding our village and choose a weaker one instead of continuing to come after us. It's just such a simple truth. The truth of how a weak person survives in the face of a strong force. He stopped talking. She felt despair at the thought of the next disaster like this. Seeing that no one had any objection, Qin Yao nodded to Lu Zhong and Old Man Lu, and the two of them opened a crack in the bed to let the three people out. There was still a hatchet and an axe left at home. Lu Bo and Lu Fei took them, followed Qin Yao nervously, and trotted all the way to Lu Dafu's house. There were suddenly fewer bandits on the road, but at the doorsteps of the farmers they passed by, there was a tragic scene. When someone saw the three of them, Lu Fei said that they were summoned to kill the horse bandits. A dangerous thing, once someone takes the lead, will inspire courage in people's hearts. Afterwards, more people followed them spontaneously with farm tools in their hands. When they arrived near Lu Dafu's house, Qin Yao and the other two were already followed by more than 20 young people from the village. The horse bandits were gathering at the doorstep of Lu Dafu's house, carrying out food in a steady stream. All the manpower was concentrated here, which made it seem that there were fewer horse bandits on the road. These horse bandits had no fear of resistance from the villagers, and they openly transported goods on horseback in front of Lu Dafu's house. When they suddenly saw Qin Yao and others appear, the tall thief leader with a fox fur hat on his head was stunned for a moment, very surprised. Lu Dafu's wife and daughter were tied up and placed on the eight immortals table in front of the altar. Surrounding them were the bodies of Lu Dafu's father and mother, and his three sons with broken legs. Under the threat and coercion of the thieves, Lu Dafu took out all the money and grain hidden in his home, just to pray for the safety of his wife and daughter. The moment Qin Yao's eyes met the bandit leaders, the sharp arrow in his hand immediately shot over. This arrow was the signal for action. The villagers around him immediately swung up their hoes, sickles, and axes and chopped at the horse bandits who were delivering food at the door. The shouts and cries of killing instantly resounded throughout the village. Qin Yao's arrow shot off the bandit leader's hat. He was angry and shocked. He didn't expect that a woman could be so powerful, but she was just a woman after all. He sneered and quickly called on the bandits on horseback to kill Qin Yao. Qin Yao sank his body, gathering strength on the spot, and then his body shot out like a cannonball, leaping high, and slashed at the bandit leader's head. The thief leader raised his eyebrows, but still underestimated his enemy. He just raised his hand and swung his ape arm to knock Qin Yao down. But he didn't expect that what his arm was facing was not 100 pounds of force, but a force of 10,000 pounds. There was a sound of bone breaking, and Qin Yao stepped on his ape-like arm, used the force to leap into the air, and quickly did a roundhouse kick, smashing the thief's head with her leather boots. She was extremely strong, and with this kick, she actually knocked a 170 to 180 kilograms man to the ground. Qin Yao never held back when killing people, and he immediately chopped down with his knife. Under the horrified gazes of the bandits and villagers in the yard, an arm flew down. In an emergency, the bandit leader chose to sacrifice an arm to save his head. Withdraw. The thief leader tried his best, roared, grabbed a villager nearby, pushed him towards Qin Yao, and stopped her. Damn it! There is such a scary woman in this small mountain village. If I had known, I would not have come here. The severe pain from his broken arm aroused the bandit leader's desire to survive. He ran out desperately and jumped on his horse to escape. 053 casualty statistics. The big boss was about to run away, and he had a broken arm, so the other minions were instantly defeated. Lu Fei was so excited that he shouted, "Let's fight them and get all the stuff back." Everyone responded in a panic, and even stripped the clothes off the horse bandit. The sound of horse hooves rumbled, and the greedy bandits followed the leader on horseback and rushed out of the villagers' encirclement. The greedy ones wanted to take some things before leaving, but were all kept back by the angry villagers. Several people are dealing with one person, using hoes and sickles together. Lu Bo rushed into the yard and asked Qin Yao if she still wanted to chase him. Qin Yao said in a deep voice, "Chase. Of course we must chase. The thief leader must die." After saying that, he rushed out. Lu Bo hurriedly called on the villagers to follow, and a group of villagers chased the horse bandits all the way to the village entrance, and then took the small road. But two legs cannot outrun a four-legged horse and will eventually be left far behind. Only Qin Yao chased wildly all the way, and finally aimed at the back of the thief and shot an arrow fiercely. She wanted to shoot another arrow, but the bandits had already turned into the valley. She raised her bow and aimed for a long time, but finally put it down. After being hit by an arrow and having his arm broken, there is absolutely no chance of survival. Lu Fei led two teenagers of his age and chased after them breathlessly. Third sister-in-law, are you still chasing? Qin Yao looked at the entrance to the valley in front of her and shook her head. Looking back, he saw that Lu Fei's face was covered with the blood of the horse bandits. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Young man, you did a good job today. Lu Fei couldn't laugh at all. He was so bloodthirsty just now that he didn't feel anything at all. Only now did he remember that he might have killed someone, and he felt a little scared. Qin Yao saw the young man's fear, patted him on the shoulder, and went back to the village entrance together. Lu Dafu immediately rushed out of the crowd, knelt in front of Qin Yao, and excitedly thanked her for her help. Qin Yao helped the man up, looked at the burning backyard of Lu Dafu's house, and reminded him, "Put out the fire first." Lu Dafu responded with a sigh, and the villagers spontaneously joined the firefighting team. By the time the sun set, the fire was out. Every household sent out representatives to gather in the ancestral hall. Those who were unable to get in also crowded the entrance of the ancestral hall. "Madam Qin is here," someone shouted, and the village chief, clan elders, and Lu Dafu's family, who suffered the most damage, all stood up in the ancestral hall. Qin Yao went home to change her outer clothes, told her family that the horse thieves had left, comforted the four frightened children, ate the pork, tofu, and cabbage porridge that Lu Ji had diligently served her, and then went to the ancestral hall, carrying a red lantern. Lu Ji and his four children all came, but unfortunately they were not able to enter the ancestral hall. However, because of Qin Yao, the villagers at the door gave Lu Ji a seat. Maybe it was because of the dark night, but everyone looked at Lu Ji with a much gentler look in their eyes. Lu Ji was flattered. When had he ever been treated like this in the village? He didn't know what happened in the village yet. The villagers told him how Qin Yao killed the bandit leader and made him flee. Lu Ji opened his eyes wide and looked at Qin Yao in the ancestral hall in disbelief. He didn't expect that she was not afraid of even the thief leader. Dalong's four siblings showed expressions of admiration. They didn't know their stepmother was so powerful. Qin Yao sat down on an empty bench in the ancestral hall, pointed at the corpses of the bandits outside the hall, and asked, "Aren't you going to deal with those corpses?" The village chief explained that he had sent someone to report to the police, but the fastest the police would arrive would be at dawn. "We have to wait for the officials to arrive before we could decide what to do with these corpses." Qin Yao nodded to show that she understood. The elders looked at her with kind eyes and asked her if she had any other questions, without talking about business anymore. Qin Yao smiled and shook her head. The patriarch stood up, and his eldest son took a notebook, paper, and pen to count the losses and casualties of each family. The atmosphere during this process was depressing, and except for the people being asked, everyone else remained silent. It's the new year, and no one can be happy when something like this happens. There are a total of 42 households in the village, with a total of 218 people, including women, the elderly, and children. 6 villagers died today, including 2 women, 2 elderly people, and 2 young men. More than half of the people were injured. 89 of them were slightly injured and 12 of them were seriously injured. Fortunately, the old doctor is fine and is currently treating injured villagers at Lu Dafu's home. Among the 12 seriously injured people, 3 were from Lu Dafu's family. The 2 old people who died were Lu Dafu's parents. Everyone in the Lu family's old house was fine. Lu Bo and Lu Fei only had minor injuries of varying degrees. They went to the old doctor to get some medicine and would be fine after taking 2 doses. Zhang bowed to the sky again and again at home, thanking God for his blessing. Old man Lu sneered directly. "If you want to thank someone, you should thank the 3rd brother's wife." Zhang nodded in agreement and glared at old man Lu, but she did not dare to disrespect God. Old man Lu's eyes became moist as he looked at his home, which had been raided by the bandits. He took a deep breath, suppressed his emotions, rolled up his sleeves, and began a cleanup. The situation is similar for every household, except that some are just as miserable while others are exceptionally miserable. The clan leader took stock of the situation and reported the property losses of each family. Since the bandits ran away, there was basically no loss of livestock and food, but most of the silver and money could not be recovered. Speaking of this, we have to mention Qin Yao again. If she hadn't taken the lead today, the situation in the village would be unimaginable. Lu Dafu, in particular, thanked Qin Yao first and then the villagers in front of the elders. He said, "If it weren't for Madam Qin and the others, my whole family would have been killed by the bandits. Now we have saved our lives and food. I want to give half of my food to the villagers who came to my house to help me, Lu Dafu. Everyone was very excited when they heard about Lu Dafu's action. Some villagers who were afraid at the time and did not stand up regretted it so much that their intestines turned green. Qin Yao understood why Lu Dafu did this. One is that he really wanted to thank you. Secondly, all the food hidden in his house was taken out by the bandits, which was equivalent to exposing it to everyone. Usually everyone only knows that Lu Dafu's family is wealthy and most of the fields in the village belong to him, but no one knows the exact number. Now this number is clearly laid out. At the moment, everyone is still immersed in the matter of the horse bandits and has not realized it, but after calming down tonight, they will remember it. It's scary to think about what kind of vicious wolves would be attracted by so much food. Now his 3 sons are all seriously injured. If anything happens, he will be unable to cope with it. It will be better to divide the food to avoid being targeted by others. Moreover, in this way, those who get the food will spontaneously support his family and deter those who have ulterior motives. The villagers had just experienced an attack by horse bandits and now needed to be appeased. Lu Dafu's move helped the village chief and elders solve this problem. No one objected, so Lu Dafu found some trusted villagers to move the grain from his home and distributed it in the ancestral hall. The joy of getting food temporarily dispelled the depression brought by the horse bandits. X0007_054 the officials are here. Qin Yao was given a bag of bright yellow, high-quality millet, weighing 50 kilograms, which was equivalent to half a tael of silver. Lu Ji and his sons' eyes lit up. Qin Yao handed the rice to him, and Lu Ji immediately took it, not forgetting to praise her. My wife, there is no one kind-hearted person in this family. How can you do it? Qin Yao didn't even bother to roll her eyes at him. She motioned for the 4 younger ones to follow her and left. Lu Bo and Lu Fei each carried a bag of rice weighing 50 kilograms, which was 100 kilograms in total. After husking, most of the rice was left, which made others envious. The 2 brothers caught up, but they couldn't walk fast with the food on their shoulders, so they could only shout, "Sister-in-law, wait a minute." The 2 families are going the same way, so it would be nice to have some companionship walking together. Qin Yao stopped, and Lu Ji also stopped. He heard that his elder brother and his younger brother Lu Fei also drove away the bandits with weapons today. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, looked at the 2 of them curiously, and said jokingly, "I didn't expect that you, big brother, could be so heroic. I used to think that my second brother was more arrogant, but I didn't expect him to be so cowardly today." Lu Bo knew his temper and didn't bother with him. Lu Fei was not going to tolerate him, and sneered, "If it weren't for my 3rd sister-in-law, you, Lu Lao-san, would have been scared to the point of peeing your pants. How dare you say that about my second brother? Do you have any shame? Isn't your second brother my second brother? We are one family, but look at this kid. He is talking about 2 families' matters." Lu Ji smiled at Qin Yao with a magnanimous look as if he was not going to argue with a little kid. As he said this, he moved closer to Lu Fei and touched the grain bag on his shoulder. He found that it was rice and became even more proud. Patting his shoulder, he said, "Xiaomi, orange yellow out of the shell." Lu Fei couldn't stand his teasing and looked at his elder brother angrily. "Brother, why don't you take care of this person?" "All right." Lu Bo was also annoyed. "Shut up." Lu Ji then took 2 quick steps away from Lu Fei. Qin Yao asked, "Have you recovered all the food that was stolen from your home?" Lu Bo nodded. "We found them all, except for one of the 4 hens. We don't know if it was taken away by horse thieves or someone picked it up and killed it for food." Mother said the 3 remaining hens were frightened and worried that they wouldn't lay eggs. "Oh, by the way, Dad and Mom asked me to tell you that you should come home for dinner tomorrow morning because Mom is going to kill a chicken for us. It is said that in order to fight poison with poison, if the remaining 2 hens are scared a little bit, maybe they will lay eggs." Qin Yao agreed. When they arrived at the door of the old house, Qin Yao and her family did not go in, but went straight home. The red lantern should have been hung under the eaves to show joy, but now it was held in Qin Yao's hand and illuminated. Looking from afar, there was a little red light floating in the darkness, which looked a bit eerie. The 4 children walked hand in hand between their parents. The family of 6 walked through the wet snow in front of the door and finally returned home. Lu Ji moved the rice to the storage room next to the stove, then instinctively started working in the kitchen, lighting a fire and boiling a large pot of hot water. The whole family gathered around the stove, drank hot water, warmed themselves up, and then went back to their rooms to rest. After a tiring day, Everyone was exhausted and fell into a deep sleep as soon as they lay down. In the early morning, before daybreak, a large group of soldiers in official uniforms, riding on tall horses and carrying torches, entered the valley, forming a long dragon of torches on the winding path. Qin Yao was initially awakened by the sound of horse hooves and then heard some noise coming from the ancestral hall. He guessed that the soldiers had arrived and continued to pray. When she woke up, the officials had already left, leaving only two small runners at the ancestral hall to talk to the villagers about what had happened. Lu Ji woke up the four children, put on warm cotton clothes, washed quickly, and urged Qin Yao to go out. He was anxious to join the fun and to go to the old house to drink chicken soup. The four of them, father and son, were running wildly on the road that had melted snow into ice. Qin Yao watched them fall down one after another, but she felt nothing in her heart and even wanted to laugh. Erlang blamed Sanlang, and Sanlang weakly said it was his eldest brother. Dalong glared at his biological father angrily, saying that he was the culprit. Xin Yang yelled, "I don't want to play with you anymore." She got up, patted her butt, and stood there looking aggrieved, waiting for Qin Yao to come over. She followed her mother. The horses and corpses left behind by the bandits had been taken back by the officials. When they arrived at the ancestral hall, Qin Yao and others realized that before the bandits came to Liujiao village, they had already looted a nearby village called Wangjiao earlier. The population of the village over there was about the same as that of Liujiao village, but because there was no one to take the lead like Qin Yao, they were unable to resist at all. Their food, livestock, money, women, and children were all robbed. When the bandits left, they set fire to the ancestral hall in Wangjiao. Such evil deeds are really horrifying to hear about. What's even more frightening is yet to come. The horse bandits that came to Liujiao village yesterday were just a small team. This group of horse bandits has hundreds of people and is a robbery gang with certain organizational capabilities. After the main team finished robbing Wangjiao, they returned to the mountain village to celebrate, leaving behind the small team that came to Liujiao village yesterday to continue searching the surrounding villages. Upon hearing this information, Lu Ji broke out in a cold sweat. Everyone was thankful that only a small team came yesterday, otherwise the tragedy in Wangjiao would have happened in Liujiao village. However, the two officers who stayed behind also said that the county magistrate and the county magistrate received a report last night, and before the new year had even passed, they immediately sent people to issue notices to the nearby villages and towns of Kaiyang County to remind the people to pay attention. At the same time, we have asked the prefect for instructions, asking the military camp station near the government office to immediately reorganize the troops and go to suppress the bandits. It sounds like it makes people feel more at ease. At least the government is still in charge. There is no point in ignoring it. This is no longer a group of fugitives committing crimes individually, but a gang of bandits, which is completely different in nature. When the Shang Kingdom had just established a new dynasty, it was the time when the imperial power was most concentrated. If the court knew that the various prefectures could not even deal with a group of horse bandits and the emperor was angry, it would be a big trouble. After finishing their duties in the ancestral hall, the two runners took only 2 white flower buns sent by the village chief's wife and resolutely refused Lu Dafu's offer of lunch. Before leaving, the 2 men glanced at Qin Yao and seemed to think that she was not superhuman. They nodded at her, jumped on their horses swiftly, shouted "Gee," and rode away. "It's all right, go away. The snow is about to melt, and we are still busy with spring plowing." The village chief walked to the entrance of the ancestral hall, waved his hand, and signaled everyone to go home. Speaking of spring plowing, Qin Yao was shocked. Thinking of the 2 acres of wheat fields with unknown conditions, even the fragrant chicken soup that Zhang had been cooking for the whole morning seemed bland. Seeing that she didn't move, Lu Ji, who had already finished his bowl, shamelessly came over and asked if she wanted him to help her drink it. He didn't mind. Qin Yao shouted coldly, "Get lost." "Lui, okay vlunka." Over the next month, officers and soldiers came 2 or 3 times. Each time they came, they just asked questions like how many bandits there were, what they looked like, and whether they could find their whereabouts. The village chief always answered seriously. Also, because the officials would come to show up from time to time, the villagers gradually calmed down and concentrated on a new round of farming. 055 Sit and watch the clouds roll by, Part 3. The snow had completely melted, the weather was getting warmer, and the river level was rising. Qin Yao did not allow her children to play by the river. Dalong and Erlang's daily morning run resumed as the snow melted. The first thing to do before spring plowing is to harvest the wheat planted in late autumn last year to make room for planting rice. Regarding this matter, Qin Yao and Lu Ji strangely reached a tacit understanding of, I won't tell you if you don't mention it. February is already halfway through, and farmers are busy in the fields. These days, all members of the Lu family, young and old, men, women, and children, are out at the old house. Even Jinhua, who is just 6 years old, had to go out with the adults, carrying a small backpack on her back. While the adults were busy in the fields, she and her cousin Jinbao would cut wild vegetables on the ridges of the fields and bring them home to feed the chickens. Amid the busy main theme of Liujia village, Qin Yao's family, who live alone at the bottom of the north slope, seem out of place. Early in the morning, while others carried hoes and shoulder poles to go to the fields to harvest wheat, their stepmother was the only one running around the village with her 4 stepsons. After running, Qin Yao could occasionally be seen carrying the 2 extra-large buckets she had ordered from Carpenter Lu and going to the village well to fetch water. Other people had to run 2 trips to fill a tank of water, but she filled 2 tanks at home with 1 trip. Then, smoke rises and a strong aroma of food wafts over the hillside covered with wildflowers. When the villagers go home for breakfast, the sound of children reading can be heard from her house. At noon, the farmers continued to work in the fields, and her house became unusually quiet. Occasionally, someone passed by the river and leaned forward to eavesdrop and could hear a slight snoring. In the afternoon, there was another burst of hee-hee-hee sounds of martial arts practice in the yard. The smoke from the hillside rose the earliest. Before the sun set, the smoke had already drifted onto the roof. When the farmers returned home, carrying their farm tools in the moonlight, the small courtyard on the hillside was already silent, and the whole family had fallen asleep. What kind of life is this? Just eating and drinking, sitting and watching the clouds roll by in the sky. It is a life that even gods dare not even imagine. Finally, old man Lu could no longer sit still. After harvesting all the wheat at home, he immediately sent his second daughter-in-law, who had just become pregnant and was sitting idle, to ask about the situation. Just ask the third brother if we can survive like this. If we don't harvest the wheat and plant the land, are we going to starve? Lu Zhong watched his wife take their daughter out and looked at the anxious old man Lu, adding fuel to the fire. Dad, don't you see whether there's more grass or wheat in those 2 acres of land? The third brother's family didn't take care of it for the whole winter. I don't think they can harvest more than a few kilograms of grain. The fields reclaimed from the wasteland were originally inferior and barren land. If they were not carefully managed, there would be no hope of producing anything. When old man Lu heard this, he stood up and said, I'm going out for a while. Even though he didn't say where he was going, everyone knew he was going to find the third brother. Land and food are the foundation of farmer survival. They can still survive without food, but without land, they will lose even the hope of survival. Qiu and Jinhua walked slowly, and just as they reached the river, they were caught up by old man Lu, who told them to go home, and he would go and talk to them in person. Mrs. Qiu looked at the small courtyard on the other side of the river, smiled helplessly, and took her daughter back. Qin Yao guessed that old man Lu would come sooner or later. Just as the old man arrived at the gate, Qin Yao, who was basking in the sun on a bamboo chair in the yard, immediately kicked Lu Ji, who was dozing off on the wash basin, to wake him up. Your father is here. What? Lu Ji wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and raised his head in confusion. He no longer looked so charming and suave. What father? What do you mean by father? As soon as old man Lu stepped into the gate, he heard these words. He looked at Lu Ji, who looked sleepy and lazy, and shouted with full energy, Your father is here. At this moment, Lu Ji was completely awakened from his sleep. He looked at the old man Lu, who came in aggressively in surprise, and asked cautiously while backing away. Dad, what's up? Have you eaten yet? Come in and rest for a while. Take a break. Old man Lu raised his hand and slapped Lu Ji on the back of his head. I have harvested all the wheat at home, and you're still taking a nap? Are you not going to harvest the wheat in the fields? What's the plan for spring plowing this year? Do you have any idea? Lu Ji hugged his head and rushed to Qin Yao's side, saying in a cowardly manner, Dad, my wife is the head of the outside world, and I am the head of the inside world. I don't understand these things. Why are you hitting me? Ask her. Qin Yao stood up uncomfortably and coughed twice. Knowing that she couldn't avoid what was coming, she forced a smile at the corner of her mouth. Dad, don't hit someone who smiles at you, let alone the other person's daughter-in-law. Old man Lu took a deep breath and tried to put on a kind look, but his twitching eyebrows made him look very angry. Please sit inside. Qin Yao raised her hand and pointed to the main room. While Lu Laohan was in the house and his back was turned away, he kicked Lu Ji, who was standing beside him. Go, bring Dad a bowl of hot water. You have no sense at all. Lu Ji rolled his eyes to the sky and waved his fist at Qin Yao's back in defiance. With a glance from the corner of his eye, he saw 4 little heads stacked on the windowsill, smiling with their teeth showing. What are you looking at? Have you finished practicing your calligraphy? Lai Wu shouted sternly. The 4 little heads immediately shrank back and continued to sit in front of the big desk, using branches as pens and writing in a wooden tray filled with fine sand. Old man Lu glanced at the children's room curiously. Still practicing calligraphy? Qin Yao sat down on the stool opposite him, nodded and said, Didn't Lu Ji go to the county town to study for a year and a half? It's not in vain. It's just right to teach the 4 children at home some characters. Now that the children are young and have good memory, let them learn more. Old man Lu was even more surprised. Can he still be a teacher? Lu Ji came in with hot water and placed it next to old man Lu, revealing a smug smile. This is not difficult. Just teach them to read and write. They will learn it after practicing. It was easy to say, but only Qin Yao knew that he was so angry at the 4 kids that he almost wanted to hang himself. But after all, we are one family, so there is no need to tell others these details. Hearing that Lu Ji was still of some use, old man Lu's anger subsided a lot, but he did not forget the purpose of his visit. He asked Qin Yao if she had any ideas about spring plowing. Qin Yao knew at a glance that the old man had something to say, so she went along with him and asked for his advice. Old man Lu drank half a bowl of hot water, looked up at the stretch of fertile fields to the east of the village, and said shrewdly, In my opinion, forget about buying the land. You should take advantage of your favor to Lu Dafu and ask him to rent you 20 acres of good farmland. He had calculated that the output of 20 acres of good land, minus the rent and 1/15 of the grain tax, would allow him to have more than 4,000 kilograms of grain in his hands if he planted 2 crops a year. Counting it all in silver, the income is 25 taels. After deducting some expenses on farm tools, 20 taels can be saved. A family of 2 adults and 4 children cannot worry about food and clothing, but they can get by. Moreover, it is not too tiring for 2 people to farm 20 acres of land. Qin Yao is so strong that she might even find it easy. After listening to old man Lu's plan, Qin Yao thought to herself, Dad, farming and killing people are 2 completely different things. You really think too highly of me. Last year, she couldn't even grow 2 acres of wheat, let alone 20 acres. 056, let him die. Qin Yao sighed. During this period of time, she has been trying to find ways to make money. But after thinking for so long, she only managed to make 2 pieces of beef tendons into a slingshot rubber band and nothing else. Then let's give it a try, Qin Yao said uncertainly. Old man Lu slapped his thigh and said, It's settled. You and the 3rd brother could discuss it. I'm going home first. The newly harvested wheat needs to be dried and then ground after being dried. This is not over yet. I have to go to the village chief as soon as possible to borrow a cow to plow the land. This is the most important thing at the moment. Without cows, farming depends entirely on humans, and those more than 100 acres of land would be enough to plow people to death. Lu Ji watched his father leave until he disappeared from sight. Then he turned back to the yard. The couple looked at each other, as if they knew what Qin Yao was going to say. Lu Ji spoke first. Madam, why don't we sell those 2 acres of wheat? Qin Yao thought to herself, You are really smart. Why don't you see if anyone wants our pile of weeds? I haven't been to the field for several months, so I know without thinking that there must be more weeds than wheat. Qin Yao ordered, Let's go to the fields together tomorrow morning. Together? Isn't he alone? Lu Ji chuckled. That's fine too. It has to be done no matter how hard it is. Qin Yao looked up at the sky. The scenery in the countryside is so beautiful. The sky is blue without any impurities. Spring is here, and the mountains and fields are full of colorful wildflowers. The breeze blows by, and she takes a deep breath, which is refreshing. The couple went into the kitchen together. One cooked while the other went into the inner room to find farm tools. Qin Yao rummaged around and took out 2 rusty sickles, 2 shoulder poles, and a hoe, which were all the farm tools in the house. Qin Yao had been to the Lu family's old house many times. She remembered that there were many types of farm tools in the old house, such as rakes, wide hoes, and some she couldn't name. Anyway, there are several types of hoes, including those for weeding, digging ditches, and clearing land. Qin Yao took out the whetstone, filled a basin with water, put down a small stool, sat by the gutter in front of the kitchen door, and took out the rusty sickle to sharpen it. The sound of sharpening the knife made Lu Ji's scalp tingle, as if he was filled with infinite indignation and was going to kill someone. One can clearly feel her resistance to going underground. And isn't he the same? After thinking about it, Lu Ji plucked up the courage to bring it up again. How about we sell the 2 acres of land? No one wants it if it's too expensive, so we can just sell it at a lower price. Anyway, my lady, you know how to hunt. If you go into the mountains in the fall and kill a bear, it will be enough for our family to enjoy a good life for the whole year. Why bother with all this hard work? Lu Ji, the man at the door, turned around and looked over with sharp eyes. He kept sharpening the knife in his hand and asked coldly, "Are you sure you can eat this gigolo?" Without waiting for his answer, she threw the sickle in her hand into the basin with a clang. "Tomorrow you go and harvest those 2 acres of wheat for me by yourself. If you dare to miss a grain, I will kill you." After saying that, he strode to the center of the yard, picked up a stick, and went to the martial arts field in the backyard, where he danced with the stick, which was as thick as a man's arm, vigorously. He wants to live off her without even considering whether this loser like him is qualified. Lu Ji tightly grasped the spatula in his hand. He didn't know if the firewood in the stove was not dry enough, but the smoke made his eyes red. The grief and anger in his heart could not be relieved and overflowed from his eyes. Lu Ji threw the spatula into the hot iron pot. Life was unbearable. Killing all day long, just let him die. The spatula and the iron pot rubbed against each other, making a loud and sharp noise. Qin Yao thought to herself that you were rebelling, and she flashed to the kitchen door with a big wooden stick in 3 seconds. "Madam, are you hungry? It will be ready soon. Please go back to the main room and sit down. Dinner will be served soon." In the kitchen, the dishes were already in the pot. The man, wearing an apron and holding a spatula, was stir-frying the food with skillful movements. He turned around and gave her a gentle and virtuous smile. As long as Lu Ji didn't do anything weird, his face alone would make people unconsciously like him and their anger would disappear. Qin Yao snorted, "You're smart, kid. Pick up the stick and leave." The man in front of the kitchen raised his sleeve to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. His hands moved quickly, and soon a plate of stir-fried sunflower greens was served. Then I fried another bowl of eggs, a combination of meat and vegetables. My wife loved it. After dinner, the sun had not yet completely set, so Qin Yao sent the 4 children down the mountain to dig some wild vegetables to help digest the food. He took out the vegetable seeds that Zhang had given him last year, picked up a hoe, and went to the 2 vegetable plots reserved in the front yard, thinking about how to grow vegetables. I don't know how much I spend on groceries every day. What's even worse is that there aren't many vegetables grown by the villagers recently, and they're almost impossible to buy. We can only see a little green at home if others kindly give us a handful or 2 of them. So in the countryside, you have to grow some yourself. Qin Yao hoed the 2 vegetable plots twice to loosen all the soil clods, and then she should be able to dig holes and plant vegetable seeds. But by the time she had finished hoeing the ground, it was completely dark. Oil lamps are expensive, and the house will become dark when torches are lit. I couldn't bear to burn down the newly renovated house, so I put it aside. The next day, Lu Ji woke up at daybreak, but his body was extremely reluctant to leave the warm bed. He was forced to get up only when a warning cough came from Qin Yao's room. First, steam the noodles that were fermented in the kitchen last night. While they're steaming, pick up a broom and sweep the yard from front to back and clean up the garbage in the main room and the washroom. The noodles will be cooked just right. No one in the family had woken up yet, and he was lucky enough to get the first bite of the hot steam bun. After filling his stomach, he found a piece of cloth, put 4 steam buns in it, filled a bamboo tube with water, took a shoulder pole and a sickle, and with a heroic expression on his face, he went out and went to the fields. This time, I was there from morning till night, and only returned in the evening when the sun was about to set. Qin Yao was not idle during the day. In addition to daily exercise, she also planted 2 vegetable plots in the yard and watered them. I even stuffed my nose with a piece of cloth and scooped some jean kala from the toilet to water the seeds as a snack, hoping that they would sprout and grow quickly. As soon as Lu Ji came back, he caused a sensation in the village. She heard the noise without having to leave the yard. The 4 brothers and sisters of Dalong ran out immediately. Qin Yao put down the dung scoop in her hand and walked out. The mother and her 5 children were standing at the door of their house. They saw Lu Ji, with a towel wrapped around his head, carrying a basket full of wheat straw in a very ungraceful manner. He was walking across the fields, panting with every step, and walking with difficulty towards the small courtyard on the hillside. The villagers in the fields were all stunned and talked about it. Is this still the Lu Lao Sin they knew? Looking closely, I saw that the 2 bundles of straw were half wheat and half weeds. It was definitely him, because other people would never make such a mistake and couldn't even tell the difference between wheat and weeds. 057, throwing a tantrum. As soon as he saw the front door of his house, Lu Jidwa couldn't move even a step. God knows how long the mountain road was, and he had to carry so much wheat back, and he almost died along the way. On the way back, he had cursed himself hundreds of times. Lu San, why didn't you sell these 2 acres of land at the beginning? Now you are really hurting yourself. As his breath failed, he fell to the ground along with the burden on his shoulders. He lay on the straw, gasping for breath and rolling his eyes, unaware of what day it was. Qin Yao clicked her tongue twice because she knew how tiring it was to work in the fields and looked at Lu Ji with rare sympathy. The 4 children gathered around worriedly. Some brought water, some wiped the sweat, and some offered comfort. This treatment is unprecedented. Have you ever seen someone who comes back from the fields carrying wheat be so pampered? People would put down one load and then turn around to pick up the next one. Qin Yao walked up, lifted him off the straw, took the load, and carried the 2 large bundles of straw into the yard. Lu Ji stared in amazement as she lifted up the wheat straw with one hand, which was about to crush him. He really wanted to ask her why she tortured herself if that was the case. However, I didn't dare to ask, so I could only crawl into the yard and shout, "I'm hungry, food." Qin Yao was too lazy to cook and didn't know how to cook, so she just cooked a pot of porridge. Lu Ji took a look at the unappetizing porridge and asked weakly, "Madam, can you allow me to add some sugar?" Qin Yao nodded for the sake of the 2 bundles of wheat in the yard. The 4 children immediately followed their father and added half a spoonful of sugar each, so that the porridge tasted sweet and delicious. Qin Yao felt that the 4 children at home were easy to take care of. They were not picky about food at all. They would eat whatever was given to them and never complained. They could even help pick wild vegetables. Looking up at the basket of wild vegetables hanging on the beam in the kitchen, Qin Yao planned to fry them for lunch tomorrow to see how they tasted. I haven't eaten enough vegetables, and I haven't been able to go to the toilet comfortably these days. Xin Yang kept humming for a long time this morning, and then she came back with tears in her eyes and said, "Mom, my stomach is bloated." Qin Yao touched it with her hand and found that it was definitely constipation. This matter can be big or small, and most villagers don't care. Even if a child may die as a result, they simply can't care given the frequency of going to the fields. Qin Yao was worried, so she immediately gave Dalong 20 copper coins and asked him to go to Dr. Lu's house to get some convenient medicine. After drinking the white porridge in the evening, Qin Yao cooked the medicine. There were 6 people in the family, and each person had a small bowl. Drink porridge these days to help digestion, Qin Yao decided. The forefather and his 2 sons had no objection. As long as they were full, it was fine rice. What's more, the porridge they cooked was 100 times better than that made from coarse rice. After Lu Ji finished drinking the medicine, he slumped down on a chair in the main room, looking as if he was in a trance. He chatters all the time, which Qin Yao finds annoying. It suddenly became quiet today, and the house felt a bit deserted. She went to the shower room to take a hot bath, scooped 2 buckets of hot water, and put them in, and asked Dalong and the other 3 to go in and wipe their bodies and wash their heads. For fear of catching a cold, the whole family didn't take a shower or wash their hair during the whole winter. Only she couldn't bear it and washed her hair twice. It was okay when the weather was cold, but now that the temperature has risen, the smell on my body is so bad. If I don't wash it, it will be pickled. Qin Yao sat at the door of the main hall, holding a dry towel and wiping her hair. How much wheat is left to be harvested? When Lu Ji heard her question, his eyes lit up a little, and he said weakly, "We have already harvested 1 acre today. We will harvest another acre tomorrow, and it will take another 2 days to harvest them all." The voice became quieter and quieter, and after a moment of silence, he appeared behind Qin Yao and carefully grabbed a corner of her clothes. "My wife, please forgive me. If you keep doing this, I will die in the field tomorrow." Qin Yao was startled by him, frowned, and pulled out the corner of her clothes. "If you didn't die today, you definitely won't die tomorrow." Lu Ji began to cry miserably, lifting up his sleeves and trouser legs. "My wife, please have some pity on me. Look at my body. There is no good flesh left. It is full of wheat thorns and poisonous mosquitoes. They bite me so hard that I feel dizzy. Now, when I think about having to go again tomorrow, I would rather be beaten to death by you. Qin Yao is needed. Then just beat me to death. I won't have to suffer anymore. Lu Ji suddenly laid down on the ground, demonstrating what it means to be shameless and invincible. As the four brothers and sisters of Dalong just came out of the bathroom after taking a shower, they saw their father rolling on the floor of the main room. 3 circles to the left and 3 circles to the right, acting like a scoundrel to the fullest. It's just astonishing. Qin Yao was also stunned. It took her 5 seconds to react. She kicked the maggot on the ground. Why are you crazy? It's just harvesting wheat, is it that serious? Qin Yao raised an eyebrow and shouted. Lu Ji huddled against the door frame, his head hanging, his shoulders drooping, his peach blossom eyes flushed red, his lips biting his sleeves, and he responded weakly. As for Qin Yao, she was convinced. Seeing that Dalong and the other 2 had come out, she pointed to the bathroom and urged them disdainfully. Go take a shower, it stinks. Lu Ji only moved a little bit, holding onto the door frame with both hands. He looked as if his whole body was broken, and tears welled up in his peach blossom eyes. Qin Yao had to admit that she felt a little bit pitiful, but he still shouted coldly, Go! Tomorrow you will be in charge of harvesting, and I will be in charge of picking. We will try to get all the remaining wheat back in one day. She added this. Lu Ji's dim eyes suddenly lit up. He excitedly reached out to grab her hand, but she dodged him sideways. He awkwardly withdrew his hand, grinning with joy. My lady, I knew you were kinder than the Buddha. I immediately became excited and went to the kitchen to pour the hot water in the pot into the wooden bucket, then carried it to the shower room to take a shower. Qin Yao helped Sanlang and Xin Yang dry their hair. Seeing that the moon had risen, she patted their little butts and said, Go back to the house and go to sleep. He also told Dalong, I will cook an extra pot of porridge tomorrow morning and put on the stove. You can eat breakfast and lunch by yourselves and practice your calligraphy at home. Dalong knew that his parents would have to work in the fields tomorrow, so he responded sensibly, Don't worry, Auntie. I will take good care of Erlang and the others and won't let them run around. Qin Yao patted the boy's shoulder with relief. Dalong looked at her embarrassedly and led his younger brother and sister back to the room to sleep. Seeing that the lights in the children's room were off, Qin Yao turned around and looked up, only to see Lu Ji wearing a thin white undershirt, with black hair like a waterfall, and walking out of the shower room with long legs. He poured the remaining sewage into the drain and placed a bucket at the bathroom door. When he looked up, the moonlight fell on that handsome and affectionate face. Qin Yao's pupils trembled, and a feeling of anger rose in her heart. Why did God give this scoundrel such a stunning appearance? Lu Ji, which immortal did you save in your previous life? Qin Yao asked doubtfully, gritting her teeth. Lu Ji felt that this question sounded familiar, as if someone had asked the same question before. Who is it? I can't remember. He looked at her blankly, his peach blossom eyes showing deep affection even when looking at a dog. If Qin Yao hadn't seen him rolling on the ground, she would probably be dazed. Leaving his sentence, get up early tomorrow, Qin Yao turned around and went back to the house to sleep. Lu Ji felt much better when he thought that he would not be the only one suffering tomorrow. Even after falling asleep, the corners of his mouth were upturned. 058 The whole family is on the battlefield. Third update. At about 4:30 in the morning, Qin Yao and Lu Ji got up. After a good night's sleep, Lu Ji's arms, which had felt nothing yesterday, suddenly felt sore and his legs felt heavy. He gasped for air when he went down the stairs because of the soreness. This is what it feels like for someone who hasn't exercised for a long time to suddenly do strenuous work. Qin Yao nodded to show her understanding, then handed the sickle to him and said, Let's go. The two of them ate a simple meal to fill their stomachs, took their lunch and water with them, and went out. Qin Yao was carrying a shoulder pole and a rope and wore a veiled hat borrowed from he on her head. It could not only block the sun, but the piece of cloth under the brim connecting to the chest could also keep out mosquitoes. Only a pair of eyes were exposed on her face. I also wore light shoes and socks on my feet, and tucked all my trouser legs into the socks and fastened them with straps. With experience, I was well armed this time. After leaving the village, we walked for almost an hour before arriving at our destination. This area overlaps with the mountains and forests of the neighboring village, and there are many reclaimed wastelands nearby, all of which belong to the neighboring village. When the two arrived, people from other villages had been busy in the fields for a while. Everyone wasn't familiar with each other, so there was no need to say hello. They just went to the fields and did their own thing. Seeing the situation in the field, Qin Yao understood why the amount of wheat and weeds Lu Ji carried back yesterday was equal. Because this land is all grass as far as the eye can see, it is surprising that wheat can grow in unattended land. No matter how small a mosquito's leg is, it's still meat. If we harvest these 2 acres of wheat, we should be able to produce about 100 kilograms. Lu Ji had already harvested 1 acre of wheat yesterday. Today, Qin Yao was in charge of bundling and transportation, so he went directly to harvest the other acre of wheat. Every time Qin Yao carried out a bundle, she would carry it back on a shoulder pole. She walked alone, and her pace was much faster. It took her 2.5 hours to go back and forth. After 2 trips, Lu Ji had finished harvesting the wheat and was sitting under a shady tree eating the food he had brought in the morning. Qin Yao also put down her carrying pole, sat down to eat and rest for a while. After finishing the meal, under the coercion of Qin Yao, Lu Ji, who originally wanted to lie down, was forced to get up and help stalk the wheat. Qin Yao said, "Hurry up, finish it early and go home to rest. It's good for everyone, otherwise don't blame me for slapping you here." Lu Ji was so tired that he didn't want to say anything. He just nodded, and his slow movements became noticeably faster. By the evening, the last 2 loads were tied up, and each person carried 1 load home, finally completing the harvest of the 2 acres of wheat. All day long, the 4 brothers and sisters of Dalong stayed at home and practiced calligraphy, but did not go out to play. After lunch, I picked out the weeds from the wheat that my parents brought back, rubbed off the wheat grains with a wooden hammer, and spread them out in the yard to dry. The 4 children were even more skilled at doing these tasks than the 2 adults, Qin Yao and Lu Ji. Sam Lang and Xin Yang's tender faces, which they had managed to keep for a whole winter, were now turned red by the prickles of wheat awns and weeds. But the 2 did not complain at all. They followed behind their eldest and second brothers and picked out the weeds bit by bit. When their little hands could no longer hold them all, they took them out and threw them next to the firewood shed. The weeds could also be used to start a fire. At dusk, when the sun was still half hanging on the top of the mountain, Qin Yao and Lu Ji returned home carrying the remaining wheat. As soon as he put down the burden, he saw Sam Lang and Xin Yang holding the baskets, helping their brother to collect the wheat that had been dried in the sun to prevent the morning dew from wetting the wheat, which would have been wasted the day's drying. There were not many ears of wheat left after the weeds were picked out, and neither basket was full. Qin Yao scooped a basin of cold water to wash her face and hands. Seeing the red faces of the 4 children, she couldn't help but feel distressed. "Come here and wipe your faces." Qin Yao asked them to put down the baskets, and she would carry them into the house later. The 4 children ran over with smiles on their faces. Qin Yao scooped some water for them to wash their hands, and then filled a basin with clean water for them to wipe their faces. Sam Lang and Xin Yang giggled happily, looked at Qin Yao with big eyes, and called her softly, "Anyang." Qin Yao looked at Sam Lang in surprise. The little guy actually followed his sister and called her Anyang. My heart softened and I gave these 2 cute little faces a kiss each. Sam Lang's face turned even redder and he shyly hid behind his sister, leaving only a pair of bright eyes exposed. Xin Yang touched the face that had been kissed, grinned, and laughed foolishly. He was clingy to begin with, and now he grabbed Qin Yao's clothes and followed her wherever she went, like a sticky candy hanging on her leg. Dalong and Erlang looked at each other and smiled secretly. Looking at Lu Ji again, he went into the kitchen as soon as he entered the door, took out some sugar, mixed a bowl of sweet and sour water for himself, drank most of the bowl in one breath, burped, sat in front of the stove with his legs spread out, and was about to fall asleep with his eyes closed. Qin Yao couldn't help but punch him. After being with Qin Yao for so long, Lu Ji has already learned how to dodge. When the fist came, he turned his head to avoid it. But he was hit hard on the shoulder and fell backwards to the ground, crying out in pain. "Aren't you cooking yet?" Qin Yao urged impatiently. Maybe it was because farm work was too torturous, and she got even angrier when she saw Lu Ji being lazy. Lu Ji just lay on the ground, crying out in pain, but couldn't get up. In the end, Dalong and Erlang took the initiative to take responsibility because they were afraid that their father would be beaten to death by their stepmother. Lu Ji was deeply moved. Dalang and Erlang, "I am so lucky to have you as my father." The food was good this winter. The 9-year-old Dalong had grown a lot taller and no longer needed a stool to stand in front of the stove. Dalong asked Erlang to help with the fire, and the 2 young boys started cooking properly. "Mother, are you tired?" Xin Yang asked with concern. Qin Yao smiled at her warmly and said that she was not tired. She walked forward, picked up Lu Ji, threw him into the main room, and was too lazy to take care of him anymore. because she was very tired today and didn't have the energy to compete with the scoundrel. Someone was cooking, and Qin Yao sat on a chair to rest with peace of mind. San Lang and Xin Yang squatted beside her, one on each side, and took the initiative to massage her legs. The little hands didn't have much strength, but the tapping made people feel so warm inside. Qin Yao closed her eyes and sighed. It's another beautiful day. Lu Ji, who was lying on the ground with no one paying attention to him, said, I'm tired of saying the word envy. Dalong and Erlang cooked wild vegetable porridge with just the right amount of saltiness. Qin Yao drank 5 large bowls of it. After a full meal, I feel refreshed. Leaving the dishes to be cleaned up by the 4 children, Qin Yao grabbed Lu Ji and went to the yard to separate the remaining wheat and weeds so that they could be spread out to dry tomorrow. Lu Ji had just been punched in the face, so he became much more obedient. Enduring the pain, the 2 of them lit lanterns and worked hard in the yard until the moon was at its zenith. Then they cleared all the weeds, knocked down the wheat grains, and went back to their room to sleep. After a day of farm work, I can fall asleep as soon as I touch the pillow, and my sleep quality has improved. The sun was very bright for the next 2 days, and all the wheat was spread out on old mats to dry. Qin Yao and Lu Ji each spent half a day, taking turns turning the wheat over so that it could be dried evenly. Compared to harvesting wheat before, this job can be described as easy. The wheat has been dried, and now the last step is to husk it. The good news is that the wheat weighed less than 200 kilograms, just enough to fill 2 baskets. The bad news is that the stone mill for shelling is human-powered. _X0007_059 human-powered stone mill. There is a mill in Liujia village, which was built by the villagers together. It is located on the flat plain next to the village ancestral hall. This place is always the busiest during harvest time. The open space was full of grain drying in the sun, and the small house of the mill was filled with people inside and outside. Each household needs to queue up to use the grinder. In principle, whoever wants to use it first will use it first, and those who come later will naturally be queued at the back. There are 3 stone mills in the mill. The mill never stops for 365 days a year, and people use it every day. Because grinding is such a hard job, if people are not in a hurry to sell the grain, they choose to grind it slowly in several batches, or eat up the grain in the jar and then grind enough to last 1 or 2 months until it is gone. Qin Yao was in a hurry to grind the food because the food at home was almost gone. The last time I bought food was at the end of October last year. After a winter, the rice jar is almost empty. Grinding wheat with a stone mill actually only grinds the outer skin into pieces. Then a special blower is needed to completely separate the skin and the wheat grains to obtain clean, edible wheat grains. Qin Yao didn't rely on Lu Ji, the useless guy, to do the job of grinding wheat. She asked him to cook at home, and she carried the newly harvested wheat to the mill herself. What farmers care about most is the harvest. When they go to the mill, they always ask, how much wheat did you harvest this year? Everyone said it was okay. There was nothing unusual about the weather, and on average they could harvest about 200 kilograms per acre. This yield per moo cannot be compared with the yield of thousands of kilograms per moo in later generations. But for Kaiyang County, it is very good to have such a high yield under rough farming conditions. At this time, Qin Yao looked down at her own 160 kilograms of wheat. With her free-range farming, the average yield per moo was 80 kilograms, which was pretty good. Madam Qin, I'm ready now. Please come in. In the mill, someone finished grinding and called Qin Yao, who was waiting in line, and Qin Yao hurriedly carried the wheat in. Finally, it was her turn. The previous family had already cleaned the wheat husks on the stone mill before leaving. Qin Yao just stood at the door and watched for a while. Then she tried it herself and felt it was okay. However, even someone as strong as her felt frustrated by this efficiency. It took Qin Yao an hour to grind all 160 kilograms of wheat. Seeing her speed, everyone around was stunned. One can imagine how tiring this job is for ordinary people. Thinking of the modern rice mill that only takes a few minutes to finish a job, Qin Yao was walking home carrying the ground wheat, wondering if there was any way to improve the efficiency of the stone mill. Even if it can't improve efficiency, it would be fine if it can save some effort. Forget about using livestock to pull the mill. Those in the village who have cows and mules worship them like ancestors and are reluctant to let them pull the mill. Moreover, cattle and horses need to eat food and grass when they move, which increases the cost. Walking across the bridge, Qin Yao suddenly stopped, looking at the rushing river water, and an idea flashed in her mind. The river in the village has a large amount of water in 3 seasons out of the year, which is ready-made power. Qin Yao had participated in the base's water conservancy projects, so it was not difficult for her to design a water wheel suitable for the Liujia village river. Besides, hasn't she always been thinking about how to make some money? This water-powered stone mill will definitely have a market in the countryside. Qin Yao got a little excited when she thought of this. The villagers don't have much cash, so she can charge a certain percentage of the grain. In this way, in the long run, Liujia village alone can earn a lot of grain. There aren't many people in the family, and if she does some hunting, then she won't have to work so hard on the farm, right? Thinking that she didn't have to farm, Qin Yao didn't want to delay any longer, so she carried the 160 kilograms of wheat and trotted home. Lu Ji had already borrowed the wind bucket from the old house and was waiting for Qin Yao to bring back the ground wheat before starting to sift it. "I'm back." Lu Ji came up with hot water. His wife didn't let him go out to rest today. She was so nice. Qin Yao put down her burden, took a big sip of hot water, and returned the bowl to Lu Ji. "The wheat has been ground. Please sift it out. I'm going to go to Carpenter Lu's house first. Please save some food for me at noon. I may be back later." After giving the instructions, he turned around and walked out the door, heading towards Carpenter Lu's house. Carpenter Lu's house is located in the center of the village, very close to Lu Dafu's house. Previously, bandits burned the backyard of Lu Dafu's house and almost burned Carpenter Lu's wood as well. Fortunately, everyone put out the fire in time, and his wood was saved. Now Qin Yao wants to make a water wheel, and these are all ready-made materials. When Qin Yao arrived, Carpenter Lu and his family had just finished breakfast. Except for himself, who was still planing wood, the rest of the family were busy drying and sifting wheat. Last time, Qin Yao gave Carpenter Lu the design of a bunk bed, and Carpenter Lu was very happy. This time, when he saw Qin Yao, he guessed that she might have some new ideas, so he enthusiastically led her into the house and asked her what kind of furniture she wanted to make. Qin Yao stepped on the fluffy wood shavings on the ground and came to Carpenter Lu's big table. She skillfully found his pen and ink, ground the ink, picked up the pen, and drew a rough outline of the water wheel on a piece of wasteboard. He motioned Carpenter Lu to come over and pointed to the picture and said, "I want to make a vertical water wheel like this to drive the stone mill. I saw the height difference of the water flow in front of my house. I just need to make one this big." She raised her hand and gestured, and it was about the same height as her. Carpenter Lu had never seen anything like this windmill before. When he heard Qin Yao say that this water wheel could use the difference in water flow to create power to drive the heavy stone mill to turn, he couldn't imagine what the picture would be like. Fortunately, Qin Yao patiently explained the principle to him again and again, and used the waste wood in his house to fill water and did a small test to demonstrate the effect. In addition, Carpenter Lu had a strong ability to understand, so he immediately understood and exclaimed, "There is actually such a wonderful thing, Madam Qin. Where did you see it?" Qin Yao replied, "When I was a child, I saw in a book about water conservancy." Carpenter Lu said, "Oh," and stopped asking questions. All skills must be kept secret by each family. It would be bad if you ask about them rashly and violate their rules. What Qin Yao liked most was the fact that Carpenter Lu would not ask too many questions, thus saving her the trouble of explaining herself. After understanding the principle, Qin Yao explained it again using a simple diagram, and Carpenter Lu immediately knew what she wanted. In addition to the water wheel, a solid piece of wood is also needed as the bearing shaft to withstand the impact of the water flow and transfer this force to the rocker arm that drives the millstone. Qin Yao said, "It doesn't need to be made very sophisticated, as long as the entire power system can work." Carpenter Lu looked at the rough drawing on the scrapboard and reminded her, "To make this, a lot of good materials will be wasted. Madam Qin, you have to be prepared for the money." Qin Yao wanted to just wave her hand and not worry about the money. But my wallet was thin, so I had to ask carefully about the approximate price. Carpenter Lu said that since she had helped him gain some experience, he would do it for her first and waive the labor fee, but the materials alone would still cost 1 or 2 taels of silver. Qin Yao made up her mind and said, "Do it." 060 water wheel. Qin Yao stayed at Carpenter Lu's house until 2 or 3 in the afternoon, made sure of all the details, and drew him a detailed drawing and scale. Only then did she go home with a rumbling stomach. The sun was shining brightly at noon, and Lu Dafu's family had just finished harvesting the wheat and were already burning the wheat stalks. Looking around the fields in the village, one could see farmers busy at work. The large piece of fertile land near the river on the east side of the village all belongs to Lu Dafu's family. Every year when the spring plowing season comes, villagers come to his house with chickens and ducks, wanting to rent his land for farming. Qin Yao remembered Old Man Lu's advice that it would be better to rent Lu Dafu's a fertile land for farming as soon as possible. But now, whenever she thought of the exhaustion from working in the wheat fields a few days ago, every cell in her body was screaming, "Run. Forget it. There is still some time before spring plowing. Let's hit the hydraulic stone mill out first and see how it goes." If the situation is not good, it will not be too late to go find Lu Dafu. With an idea in mind, Qin Yao began to work on her water-powered stone mill. She first cleared a piece of flat land near the bridge on the north bank of the river near her home. Then he went downstream and brought back 2 huge rocks weighing several hundred kilograms. For the whole day, except for eating, drinking water, and sleeping, he spent the rest of his time hammering on the stone with a pickaxe. After 5 days of hammering, 2 millstones with a diameter of 80 centimeters and a thickness of 20 centimeters were produced. Then he knocked a hole in the center of the millstone, installed the shaft and wooden handle, and a large mill was ready. At the same time, news came from Carpenter Lu that the parts of the water wheel had been prepared, and he sent someone to ask her to assemble them together to avoid mistakes. Qin Yao went there after breakfast and worked with Carpenter Lu in his yard for a whole day, building a water wheel as tall as a person. The bearing was also ready, and the 2 men were eager to see the results. After chewing a few bites of dinner, they carried the water wheel and the bearing to the river. The villagers had some free time after dinner and saw Qin Yao hammering and hitting things by the river these days. They were curious about what she was doing. At this moment, seeing her and Carpenter Lu carrying the water wheel and other things towards the riverbank, they all followed curiously. When Qin Yao and the other person arrived at the river, all the free people in the village came. People from the Lu family's old house were also among them. Qin Yao didn't even have to ask them, as her brothers and sisters-in-law came over to help. The main reason is that I want to know what Qin Yao has done as soon as possible. The adults dispersed the children who came over, and under Qin Yao's command, they put the water wheel into the river channel she had cleared. They filled the base with stones, and it began to turn steadily in the water. This is only the first step. The next step is to connect the millstone and the bearings of each part. No one else can help with this process. Only Qin Yao and Carpenter Lu can do it. Fortunately, Qin Yao is very strong. Otherwise, she would not be able to lift these heavy wooden stakes by herself. After the assembly was completed, Qin Yao shook it to make sure it was stable, then personally moved the huge rock that she had placed by the river in advance, blocked the river with the big rock, causing the water wheel to stop turning, and put the wooden stake at the other end of the millstone onto the water wheel, padding the gap with a wooden block and tightening it. After the assembly was completed, it was already dark, with only a hint of orange sunset remaining in the sky. But the number of villagers on the bridge not only did not decrease, but increased compared to before. The village chief and Lu Dafu were attracted by the excitement here. Lu Ji lit a torch and took it down from his home, and the open space was illuminated. Qin Yao went down to the river, removed the large rocks that were blocking the river, and quickly ran to the shore. Splash! The river water rushed into the narrow river channel, forming a strong impact force. The water wheel began to turn at an increasingly faster speed, driving the bearing shaft to rotate with great force, transmitting the force to the handle above the millstone, and the millstone slowly turned. "It's turning. It's really turning," Carpenter Lu shouted excitedly. Qin Yao ran over quickly to look at the millstone. Maybe because of the large water flow at the moment, the rotation speed was quite fast. Did it really turn by itself? The village chief came over curiously, and everyone made way for him. Qin Yao nodded and smiled, and asked Lu Ji to go home and get the wheat that had just been sifted. Lu Ji was more excited than anyone else, and ran home quickly to get the wheat. He watched with his own eyes as Qin Yao tinkered with it by the river for 5 or 6 days, and today he actually made such a big water wheel, and even made the millstone turn by itself. How magical it was! It was enough for him to brag about it for half a year. "Here it comes, Maya's here." Lu Ji rushed down with 2 buckets in his hands, one empty and one full of wheat. He actually knew to get an empty bucket to catch it. Qin Yao took the wheat, grabbed a handful, and put it into the hole in the middle of the millstone, and immediately heard a creaking sound of grinding. After a while, the ground wheat grains fell out. Qin Yao pushed them with her hand, and they fell into the wooden trough next to the millstone, and then automatically fell into the empty bucket along the slope. The village chief couldn't wait for Qin Yao to be so slow. So he scooped up a bucket of wheat and poured it into the mill himself. The crumbs from the first grinding fell out with a clatter, and after grinding it twice more, it became fine flour. Night had fallen. The torches on the river bank cast a bright light, and from time to time there were voices of surprise and delight from the people in the center. This grind is faster than a human can make, and it doesn't take much effort. Madam Qin, how did you come up with this great thing? Qin Yao said that she saw it in a book and also tried to test everyone's willingness to pay for the use of their own watermill. Lu the peddler jumped up from the crowd and asked, Mrs. Qin, would you be willing to use your watermill for our benefit? After asking, afraid that Qin Yao would think he was using it for free, he immediately added, I'm not using yours for free either. If you tell me the rules, I think everyone will be happy. Lu Ji immediately tugged at Qin Yao's sleeve and said that for such a good thing, he must charge more for its use. Qin Yao hadn't figured out how to set the price yet, but seeing that many people were eager to try, she responded loudly. It's really too late today. Everyone should go home first. My watermill is not completely finished yet. I will inform everyone after I finish it in 2 days and come up with a rule. The villagers thought about it and realized that the watermill was indeed very simple and there was not even a shed. If it rained, the crops would be ruined. She told Qin Yao to remember to post the rules after she had cleaned up and tell everyone that they were waiting to use her watermill. Lu Dafu was the one I wanted to hire the most. His family had a lot of grain, and it would be exhausting to grind the grain by one person, so 5 people were specially hired to help grind the grain. It would be much easier if we could use Qin Yao's watermill. You only need to send one person to watch over and pour the grain into the millstone, and the people who originally took turns pushing the millstone could be freed up to do other things. Some people wanted Carpenter Lu to make one for their family. Carpenter Lu told him, to make a watermill like this, the wood processing fee is at least 2 taels of silver, not to mention the 2 large millstones. These were all carved out by hand by Madam Qin herself in the river to find large rocks and brought them home. The villagers immediately gave up the idea of making a watermill at home. What can I do with the 2 taels of silver? Make a watermill? I'm afraid I'm crazy. 061, what the hell do you want? Part 3. Carpenter Lu also added that these were the drawings given to him by Qin Yao, and he would not make a new one without her consent. As a result, even Lu Dafu gave up and decided that it was more cost-effective to rent Qin Yao's house. Qin Yao and Carpenter Lu looked at each other secretly, and they reached a tacit understanding that his family would use the grinder for free from then on. People had enough of the excitement and gradually dispersed. In the end, only the Lu family remained by the watermill. There were too many people there, and Xiao, who was pregnant, was afraid of being bumped into and didn't dare to get close. Zhang and he were also pushed outside by others. At this moment, the mother-in-law and the daughter-in-law had the opportunity to watch Qin Yao's watermill up close. Seeing the stone mill turning by itself, they felt that the mill was very pleasing to the eye. However, he also learned from Carpenter Lu that the watermill cost as much as 2 taels of silver, and he felt it was a waste. This grindstone is good, but when I think about how much it costs, I wonder. Sister-in-law, you're really willing to spend money on it. He looked at the whirring water wheel with a painful look on her face. Thinking that this was 2 taels of silver, she couldn't help but frown. Old man Lu also looked curiously at Qin Yao, who was putting stones to block the water. Old third, how did you come up with the idea of making this watermill? The wheat harvested from the 2 acres of free-range wheat fields owned by her, and the third brother was not enough for one trip to the watermill. In old man Lu's opinion, it was a bit like using a sledgehammer to kill a fly. A complete waste. Qin Yao blocked the river. The water flow decreased rapidly, and the rotating millstone slowly stopped. She explained, I use this watermill to make a living and to make my family's life easier. My family? He asked tentatively. We use our family's money. Will you charge me, sister-in-law? Qin Yao smiled at her and said, Of course not. He is a little bit greedy, but she is also warm-hearted and helps her with a lot of small things. This is a good thing, so Qin Yao will of course give it to her. After all, this is a clan society, and although interpersonal communication is troublesome, it cannot be avoided. Because if the relationship is good, it will indeed bring her many invisible benefits. For example, if she leaves her water wheel and millstone by the river tonight, she won't have to worry about them being stolen by the villagers. Lu Ji was separated, but he still had 3 brothers in his old house. The 2 sisters-in-law are usually popular in the village, and the young wives help them. If something is stolen at home, These wives with good eyes can immediately find out who the thief is. Grinding is a torturous job. Most men have to work in the fields, and in the end this job still falls into the hands of women. Now that they had Qin Yao's approval, Mrs. He and Mrs. Chiu excitedly said that they would bring the wheat from their homes to grind tomorrow so that Qin Yao could test the efficiency of the water mill. That's no problem. Qin Yao nodded in agreement. But she also needs help from the old house. Dad, I want to make a living from this water mill, so I need to build a house to make it look presentable. Old man Lu nodded to show that he understood, and looked at Lu Ji. Sanner, bring your sickle and meet us tomorrow morning. Let's go cut the grass together, and then go to the South Mountain to cut some bamboos. We can build the shed in one day. When Lu Ji heard that he had to go up the mountain to work, his face fell, and he said, "Oh," reluctantly. Qin Yao smiled and said, "Thank you for your hard work, Dad. Come to my house for dinner tomorrow night. I will go to Lu the peddler's house to get 2 kilograms of wine for everyone so that we can have a good meal." Zhang's mother-in-law and daughter-in-law also laughed. Knowing that Qin Yao couldn't cook, they planned to go to her house early tomorrow to help with cooking. Jinhua and Xin Yang suddenly poked their heads out and asked in a low voice expectantly, "Auntie, can we have some meat?" "Eat." Qin Yao agreed immediately because she was also greedy. Counting it up, tomorrow is exactly the meat-eating day every 5 days. But there is no pork at home. Recently, the villagers are busy working in the fields, and no one is going to the town to help bring meat. But this is not a problem for Qin Yao. She will catch fish and hunt birds, and she will make sure that the meat will be on the table tomorrow. There was wine and meat, and the children were looking forward to it very much. The two families discussed the details of tomorrow's actions on the spot before going home separately. When I got home, Lu Ji helped me pour water for foot bath and stood by with shining eyes and asked, "My dear, how are you going to charge for it? Our water mill is so useful. We can't let the villagers get away with it." Qin Yao took off her shoes and socks, put her feet in the hot water of moderate temperature, leaned back comfortably on the chair, squinted her eyes, and asked, "How much do you want to charge?" Lu Ji smiled awkwardly. "This is the water mill you made, madam, so it's better for you to decide." "But," he added, "I think it should be calculated based on the time it takes, like 5 cents per hour or something like that. That's 60 coins for 12 hours a day and 1,800 coins a month." Lu Ji's eyes sparkled at the thought. Qin Yao snorted. "What the hell do you want?" Lu Ji was speechless. Why did he start cursing at others for no reason? But the person in front of me is a rich sponsor, so I have to support her. If I really let her earn 1,800 coins a month, she would be the bodhisattva of the family. "Madam, how much do you think is appropriate?" Seeing that she was almost done with the bath, Lu Ji handed over the foot towel. Qin Yao wiped her feet clean, thought for a moment, and said, "Try for an hour and 5 cents. Hearing this, Lu Ji muttered, "It's just the same as what I said, and you're still scolding me." Qin Yao rolled her eyes at him. "The price is the same as you said, but it's impossible to fill up all 12 hours a day, and the water wheel can't be intact. It's good enough to have 5 or 6 hours a day." Lu Ji had never thought about the water truck being damaged. He said, "Is it easy to break?" "Easy," Qin Yao said. "It's but after all, and there are weeds and other things in the river that can easily get caught in it, so we still have to be very careful." Lu Ji's interest dropped instantly. He poured out the foot washing water and ran away. Qin Yao checked the doors and windows and went to the room of Dalong and his 3 siblings to take a look. Only then did she return to her room with peace of mind and lie on the bed to settle the accounts. If the water mill could be opened for 5 hours a day, it could earn 25 coins a day, which would be 750 coins a month. Fine rice costs 8 cents per pound, which would buy 93.5 pounds, which is a very good income. Of course, this is just the best assumption. We will have to wait and see what the actual situation is. Thinking about this, Qin Yao fell asleep in a daze. When I opened my eyes again, it was already around 6 o'clock the next morning. The smell of rice wafted from the kitchen. Lu Ji usually got up at 5:30 to make breakfast and do housework. While cooking, he would pack up his clothes and wash them in the river. At this time, the women in the village were still busy at home, so no one would see him, a grown man, washing clothes by the river. The couple maintained a tacit understanding on this point. Qin Yao did not deliberately publicize it, while Lu Ji deliberately concealed it. So no one knew that in addition to cooking, Lu Ji also had to take care of housework and laundry at home. Qin Yao got up and first completed her daily morning exercise task in the backyard, 200 pull-ups. After sweating a lot, I washed up and had breakfast. 062 mother and son hunting birds. The children also got up at this time. After having breakfast and taking a rest, Dalong and Erlang would go out and run around the village twice. Sanlang and Xinyang are only 5 years old. Qin Yao does not recommend that the children start practicing martial arts at this age, so as not to damage their foundation. So she arranged for them to read on their own in the morning, reading Tang poems that she wrote on a wooden board. Only by reading day after day and deepening the impression can you remember it firmly. Dalong is very serious when running around the village and is not lazy at all. Erling was different. When he was tired of running, he would sit on the roadside and pick grass for fun, reciting the multiplication table taught by Qin Yao. He would rather study and learn arithmetic than practice martial arts. But he really wanted to learn Qin Yao's Kung Fu, and the requirement for learning Kung Fu was to complete basic training, which was too difficult for him. Dalong was determined to learn the skills from his stepmother. He knew that his brain was not as smart as Erling, so he only wanted to do one thing well. Knowing that Qin Yao was going to the mountains to hunt today, Dalong specifically asked her to wait for him before leaving. He wanted to go up the mountain with her after he finished his morning exercise, so he ran extra fast. After Dalong finished running 2 laps, Erling was still sitting on the edge of the field, wondering whether he should give up practicing martial arts. Dalong looked at his brother, shook his head helplessly, and went home first. Lu Ji had already gone to find Old Man Lu and the others with a sickle in his hand. Qin Yao was preparing hunting tools when she saw Dalong returning. She told the twins not to go to the river alone, and the two of them went out together. Qin Yao just wanted to get some meat for a dinner, so she had no plans to go deep into the forest and only stayed on the outskirts of the forest. Spring is the season when all things come back to life. The ground is covered with green grass, and there are many small animals moving around in the woods. The villagers and young boys in the village also like to set some simple traps in the small woods outside the village. Sometimes, if they're lucky, they can catch small creatures such as rabbits and gophers to provide snacks for their families. But because people often appear here, the animals here are very sensitive. When people approach, they run away very quickly, so it is not easy to catch them. At least in Dalong's opinion, it is almost impossible to catch these small and fast-running guys. But for Qin Yao, this matter could not be simpler. He didn't see clearly how she did it. Just as Dalong was about to say there was a bird over there, he heard a scream of chirp, and the bird he was talking about fell from the tree. Dalong was a little confused. Go pick it up. Qin Yao reminded him when she saw him standing there in a daze. By the way, pick up my steel balls. They should be nearby. They're silver in color. Bend down and look up, and you will see the reflected sunlight. Qin Yao taught him. This is related to the refraction of light. Qin Yao thought about it and talked about a few more practical techniques related to light, just as if she was taking the students to outdoor practice. After listening to this, Dalong felt that he still had a long way to go before he could truly learn martial arts. The stepmother said that she would not teach her martial arts until she had mastered the basics. Dalong had no choice but to keep all her words in mind and wait for a chance to put them into practice to see if they were really the case. He picked up both the sparrow and the steel balls. Qin Yao threw the sparrow into the small bamboo basket slung across his body, and the two continued to look for the next target. Dalong brought a bamboo basket here to pick wild fruits, which means there must be many fruit trees in this forest. Birds love to eat fruits, so they gather here and fly around, becoming ready-made targets. In a place like this, bows and arrows are completely unnecessary. Qin Yao only needs a slingshot. Any bird that came into her sight, even if it was slightly larger, could not escape the fate of being shot down by the marbles. Dalong only remembered that he ran here and there, and when he looked down, he found that the bamboo basket had not been filled with any fruit, but was filled with various birds. It was heavy, almost 20 kilograms. Seeing that Qin Yao was still searching, Dalong reminded her, "Auntie, there are enough already." "Is that enough?" Qin Yao came over with a slingshot, and she warmed up. Dalong nodded heavily and lifted up the heavy bamboo basket to show her that it was full. "Okay, let's go back and catch some fish by the river. We'll make some fish soup tonight." Dalong was looking forward to it. Even on the way back, I couldn't help but take a few glances at the slingshot Qin Yao had on her back, thinking it would be great if I could use it to shoot birds. "Do you want to try it?" Seeing what the boy was thinking, Qin Yao turned around and asked with a smile. Dalong didn't expect that his little tricks were seen through and waved his hands a little embarrassedly. "No, it would be bad if it gets damaged." Qin Yao did not try to persuade her any further. Her slingshot was indeed not suitable for children as it had too much lethality. "When I have time, I'll make you a wooden slingshot." We still have some beef tendons at home, so we can make one for children to play with, which will be safer. The boy's eyes lit up, and he trotted over to her, looked at her, and asked, "Really? Make me a wooden slingshot." Qin Yao nodded. "You can usually pick up some round stones and store them as bullets, but be careful not to use them against anyone weaker than you. I teach you martial arts so that you can protect yourself, not bully others." Qin Yao warned seriously. Dalong nodded heavily. "I know I won't." Then, he couldn't help laughing, revealing his two pointed fangs, looking silly. "Auntie, when are you free?" He couldn't help but ask because he was too much looking forward to it and wanted to get it quickly. The two of them had already reached the river. Qin Yao motioned for him to wait on the riverbank and picked a branch of suitable length and thickness in the grove to make a harpoon. "Let's do it in the next 2 days." She rolled up her trouser legs and went into the river. The river water flooded over her calves, and the current was quite turbulent, but she still stood there steadily, as if the force of the entire river could not knock her down. At this stop, Qin Yao seemed to be fixed there, almost merging into one with the entire river. Dalong squatted down holding the basket. He was not worried at all that she couldn't catch any fish. He looked at the sky, the ground, and then at the basket full of birds. He laughed. He would soon have his own slingshot. Erlang knew that he would be so envious that he wanted to cry. Soon, a strange noise was heard in the river, and then a fish was thrown in front of him. The fish's tail was swinging cracklingly. It was as wide as Dalong's palm, with a bloody hole in the middle. It was not dead yet. Dalong immediately held it down, pulled out a grass stem, passed it through the fish's gills, and skewered the fish. Just as he finished stringing them together, another one was thrown up. The feeling of harvest was so good that the young boy couldn't help laughing out loud, and the riverbank was filled with his excited voice. There were 5 fish in a row, all strung on a piece of grass. They were so heavy that Dalong could hardly lift them. He shouted, "Enough! Enough!" Qin Yao then threw away the wooden stick, jumped out of the river, and rolled down her trouser legs. The mother and daughter, one carrying the fish and the other holding the basket, returned home with a full load. On the way, they saw a lot of water celery growing in the ditch, and they picked a bunch of it and brought it back. Underscore X0007 underscore 063 80% full. But there were so many birds that it took a lot of effort for my mother and I to clean them up. Qin Yao boiled a large pot of water, poured the water into a wooden basin to cool, then poured all the birds in and rolled them twice. Then Dalong and his 2 siblings were responsible for plucking the feathers, and she took a pair of scissors to cut open the bird's belly. After a whole afternoon of work, she got a large bowl of bird meat. Last time, our family made stir-fried sparrows, but the 4 brothers and sisters made a mistake and were punished not to eat the meat, so they didn't get to eat it. This time I was so excited to see this big pot. It wasn't even dark yet, so I was looking forward to heating up the pan and pouring oil in it. Qin Yao thought that there would be a lot of people eating there, so she decided to fry the bird meat first. The freshly fried meat is crispy and delicious with a little bit of salt. Qin Yao scooped out a small bowl, sent the 4 children who were staring at her eagerly out of the kitchen, and fried all the bird meat in oil, filling a full bowl. The aroma drifted to the noses of Old Man Liu and his 2 sons, who were building a shed on the riverbank. They were so greedy that they drooled. They secretly quickened their pace, thinking about finishing it quickly so that they could eat the delicious dinner quickly. There was so much bird meat that Qin Yao only took out half a bowl. The remaining half could be kept for 2 or 3 days after frying and could be saved for her family to eat slowly later. When Qin Yao finished killing the fish, her eldest sister-in-law, Mrs. He, and her second sister-in-law, Mrs. Chiu, came over with their children. Zhang stayed by the river, watching the water mill grinding the wheat. As soon as the 2 arrived, Qin Yao didn't need to explain anything. In their eyes, her kitchen was as familiar as their own home, and they found what to do. Mrs. Chiu picked vegetables from her own garden, including beans, greens, and gourds, and washed them at the sink. After washing, she also picked up the water celery that Qin Yao had picked that morning, leaving only the tenderest ones. Then he went into the kitchen, put down the chopping board, and cut the vegetables. He took out a large rice washing ladle and asked Chiu how many people were eating today so that she could measure the rice and cook porridge. Qin Yao quickly reminded, "Second sister-in-law, I count as 5. Unexpectedly, as soon as these words were spoken, the 2 sisters-in-law burst out laughing. Wiping away the tears from her laughter, he said, "I know. I have already calculated that there are 5 for you without you having to tell me. Don't worry, I will definitely make sure you are well fed." Qin Yao shrugged awkwardly, thinking to herself, I'm just afraid that you will assume that you're only eating until you're 70% full. After Mrs. Chiu counted the number of people and reported it to her eldest sister-in-law, Mrs. E had an idea in her mind. The men were all working today and were consuming a lot of energy. The third brother's wife had also eaten a lot, and the second brother's wife was pregnant and couldn't eat less, so they should all eat until they were 80% full. She picked up the rice cup. It was more precise than a computer. Not a single grain of rice was extra. After the ingredients are prepared, he takes over the cooking. Seeing the half basin of fried bird meat, he couldn't help swallowing. Third sister-in-law, it has to be you, otherwise we wouldn't have this blessing. This kind of fine bird meat is the most delicious, but also the hardest to catch. I have never eaten so much at once before. The ingredients are so good, and her third brother and sister-in-law are willing to use oil and salt, so she will show them her cooking skills today. Pour oil into a pan. First pour in the scallion, ginger, garlic, and dried chili and stir-fry until fragrant. Then pour the bird meat into the pan and stir-fry quickly. Add half a bowl of soy sauce and stir-fry until well cooked. Then pour in a bowl of water. Cover the pot with a wooden lid and simmer. When the water is almost boiled dry, open the lid and add the chopped water celery. Stir-fry until the water is completely gone. Add a little salt and stir-fry a few more times. Serve in a large bowl. The aroma of the food filled the yard. The meat coated in sauce had an enticing sheen and tasted so good when mixed with rice. Dalong and his children had stopped playing long ago. They helped to set the table and squatted in front of the dining table waiting for dinner to be served. He continued to cook the fish and stewed a pot of thick fish soup. The fish meat was tender, and beans and sliced melon were added to it. It was another refreshing dish. Put the vegetables into the pan and stir-fry until they change color. Then take them out immediately, sprinkle with minced garlic, add 2 drops of hot oil, and the garlic aroma will immediately burst out. The food was ready here, and the shed on the riverbank was almost built. The fragrance in the yard was so tempting that the father and his 5 sons quickly covered the yard with the last 2 pieces of thatch and secured them. Let's call it a day and go home for dinner. Lu Ji clapped his hands, stood up, and was the first to leave. Zhang's wheat had just been ground, so she asked Lu Bo to carry it and put it in Qin Yao's yard first, and then carry it back home later. Wash your hands. Seeing that his father and 3 brothers were about to sit down to eat without washing their hands, Lu Ji hurriedly called out to them. Old man Lu glared at him unhappily. Why are you being so pretentious? It's not dirty after just washing in the river. Lu Ji quickly glanced at Qin Yao and said firmly, No, washing hands before meals is the rule in my family. As he spoke, he winked wildly at his father and brothers, specifically at Qin Yao. Lu Bo and the others understood. If this was Qin Yao's request, then they should just wash their hands. Although old man Lu felt it was a bit troublesome, he chose to respect it. Lu Ji looked at the 4 men, father and son, who were queuing up to wash their hands obediently, and suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. What's the matter? You didn't wash your hands when he told you to, but when you knew it was Qin Yao's request, you just obeyed? Please sit down, dinner is ready. Qin Yao greeted. Lu Ji then sat down depressed. However, as soon as I saw the sumptuous dishes on the table, my depression disappeared instantly. The dinner table tonight was silent. No one had time to speak, for fear that if they spoke they would eat less. However, the portion sizes had already been strictly controlled by he, so after finishing the meal, everyone was basically 80% full, which was just right. Lu Ji thought that with so many people at home today, Qin Yao should give him some face and be able to take a break for a while. Who would have thought that when the last person put down his chopsticks, Qin Yao habitually called him, clean up. He and Xiao, who were about to stand up to clean the dishes, were startled and didn't know whether to stand or sit. Qin Yao smiled and told them not to move, and then the 2 of them sat down again. That's right, there's nothing surprising about seeing the 3rd brother working at his home. There were only 4 people, old man Lu and his sons. They watched Lu Ji quickly clean up the dishes and take them to wash. They felt it was ridiculous that the sun was rising from the west today. Old man Lu looked at Qin Yao, wanting to say something but stopping himself. He wanted to say that when there were no outsiders around, letting the 3rd child cook was just a hobby between the couple and they had no say in it. But now, asking the 3rd child to do housework that only women do in front of outsiders, isn't that a bad idea? But before he could finish his words, Qin Yao had already stood up and was eager to go to the river to see what the shed they had built looked like. He and Xiao also followed. They were busy cooking for the whole afternoon and had no time to go and take a look. Zhang looked left and right, and seeing the shocked expressions on the father and his 4 sons' faces, She couldn't help but want to laugh. Old man Lu had never been to the kitchen in his life, let alone clean up the dishes and wash the pots. However, because men usually do more heavy work in the fields, Zhang's mother-in-law and daughter-in-law took the initiative to take on housework. But no one stipulates that men must work in the fields and women must do housework. In the third brother's family, Yao and Yang does the heavy work, so it's natural for the third brother to do the housework, isn't it? Zhang was quite understanding, and the third child was now a very good cook. After all, it was she who taught me the cooking skills myself. Thinking about it, I feel a little proud. Underscore 064 drop again and again. The shed is now set up and the mill can officially open. In fact, it is more appropriate to call it a pavilion. The shed only has a roof with supporting bamboo poles on the four sides. A bamboo pole is placed horizontally in the middle of three sides as a fence, and one side is left empty as a door. Qin Yao was satisfied that she could get such a mill in such a short time, and without spending a penny. The mill was just at the foot of the mountain where she lived, so she didn't have to worry about it being stolen. She could hear any noise from her home. After everything was ready, Qin Yao took advantage of the time when the villagers gathered at the village well to rest and went over to explain the rules for charging fees to everyone. It cost 5 cents per hour, and as long as they delivered the grain to be ground, she would be responsible for grinding it for them and sending it back home. Qin Yao herself felt that this service was very good. After all, the villagers only needed to spend a little money, leave their things with her, and then they could go about their own business. If it were her, she would be very willing to pay the service fee. Lu Ji felt that he was at a great disadvantage. Only a fool would not come to help guard the goods and send them home. So the couple each took a stool and sat in the mill waiting for guests to come. Lu Ji also brought a small table from home, put a pot of boiled water and 2 cups on it, thinking that he could have a drink by the river when he had free time and imitate the noblemen in the city, indulging himself in the mountains and rivers. Qin Yao shot so many birds yesterday that she plucked all their feathers and dried them, planning to use them to make gloves, scarves, and other things. Bird feathers are also feathers, so they can be made into down jackets, right? At this moment, the couple, one drinking boiled water and the other sorting out feathers and down, waiting for guests to visit. I've already drunk 3 cups of boiled water and sorted the feathers and down, so why hasn't anyone come yet? Qin Yao looked at Lu Ji, too busy to have time. Lu Ji was also confused. No matter how busy you are, you should take some time off in the middle of the day, right? It is impossible that I think their charges are too expensive. Qin Yao, wait a little longer? Lu Ji finished his 4th glass of boiled water and said, yeah. No, I can't hold it any longer. Madam, I'll be right there. But when he came back from the toilet, there was still no customer in the mill. This made the 2 people who were originally full of confidence lose their confidence. Qin Yao was not a person who would sit and wait for death. She immediately went to the village well, where the villagers gathered to see what was going on. There were only a few people there, all children. Qin Yao caught Jinhua and asked her where her parents were. Jinhua called her auntie affectionately and pointed her little hand towards the ancestral hall. Qin Yao hurried towards the ancestral hall. Before she arrived, she saw the baskets of grain lined up in front of the mill. No one was sure how long the person who used the mill would need it, and there was work to do at home and in the fields, so the idea of using baskets of grain to reserve space in the queue was developed. The more loads of grain there are, the more people will need to use the mill. Looking at the long dragon-like loads, Qin Yao was even more confused. The stone mill is so crowded. Why don't people want to go to her water mill? What went wrong? There really is a problem, and it's a big problem. Zhang went to the field to weed the vegetable garden. On her way home, she passed by the river and subconsciously glanced at the water mill. She thought there would be a lot of people there, but to her surprise, the millstone was not even moving and there was no one there. She felt strange. This water mill was much more convenient than a stone mill. She had experienced it herself yesterday. It was just a matter of standing and putting grain into the millstone. It was not tiring at all. At this time of year, the amount of water in the river is high, and the impact makes the water mill turn much faster than human grinding. Yesterday, she carried a load of grain, and it only took her about half an hour to grind it, which saved almost half the time than before. Why is there no one here? Zhang muttered, and returned home with a confused look on her face. As soon as I entered the house, I heard he and Xiao complaining while weaving. Aunt Zhou came to me and asked why the third brother's water mill was charging such a high price. The people in the village are all relatives who are connected by bones and tendons. How can you still want to earn money from your relatives? She wanted to go to the water mill to grind flour in the morning, but when she heard that it would cost 5 cents an hour, she went back to the stone mill in despair. She's just sitting around doing nothing anyway, and the stone mill is free, so it's nothing for her to put in some effort. Listening to his vivid retelling, Chiu frowned, feeling a little dissatisfied on behalf of her family member. The water mill at the third brother's house wasn't blown in by the wind. I spent money on it. How can she use it for free without paying? There's no such thing as a good thing. He tooted. You know how stingy she is, that's just how she is. Then she will just be tired. Chiu sneered. But, thinking of the price of 5 cents per hour, Chiu's heart skipped a beat. For ordinary people like us, 5 cents is not easy to earn. He thought that it was because the third brother's family let them use the mill for free that they felt it was a good thing. But if they really had to spend money to rent a water mill, they would rather be a little more tired and slowly grind it themselves using a stone mill. Of course, when a large amount of grain is needed for a wedding or funeral, people are willing to spend some money to rent the water mill. But only occasionally. Reluctance is just one of the reasons. There's another one. Don't think about it. 5 cents is only for a pound of brown rice, but everyone is used to hardship, and suddenly using so much rice to buy some leisure time feels like something evil. If any daughter-in-law is afraid of hard work and fatigue, she can spend 5 cents to rent a water mill. I am afraid that the men and women in the family will scold her. After listening to the conversation between the two sisters-in-law, Zhang finally figured out why there was no one in the water mill. She guessed that the third brother and his wife probably didn't know the reason. Called back the eldest grandson, who was catching grasshoppers for chickens on the edge of the field, and asked him to pass on a message. Jin Bao went there happily. He wanted to find Dalong and the others to catch grasshoppers together. It would be more fun with more people. After learning the truth, Lu Ji jumped up and down. You don't even dare to spend this little money. You deserve it. Qin Yao was a little calmer, but not much. Lower the price, 3 cents an hour, someone should come, right? Qin Yao was no longer confident. Let Lu Ji go to the village to publicize it, and continue to wait the next morning. From morning till night, only Yun Yang from Lu the peddler's family came with a bucket of husked wheat to grind flour. The water mill was very efficient, and it only took her half an hour to grind the flour, and she earned 2 small melons. Because half an hour cost less than a penny, Yun Yang allowed Lu Ji to pick 2 small melons from her vegetable garden at any time. At night, the family of 6 drank white rice porridge with a plate of stewed melon slices, which was so tasteless. Lower it further. Qin Yao still didn't believe it. No one wanted to spend money to save effort and time. Lu Ji asked in a trembling voice, "How much will it drop?" Qin Yao gritted her teeth and said, 2 cents for an hour. Lu Ji then went to the village to publicize it again. Thank God, Lu Dafu came and walked towards the water mill with his 50 heavy loads of grain. He wants to husk all the grain. Qin Yao and Lu Ji gave them a warm welcome. After seeing Lu Dafu off, Lu Ji was responsible for grinding the grain, and Qin Yao was responsible for carrying it. It was the first time that the two of them completed this large order with such tacit understanding. It only took 3.5 days to deliver all 50 loads of ground grain to Lu Dafu's home. 3.5 days actually took 25 hours. Looking at the 50 cents that Lu Dafu handed over with a smile, Qin Yao couldn't smile at all. Inner villain, destroy them all. 065 lease of land. After a series of price cuts, I worked so hard for 3.5 days, but only earned 50 cents, and there were no subsequent orders. Qin Yao is giving up. It is very foolish to try to change people's inherent ideas. So, she chose to let herself go. Qin Yao asked Lu Ji to find a box at home that could hold copper coins and throw it into the water mill. A small figure with a manual for using a water mill was hung on the door, and a charge of 1 cent per hour was set. The water mill was open 24 hours a day. As for the service of grinding and delivering to your home, I have to say it 3 times. No, no, no. After that, everything is up to fate. You can use it if you want. If you don't want, you can use it yourself. Sure enough, after choosing to give up, my whole mentality calmed down. It's a bit depressing that the business collapsed halfway before it was even halfway started, because this means that the land still has to be rented. Qin Yao held her forehead with her hand. Farming was really exhausting. She didn't feel so tired even when she went out of the city to kill mutated zombies. Lu Ji knew very well that his fate was linked to hers, and if she had to go to the fields, he would certainly not be able to escape. He could only comfort himself that life was still long, and he had to be strong. I'm going to Lu Dafu's house, Qin Yao said. Lu Ji immediately became nervous and asked weakly, "Renting land?" Qin Yao nodded. If they didn't rent the land, it would be too late for spring plowing. When Qin Yao went out, she saw Grandma Wang and her grandson using the water mill in the river. The grandparents and grandson laughed in surprise when they saw that the millstone could be turned without human power and the wheat was ground into fine grains. Granny Wang sighed softly. Thanks to Madame Qin's water mill. Otherwise, we would have to ask someone to help us grind the mill. The little grandson also said happily, Uncle San is not a good person, but Aunt San is a good person. When the hen hatches chicks, we will give 2 to Aunt San. Shall we, Grandma? Granny Wang smiled and nodded, but when she turned around and saw the cash box in the corner of the pavilion, she looked embarrassed again. The cash box was for coins, but she only put an egg on it. Although an egg can be sold for a penny, it is not that valuable in the village. The little grandson also looked at the cash box and murmured, Give Annie San 2 more chicks. She is kind-hearted and will definitely not hold it against us. Qin Yao walked across the bridge, but the grandparents and grandchildren, who were so focused on the water mill, didn't notice her relieved smile at all. When they arrived at Lu Dafu's house, he was not there. He had gone to transport grain to the grain store in town to sell it. Only his wife and daughter were at home, taking care of their 3 bedridden sons. After breakfast, the eldest and second son's wives went to the fields to pick the first batch of mulberry leaves after the morning dew for raising silkworms. His yard is full of racks for raising silkworms, and his 2 daughters-in-law are well known in the area for their skillful craftsmanship and are able to weave brocade. However, the loom bed frame alone is larger than an ordinary person's room. It is no longer a tool that ordinary people can afford. The legs of Lu Dafu's 3 sons were broken by the horse bandits. Fortunately, Dr. Lu knew how to set bones. They're now fixed with boards, and they need 3 months of recuperation before they can get out of bed. When they saw Qin Yao coming, the mother and daughter were very excited for a while. They invited her to come in and sit down, brought her tea, and placed a stack of pastries whose names they didn't know, and told Qin Yao not to be polite and to take whatever she wanted. Qin Yao picked up 4 pieces, wrapped them in a handkerchief, and put them aside. She left the rest untouched and took them home to give to Xin Yang and the others as snacks. Seeing that the mother and daughter had difficulty turning their 3 sons over, and without considering the differences between men and women, they lent a hand and carried the eldest and second brothers to sit on chairs in the main room. In the past, when Lu Dafu was away, household affairs were taken care of by his eldest son Lu Gong. Now that Qin Yao wanted to rent land, she told him the same thing. It just so happens that there are still 100 acres of fertile land in the east that have not been leased out this year. Third sister-in-law, how many acres do you want to rent? Lu Gong said in a serious tone, with a trace of embarrassment on his face. However, seeing that Qin Yao, a woman, was open and didn't take it to heart at all, the embarrassment that he had just felt when she almost half-huggled him was mostly dissipated. Qin Yao thought about it, and felt that 20 acres was indeed the safest option, but she had a clear understanding of her and Lu Ji's farming abilities and knew they would definitely not be able to grow any crops. The water mill is not completely unprofitable. We should be able to make 200 coins a month in the future, which can be used as money to buy groceries. In this case, you can rent less land and find work outside in your free time, and making a living will not be a problem. 10 acres. After Qin Yao said this, she was a little worried that the other party would refuse because her rent was too little. But she underestimated the degree of gratitude that Lu Gong's family showed her. If she had not arrived in time that day, the mother and daughter would have been humiliated and their brothers would have died. Lu Gong thought Qin Yao was too embarrassed to speak up, so he confirmed again, Sister-in-law, do you only want to rent 10 acres? Qin Yao nodded affirmatively. By the way, after you finish plowing your own land, can you lend us the cow for 2 days? Qin Yao asked tentatively. Mrs. Lu said hurriedly, this is a small matter. My family has a farm tool room, and tenants can borrow the farm tools in it. As long as they don't damage them and return them in time after use, it's fine. We have 2 cows and a mule. The mule was taken away by his father to carry grain. We keep one of the 2 cows for farming. If the tenant wants to borrow the other one, he only needs to pay some rent. But since you want to use it, Madam Qin, you don't have to pay the rent. Just be kind enough to feed it a couple of handfuls of grass and don't let the cow starve. He also said that if Qin Yao needed it, he would lend it to her family first. This is actually a mutually beneficial thing. As grain production increases, Lu Dafu's family can also get more grain. Even though 1 acre of land can only produce an extra 20 to 30 kilograms of output, The cumulative output of 100 or 200 acres is still a considerable sum of money. Speaking of which, there is a funny thing. Lu Ji sold all the land in his family, and the person who bought it was Lu Dafu. The 10 acres of fertile land near the river that was given to Qin Yao this time originally belonged to Lu Ji's family. Lu Gong said, "I'm familiar with the land anyway. I can't walk well, so I won't go with you to choose a piece of land. Just come back and let me know when you like it. I'll make a note of it so I don't rent it to someone else by mistake." Today is the important spring plowing season. He and his two younger brothers are injured and cannot work in the fields, so almost half of the land has to be rented out. Everyone in the village is waiting to rent it, and the good land has to be snatched away. Qin Yao agreed and said she would tell him after she made her choice. The matter was resolved smoothly, and Qin Yao stood up and said goodbye. But before leaving, seeing how hard it was for brother Lu Gong to move, he reminded him, "Carpenter Lu has good skills, and his prices are fair. You can ask him to make a wheelchair for you. He also has a pair of crutches, which will make it easier for you to move around." As a result, the mothers all asked her in a daze, "What is a wheelchair? What is a crutch?" They only knew how to use the sticks that old people use, but they couldn't hold up the target. Qin Yao raised an eyebrow. "You don't know?" The 5 people, mother and children, all shook their heads. "Do you have paper and pen? I'll draw it, and you can take it to Carpenter Lu. He can understand my drawings." Qin Yao said, 066, plowing the field. Mrs. Lu hurriedly said yes, and asked her youngest daughter to go to her second brother's study to get paper and pen. Lu Gong's second brother Lu Li just got married in the first month of the year. He was the one mentioned by Zhang at that time, who was sent to the county town by his parents to study, but dropped out of school after only half a month because he couldn't afford the travel expenses. But Zhang did not say what happened later, which was that Lu Li later went to live with his aunt in the county town and studied in the county academy. "I was supposed to take the exam in the county this spring. If I passed, I would be qualified to take part in the prefectural exam. If I passed the prefectural exam, I would become a scholar." However, a bandit incident delayed his work for the entire year. Fortunately, the engaged woman did not break off the engagement because of his leg problem, and the two families completed the wedding as scheduled. Lu Li watched Qin Yao pick up paper and pen to draw a blueprint and thought she was very unusual. Although her pen-holding posture was strange, the lines she drew were straight and horizontal without a ruler. It was obvious that she was a person who had been drawing for many years. Everyone in the village knew that Qin Yao had fled here from another place, but no one knew what her family background was like before she fled. Now Lu Li guessed that her family must have been a wealthy family before. Otherwise, if a girl can write and paint, she can be said to be valued and loved by her family. But if she wants to learn a variety of skills or martial arts, it is not something that ordinary people can have. Qin Yao naturally knew that the look in Lu Li's eyes when he looked at her was full of inquiry, but there was no evidence to prove it, so she could only talk nonsense, and no one would expose her. So she was very frank and answered every question, regardless of whether you believed it or not. This time, she said that her uncles were interested in carpentry and she had learned some basic skills from them. In fact, in his previous life, he worked many odd jobs in the base to make a living and was trained in a medical device factory. The drawings were completed, one of which was a pair of crutches. Lu Li and his third brother only had one broken leg, so this was more appropriate. One is a picture of a wooden wheelchair. The method is actually very simple. Large wooden wheels are too luxurious and difficult to make. They are only for short-term use, so just add 4 small wooden wheels to the chair. The middle seat board is detachable, making it convenient for going to the toilet. The wheelchair is also equipped with armrests to make it easier for Lu Gong's wife to push it. It can be said that this is very thoughtful. Qin Yao handed the map to Mrs. Lu and turned around to leave. Mrs. Lu didn't even have the chance to express her gratitude. She was amazed at Qin Yao's generosity. She gave her such an exquisite drawing without any intention of keeping it for herself. There were some strange symbols on the drawings that they didn't understand. But Madame Qin said that Carpenter Lu knew, so let's take it to Carpenter Lu to have a look. "Oh, this is an ancient number. People in the western regions use this number as our 1, 2, and 3. The provincial capital and the capital have all adopted this number," Carpenter Lu explained. Mrs. Lu nodded. "So that's it. Madame Qin knows so much." Lu Yunyang, the younger sister of the Lu family, said admiringly. Carpenter Lu nodded in agreement. Of course, Madame Qin has been to the capital. To be precise, it was Yao Nyang who went to the provincial capital. Qin Yao herself was also a little surprised that she actually saw the use of Arabic numerals in her original body's memory. I don't know whether it really came from outside or whether other time travelers have come here before. Moreover, women in Shang country do not have menstruation, but rather secret menstruation, which eliminates the worry of menstruation and does not affect fertility. It is good news for women who travel through time. As of now, Qin Yao is generally satisfied with this world, except for farming. My lady, let's take these 10 acres. They are connected together and close to the river, so it will be convenient for irrigation. Lu Ji stood on the ridge of the field, pointing to the 10 acres of land in front of him, and said with mixed feelings. Qin Yao nodded. The land here was good anyway. She went to Lu Dafu's house in the afternoon and settled the land rental issue with Lu Gong. Other families have already started plowing the fields. Without livestock, they work in groups of 2, one pulling in front and one holding from behind. This way they go faster. There are also people who are alone, holding the plow and plowing slowly. These plows are made of different materials and have different speeds. If conditions are good, use an iron plow. If conditions are bad, use a stone plow or a wooden plow. There are 2 plows at the Lu family's old house, one made of iron and the other of stone. Fortunately, they rented a cow from the village chief's house. Otherwise, they would be exhausted after plowing the 100 acres of land. Also, because the land is large and relatively scattered, it is very difficult to plow each acre of land once. Only irrigated fields are plowed twice. Qin Yao and Lu Ji went to the Lu family's old house and watched for a day how to plow the fields with oxen. Under the coercion of Qin Yao, Lu Ji rolled up his trousers and went to the fields to practice. After gaining a certain amount of experience, the 2 started working in the fields the next day. The 2 of them each worked 1 acre. Lu Ji used an iron plow borrowed from Lu Dafu's family to couple with an ox plow, while Qin Yao used an iron plow also borrowed from Lu Dafu's family and used only human power to plow the field. Both of them had good ideas. One of them was a strong man and the other had a cow, so it should be easy for them to work 2 acres a day. However, only after getting started did you realize how difficult it was. The reason why fields near water are good is that it is convenient for storing water. There is no need to guard the ditches specifically to release water, and you don't have to watch them day and night to prevent other people from blocking the water and diverting it to your fields. Villagers often fight over farmland water issues. No matter if you're a relative or not, if you dare to block my farmland water supply, I will fight you to the death. Therefore, the land rented by Qin Yao's family was filled with water. They released water while plowing the land. Every step created a mud pit. People got stuck in the mud, and it was very tiring to lift their feet. But humans are extremely adaptable creatures. After 2 days, Qin Yao and Lu Ji had miraculously adapted to this kind of work. Although they went out early and came back late every day, their bodies were no longer as tired as before. Of course, mental fatigue is also an important factor in fatigue. Now I have gone from being exhausted to being numb, so my mental state is much better. Dalong and Erlang took the initiative to take on the housework and cooking tasks, and also delivered lunch to their parents in the fields at noon to ensure that no farming time was delayed. It took 3.5 days to plow all the land. Others who didn't have cows or plows were all faster than them. The couple's performance in the fields provided the villagers with a lot of laughter. Fortunately, both husband and wife are people who don't care about other people's opinions. Lu Ji is the type of person who can still give you a scoundrel smile, even if you scold him. These days, old man Lu and Zhang saw how hard the couple worked and were secretly moved. They thought the fortune teller was right. It would take a shrewd woman to subdue a man like the third brother. Look, now she can do housework and work in the fields. The change is so great that it is hard to believe. But he's still as shameless as before. Dad, please give me rice seeds for 10 acres of land. Lu Ji leaned on the door frame of the main room of the old house and stretched out his hand to ask old man Lu for rice seeds with confidence. Qin Yao gave him money to buy it, but if he really gave him money, he would not be called Lu Lao-san. Unexpectedly, old man Lu didn't say a word and went into the house to take it for him. Because he had expected that Qin Yao's family would not have any rice seeds left, so he had already prepared them. Only Lu Fei looked at Lu Ji in the yard. How shameless. You've already separated from your parents, yet you still come to ask for things. Lu Ji never got angry about this, but smiled and said, "It is only natural for a son to take advantage of his father." Lu Fei had never seen such a shameless person. He immediately picked up the plow and went to the field angrily. Knowing that he wanted to turn his anger into productivity, Lu Ji waved his hand and said with a smile, "Work hard and plow deeper." Brother Chiosho will come to ask for food again. It is said that you should not bully others too harshly. Lu Fei turned around fiercely and said, Lu Ji, wait for me. I will tell my third sister-in-law right away. Don't think he doesn't know that he has hidden some private stuff? Tell that evil woman Qin Yao. Lu Ji's face changed drastically, and he caught up with him in one quick step. Wait a minute, little brother. Listen to what I'm going to explain to you. 067, I can eat shit too. Of course, Lu Ji couldn't catch up with the young man Lu Fei. As expected, his private property was confiscated and he was punched in the face. Lu Ji covered his face, angry but not daring to speak. He even had to prepare hot water for foot bathing in the evening and serve her well. Madam, calm down. This is all a misunderstanding. I was just teasing that kid Lu Fei. Who would have thought that he would take it seriously? How could I not pay? You can go around the village and ask around. When I, Lu Ji, buy vegetables, even if the owner is not home, I will still pay the owner the next day. Qin Yao didn't say anything. She closed her eyes, soaked her feet, and fell asleep comfortably. Lu Ji gritted his teeth. It turned out that he didn't listen to a single word I said. After a good night's sleep, Qin Yao got up refreshed and did her morning exercises. After finishing, she took the rice seeds that Lu Ji bought from the old house, poured them into a basin, added some water, and soaked them so that they could germinate as soon as possible. If there is any medicine that can prevent pests, add it at this time to prevent pests. Lu Ji had never farmed before and didn't know what the correct order was, so he just did whatever Qin Yao told him to do. So, he didn't run back home until the villagers had scattered all the sprouted rice seeds in the fields, with a panicked look on his face. Looking at Qin Yao standing in front of the breeding rack, he shouted, Wrong, wrong. The germinated seeds are to be sown in the fields. There is no such thing as breeding. Qin Yao stood in front of the breeding tray that the two of them had worked so hard to set up. The wooden tray was full of soil that they had dug back from the fields. The rice seeds had been sown. There were 20 trays in total, and all of them had already sprouted tender green buds, which looked very pleasing to the eye. The 4 brothers and sisters of Dalong would come to check on him every day, taking good care of him as if he were a pet. Afraid that it would get cold in the morning and evening, the family of 6 wove pieces of straw mats and wrapped the entire frame, making it like a small room, and they took great care of it. So, now Lu Ji is telling them that this is all wrong? In the eyes of farmers, food is more important than anything else. Dalong and his 2 siblings were so panicked that they almost cried. If this is wrong, it's all over. However, Qin Yao had never let the 4 siblings down. She frowned, calmly stopped Lu Ji, who was shouting until his voice was broken, and asked calmly, Do the villagers just sow the seeds directly into the ground? Did Dad and the others finish spreading the seeds? No, it's only 100 acres. How can it be sown so quickly? Lu Ji said, There are still dozens of acres near home that have not been sown. A good field needs to be taken good care of, and a layer of fertilizer should be applied before sowing seeds. So, it should be done later. Lu Ji said anxiously. What's the point of asking this? The point now is that we made a mistake. How we spread these buds? It's as high as a thumb. How can it spread it? Qin Yao said, Go home first and tell Dad not to plant the rice behind. Breed the seeds first, then plant the rice seedlings. When the rice seedlings are grown, plant them in other fields. This way, the rice will be more resilient and the plants will be selected after breeding, so the yield will be better. What? Lu Ji was stunned for a moment. What kind of method is this? Where did you hear it from? Although he had no experience in farming, the rice planting steps he had seen since he was a child were not the same as what Qin Yao described. They plow the land, release water to make a mud flat, so the sprouting rice seeds, wait for the rice to grow, and then store water until it is ripe for harvest. Qin Yao said angrily, I learned this from an agricultural expert. Are you better than an expert? If I tell you to go, go quickly. If you go too late and affect this year's harvest, I will beat you to death. When he heard that he was going to be beaten, Lu Ji ran faster than a rabbit and disappeared in the yard in the blink of an eye. Dalong and his 3 friends also followed curiously, as they were worried about the accuracy of their father's message and afraid that he would say something wrong and bring bad luck to their stepmother. When they arrived at the old house, Dalong was glad that he had followed along. As expected, his father could not explain clearly. He just said in a shameless way that no one was allowed to sow seeds without explaining the reason to others. It was Dalong who stepped forward and told everyone in the Lu family's old house what Qin Yao had said before, and only then did they understand the reason. But I've never heard of growing rice this way. Is it reliable? If the season is missed, then those dozens of acres of good land will have no yield. Lu Zhong had deep doubts. He was the best farmer in his family and felt that no one knew more about farming than himself. If someone else in the village said this, he would think about the feasibility. But the person who said this was Qin Yao, who didn't even know how to plow a field at first. How can anyone believe her? If you don't believe me, that's fine. Anyway, I've delivered my message. You can do whatever you want. Lu Ji said, and called the 4 brothers and sisters of Dalong. Go home. The 5 father and sons came and went in a hurry like a gust of wind and disappeared in the blink of an eye. On the way back, Dalong said, I think what stepmother said makes sense. Dad, let's listen to stepmother. Lu Ji raised an eyebrow. Didn't I say I won't listen to her? The point is, can he not listen? Erlang, Samlang, and Xin Yang laughed secretly and said that if their stepmother couldn't grow rice, they would go dig wild vegetables to eat. Dalong touched the precious slingshot hanging on his waist and said, In the autumn, my stepmother promised to take me hunting. Then we can have meat. Lu Ji felt a little sour and asked sarcastically, Your stepmother asked you to eat shit. So you went? Xin Yang nodded and said, Yes. I'll eat. Saburo followed suit. I can eat shit too. Erlang laughed so hard that tears came out his eyes. 2 idiots. Lu Ji sneered. They are all fools. Dalong looked at this bunch of idiots, sighed deeply, and felt very tired for his stepmother. Qin Yao's planting method was supported by the whole family, and the family of 6 soon became the outliers in the village. The seedlings in other people's fields had all grown out before their family of 6 started planting rice. Qin Yao and Lu Ji carried wooden boards to the field and placed them in the mud field where the water had been drained, leaving only a shallow layer of water. Then Qin Yao picked up the seedlings that had grown to 10 centimeters high. The whole family stood on the boards and planted the seedlings in neat rows in the field. It took 3 days to plant 2 acres of land. Just after the planting was completed, the spring rain came. It is said that spring rain is as precious as oil, and this is indeed true. The seedlings planted in the fields grow 1 section a day. After more than half a month, they're a little taller than the seedlings in the surrounding rice fields. Moreover, the rice seedlings in other fields were in a mess. Only their 2 acres of seedlings were neatly arranged, which looked very different. At first, people laughed at Lu Ji's family for their reckless behavior, but some kind-hearted people ran to Old Man Lu's house and asked him to go and talk to them. But it was useless even if Old Man Lu stepped forward, and he himself was almost persuaded by Qin Yao. But in the end, they still conservatively stuck to their original method. After all, they couldn't afford the risk. Lu Dafu saw that they were only planting 10 acres and thought it was not a big deal. Besides, he had to give face to Qin Yao, his benefactor, so he didn't say anything. Later, when the seedlings in the 2 acres of land grew tall and strong, the voices of doubt gradually faded. Finally, when I saw Qin Yao's family planting acres of calf-high seedlings in neat rows in other paddy fields sprinkled with farmyard manure, and that the seedlings were tall and strong and could not be blown down by the wind or bent by the rain, there was only one voice of doubt left. With all this effort, will the harvest be much or little? 068, it's all for your own good. There is no answer to this question yet. It is April now, and there is still more than 3 months before the rice is ripe. After a busy spring plowing season, I finally have some free time. Lu Ji took the money box from the watermill home and counted out 170 copper coins. Including the eggs and the delivered dishes, the profit is about 200 coins. Lu Ji finished counting and reported to Qin Yao. Oh, by the way, there are also the 4 little chicks in the chicken coop that Grandma Wang gave us. There are a lot more than in March. But not everyone is so conscious to pay the money. There are also those who are cunning and use the watermill without paying and leave. This has happened more than once or twice. Have you found the person? Qin Yao asked. This did not pose a problem for Lu Ji. Honest people hated people like him, but the guys in the village respected him the most because he had seen the world. After asking around for a long time, they found out who was not paying. I know who it is, but we have no evidence now. I'll have Erlang watch the mill later. If he's caught once, we'll settle the old and new scores together. In the past, he always took advantage of others. When was it his turn to be taken advantage of? Lu Ji swore in his heart that if he caught him, he would beat the bastard to death and make the other party pay him back all the money plus compensation for mental damage. Qin Yao told him in a rare gesture of agreement. This time I will allow you to use the power of the tiger to bully others. Lu Ji's expression froze, as if he had no ability to deal with the person. However, it would definitely be better to have the tiger's power to borrow because that family has many brothers and he really can't handle it alone. The couple was just checking their accounts when a faint sound came from outside the courtyard. Kaka. Lu Ji raised his eyebrows in surprise, and a look of joy flashed in his eyes. Madam, I'm going to put the cash box back and then go buy some fresh vegetables. Put the laundry in the basin first, and I'll wash it together later. After giving the instructions, he went out with the cash box. When he reached the door, he waved quickly towards the bushes in the distance, and a figure jumped out. Following him, the two of them ran towards the river together, sneaking around like thieves. The two of them came to the grove across the river. Lu Ji smiled and slapped the other man on the chest. Why did you think of imitating the chickens barking as a signal? I almost didn't hear it. The other party teased him with amusement. Third brother, it's not easy to ask you to come out, and you have to give a secret signal. Sister-in-law is too strict with you. Lu Ji didn't want to talk about this topic, as it would damage his image in front of his younger brother. So he skipped the topic and asked, "What's the good news?" Shunzi was surprised and asked back, "Third brother, how do you know it's a good thing?" Lu Ji thought, "I'm just guessing." He smiled but said nothing, signaling Shunzi to speak up. Shunzi was from Shaha village and met Lu Ji in the county town. Both of them were well-known ruffians in their respective villages. They ran around all day trying to make money but never brought any money home. These two people, who were both unwelcome at home, had a strong resonance when they met. You call me brother, and I called you younger brother, and we got along very well. Compared with Lu Ji, Shunzi knows how to take care of his family. He stays at home to farm during the busy farming season. Only when he has free time does he wander around, looking for opportunities to stand out. Just now, he heard that Mr. Ding's family in the town was hiring temporary workers, so he immediately ran to find Lu Ji, hoping that the two of them could go out together to do something big. When Lu Ji heard that he was going to work for the official, he became excited and asked, "When are we leaving?" Shunzi said, "I will wait for you at the entrance of our village at 5 a.m. tomorrow. Let's go together." After that, he was worried about Lu Ji's speed, so he reminded him again and again before leaving, "Brother, get up early. This time, Mr. Ding only wants 10 people. If you go too late, you won't be able to register." The fastest journey from Liujia village to Jinshi town takes 1.5 hours, but Shaha village is much closer and it only takes half an hour to reach the town. Lu Ji calculated the time and concluded that he had to set out at least at 1:15 p.m., a little after 3 a.m., so that the two of them could arrive at Ding Yuanwai's house early, before the end of 1 a.m. Lu Ji felt a little hesitant when he thought about having to get up so early and walk at night. But on second thought, if I was appreciated by Mr. Ding, wouldn't I be able to rise to prominence and enjoy endless wealth and glory in the future? Most importantly, if he has the support of Mr. Ding, does he still need to be afraid of the evil woman Qin Yao? Thinking of this, Lu Ji felt secretly happy. After returning home, Lu Ji went into the kitchen to cook while secretly glancing at Qin Yao, who was weeding the vegetable garden in the yard. He thought of many excuses in his mind, and finally said half-truthfully, "Ma'am, I'm afraid I'll be away from home for a few days." Qin Yao didn't even turn her head and responded in a calm tone, "No, you stay at home, watch the fields, weed the vegetable garden, and just take care of the house. I've figured it out. You can pay me back slowly. There's no need to rush." Lu Ji's heart suddenly skipped a beat. What did this mean? He asked in surprise, "Do you know why I have to leave home for a few days?" Mr. Ding's family is looking for a temporary worker, right? Qin Yao turned around and said with a smile, "Don't worry. You don't have to get up early tomorrow. I'll go for you." As she spoke, she seemed to be oblivious to his shocked expression and continued to speak to herself. It's better for a man with your looks to stay out of the public eye. The world is tough and dangerous, and men should learn to protect themselves. She had never spoken to him in such a considerate tone, but at this moment Lu Ji felt his hair stand on end. How did she know that he was going to Mr. Ding's house? How did she know that he had to get up early tomorrow to meet up with Shunzi? Lu Ji asked in a trembling voice. "How do you know?" Qin Yao smiled brightly. "Because I'm standing behind you." Lu Ji yelled in shock and anger. "Are you a ghost?" Qin Yao put down the small hoe in her hand, stood up, threw the weeds aside, went to the sink to scoop water to wash her hands, lowered her eyes, and said slowly, "With your limited strength, I'm afraid you won't even be able to sign up. It's safer for me to go. After all, we are a family, so it doesn't matter who does it. It doesn't matter whether you go or I go." Lu Ji thought to himself, "It's all the same, so why don't you let me go?" He forced himself to remain calm, forced a smile on his face, and reminded her, they only want men, not women to work as day laborers. "No, Qin Yao turned around and looked at him steadily with her black eyes. No in Liujia village, no in Jinshu town, no in Kaiyang County, and no in Zijing Mansion and the capital? Lu Ji angrily retorted. I have never been to Zijing Mansion or the capital. How would I know? Yes, you don't know either. If you don't know, it means it exists or it may not exist. Qin Yao shrugged and spread her hands, looking tolerant as if letting you continue to quibble. But Lu Ji knew that if he continued talking, she would start to attack him. Qin Yao, how could there be a woman like you in this world who is so unreasonable? Lu Ji asked with gritted teeth. Everything he has to take, whoa. Qin Yao landed a palm on his shoulder with great force, as if a huge coin was pressing down on his head. Lu Ji only heard a crisp sound of crack coming from his kneecap. His face changed drastically in an instant. Madam, spare my life. Then he hurriedly reminded, My lady, get up early tomorrow and don't be late. Qin Yao took back the hand that was pressing on his shoulder and smiled coldly. I'm doing this for your own good. Lu Ji, thank you. 069, please stand at the back. Before going to bed at night, Lu Ji was still angry that Qin Yao had snatched away his chance to go out. He imagined countless scenes of torturing Qin Yao in his mind to comfort himself. However, it smelled really good the next second. At 3 o'clock in the morning, there were noises of people getting up in Qin Yao's bedroom. Lu Ji was so sleepy that he could not open his eyes. He felt that his body was trapped by the bed. He was only vaguely aware of being thankful that it was not the time for him to get up and set off on his journey. The gate opened and then closed gently. There was no moon today, and it was so dark outside that one could not see one's hand in front of one's face. Qin Yao held a torch and walked quickly towards Shaha village in the cool morning breeze of early summer. Shunzi estimated the time, got up at 4:30, dressed, washed, and cooked some dumpling soup to fill his stomach. Then he blew out the oil lamp and walked towards the village entrance following the dim light. Before I got close, I saw a man holding a torch in the distance. The figure was swaying in the light of the torch. I felt that the figure was a little thinner, so I shouted excitedly, Third brother! I didn't expect you to be here so early. I thought you would be delayed for some time, so I came half an incense stick late. Third brother, you haven't been here for a while, have you? Qin Yao turned around. Oh my God! Shunzi was so frightened that he retreated 10 meters away. Seeing a woman holding a torch in the middle of the night, tell me if it is scary or not. After waiting for half a minute to make sure that the person on the other side was a person, Shunzi asked in confusion, Who are you? Where's my third brother? Are you asking Lu Ji? Shunzi nodded vigorously and thought to himself, This voice is very nice. At the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief. Since he could say his third brother's name, it seemed that he should know him. I'm his wife Qin Yao. Lu Ji suddenly fell ill, so I worked as a temporary worker for him. Qin Yao said with a faint smile. Shunzi was shocked. It turned out that the person in front of him was the fierce woman who ate the blood of raw animals as mentioned by his third brother. But it doesn't look like that. He spoke very gently and even smiled. It turns out to be my sister-in-law. I was scared to death. Shunzi walked forward and suddenly felt that the woman in front of him was much more friendly. All the ghost stories were just misunderstandings. But Mr. Ding's family only recruits male workers. If you want to go, sister-in-law, Qin Yao said, I know what you mean, but I don't want to miss this opportunity. I have to give it a try first. What do you think? It's getting late. Let's talk while we walk. Qin Yao raised her hand and gestured for someone to lead the way. Shunzi nodded and looked back at Qin Yao several times. Every time she smiled at him with a gentle look. The young man scratched his head in confusion. Is the third brother blind? His sister-in-law is obviously a very nice person. Shunzi asked with concern. Sister-in-law, why is third brother sick? Qin Yao, I suddenly got sick. Oh, Shunzi suddenly felt powerless and didn't know what to say. But it felt even weirder when the two of them walked without talking. Shunzi tried hard to find topics to talk about, but was choked by Qin Yao's and responses every time. Finally, he gave up and chose to shut up. After all, there are differences between men and women, so it's better to keep a distance. However, what surprised Shunzi was that Qin Yao walked so fast that he fell behind her when he was distracted for a moment, and the whole person seemed to be flying. Seeing that he was slow, he took the initiative to say, Brother Shunzi, let's go faster and try to be the first to arrive. Shunzi nodded, and as they walked, they almost ran, and before 6 o'clock, they arrived at Jinshu town. The town has no city walls and is built at the foot of a mountain. It is surrounded by vast tracts of farmland and mountain forests. A quaint bluestone street runs through the middle of the town, with a few shops on both sides. On weekdays, when there is no market, they're not open much. Only the rice shop, oil shop, and meat stall in the town center are open regularly. It was still too early, and the streets were empty, with only the sounds of dogs barking and chickens crowing coming from residents' homes. The farm of Mr. Ding's family is at the east end of the town, surrounded by fertile fields. It is a 3-courtyard house with white walls and green tiles. 2 unicorn rings are hung on the vermilion gate, and there are 2 stone lions in front of the gate, which is quite impressive. Qin Yao, an other person, arrived at the door first. They were the first ones to arrive, and now there was no one else. Shunzi whispered to Qin Yao that Mr. Ding was a successful candidate in the imperial examination, and the county magistrate had to show some respect to him when he met him. He reminded her to be careful with etiquette and not to offend the successful candidate in the imperial examination. "Want to kneel?" Qin Yao asked tentatively. Shunzi shook his head and said, "A jiren is not an official, so he doesn't have to kneel. It depends on the individual." Qin Yao said, "Oh," and Shunzi didn't know if she understood or not. But since it was their first meeting and they were not very familiar with each other, he didn't mention it again. "I didn't dare to knock on the door. I could only stand at the door and wait for someone to open it." While they were waiting, a few more people came one after another. They all felt very strange when they saw Qin Yao, a woman. But everyone didn't know each other, and no one asked. They just stood in one place, silently standing in the order of first come first served, in front and back. But such tacit understanding will always be broken by some people. Seeing that the 3 people who came later were about to stand in front of him and Qin Yao, Shunzi shouted, "Hey, stand at the back. We were here first. Didn't you see that everyone was consciously standing at the back?" The 3 of them turned around and glanced up and down at Shunzi and Qin Yao beside him. They were a little surprised that he actually brought a woman with him. They sneered and stood in front of the 2 of them without saying anything. Shunzi saw that the people behind him were angry, but dared not say anything. After all, the 3 of them were tall and strong, so no one dared to offend them. He was getting furious, but he didn't want to get into conflict with the 3 people. When he was struggling over whether to endure it or not, Qin Yao actually took a step forward, stretched out her hand, and patted the 3 people on the shoulders. "Please stand back." Her tone was calm, but her eyes revealed an aura of majesty that could not be ignored. The 3 of them were a little surprised, but they quickly rolled their eyes at her, turned their heads, and ignored her, not even taking her, a woman, seriously. One of them sneered in a low voice. "These days, there are so many strange things. Even women have to go out to work as temporary workers. I don't know what kind of work they can do with their thin arms and legs." Having said this, the 3 of them looked at each other and laughed strangely with some hint of meaning. To be honest, Qin Yao hasn't heard such a shrill sound for a long time. In the last days, everyone relies on strength to make their mark. No one would dare to bully even a little girl of 13 or 14 years old. Because anyone who can survive in such a harsh environment, even an 80-year-old lady, has her own means of making a living. Medical skills or knowledge of planting, there will always be a time when you need them. Shunzi really didn't want to endure it anymore. Otherwise, how would he explain to his 3rd brother when he returned? He is not afraid of fighting. He raises his fist and wants to take the initiative to knock down the person who speaks rudely. He never expected that the person next to him would act faster than him. 070 Lumberjack. I said, "Line up in order." Before Qin Yao finished her words, 3 black shadows drew graceful parabolas in the sky above everyone's heads. 3 muffled sounds of dong 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 came from behind. Shunzi, who had just raised his fist, looked back in surprise. I saw that the 3 people who had just stood in front of me had fallen at the end of the team, lying on the ground in a daze, as if they had not yet reacted. After 3 seconds of silence in the open space, the sound of ghosts howling in pain was heard. The 3 of them curled up on the ground, feeling as if their internal organs were shifting and the dull pain continued. Shunzi looked back in front of him, then looked back at the 3 people wailing on the ground, and finally at Qin Yao, who was standing beside him with her arms folded. He felt like there was something stuck in his throat. He wanted to speak, but couldn't, and his face turned red from holding it in. She didn't even look back at the 3 people on the ground. The people queuing around her also looked around in confusion, having no idea how these 3 people flew over. Because her speed is too fast, so fast that normal people can't react fast enough to keep up. Only the 3 people who fell to the ground knew what had happened. They endured the severe pain and supported each other to stand up. They all pointed at the first woman whose back was as hard as a pine tree and wanted to roar. She tilted her head slightly with a cold expression and glanced over with her black eyes. She was not even looking at them, but at the yellow dust on the ground. The three of them felt a chill rising from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads, and they shivered together. The mountain breeze blew by, and it was like a tangible, murderous aura that pierced the hearts of the three people fiercely, making them hold their breath. The wind blew up the corners of her plain green clothes, and her high ponytail danced wildly in the wind, as if she was about to turn into an evil spirit from hell and raise a long knife to chop. Such a strong and terrifying aura instantly broke down the three people's psychological defenses. I didn't dare to say a word. I didn't dare to look. I just wanted to leave here as soon as possible. Seeing the three people who were so aggressive just now running into the forest in a panic, as if they were possessed by evil spirits. The men who came to the gate of Mr. Ding's courtyard to respond to the job application realized that these three people were thrown out by the first woman. Sister-in-law, you. Shunzi started stuttering nervously as soon as he opened his mouth. Qin Yao smiled at him to comfort him and looked at the dozen people behind him. I think that no matter whether it is a man or a woman, as long as they have the ability, everyone can stand together and compete fairly. I got up very early to respond to the call, so I was the first in line. Those who came later followed the order and lined up at the back. This is reasonable. These words were both an explanation and a warning. Anyone who wanted to cut in on her team again would suffer the same fate as those three people. Everyone nodded in approval. Fortunately, the people who came later were not as domineering as the previous three. As time was running out, the originally sparse team gradually became more orderly. Of course, Qin Yao and Shunzi are still in the first place. When a red glow appeared in the sky, the door of Mr. Ding's house was finally opened. A middle-aged man dressed in silk and wearing a square hat came out with a man who looked like a butler. He asked immediately, "Who was making a noise in front of my house just now?" Shunzi whispered to Qin Yao, "This is Mr. Ding." Qin Yao said that she understood and that everyone should take responsibility for their own actions. She stood up and nodded to Mr. Ding. Mr. Ding frowned and looked her up and down. "Is it you?" The housekeeper beside him was also surprised and reminded her, "We only hire temporary workers outside our courtyard to do heavy work, not cooks." Qin Yao replied, "I am just here to take part in the job recruitment. Also, it is obvious that I am a woman. Do I need to confirm it again and again?" She wasn't dressed as a woman, but he kept asking the same question over and over again in surprise, which was completely stepping into her minefield. The housekeeper didn't expect that Qin Yao didn't get angry at the three people who cut in line just now, but he became angry after just one sentence. He shut up in dismay and looked at his master. Mr. Ding had been standing inside the door for a long time and witnessed through the crack in the door the entire process of Qin Yao throwing away the three people who cut in line. At that time, he was standing behind the door with his eyes almost popping out his sockets. It was the first time in his life that he saw such a strong and powerful woman. The butler also said that if she wasn't a woman, she would have been recruited as a personal bodyguard. However, others may not necessarily be willing to do so. I want to build a school for the younger generations of our clan. I need 10 lumberjacks to be responsible for felling and transporting the wood. Do you know how to cut wood? Mr. Ding asked Qin Yao. It has come to the final step of the personnel interview. If you want to keep your job, you have to say you can do it even if you don't know the answer. Qin Yao confidently said that she could do it and pulled Shunzi over. He is more skilled than me and is an expert at felling trees. The villain in Shunzi's heart cried for help. How could he cut down trees? That was not an easy job. If you didn't cut it right, the tree would fall down and kill you. Qin Yao gave him a steadying look, and Shunzi swallowed guiltily and nodded him to Mr. Ding. Mr. Ding looked at the two of them cautiously and asked tentatively, "What is your relationship?" Qin Yao opened her mouth and said, "This is my husband's sworn brother. Because my husband suddenly fell ill and couldn't come temporarily, I came here to take his place and try." When Mr. Ding heard Qin Yao say that she had a husband, he felt relieved for some reason and signaled the housekeeper to register the two of them, which meant he wanted them both. Shunzi was ecstatic and excitedly bowed deeply to Mr. Ding, then happily followed the housekeeper into the courtyard to do a simple registration. Just write down their names and places of origin, and then give each person a wooden badge as a work permit. Work starts at 7 p.m. and ends at 5 p.m. Before going to work, please register at the government office and get your breakfast. Then, go with the foreman. Someone will bring you lunch at noon. 2 meals a day, plus 10 cents in wages. If you have no problem, just put your fingerprint on the paper. Qin Yao automatically converted the housekeeper's words into modern format in her mind. Work starts at 7 a.m. and ends at 5 p.m. Breakfast and lunch are provided, and there's also 10 cents of wages per day. How long will the lunch break be? Qin Yao asked. The housekeeper looked at her strangely. It was the first time someone asked him how long his lunch break would be. Others just followed the foreman's arrangements. But I still answered her, I'll have lunch in a quarter of an hour. It takes 15 minutes to eat, and if you eat slowly, you won't even have enough time to go to the bathroom. The total working time was 10 hours. Qin Yao rolled up her sleeves and pressed her fingerprints. She would just make do with it. The two men pressed their handprints, held the wooden sign, and retreated to the middle of the yard to wait. Shunzi said excitedly, 10 cents a day, and it includes 2 meals. He seemed to have forgotten that they did not know how to cut wood. Qin Yao nodded lightly. She thought the official's house was very luxurious, but when she came in, it was just ordinary, similar to those old courtyard houses in the capital. But compared to those thatched houses in the village, this is already a mansion. Shunzi's excitement lasted until the foreman Ding Wu led everyone to the fir forest and assigned him the task of logging. Only then did he wake up in panic holding the saw. 071 Reverence for nature. There are 5 saws and 5 axes in total. You choose the tools yourself at the beginning. Axes are faster for cutting small trees, but saws are more efficient for cutting big trees. Both have their advantages and disadvantages, and it depends on what you are familiar with. But generally speaking, a saw is better than an axe. Shunzi was quick and grabbed the saw, but Qin Yao was a little slower and was left with only the axe. Ding Wu was mainly responsible for supervising the work, walking back and forth in the woods to prevent anyone from taking the opportunity to slack off. Before we went up the mountain, the housekeeper said that the number of trees cut would be counted and the top 3 would be rewarded. If the number of the bottom 3 was much lower than the average, their wages would be deducted. Therefore, once they arrived at the destination, everyone picked up the tools in their hands and started working immediately. They wanted to be rewarded, but were also worried about falling behind and being deducted money. Qin Yao thought to herself, these ancient people were more shrewd than each other, and they would never suffer any loss. When Qin Yao felt Shunzi's pleading gaze, she simply gave him a gesture to move. Then she picked up the axe, selected a medium-sized fir tree, and swung the axe. Even if she has not eaten pork, she has seen pigs run. She has seen woodcutting many times, but this time she did herself. It was just like chopping firewood. The only difference was that the firewood in front of her was bigger than ordinary firewood, but there was no difference in essence. Shunzi had no other choice, so he pretended to saw the tree. But in fact, he secretly watched how other lumberjacks worked and followed their example. In the whole morning, he only sawed half a tree, and surprisingly, he didn't come last. The fastest one was a big bearded man who was holding a saw and specialized in sawing big trees. He had just finished sawing one tree before Ding Wu called for dinner. He kicked the tree with his foot and rolled quickly on the ground, leaving his sweatshirt there. There was a loud boom, and the tree fell down. Qin Yao saw it clearly. The tree originally fell in the opposite direction of the bearded man, but when it fell, it actually changed direction and fell towards him. Finally, the bearded man threw his sweatshirt to the ground and quickly rolled to the opposite side, and the tree then fell down successfully, pressing down the sweatshirt. Ding Wu didn't understand what was going on, so he walked up and pointed at the sweatshirt and asked curiously, "Why did you leave your clothes behind when you ran?" Big Beard's nickname is Big Beard. He dusted off his sweatshirt and put it back on, explaining, "The tree has a spirit. When it falls, it will chase people. Only by leaving behind objects with a similar scent to mine can it be deceived." Ding Wu was surprised. "Is it true?" The bearded man grinned and told him to try it himself, and then he would know. Ding Wu glanced at the tree on the ground that was thicker than his thigh and waved his hands repeatedly. "I'll just forget it." At the same time, he summoned Qin Yao and the others and told them to be careful before the tree fell. Qin Yao was holding a bowl of vegetable soup and 2 coarse flour buns that the Ding family servants had distributed to her when she suddenly had an interesting idea: tree sliding. Later, she actually did it, just to test the bearded man's words. Strangely enough, when she deliberately tried to conduct the experiment, the tree fell straight down in the direction she kicked it. When she gave up the experiment, she was almost hit by the tree that fell back. It was because Qin Yao reacted quickly, otherwise she would have definitely been injured. Moreover, they cut down trees separately, each in one place, so as not to affect others or accidentally hurt their companions. Once they were hit, it would be too late to call for help. So, this is Schrodinger's tree spirit? Qin Yao muttered with lingering fear and decided to still have awe for nature. Before 5 o'clock, Everyone stopped felling trees and used axes to cut off unnecessary branches and trim the main trunk. As soon as 5 o'clock comes, we finish work on time. Qin Yao cut down 2 logs today. Shunzi finally learned how to cut wood today. In the afternoon, he finally sawed down a tree, using the method of big beard, and did not get hurt. The most common ones are the big beards, 1 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon, a total of 3. The least they had was 1. So, Shunzi and Qin Yao were in a safe position, and their 10-cent wages for today were secured. Whether you will be deducted money next time depends on your performance afterwards. Logging is a very physically demanding job. Qin Yao was not full after eating the lunch she had. She did not prepare any water, and Ding Yuanwai's family would not provide water. She was so thirsty that she and Shunzi had to run down the mountain to drink a sip of the spring water flowing down the mountain. This back and forth took a lot of time. Dingwu looked a little unhappy at the two of them, but he didn't say anything on the first day. Just before leaving work, he specifically reminded me, "Remember to bring a water bottle tomorrow." "Yeah, sure." Shunzi agreed with a smile. Qin Yao touched her rumbling stomach and just wanted to run home and eat. Sha village was close, and Qin Yao couldn't wait for Shunzi's slow pace. So she said to Shunzi, "My home is far away, and it will be dark later and I won't be able to see the road. I'll go ahead." Shunzi had just let out a "nah" when Qin Yao had already strode forward, leaving him no chance to stop her. Qin Yao suddenly turned around and added, "By the way, you don't have to wait for me tomorrow. We'll meet at Ding Mansion." After saying this, he sped up and left Shunzi far behind. Alone and without having to worry about her companions, Qin Yao walked to Liujia village in more than 2 hours and entered her home with the last rays of sunset in the sky. The 4 children immediately surrounded her. Qin Yao forced a smile and sat down in the main room, just wanting to eat. Lu Ji brought over a half pot of porridge that had been warming on the stove and placed it in front of her, along with a bowl of steaming vegetables and pickled melons. Qin Yao poured the vegetables into the porridge pot, stirred it, and took a big mouthful. The 4 of them, father and son, gathered around her and were very surprised to see her eating at a speed like a starving ghost. "Mom, didn't you have enough for lunch?" Sanlang asked with concern. Qin Yao nodded randomly until she finished half the pot of porridge, and then she felt her rumbling stomach ease up. Qin Yao put down the empty pot with a bang and wiped her mouth. "Finally, I'm alive." "What kind of work are you doing? Are you so hungry? Mr. Ding's family didn't even give you a bite of food." Lu Ji took the pot to the sink to wash it while looking at the hall. "If it's so hard, let me do it. It will be better for you to rest at home." "No need." Qin Yao raised her hand and made a stop gesture. "It's just that I'm not well prepared today, the first day. I'll be fine tomorrow. Please prepare a kettle for me and fill it with boiled water. I will carry it with me to drink." Lu Ji responded with an "oh," washed the pot, and then came to the main room and squatted in front of her to ask curiously, "Madam, what do you do? How is the salary calculated?" Qin Yao replied briefly, 2 meals a day plus 10 cents for lumberjack work." Lu Ji's expectant look instantly disappeared when he heard the word logging. He said, "Oh," and stood up, walked behind her and massaged her shoulders. "My dear, you've worked hard. Let me give you a massage to relax you." Qin Yao responded with a Her massage force was moderate and her skills were pretty good. But when has Lu Laosan ever been so diligent and considerate? Something must be wrong when things are out of the ordinary. 072 roll up. Qin Yao looked up at Dalong and his 3 siblings and asked them with concern what they had done at home today and whether they had completed the morning exercises and homework. The key point is whether Lu Ji was lazy or did something bad while she was not at home. Lu Ji didn't expect that she still had the energy to ask these questions. The fingers pressing on Qin Yao's shoulders trembled slightly. He quickly winked at his son and daughter. Dalong didn't even look at him and said truthfully, "Annie, Dad was out watching the fields all day. He didn't weed the vegetable garden and didn't repair the broken watermill. Erlang and I prepared all 3 meals today. After all, it is a wooden water wheel, and sometimes some aquatic plants and debris will be swept into the river water, so it needs to be cleaned every 2 or 3 days. If it is stuck, it needs to be repaired so that someone can use it when they need it. Now the watermill can be considered a stable source of income. The investment can be recovered in 5 months. After the investment is recovered, it is all profit. Now we are only 3 months away from recovering our investment, so we must maintain our existing customer base." So whenever there was a problem with the water truck, Qin Yao would always go to fix it immediately. The villagers saw that it wouldn't take much time, so they would come over again and again. But today Lu Ji actually dared to stop the watermill. Is he tired of living? How long has it been stopped? Qin Yao asked with a frown. Dalong said it stopped at noon and has continued until now. The hand massaging my shoulder withdrew at some point, and the man retreated out of the main room along with the hand. Lu Ji, where are you going? Qin Yao locked his eyes with her sharp eyes and asked. Lu Ji swallowed hard, smiled flatteringly, and said, Madam, I'm going to fix the water wheel. Qin Yao's murderous look finally subsided, and she followed him, taking the repair tools, and fled out the door. Without Lu Ji in the room, Qin Yao's expression softened, and she told the four brothers and sisters, Your father is like the toad on the roadside. He will only move if you poke him. If you want him to change for the better, you must constantly spur him on. In the future, when you see him stop moving, you must remind him, I've been busy working in town to earn money these days. Don't help him with the household chores that he should do. If he doesn't listen, tell me, and I'll take care of him. The four brothers and sisters looked at each other happily and said yes in unison. With Qin Yao's support, the four brothers and sisters are confident. Now let's see if their father still dares to be mean to them. It was getting late, and they had to get up early tomorrow. Qin Yao tested the four siblings on their homework for the day and then went back to her room to sleep. Lu Ji returned home at around 11 o'clock in the middle of the night. The grinding sound of the water wheel was heard again on the riverbank at the foot of the mountain. Qin Yao thought that the water wheel had been repaired by him. Only then did she feel relieved and fell into a deep sleep. I woke up at around 4 o'clock, and it was pitch black outside the window. Qin Yao dressed neatly and walked out of the room to the main hall. A bamboo tube filled with cold boiled water was already placed on the table. A groove was dug out on the top with a knife, and a rope was specially put on it for easy carrying. Qin Yao touched the rope groove that was obviously newly dug with her fingers and raised her eyebrows in surprise. Could it be that Lu Laosan also has such a delicate mind? Of course, it is more likely that he had done something wrong and was afraid that she would come after him, so he wanted to please her. Flattery, Qin Yao snorted, hung the bamboo tube full of water diagonally on her shoulder, tiptoed out of the door, and went to work with a torch. I left home at 4:30, traveled for 2.5 hours, and arrived at Mr. Ding's house on time at 7 o'clock. As a worker, I will never give my boss one more second of work. The others were a few minutes late. Because there were no clocks that were accurate to the minute and the second, the people of Sheng had no concept of being on time. As long as they were within a certain time period, they were considered on time. Each person had a bowl of millet porridge for breakfast. When receiving the breakfast, Qin Yao deliberately asked for an extra bowl. The cook who served the food rolled her eyes at her and didn't give her any. Qin Yao looked at Shunzi and the others and sighed. There was no other way. In order to fill her stomach, she had to roll up today. If she was just learning the technique yesterday, then today Qin Yao has already mastered the skills of logging. She wants to roll it up, and even she is afraid of it. At this time, Shunzi, Big Beard, and others knew nothing about this. Because he cut the most wood yesterday, the bearded man got an extra bun in the morning, which the young masters and young ladies of the Ding family gave to the servants as they hadn't finished eating. Although they are leftovers, they still contain meat, and the buns have not been touched yet. Seeing the bearded man swallow the bun in 2 big mouthfuls, Shunzi swallowed his saliva enviously, went to the tool room to get the tools, and went up the mountain with Qin Yao. Today, Shunzi still used the saw, and Qin Yao still used the axe. Tools are easier to use when you're familiar with them. When they arrived at the place, the two separated. Qin Yao walked around in the woods, picked the straightest one, and started working. The bang-bang, sounds of felling trees rose and fell in the forest. Every quarter of an hour or so, you could hear the crash sounds of trees falling from high above. Dingwu heard this several times in a row. At first he thought it was workers gathering together to cut down trees and sitting in the shade, so he didn't pay much attention. It was almost noon when Qin Yao pushed the wood down the mountain one by one. 5 or 6 pieces of wood passed by at a glance, and Dingwu stood up in an instant. Qin Yao, did you chop it down by yourself? He asked in surprise. Qin Yao pushed down the 8th piece of wood, walked down carrying the axe, nodded, and began to pick up the hatchet in the toolbox to prune the 8 pieces of wood. The movement was very fast, with a crackling sound like scraping fish scales. Dingwu stared with wide eyes for a full half-minute before he came to his senses. You chopped down 8 pieces of wood by yourself in one morning. He confirmed again in disbelief. Qin Yao nodded. After she finished the last branch, the servants of the Ding mansion came to deliver food. Qin Yao said, I want to eat a full lunch today. Is that okay? Ding Wuquang nodded. Okay, If you keep this pace this afternoon, I'll give you enough meat buns to eat tomorrow morning. Okay. Qin Yao smiled, put down her tools, clapped her hands, and waited for dinner. The servants were originally planning to eat together in the mountains. But in order to ensure that Qin Yao could eat her fill, they gave all the food to her and would eat again when they returned home. In the open space filled with branches, everyone looked at Qin Yao eating the amount that was enough for 5 people by herself, and their jaws almost dropped in shock. The bearded man nudged Shunzi with his elbow. Isn't she your sister-in-law? Why are you following us in surprise? Did you only find out today that she's such a big eater? Shunzi nodded. Yes, he just found out today that his third brother's wife was such a big eater. They started working in the afternoon. Stimulated by Qin Yao, everyone worked hard. The bearded guy chopped down 4 trees in the whole afternoon. Even Shunzi sawed 2 logs, and including the one in the morning, a total of 3 logs were cut today. He was very satisfied with his performance. After all, he just cut 1 yesterday. But when she turned around, she saw a pile of 8 logs in front of Qin Yao. Together with the one she had chopped in the morning, she had chopped 16 logs in 1 day. Is this still a human being? The bearded man growled unwillingly. Ding Wu's eyes changed when he looked at Qin Yao, and now he called her Madam Qin politely. 073 Big Meat Bun. After work, Ding Wu immediately went to report Qin Yao's performance today to the housekeeper and implemented the treatment he promised her. The housekeeper looked at Ding Wu suspiciously for several times before he dared to believe that what he said was true. 16 a day? Ding Wu nodded heavily. Absolutely true. More powerful than the bearded man. Ding Wu. Much more powerful than the bearded man. The bearded man went all out today and only cut 6 branches in total, without any pruning, which was a fraction of what Madam Qin had. The housekeeper took a deep breath and asked Ding Wu to go to the kitchen to tell the cook to remember to make dumplings for Qin Yao tomorrow morning. They should be big, fresh meat buns, plenty of them. Ding Wu responded loudly. Okay, I'll go right away. The butler stood there for a while to digest the news, organized his words, and walked towards the study in the backyard. Mr. Ding was wearing a wide-sleeved Confucian robe and was instructing his son and daughter to copy calligraphy. The housekeeper asked the servant to go in and report while he stood outside the door waiting. After a while, in order not to disturb his son and daughter, Mr. Ding came out, sat down at the stone table in the yard, and asked the housekeeper what was the matter. The housekeeper repeated what Ding Wu had told him and mentioned that the kitchen should prepare more food for Qin Yao. Mrs. Ding passed away 2 years ago, and the young lady is still young, so all the affairs of the mansion are handled by Mr. Ding alone. The kitchen needs to prepare a few more meals. Although the housekeeper has already given the order, he still needs to inform the master. Mr. Ding was a jiren of the previous dynasty. Now the new dynasty has inherited the imperial examination system of the previous dynasty, and has also made more humane reforms to recognize the identities of these jiren of the previous dynasty. Now that the new dynasty has a lot of work to do, His Majesty, the Empress, and the Emperor have discussed and decided to add a special examination to be held once a year. With such a great opportunity, Mr. Ding wanted to try again, and he also wanted his son Ding Shi, who had just turned 14, to seize the opportunity to take more tests and accumulate experience. Ding Shi had just passed this year's county exam and was qualified to take part in the imperial examination. He would go to the provincial capital and made to take part in the provincial exam. Calculating the time, we have to set off in half a month. He himself planned to send his son to take part in the provincial examination in May 1st, and then go to the capital to take part in the metropolitan examination himself. Regardless of his later trip to the capital, he had to go with his son since it was his first time to take the imperial examination. During this period, there was no mistress to take care of the house, and only the 12-year-old daughter was left at home, which made her feel uneasy. Besides, the bandit problem in Kaiyang County has not been eliminated. Even if there are members of the Ding family here, it is still worrying. However, at the beginning of this year, one of the bandit leaders was shot dead by a brave warrior who wishes to remain anonymous. Now this group of horse bandits should have restrained themselves a lot. Thinking of this, Mr. Ding became very worried, but he never showed it in front of his children. The housekeeper is an elder in the mansion. How could he not know what the master is worried about? He specifically came up with Qin Yao's matter and suggested, Master, why don't you wait until the logging is over and keep Madam Qin as your personal bodyguard? At this moment, he suddenly felt that it was great that Qin Yao was a woman. If it was a man, he would not dare to let him stay with his lady. Mr. Ding was not at all surprised by the butler's recommendation because he had been thinking about it. Sure, and I will not be back until the results of the provincial examination are announced. She may not be willing to stay for a month. The housekeeper said, it's not that difficult. If we give her more money, are we afraid that she, a peasant woman, will refuse? This is for our young lady to be a personal bodyguard. She is a young lady of a Jiren family. Many people would beg for such a good thing. If it is given to her, she will definitely be overjoyed. Ding raised his hand, signaling the butler to stop. His expression darkened. Old you, this Madame Qin is not an ordinary person. The methods you mentioned may work for ordinary people, but not for her. Butler was a little surprised. Could it be something unusual? But knowing that what he just said did not touch the master's heart, he tentatively said, I hope the master can give me some advice. The scene of his first meeting with Qin Yao the day before appeared in Mr. Ding's eyes. Old you, have you ever seen fear, flattery, or fawning in her eyes? Without waiting for the butler to answer, he continued, she doesn't even take me seriously. Liujia village couldn't have produced such a person. I heard that he fled from other places. I think he was not a simple person before his family was destroyed and he died. A strange person has a strange temper. Talking about money with her will only make her look vulgar and will definitely annoy her. The housekeeper was also worried. Giving money won't work, and she's not afraid of your power. So what should I do? Mr. Ding looked up at the sky and said, then let's talk about money with her first. Butler, this is hard to comment. The next day, Qin Yao arrived at Ding's house to punch in on time in the morning. The cook waved at her kindly and pointed to the ear room. There were 2 steamers on the low table inside, emitting steam and giving off an enticing aroma. Qin Yao pointed at herself, and the cook smiled and nodded. Come in and eat quickly. 8 big meat buns. They won't taste good if they get cold. She even envied herself. Ding Wu clearly said yesterday that 4 big meat buns would be enough, but unexpectedly the housekeeper came again in the morning and told her to make 4 more, fearing that Madame Qin would not be full. Not full. 8 big buns are enough to fill 4 people, but she still can't be full by herself. The cook complained in her heart, but still made 2 trays of meat buns as requested. Qin Yao opened the lid and saw 4 big, white, and plump meat buns appear in front of her. Surprise flashed in her eyes, and she almost couldn't help but exclaim like Xin Yang. Big meat bun, this is the first time I see you after traveling through time and space. Qin Yao took a big bite, and the aroma of meat mixed with soft white flour burst out on the tip of her tongue. She was surrounded by happiness, so beautiful that it made her want to cry. After eating 3 in a row, Qin Yao suddenly remembered something. He picked up the remaining one and turned around to hand it to Shunzi, who was standing at the door drooling over his millet porridge. Sister-in-law, is this for me? Shunzi asked in surprise. Qin Yao nodded, and Shunzi happily took it, smiling silly, and said, Sister-in-law, when I followed third brother, I didn't even have white flour buns to eat, but after only 2 days of following you, I can already eat meat buns. The implication is that Qin Yao is more powerful than Lu Ji. Qin Yao raised her eyebrows. Eat quickly, then go to work. Work hard today, and you'll have meat buns tomorrow. The cook's mouth twitched. These meat buns were not always available. She was afraid that she had misunderstood something. But the butler looked at him and said, let this misunderstanding continue. The cook nodded to show that she understood, and seeing that Qin Yao didn't eat the remaining dish, she asked her if she wanted to take it away. Qin Yao was thinking the same thing, so she asked the cook to help her put it away. She would take it back home for her family to try after work in the afternoon. The cook glanced at the housekeeper's twitching face, said, oh, and agreed to help her put it away first. In the evening, Qin Yao brought the meat buns home, which ruined the surprise of Dalong and his 4 siblings. Such a big meat bun. Samling gestured with his little hands, and it was as big as his 2 fists. Xin Yang tiptoed to look at the stove and swallowed her saliva. It smells so good. Erlang paced back and forth anxiously. Dad, are you feeling better from the heat? Dalong restrained himself and withdrew his gaze from the pot, and walked to Qin Yao, who was washing her face. Annie, Dad has plowed the vegetable garden today and cleared 1/3 of the wasteland behind the house to plant more vegetables. So can you give him a portion of the buns? Dalong looked at her expectantly. Qin Yao rubbed the boy's head and instructed the kitchen. Divide the 4 meat buns into 6 parts, 1 for each person. Lu Ji was ecstatic. Don't worry, my lady. I'll make sure everything is neatly divided. Dalong raised his hand to tidy up his messy hair and ran into the kitchen with red ears. I turned around and saw Qin Yao also walked in. Her big eyes are like stars in the night sky, twinkling. 074 women are not allowed to attend school. Shunzi followed Qin Yao and ate 5 meat buns in a row. Just when they were still enjoying their meal, the logging work was finished. Because of the internal competition caused by Qin Yao, they completed the work that would have taken half a month in just 7 days. After work that day, I suddenly heard Ding Wu say, "We've cut enough with this time. Let's go to the tool room to put our tools away and go to the accounting office to settle our wages with the housekeeper. You don't need to come tomorrow." Everyone nodded disappointedly, took their tools, and went down the mountain to settle the bill with the housekeeper. Because they worked so hard, their wages actually increased to 12 cents a day, and after 7 days' work, they earned a total of 84 cents. No one was deducted money. The top 3 got some extra money, which totaled 100 coins and were strung on a hemp rope. When it was shaken, it made a pleasant tinkling sound. Shunzi was very happy. Although he didn't get 101, 84 was more than 10 when more than he had expected. Everyone came here from various villages. The journey home was long, so they all dispersed after receiving their wages. Qin Yao and the cook took the remaining 4 meat buns and called Shunzi. The two of them planned to go home together today. Since she didn't have to go to work tomorrow, Qin Yao didn't want to rush home. I also plan to go to town later to see if there are any shops open. It will be even better if they still sell meat. Madam Qin, the butler suddenly caught up with him. Qin Yao and Shunzi turned around in confusion. The housekeeper smiled at Qin Yao and said, "Madam Qin, may I have a word with you?" Qin Yao raised her eyebrows, and Shunzi retreated to the door consciously. "Sister-in-law, I'll wait for you outside." Qin Yao nodded, followed the butler back to the courtyard, and looked at him in confusion. No one would give benefits to another person for no reason. In fact, the breakfast prepared by the cook for her in the past few days has exceeded the standard. Qin Yao knows it very well, but since the other party didn't point it out, she pretended to be stupid. The housekeeper waited until now to call her back, not knowing what they were trying to do. Butler Yu hesitated, as if he didn't know how to start. Qin Yao was a little impatient. "Housekeeper, just say what you want to say. I'm in a hurry to go home. It's not safe to walk at night." The housekeeper then asked her, "Madam Qin, are you free next time? Is there any other work to be done?" Qin Yao asked. The housekeeper smiled and said, "My master and young master are planning to go on a long trip in a few days, but they're worried about the young lady, so I want to ask Madam Qin if she is free for about a month. She only needs to stay in the mansion and accompany my young lady." As he spoke, he hurriedly added, "The wages are easy to negotiate. If it is inconvenient for you, Madam Qin, there are guest rooms in the mansion for you to stay in, and there's a kitchen to prepare meals. The cook knows your appetite now, and she will definitely not let you go hungry. See if you are free." "Qin Yao, you want me to be your young lady's temporary personal bodyguard?" The butler nodded happily. "That's right." Qin Yao asked again. "Food and accommodation are provided, and the duration is 1 month, right?" Seeing that she seemed interested, the butler nodded repeatedly. "Yes, yes, yes." "How was the salary calculated?" Unexpectedly, she asked about the wages so soon. The housekeeper felt that there was great hope, so he tentatively gestured to her. "How about 2 taels?" Qin Yao raised her eyebrows. There is still room for raising the price. She didn't expect the pay for being a bodyguard would be so high. If she had known this, she would have been a lumberjack and would have gone directly to the city to apply for a bodyguard job. But that's just a thought. The high-ranking officials in the city have their own bodyguards, so it's almost impossible for them to hire from outside. It's probably not that Mr. Ding's family really needs a guard. They just want to add an extra layer of protection for their daughter's safety. According to her observations these days, the Ding family has no mistress, only a Master Ding. The adults are gone, leaving only a little girl, which really makes her worried. This place is 3 miles away from the village where the Ding clan members live. Unless Miss Ding is sent to be taken care of by relatives, otherwise if something really happens, the clan members will not be able to arrive in time. But obviously, Miss Ding didn't want to live with her relatives. Qin Yao glanced at the butler, and the butler also glanced at her. Their eyes met, and the butler gave her a gentle smile. Qin Yao asked him, "Butler Yu, after the Ding family school is built, will it only accept children from the Ding family?" "Madam Qin, do you want your children to attend the clan school?" the housekeeper asked tentatively. Qin Yao nodded, and the housekeeper suggested that she could ask Master Ding for help. If there were only 1 or 2 outsiders, there would still be hope. But he didn't dare to guarantee Qin Yao. It all depends on the arrangements of the clan leader, and the clan school will not be completed until the end of the year at the earliest. It's still too early. Once the wood is cut down, it needs to be aired for half a year before it can be made into usable wooden planks and boards, so the process cannot be completed quickly. Qin Yao knew that the housekeeper was giving her face by saying this, but she still asked one more question. Is it okay for a girl? The housekeeper was shocked and waved his hands repeatedly. No, no. How can a girl go to school? This has never happened before. Qin Yao just asked this, but she knew it was impossible and still felt a little regretful. She didn't know what the situation was like elsewhere, but in Zijing Mansion, no girls were allowed to go to school. If her daughter wanted to study and learn calligraphy, she could only hire a teacher to give her private lessons at home. However, there are very few families who can afford to hire a tutor for their daughters. The young lady from Mr. Ding's family was able to study because her father himself was able to teach her. If it were other rich young ladies, not many of them would be literate. Those whose parents love them very much would be taught how to read accounts and use an abacus so that when they marry into their husband's family in the future, they can help their husbands manage household affairs. Not to mention the daughters of ordinary people. Then I'll go back and prepare and come back in a few days. Qin Yao said. She disagreed. The housekeeper was overjoyed. When he sent Qin Yao out, he was afraid that she would forget the time. So he repeatedly reminded her that she must arrive in 5 days at the latest. Qin Yao agreed and called Shunzi, and the two of them went to the town together. Unfortunately, all the shops were closed, so they only bought 2 bags of fried broad beans from a farmer. A package costs 2 cents and is wrapped in banana leaves. It is the size of an adult's palm. The broad beans are fried until cracks appear and the salt has seeped into them. It smells delicious at first glance. Qin Yao put 1 packet into the cloth bag she carried with her, held the other packet in her hand, and walked home while eating with Shunzi. Shunzi often sees adults buying snacks and bringing them home for their children. But this is the first time he has seen someone like Qin Yao who would buy 2 snacks, one for her family and one for herself. However, when Qin Yao handed it to him, he couldn't help but grab a small handful. After eating it, I finally understood why children love to eat these things. It turns out that they really satisfy your appetite, are fragrant and crispy, and eating them makes you feel better. When the two reached Xia village, only half of the sun's face was left hanging on the top of the mountain. Qin Yao thought that the rice jar at home was almost empty, so she bought 15 kilograms of fine rice from a family in Xia village and spent all the 100 cents she had received that day. Lu Ji, who had been waiting for Qin Yao to get her wages, almost vomited to death when he saw the bag of fine rice. 075, do you want to teach me how to do things? Qin Yao couldn't stand eating porridge for several nights in a row, so she said to Lu Ji, I want to eat white rice today. Lu Ji thought to himself, this spendthrift woman. He nodded in agreement on the surface, then quickly started a fire, washed rice, and cooked. She came back late today, around 8:30 in the evening. Those in the village who had eaten early had already gone to bed and fallen asleep. The 4 father and sons had already had dinner earlier, but now that Qin Yao brought back the meat buns, their stomachs growled in tacit understanding, waiting for Lu Ji to heat up the buns and bring them out of the pot to share equally. The mother and her 5 children sat around the dining table in the main room. Qin Yao took out the bag of broad beans from her pocket, and the eyes of the 4 brothers and sisters lit up. Xin Yang looked at Qin Yao in surprise and said softly, Mother, you are better than the Buddha. Qin Yao waved her hand, and the little girl immediately snuggled up to her, grabbing her collar with her little hands, her big eyes full of joy. Is Mother better than Bodhisattva? Qin Yao asked with a smile. Xin Yang nodded heavily, yes. Qin Yao was amused and pointed at her own face deliberately. Xin Yang was confused at first, but then she understood. She stood on tiptoe, shyly, moved closer to her, and gave her a kiss. Qin Yao's heart was about to melt. She held Xin Yang on her knees and gave her 2 big kisses. Xin Yang laughed out loud due to the itch, and the 2 of them started to make a mess. The 3 boys, Dalong, Erlang, and Sanlang, peeled all the broad beans and put them in bowls, then pushed them in front of Qin Yao and waited for their distribution. With her around, the 4 brothers and sisters never worry about not being able to share the delicious food. Erlang thought that his younger brothers and sisters would not mind if he sucked the broad bean skins first. While waiting for the distribution, he picked up the smelly broad bean skins and put them in his mouth. When the taste was gone, he spit them out and replaced them with another small handful. Last time he wanted to suck bird bones, this time he wanted to suck broad bean skins. Qin Yao couldn't bear to watch it. Lu Erlang, isn't your hobby a little too special? However, experts said that we should not interfere with children's preferences and let them develop freely. So she just let him do what he wants. Just don't do this in front of guests. There was a small dish of peeled broad beans, and Qin Master Yao divided the broad beans equally among the four brothers and sisters according to the number of broad beans. As for Lu Ji, there is no need to worry at all. He could just fool a child and he will never lack food. Qin Yao discovered that the four children in the family were quite smart when they were outside and would not be easily tricked by other children into giving away their food. But once the target becomes Lu Ji, even Erlang will fall into the trap. Perhaps this is the natural blood suppression? Qin Yao shook her head. She didn't understand and didn't want to understand. She just wanted to eat. Lu Ji specially cooked 3 bowls of rice. The melons he planted in the front yard had grown, but they were not yet edible, so Qin Yao's family was still short of vegetables. The rice was served with pickles that Lu Ji bought from Lu the peddler. However, Lu Ji knew that Qin Yao liked to eat good food. When she ate well, she would be in a good mood, and when she was in a good mood, his life would be better. So I used an egg and made her a bowl of soup. There was white rice, side dishes, and soup, and Qin Yao was very satisfied with the meal. She didn't eat the 4 meat buns. After eating them continuously for several days, she wasn't that greedy anymore. Even the children at home were not as eager for the meat buns as they were at the beginning. At this moment, Lu Ji gave one each to Dalong, Erlang, and Sanlang, and shared one with Xin Yang, who had a small appetite, as a midnight snack. He then finished dinner with Qin Yao. According to the pace of life in the countryside, 9 o'clock in the evening is already late at night, but the family of 6 couldn't sleep because they ate too much. Qin Yao originally wanted to tell her family tomorrow that she was going to work as a bodyguard at the Ding residence, but since she couldn't sleep, she just told them first. The happiest person must be Lu Ji, 2 taels of silver. The money that could be earned in a year working at the watermill was earned in just 1 month. If Qin Yao refused, he would scold her to death. Fortunately, this evil woman was sensible and agreed. And when she was not at home, he could even breathe freely. He only had to walk 3 times a day to check the water in the fields. There was not much work to do. All I have to do is weed the vegetables in the field and then plant some vegetables in the wasteland behind the back door when the sun goes down. The rest is some easy work that can be done easily. What's more, we have Dalong's 4 free helpers, who are sensible, obedient, and very useful. Qin Yao glanced and saw Lu Ji's ecstatic look. She couldn't stand it and couldn't help but kick him. Lu Ji screamed, "Ouch!" and immediately restrained his expression and sat up straight. The 4 children were already used to this, and knowing that she would be away for a month, they looked at her reluctantly. But they also knew that she was doing it to earn money to support the family, and sensibly said that they would keep an eye on their father and prevent him from getting into trouble. In the next few days, the 4 children stuck to Qin Yao and never left her side. Although Lu Ji had restrained himself a lot, his excited steps still revealed his expectation of living a free life in the next month. The villagers have no slack time during the farming season. During this period, the silkworms are spinning silk and the sound of looms can be heard in every household. Compared with other families, Qin Yao's family life can be considered leisurely. During these days at home, Qin Yao hardly left the hospital except for morning exercises and going out to fetch water. Lu Ji could finish all the work in the fields by herself, so she took advantage of the free time during these few days to teach the children some new ancient poems. He also gave Dalong a martial arts course and taught him some basic killing moves so that he would have something to practice and strengthen his basics during this month. Lu Ji secretly watched the mother and son practicing martial arts, and the more he watched, the stranger he found it. Why do the moves that Qin Yao taught Dalong look so murderous? They're either teaching him how to kick someone's calf, or how to break someone's hand bones, or how to poke someone's kidney with a stick. It seems like they're all teaching a child how to kill an adult. Is this really a serious martial arts training? When making dinner in the evening, Qin Yao came to the kitchen with chopped firewood. Lu Ji thought about it and asked her what she was teaching Dalong. Qin Yao answered naturally, "It's just a trick to protect myself." Lu Ji stared. "That's clearly a killing move. Don't you feel guilty for calling it a self-protection move?" "Conscience?" Qin Yao laughed sarcastically. "Can conscience save your life? What if the bandits come to rob the village again while I'm away? Are you planning to take them with you to die?" Lu Ji retorted, "The government is already suppressing the bandits. The horse bandits will not come again." But he himself was not confident in saying this. It had been more than 4 months since New Year's Eve. If they had really been suppressing the bandits, they would have been done by now. However, people who have returned from going out recently said that horse bandits who rob merchant caravans still appear from time to time on the official road west of Kaiyang County, but they are more restrained than before. Lu Ji muttered, "Anyway, it's not good for you to teach your children like this." You want to teach me how to do things? Qin Yao narrowed her eyes dangerously. Lu Ji waved his hands hurriedly. Don't dare. Qin Yao sneered at him contemptuously and glanced at the stove. What are we having for dinner tonight? Cooked noodle dumplings with eggs and wild vegetables. We have a lot of flour at home, so we'll eat the flour first and then the millet. There's not much fine rice, so we'd better eat it sparingly. Yi calculated. Qin Yao nodded and walked into the storage room at the back to check the remaining food. 076 family status. There are also 30 kilograms of millet, 50 kilograms of soybeans, 110 kilograms of white flour, and 20 kilograms of fine rice in the house. She was away from home for a month, and this was enough for the 5 of them, father and son, to eat until she came back with some leftover. The water mill now has a stable income of 200 won per month, so Qin Yao did not leave any money for Lu Ji. There was no place to spend money in the countryside, and the money from the water mill was enough to cover the father and son's daily expenses. However, the night before leaving, Qin Yao called Erling out alone and gave him 2 cents of silver, just in case. Don't tell anyone, especially your father. You're not allowed to use this money unless it's urgent. I'm giving it to you for safekeeping. Can you take good care of it? Qin Yao looked expectantly at the 7-year-old boy in front of her who was not even as tall as her chest. Erlang looked at the small silver in his palm. This was the first time he had received so much money. He couldn't help but feel a little excited. He clenched the silver coin tightly with trembling but steady hands and promised Qin Yao, I will keep these 2 taels of silver carefully and return them to you when you come back. Qin Yao patted his little shoulder, taught him where to keep the silver for safekeeping, and tested him on his arithmetic again. Erlang had already mastered counting from 1 to 100. Among the 4 brothers and sisters, he was the best at arithmetic. Addition and subtraction within 100 are not difficult for the little guy. He also knows to divide 2 cents of silver into 200 cents, so he can manage the 2 cents of silver well. Qin Yao waved her hand with satisfaction, motioning him to go back to the house, and called Dalong over for her. Qin Yao gave the dagger that she had ordered from the blacksmith to Dalong. Keep it at home for future use. Just follow the moves I've taught you over the past few days. If you don't have a chance to use it, that would be best. As for whether she would cut herself with a knife, Qin Yao didn't care. It was useless to remind people of such things. Only when you experience it yourself will you know to be careful. The dagger is not very sharp, so even if it hurts your hand, it's just a minor injury and not a big deal. Lu Ji stood behind the mother and watched them complete the exchange of daggers. He couldn't help but worry that his most filial eldest son would become the second Qin Yao. He wanted to say something, but when he opened his mouth, he remembered that what he said didn't seem to count in this family. So he gave up. Qin Yao was still worried, so she called the 4 children to the main room and told them not to go into the river or the mountains, and not to be too curious and follow the other children out of the village. Although she has not encountered any beggars since she came to this place, it does not mean that there are no beggars here. She is just lucky, and these bad-hearted people have not come yet. Within the village, there are always people working in the fields, which makes those with bad intentions afraid and the children much safer. In the past, there was no adult in the family, but Dalong could still live a hard life with his younger brothers and sisters. Now he actually knew everything Qin Yao had told him, but he still listened silently, feeling warm in his heart. In front of his stepmother, he felt like a child himself. Even if the sky fell, there were tall people to support it. He just needed to do what a child could do. That's enough. You won't be able to remember if I tell you too much. Let's just leave it at that. Go wash up and go to bed. Qin Yao waved her hand, disband. The 4 siblings laughed and rushed into the shower room. 4th sister, come and take a bath with mother later. Qin Yao called out to her younger daughter, who also wanted to go in, and waved to her to come out. It's not that there is a difference between boys and girls. What's the difference between a 5-year-old baby? Before she came, the 4 brothers and sisters had always slept in the same bed. There was only to be so cautious now, mainly to improve efficiency. Dalong and Erlang only need to take care of Sanling, so things will go much faster. Xin Yang didn't feel lost at all for not being able to be with her brothers, because she could be with Yang. Xin Yang grunted as she walked back to Qin Yao's feet. She grabbed the corner of her clothes with her little hands and waited obediently for the next wave. Lu Ji, who was almost invisible, spoke weakly. Madam, don't you have anything to tell me? Qin Yao turned her head to look at him and said simply, no. He is an adult male, not a child, so what is there to explain? Qin Yao pulled Xin Yang to sit on the threshold of the main hall, untied the messy hair tie on her head, and asked suspiciously, Did Dalong tie your hair? Qin Yang shook her head and raised her little hand to point into the house. It's Dad. Every day when I get up, my eldest and second brothers are gone. She gets up late, so her father always ties her hair. Qin Yao immediately said, no wonder it's so difficult to untie. It's almost a dead knot. What else could Lu Ji say? If he didn't do it, he would be scolded. If he did it, he would be scolded again. He turned around and went to the kitchen to boil water. He was too lazy to argue. He didn't say anything. Qin Yao was still a little uncomfortable. She tapped Qin Yang's soft little face, put away the hair tie, and untied her own hair. Her hairstyle is very simple. She just ties her hair into a ponytail and wraps it with a headscarf. It's done quickly. The original owner's hair was very black, but dry and frizzy. In ancient times, there was no shampoo or conditioner, so Qin Yao used a piece of tea oil cake given by her second sister-in-law Qiu to wash her hair. She said that after washing for a period of time, the hair would become soft and shiny again, but she didn't know if it was true. But it's convenient at home. I don't know what the situation will be like when I get to Ding's house. I'm afraid it won't be easy to take a bath. Her family is the only one in the village that takes baths and washes their hair most frequently. People in the old house only take a bath once every half a month, and that's only when the weather is hot. In winter, I won't wash it the whole winter. If I really can't help it, I'll just wipe it with a towel. They didn't wash their hair often. They always tied their hair up and wrapped it in cloth towels. The cloths were so greasy that they looked shiny. Everyone has a comb at home to comb out lice. Thinking of this, Qin Yao went back to her room and packed a piece of tea cake and a bath towel in her bag. Just then, Da Long and his two companions came out of the bath. Qin Yao brought Qin Yang into the bathroom, and the two of them took a bath together. Lu Ji, who was responsible for boiling water, was the last in line, and his status in the family was clear at a glance. At the end of April, everything was ready. Qin Yao packed her luggage, said goodbye to her reluctant family, and walked for 2.5 hours to the Ding mansion. It was around 11 o'clock in the morning when we arrived, and Mr. Ding and his family were having lunch. People who are more particular about food eat both breakfast and lunch, but they're not the main meals. They usually have some side dishes, porridge, or noodles. Dinner is the main meal, and it will be more sumptuous. The housekeeper first took Qin Yao to where she would be staying for the next month, put her luggage away, and then went to the flower hall to meet Master Ding. Qin Yao brought all her weapons with her, including a heavy sword, a bow and arrow, and a slingshot with steel balls. When the housekeeper first saw her clothes at the gate, he was secretly surprised. I thought she was just a peasant woman with some unusual skills, but I didn't expect her to be so professional. Look at that big sword. It has no scabbard. It is just wrapped with a cloth belt. It looks murderous just by looking at it. The bow on his shoulder looked very powerful, with more than 20 arrows in his quiver, and he seemed to be proficient in archery. Underscore X0007 underscore 077. The battle ends in 1 second. Young Master Ding wanted to see what the personal female bodyguard his father hired for his sister looked like. After lunch, he did not return to the study to review his lessons. Instead, he sat in the flower hall with his sister Ding Xiang, waiting for the housekeeper to bring her over. Miss Ding is 12 years old this year. She has grown into a very good-looking girl. She wears a light pink satin skirt with narrow sleeves. Her hair is combed into 2 buns on both sides, adorned with a pair of pearl hairpins. Her earlobes are pierced, and she wears a pair of silver earrings. This outfit makes her look pure and playful, with a pair of bright and lively almond-shaped eyes. She looks like a simple little girl who is loved by her father and brother and is ignorant of the world. When they met for the first time, Qin Yao felt that Mr. Ding was too generous to leave such a little girl alone at home. Mr. Ding, Miss Ding. Qin Yao walked into the flower hall, stood in front of the father and his 2 sons, and bowed slightly. Master Ding raised his hand to signal her not to be polite, and said with a smile, Madam Qin, you are finally here. Then he looked at his daughter Ding Xiang and said, This is Madam Qin. Daddy told you before that Daddy and brother will go to the capital city in 2 days. You will stay at home alone. With Madam Qin guarding you, we will be relieved. Ding Xiang looked at Qin Yao curiously. Qin Yao raised her head and lowered her eyes slightly to look at her. This sudden eye contact made her feel novel. He took 2 steps forward and came to Qin Yao and asked her in surprise, Are you the Qin lady who cut down 16 logs a day? How do you have such great strength? Qin Yao replied politely with a smile, I was born strong. Oh, the girl nodded and saw her knife and bow and arrow again. You can also use the knife and shoot arrows? Qin Yao shook her head and corrected herself. It's not a joke, It's a weapon for self-defense. You mean you use this for self-defense? Ding Xiang turned behind her in disbelief, looked at her weapon carefully, and wanted to reach out and touch it. Qin Yao dodged to the side and avoided the curious hand. Xiang, Mr. Ding shouted, signaling her to come back quickly and not lose her composure. Ding Xiang did not go back immediately, but asked Qin Yao again, Madam Qin, have you ever killed a thief? Qin Yao raised the corner of her mouth slightly, glanced at Master Ding, but did not answer. Ding Xiang didn't get an answer, so she assumed that she had never killed the thief, pouted her lips, and then returned to her father and brother. Master Ding raised his chin and asked Qin Yao arrogantly, What skills do you have? Can you practice them for me to see? This person should stay with my sister to protect her. If he doesn't have the ability, it's better to replace him early. He cut down 16 logs a day. Since he had never experienced the hardship of felling trees, in the eyes of the boy, this was nothing impressive. Qin Yao looked at Master Ding. Young master, do you want to test my skills? Ding sure did not try to hide it and directly said that he doubted that she knew no martial arts. Although Mr. Ding criticized him, stop talking nonsense. But he also agreed to his son's request because he also wanted to see what other surprises Qin Yao had that he didn't know about. Qin Yao thought that when applying for a bodyguard position, it was normal to take a look at the applicant's kung fu skills. He said to the housekeeper, Call out all the guards in the mansion to compete with me. Hearing this, the Ding brother and sister both showed surprised expressions. Is it necessary to be so arrogant? The housekeeper's heart skipped a beat. It would be okay to call the enemy over, but it would be embarrassing if he couldn't beat them. His eyes reminded Qin Yao that it was not too late to change her words, but Qin Yao pretended not to see it. She had already stood in the yard outside the flower hall, took off her bow and arrows and knife, and temporarily placed them onto the corridor. With bare hands, Ding Xiang asked excitedly. Qin Yao smiled at her faintly, to avoid accidental injury. Having been in the apocalypse for too long, she has developed the habit of using a killing move every time she attacks, and she is really afraid of hurting others by mistake. Okay, the butler said nothing more and went to bring all the guards in the mansion over. There were 8 people in total. All of them were tall and strong, and looked very intimidating at first glance. These days, personal safety is not guaranteed when you go out, so Mr. Ding specially recruited them to protect himself and his son when traveling. The world was in turmoil in the past few years. The 8 guards survived the turbulent times and have rich practical experience. The guards kept by the rich are well-fed and equipped with weapons and protective gear. Most thieves would avoid them when they see them. However, Qin Yao did not use any weapons, so naturally they had to take off their protective gear and weapons to be fair. Warriors are sensitive to the aura around them. When they saw Qin Yao, the 8 guards did not look down on her just because she was a woman. On the contrary, the powerful sense of oppression coming from Qin Yao made them feel uneasy, as if they were being stared at by a ferocious beast. There was a faint smile on her lips, and she looked gentle and calm. This is a person who is very good at hiding and disguising himself. The 8 guards looked at each other and chose the strongest among them to challenge Qin Yao. Mr. Ding and his family of 3 saw the guards' reactions and saw that they directly chose the most powerful person to fight Qin Yao. The father and his 2 sons could not help but look at each other in surprise. The housekeeper shouted start, and the father and his 2 sons immediately looked towards the yard. The 2 men were seen standing in the yard, walking slowly in a circle facing each other, their eyes fixed on each other, guarding against the other's moves. Qin Yao is an active offensive type. Especially when she judges that the opponent is weaker than herself, she will suddenly launch a full-strength attack when the opponent is least expecting it, leaving the opponent no chance to counterattack. The guard suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Just when he didn't know why he was so nervous, the woman in front of him suddenly rushed towards him at an extremely fast speed like a cheetah. Bang! A dull sound of a fist hitting flesh passed through the yard, followed by a groan as 2 figures collided with each other and quickly fell to the ground. The fight ended in a second, and Qin Yao quickly stood up and stood aside. The tall and strong guard was lying on the ground with his limbs spread out in a coma. At this moment, even if he was stabbed, he would be unconscious, because Qin Yao's first attack just hit the cervical vertebrae on the side of his neck. This place was very fragile, and her strength was beyond that of an ordinary person. After she struck, she restrained her strength, which only caused the other party to faint briefly. If it was a normal fight, the person would have been dead by now. Killing a person with 1 punch is a very normal thing for Qin Yao. Seeing that the guard did not get up, the remaining 7 people hurried forward to check. They shook their bodies and slapped him in the face and pressed his philtrum. The man finally opened his eyes vaguely and was groggy and didn't know what had happened. He just felt a sharp pain in his neck. Hiss! He couldn't bear it anymore and curled up with his head covered. It took him a while to recover. He stood up and looked at Qin Yao in fear. She is so fast. Moreover, her strength was beyond that of an ordinary person. Even the 8 of them put together were no match for her. Are you coming again? Qin Yao asked them with a smile. Beneath her seemingly gentle expression, there was a raging fighting spirit. One person wanted to try it, but was quickly pulled back by the guard who had just been knocked down by Qin Yao. He clasped his fist towards Qin Yao and said, "Thank you for showing mercy, young lady. We are convinced. You are really amazing." The latter sentence was said to Mr. Ding and his 2 sons. The father and his 2 sons were all a little confused. There was no move at all, and they didn't even see it clearly. The battle ended abruptly. How come the duel between masters is completely different from what I imagined? However, Master Ding is very clear about the abilities of the guard leader. He is the most powerful among the 8 guards in terms of martial arts. If such a person says that Qin Yao is powerful, then it must be true. At least one thing is beyond doubt. He is really strong. Qin Yao turned around and asked with a smile, "Master, are you satisfied?" Ding sure snorted, turned, and left, reluctantly allowing her to be his sister's bodyguard. 078 Big Rat. Qin Yao stayed in the Ding mansion. The room the housekeeper arranged for her was in an ear room in Miss Ding's yard. The room was not big, with only a small bed and a set of black lacquered table and chairs. The window was very small, and the light in the room was dim, but it was cleaned fairly well, and the bedding provided was also washed. Although it is a servant's room, it is better than the master bedroom in ordinary people's homes and is just the right size for one person. Miss Ding's bedroom is next to the ear room. If someone shouts in the room, she can hear it at any time, mainly because of the poor sound insulation. Miss Ding's yard is not big, and there are 4 servants in it. There's an Aunt Xiao who is like the housekeeper of the courtyard. She was Madame Ding's former maid who came with her as a dowry. Apart from Miss Ding, she is the most powerful person in the courtyard. Aunt Xiao has 2 maids under her. One is called Chower, who is responsible for sweeping the yard. One of them was called Doer, who was Miss Ding's personal maid and was responsible for her food and daily life. There was also a servant named Zhang Ba, who was usually responsible for running errands and guarding the house, and also served as a groom when Miss Ding went out. Qin Yao is different from them. She is a commoner, while these 4 are all slaves. In theory, the owner has complete control over their life, death, and trading rights. However, there are laws that stipulate that masters cannot beat or kill slaves at will, and their lives are protected to a certain extent, but not much. The Ding family has a very upright family tradition, and they would never be harsh on their servants. In terms of treatment, they are not as good as the best, but better than the worst. If they do their job well, they can live in peace until their death. Qin Yao had a rough understanding of the labor costs in Shang State. It cost 20 or 30 taels of silver to buy a slave, and monthly wages had to be paid once the person arrived at the mansion. Food, clothing, and shelter throughout the year were all considerable expenses. If the master treats the slaves too harshly, the slaves will escape and cause economic losses to the master. Therefore, the number of servants in a family can be used to roughly estimate the economic level of that family. There are 20 to 30 servants and guards in the Ding mansion. To feed so many people and maintain their dignity and daily expenses, that amount of money is almost an astronomical figure for a commoner like Qin Yao. Qin Yao was curious. They were all human beings, so how could Mr. Ding make so much money? First of all, his father, grandfather, and ancestors were all wealthy people, and there was no prodigal son in the family. The accumulation of wealth over several generations laid a solid foundation for Mr. Ding. Secondly, Mr. Ding was a man of merit, as he passed the imperial examination and became a scholar at the age of 19. Scholars were exempt from corvée and taxes, which provided a guarantee for wealth accumulation. When he was 31 years old, he passed the imperial examination and all his direct relatives were exempted from taxes, so all the land of the Ding family was registered under his name. At the same time, many people registered their land under the name of Mr. Ding in order to be exempted from taxes. This group of people would give a portion of their output to Mr. Ding every year, and a mature economic chain has been formed. Finally, because of his achievements, Mr. Ding obtained various privileges granted to scholars by the imperial court of that era, and he used these privileges to promote the development of his entire family and become a powerful person in this area. Butler, you said that the Ding family had more than just Mr. Ding as a scholar, and more than just him as a Jiren, but also relatives who were officials in the capital. But that is the direct line. These collateral descendants have developed for so many generations and can no longer be related. But no matter what, we are all from the same clan, and even studying is much more convenient than for others. The teacher at the academy in Kaiyan County was named Ding. From the moment they were born, the Ding family members were able to access information about reading, imperial examinations, etc. earlier than others. This time, Mr. Ding invested money to build a clan school to make it easier for young children in the clan to go to school. In contrast, Qin Yao's own family doesn't even have a single enlightenment book. Everyone knows that reading is good, but no one knows exactly how. However, the upward path of the imperial examination had nothing to do with Qin Yao. This path is for men. Women are not even qualified to enter school. Just fucked up. Qin Yao scooped up some clean water and splashed it on her face, then looked down at her reflection in the copper basin. With a standard oval face with 3 sections and 5 eyes, and rough clothes and hair, one can tell at a glance that he is a good-looking person. Because the person inside had changed, the eyes that were originally full of affection now revealed a sharp light, which made people feel the invisible sense of oppression at a glance. Such a look is rarely seen in women of Shang state. Most of them are reserved and restrained. Or she could be like Miss Ding, bright and curious, as clear as a spring. You can see the bottom at a glance. Mr. Ding and his son set out for Zijing Mansion early yesterday morning. The Ding Mansion, which was bustling in the past 2 days, was suddenly less than half of its residents and seemed a little deserted. Qin Yao has become familiar with her work tasks in the past 2 days. Apart from eating, sleeping, and going to the toilet, she stands at the door of Miss Ding's room as a door god. If Miss Ding leaves a yard, she just needs to keep a distance of 1 meter and follow for protection. She doesn't have to do anything else. Instead, someone will prepare food for her and call her to eat on time. A personal bodyguard cannot leave the person he is protecting, so Qin Yao usually squats at Miss Ding's door and eats. When I got tired of squatting, I stood in the corridor and leaned against the pillar to continue eating. Watching her eat is simply terrifying. After watching her twice, Aunt Xiao and Doer Chower didn't want to watch it anymore. They also didn't allow Miss Ding to watch it because it was too vulgar. If the young ladies learn this, the master will beat them to death. During the military training in college, everyone was afraid of standing at attention, but Qin Yao was different. She hated to move, and her favorite thing was to stand at attention. She wished she could stand all day long because this way she could let her thoughts run wild. After washing up, Qin Yao tidied her clothes, carried her bow and arrow, and walked to the door of the next house and stood still. It was just dawn, and candles were lit in the house. Miss Ding had to get up early to study, so she was already up and was washing and dressing with the help of Doer and Aunt Xiao. After getting dressed, I ate half a bowl of fish porridge, sat at the table by the window, selected a book of poetry, and started my morning reading. Big rat, don't eat my millet. A 3-year-old girl, no one cares about me. I will leave you and go to that happy land. Happy land, where I find what I want. The girl's reading voice was rhythmic. Qin Yao found it very cute and couldn't help but read along in a low voice. Big rat, don't eat my wheat. A 3-year-old girl is not my friend. I will leave you and go to that happy country. Look country, where I can be honest. The girl in the house curiously poked her head out of the window. You can actually read? The low recitation in the corridor stopped. Qin Yao turned her head to look over. Miss Ding put her hands on the windowsill, leaned forward, and showed her fair face. She asked in surprise, "Do you like this article too?" Qin Yao shook her head. I just thought the lady's reading was interesting, so I subconsciously followed a few sentences. The first thing she read every morning was The Big Rat, and she happened to have memorized it. 079 Emperor and Empress fanfiction. Then I will teach you to read, okay? The girl on the windowsill seemed to have found new interest and looked at Qin Yao expectantly. Doer, who was serving in the room, looked over in surprise. Seeing Qin Yao really walked in, Aunt Xiao frowned and felt something was wrong. Miss, this is not good, right? Miss Ding only looks innocent, but she is not stupid. She is the master, and Aunt Xiao has no right to interfere with her decision. I pouted and said to Aunt Xiao in a childish way, "It's so boring for me to study alone. Usually when I ask you and Doer to study, you just beg for mercy. Today, I want to be a teacher. It's rare that someone is willing to be a student. Please don't control me. Otherwise, I will be unhappy." Aunt Xiao bowed her head and said respectfully, I dare not. If you don't dare, just step back. Miss Ding snorted, looking like a spoiled brat. Aunt Xiao told Doer to take good care of the young lady and left. Miss Ding enthusiastically pointed to the stool opposite the desk and asked Qin Yao to sit down. Then she picked up the book and asked Qin Yao if she wanted to read it. Okay. Qin Yao smiled and reached out to take it. The bookshelf behind Miss Ding is full of books, ranging from Enlightenment picture books to the 4 books and 5 classics, miscellaneous notes, and travel notes. If she hadn't called herself in, Qin Yao wouldn't have known that there were so many books in her room. If you want to learn about a new world, books are the most convenient way. Qin Yao knows that such opportunities are rare, so what's wrong with being a student? In this era of knowledge monopoly, if she had not come to the Ding family as a bodyguard, she would probably have no access to books at all. There is a bookstore in Kaiyang County, but only students enrolled in the academy and those scholars with honors can enter. Therefore, just the job of copying books can allow a poor student to support himself. But even if it was a copied book, ordinary people still couldn't afford it. Qin Yao had been to the county town twice before, but she just stood at the door of the bookstore and looked around. A copy of the 3-character classic for Enlightenment cost 8 cents of silver. Who could afford that? Maybe kids all like to play role-playing games. Because teaching Qin Yao was such a fulfilling student, Miss Ding fell in love with being a teacher. Qin Yao already had the foundation of the original owner. She knew all the commonly used characters. Combined with her own knowledge reserves, the book of songs that Miss Ding brought out was not difficult for her at all. After 2 days of class, we finished reading all 300 poems in the book of songs. Miss Ding was very excited and felt that she had taught a genius. That day, one of them was sitting in the house having an elegant lunch, while the other was sitting on a small stool at the door, eating rice from a large bowl. Miss Ding heard the noise coming from the door and was inexplicably attracted. Thinking that her father and brother were not at home, it didn't matter if she was occasionally impolite. She didn't look at Aunt Xiao's unhappy face, but walked out holding her blue and white porcelain bowl of rice. Doer put down an embroidery stool next to Qin Yao, and Miss Ding sat down. The big and the small looked at each other, smiled at each other, and ate together while looking at the blue sky above their heads. After lunch, Miss Ding asked expectantly, Madam Qin, what book do you want to read today? Qin Yao pointed to the bookshelf in the room, and Miss Ding led her in generously and let her choose. Qin Yao stood in front of the bookshelf and looked around. Apart from the 4 books and 5 classics that she already knew, she wanted to read the rest of the miscellaneous notes and travelogues. But there was no rush as there was still time. So Qin Yao chose a novel that was somewhat similar to fan fiction, titled Secret History of the Harem. The book still looks very new, with no wrinkles on the cover, and is placed in the corner of the bookshelf. Seeing Qin Yao pull out the book, Miss Ding screamed, "Ah!" and her first reaction was to rush to the living room to see if Aunt Xiao was there. I was relieved when I didn't see anyone. Doer can't read, so there's no need to worry. How did you choose this one? Miss Ding waved her hand, motioning Qin Yao to come to the window. She kept staring at the door, looking guilty and glaring at Qin Yao with a bit of shame. Qin Yao looked at the title of the book and asked in a low voice, "Banned book?" Miss Ding looked annoyed as if to say, "So you know what I mean?" But she didn't let Qin Yao put it back because she wanted to see it too. I asked my brother to secretly buy it for me. I like to read unofficial history and miscellaneous records, but I dare not let my father know. He will be furious if he knows. They would also say, how could a girl look at such filthy things, saying it was a disgrace to the family, which was a very serious statement. Qin Yao hissed and lied to the child. This is something that only you and I know about, and only heaven and earth know about it. No third person will know about it. No, it's the 4th person. Miss Ding corrected in a low voice. Brother knows too. The two looked at each other, and Miss Ding's eyes were filled with excitement. Seeing that Qin Yao hadn't turned the page yet, she couldn't help but urged, read it first, and tell me when you've finished. If there is something you cannot see, don't say it. Qin Yao felt like laughing when she saw her eager to read but afraid look on her face. She thought to herself, could it be that this book has colors? Wow, I get a little excited just thinking about it. Qin Yao turned the page with a normal look on her face. Before she had read 2 lines, Miss Ding asked, "What's it about? Is it good looking?" "Miss, I've just started looking." Qin Yao helplessly signaled her not to be anxious and to wait a little longer. "Okay, then I'll go out and keep watch. You watch first and tell me when you're done." Miss Ding instructed. Qin Yao nodded. This guy was too timid. It was just a book. What could it mean? There's really something there. However, it is not about the romantic history of a concubine and an emperor, but a serious literary style. The stories in the book use pseudonyms, but anyone with a discerning eye can tell that it is about the entrepreneurial history of the current emperor and empress couple. Unlike the common husband-wife relationship, the queen in this book is a brave and resourceful woman on the road to wealth for both men. All the highlights were attributed to the queen. At the beginning of his rise to power, local princes rose up in rebellion. In the chaotic times, the empress, who was then a noble lady, rescued the emperor, who was just a bastard from a declining family, and gave him money, food, and horses to help the bastard seize the position of head of the family. Afterwards, the two families married and joined forces to become the dominant power. The emperor, who was the clan leader at that time, was very satisfied with this achievement and began to live a luxurious, aristocratic life. It was the empress who personally came forward, placed the power map of the princes in front of the emperor, analyzed the current world situation for 3 days and 3 nights, and painted a big picture for the emperor. This led to the subsequent recovery of the country and the restoration of peace to the people. After that, the Queen Mother personally served as the commander-in-chief and led an army of 50,000, fighting all the way from the north to the Central Plains, sweeping across the old capital, and conquering half of the country for the emperor, laying a solid foundation for the subsequent victory of Shenghua. When reading this part of the novel, Qin Yao felt as if the queen was about to declare herself king. However, the situation changed. The Queen Mother, who had already conquered the old capital, did not strike while the iron was hot to go further. The world's prejudice against women was deeply rooted, and the emperor's staff were afraid that the mistress would seize power, so they half forced and half incited the emperor to establish himself as king first. The author of the book felt sorry for this, but fortunately the young couple had a deep affection for each other, and the emperor and empress loved each other. After the emperor became king, he did not take back the empress's military power, thus maintaining a delicate balance. After that, it was the happy ending that the couple joined hands to recover the lost territory and successfully established a prosperous country. At the end of the book, it mentions the division of power between the emperor and the empress. The princess wants to be the crown princess and competes with her brothers for power. It remains a suspense as to who will eventually become the crown prince. 080 Burning Books. Qin Yao closed the book and was in a trance for a moment. The wall of the house in front of her slowly collapsed, revealing a wider world that slowly unfolded before her eyes. The book may be a fabricated, unofficial history, but no matter how it is arranged, in this male-dominated society, no one would write out of thin air such plots as the emperor and empress sharing power, the empress almost declaring herself king, and the princess wanting to become the crown princess. Who is the author who wrote this book? Qin Yao opened the novel again, and only the 3 words anonymous were left at the end. In fact, there have always been stories about the emperor and empress's family circulating among the people. What people tell in tea houses are nothing more than how the emperor and empress have a deep relationship, and that His Majesty only has the empress in his palace. The only people discussed were the emperor and his 2 princes. They said that the emperor came from a poor family and hated corrupt officials the most. The 2 princes personally toured various places, rectified the Qingming festival, reduced corvée and taxes, issued a general amnesty, and so on. But I have never heard anyone mention what kind of person the queen is or what contribution she has made to the Shang kingdom. Qin Yao recalled the various information she had received during this period. In fact, compared with the previous dynasty, the restrictions on women have been much more relaxed. Women can be seen traveling on the streets of the county town, and there are also women vendors. Many women can be seen among the shop owners, and even Miss Ding's study is filled with various unofficial history novels. So in the new generation, restrictions on women have become relaxed. Putting all these clues together, Qin Yao felt that the status of women was quietly improving. Perhaps in the upper class that they cannot see, there are powerful same-sex people who hold power and are fighting for their rights. Thinking of this, Qin Yao couldn't help but feel a little excited. After all, she couldn't go back, so she naturally hoped that there would be fewer and fewer restrictions on women. As for farming, Qin Yao now has a new idea. She wants to change her destiny through studying. But it was not her who was reading, but Lu Ji. He has a certain foundation, and he is an adult, so there's no need to worry about his life or death. After spending some time together, Qin Yao discovered that although Lu Ji was lazy and gluttonous, he was smart and particularly aware of current affairs. In the past, no one could control him, and he would work hard for 3 days and rest for 2 days. But she was someone who had experienced 3 years of college entrance examinations and 5 years of simulations. She didn't have high expectations for Lu Ji. Being a Jiren was enough for him. Once again, if you study hard and study till you die, you should be able to pass the exam and become a scholar, right? Being exempted from taxes and corvée labor can be considered a contribution to the family. What's more, he is shameless and has a good-looking face, so maybe he would have a miraculous effect if he was thrown out for socializing. If one could get a small clerical job, like a clerk in a county town, that would also be a class leap. This trip to Ding's house made Qin Yao realize that if she wanted to have a better life, she had to follow the rules of this society. As long as he had fame and honor, he could live a leisurely life like Mr. Ding, with money and land given to him by others, and he didn't have to work in the fields himself. After a life of fighting and killing in her previous life, Qin Yao just wants to enjoy life more in this life. However, this living standard is slightly higher than that of ordinary people in Shun country. Qin Yao had all the best ideas and planned to go home and force Lu Ji to read the book again after her bodyguard journey ended, but she still sighed in dissatisfaction. How great it would be if she could pass the imperial examination. Then all the fame, wealth, and honor would be hers. What a pity, what a pity. Miss Ding walked around the yard 7 or 8 times and felt that it was about time, so she ran into the study excitedly. Madam Qin, have you finished reading it? Qin Yao nodded, put the notebook in her hand on the table, and reminded the girl in front of her, I have read the contents. I suggest burning it. Miss Ding's face changed. Is it that serious? Qin Yao nodded. If it happened in later times, it would definitely be fine. But here, the imperial power was supreme, and the social system was strictly hierarchical. The storytellers in the tea house only dared to say good things about the emperor and were still very cautious. However, it would be troublesome if the content of this book was misunderstood as disparaging the emperor. So Qin Yao's suggestion was to burn it. I can tell you the contents of this book later, miss, but I think it's better to burn it first. It's better to be safe than sorry. The master and the young master will both pursue careers in the government in the future. Leaving a book like this at home can easily lead to trouble. Seeing Qin Yao's serious expression, Miss Ding was also worried. Do you really want to burn it? Qin Yao saw that she was reluctant to leave, so she suggested that she open the book and read it herself. I'll go outside and keep watch for you. Qin Yao was about to leave when Miss Ding called her back and said in a somewhat frightened tone, I don't dare to look. If she hadn't seen it, she wouldn't have revealed it in her future words and deeds. But if she did, she couldn't guarantee that she wouldn't accidentally reveal her true identity in the future. Daddy was so smart, he would definitely find out. Don't worry, it's not a big deal. It's just that people who read it may have different understandings. Qin Yao gave her a faint smile, then went out and stood in the corridor. Miss Ding hesitated for less than 2 seconds, but curiosity finally got the better of her. She sat down at the desk and opened the storybook. The story is not long, only about 30,000 to 40,000 words, and Qin Yao finished reading it in half an hour. But Miss Ding stayed in the study for the whole afternoon and did not come out until dinner time. After dinner, the first thing she did was to run to Qin Yao and ask her to help burn the books. But before burning it, he reluctantly said, This is the first time I've seen such a wonderful book. It would be great if it wasn't about a saint. Qin Yao understood her feelings. In the past, the protagonists were all men. It is indeed rare to have a woman as the protagonist. Miss Ding smiled playfully, but I wrote down all the contents, but I don't know if my brother has read the contents of the book. Qin Yao guessed. He probably hasn't seen it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given it to you, young lady. With Master Ding's temper, if he found out the content of the book was so explosive, I'm afraid he would go crazy immediately. No matter how reluctant I am, I still have to burn the books. Qin Yao came to an empty space in the backyard, lit a pile of leaves, threw the book in, and it burned up in a short while. In order to leave no traces, it was burned again to ensure that not a single piece of paper was left. Then he clapped his hands and prepared to go home to rest. It was already dark. Qin Yao went in through the corner door. Zhangba opened the door for her. When he saw her come in, he closed the door, bolted it, and went into the small room beside the door to rest. The entire inner courtyard was so quiet that there was no sound at all, and the lights in Miss Ding's room were off. It's too early to go to bed. Qin Yao stretched lazily and lay in her single room, looking at the hazy moonlight outside the small window, not feeling sleepy at all. Outside the Ding mansion is a large tract of farmland. Bursts of frog sounds came from the fields, which sounded a bit like white noise. Qin Yao squinted her eyes and gradually felt sleepy. A soft click sound came from behind the house. Qin Yao opened her eyes quickly, sat up from the bed reflexively, and her hand fell on the long knife on the table beside the bed. I listened carefully and heard someone rustling outside the yard, as if he was trying to put something on the wall. 081 exchange. Qin Yao was really worried that nothing had happened during the month she had been there. If she took the 2 taels of silver, Mr. Ding would definitely feel uncomfortable because he thought she had done nothing but took so much silver. But now, she doesn't have to worry about it anymore. Everyone in the mansion was sleeping soundly, and Qin Yao could still hear Doer snoring in the next room, even from the ear room. Only 2 guards were left at the Ding mansion, and there was a storehouse in the second courtyard, so 1 person was left behind. The remaining person was guarding outside Miss Ding's gate, but he seemed not to hear any movement outside. Qin Yao picked up the knife and quietly opened the door, then walked to the corridor quietly and hid behind a pillar. I originally thought that the thief was going to climb over to the backyard, but unexpectedly, a dark shadow appeared on the wall, and he was heading for the second courtyard. The purpose is obvious: to steal money. Qin Yao was hiding in the shadows, and he didn't notice her at all. His eyes swept across the inner courtyard and passed her directly by. To do something like this, they usually work in pairs. Qin Yao watched the thief enter the second courtyard, walk out from the shadow of the corridor, jump lightly, grab the eaves with his hands, and jump lightly onto the roof. Standing high up, I could spot a piece of wood on the back wall of the house at a glance. The thief had climbed up the courtyard wall using this piece of wood as thick as an adult's arm, and then followed the wall like a cat to crawl into the second courtyard. There was a person standing at the foot of the wall, looking around with a nervous expression. It was too dark to see his face clearly, but from his figure I could tell he was a tall and thin man in his early 20s. Qin Yao suddenly jumped down from the wall and appeared in front of him. This man had a very poor mental quality and let out a frightened low cry. With this low cry, the guard in the courtyard woke up immediately and shouted loudly. "Who is it?" Obviously, the accomplices in the yard had been discovered. The man in front of Qin Yao wanted to run away, so she swung the back of her knife at him, and the black shadow fell down quickly. Qin Yao rushed forward in 2 steps, raised her hand and stabbed the man on the back of his neck, knocking him unconscious. She picked up the knife, and, as if she had eyes on her back, she swung it with her backhand. Ah! Screams were heard from the top of the wall. The thief who was trying to escape was discovered by the guards and was chopped down with a knife. A shiny knife was stuck in his thigh, and blood was flowing. Seeing the knife, Zhang Ba and the guards woke up and realized who had cut the thief back from the wall. "Madam Qin," Zhang Ba shouted in the yard. Qin Yao responded from outside the yard and carried the unconscious thief in front of her into the yard. With a bang, the 2 thieves were thrown together. The guard pulled the knife out of the thief's leg and returned it to Qin Yao, which caused the thief to scream again. Qin Yao frowned and said, "Gag them, tie them up together, and send them to the authorities after daybreak." The guards and Zhang Ba immediately found some rags and ropes, blocked the 2 thieves' mouths, tied their hands and feet, and threw them into the woodshed without giving them a chance to beg for mercy. Butler Yu hurried over. The matter had been resolved. He nodded gratefully to Qin Yao and told her to go back and rest while he would take care of the rest. Qin Yao nodded and retreated to the inner courtyard. The lights in the main room came on, and Miss Ding's nervous voice came from inside the room. "Did you catch the thief?" Qin Yao replied, "They are just 2 petty thieves. I found them as soon as they arrived. Now, they've been dealt with. It is late at night. Miss, please continue to sleep." There was a pause in the room before a voice said, "Okay." Then the lights went out, and the room returned to silence. Qin Yao first went to the small kitchen to scoop water to wash the knife, then wiped it dry with a cloth before returning to her room to sleep. I had a good night's sleep, as if what happened last night had never happened. However, she could ignore it, but Miss Ding and her 2 servants couldn't. They waited for Qin Yao to get up and immediately asked her about what happened last night. Qin Yao briefly explained, then asked, "Are we still studying today?" Miss Ding's attention was diverted, and the 2 began a pleasant role-playing game. At noon, Butler Yu came and reported the progress to the young lady. The 2 thieves had been sent to the government. Thanks to Madame Qin's early discovery, the 2 thieves failed to succeed, and there was no loss of property in the house. There was just a little blood on the tiles on the roof of the inner courtyard wing, but he had asked Zhang Ba to clean it early in the morning. Miss Ding said, "Oh," to indicate that she understood. In the past, the house had often been robbed, but most of the thieves failed. So for Miss Ding, as long as there was no loss, it was fine. She just told the housekeeper to arrange more people to be on duty at night, and that was it. She is still more interested in teaching. Madam Qin, we have been reading for so many days. Can I teach you how to draw today? Qin Yao asked curiously. What are you drawing? Well, the day after tomorrow is the Dragon Boat Festival. Let's draw a zongzi. Is the Dragon Boat Festival coming soon? Qin Yao calculated the date in her mind, and it seemed to be coming soon. I don't know how Lu Ji and his 5 sons plan to live at home. Drawing is much more difficult than studying. Qin Yao is not used to holding the brush. She feels sad when she wastes sheet of drawing paper again and again. However, Miss Ding is still interested in it and insists on teaching Qin Yao how to draw rice dumplings. Only one side of the waste paper was used, and the other side was left empty with a lot of blank space. Qin Yao couldn't help but ask out of curiosity what to do with the waste paper. Miss Ding was stunned for a moment. I don't know, the old aunt would have kept it, and she should have taken it to the kitchen to burn. Qin Yao frowned. The empty space can be used to practice calligraphy. It would be a pity to burn it. Do you want it? Miss Ding asked. She knew that the servants would sometimes collect the waste paper and use it as toilet paper, but she didn't need it anyway, so she just let them do it. She originally thought that Qin Yao was not that vulgar, but she didn't expect that she would also be greedy for such a small advantage. Qin Yao didn't care what Miss Ding thought. She just thought that the blank spaces on the paper could be cut out and used as a notebook. He nodded and asked if she could give him the scrap paper. I can catch 2 birds for the young lady to play with. Really? Miss Ding asked excitedly. Is it a live bird? Seeing Qin Yao nodding confidently, she suddenly felt that Qin Yao was not so tacky. At least she was exchanging with her, not trying to take advantage of her. Catching birds was too easy for Qin Yao. During the day, while Miss Ding was taking a nap, she went to the mountain where she had cut down trees before and caught 2 sparrows. Chower hurriedly went to find a bird cage, put the 2 sparrows in it, and happily brought it to Miss Ding. You really caught it. The little girl was very happy and waved her hand. Aunt Xiao, all the waste paper in my room this month is for Madam Qin. Oh, if you can catch me another squirrel, I'll give you the Enlightenment illustration book that you've read so many times before. Qin Yao raised her eyebrows. Is there such a good thing? He confirmed with a smile. Miss, you want a squirrel, right? Miss Ding didn't care about her image and nodded vigorously. So Qin Yao went to the mountains again, caught a gray squirrel with a trap, and exchanged it for a copy of the Enlightenment picture book. She wanted to change to another book, so she asked Miss Ding if there was anything else she wanted. Unfortunately, Miss Ding thought that she had enough with the squirrel and the bird, but she allowed Qin Yao to read any books on her bookshelf. Qin Yao smiled faintly. This is not bad. 082 Father and son come to seek. The Dragon Boat Festival is here. Grandmother Ding sent someone to ask Miss Ding to go to the old house to celebrate the festival together. Miss Ding refused and said to the person who brought the message, "It's too hot, and I feel dizzy and uncomfortable. I feel very sluggish. I want to stir my grandmother and the others." The visitor had no choice but to leave a basket of very delicately wrapped rice dumplings with colorful threads and return to the old house to report. Seeing the people leave, the girl lying on the couch immediately jumped up and shouted to the study, "Madam Qin, shall we go to the farm for a walk?" Qin Yao put down the book in her hand and walked out. She wanted to be Miss Ding's personal guard, so naturally, she had to go out with her. Aunt Xiao was still worried that she was not feeling well, but when she saw that she was lively and energetic again, she knew that she had lied. She shook her head helplessly and said, "If the old lady and the others knew, they would be angry with the young lady." "Why is she angry? I'm not her favorite granddaughter. She just sent someone to invite me because she was afraid of being criticized. If I really go, I'm afraid they will be really unhappy. It's better for me to be at home and feel more comfortable." While complaining, Miss Ding changed into light clothes with the help of Doer so that she could go out. Qin Yao went back to the house to get her bow and arrow ready to go out. The group was about to go out when Butler Yu arrived. He greeted the young lady first, then waved to Qin Yao outside the house. He was actually looking for her. "Butler, is there something wrong?" Qin Yao asked doubtfully. Miss Ding also looked over curiously. When Butler Yu saw that they were about to leave, he hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to say yes. "Madam Qin, your husband is here with the child to see you. He is waiting outside the door under the tree. Do you want to go and see him?" "They are coming." Qin Yao couldn't believe it, and there was a little surprise in her heart. After all, it is a holiday, and she always thinks of her family. She was still thinking about it just now and didn't know how they celebrated the holiday. She didn't expect that they would come to the town to find her. Seeing Butler Yu nodded affirmatively, Qin Yao's heart began to beat fast again. She hoped that he was just looking for her, and not that he was going to do anything bad, and she would have to clean up the mess. After notifying everyone, Butler Yu left. Qin Yao turned and looked at Miss Ding. She must have heard what Butler Yu said, and there was some curiosity in her eyes. Qin Yao was about to speak. She asked first, "Did your family come to see you?" Qin Yao nodded and said, "Miss, why don't you and Aunt Xiao go first and call the guards? I will catch up with you later." "No need. I'll go with you." She was free anyway. She heard from her brother that Madame Qin was married as a second wife, so those who came to see her today were all stepchildren. She couldn't help but wonder what the mother-child relationship was like. Qin Yao was in a hurry to go out, so she followed her, walked in front, and went out of the yard first. Sure enough, I saw 5 people, a father and his sons, standing neatly under a tree by the roadside. "Fourth lady," Qin Yao called out with a smile. The 4 of them, father and son, turned around quickly, looking a little excited. "Mother!" Sanlang and Xin Yang came running over. Qin Yao picked one up and held him in her arms. She was happy but couldn't help asking in confusion, "Why are you here? Aren't you going to celebrate at home?" Dalong and Erlang also walked a few steps forward to greet them. Dalong said embarrassedly, "Sanlang and Xin Yang wanted to see you, and Dad couldn't resist. It happened that there was a market in town today, so we took the village chief's ox cart to come here. It cost 5 cents. Erlang added, "We could have walked without spending that much money, but Dad said he was afraid we would get tired, so he took the ox cart." Lu Ji was annoyed. "Why do you say I'm afraid you'll get tired?" "Oh, so you don't want to sit in this ox cart, right? Then why don't you walk here?" Erlang was suddenly speechless and could only glare at his father angrily. Qin Yao found it funny. She put down the twins in her hands and looked up at the man standing under the tree. He was wearing a green shirt, looked like a decent human being, but his eyes were full of embarrassment. "I still have work to do, and I can't take leave here. Please take them to the town for a walk," Qin Yao said with some regret. Lu Ji felt a little disappointed. "Why don't we let people go home to celebrate the festival?" Qin Yao looked at his expression and raised her eyebrows with interest. "Why? Do you still want me to accompany you shopping?" You overthink it." He rolled his eyes in annoyance. But you know what? He was used to being beaten 3 times a day, and suddenly there was no one to beat him. He felt bored at work and was not used to it. Lu Ji was frightened by the thoughts that popped up in his mind. He shivered with chills in the middle of summer. Could it be that he was under a spell from that evil woman Qin Yao? Qin Yao patted the drooping heads of the 4 siblings and smiled mysteriously. "Wait for me. I'll go back and get something for you." The 4 siblings' eyes immediately lit up and they nodded. Qin Yao returned to the Ding mansion and took out the Enlightenment picture book and 2 blank small notebooks she had cut out of waste paper from her residence. Lu Ji's eyes widened immediately. "Where did you get the book?" It looked like a printed version, not a rough manuscript. Qin Yao raised her eyebrows at him proudly. "Don't worry about it. It's just a book. I still have the ability to get it." Qin Yao handed the book to Dalong. "This is a book for learning to read pictures. Keep it well and take it home. All 4 of you brothers and sisters should learn it. If you don't understand something, ask your father." At the urging of his younger brother and sister's curiosity, Dalong flipped through the book and took a look, and his movements became cautious. The graphics and text were very clear, and each word had a corresponding picture, such as an axe, wind, clouds, thunder, and lightning, each with a thumb-sized picture. There were also many objects he had never seen before, such as persimmons, pears, bananas, etc. "Andy, this book is very expensive, right?" Erlang asked nervously. Qin Yao nodded. Lu Ji was also surprised after reading the contents of the book. Such a good Enlightenment book would cost more than 1 or 2 tales in a bookstore, and the amount might not be due to the high-quality paper. Qin Yao handed Lu Ji 2 blank notebooks made of waste paper and asked him to take them back and use them for the children to write. As he said this, he took out 3 coins from his pocket and gave them to him, saying, "By the writing brush, inkstone, and inkstone. Pick up your studies and practice calligraphy more often." Lu Ji was a money grubber. He didn't expect that he could gain something extra by coming to the town. He happily took the money, but I don't know if he understood her instructions. However, the 3 brothers and sisters of Dalong listened to it. The children were very surprised and astonished. They didn't know why their stepmother was suddenly willing to spend so much money to prepare pens, ink, paper, and inkstone for them. Children from poor families never thought that they could read. They felt lucky to be able to learn so many words, and they dare not even think about learning more. But looking at the stepmother's attitude today, it seems that she wants them to study seriously. Erlang has always been sensitive about money. He counted on his fingers for a while, but couldn't figure out the amount. He just felt that if they all learned to read and write, it would cost a lot of money. 083 hug. Lu Ji put the money away and suddenly realized that something was wrong. He could understand buying pens, ink, paper, and inkstone for 4 children, but why ask him to practice calligraphy? But Qin Yao couldn't delay any longer. She hurriedly touched the faces of the 4 brothers and sisters and was about to go back, without giving him a chance to ask his questions. The 5 fathers and sons stood in a row in front of the Ding residence and watched her leave. Their high spirits suddenly subsided. "Dad, how long will it take for Mom to come back?" Xin Yang asked expectantly, looking up at her little face. Lu Ji counted the days with his fingers. 20 days left. San Lang immediately asked, "How long is 20 days?" "It won't be long. It will be over in a blink of an eye." Lu Ji lied. Seeing that the gate of the Ding mansion was closed, he waved to the string of candied haws behind him, and the corners of his mouth curled up. "Come on. Dad will take you to the town, and we will eat delicious food and drink spicy food." The depressed expressions of the 4 siblings immediately turned into expectation. Holding hands, they followed him, and the 5 of them, father and sons, came to the town together. There are a lot of people at the fair today. All the shops on the street are open, and there are stalls selling all kinds of small items on the roadside. It is very lively. Afraid that the children would get lost, Lu Ji held San Lang and Xin Yang by the hands and let his 2 older sons walk in front of him to watch over them. The so-called eating and drinking well means that after buying pens, inkstones, and inkstones, you walk through the streets of the town from beginning to end and finally have some money left. So each of you buys a colorful rope. Buy one for Mom, too. Xin Yang dragged Dad's big hand, but hanging down, and she refused to leave without buying one. So, when Qin Yao accompanied Miss Ding to the farm and caught a bucket of field fish and returned home, she unexpectedly received a colorful braided rope handed to her by Zhang Ba. "Madam Qin, your husband seems to care about you very much." Zhang Ba zoka ambigu sholi. Moreover, he did not expect that the man from Madam Qin's family was so handsome and looked like a scholar. When he asked him to pass the colored rope to Madam Qin, his words were very literary. Qin Yao didn't know why Zhang Ba had such an outrageous idea. She thanked him politely and took the colored rope. A thin rope with 5 colors of red, yellow, white, green, and blue, representing the 5 elements, can bring blessings and ward off evil, which is a very good meaning. Qin Yao held up the colored rope and looked at it in front of her eyes for a while. The corners of her mouth curled up unconsciously. She knew without guessing that this must have been chosen for her by the children. The rope was very long, and Qin Yao wrapped it around her wrist twice, making it into a pretty nice bracelet. However, when he returned to the house and saw the rice dumplings sent by Miss Ding, the corners of his mouth twitched. The zongzi was also tied with a colorful rope, which could not be said to be completely unrelated to the one on her wrist. It could only be said that it was exactly the same. Qin Yao picked up the rice dumpling, untied the rope and the leaves, tasted the red date and meat dumpling, but her heart flew to the small Liujia village. It turns out that this is what it feels like to be missed by someone. There is a little bit of happiness and a little bit of expectation. As a worker, Qin Yao is very responsible during working hours. In addition to doing her job well, she even played games with her employer. However, since she discovered that she could catch various small animals, Miss Ding is no longer keen on the role-playing game of being a teacher. She began to look forward to going out anywhere to the farm at the foot of the hill in the woods. Qin Yao could take her up trees, take her to the river to catch fish, and occasionally help her hunt small prey for a snack in the evening. Qin Yao is also paid for the playtime services she provides beyond her duties. Miss Ding originally only allowed her to read in the study, but now she can generously lend it to her and let her take it to her room to read. Qin Yao took advantage of the 3 hours before going to bed at night to read as much as possible and understand all aspects of this era, as well as some scientific expedition experiences and processes. Miss Ding had the most say in this matter. After all, her father and brother were both imperial examination candidates. She saw that Qin Yao wanted her stepchildren to study, so she was not stingy in telling her a lot. At the same time, seeing Qin Yao's expression soften unconsciously when she mentioned her stepchildren, she felt a little envious. After this year, it will be exactly 3 years since my mother passed away. She had a premonition that her father would marry again, and that the woman would be beneficial to his career. She was a little scared, but after looking at Qin Yao, she felt a little expectant. What if she was also a good mother? In late May, the cloudless sky changed. It began to rain, usually in the morning and evening, and cleared up at noon. The ground in the mansion was wet and dry, dry and wet, which made people very depressed. Qin Yao held the book, leaned against the windowsill, and read with a calm mind. Miss Ding spread out a piece of white rice paper and stood in front of the desk, picking up the brush to start painting. However, even after the brush was dipped in ink, she was unable to put pen to paper. She tilted her head, thinking about something, and after a while she put down her brush. With a few strokes, a woman leaning against the window reading a book appeared on the paper. Qin Yao glanced at her, her lips curled slightly, thinking she was drawing herself. But when I looked again, after a while, the facial features of the woman on the drawing paper had been outlined, and it was the face of a strange woman. I don't remember what my mother looked like. So he drew this lady whose figure was the same as Qin Yao's, but whose face looked like her biological mother. Miss Ding looked at the painting in annoyance, then looked at Qin Yao, her eyes like an abandoned fawn. Qin Yao came over, put down the book in her hand, opened her arms to her, and said, "Come here, give me a hug." She was surprised for a moment, then walked up to her cautiously, tentatively, and snuggled into her arms little by little. It was just as warm as she had imagined. "Madam Qin, Daddy sent a letter saying that he and his brother will be home soon." Miss Ding snuggled in her arms and asked tentatively, "Can you tell me where your home is? If I ever want to look for you, I'm afraid I won't be able to find you. Then you have to walk a long way. It will take an hour and a half to get from the town to my house." "I can ride a horse," she insisted. "Anyway, if I have nowhere to go, I will come to you and bring my books as payment. Will you take me in?" She looked up and asked expectantly. Qin Yao shook her head and answered firmly, "No. Her house is not a kindergarten. Any child can come. Besides, she can't afford to offend Master Ding now." The girl immediately puffed up her face and wanted to ask her why, but she felt that it was unnecessary to ask, because if she said she couldn't do it, then she couldn't do it. Qin Yao pushed her out of her arms and changed the subject. "How about I teach you how to ride a horse? I promise you'll learn it. All you have to do is lend me a few books to copy." The girl just said that I could come to her house on horseback, but she herself has never even touched a horse. Miss Ding was indeed interested and asked curiously, "What book do you want?" Qin Yao pointed to the Book of Changes, Book of History, Book of Songs, Book of Rites, and Spring and Autumn Annals on the bookshelf, which happened to be the 5 classics among the 4 books and 5 classics. Miss Ding confidently added, "Then you have to teach me archery and horse riding." 084 horseback riding. Qin Yao raised her eyebrows and pointed at the 4 books. Miss Ding snorted, "You are so greedy," but she immediately said, "Deal. Don't damage it. Return it to me after you finish copying. Those are what my father has read, and there are his annotations on them. Others are willing to pay a lot of money to buy them, but I won't give them to them," she said proudly. And, he added, "You are not allowed to lend it to others. You must swear to do so. If you fail to do so, you will be struck by lightning and die miserably." Qin Yao raised her hand with amusement, swore a solemn oath, then crossed her arms and asked, "Anything else you want?" Miss Ding said confidently, "Yes." Qin Yao was good-tempered. "Please speak." The girl suddenly lowered her voice. "Don't let my father know." "That's no problem." Qin Yao raised her hand and took her little hand under her dazed look. "Give me 5. Miss Ding asked blankly, "What's the meal?" "Miss, it's time for lunch." Aunt Xiao shouted outside the study. Qin Yao couldn't wait to walk out of the study. "Let's eat." "Huh?" Miss Ding was startled. It was clearly not just eating. There was even a tone missing. Following behind Qin Yao, he asked persistently, "What food did you just talk about?" Qin Yao took the large bowl handed to her by Chower, tapped the edge of the bowl with her chopsticks, making 2 crisp clangs, and spoke nonsense in a serious tone. "It's just about eating, nothing else. Miss, please go in and have lunch. Eat well, so you can train in the afternoon." When she heard the word training, Miss Ding stopped asking questions and went in to eat. At this time, she had no idea about the content of the training and was full of naive expectations for the afternoon training. The Ding family has horses, and although they're usually used to pull carts, it doesn't cause any trouble. There was also a saddle, which was young Master Ding's saddle. Qin Yao asked Zhangba to take it out and put on the horse. Then she led the horse and took Miss Ding, who had changed into a narrow-sleeved, short-sleeved shirt and long pants, out of the stable and onto the road. In front of the Ding family's house is a lush road more than 2 meters wide, running straight from east to west, about 200 to 300 meters long. This road leads from the town to the Ding clan village, and few people walk on weekdays. It had just rained in the morning and the sun came out at noon, so the road was completely dry. Seeing Qin Yao climb onto the horse and grab Miss Ding onto the horse, shouting excitedly. Aunt Xiao and Butler Yu looked at each other, their hearts in their throats. Fortunately, Qin Yao's horse controlling skills seemed pretty good, and the horse was naturally docile, so the horse started running on the road, and the entire road was filled with Miss Ding's excited shouts. Housekeeper Yu looked at Aunt Xiao with some worry. If the master comes back and finds that the young lady can actually ride and shoot, he will probably be very surprised, right? Aunt Xiao made a bitter face. I think so. After all, the master dotes on the young lady very much, so perhaps he doesn't mind her learning these things that only men can learn. They were both very nervous, but when they saw the girl riding on the horse and laughing happily, they felt that this was really a beautiful thing. The two sat down next to the stone lion at the door, watching the horses carrying Qin Yao and Ding Xiang back on this road, and it seemed that their hearts were flying away with the two of them. However, the girl's bell-like laughter on horseback gradually changed its tone, because the horse was running faster and faster, shaking her up. Miss Ding could no longer laugh. She lay on the horse's back in fear, hugged the horse's strong neck tightly, buried her head in the horse's mane, closed her eyes tightly, and shouted, "Stop it! Stop it!" However, it was of no use as a hand reached out from behind and straightened her head. "Look ahead! Look at the road! I'm behind you! Don't be afraid!" Qin Yao's calm and steady voice rang in his ears. Ding Xiang took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes as she said. There was a gust of dust and sand, and she was so scared that she wanted to close her eyes again. "Open!" A loud shout frightened the little girl so much that her eyes widened. But soon her body was pressed down, and the two of them lay prone, slightly leaning on the left side of the horse's back, using the horse's body to avoid the wind and sand, and they could finally see the road clearly. Qin Yao said in a low voice, "We don't have time to let you communicate with the horse and adapt to the environment little by little. So now you must remember everything I tell you. First, riding a horse is not about riding it and following it, but about controlling it, controlling the reins in your hands and making it follow your rhythm." Ding Xiang thought, shouldn't people run in sync with the rhythm of the horse? She remembered that her brother's riding master said this when he was learning to ride a horse. But forget it, she can only listen to Qin Yao now. If she hesitates any longer, she will fall. Overcome your inner fear. There is nothing to be afraid of. As long as you control the reins in your hands, you will not fall. Really? Ding Xiang wondered in her heart. But he still obediently took the reins handed to him by Qin Yao. Then, the horse's speed slowed down significantly because the person holding the reins was no longer Qin Yao. Ding Xiang breathed a sigh of relief, listened to the techniques coming to his ears, adjusted his sitting posture, held the reins, and tried to control the horse. Because there was someone behind her, and she knew that she would protect herself, she gradually became less afraid. Without fear, everything seems to become gentle. Under her control, the horse slowed down more and more, and finally maintained a rhythm of footsteps, strolling on the avenue step by step. It's so well behaved, Ding Xiang turned around and smiled at Qin Yao with surprise. She began to feel the joy of being in control. Qin Yao curled her lips and smiled. "Try to speed up." Ding Xiang shook the reins, and the horse received the command and started to trot. It was not very obedient. So Qin Yao taught the girl in front of her to kick the horse's belly and told her, "Remember, you are a tamer. If the horse is obedient, give it some grass. If it is not obedient, give it a warning. Remember, you have to tame it." Butler Yu, who heard it unexpectedly, felt a pang in his heart. He always felt that there was something wrong with the horsemanship taught by Qin Yao, but he couldn't tell what it was. Forget it. It seems that the young lady has learned well, so it should be fine. The two men on horseback ran back and forth on the road in front of the door countless times until the sun went down, dark clouds came, and a storm was about to come. Then they came back, sweating profusely, leading the horses. Qin Yao said, "I want to take a bath." Ding Xiang nodded tiredly and told Chower to boil the water for Qin Yao to take a bath. Then they both took a nice shower in the room. Due to excessive physical exertion, Ding Xiang drank 3 bowls of rice, leaving Aunt Xiao stunned. After eating and feeling less excited, Ding Xiang just felt uncomfortable all over. Qin Yao walked in, sat down opposite her, asked the girl to put her legs on her knees, and gave her a muscle massage to relax her. 085 The atmosphere is wrong. Aunt Xiao. Qin Yao motioned her to come over and learn. She couldn't give Ding Xiang a massage every time. If she wanted to, there would be a different price. Aunt Xiao stepped forward in panic, having never seen such a technique before. She felt it was an insult to the young lady, and she was learning a massage with an expression as if she was visiting a grave. Ding Xiang cried out in pain, her wails echoing throughout the inner courtyard. Those who didn't know would have thought that the young lady had been beaten. After a dreamless night, Qin Yao woke Ding Xiang up early in the morning. Getting up early is nothing for Ding Xiang, as she used to get up at this time to read in the morning. But who can tell her why archery is more tiring than horse riding? Aunt Xiao could hear wailing coming from the backyard from time to time, and she couldn't understand why the young lady wanted to make trouble for herself. But even so, the little girl had no intention of giving up. The feeling of mastering power made her addicted, especially when she was able to hit the target with one arrow. The sense of accomplishment was completely incomparable to when she was practicing female painting in the boudoir. Logically speaking, there is no way to learn horse riding or archery quickly. But time is tight and the task is heavy. Qin Yao has already promised to teach Ding Xiang, so they can only go through some devilish training. With high-intensity practice, you can learn standing archery in a day and a half, and learn horse riding in half a day. There is still one day before the Ding father and son arrive home. On this day, Qin Yao specially took Ding Xiang into the mountains on horseback. The two rode horses in the mountains and forests, looking for prey and conducting the final field exercise. The moment he caught up with a weasel on horseback and shot it under Qin Yao's guidance, Ding Xiang felt that his soul was trembling with such recklessness and freedom. Qin Yao told her that as long as she continued to practice the basics she had taught her in the past few days, it would be enough to protect herself when facing the enemy in battle. Moreover, she could control any horse and make them drive for her. As the sun sets in the green rice fields, the girl rides her horse steadily on the narrow ridge of the field and expectantly asks the woman in front of her carrying the prey, "Will I ever be as good as you?" The other party's answer would never be what she wanted, so she said bluntly, "No." The girl curled her lips helplessly and told herself to forget it and not to bother with her. Then he asked curiously, "Why not? You don't have my strength, nor my experience." Her answer was quite pertinent. Okay, she really couldn't compare with these things. "Qin Yao, have you ever killed anyone?" the girl suddenly asked. I don't know why I became curious. She had never thought about this before, but just now in the woods, seeing the look in her eyes as she shot the prey, her scalp tingled. Qin Yao, who was walking in front, paused, turned around, and smiled at her guess. The setting sun fell behind her. With her back to the light, her face instantly disappeared into the darkness. Only her black eyes, as dark as the deep pool of an ancient well, could be seen, mysterious and unpredictable. Ding Xiang's breath was immediately choked, and goosebumps appeared on her delicate cheeks, truly demonstrating what it meant to be creepy. In the rice field, the eerie silence lasted for a moment. Qin Yao chuckled and turned away. "Let's go." "Oh." The girl responded hurriedly, gently pulled the reins, shouted at the horse, and speeded up. When the two returned to Ding's house, it was already dark. Butler Yu and Aunt Xiao stood at the door looking anxiously, and finally saw the two familiar figures and hurriedly came over to greet them. "Miss, the master and the young master are back. They are waiting for you to have dinner together," Aunt Xiao said with joy and sorrow. Ding Xiang jumped off the horse in surprise. "Dad, and the others came back early?" Aunt Xiao nodded. "Yes, I'm already in the dining room, waiting for you to have dinner with me." The girl was wearing coarse casual clothes, with her hair tied up in a high ponytail. She carried a small bow, an arrow made by Qin Yao, on her back. Her face was covered with green moss from somewhere in the woods, and her entire face was dirty. She didn't look like the lady from a noble family at all. Aunt Xiao immediately sighed and walked over to take her to change clothes and wash up. Ding Xiang was overjoyed to hear that his father and brother had returned early. He could not wait to see them and hurriedly told Qin Yao, "Qin Yao, remember to bring the weasel I caught today to the dining room. I want to show it to Daddy and brother." Qin Yao noticed Aunt Xiao's expression and felt that the atmosphere was not right, but she nodded and said, "Okay, miss, you go first. I'll come over later." Since Mr. Ding has returned home, she, as a temporary bodyguard, must also withdraw. Qin Yao led the horse to the stable and found that Butler Yu was still following them. He looked at her and asked if she had anything to say. "Housekeeper," Yu whispered, "Madam Qin, the master and the young master already know that you've been teaching the young lady how to ride and shoot these days." "Well, what's wrong?" Housekeeper Yu reminded her helplessly that Master Ding seemed a little unhappy. Qin Yao handed the horse to Zhangba to tie up and walked to the backyard with the prey. "Butler, are you afraid that I will be questioned by the master? So you come here to remind me, so that I can be mentally prepared?" Seeing that she understood his good intentions, Housekeeper Yu breathed a sigh of relief and told her that Master Ding asked her to go to the dining room to eat with him, and asked her to clean up quickly so as not to keep the master waiting for too long. Okay, I understand. Thank you, Butler Yu. Qin Yao smiled at him faintly and took the prey to the backyard to change and wash. There was nothing good to change into, as she only had 2 sets of clothes. She simply changed the sweaty one into another set that had just been washed and dried. Then she washed her face, tidied her hair, and went to the dining room carrying the 2 weasels. Ding Xiang had already arrived, but there was not enough time, so she only had time to wash her face and change into a dress. At this moment, the girl was sitting in the dining room, with her head lowered, moving on tiptoes anxiously. Mr. Ding and Mr. Ding had also taken their seats, apparently waiting for Qin Yao alone. Qin Yao came in with the prey, greeted with a smile, then called Ding Xiang and handed her the 2 weasels. Ding Xiang's eyes widened. He didn't expect that Qin Yao actually brought the prey. She had just come over excitedly to see her father and brother, intending to share her joy with them. But she had not expected that as soon as she came in, her brother would wink at her frantically in a hint. Unfortunately, it was too late when she saw it. She only saw her father frowning and yelling at her. What are you doing running around like that? You don't have the dignity of a lady from a noble family at all. Seeing the girl standing still with a look of panic on her face, his expression eased a little, but he still shouted in a serious tone, "Sit down." At that time, Ding Xiang prayed in his heart that Qin Yao would never bring the prey over. However, God did not hear her prayers. The moment Qin Yao handed the prey to Ding Xiang, the atmosphere in the living room froze. But just when Butler Yu and others were sweating profusely, Qin Yao laughed first. "Miss, don't you want your spoils anymore?" Ding Xiang could only whisper, "Take it out first." Doer hurried forward and took away the 2 dead weasels. Ding Shi looked at his sister in surprise, then at Qin Yao. He didn't expect that his sister could go into the mountains to ride horses and hunt after only being away from home for a month. Master Ding's eyes narrowed as well. The shock brought by the prey was far stronger than when he first entered the house and learned from the servants that his daughter had disregarded the etiquette of a lady, rode wildly on horseback in front of the house, and then ran wild in the mountains. Qin Yao looked at the incredulous expressions of the father and son in front of her and asked awkwardly, "Should I sit or not?" The father and son seemed to have just remembered her. Mr. Ding maintained his decency, suppressed his anger, asked her to sit down, and said a few polite words like "thank you for your hard work." Underscore X0007 underscore 086 salary received. Qin Yao didn't wait for Master Ding to question her and said calmly, "The weather has been good recently, and the young lady has been reading so much that she is dizzy, so I took her to the mountains to get some fresh air and relax." The father, his 2 daughters, all looked at the wind and rain outside the house and thought to themselves, "You call this good weather?" But after all, he found a legitimate reason for Ding Xiang's extraordinary behavior and handed a ladder to Mr. Ding so that he could come down. There were 8 dishes prepared on the table, both meat and vegetarian, with a stack of pastries. The aroma of the food wafted over in waves, but the few people had no intention of starting to eat. Qin Yao thought to herself, "You guys are torturing people too much." So, in order to start the meal quickly, Qin Yao said a few more words. The general meaning is that nowadays, upper-class aristocrats and noble ladies have to take riding and archery lessons, and Miss Ding's is just the entry level. In the future, Master Ding will take the imperial examination, and her status will really change to that of a daughter of an official family. Mastering 2 high-class social skills will be beneficial to the harmonious development of their entire family. The father, daughter, and the other 2 watched Qin Yao finish her words in a serious manner and began to believe it a little. However, how could a village woman like her know about the social life of noble ladies? Qin Yao smiled at the father and his 2 sons. This was not the point. The point was, if you don't eat now, the food will get cold. Mr. Ding's serious expression had eased a lot. Knowing that other noble ladies also learned riding and archery, he suddenly felt that it was not bad for his daughter to learn these things. He picked up the chopsticks, nodded to Qin Yao, and started eating. Qin Yao watched Master Ding take a bite of the dish before she started to eat. She ate much more elegantly and restrainedly than usual, only eating 3 bowls of rice and 1 bowl of soup. Ding Xiang asked worriedly, "Qin Yao, are you full?" Qin Yao smiled politely. "I'm full. It's delicious. Thank you, Master Ding, for the hospitality. In fact, I only eat about 60% full. Just consider it as losing weight today. But the food quality of Mr. Ding is really good, with plenty of fish and meat, which is really enviable. Of course, she also believed that the meal she would eat in the future would definitely not be worse than this one. After the meal, Ding Xiang and Ding Shi left, leaving only Qin Yao and Master Ding in the dining room. The servants cleared the dishes, and Qin Yao followed Master Ding to sit on the armchair nearby. Butler Yu came over and handed a small cloth bag to Qin Yao. Qin Yao took it expectantly, waited, and got her 2 taels of silver as salary. "Thank you, sir." Qin Yao stood up and bowed politely. Master Ding nodded and said, "Thank you for your hard work, Madam Qin, this month." He also said that if Qin Yao wanted a rest, she could stay in a mansion for a few more days, and then let Zhangba drive her home. Qin Yao thanked him gratefully, but declined, thinking that he was just being polite and she couldn't take it seriously. The two talked for a while. Mainly Mr. Ding asked about Ding Xiang's situation in the past month, and finally asked again, "You ladies really all practice riding and archery? Aren't they mainly engaged in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting?" Qin Yao had no idea. She was just guessing based on the previous fan fiction about the emperor and empress. But he still nodded without changing his expression. "Of course you have to practice music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, but you also have to practice team making, flower arranging, horse riding, and archery. I can't say you have to be proficient in them, but you have to know the basics. Otherwise, if others know them, but you don't, it will be difficult for you to fit in. Don't you agree, sir? Oh, by the way, I heard from Butler Yu that the master will soon go to the capital to participate in the autumn examination. When the master arrives in the capital, he will naturally know whether what I said is true or not." With this addition, Master Ding thought Qin Yao would not dare to lie to him, so he nodded, believing it to about 80%. He also asked Qin Yao if she wanted to stay for another month to continue teaching Ding Xiang riding and archery. Qin Yao said, "Master, don't worry. I have taught you all the riding and archery skills in the past few days. You just need to practice diligently in the future. Miss, you are smart and you can understand things quickly. As long as you work hard, it's only a matter of time before you can master it completely." Hearing Qin Yao say this, Mr. Ding felt embarrassed as he remembered how he had reacted so strongly just now. In the evening, I learned from housekeeper Yu that Qin Yao taught very attentively, and it was obvious that she taught at the level of a professional master. The more I thought about it, the more I felt that such a person would never be just an ordinary peasant woman in the future. He woke up in shock in the middle of the night and decisively asked the housekeeper Yu to go to the storehouse to get another tael of silver. He also ordered someone to go to the kitchen and asked the cook to make 2 more servings of Qin Yao's favorite cakes in the morning and give them to Qin Yao when she was leaving tomorrow. The master's words are enough to make the servants run around. It would have been fine to get the silver, but it was hard for the cook. She had run out of flour to make cakes and had to get up in the middle of the night to grind it. The next morning, when Qin Yao packed her bags to leave, she was a little touched when she saw the 2 bags of cakes and 1 tael of silver that Butler Yu brought her. Ding Xiang packed all the books she wanted to borrow for her and even put an extra layer of oil paper in the cloth bag to prevent these precious books from getting wet by a sudden rain. These are all Mr. Ding's study notes. Which scholar wouldn't want the notes of Mr. Jiren? Knowing the weight of these books, Qin Yao checked them carefully before slinging the 9 heavy books along with the bow, arrows, and heavy sword on her back. Holding a bag of peach blossom cakes and a bag of mung bean cakes, which were still steaming in his hands, he walked out of the Ding family's gate, waved goodbye, and left, as Ding Xiang looked on reluctantly. It was still early, so Qin Yao arrived in town and went to the butcher shop to buy 5 pounds of meat and 2 ribs. Then I went to the only grocery store that sold pens, ink, paper, and inkstones and bought a thick stack of white paper. The papers were uncut and tied into a small bundle, wrapped in oilcloth, which cost 5 cents each. But I have to. The rain has come suddenly these days, and this cloth can be reused. Just remember to bring it with you next time you come to buy paper. In order to copy the book faster, Qin Yao bought herself a set of pens and ink. All in all, she spent half a tael of silver. So, when we say that studying is expensive, tuition is only a small part of it. The real big part is the consumables such as paper, pens, and ink, as well as the social favors and so on. The pastries were sent by the Ding family, so Qin Yao didn't buy any snacks. Taking a look at her clothes, she could see that the thick cotton was not suitable for summer. She was just forcing herself to wear them, as it was too hot when the sun came out. Qin Yao couldn't even think about the thin silk that Ding Xiang was wearing, but she could afford linen. He estimated the needs of each person in his family and bought a piece of linen and a roll of cotton thread, spending another half an ounce of silver. There are 2 taels left out of the 3 taels of silver. Rice will not mature until mid-July. Now it is June, and there is still a month and a half of food demand. So I bought another 300 kilograms of food, half of which was fine rice and half was miscellaneous grains. And one tael and 5 cents of silver was gone. Qin Yao calculated that she only had 8 taels and 5 cents left of her entire belongings. If it were someone else's family, 300 kilograms of food would last for about 3 months, but Qin Yao's appetite was as much as 5 times that of one person, so there was no way they could save the money. However, once the rice is harvested this year, the food situation of the family of 6 will be greatly improved, and the food expenses should be saved. Underscore 087. You have to force me to slap you. When Qin Yao was worrying about how to take the things she bought back, she met people from Xia village. They were driving an ox cart and were also here to buy things. Qin Yao gave him 10 cents, and he agreed to take her to Liujia village. Having a car is convenient. There were things from both families in the car, and there was still some space, so Qin Yao sat all the way to her doorstep. It has been a month since I left home. It is neither long nor short, but the people in the small mountain village seem to have not changed. When they see Qin Yao, they greet her warmly. The rice in the fields is grown tall and is lush and green. The mountain breeze blows down, creating a large green wave, which is refreshing. When Qin Yao saw the small courtyard on the hillside across the river from afar, her heart flew over there. In the watermill at the foot of the hill, Dalong and his 2 siblings were sitting on stone piers, holding branches in their hands, practicing riding in a wooden tray filled with sand, while also keeping an eye on those sneaky people who wanted to get free rides from the watermill. During the month that Qin Yao was away, Lu Ji had already caught the freeloader and took several of his brothers to beat him up. Now those people in the village who have ulterior motives have become much more restrained, but they still have to be on guard at home. Lian Sai.G, a penny is still money. There were many half-human high water plants growing near the watermill, so the 4 sitting Dalong siblings did not notice Qin Yao's arrival. Instead, it was Lu Ji, who was in the outhouse behind his house on the mountain, who, relying on his excellent high ground vision, was the first to spot the ox cart heading towards his home. Looking closely, I was surprised to see that Qin Yao was back, and she was riding an ox cart, so the things on the cart must have been bought by her. She's so delicious, so we have a meat dish tonight. Lu Ji was so excited that he almost fell down when he was leaving the toilet. He hurriedly held onto the door panel and managed to stabilize himself. He dusted off his clothes, lifted his hair, showed a smile that he thought was handsome, and rushed down the mountain. He waved his hands and shouted, "Madam! Madam!" The entire riverbank was filled with his voice, and Qin Yao in the car frowned when she heard it. What a shame. The driver looked at her with an ambiguous expression. "Madam Qin, you two are really in love. Look how happy your husband is." Qin Yao could only give an awkward yet polite smile. Hearing Lu Ji shout, the 4 brothers and sisters in the water mill stood up in surprise, and seeing the ox cart and the people on the bridge, they came forward shouting, "Sam Lang and Xin Yang, Mother! Delangjalang, Auntie!" Qin Yao agreed to go over one by one, waved her hand to remind them to make way, jumped off the cart, and the 4 mother and children surrounded the ox cart and sent it to their doorstep. Lu Ji first smiled at Qin Yao attentively and didn't mind her disdainful look. He helped the coachman unload all the things and put them away in the house. He was surprisingly polite and even knew to say thank you to people and invite them into the house for a drink of water. However, since they were in a hurry to return to Xia village, Qin Yao did not keep them. After watching the other person leave, he held the 2 children's hands and walked into the house with a smile amid their expectant questions. "Is everything put away?" Lu Jiaying said. "The food has been stored in the storage room. I've hung up the meat. I'll fry some meat dishes for lunch and have a good meal. I'll use the rest to make oil residue, so it can be stored for a longer time. Hot weather also has its disadvantages. Meat and vegetables cannot last long." But Qin Yao didn't buy too much. "Let's cook 2 pounds of ribs tonight. Fresh ones are the best for making soup." Lu Ji nodded in response. Qin Yao was not at home during this period, and the 4 of them, father and son, only cooked breakfast and dinner, and just had something simple for lunch. But today Qin Yao came back, and she cut half a pound of meat and kept it to stir-fry some meat dishes later. Lu Ji naturally lit a fire and cooked the rice first. It was around 11:30 in the morning, and it was still early, so he washed the vegetables and cut the meat and put them aside and cooked later. If he wasn't afraid of making Qin Yao unhappy, he wouldn't have held it in until now. Now that he had finished preparing the food, He immediately ran to the main room and touched the linen curiously. Are you buying so much cloth to make summer clothes? Qin Yao went into the house and put away the weapons. She came back with a bag full of books and nodded. After lunch, take the cloth to the old house and cut a pound of meat to take with you. Let the eldest sister-in-law and the second sister-in-law help each of us make a set. There must be a lot of cloth left, right? Although Lu Ji didn't know how to make clothes, he had seen pigs run, even if he had never eaten pork. With 2 adults and 4 children, they did not need even a piece of cloth. Qin Yao tooted at him. If you knew how to make clothes yourself, you wouldn't have to spend this extra money. Lu Ji smiled awkwardly. Madam, you're joking again. How can a man pick up an embroidery needle to make clothes? It would be embarrassing if it got out. But he was reluctant to give both meat and cloth. So he said, if you don't want the meat, don't give them the meat. They are brothers. How can they refuse? Qin Yao put down the heavy cloth bag in her hand and saw Dalong's 4 brothers and sisters gathered in front of the 2 packages of snacks, looking at them expectantly, so she helped them open the paper bags. Oh, there's snacks too. These snacks are not sold in town, right? Lu Ji looked at Qin Yao suspiciously. There were 8 pieces of each flavor of pastry. Qin Yao picked out 6 pieces of each. The remaining pieces were just enough for Jinbao, Jinhua, and the 2 elders, 1 each. She asked Lu Ji to take them to the old house later. This is an extra gift from Mr. Ding. Qin Yao explained. Lu Ji said, oh, and took over the task of distributing the cakes. He stuffed a piece of mung bean cake into his mouth first. It had a crunchy texture and just the right sweetness. It tasted very refreshing. He looked at the 4 pieces that Qin Yao had separated out and reached out to grab them. Jinbao Jinhua has eaten everything. The elder and second brothers love their children very much. But our child has never eaten such exquisite snacks. Let's keep them at home. Before she finished speaking, Qin Yao took the 4 cakes away and put them together with the sackcloth. I heard from Dalong that you asked your elder brother, second brother, and younger brother to beat someone up together. He is diligent when ordering people around, but refuses to share good things with them and is not afraid of offending others. Dalang, you talk too fast. Lu Ji knocked on his eldest son's head. Dalang was eating snacks peacefully, but he almost bit his tongue when Lu Ji knocked on him. Auntie, Dalong looked at his stepmother aggrievedly. Qin Yao raised her hand and slapped Lu Ji on the back of his head. You forced me to slap you right after we got home, didn't you? Lu Ji was in so much pain that he saw stars, but he still tried hard not to lose face in front of his child. He took a deep breath and said, my wife, I'm just thinking about our family. I know what I'm thinking. Qin Yao glared at Lu Ji. Can you have some ideas? Lu Ji was munching on a snack. What kind of layout is this? Can I eat it? I felt sweet in my mouth, but bitter in my heart. I covered my chest and looked at the meat snacks that were about to be delivered. For a moment, I couldn't tell whether it was a headache or heartache. Anyway, I felt pain everywhere. Madam, why did you buy so much paper? After a short silence and finishing his snacks, he asked again out of curiosity. The strange feeling he had when Duanwu went to the town to see Qin Yao came back to him, giving him a bad feeling. Underscore X0007 underscore 088. If he doesn't eat, I will. Qin Yao cleared everything on the table and pushed the heavy cloth bag to the middle. She looked at the 5 people in front of her and said seriously, copy the book. The 5 father and sons, whose faces were carved from the same mold, all looked at Qin Yao in confusion. What book were they copying? Qin Yao opened the cloth bag and then the oil paper inside, and 9 books appeared in front of the father and his 5 sons. Lu Ji took a deep breath and hurriedly closed the main door. He turned around and looked at Qin Yao in shock. You stole so many books. Are you going to die? That's Mr. Ding. Even the county magistrate has to politely call him Mr. Ding when he sees him. If this is discovered, how can his entire family save their lives? Qin Yao glanced at Lu Ji coldly. Who do you say stole it? I borrowed it, and I have to return it after copying it. Hearing this, Lu Ji's pounding heart instantly settled down. He knew he had misunderstood and smiled awkwardly. It's good that it's not. It's good that it's not. You scare me to death. Look at what you have accomplished. Qin Yao sneered and rewrapped the book. Have lunch first. After lunch, we will have a family meeting in the afternoon. Everyone must be present. No leave is allowed. The 4 brothers and sisters of Dalong nodded. They had a hunch that what their stepmother was going to say must be something big. Lu Ji took a look at the 9 books that had been rewrapped. If he was not mistaken, they were the 4 books and 5 classics that were essential for the imperial examinations. Could it be that this evil woman wanted them to study and take the imperial examinations? However, as soon as this thought came to his mind, Lu Ji denied it in his heart. What a joke! A family like them is worthy of taking the imperial examination. Thinking of Qin Yao's wages, Lu Ji sent the children out, asked Erlang to take a bowl to the old house to ask for a bowl of fermented rice wine, and asked Dalong to fetch a bucket of cold well water. In such hot weather, a bowl of icy cold rice wine and sweetened water is really refreshing. Qin Yao took a chair and sat under the eaves, drinking fermented rice wine and sugar water spoon by spoon. Facing the door and facing the wind, she felt all the heat disappear. It's still more comfortable at home. Lu Ji served the fried eggplant with meat and egg and vegetable soup to the table. When he passed by the door, he asked tentatively, "Madam, how much did Master Ding pay you?" Qin Yao didn't even raise her eyelids. "All the wages I settled have been spent." Lu Ji suddenly felt like he was having a heart attack. He'd spent all the money again, including the wages from logging last time. How come she didn't know how to save money? Qin Yao saw his resentful look and shouted coldly, "When is dinner?" Lu Ji's heart tightened immediately, and he quickly suppressed his resentment and said with a smile, "Right away, I'll go get the food." As he said this, he waved his hand and asked the 4 brothers and sisters in the yard to set the table in chopsticks and bring over the cooked rice. It filled a whole earthenware basin, which was 3 times the usual amount for the 5 of them, father and son. When Lu Ji thought of Qin Yao's appetite, he felt lucky that this woman could earn money on her own, otherwise he would not be able to feed her mouth. When she was not at home, he felt that he could never finish the rice in the rice jar. As soon as she came back, the rice jar was empty. So she simply bought another 300 kilograms of rice, just enough to last until the rice harvest. While eating, Lu Ji would steal a glance at Qin Yao from time to time and counted in his mind what Qin Yao brought back this time. Not to mention pens, ink, and paper, you need at least 5 cents of silver. The linen was not cheap either, and another 5 cents was gone. 300 kilograms of rice, a mixture of fine rice and miscellaneous grains, cost her only 15 cents. This adds up to 2 taels and 5 cents. The Ding family paid 2 taels as wages, and it was all spent. Not only did I spend it all, I also overspent. Lu Ji felt so depressed. This woman spent money even more lavishly than he did, and he couldn't even enjoy the food in his bowl. Qin Yao didn't care whether he enjoyed the meal or not, as long as she was full. Putting down the dishes, Dalong and Erlang took the initiative to pick up the dishes and go to the kitchen door to wash them. Samlang and Xin Yang stuck to her, and Xin Yang opened her mouth and told her all the interesting things that happened during this period. She was very talkative. Lu Ji took the cloth, meat, and 4 snacks and went to the Lu family's old house. Just now, Erlang came over to ask for fermented rice wine, and the family knew that Qin Yao had returned, and they thought that she might come over soon. He and Xiao would glance towards the gate from time to time, and the 2 sisters-in-law were looking forward to it tacitly. My 3rd brother and his wife are the most generous. They brought back so many things from the town this time, and maybe there will be some for them. Sure enough, the 3rd brother's wife never let them down. The pound of meat Lu Ji brought made the whole family smile with joy. They asked about Qin Yao's situation and knew that she had just returned home and needed to have a good rest, so they said they would not disturb her again in a few days. He and Xiao took the cloth and asked about the sizes of several children in Lu Ji's family. After all, children's height changes every year, and the size of last year's winter clothes may not be suitable. There were only 4 pieces of dim sum. Jinbao and Jinhua each took 1, leaving 2. The 2 elders kept 1 and gave the other to Lu Fei. "I'm an adult now, and these snacks are only for kids, so I'd better leave them to Jinhua and Jinbao," Lu Fei said embarrassedly. Lu Ji was about to reach out to take it. "Dad, I love it. If he doesn't eat it, then I will." This mung bean dessert is refreshing and soft. It's made by Master Ding's cook. You can't buy it anywhere else. Seeing him reaching out for it, Lu Fei suddenly felt angry. How shameless of you to snatch snacks from a child. Lu Ji said to him cheerfully, "In front of parents, everyone is still a child." Unfortunately, old man Lu did not give him any cakes, so he let Lu Bo take them. The 3 brothers shared them among themselves to satisfy their appetites and also taste the good things from this nobleman's house. As for the 2 daughters-in-law, the children missed their mother and had already divided them up. It's all thanks to Miss Yao's promising future. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to taste such good things. Zhang praised with a smile. Lu Ji immediately flattered himself. "That's right, but you don't even look at who brought her home." Old man Lu looked towards the courtyard in surprise. "Why are you still here? Yan Yang just came home, and instead of going back to serve, she is just standing here, being an eyesore." Zhang asked Lu Ji to wait a moment, got up and went into the house to fill half a jar of fermented rice wine, and asked Lu Ji to take it back for Qin Yao to eat. Just now she heard the third brother mention that Yao Nyang especially liked to drink it. This thing is simple to make, just using some glutinous rice, and it is the most refreshing drink in the summer. She originally brewed some extra wine to prepare for roasting, but before she could make the wine, the adults and children in the family had almost eaten it up. In that case, she simply gave it to everyone as a snack. Finally, he went to the vegetable garden and picked a basket full of vegetables and asked Lu Ji to take them back. Qin Yao looked at Lu Ji's hands coming back full of things and asked suspiciously, "I asked you to deliver something. Why did you come back with so much?" Lu Ji put down the heavy basket and pottery jar. He didn't like what he heard. "What do you mean by hug?" "This is the good intention of the two elders." Then he added, "Look, I got them all back." The two elders must be very happy. 089, First family meeting. However, the family was indeed short of vegetables, so Qin Yao didn't say anything else. The two small vegetable gardens in her front yard were eaten up as soon as the leaves appeared. As for the newly cultivated vegetable field behind the house, it will take another month and a half before it can be eaten. There is no farmer's market in this part of the village where you can buy fresh vegetables every day. Every family is short of food, and there is no guarantee that someone will sell to you even if you want to. The whole family gathered and came to the main hall. Lu Ji placed a bowl of water in front of each person as Qin Yao requested, and then sat down. First family meeting officially begins. Qin Yao first talked about the theme of the meeting. Reading changes destiny. Lu Ji's heart skipped a beat immediately. No way, no way. Could it be really as he had guessed before? Qin Yao gave him a look of congratulations and said, "I have decided that from now on, Lu Ji, you will return to the academy to continue your studies and take part in the imperial examinations." Dalong and his three friends didn't know what the imperial examination meant. They only understood what it meant to return to the academy. Lu Ji jumped up and said, "Madam, are you kidding me?" "No, I'm serious." Qin Yao knocked on the table. "Sit down." Lu Ji sat down with mixed feelings, feeling uneasy gradually. Sure enough, he saw Qin Yao took out a small notebook and read out all his expenses for the past 6 months. Every single expense was recorded in the notebook without a single mistake or omission. "I won't count the small change, but you owe me a total of 40 taels." Qin Yao pointed at the account book and looked at Lu Ji's shocked face. Unexpectedly, she was not just talking, she was really keeping accounts. "In fact, I have studied it carefully. With the skills you have now, Lu Ji, it will take about 25 years to pay back the money by farming, excluding the interest and the cost of food, clothing, housing, and transportation. If you copy books for others, it will take 10 years to pay it back, assuming nothing unexpected happens to you and the market for readers is stable." So, she summed up a shortcut, which is, take the imperial examination. As long as you pass the exam and become a scholar, our family's corvée and taxes will be exempted. In just 2 years, you will be able to pay off this debt, and our debt will be cleared. If I can pass the imperial examination, that would be even better. If one person succeeds, the whole family will benefit. Lu Ji was stunned when he heard this. Let alone taking the imperial examination, if it weren't for old man Lu, who was willing to spend that much money to send him to the academy, a person like him would never have thought about what relationship he had with studying in his life. And now, Qin Yao actually wants him to take the imperial examination? Lu Ji raised his hand to touch Qin Yao's forehead to see if she was confused due to the fever, but as expected, he was slapped away. He covered the red back of his hand and asked Qin Yao tentatively, "Madam, do you know how old I am now?" Qin Yao, 24. Lu Ji couldn't understand it even more. "I'm already 24 years old, and I'm just starting to study now. How long will it take me to pass the exam and become a scholar?" "Don't you always think that you are extremely talented and it's difficult to pass the examination to become a scholar?" Qin Yao asked back with disdain. "Lu Ji, this. Did you think I was just a guard during the month I was at Ding's house?" Qin Yao spread out the 9 books. "I've already found out that as long as you can read the 4 books and 5 classics well, it is not difficult to pass the examination to become a scholar. Besides, I am still here with you. I will tutor you personally. Trust me, as long as you follow my instructions, I guarantee that you will pass the exam and become a scholar." "What about the money?" Lu Ji felt that he was doomed, but he was actually a little tempted. Does studying mean that he doesn't have to do farm work anymore? Qin Yao spread out the account book again and calculated the accounts for the 5 people, father and son. There is only one academy in the county now, and only students who study in the academy are eligible to take the exam because the academy and students of the same period need to be guaranteed and other procedures before they can successfully take the imperial examination. So, the first step we need to take is to enter the academy. The tuition fee for the academy is 2 taels of silver per year. The accommodation fee is 1 tael per year, plus the writing brush, ink, paper, and inkstone that must be used every year, which is 2 taels. In total, it is 5 taels of silver per person per year. Given their family's current situation, they can fully afford the first year's expenses. What about the second year? Lu Ji didn't think he could pass the exam in 1 year. Qin Yao smiled and said with a very good attitude, "We'll see next year or next year. As long as you go to school, you don't have to worry about money in the future." Hearing this, Lu Ji was delighted. Although he couldn't understand why this woman suddenly wanted to support him in his studies, studying was much better than farming. It would be prestigious if he told others about it. "Madam, do you really want to support my studies?" Lu Ji confirmed again. Qin Yao nodded and asked him seriously, "Are you willing?" "Of course I'm willing, but I'm already so old. Will the academy still accept me?" Lu Ji asked curiously. Qin Yao was relieved to see that he was willing. She patted his arm with a rare smile and said, "Don't worry. I've asked around at the Ding family. Anyone older than you can enter the academy. However, before the official start, there is still a contract to sign." "What contract?" Lu Ji asked cautiously. Qin Yao smiled at him. It was naturally a good contract in which they would share the joys and sorrows. "I'm paying for your education now. This is my personal investment in you. If there is an investment, there must be a return. Let's set the rules first. Don't worry, I don't like to take advantage of others. I don't ask for much." Having said that, I was very ruthless when writing the contract. The first rule was that he was not allowed to divorce his wife unilaterally. If he wanted to divorce his wife after passing the imperial examination, all the property he obtained would belong to Qin Yao, and he had to recognize her as his sister and continue to let her maintain her relative status and share the glory. Lu Ji looked at Qin Yao in shock. "You are younger than me. I'm also your sister." Qin Yao shouted domineeringly. Without even looking up, he continued writing the second article. "Without her consent, you cannot take a concubine or a wife. If you violate this, the situation will be the same as above." The last clause was that the contract was valid for 30 years, and she could terminate it unilaterally at any time, but Lu Ji could not. "Okay, if you think it's okay, just sign and seal it." Qin Yao blew the ink on the paper dry, placed it in front of him, and considerately handed him the ink pad and pen. The words on this paper are simply horrible to look at, but fortunately every word can be seen clearly. After Lu Ji read the contents of the 3 contracts, he felt a little swelled. "Wife, how afraid are you that I will divorce you?" Qin Yao forced a polite smile. "I don't mind being a widow." Lu Ji no longer hesitated and quickly picked up the pen and signed his name and fingerprint on this unequal contract. He had never thought about taking a concubine or a second wife. He was fed up with Qin Yao, this evil woman. If he had the chance to divorce his wife, he would be a free and easy wanderer alone, doing whatever he wanted without anyone to restrict him. By then, he will be dating 8 girls at the same time, but not getting married. It will be interesting to watch them fighting over him out of jealousy. 090 Xin Yang is unhappy. Qin Yao happily folded the contract and put it away. After talking about Lu Ji, Qin Yao said to Dalong and the other 3 boys, "The Ding family is building a clan school for the clan. It should be completed by the end of the year. When the Ding family school starts after the new year, I will find a way to get you to attend classes there. But the journey is long. Dalong and Erling will go first. Sanling will have to wait for 2 years until he is older. 4th mother, don't be depressed. Once your father has finished his studies, we can study at home by ourselves." Xin Yang asked curiously, "Mother, can I go to the clan school with my brothers?" Before Qin Yao could answer, Lu Ji smiled first and touched the bun on his daughter's head. "Silly 4th mother. How can a woman go to school to study? Girls should be gentle and quiet. Learn housework and cooking skills at home. Dad will definitely find a good family for you in the future." Xin Yang frowned subconsciously. She didn't like what her father said, but she was too young and couldn't tell exactly what she didn't like. "I just kept asking, why can't women go to school?" Lu Ji replied, "Because the master does not accept women." "Why doesn't the master accept women?" Xin Yang asked again. Lu Ji paused for a moment, really thinking seriously about the answer, and then came to the conclusion that because women do not need to study to take the imperial examinations. When Xin Yang wanted to ask again why women didn't need it, Lu Ji had already realized that he was being led into trouble by his daughter. He couldn't answer her again, So he quickly raised his hand and made a gesture to Qin Yang to keep quiet. Qin Yang's shallow eyebrows frowned like two caterpillars, and she puffed her cheeks to express her unhappiness. Fortunately, with the comfort of his three brothers, he soon regained his energy. Qin Yao was silent for a long time before she sighed and placed the 9 books borrowed from the Ding family in front of Lu Ji. Your first priority now is to copy out the 9 books as quickly as possible so that I can return the books to others. Remember, don't break it. If it gets dirty, I'll chop you into pieces. Qin Yao warned dangerously. Lu Ji asked, "What about the work in the fields? Starting tomorrow, you only need to prepare 3 meals a day and copy books. However, this is only temporary, and she will make adjustments at any time according to the situation." Qin Yao was also busy. She had to draw up a plan for Lu Ji to return to school as soon as possible. There's a method to reading rather than just putting the book in front of you and reading it randomly. They started late, and it is impossible for them to follow the same routine as the younger students. According to Qin Yao's plan, Lu Ji will be allowed to take part in the county examination in March next year. There are no special standards for taking the county examination, but the examination content in previous years has revolved around the 4 books and 5 classics. Therefore, the county examination was an entry-level test of what one had learned. Only by passing the test could one obtain an admission ticket to the imperial examination. As for what happens next, let's talk about it later. The most urgent thing is to copy down the textbook. The academy has ready-made books, but not everyone is given a set. If students want to take them home for review, they have to buy them themselves or borrow them from a bookstore. If you want to learn better than others, the time spent outside of class is the key, so having your own set of books is essential. What's more, given Lu Ji's current situation, she must give him special treatment. Otherwise, how can he surpass those students who have studied for several years at the same time? Qin Yao immediately assigned new tasks to her family. From now on, you have to wash your own clothes. Sanlang and Qin Yang are still too young, so Lu Ji will wash them for them. Lu Ji, who was cutting paper for copying books, asked unconvincedly, "Why didn't you wash it for me, my lady?" Qin Yao turned her wrist, and her bones made a crisp sound. "No reason. If you don't obey, then die." Lu Ji was angry, but dared not say anything. The villain in his heart shouted to the sky, "Is there any law left?" Qin Yao saw that he had cut the paper crookedly and kicked him. "Be more careful. Isn't the paper free?" Lu Ji bit his lower lip, his eyes welled with tears. His hands moved slower and more carefully, and he never cut a piece of paper crookedly again. Qin Yao was simply speechless about this guy. He was such a jerk that he would feel itchy all over if he didn't get beaten for a day. "Look, isn't this something he did very well?" Ahem. He cleared his throat and continued making arrangements. Each man did his share of chores, and the only things left in the house were the water mill and feeding the chickens. Qin Yao arranged 4 brothers and sisters, with the older ones taking care of the younger ones, in groups of 2 to pick up the boxes every evening. If there was any problem with the water truck, she would repair it. Washing dishes and feeding chickens are also done by the older ones, with 2 people in a group, 1 person for a week, taking turns. She was responsible for the 2 vegetable plots in the front yard, the 2 newly reclaimed vegetable plots behind the house, and the work in the fields. The work in the fields is now much easier as the rice has entered a stable growth period and we just need to maintain the amount of water in the fields. Moreover, their land is close to the river, so it is more convenient for them to use water than other families. They just need to check on it when they have time every day, weed the weeds, and watch out for pests. Everything was arranged, and the family of 6 were busy. After Qin Yao finished her morning exercise every day, she would go to the fields to take a look. When she returned home, Lu Ji would just finish making breakfast. After the family of 6 filled their stomachs together, Dalong took Qin Yang to clean up the dishes and put them in a large wooden basin, saving them for washing together after dinner in the evening. Lu Jiza started copying books on the clean table. His handwriting is also very ugly, but it is slightly better than Qin Yao's, and he can write small characters. Qin Yao initially wanted to copy the book together so that they could go faster. Unfortunately, she couldn't write these small characters, so she gave up. She turned around to cut the paper, and after cutting, she went to take care of the vegetable garden, pick the vegetables for the evening, wash them, and put them on the stove, so that Lu Ji could put them in the pot directly. Because the chef was busy copying books, we had to make do with lunch, using the leftovers from the morning to cook some hot rice, or eat it next door. Take an hour's lunch break at noon to get enough rest, and continue working in the afternoon. Qin Yao and the 4 children were relatively free at this time. So she picked up the Enlightenment picture book and taught the 4 children to lay a solid foundation. Ever since they knew they had the opportunity to go to school, the 4 brothers and sisters have obviously paid much more attention to their studies. On the day of the family meeting, they listened to Qin Yao talking about the imperial examination. Only then did they realize that studying has so many benefits, and being sensible and able to do accounting is only a very small one of them. It turned out that if you read books, you could take the imperial examinations. If you passed the examination, you didn't have to pay taxes, and you could be exempted from corvée labor. And if you passed the imperial examination and become a jiren, it would be even more amazing. All your relatives would be blessed, and many people would give you money and land. You would never have to worry about food and drink, and you would wear silk and silver. If you can pass the imperial examination, you could become an official. From then on, you're no longer a peasant, but a scholar. He is the best among scholars, farmers, merchants, and artisans. The stepmother also told them that no matter whether they could become the first class or not, they must first study well, because that is the only chance for ordinary people to change their destiny. Erlang has always been the most calculating of the 4 brothers and sisters. When he found such a good thing that would benefit him in every way, even though he didn't like memorizing, he forced himself to memorize it in advance. Qin Yao soon discovered that Erlang had the potential to be the king of the sport, so much so that his father was worried that he would be outshined by his son. 091, a visitor from Shaha village. Someone leaked the news, but the whole village suddenly knew that Qin Yao was going to support Lu Ji to go back to the academy to study. The villagers were talking about it, and the men were jealous and envious of Lu Ji for having such a good thing happen to him. The women couldn't understand why Qin Yao was so nice to Lu Ji, this bastard. Of course, there were also people who laughed at the couple's wild idea that they could pass the imperial examination just by studying hard. Many people studied hard until they were in their 70s or 80s and still couldn't even pass the imperial examination. They regarded this as a joke. The Liu family's old house was in an uproar. Old man Liu and his 3 sons discussed the matter for a long time. On the contrary, he and Xiao, who was pregnant with a big belly, took the opportunity to go to the vegetable garden to pick vegetables and came to Qin Yao's watermill to find her. Sister-in-law, is what's being said outside true or false? Do you really want to support the 3rd child to continue his studies? What do you want? If he was willing to work hard, he wouldn't be like this a long time ago. He asked anxiously. Xiao was also anxious, but she was more stable. She found a place to sit down first, then held her stomach and said in a steady tone, "Not to mention the cost of studying, there are only 2 adults in the family. Now that the 3rd child is gone, how can you finish the work in the fields by yourself? Yes, we all know that you are strong, but no matter how strong we are, no one says that the strong person has to do everything. Sister-in-law, don't be stupid, or you will lose more than you gain." Qin Yao was repairing the stone mill and the water mill. The mill had been running at a high intensity for a long time, and the grooves had been worn out a bit. It had to be repolished before it could be used properly. 2 people came out of nowhere and told her these words. She felt a little nervous. Does everyone know about this? He and Xiao nodded. All the women in the village know that you are stupid. Qin Yao's heart was shaken for a moment, but she quickly calmed down. She kept moving her hands, motioning Xiao to sit further away to avoid accidental injury, and said calmly, "Our whole family has already decided on this matter. Everyone knows Lu Ji's personality. It is absolutely impossible to expect him to make a living by digging in the fields. So after thinking about it, I still think it is better to let him go to school. Maybe he can get some unexpected gains." As he spoke, he saw his 2 sisters-in-law standing up out of worry. He smiled at them and said, "I know what you're worried about. I have my own way to deal with him." He didn't quite believe it, really. What she was most worried about was that the 3rd child would go out and fool around, and then let Qin Yao down, and the family would definitely break up. This is what Mrs. Qiu was worried about. She had finally seen the 3rd child behave himself, and the family was more relaxed, and no one wanted to go back to the way things were. With my 3rd brother and sister-in-law around, the 2 families can live in harmony. How wonderful it is. Qin Yao could certainly see the little thoughts of her 2 sisters-in-law. It was not wrong for many people to think too much about her, but it could not be said that they had no real concern for her. Human nature is complex, and Qin Yao fully understands this. If she were he or Qiu, she would also be worried. After all, in a clan society, blood ties cannot be broken off, and Lu Ji's troublemaking behavior will indeed affect his relatives. But on the other hand, if he gets better, his relatives can also enjoy the benefits he brings. This is what Qin Yao said to her two sisters-in-law, and they almost believed her lies. They imagined that if Lu Ji achieved fame, they would become the sisters-in-law of the scholar. Seeing that the two were dizzy, Qin Yao quickly sent them away and asked them to go back to the old house to talk to them, telling them not to try to persuade her because she had made up her mind. Just as we saw off the two sisters-in-law, two people from other villages came to the village entrance. One of them looked familiar. Someone recognized him and thought he was from Xia village who often hung out with Lu Laosan. His name seemed to be Shunzi or something. Qin Yao recarved the patterns on the millstone, and then some villagers came to grind grain. The two of them nodded and greeted each other, then went about their business. Qin Yao did not go home, but planned to go for a walk in the fields first. Just as she crossed the bridge, she heard an excited shout. Sister-in-law! Sister-in-law, is my Shunzi? Qin Yao looked up when she heard the voice and saw Shunzi leading a strange young man running towards her excitedly. The strange man was a few steps behind, and Shunzi stepped forward first and told Qin Yao the identity of the man. It turned out to be Wang Yu, the son of the village chief of Xia village. Qin Yao smiled and nodded, greeting the other party. The man on the other side smiled at her and pointed to the shed on the other side of the river in surprise. Is that your watermill? Qin Yao nodded yes. Glancing at Shunzi winking at her, she smiled and said, Want to go over and take a look? Wang Yu said okay and walked away. Shunzi followed Qin Yao and whispered to her that the villagers in Xia village knew that there was a watermill in Liujia village that was particularly useful, so they planned to pool their money to build one together. So they came to Qin Yao to learn from her. Qin Yao raised her eyebrows. This was a big business. When Wang Yu arrived at the mill, there were villagers using the mill there. He saw that the water mill was turning by itself, much faster than a person could grind it. People only needed to watch from the side and did not have to do anything with it. He felt both curious and envious. The villager looked at Qin Yao strangely, and Qin Yao explained, he is from Xia village. The village also wants to build a water mill, so he came to take a look. When the villagers heard this, they realized what was going on. They smiled enthusiastically and asked Wang Yu to come closer to see how useful the mill was. Madam Qin's mill is so big and fast that it can grind a load of grain in less than half an hour. Wang Yu asked in surprise, You can grind a load of rice in less than half an hour? The villagers laughed and replied, It is absolutely true. Anyone who tries to trick you is not a human being. Just looking at this millstone, it is bigger than others and it can definitely grind more grain than others. Xia village is a rich place. Qin Yao doesn't want to miss it. So she leads Wang Yu to the water wheel and says to him, Look at this water. The drop is not that big, but it has such a strong power. I often go to Xia village. The middle section of the river has a height difference of 1 or 2 meters. If we build a water mill directly at that location, the power will be much greater than mine. It will be no problem to use 2 mills and 1 roller at the same time. The whole village is building it together, and Xia village has a large population, so how can just 1 water mill be enough? Qin Yao actively recommended that Xia village make good use of the natural river channel and build a large mill in 1 step. She talked so much that she described a water mill as a fairy's workshop. Wang Yu couldn't stand it and asked excitedly, Then how much silver would it cost to build such a comprehensive mill? Qin Yao calculated in her mind and said with a false embarrassment, It's hard to say. The loss of materials is different between an experienced worker and a novice. Even if Carpenter Lu from our village and I come in person, it will cost at least 15 taels. When Shunzi heard the price, he took a deep breath. However, Wang Yu's expression did not show much shock, and he seemed to be able to bear it. After all, it was a joint venture. There were more people in Xia village, and they were richer than other villages. There were 65 households, and each household would get a little more than 2 cents of silver, which they thought was acceptable. But I still asked if their village asked her and Carpenter Lu to be their instructors, gave them a little compensation, and then had the people of Xia village do the work. How much would it cost? 092 build a water mill together. Qin Yao clicked her tongue twice. I'm afraid even 20 or 30 taels won't be enough. After all, not everyone can afford to make such a large millstone like me. If you villagers do it yourself, it will take at least 10 people to make such a millstone. If you transport it to the destination, it will also take a lot of effort to install it. Placing a stone mill weighing 1,000 pounds is not as easy as having 10 people move it and stop it. The stone is very brittle, and if you are not careful, the millstone may break, and all the previous efforts will be wasted. Seeing Wang Yu's embarrassment, Qin Yao smiled helplessly, Of course, Shunzi and I are also familiar with each other. If I were not too busy at home during this period, I could also help you carry it. But there's really no other way. My husband is now concentrating on studying, and there is so much work to do at home that I really can't leave. Third brother is studying? Shunzi suspected that he was hallucinating. Sister-in-law, you just said that third brother is studying now? Qin Yao nodded. I just decided it a few days ago. You know your third brother. He's not good at anything. I thought of letting him continue to study. Maybe he can gain something from it. Shunzi was stunned. With his third brother's condition, there was no way he could learn anything from studying. However, he had also seen Qin Yao's abilities, and seeing how confident she was, he did not say anything to spoil her mood. He smiled and asked Qin Yao to tell his third brother not to forget him as his brother when he became successful in the future. Qin Yao smiled at him. No matter who I forget, I will never forget you, Shunzi. If she succeeds in bringing her such a big business, she can earn at least 5 taels of silver. Given the huge price gap, if the people of Sha Village were not stupid, they would definitely choose to let her and Carpenter Lu do this job. Seeing that Wang Yu was still hesitant, Qin Yao suggested that he go to Carpenter Lu's house to ask about the technical difficulties. If someone in their Sha Village could also overcome the problem, then it would be enough for her and Carpenter Lu to earn some guidance fees. Of course, this is just a polite remark. In fact, Carpenter Lu is not stupid. The two of them have worked together several times and have reached a tacit understanding. Anyway, after listening to what Qin Yao said about power, bearings, principles, and so on, Wang Yu already felt that this water mill was not a simple thing. But in order to give an explanation to the villagers, Carpenter Lu still had to go and ask. Qin Yao deliberately said that he was still busy in the fields and asked Shunzi to take him to see Carpenter Lu. Half an hour later, Shunzi ran to the field alone to find Qin Yao and told her, Sister-in-law, Brother Wang, and I have to go back to the village to discuss it with everyone. But it looks like we may have to trouble you and Carpenter Lu. Qin Yao smiled and nodded. Okay, come to me if you need anything. By the way, your third brother is also at home. He has been talking about you for a few times. How about coming with me to his house and having a chat? No, I'm in a hurry to go back. I'll go to my sister-in-law's house next time. Shunzi waved his hand to refuse. He was really in a hurry to go back. Besides, he just said that his third brother was studying at home, so how dare he disturb him? Anyway, my sister-in-law can make the decision. So why should I go to see my third brother? Thinking of the meat buns he had eaten with Qin Yao before, Shunzi left with a smile. Carpenter Lu also had a strange temper. He said that craftsmen have their own rules, and he would never pass on the water wheel technology to others. Before coming here, Wang Yu hadn't thought about this, so he offended people. So the two of them rushed back to Sha Village, gathered the villagers together, and told them about this matter. By the way, they excitedly told the villagers about the convenience and efficiency of the watermill. The big guys, who were deeply tortured by the watermill, wanted to snatch the watermill from Liujia village directly. Of course, robbing is impossible, it's just a joke. At the beginning of the year, they were able to drive away even the horse bandits. They were so fierce, no one dared to provoke them. Then let's ask them to help our village. Each household can just contribute some money and it will save us effort. A villager from Shaha village suggested. Shunzi, who was standing in the crowd, immediately shouted, That's right. There's so many of us, and each family only needs 2 coins. You haven't seen the watermill in person. I think it's worth it. As he spoke, seeing that everyone was looking at him, Shunzi added, If my mother and wife can live without the pain of grinding for the rest of their lives, I'll pay 2 taels of silver. As soon as he said this, someone immediately laughed at him. If you, Shunzi, can pay 2 taels of silver, I will chop off my head for you. Suddenly, there was a burst of laughter on the field. Shunzi glared at the man angrily. Why can't you afford it? If you sell me, I can still be worth 20 or 30 taels. At worst, I'll sell myself to give my mother and wife some peace of mind. When it comes to making trouble, Shunzi is unrivaled. He is shameless, and the villagers are too lazy to argue with him. What if he really took off his clothes, lay on the ground, and said he wanted to sell himself? How would the young girls and wives feel? Village Chief Wang shouted twice, asking everyone to be quiet, and asked whether everyone was willing to build the watermill together. Raise your hands if you are willing, and make a sound if you are not willing. Listen to whichever side has the most people. The majority raised their hands, with Shunzi standing on a stone and raising his hand the highest. Everyone knew that he was just someone who liked to join in the fun, and for a moment no one suspected that he had any selfish motives. Seeing that most people agreed to build a watermill, the village chief decided to build it. Village chief, we have to hurry up. Autumn harvest is coming soon. If we can finish building that big thing before the harvest, it will be much easier this year. The two young brothers urged. They were hunters, and their family had just prepared a few acres of thin land and planted rice. However, as they were not used to doing such farm work, they really could not bear the hardship. Thinking about the hardship of grinding, I just hope that the watermill will be built soon so that I won't have to endure this pain. This really speaks to the villagers' thoughts. After spending money, they would feel it's worth it only if they get equal returns. Therefore, the village chief asked his son Wang Yu to go to Liujia village again and get this matter done as soon as possible. Since Carpenter Liu refused to pass on his skills to others, they had no choice but to ask him to do it. By the way, if we want to make the millstone, do we still have to find the woman from the Liu family? The village chief asked his son. Wang Yu nodded. Yes, Carpenter Liu also said that the water wheel was actually drawn by Madame Qin for him. This thing actually belongs to Madame Qin's uncle. The village chief was not surprised at all that the water wheel came into Qin Yao's hands. Because he had heard of the reputation of this Lady Qin, the village chief and the clan leader of Liujia village had mentioned her to him several times. At the beginning of the year, Liujia village encountered horse bandits. Thanks to this woman with superb martial arts skills, she took the lead and drove away the bandits. She is a very powerful person. So the village chief instructed his son Wang Yu. Then you go directly to discuss with Madame Qin and ask her how to build this integrated watermill, how long it will take, and how much it will cost. Wang Yu took the order and did not bring Shunzi this time. Instead, he went with an uncle who had prestige in the village, so that the villagers would not think that he had lied and embezzled everyone's money. 093 Big Business. The two of them rode an ox cart and came to Liujia village to find Qin Yao. Only one day had passed since Wang Yu last came. Qin Yao didn't expect that they would make the decision so quickly. Lu Ji brought 2 bowls of fermented rice wine and sweetened water, one for each person, and then stood beside Qin Yao, lowering his head and listening to them, discussing the big business worth 15 taels of silver. Don't tell me, this woman and his family knows how to do business. She dared to ask for 15 taels of silver for a water wheel that only cost 1 tael of silver. But from the sound of it, it seems like an enlarged version of the water wheel, but no matter how big it is, it can't be 15 times bigger. Wang Yu and his companion's request was simple. They hoped to complete the construction of the village's watermill before the autumn harvest. Qin Yao said that it was no problem and there was plenty of time. Then the price. Can it be cheaper? Wang Yu asked tentatively. Qin Yao looked embarrassed. This is really necessary, and this is just an estimated price. The specific situation needs to be analyzed in detail. But since you have decided to ask me to help build this watermill, I can guarantee that I will give you a satisfactory result. Now that things have come to this, it seems that not a penny can be spared. Wang Yu and his uncle Wang, who were traveling with him, looked at each other and asked Qin Yao if she was free now. Otherwise, she could go with them to Shaha village to check out the river conditions so that they could make a final price. Everyone would have a clear idea of the price. Qin Yao readily agreed. Okay, I'm free now. You guys came here by ox cart, right? The two nodded, and the 3 of them stood up and prepared to go to Xia village. Lu Ji followed out unconsciously. He was almost blinded by copying books these days and had not even stepped out of the house. If he continued to stay like this, he would go crazy. Besides, he hadn't seen Shunzi for a long time. If he didn't go out to see him, Shunzi might forget that he was his elder brother. Qin Yao didn't want him to go at first, but after thinking about it, she asked Lu Ji to call Carpenter Liu to go together. It would be better for them to survey the site conditions today and come back to make a plan. Once it is confirmed, they can start work, which will save a lot of trouble. Qin Yao's efficiency won the hearts of Wang Yu and others. They originally thought that it was not reliable for a woman like Qin Yao to handle this matter, but now it seems that they were worrying too much. So, Qin Yao asked Dalong and Erlang to take good care of the 2 children at home. The couple, together with Carpenter Liu, took measuring tools, paper, pins, and other items, and followed Wang Yu and the other 2 to Xia village. It was noon, and the river in Xia village was full of half-grown children bathing in the river. They were swimming in a shallow puddle downstream, and there were adults watching them, so they didn't have to worry about drowning. Seeing Wang Yu bringing the people from Liujia village, everyone gathered around curiously. The naked teenagers surrounded them and asked them what they were doing. Qin Yao was just about to find Lu Ji to get the paper and pen he brought, but when she turned around, the man was gone, and she didn't know when the things had been put into Wang Yu's hands. Qin Yao knew with her toes that he must have gone a fool around with Shunzi. The guests were still there, so she couldn't get angry. She and Carpenter Lu took tools and observed the situation in the river. There is a 2.5-meter height difference between the shallow puddle where the children bathe and the upstream river channel, but it is just a slope with protruding rocks on it, so the impact of the daily water flow is not great. In addition, the area of the puddle on the lower level was too small to accommodate a large water wheel. So Qin Yao and Carpenter Lu crossed out this place and continued to move upwards to look for a suitable site for building a watermill. Every village near a river seems to have a pond near the river for washing vegetables and clothes. A hole of about 50 centimeters was dug where water was diverted into the pond, dividing the river's surface more than 3 meters wide into two. The amount of water that flows into the mouth alone has a great impact because the outlet is narrow, long, and deep. In this place, if there's a dry season, we just need to fence off the river channel on the other side, and the water will naturally accumulate and rush into the entrance. Qin Yao looked at it for a while and found that this was a perfect place. Carpenter Lu didn't understand these, but he could understand what Qin Yao said. The two sat down on the stone pier beside the pond. Qin Yao took out a pen and paper and drew a simple diagram of the watermill on the paper so that it would be easier to show to the guests. Wang Yu and the other man came over and compared the content of the painting with the topography of the pond, and the style of the watermill came into their minds. I just calculated that the pond here is large enough and has the right depth. The water depth is 80 centimeters, which is more than enough to place a 3-meter diameter horizontal water wheel. Qin Yao gestured as she spoke so that Wang Yu would know where the water wheel was placed. Your pond is big enough and easy to construct. We can start the work by blocking the river mouth here. A watermill can be built on a pond. Foundation pillars can be laid on the 4 sides of the pond, and a platform can be built in the air with the pond at the bottom and the mill above it. However, she is not responsible for this part, and the people of Sha village need to build the mill house themselves. The power of a horizontal water wheel is stronger than that of a vertical water wheel. If it is a vertical water wheel, the terrain requirements are not particularly high. But if you want to operate 2 mills and a stone roller at the same time, the power of the vertical water wheel is not enough, and you must use a horizontal water wheel. After listening to Qin Yao's description, Wang Yu realized that the water wheel Qin Yao was talking about was different from the one he saw at Qin Yao's home. Madam Qin, isn't the water mill in Sha village different from yours? Qin Yao knew that he was worried about the poor effect, so he said confidently, "Don't worry, there are many forms of water wheels. According to factors such as terrain, river channels, and water flow conditions, different water wheels can be set up according to local conditions to maximize their role." Wang Yu felt relieved after hearing Qin Yao say this. After finding a good place and taking advantage of the fact that there was still some time, Wang Yu directly invited Qin Yao and the others to his home, and also invited the prestigious elders in the village to come over so that everyone could discuss a set of rules together. The design plan was already in Qin Yao's mind. In order to make it easier for the client to understand, she first drew a simple diagram to clearly show the parts that everyone was responsible for. First of all she and Carpenter Lu could promise was the water wheel and stone millstone, including the labor, materials, and installation. Secondly, the cost is still 15 taels of silver, not a penny less, and it might even exceed the budget. But since this was the first time everyone was working together, Qin Yao planned to give a fellow villager price. If Sha village can place an order today and pay a deposit of 5 taels, the construction cost will be 15 taels, and she will bear the rest herself. Finally, the main body of the mill house needs to be built by the people of Sha village themselves. She will give them a blueprint, and they will find craftsmen to build it themselves. Carpenter Lu listened silently, nodding in agreement with everything Qin Yao said, until he heard the villager price of 15 taels. His eyes widened for a moment. As a carpenter himself, he knew that the wood was worth only 2 or 3 taels of silver. But he quickly calmed down, with his hands tucked into his sleeves, trembling slightly with excitement. Looking at the people in Sha village, although they also felt that it was expensive, they seemed to be persuaded by Qin Yao and felt that the water wheel and stone mill were worth so much silver. I couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He is such a good fool. 094 Enlarged Book. In order to get a good prize for the villagers, the village chief of Sha village took the lead and placed an order with Qin Yao and paid her a deposit of 5 taels in advance. The two parties simply signed an agreement and the sun set. Wang Yu enthusiastically wanted to drive the ox cart to take Qin Yao and others back, but Qin Yao was embarrassed to trouble him and politely declined. The main reason was that she and Carpenter Lu had something to discuss on the way back, and outsiders were not allowed to listen. Wang Yu had no choice but to send them to the village entrance, and repeatedly reminded them, Madam Qin, after you finish drawing the blueprint of the mill, you must remember to ask someone to send it over immediately. Don't worry, I'll deliver it to you personally after I finish painting it. She still had to communicate with the craftsman herself about some details before she could feel at ease. After hearing Qin Yao's words, Wang Yu immediately breathed a sigh of relief, waved his hand, watched the three people walk away, and then turned around and went home. The orange sunset hung in the sky. Lu Ji didn't know when he came back. He was holding a bunch of eggplants in his hand and asked in a very good mood, Madam, is everything settled? Qin Yao hummed and asked him where he had been just now. Lu Ji held up the eggplant and said, I went to Shunzi's house and found this from his mother. I'll go back and make braised eggplant for you tonight. This was true, but the reason he went to Shunzi's house was not for the bunch of eggplants, but to pull the man's ears and scold him for betraying him. He said they were good brothers who would live and die together, but he ended up forgetting his brother because he had a sister-in-law. He wants to break up with him. Seeing Lu Ji's guilty look, Qin Yao didn't bother to care what he did behind his back. She took 2 quick steps to walk parallel to Carpenter Lu and talk about business. Carpenter Lu couldn't hold it in any longer. Now that there were no outsiders around, he immediately asked Qin Yao, We are asking for 15 taels. Isn't that a bit too much? He was very afraid that the people in Xia village would beat him if they knew the real cost. Qin Yao didn't think it was a big deal. She smiled and said, It's not too much. She did the math for him. Would cost money. This much wood, good quality wood, costs 4 ounces of silver. The deadline is tight. We both agreed to deliver the goods in half a month. Now you don't have any ready-made materials. You have to start from scratch. It's definitely too much for you to handle it alone. Do you have to pay someone to help? You have to pay half a tael of labor. And here, the stone mill is not that easy to grind. If it were someone else, 10 men would work together to find the materials and beat them into a millstone, and finally they would have to transport them from Liujia village to Xia village. 30 coins per person per day. That's 4 ounces and 5 cents of silver for half a month. This is equivalent to each of them investing 4.5 taels of silver as capital, and the remaining 6 taels of silver is profit. The 2 of them divided it equally, 3 taels each. Buying an exclusive technology for just $2 is such a great deal. Qin Yao was right, but Carpenter Lu always felt something was wrong. What's wrong? Yes, he could use the wood he grew himself, and he could hire his own family members to pay for the work. In fact, if you really counted it, the 7 taels and 5 cents of silver could all go into his own pocket. Madam Qin, I really admire you. When they parted on the riverbank, Carpenter Lu sincerely hugged Qin Yao and then went home happily. Qin Yao touched the 5 taels of deposit in her arms. The heavy weight made her feel at ease. As soon as the couple returned home, it was completely dark. The lights were on in the main room and the kitchen. The children heard the noise. Sam Lang and Xin Yang came out from the main room and greeted them, Mother, Father. Qin Yao asked, Where's my brother? The twins pointed to the kitchen and saw that Dalong and Erlang had already cooked dinner. Lu Ji walked in carrying eggplants, touched his 2 sons' heads in a good mood, and took over the cooking job. Qin Yao washed her face in the yard. The 4 children followed her to the main hall. Dalong asked, Auntie, did Xia village promise to build the watermill for you? Qin Yao smiled and nodded, and the 4 children shouted happily, That's great. As long as there's work, there is money to be made. Even children understand that. Lu Ji shouted frantically in the kitchen. The Lang and Erlang set the table and prepared to eat. Dalong and Erlang responded with an, Oh, and shrugged at Qin Yao like little adults, then ran to the kitchen to get the dishes and chopsticks. Sam Lang went to drive the chickens in the yard into the chicken coop and took Xin Yang to wash her hands. The family of 6 sat in the main room to have dinner. Knowing that Qin Yao had taken over the job in Xia village, the whole family was very happy and the dining atmosphere was very pleasant. It would have been more perfect if Lu Ji hadn't been so shameless as to test how much money she could make. You just need to study hard in the future and don't have to worry about money. Qin Yao warned in a stern tone. Lu Ji thought that if there was a mirror in front of him, his expression reflected at this moment would be exactly the same as that of the young wife who was despised by her husband. After dinner, Erlang and Sanlang washed dishes in the yard. Although it was agreed that the 4 brothers and sisters would take turns, Dalong was always worried about his younger siblings, so he helped wash the dishes as well. Qin Yao naturally couldn't let herself be left behind, so the work that was originally supposed to be done by 2 people was now done by 4 people together. Qin Yao did not interfere with the arrangements of the 4 brothers and sisters. As long as they did not fight, it was fine. Come to think of it, she seemed to have never seen 4 siblings fighting. They were so sensible that it made people feel distressed. Qin Yao's gentle gaze swept across the 4 little heads huddled together in the yard, and then her sharp gaze turned to Lu Ji, who had just finished his meal and was still dozing off on the bamboo chair in front of her. "How many books did you copy?" She didn't ask loudly, but as soon as her tone became deep, Lu Ji could instantly feel a chill. It was really refreshing in the hot summer, and he shuddered so much that he opened his eyes and sat up straight in his chair. "I copied 3 books, right?" Oops, he forgot where he copied from. Qin Yao frowned immediately. "It's been a week, and you've only copied 3 books?" Among those 9 books, the shortest one had more than 1,000 words, and the longest one had less than 40,000 words. Even if he copied for 8 hours a day and copied 1,000 words an hour, he shouldn't be able to finish copying only 3 books. "Let me see it," Qin Yao said coldly. Lu Ji thought to himself that something bad was going to happen, but he didn't dare to disobey. After all, his life was at stake. He quickly ran to his bedroom and took out the 3 copied books. Fortunately, there was a copy of the Book of Songs with more than 32,000 words. The remaining 2 books are The Great Learning, with more than 1,700 words, and The Doctrine of the Mean, with more than 3,500 words. Add to that Mr. Ding's original study notes, and it can't be considered as being lazy. Because there were no pens as fine as ballpoint pens, the smallest brush Lu Ji used could only write very large characters, so each of the 3 books he copied was an enlarged version. The paper pages are the size of A3 paper. It is a very strange sight to hold a book in your hand that can completely block a person. But I have to say that the large version looks much more comfortable than the small version. The large characters are less tiring to read. There are more blank spaces for excerpts, and it is also convenient for taking notes. Just a bit of waste paper. Qin Yao flipped through the book. The handwriting wasn't very beautiful, but it was getting more and more neat. It seemed that copying books was helpful for practicing calligraphy. He returned the book to the anxious Lu Ji and barely passed. She raised her chin to signal him to continue copying. Qin Yao got up and went back to her room, lit the oil lamp that she had been reluctant to light in the past, and stayed up late at her desk to draw drawings. 095 Toys. Early in the morning, Qin Yao, who had just fallen asleep in the middle of the night, got up when she heard the chickens crowing in the village. After packing up briefly, I picked up the 2 drawings I had drawn late at night and prepared to go out. Erlang poked his head out of the room, looked around, and when he didn't see his father, he called out softly, "Andy." Qin Yao was about to step out the door when she heard a whisper behind her. She turned around and asked in confusion, "Why are you up so early?" Morning exercises in the past were not so active. Obviously, the little guy didn't want to do morning exercises, but had something else to do. He ran over with his hands on his chest, took out 8 cents from his pocket, and asked her if she was going to Xia Village and if she could help him buy something. There are also peddlers in Xia Village, and the things they sell are much more complete than those sold by Lu the peddler. "What do you want to buy?" Qin Yao asked with an interested smile. The last time she went to the Ding family, she left 2 cents of silver for Erlang as an emergency fund, but she didn't use it, so the money is still there. After she returned home, Erlang secretly found her and wanted to return the money to her. But she didn't want it, thinking that every child should have their own pocket money. So she called the 4 brothers and sisters together and asked them to use the 2 cents of silver as pocket money, and asked Erlang to keep it temporarily. Qin Yao doesn't care how the money is spent. She even hopes that her 4 children will be bolder and more willful, and buy some random things as long as they are happy. But it seems that they did not do so, and Erlang made a rule that an application report must be submitted before using money, and arranged the pocket money for the 4 brothers and sisters reasonably. 2 chien of silver, with a limit of 50 won per person. This time, the 4 brothers and sisters each contributed 2 won to buy something together. It was also the first time for the 4 children to use it. So Erlang seemed a little cautious. He looked at Qin Yao several times with his big eyes, making sure that she would not be angry, and then he said, "I want to buy a bamboo kuju. Is that okay?" "Qin Yao, bamboo ball." Jiro nodded expectantly. "Okay, got it." Qin Yao took his money and went out. The little guys just wanted a toy, so they had to satisfy them. Watching Qin Yao walk away, Erlang was still a little dazed. He had been preparing himself mentally for most of the night, But he didn't expect his stepmother to agree so readily, without even saying a word like playing around and losing one's ambition. Just so happy. Erlang ran back to the room. Dalong and his two siblings all raised their heads from the quilts, saw Erlang, and nodded with a smile. The three siblings rolled around happily in the quilts. I love my mother the most, Qin Yao muttered. Sanlang also hummed and said, On Niang is the best. Dalong smiled as he looked at the happy faces of his younger brothers and sisters. He pulled Erlang, who wanted to climb into bed for a nap, dressed him, and dragged him out for morning exercise. Erlang's eyes widened, but before he could react, he was taken to the river by his brother. All his struggles for most of the night were in vain. Qin Yao first went to Carpenter Lu's house and handed him the blueprint of the water wheel to be built in Xia village. Then she walked towards the village entrance and headed for Xia village. At the entrance of the village, I saw the two Dalong brothers running around on the ridges of their own fields from afar. Under the blue sky in the early morning, the naughty children were running around in the green rice fields. The scene was healing and warm. Qin Yao walked quickly and arrived at Xia village in just over an hour. The blueprint was given to Wang Yu, who then called the carpenters in the village. After both parties finalized various details, Qin Yao went to the peddler in Xia village and bought a bamboo kuju, spending 6 cents and having 2 cents left. It was already noon when I returned home. The four brothers and sisters went back to the house for a nap, so they could get enough rest so that they could practice calligraphy and recite in the afternoon. Qin Yao pushed the door open quietly and placed the kuju and the remaining 2 cents on their large desk. She imagined the surprised expressions of the four little ones when they woke up and saw the toys, and her brows softened unconsciously. After putting the things away, I quietly closed the door and walked out, having cleaned the yard. However, the 4 grown-up chickens that were released from the cage defecated on the ground again. Qin Yao picked up the small shovel beside the door, shoveled the fertilizer, and covered the vegetable field with it. Is this natural fertilizer? After cleaning the chicken shit and washing my hands, I heard Lu Ji's reminder from the main room. The rice is warm on the stove. After saying that, he buried his head in copying the book, writing very seriously. If Qin Yao hadn't heard him humming a little tune just before she entered the door, she would have almost believed his lies. When I entered the kitchen, I saw a pot of hot rice and vegetables being heated on the stove with the remaining fire. Reserve some of the extra vegetables you stir-fried in the morning for noon, cook porridge, pour the vegetables into the porridge, and mix it. If you think it is not fresh enough, pick a handful of greens from the yard, wash and chop them up and sprinkle them in. It may not look good, but it tastes very good. Qin Yao picked up the whole pot, took 2 small stools, used one as a table and the other as a stool, and sat at the kitchen door to eat. The yard was very quiet, with only the rustling sound of copying books coming from the main room. The eaves blocked the scorching sun at noon, casting a cool shade. Qin Yao was eating, wishing she could sit there forever. Too bad, I'm still busy. After finishing her meal and filling her stomach, Qin Yao told someone in the room, Make some meat dishes this afternoon. Lu Ji raised his head hurriedly. There is no meat at home. Qin Yao leaned against the kitchen door frame and said unhappily, You won't buy it if you don't have it. I don't care about the things in the kitchen. You are responsible for it. You can figure it out yourself. So go get some bacon. Qin Yao shrugged indifferently. It's up to you. Anyway, I want to eat meat and white rice in the evening. I will be very busy and tired recently, so you should prepare better food. Otherwise, she would be very angry if she worked so hard all day and couldn't even have a good meal when she got home. Lu Ji nodded quickly and said he understood. Seeing that Qin Yao had just returned home and was about to go out again, he asked in confusion, Where are you going out again? Where are you going? She immediately asked, I'm going to make money, so I can go anywhere. Hurry up and copy your book. Lu Ji wiped the sweat from his forehead and thought to himself that this woman was as wild as the June weather. Forget it. If you can't afford to offend him, can't you just avoid him? After sighing, he watched Qin Yao go out in the hot sun with a rope, shoulder pole, and other things, and was glad that he could stay in the cool room to copy books without going out to suffer this. Qin Yao came to the Lu family's old house. At noon, the whole family, young and old, were resting under the eaves to enjoy the cool air. Jinhua and Jinbao are full of energy and are not afraid of the heat. They run out to play at the village well. When she saw Qin Yao, she called her Annie San. Jinhua even asked her, Where's Sanlang and Xinyang? Why don't they come out to play? Qin Yao smiled and replied, They are taking a nap at home. You guys can go and play first. They will come to see you when they are free. Although they have to study, Qin Yao calculates her time according to the 7 days a week and still gives the four brothers and sisters 2 days off on weekends to relax. If Dalong and Erlang were old enough in modern times, they would be in elementary school. I always want them to learn more. However, before dinner in the afternoon, they would go out to play for a while, catch insect for the chickens, and then go to the watermill to get the cash box so that Lu Ji could calculate the day's income. The four brothers and sisters enjoyed it very much. 096 Understanding the third brother. Everyone in the Lu family had heard the noise. Qin Yao walked into the open door, and Zhang greeted her in the hall. Come and sit down. Why are you out in the middle of the day? Why don't you stay home and rest for a while? Qin Yao has always been a person who keeps things to herself. Carpenter Lu is responsible for the water wheel, while she's responsible for making 2 large stone mills and a stone roller. It is indeed difficult for one person to keep busy. When he came to the main room, he did not sit down. Instead, he leaned on the shoulder pole in his hand and explained his purpose. Carpenter Lu, and I want to build a water mill for Xia Village. I'm sure of a few people. Big brother, second brother, little brother, are you free to come with me to make a stone mill these days? Qin Yao added, 35 cents per person per day, no meals included. It's hard work. I just want to ask if someone in my family needs it. So I came here to ask you first. If you don't have time, I'll look for someone else. There are also several cousins from my uncle's family. Last time when her family built a house, they were particularly willing to work hard. The 3 brothers were still feeling embarrassed, but he and Xiao had already revealed surprise smiles. He said, it's empty. There's not much work to do in the fields right now. Let your elder brother go with you. Xiao then gently pushed Lu Zhong's arm. Lu Zhong scratched his head and said a little embarrassedly, I'll go too. Needless to say, Lu Fei had already gone into the utility room to get a shoulder pole and a hammer. He stood in the yard fully equipped and asked loudly, third sister-in-law, where are we going to carry the stones? Old man Lu had just realized the high salary of 35 won a day and said hurriedly, they are all brothers. Why talk about wages? Just give them 3 meals. Lu Bo and Lu Zhong also said, it's fine as long as we have food to eat. Their wives almost pinched their tender arms until they were swollen. Qin Yao looked at old man Lu with amusement. Dad, brothers should settle accounts clearly. Time is tight, so we will get busy now. Today's wages will be calculated as half a day's wages. After saying that, he asked his eldest and second brothers to pick up their tools and left with the 3 laborers. Lu Fei was as happy as a fool. Third sister-in-law, although I may not look strong, I am very strong. You don't have to feel sorry for me. I will definitely use my strength to work for you. Lu Zhong was still feeling embarrassed for questioning Qin Yao's rice-growing method last time. So Qin Yao took the initiative to ask him, second brother, do you know where there are the most large rocks around here? Lu Zhong heaved a sigh of relief and pointed to the mountain in the distance. It's hard to find a big one in the river. We have to dig in the mountain. Okay, you know you can lead the way. Qin Yao readily gave up the front position. Lu Zhong strode ahead, and Lu Bo walked side by side with him. The two discussed going to that mountain. Getting the stones is actually the easiest thing, but the difficult part is how to transport them back, so the closer to the main road the better. Lu Bo paid more attention to details and asked Qin Yao, the place where we get the stones is not far from Xia Village. It will be more troublesome to move them back to our village. Why don't we get the stones, build a shed on the side of the road, and grind them on the spot, and then directly transport them to Xia Village, which would save some trouble. Moreover, the stones are heavy, so there is no need to worry about them being moved away if placed on the roadside. Who would have the time and energy to steal a millstone? Not only is it heavy, but people who don't need it also think it takes up too much space. This was Qin Yao's plan from the beginning. When she heard Lu Bo's proposal, she nodded in agreement. Walk from Liujia village towards Xia village for more than half an hour, and you will reach the place where stones are collected. It is a rocky mountain with no grass growing on it, and the bottom is covered with broken rocks that have fallen due to wind and rain. There are obvious traces of excavation on the stone wall. This is where several nearby villages often come to get stones. The quality of the stone is acceptable and is sufficient for making grinding wheels. Qin Yao needs 2 grinding wheels with a diameter of 80 centimeters and a cylindrical stone mill with a diameter of 60 centimeters and a length of 1 meter. The 4 of them spent an entire afternoon selecting materials, marking out several areas where they would be best to start using the colorful powder stones from the riverside. There is no time to chisel stones today. After selecting the materials, Lu Bo and Lu Fei cut down the trees. Qin Yao was responsible for moving them to the main road. Together with Lu Zhong, they built a simple tree shed to provide shelter from the sun and rain. After finishing the work shed, the 4 of them returned home as the sun set. They each rested for a night. At dawn the next day, Lu Fei ran to Qin Yao's door and knocked, waking Qin Yao up. Seeing the young man's enthusiasm, Qin Yao ate the meat pie Lu Ji had made last night, holding a small ceramic jar filled with steamed buns and vegetables, and shook her head and sighed. He's really energetic. He and Chio got up early in the morning, made breakfast for the three brothers, and prepared lunch for them. However, the rice bowls of the three people combined are not worth the small pottery jar in Qin Yao's hand. In the past, when everyone ate together, they only saw Qin Yao eating one bowl after another and did not feel the difference in the amount of food very intuitively. When I saw that small ceramic jar today, my eyes widened. Don't look at me like that. Is it exaggerated? Qin Yao raised her eyebrows and asked suspiciously, holding her lunch, a small ceramic jar. The three Lu Bo brothers nodded in unison. It was really exaggerated. But when we arrived at the destination and started working, I saw Qin Yao holding the pickaxe and hammering down more than 10 centimeters with one blow, and then I felt that it was reasonable for her to eat so much. All day long, the valley was filled with the clang, clang, clang sound of metal striking stone, which sounded quite rhythmic. Every time Qin Yao looked up and saw the three Lu brothers working hard with their arms bulging with muscles, she couldn't help but wonder, they have the same father. Why are their sons so different? Could it be that Lu Ji was picked up? No, there is absolutely no possibility. Although the four brothers do not have the same mother, old man Lu has strong genes, and they all look very similar. Maybe Lu Ji looked more like his mother, so his facial features were particularly superior. Looking closely, Lu Bo and Lu Zhong both look good, while Lu Fei is a little less so, but if you take him alone, he is also a handsome guy. Although Qin Yao's mind was full of random thoughts, it did not affect her work efficiency. She first chiseled down a huge rock, and then went to help Lu Fei. The young man looks lean and is quite strong, but chiseling stone mainly depends on skills. He is just too young and easily impetuous, and he even made himself angry while knocking the stone. Fortunately, with the help of Qin Yao, we slowly found the right rhythm, and before the sun set, we chiseled out a relatively complete boulder. The stone that Lu Bo and Lu Zhong were chiseling together was quite large. It took them a whole day to finish only half of it. If they worked for another day tomorrow, they would be able to chisel it down. It took the four men 2 days to carve out a large stone, 2 medium stones, and a smaller one. Only 3 are needed, with 1 extra as a spare just in case. There were 4 heavy boulders in total, with 2 logs as the base and 1 log as a traction rod. The stones were lifted up and rolled to the roadside one section at a time with logs, and finally hoisted onto the road with ropes. This process is much easier than chiseling stone because of the presence of the strong man Qin Yao. She could even lift the smaller spare boulder, weighing nearly 1,000 pounds, by herself, and throw it directly onto the road at great speed. The 3 Lu brothers were stunned and could not come back to their senses for a long time. Suddenly I understand why the 3rd child has become so obedient. 097 the baby was beaten. Qin Yao had the stones in place, and the 4 of them officially started polishing the stones under a roadside shed. Carpenter Lu had also prepared the wood, and he took 3 taels of silver from Qin Yao to settle the payment for the wood. The material was brought over from his father-in-law's house and used by his own family. The price was very low, but compared to selling it to those timber merchants, there were no middlemen to make a profit from the price difference, so he could get more copper coins. Qin Yao was thinking at the time that if she could do a good job with the Shahe village order and attract more people from the riverside villages to place orders, thus forming an industrial chain, it might directly drive the development of the entire Liujia village. The wood, stones, and labor all come from their own village. If they make money, they can also help the villagers make money. However, this idea is just a beautiful concept at present. The specific situation will depend on the feedback from the people after the watermill in Xia village is completed. But with this in mind, Qin Yao secretly laid the groundwork when doing this. For example, the extra stone was also made into a millstone. For example, Carpenter Lu's father-in-law could ask the old man to cut some mature timber in advance and keep it. Anyway, everyone would go up the mountain to cut wood when they have free time and keep it ready so that they can sell it when the timber merchants come. For example, Qin Yao deliberately asked the Lu Bo brothers to make their polishing skills more refined so that they could be used as long as possible. Water wheels and stone mills will wear and damage during use. Qin Yao has previously promised to teach the people of Shahe village how to repair them. But if she and Carpenter Lu determine the sizes and produce some replacement parts themselves? Would the villagers who wanted parts to repair their water wheels choose to buy them directly from them? Thinking of this, Qin Yao returned to the village after finishing the grinding that day and excitedly went to discuss it with Carpenter Lu. The two hit it off immediately prepared the data and put it away for future use. Among them, the fan blades, bearing shafts, and rocker arms of the water wheel are the ones that need to be repaired most frequently, and it is very time-consuming and delicate work for an individual to do. Once the villagers find that the sizes they made cannot be adjusted, they will naturally think of looking for Carpenter Lu because they're too lazy to think and make trouble. Madam Qin, do you think our water mill can really be promoted? Will so many people be willing to spend money to build it? Although he was very excited, after calming down a little, Carpenter Lu was still not very confident. After all, when Qin Yao first made the water mill, the villagers' reaction was very telling. But now it's different. Qin Yao asked back, "Didn't you notice that few people go to the village mill? Even at night, one could still hear the sound of grinding in her water mill." As the daily usage hours increased, she had to check the water truck almost every 2 days to prevent it from going on strike. This is the disadvantage of using wood. If the bearings could be made of metal, it wouldn't be so troublesome. But metal means high cost. Who can afford it when every household can only afford it? Habit is a terrible thing. After using the convenient water mill, who would still be willing to use the manual stone mill? Carpenter Lu thought about it, and it seemed to be true. There are not many people at the old mill now, but there were more and more people queuing at Qin Yao's water mill. Qin Yao confidently said to Carpenter Lu, "The market reaction may lag behind a little, but the future prospects are very good. Xia Village is richer than Liujia Village, with roads leading to all directions. The water mill built in Xia Village has much stronger publicity than that in Liujia Village." When Carpenter Lu thought about the lively scene in the future, all the wrinkles on his face opened up with a smile. Aunt Lu warmly invited her to have dinner with her. Qin Yao could not refuse her kindness, so she ate 2 bowls of vegetable porridge at Carpenter Lu's house and quickly got up to say goodbye. She feels embarrassed to eat as much as she wants at someone else's house, and if she doesn't go home, she will starve. It was already dark, and Qin Yao thought she could have dinner as soon as she got home. Unexpectedly, all 4 children were not at home. Lu Ji was cooking in the kitchen. Qin Yao asked suspiciously, "Where are Dalong and his friends?" Lu Ji heard the noise and looked back into the yard in confusion. "He just went out with the ball. Hasn't he come back yet?" He took a break after copying the book, but he was so sleepy that he fell asleep on the chair. When he woke up, it was already very late. Thinking that Qin Yao was about to come back, but the meal was not ready yet, he was so scared that his hair stood on end. "I was so focused on cooking that I didn't notice that it was already dark and my 4 children hadn't returned yet." Qin Yao was speechless. Although nothing would happen in the village, it was already so dark and the child hadn't come back yet. Should he go out and look for him? "How long have you been out?" Qin Yao put down her tools and asked while standing in the yard. Lu Ji brought out the last dish of stir-fried bacon slices with shredded cucumber. His cooking skills had really blossomed today, so it must taste good. He confidently brought it to Qin Yao and asked her to try it. "I estimate that he's been out for almost 2 hours. It's okay. He won't get lost in the village." Qin Yao thought so too. The aroma of the cooking penetrated her nose, and she couldn't help but pinch a piece of bacon and put it into her mouth. "Is it delicious?" Lu Ji asked expectantly. The bacon is stewed until soft and melts in your mouth. It is mixed with the sweet juice of the cucumber. It does not taste greasy at all. Instead, it is very appetizing. Qin Yao nodded. "Not bad. Your cooking skills have improved a lot." Lu Ji said flatteringly, "It's all thanks to my wife. Without your daily encouragement, my cooking skills wouldn't have improved so quickly." Qin Yao snorted and chuckled, motioning for him to bring in the dishes and set the table. She then walked to the flat ground in front of her house, took a deep breath, and was about to shout in the direction of the village. "Come home for dinner." The energy was almost gathered to the throat when 4 familiar little figures appeared in the sight, each with their heads hung, trotting towards home. Qin Yao had to hold back her words about going home for dinner and smiled as she walked forward. "Why are you playing so late? Aren't you hungry?" Dalong, what's wrong with your face?" "Wait, Erlang, where's your hairband?" "Sanlang, Xin Yang, did you guys go rolling in the mud?" Qin Yao hurriedly stopped the 4 siblings who wanted to run past her. They stood in a row in front of her, from oldest to youngest, and looked up. The dim light illuminated 4 little bruised faces. Qin Yao took a deep breath and looked at the kuju in Dalong's arms. The bamboo pieces had fallen apart and were broken. Her eyes and brows instantly turned cold. "Who did it?" Lu Ji screamed and walked out of the yard, furious. Sanlang, who had been trying hard to suppress his grievances, burst into tears the moment he saw his parents. He sobbed and said, "It's the Nyo and Nyo." Xin Yang looked at the little brother with disdain, wiped her dirty little face, and said angrily, "Mother, Dainyu tried to steal our kuju, and my brother and I refused to give it to him. So the two brothers pushed me. Later, the eldest and second brothers started fighting with them. Maybe because she found the coldness of her mother too frightening, the little girl's voice of complaint softened unconsciously. But she didn't cry. Xin Yang pouted her lips in dissatisfaction, clenched her fists, and said, "Humph. 098 fuck you." Lu Ji looked at Dalong and Erlang and asked them if that was the case. The two boys probably felt that they were embarrassed by the way they looked, so they turned their heads away and nodded sullenly. Lu Ji immediately rolled up his sleeves and said, "They are rebelling against me. They dare to bully my child. Just wait. Dad will seek justice for you." Ordinyo and Ernyo. As luck would have it, they were the two sons of Lu Fatsai who had previously used his watermill for free without paying. The brother is about 21 or 12 years old, very strong, and usually behaves in a domineering manner. The children in the village were divided into two groups, and one group followed the two of them to bully other younger kids. One wave includes Dalong and Jinbao, who were bullied. However, when I was bullied in the past, it was just some verbal quarrels and pushing, and there had never been a fight. Lu Ji's idea was very simple. A rabbit will bite only when it is cornered. Even a well-behaved child like his, Dalong, was provoked to start fighting. It goes without saying that the Nyo and Nyo were going too far. With new hatred and old grudges added to his heart, Lu Ji was furious. He picked up the broom beside the door and rushed down the mountain with great momentum. Dalong and his two siblings were all shocked. They had never seen their father so angry. No, I've never seen my dad defend them like this before. What they didn't expect was that their stepmother didn't stop their father and just watched him enter the village. Qin Yao asked the four bruised kids in front of her, "Can you still walk?" Dalong, Erlang, and Xin Yang nodded, and Sanlang wiped his tears and whimpered in response, indicating that he could walk. So, Qin Yao locked the door, turned around to call the four children, and followed Lu Ji's aggressive pace. Dalong was a little flustered. "Auntie, where are we going?" Qin Yao curled her lips coldly. "Demand justice." Erlang and Dalong both felt a jolt in their hearts. Jilang whispered, "It's not necessary to say it." Unfortunately, although Qin Yao looked indifferent at the moment, she was actually very angry and didn't listen to what they said at all. Holding the crying Sanlang in one hand and holding the angry Xin Yang in the other, he walked very fast. Dalong and Erlang had to jog to catch up. Lu Ji looked back and saw that the fierce woman had followed him. She was even more arrogant. Before she even reached Lu Fatsai's house, she started to yell at him. "Bald Lu, get out here. How dare you instigate your two older sons to bully my younger children?" However, unexpectedly, an angry response came from the front, including Lu Fatsai and his wife. "You are such a good fellow, Lu Laosan. I was just about to settle the score with you, but you came to my door first." Lu Fatsai's wife came out from the corner, dragging her two sons with her, and Lu Fatsai followed behind holding a torch. As soon as the two sides met, Lu Ji, who had been coming with great momentum, widened his eyes and his arrogance instantly diminished. The firelight clearly illuminated the faces of the two brothers, Nyo and Nyo, which were swollen like steamed buns. A sentence instantly popped up in Lu Ji's mind. "Beat you so badly that even your mother can't recognize you. Nyo and Nyo, let your uncle see your faces. TSK, TSK, TSK. You did something bad, and now you're getting your retribution, right? You two fell like this while walking home at night. I wonder if you dare to bully my Dalong, Erlang, Samlang, and Xin Yang next time." Lu Ji rolled his eyes and sneered with contempt. Although it seems that the opponent is in a worse situation than the four of his family, their momentum cannot be weak. If you dare to bully his child, he will not be called Lu Ji if he doesn't scrape off a layer of Lu Fatsai's skin today. Qin Yao had already led the four children to come behind Lu Ji. When she looked up and saw the terrifying faces of Nyo and Nyo, she couldn't help but curl her lips and let out a low hiss. Looking back, Dalong was looking at the ground, Erlang was looking up at the sky, Sanlang and Xin Yang were holding hands with unconvinced looks on their faces. But the atmosphere had come to this point. Qin Yao took the broken kuju from Dalong's arms, stood side by side with Lu Ji, and glared at each other coldly. As soon as she appeared, Her powerful aura made Lu Fatsai's family of four shiver. Seeing that the situation was not good, Lu Fatsai started shouting and attracted all the neighbors over. Seeing that there were more people around, he became arrogant again and pushed out two children whose faces were swollen like pigs, asking everyone to judge who was bullying whom. When the villagers saw the brothers' faces, they gasped and muttered, "It's just a quarrel between children." The third brother's family is going too far. Lu Ji had a bad reputation in the village. Looking at the injuries, Lu Fatsai's family was much more seriously injured than the four of his family. Almost subconsciously, everyone leaned towards Lu Fatsai's side. Qin Yang retorted loudly, "It was obviously Dinyo and Ernyo who came to steal our things first. When we refused, they pushed us and beat my little brother. They're the bad guys. The little girl is young, has clear thinking, and remains calm in times of crisis." Qin Yao thought to herself, "She is worthy of being my good daughter." Erling winked at Sanlang, and Sanlang started crying loudly. Dalong stood up to explain. Lu Fatsai's wife sat down on the ground, kicked her legs, and squeezed out two tears, crying out how pitiful her son was and how hateful Dalong and his friends were, and demanded that Lu Ji and Qin Yao apologize and pay compensation. Lu Ji was so angry that he laughed. "Bullshit. If a son is not well educated, it is the fault of his father. Let him get back at this beating first." He picked up the broom and rushed over to beat Lu Fatsai to death. Qin Yao waved her hand, signaling the four children to step back and protect Lu Ji behind them. If anyone came to persuade her, she would cross her arms and push them back seemingly lightly, giving Lu Ji enough room to perform. When Lu Ji saw it, he was like, "Damn, with Qin Yao as his amulet, what on earth does he have to be afraid of?" A broom hit Lu Fatsai in the face, and the thin bamboo sticks hit his flesh with a crackling sound, which was so painful. Lu Fatsai felt pain and anger and raised his fist to hit Lu Ji. Lu Ji was beaten twice a day on average, and his dodging skills had long been maxed out. He couldn't dodge Qin Yao's punches, so how could he not dodge a mere Lu Fatsai? He was as agile as a monkey, and with a broom in his hand that was an inch longer and stronger, he unilaterally defeated Lu Fatsai. When Lu Fatsai's wife saw this, she realized that this was not okay. So she got up from the ground and tried to pull Lu Ji out. "Qin Yao is watching us. How can she succeed?" As soon as Lu Fatsai's wife stretched out her leg and exerted a little force, she fell head first and screamed in pain. Qin Yao kicked him to the side, and he was unable to catch his breath and almost fainted. The onlookers saw that it was all over. If no one stopped it, someone might die, so they quickly ran to call the clan leader. The patriarch shouted angrily, "Stop it!" The chaotic scene finally stopped. Lu Ji beat Lu Fatsai so hard that he rolled on the ground with his head in his hands. Still feeling unsatisfied, Lu Ji hit him with a broom. "You still want to blackmail me? If I don't make you pay for it today, I'm not Lu." After he finished mumbling, he messed up his hair, put dust on his face, threw away the broom, and ran to the patriarch first. What does it mean that a man has gold under his knees? He doesn't understand. He slid down to his knees in front of the clan leader, hugged the clan leader's thigh, pointed at Lu Fatsai pitifully and shouted, "Chief, you must take care of things for me and the kids. They beat someone up and are trying to extort money from me. This is too much." This operation really made Lu Fatsai stunned for a moment. When he reacted, he had already lost the initiative. He could only roll and crawl to hide at the feet of the clan leader, looking up at his face full of blood marks from the bamboo sticks, and cried out, "Chief, help me. Lu Laosan wants to beat me to death, Chief." Lu Fatsai's wife wanted to go forward and continue her tantrum, but Qin Yao grabbed her arm and said in a calm but unyielding tone, "We won't cause any trouble for the clan leader. Let the clan leader decide everything." The two brothers, Dinyo and Ernyo, who had been dominating the village for many years, hid behind their mother. Suddenly, they met Qin Yao's deep eyes and finally understood what fear was. 099, another strategy. Lu Ji and Lu Fatsai quarreled fiercely in front of the clan leader, and the scene was thrown into chaos for a while. It was not until everyone arrived at the Lu family's old house that Jinbao and Jinhua stood up to testify that it was Dinyo and Ernyo who brought the older children to bully them, and that Dalong and Erlang took action. Only then did the matter become clear. When asked by their parents, other children who were bullied nodded and admitted this. Lu Ji handed over the child's tattered kuju, and with the witnesses and evidence, Lu Fatsai could no longer argue. The clan leader was speechless. It was not his business to intervene in a fight between kids, but two adults from two families had a fight over this. Moreover, both of them were the most scoundrels in the village. It gave him a headache just thinking about it. Seeing that it was inappropriate for everyone to just gather here to watch the fun, the clan leader asked someone to open the door of the ancestral hall and called Lu Fachai and Lu Ji in. Outside the ancestral hall, Lu Fachai's wife and two children stood on the left side of the door, while Qin Yao stood on the right side of the door with her four children. Their protective attitude towards their children was obvious. Lu Fachai's wife said speechlessly, "They're not even your biological children, but a stepmother protects them like nothing. Do you think they can still remember you?" The distance was so close, and Qin Yao was not deaf, so she immediately glanced over with a cold look. "As long as they call me mother, I will protect them for the rest of their lives and teach them right from wrong. Unlike you, my own children, who cannot tell right from wrong, bully the weak, and are rude and unreasonable." Her tone was always calm, as if she had a natural confidence and emboldening voice, which made Lu Fachai's wife feel very uncomfortable, as if she was inferior to her for no reason. But he was afraid of Qin Yao's fighting ability and only dared to mutter to the air. Qin Yao didn't even want to look at her anymore. She stood outside the door with her arms folded, waiting for the result. Little did she know that the four children behind her, who had been pretending to be strong, suddenly lost all their strength and their eyes turned red when they heard what she had just said. The night was very dark. They took another step back towards the wall, hiding in the shadows and quickly wiping away their tears, not wanting to be discovered. But Qin Yao's senses were very sharp. She heard someone sniff behind her. Her ears twitched slightly. She turned around and met four pairs of watery eyes. Qin Yao couldn't help but chuckle. She reached out her hand and touched each of their heads. After thinking for a while, she bent down and kissed each of them on the forehead. She then took all four little guys into her arms and said with a smile, "Are you crying now? You didn't listen to my advice to practice martial arts. Otherwise, you would have been bullied by those two losers." Denyo and Ernyo were very angry and asked who was useless. Erlang poked his face out from his stepmother's arms, stuck out his tongue, and made a face. "Why are you glaring at me? Just tell me what's wrong with you." However, just after he did this little action, he was patted lightly on the head, warning him to behave himself and not to escalate the conflict. It was a hot day, and it was very hot for the five children to hug each other. Qin Yao thought that it was enough to comfort them, and was about to let go. Unexpectedly, four pairs of small hands immediately hugged her. The tall ones hugged her waist, and the small ones hugged her thighs. In an instant, there were four human-shaped pendants on her body, whimpering like little animals, acting like spoiled children, and Qin Yao's heart melted when she heard it. Sure enough, our own dolls are still the cutest. Dalong felt the palms stroking his back again and again, from his neck to the tips of his ears, and his face turned red, but the warm embrace and the fragrance of soap berries were so lingering that he allowed himself to be unrestrained and get closer to such warmth. If possible, he wished he could be like his younger brothers and sisters, treating her as his mother without any scruples, acting coquettishly with her, complaining to her, and relying on her wholeheartedly. But if he really did that, it would seem a bit unfair to his biological mother. The young boy's mind was sensitive and delicate. Qin Yao saw it and could only sigh in her heart. Children who are sensible often bear more, so we should pay more attention to this little one in the future. A quarter of an hour later, the men came out of the ancestral hall. Lu Ji looked indignant, but he could not hide the joy in his eyes. Lu Fachai hung his head in dejection, glaring at Lu Ji with hatred, looking like a defeated rooster. The patriarch looked at the two families, shook his head wearily, and withdrew. The ancestral hall was locked, and the two families watched the patriarch leave before they prepared to go home. "Wait!" Qin Yao suddenly called out to Lu Fachai and his family. She frightened the family of four, and they looked back warily. Qin Yao pointed at Denyo and Ernyo. "Shouldn't you apologize?" Lu Fachai's wife angrily said, "That's enough. You two kids are apologizing for a fight? What is there to apologize for? Look at how badly our Denyo and Ernyo were beaten by your Delang and Erlang. And we haven't asked you to apologize yet." Qin Yao remained calm and waved her hand. The four brothers and sisters of Dalong stood up. She looked at them and said, "No matter who starts a fight, it's wrong. Using violence to solve problems is wrong." Lu Ji stared in astonishment and said, "Qin Yao, don't be so hypocritical. You always use violence to solve problems." Qin Yao pretended not to see Lu Ji's astonishment. This was not the end of the world without laws and moral constraints. This world had its own operating rules. Daniel and Ernyo looked at each other and wanted to step back in fear. Qin Yao shouted, "Come here and apologize. Otherwise, this matter will not end." She meant what she said literally. As long as there is a beginning and an end, everything will be over. But to the other party, this is a serious threat. Daniel and Ernyo were so scared that they whispered, "Yes, I'm sorry." Qin Yao nodded to Dalong and the other two. Although he was reluctant, Dalong still took the lead and said, "We shouldn't have beaten you so badly. I apologize, but if you bully us again next time, I will beat you again." Qin Yao frowned. This kid, there was no need to say the true words at the end. He was too honest. "Let's go home and have dinner." Qin Yao waved to the family of four across the street and led the children home as if nothing had happened. Lu Ji snorted at Lu Fatsai and quickly followed his mother's pace. When the family returned home, the dishes served in the main room had already gone cold, but that did not stop the family of six from sitting around the table and enjoying their meal. After the meal, Lu Ji cleaned up the dishes, washed the dishes, and wiped the table, while Qin Yao held an oil lamp to check the injuries of the four children. "It's no big deal. Sanlang and Xinyan are fine except that they are dirty." There were several bruises on Dalong and Erlang's faces. When she poked them, they hissed and gasped in pain. But perhaps because they found each other's behavior funny or they thought of something funny, the two brothers suddenly burst out laughing. "What are you laughing at?" Qin Yao glared at the two of them helplessly. He was still laughing even after being beaten. Erlang gave a wicked laugh and answered, "Mother, I pinned Ernie down, locked his neck with my feet, and hit him in the face." He was stunned in an instant. "Mother?" Qin Yao raised her eyebrows. "Does this count as another successful conquest?" Erlang thought he was shouting very naturally and continued to talk about how his elder brother beat Lu Daniu. I secretly raised my eyes to see Qin Yao's expression to see if she noticed. However, she didn't expect that the other party was concentrating on wiping the dust off Xin Yang's face and acted as if he didn't notice it at all, which made her feel suffocated. Seeing him like that, Qin Yao almost laughed herself to death. 100 lousy Shudao Mountain. It took Qin Yao a full hour to clean up the four dirty kids. The shadow of the fight had dissipated, and the four children were laughing and dancing around in the main room. Qin Yao felt her ears hurt from the noise. In the yard, Lu Ji washed up and prepared to go back to his room. Unexpectedly, as soon as he turned around, Qin Yao called him. "Bring it here." "What?" Lu Ji pretended to be confused. "Qin Yao, money." Lu Ji was confused. "What money?" "My lady, how can I have any money? Isn't the money all in your hands?" Qin Yao raised her hand and held up 3 fingers. "I'll count to 3. 1, 2. Oops, I almost forgot." Lu Ji slapped his head, walked in with a helpless smile, took out a handful of copper coins from his arms, and put them on the table. "This is the compensation that Lu Fatsai gave to our child for the plaster. As soon as I came back, I wanted to give it to my wife for safekeeping. I didn't expect to be so busy as soon as I got home. If you hadn't reminded me, I wouldn't have remembered it." Qin Yao counted and found only 18 copper coins. She sneered and knocked twice on the table with her knuckles. Lu Ji then reached into his arms again, looking surprised and delighted. "Huh? There are 2 more dropped here." There were a total of 20 copper coins on the table. He spread his hands and looked at Qin Yao innocently and said, "It's really gone. 6 coins were for the kids to buy a kuja ball, and 14 coins were for the plaster." Qin Yao looked up at him, with the corners of her mouth raised slightly, and said with a smile, "And 10 cents for mental damages." She heard it clearly at the door of the ancestral hall. Even so, he still wanted to be petty with her. He must be tired of living. Lu Ji's eyes widened instantly. He had clearly spoken very quietly when talking about money, so how could she have heard it while standing outside the ancestral hall? "Madam, do you have a keen ear?" Lu Ji smiled slickly, holding his hands tightly to his chest, trying to get away with it. Qin Yao stood up suddenly, and Lu Ji immediately raised his hands to cover his face. However, he took care of his face, but not the money, and all the copper coins hidden in his chest pocket were taken out by Qin Yao. Not only was the money gone, but when he screamed and put down his hands to try to take it back, Qin Yao slapped him on the back of the head, and bang, a big slap was made in his cunt. Countless little stars immediately lit up in front of Lu Ji's eyes. He swayed a few steps on the spot, wailed, "Ah," and fell to the ground leaning against the door. He was unable to recover for a long time. It hurts so much." Qin Yao strung the 30 coins together and stuffed them into her pocket, then raised her chin towards Dalong and the other 3 children. The The children immediately lined up to go back to their rooms to sleep, and no one dared to even look at their father. De Lang, Erlang, San Lang, and Xin Yang. Lu Ji covered his dizzy head and tried to keep them, but nothing came of it. Qin Yao glanced at him and said, "Why are you yelling? If it weren't for your good performance today, I would throw you into the river to feed the fish. Get up, turn off the lights, and go to sleep. If you keep yelling, I'll cut off your tongue." Lu Ji bit his lip, feeling so wrong that he wanted to die. Seeing Qin Yao enter the room, he mustered up the courage to whisper, "Qin Yao, you use violence to solve problems, you're wrong." The lights in the room went out, and no one responded. Lu Ji waved his fist at the air, gritted his teeth, got up, dusted off his clothes, and went back to his room to sleep with an indignant look on his face. That night, as long as I thought about the 30 cents I had lost, I couldn't sleep. I tossed and turned until dawn and had to get up to make breakfast. "Meat, meat, meat. I've been craving for meat all day. How can I not eat you to death?" He muttered while chopping the meat. There was a sound of someone getting up in the main house, and the kitchen suddenly became so quiet that the only sound left was the crackling sound of the firewood burning in the stove. Qin Yao pushed open the door and walked towards the kitchen while tying her short hair into a high ponytail with a cloth strip. When he got some water to wash his face, he saw that the water tank was almost dry, so he said, "Remember to fill it up later." After washing her face, she picked up the broom to sweep the dust in the yard, fed the chickens, and the aroma of meat patties spread from the kitchen. Qin Yao took a deep breath and said, "It smells so good." Lu Ji brought out the packed lunch jar and 2 meat patties for breakfast. Qin Yao finished the meat patties in a few bites, picked up the tools and lunch, and started a busy day. It took 7.5 days from getting the stone to grinding it into a millstone. Now all the millstones have been made. What Qin Yao has to do today is to deliver the finished millstones and stone millstones to Xia village in advance with the 3 Lu brothers. The stone mills were heavy, and 3 people could only carry 1 piece each time. There were 4 pieces on the 2 millstones, and Qin Yao and his 3 companions could just carry 1 piece each, so they delivered the 2 millstones to the destination in 1 trip. Afterwards, they turned back, and the 4 of them rolled the stone mill wrapped with hemp rope to Xia village. It took them a whole morning to successfully complete the transportation mission. The mill in Xia village has been mostly built. The most important part of raising the floor has been completed, and it is just above the pond. There are 4 1-meter-high stone pillars around it, and several wooden piles are used to pad the middle part that steps on the water. There is no problem with the load-bearing capacity. After agreeing with Wang Yu and others on the installation time for the water truck to be delivered, Qin Yao took the 3 Lu Bo brothers back to Liujia village. She paid the wages directly to the 3 people. The total working hours were 8 days, and each person was paid 35 coins a day, so each person was paid 280 coins for a total expenditure of 840 coins. After receiving their wages, Lu Bo and the other 2 felt a little embarrassed. They didn't expect the total amount to be so much. If my 3rd brother's wife hadn't been willing to take care of them, they would have to go out and look for odd jobs, and they might not be able to earn this much in a month. Lu Bo called Qin Yao to his home for dinner, but Qin Yao waved her hand, saying that she still had to go find Carpenter Lu, and turned and left. Watching Qin Yao walk away, the 3 brothers couldn't help laughing, holding 2 silver coins and 80 copper coins in their hands. Zhang, an old man, Lu never cared about the money they earned from doing odd jobs outside. Except for Lu Fei, who had to hand it over before he got married. The wages of Lu Bo and Lu Zhong were all given to their wives. When he saw the silver, she was overjoyed. The same thing happened to Mrs. Chiao. She was pregnant and short of money. With the 2 cents of silver in her hand, she felt confident. Zhang received the wages Lu Fei handed over, and smilingly counted out 80 cents in change for him to keep for himself, to occasionally buy small things. Lu Fei accepted it with a smile, and with a bit of childish nature, he coaxed Jinbao and Jinhua to go to Lu the peddler's house to buy snacks. In the evening, Zhang went to Granny Wang's house and bought 5 chicks. Since it was not a festival, she also killed an old hen that did not lay eggs at home to give the whole family a good meal. I reserved an extra bowl of thick chicken soup and gave it to Mrs. Chiao, asking her to drink more, as it would be good for her health. When he saw this, although she felt a little envious, she also smiled. When she was pregnant, her mother-in-law would reserve some extra delicious food for her. She was not afraid of having nothing to eat, but she was afraid that the 2 elders would be partial to one of them. As long as everyone was treated equally, there was nothing to complain about. Mrs. Chiao asked Lu Zhong to go to the kitchen and get 2 more small bowls and divide half of the chicken soup between the two children in the family. Jin Bao was so happy that he took a big gulp and grinned at his mother. "Mom, it would be great if I could drink chicken soup every day." He tapped his head lightly in annoyance. "You wish for it. It's good enough to have something to drink." Jin Bao said, "Oh," and drank the remaining half bowl slowly in small sips to let the flavor of the chicken soup linger a little longer. 101 promotion. 2 days later, Carpenter Lu's water wheel was ready. All the parts were tied together, and Qin Yao could carry it by herself. There were 2 remaining pillars used as bearings. Carpenter Lu and his nephew each took one, and the 3 of them came to Shaha village at the agreed time to assemble the water mill. The roof of the mill has been built. The Shaha village people are numerous and strong, so they put it up quickly. The walls on all 4 sides are made of bamboo, and the roof is covered with thick thatch. A wooden board is nailed to the thatch, so it is not afraid of strong winds. Qin Yao and Carpenter Lu spent a whole day to complete the assembly, and another day on debugging and testing, completing the project 2 days ahead of the scheduled half-month. The effect is very good. The river channel flowing into the pond has been treated, and wooden boards can be inserted to block the water flow, thus completely stopping the water mill. When needed, the water baffle is lifted up to let water flow in. The rushing river water rushes into the ditch and hits the fan blades of the horizontal water wheel with great force, causing the entire water wheel to rotate rapidly. In the mill room, 2 water mills can rotate at the same time. When not needed, the rotating shaft under one of the water mills can be removed and only one can be used. The stone mill was placed separately in the corner of the mill, using a small water wheel next to the large water wheel. This is a combination of large and small water wheels, which will make the speed of the stone roller half as slow as that of the stone mill, making it more convenient to use and preventing people from being accidentally crushed and injured. But no matter how slow it is still faster than human power. On the day when the water mill officially started operation, many villagers from several nearby villages came to watch. The villagers of Shaha village brought old wheat from their homes, and after using it a few times, they simply couldn't put it down. Because it was a water mill shared by the whole village, the villagers whose turn it was first did not think to give way to others when their time was almost up. Some of them got so impatient that they almost had an argument. However, Qin Yao was not responsible for these matters. She was only responsible for the final payment. The rest of the matters would be arranged by the village chief of Xia village. Wang Yu took her and Carpenter Lu home. Because the water mill was so comfortable to use, he readily paid the remaining 10 taels of silver. Qin Yao asked him to bring paper and pen and left a simple manual for daily repairs. Because she couldn't write calligraphy, she dictated and Wang Yu wrote it for her. Wang Yu didn't expect that this water mill also provided after-sales service. He smiled at Qin Yao with gratitude and carefully wrote down the formula she said. Qin Yao instructed, "Although I have taught the 2 carpenters in your village how to perform daily maintenance and repairs, please write it down so that the villagers can see it for themselves. It is a shared item and requires everyone to take care of it together in order to use it for a long time." Wang Yu nodded repeatedly. "That's right, Madam Qin. Don't worry. I will tell the villagers to be careful when using it." Well, if there are any problems that cannot be solved, you can always come to Liujia village to find Carpenter Lu or me. The first 3 months will be free of charge for after-sales service. Qin Yao said with a smile. Wang Yu agreed, feeling that the 15 taels of silver were well worth it. After settling the money, Qin Yao and Carpenter Lu were not in a hurry to go back. Wang Yu also happened to be going to the water mill to see what was new, so the 3 of them went together. When we arrived outside the water mill, the villagers of Shaha village had already admired it from house to house and were now enjoying the envy and compliments of villagers from other villages. Wang Yu nodded to the 2 of them and went forward to get busy. He had to teach the villagers some precautions to avoid damaging the equipment. Carpenter Lu and Qin Yao looked at each other, then separated and went into the crowd to promote the water mill to people from other villages. There are large and small water mills. The big ones are not expensive, and the small ones are also very affordable. They can be used by individuals, or the whole village can pool funds to build one. It frees up hands and improves efficiency. Let's not just envy Xia village. If we feel like it, we should take action. The autumn harvest is coming soon. We should hurry up and build one. Then we will have a much easier time. Qin Yao's voice was not loud, but it had an inexplicable attraction that made people want to listen. Seeing that everyone's eyes were on her, she continued. Small water wheels are very cheap. One water wheel can be used for several years. If you take good care of it, It can be used for more than 10 years. It costs less than 1 cent a day, which is almost free if you round it up. If there's a grain store, instead of spending money to hire workers to grind grain, why don't we build a watermill ourselves? It will pay for itself in a year. Whether you grind it yourself or help others grind it, it's pure profit. Of course, after talking about the advantages, we have to mention the disadvantages as well. But no matter how good this watermill is, it won't work without water. Everyone should consider the situation. Don't buy a water wheel and a stone mill impulsively, and then find that they can't be used. We won't return them if you do that. Ordinary people like to hear such honest words. Besides, Qin Yao and Carpenter Liu are both from nearby villages, not those unscrupulous businessmen from outside, so their favorability towards them increases rapidly. After a while, 7 or 8 people came over to ask for details and inquire about the price. The small ones are 1 or 2 taels, and the big ones are 10 or 20 taels. It depends on the needs of the big ones. We don't blindly pursue big ones. As long as they are suitable, it's fine. This price instantly discouraged many people. But Qin Yao was not in a hurry, only because they had never used it before. Once they had used it, they would definitely be inseparable from it. Human nature is to tend towards enjoyment, and the human-powered stone mill is against human nature. Once it is possible to satisfy the laziness of human nature by paying a little money, even the stingy farmers will be corrupted. The villagers from various villages stayed in Shaha village until the evening. Qin Yao and Carpenter Liu spoke until they were hoarse in promoting the watermill. They did not leave until the villagers dispersed. Have you got the order? Qin Yao asked Carpenter Liu. Carpenter Liu shook his head, but he found several potential customers. Qin Yao was the same. One of them was running a small grain business. When he went back and did the math, he would find out how profitable the watermill was, so the two were not in a hurry. Qin Yao took out the silver and divided the money with Carpenter Liu on the way. The two of them each paid half. Previously, Carpenter Liu had taken 3 taels of silver in advance to buy the wood, so this time Qin Yao only gave him 4 taels and 5 cents of silver. As for how much wages he would pay his nephew and how much he would have left in the end, Qin Yao didn't care. She counted her own money. Excluding the 840 coins she gave to Liu Bo and his 3 brothers, the remaining 6 taels, 6 coins, and 60 coins were all hers. Including her savings and the 30 cents in compensation that Liu Ji got from Liu Fatsai, she now had 15 taels and 2 cents of silver in her hand. Qin Yao's lips curled up. She had enough money to pay for Liu Ji's tuition this year, the family's living expenses, and the tuition for the 4 children to attend the clan school next year. But this is still a long way from her ideal of a well-off life. After all, you won't be in a hurry unless you have your own land. Renting land is not a long-term solution. Qin Yao planned to buy a few acres of good land once she had more money. Here, land has high liquidity and is hard currency. If you earn money by earning 1 acre at a time, can't you accumulate wealth? Thinking about the bright future, Qin Yao walked home with increasingly brisk steps. 102 released the water to catch fish. Liu Ji knew that Qin Yao was going to take the money home today, so he ran to the village entrance early in the morning and squatted there, waiting for people who were going to the town, and asked someone to buy some meat for her. There were spare ribs and pork belly with the right amount of fat and lean meat. Several delicious meat dishes were made in the evening. Dalong and his friends were so greedy that they kept wandering around the kitchen door and had no time to practice calligraphy. As soon as Qin Yao entered the house, she smelled the tempting aroma of meat and was in a good mood. Liu Ji turned around in the kitchen and looked over. "Madam, you're back. The last dish will be ready soon. We'll eat once you've washed up." Qin Yao curiously poked her head into the main room. What a big deal today, so many dishes. On the dining table, there was a pot of braised pork ribs with red dates and sweet potatoes, a plate of stir-fried pork belly with green peppers, a dish of refreshing pickled radish, and the cabbage and tofu soup being made in the kitchen. "I didn't eat this good during the Chinese New Year," Qin Yao said with a sigh. "It seems that the business of watermill has been much better recently." Erlang knew this and immediately raised his hand and said, "Mother, in the past half month, I've been able to get 10 copper coins every day, and sometimes I can also pick up eggs, vegetables, a bowl of noodles, etc." Dalong also said, "Now people don't like to go to the stone mill in the village anymore. They all come to our watermill and say that our watermill is very useful." By this calculation, a monthly income of 300 coins can indeed allow Liu Ji to cook more meat dishes. After all, Qin Yao did not take the money and use it all as living expenses. However, the food at home is getting better and better, so there is no need to collect the extra money. Lu Ji had already served the cabbage and tofu soup. Seeing that Qin Yao did not ask for private money, his smile became more sincere. My wife, it's time to eat. Qin Yao urged the four siblings to wash their hands, and then went to the kitchen to get bowls and chopsticks. Each of them filled a bowl with white rice and sat around the dining table, waiting for her to start eating first. It was all meat, and it tasted very good. The whole family enjoyed the meal so much that no one dared to say a word. He only slowed down his eating speed when he was about 70% full. At this time, the food on the table was almost gone. Lu Ji was quick and grabbed the last bit of the cabbage and tofu soup and poured it directly into the bowl. He then picked up 2 pieces of pickled radish and mixed them together. The soup was sour, crispy, a little spicy and fragrant. Qin Yao was very satisfied with the meal and was in a particularly good mood. There was always a faint smile on her face. Lu Ji finished the last mouthful of soup and rice in a bowl, put down his bowl and chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and asked curiously, "Madam, have you finished the watermill in Xia village?" Qin Yao nodded, knowing what he wanted to ask, and told him directly, "You have the tuition for 1 year. After you finish copying the books at the end of the month, you will go to the county academy to resume your studies in early July." Lu Ji converted the tuition fee into a specific number in her mind. It was about 5 taels of silver. She earned it in less than half a month. Although the money was not in his hands, it had to be spent on him, right? He couldn't help laughing. "Wife, it's a blessing for us to have you in this family." Qin Yao snorted and laughed, asking him to stop flattering him. "How much of the book have you copied?" "It's almost done. There are only 2 books with more words left. I can finish copying them by the end of the month." Liu answered confidently. Thinking of the upcoming college life, he couldn't help but feel excited. "I don't have to work in the fields anymore, and I can stay in the county town for a long time. It would be great to gather old friends together to eat, drink, and have fun." Qin Yao looked at his expectant expression, and her eyes dimmed slightly. The rain in June comes suddenly and heavily at night. The wind in the mountains is cool, and the summer heat is completely extinguished by the rain. The sound of sneezing due to the cold can be heard from the children's room. Qin Yao hurriedly got up and went to the next room, pushed open the door, and took out the thin blankets in the wooden box for them, and told the 4 of them to cover their stomachs and not sleep with their clothes open. Medical care is underdeveloped. If you have minor illnesses, the village barefoot doctor can give you some medicine. But if the condition becomes serious, you can only leave it to fate. San Lang and Xin Yang were sleeping soundly, wearing only small belly bands. No noise in the house could wake them up, but they knew they were cold. They covered themselves with a thin quilt and immediately rolled themselves in, wrapping themselves in it, leaving only half of their chubby little faces exposed. Qin Yao felt itchy and pinched them. The 2 little ones grunted, smacked their lips, and fell asleep again. Boom! A thunder rolled over the roof, and the rain got heavier. Qin Yao looked down and saw that the 2 little guys didn't even move. She really envied this sleep quality. Qin Yao waved to Dalong and Erlang, who were sleeping on the upper bunk, signaling them to continue sleeping. She closed the doors and windows and returned to her room. It took her a while before she fell asleep. She was always worried that the roof would leak when it rained so heavily, so she would open her eyes from time to time to look at the beams to make sure that the tiles were covered tightly before she fell asleep to the sound of the dripping rain. When I woke up in the morning, the rain had lessened a lot, but it was still falling. It was not possible to do morning exercises in this weather, so Dalong and Erlang slept in for a rare night. Qin Yao listened to the farmer's sighs coming from the fields below the mountain, said something to Lu Ji, who was preparing breakfast in the kitchen, put on a straw raincoat, put on a bamboo hat, and went to the fields with a hoe. The mud on the road was washed away by last night's heavy rain, forming a small stream. Fortunately, Qin Yao was wearing straw sandals, otherwise the uppers would have been soaked. The water level of the river rose by almost 20 centimeters. The ridges of several acres of land close to the river were washed away by the river, and the river water flowed back into the rice fields, destroying a small part of the rice. Qin Yao couldn't help but sigh along with the farmers. She then rolled up her trouser legs, moved stones and mud to reinforce the ridges of the fields, and straighten the fallen rice. Several plants were crushed to death. Seeing the destroyed rice flowers, I felt sad, thinking that they would produce grains in the future. It is not good to have too much water in the fields. As soon as the rain subsided, almost all the villagers went out to clear the ditches in the fields and dig a hole in the ridge to release the water. People whose rice fields are located near the river and in low-lying areas were so angry that they started cursing when they saw the muddy water leaking into their fields. But there was no other way, for everyone. Those in the low-lying areas could only consider themselves unlucky and raise the ridges near the canals. Qin Yao followed suit and raised the ridge of her own field near the canal. Some fish, raised in the field, rushed down the canal. With her quick eyes and hands, she grabbed it and caught a fat big field fish. Now, the fish in the low-lying areas were very happy, while the fish in the high ground were anxiously shouting, "My fish! My fish! I don't care whose land it is. If it falls into my field, it belongs to me," everyone laughed. Qin Yao also laughed. Seeing another fish being washed down, she quickly knocked the fish in her hand unconscious and placed it on the edge of the field, freeing her hand to catch the fish that was rushing down. The children in the village heard the noise and swarmed over. They could not tell which ones were someone else's and which ones were their own. Anyway, with baskets slung over their shoulders, a group of girls and boys blocked the middle of the canal and put any fish they caught into their own pockets. Dalong and Erlang performed very well and filled both small bamboo baskets. Sanlang and Xinyang did not dare to go down into such a deep ditch, so they stood on the edge of the field to cheer their brother on. The rice fields were filled with the excited cheers of the children. 103, forget it. I'm at a loss for words. The four of them returned home barefoot with muddy legs, leaving Lu Ji dumbfounded. "Did you go to take a bath in the mud?" he asked in shock. The sky had cleared up, and the field mud that was hanging on the calves had dried up and gave off a fishy smell. The four mothers were unaware of the smell and were only excitedly placing the large wooden bathing tub on the ground. One of them scooped water, while another lifted a basket and poured it into the tub. One after another, the plump field fish fell into the basin. The edge of the basin was a little shallow, and some of them almost jumped out. Sanlang and Xinyang were anxious, so they dived in and caught them. Water splashed all over their faces, and they giggled. Lu Ji was delighted when he saw the basin full of fish. "Where did you catch these fish?" They thought it was too much trouble and did not buy fish fry and raise them in the fields. Qin Yao scooped water to wash the mud off her feet and also washed the four children's straw sandals that were covered with mud. Dalong and Erlang excitedly told their father that so-and-so's fish were washed down by the water, and they only regretted that they did not bring enough baskets. Otherwise, they could have caught more. Even a tank of water at home couldn't wash the 5 people, mother and children, clean. Qin Yao waved her hand and said, "Let's go to the well to get some water." The 4 children yelled and immediately threw the basket away. Like wild boars out of cage, they rushed down the hillside barefoot. There were small ditches on the road washed out by rain, which made crackling sounds when stepped on. It was really fun. Lu Ji looked at Qin Yao helplessly. "You don't care about it. Just let them make such a fuss. What if they catch a cold?" Qin Yao picked up her 2 specially made, oversized buckets, looked up at the sun that was rising above her head, and said with a smile, "The sun is so strong. If we don't hurry up and play, the water will evaporate in a short while. If it is steam dry, there will be no fun, so you should grab it while it's still there." As he said that, he asked Lu Ji if he wanted to join him for fun. Lu Ji waved his hands vigorously, saying that he had copied too many books and started to talk. "How disrespectful!" Qin Yao snorted at him, happily stepped on the water barefoot, and shouted to the 4 kids in front of her, "The monster is coming to catch the child." The 4 children were so frightened that they looked back hastily, and seeing her rushing towards them, they screamed, "Ah!" and ran towards the village. The ground was already muddy, and after running like that, I couldn't wear my clothes at all. In the middle of the day, Lu Ji quietly came to a secluded river bank, carrying a large basin of clothes covered with mud. He was so angry that he wanted to bite Qin Yao, the culprit, to death. What I said before sounded better than singing, something like wash your own clothes, but what was the result? After fetching water, Qin Yao packed up the clothes of her mother and 4 other children and threw them into his arms. Could he refuse? Does he dare? Alas, only women and villains are difficult to raise. He was mumbling something, but his hands were moving very skillfully. The river water, after the heavy rain, was rushing and clear. Looking up, I saw the mountains in the distance, green and majestic. The sky was clear, and it was as beautiful as a painting. Forget it, I was at a loss for words. Lu Ji didn't embarrass himself at all and lowered his head to continue washing clothes. Back home, a stranger knocked on the gate. Qin Yao came out and saw that he looked familiar. "Who are you?" The man was leading a donkey. He was about 30 years old, had a goatee, and was wearing a blue shirt. He could be distinguished from the farmers working in the fields at a glance. He smiled at Qin Yao and introduced himself. "Madam Qin, I'm the manager Wu from the water mill in Xia village who I asked you about the other day. I'm the manager from the rice shop in town. Do you remember me?" Qin Yao suddenly realized. So, it's you. Have you decided to build a watermill? Please come in quickly. You must have had a hard time coming all the way here. The rain just stopped this morning. The road must be difficult to walk on, right? Qin Yao invited him in, but when Manager Wu saw that there was no man in the yard, he did not follow Qin Yao into the main hall and just sat in the yard. He took the boiled water from Qin Yao, took a big sip, and immediately asked, I said before that I wanted to build a watermill. I don't need a big water wheel, just a small water wheel like the one by the river near your house. I can build 3. They are small and don't take up so much space. At that time I asked you how much you charged, and you said that a small water truck would cost about 2 taels. Is that still acceptable? Qin Yao nodded. The water wheel costs 2 taels. You can prepare the millstone yourself. I'll charge you 100 coins for the installation. Isn't that too much? It doesn't include a stone mill? Shopkeeper Wu was a little surprised. He thought it was the same price. Qin Yao pulled a small stool and sat down opposite him, saying helplessly, You should know the price of wood. The wood alone will cost more than 1 tael. And the transportation cost is also a sum of money. We are doing business, so we have to make some money. If I also take over the millstone, then I have work for nothing. Shopkeeper Wu sighed. Any kind of mill will do? I have to find a stone mill myself. That's too much trouble. Give me a total price. I can't come here for nothing. This matter must be settled today. Qin Yao signaled him not to be anxious and calculated in her mind what the appropriate charge would be for 1 millstone. Since one person comes, there will definitely be a second and a third one. If you want convenience, you can get the water wheel and millstone all included in one price. If you want to save money, you can pay for the water wheel separately and bring your own millstone. But Qin Yao thought, instead of giving the money for the stone mill to outsiders, why not give it directly to her own villagers? They follow the market conditions outside. Freight within Qin County is included, while freight outside Qin County is at the expense of the customer. How about this? A small water wheel set, including installation and delivery within the county. One set costs 3 taels of silver. Qin Yao looked embarrassed, as if she was not making any money at all. A large mill out there costs 5 or 6 coins of silver. I really don't make much. If you can accept this, I will come to your place to survey the terrain tomorrow morning. If the conditions for building a water mill cannot be reached, forget it. Shopkeeper Wu quickly did the math in his mind. The 3 water wheels together cost 9 taels of silver, which was comparable to the water mill built in Xia village at 15 taels of silver. It was still much cheaper. Of course, there is a reason for the high price. The materials used for the water wheels in Xia village are better, and the power of the horizontal water wheel is stronger than that of the vertical water wheel. It is not affected by the size of the water flow and can be used almost 365 days a year. Its use will only be affected if the river dries up due to a severe drought that occurs only once in decades. Okay, then I'll wait for you at home tomorrow. Manager Wu agreed. He didn't want to use the water mill for himself, but wanted to turn the water mill into a business. Therefore, we must act early and have a certain scale to seize the opportunity. Qin Yao raised her eyebrows and suggested, If you want to open a mill to make money, I think 3 small water wheels are not enough. If you add another water mill, the audience will be wider. Shopkeeper Wu laughed unhappily. Madam Qin, it's still uncertain whether it will succeed or not, but you are so anxious to push the water mill for me. Don't worry, if the water mill can be built, not only 1 water mill, but also 4 or 5. Qin Yao waved her hand and said, Come on, no one should make empty promises for anyone else. Shopkeeper Wu left his home address and went to Qin Yao's watermill to take a look, saying, This is good. This is good. Is this the departure that I was looking forward to? 104 Manufacturing Plant. When Lu Ji came home after washing the clothes, he learned that someone had come to order a water wheel and millstone, and he was even more excited than Qin Yao. That small water wheel is 3 taels per set. You and Carpenter Lu can earn half of it, right? Half is 1 tael and 5 cents of silver. If you split it in half, that's 7 cents and 50 coins. For 3 of you, that's 2 taels and 2 cents more. Lu Ji excitedly threw a piece of washed clothes on the bamboo clothesline and said, My dear, our family is going to be rich. Or, I'd better stay at home and help you with the work. We are a family. What's yours is mine, and what's mine is yours. Just give me 2 or 3 taels of silver every month. I don't want more. Oh. The back of his head felt heavy, and the excited Lu Ji cried out in pain. Looking back, he saw Qin Yao holding a hammer in her hand. Hanging your clothes? These are not things you, a house husband, should worry about. Lu Ji rubbed the back of his head, which might be swollen. Madam, What is a house husband? She always uses some strange words. Do people in the north speak like this? Qin Yao, you're the kind of person who takes things as they come. He threw down the hammer, strode out of the door, and headed straight for Carpenter Lu's house. Qin Yao told Carpenter Lu about shopkeeper Wu's situation. Carpenter Lu was very excited, but he also thought that there might be more people coming in the future. We have to set a price. We can't always decide based on the situation. Qin Yao also meant this. She picked up Carpenter Lu's pen, dipped it in ink, and wrote on the scrapboard. A small water wheel set weighs 3 taels. A medium set weighs 5 taels and 80 cents. And a large set starts at 15 taels. The specific situation can be analyzed in detail. If you bring your own stone mill, you can save 8 cents of silver for each millstone. Note, within Kaiyang County, delivery and installation are included. What do you think of this price? Qin Yao handed the board to Carpenter Lu, who counted on his fingers several times and nodded. Okay, there are only 2 of them, so how should they divide the profits in the future? Qin Yao had thought about this on the way here. If the money can't be divided well between the 2 of them, there's no way they can last long in the collaboration. Qin Yao said, from now on, let's just think of it as us working together to open a watermill manufacturing plant. The plant will be temporarily divided into 3 departments. There is a water wheel department, a stone mill department, and a reception, installation, and after-sales department. You take care of the first one, and I'll take care of the second 2. Now we'll each take out 3 taels of silver and put it in the public account. The material expenses will be drawn from here, and after the money is collected, it will be filled into the public account. At the end of each month on the 30th, we'll tally the accounts, calculate the expenditures and surpluses, and you and I will split the profits equally. After hearing this, Carpenter Lu exclaimed that it was wonderful. But I don't know how to do accounting, so Madam Qin, you should be the accountant. Carpenter Lu said with a wry smile. He had no problem calculating small amounts of money on a normal day. But if it was like what Qin Yao said, it would be too complicated for him. Qin Yao nodded. As long as you trust me, I have no problem. Carpenter Lu said hurriedly, of course I can trust you. If it weren't for you, Madam Qin, we wouldn't be able to build this manufacturing shop. As a small carpenter, how could I have thought of turning the water wheel into a business? Qin Yao said seriously, without you, a skilled carpenter, I wouldn't be able to make these things. We are mutually accomplished. Then let me write another contract and ask the clan leader, village chief, and Lu Dafu to be witnesses so that we can have a basis for future actions. Hey, all right. Carpenter Lu sighed again. Madam Qin, if you were a man, you would be amazing. What? I'm just a daughter now. Qin Yao asked jokingly. Carpenter Lu waved his hands repeatedly. No. What I mean is that you are already amazing now. Qin Yao smiled, very pleased. She asked for paper and pen, drafted a statement of partnership shares and rights, and read it to Carpenter Lu. After he agreed, she wrote 2 copies and sent Carpenter Lu's son to invite people. They had dinner at Carpenter Lu's house. The village chief was very surprised. He didn't expect Qin Yao and Carpenter Lu to make a water wheel and stone mill in such a formal way. If you didn't know, you would think they were doing some big business. Qin Yao said seriously, village chief, the water wheel and stone mill are small things, but if it is done well, it will be a big deal for our Liujia village. Oh, the village chief asked curiously, what do you mean? Qin Yao said, we have a rocky mountain in our village and timber in the forest. These 2 things are exactly what we need to build a watermill. If someone places an order with us, should Carpenter Lu and I purchase these raw materials? This way, the villagers can earn profits from the wood that is difficult to sell or sold at a low price. As for the stone mountain, although everyone can use it for free, if we can make it into a stone mill and sell it, we will pay the village 20 coins for each stone mill sold. 1 is 20 coins, 10 are 200 coins, and 100 is 2 taels of silver. With this money, can the village repair the roads in our village? Now that the road has been repaired, it will be more convenient for the children in the village to go out, right? There are many more. For example, there are too many orders. Carpenter Lu and I cannot handle it alone, so we must ask the villagers to help. Can this help everyone increase their income at home? The more they listened, the more surprised the village chief and clan leader were. They had never thought about what Qin Yao said before. If what she said is true, then this. The 2 men looked at each other, their beards trembling with excitement. Lu Dafu often goes out, so it is easy to imagine what he said to Qin Yao. He was a member of Liujia village. If the road in the village was repaired, it would be much more convenient for him to go to the city to sell grain. He immediately said, Madam Qin, if you need a bullet card or something like that in the future, just let me know. Qin Yao nodded gratefully at him and continued, if a region wants to develop its economy well, it must establish sustainable pillar industries. Only in this way can it firmly grasp the economic lifeline, grow and develop, get rid of poverty, and achieve a well-off society for all. Stop, stop. Qin Yao suddenly came to her senses. This was not a civil service exam interview. If she continued, she would not be able to explain herself clearly. However, just the half sentence she said was enough for the village chief, clan leader, and Lu Dafu to ponder for several nights. The more I taste it, the more I find it wonderful. How could someone be so smart as to sum up such experience and principles? When Qin Yao returned home, it was already late at night, and the five of them, father and son, had gone to bed. She sat in front of the window, took out the share contract from her arms, spread it out, read it 3 times, and then carefully folded it and put it in the drawer. She actually opened a manufacturing plant in ancient times. What a magical feeling. Well, we need to give the factory a name. How about calling it Lijiakan Watermill Factory? Although it is very ordinary, it carries the regional logo and can also promote Liujia Village. She then told Carpenter Liu to carve the words Liujia Village Water Mill on the water wheel. She would also carve this line of words on the millstone and use it as the signboard of Liujia Village. 105 steady as an old dog. It started drizzling again in the early morning. Qin Yao put on a straw raincoat and a bamboo hat, took a few simple tools and a set of paper and pen, and went out early without having breakfast. When passing by his own fields, he took a look at the rice in the fields. There was nothing to do, so he quickly walked towards Jinshi town. At about 8:30 in the morning, Qin Yao arrived at the home of Manager Wu in the town. Before leaving, they bought 2 multi-grain pancakes on the street to fill their stomachs. When they arrived at Manager Wu's house, the 2 of them went straight to the place where the water mill was to be built. In the entire Kaiyang County, most of the towns are built along the river. This river is the same body of water, but due to different terrains, it has formed many styles. In this section of the river in Jinshi town, it is wider and deeper than that in Xiahe village, but relatively flat. There are streams and small waterfalls on the nearby mountains, and there is plenty of water. The location chosen by Manager Wu was a river beside the official road leading to the county town. There was a stone bridge here, which was more than 2 meters above the river surface. The watermill was located on the relatively flat river beach under the bridge. Qin Yao looked at it and felt that this location was not very good. Although the transportation was convenient, if the water level rose, the water truck would be flooded. Moreover, the ground on the river beach is very soft, and there is a risk of collapse if a mill is built on it. These topographical factors are also one of the important reasons why Qin Yao is not worried about the water wheel technology being copied. This ancient feudal dynasty with backward agriculture was not a modern technological country with an industrial system like later generations. The river channel was basically in its original state, and any water wheel could not use the water in the river. However, Qin Yao was determined to make this deal. So after obtaining the consent of Manager Wu, the 2 walked for a while and finally decided to build the water mill 100 meters away from the official road. The river here is narrow and the water is fast-flowing, but the key point is that there are natural stone embankments on both sides, so all factors are relatively stable. The only trouble was that Manager Wu had to widen the road himself to make it easier for ox carts and horse-drawn carts to pass through. But it's only a little over 100 meters and less than 200 meters, so it won't cost much money. Shopkeeper Wu didn't want to give up this business either. After thinking for a moment, he ordered 3 sets of small water wheels from Qin Yao. I'll take 1/3 of the deposit first, and I'll write you a receipt. When the installation is complete and you're sure it's working properly, I'll settle the balance. Qin Yao took out a pen and paper and glanced at Manager Wu. Shopkeeper Wu nodded, and she wrote a simple deposit receipt, and they both pressed their fingerprints on it. This simple receipt has no legal effect, but it has a certain restraining effect between clans. Ordinary people don't want to go to the government office. So many people write receipts and contracts in private. As long as both parties have no problem with it, it is assumed to be feasible. After giving the receipt to Shopkeeper Wu, Qin Yao asked again, when do you plan to install it? Within 10 days, maybe. Shopkeeper Wu asked a little worriedly, can you guys get out? Qin Yao, this time is fine. The main thing is that you have to prepare the venue first. Shopkeeper Wu patted his chest and guaranteed that he could level the land in 4 or 5 days. He had also thought about the interpersonal relationships. Since the project was going to use the town's public river, in order to avoid trouble, he would give the people living in the town a higher discount. So Qin Yao could just focus on doing her job and come to install it on time. After all this was settled, Qin Yao left with peace of mind. I returned to Liujia village at noon and gave the size design drawings to Carpenter Liu before going home for lunch. After lunch, I couldn't take a break and picked up my tools to go mine stones. She could finish the 3 small grinds by herself, but Qin Yao didn't plan to work so hard now, so she found helper. In the Liu family's old house, as soon as they saw Qin Yao coming in with tools, the whole family knew what she was here for. The 3 Liu brothers, who were repairing farm tools, got up without saying a word and left with her. This time, Qin Yao and the other 3 took a few more stones and left them there for use. The shed we built last time is still there. I took the stones and moved them into the shed. After pounding them for 2 or 3 days, 3 small millstones with a diameter of 70 centimeters were made. Carpenter Liu was also quite quick because he had asked his father-in-law to cut the wood and keep it at home when he had time, so he could just carry it back this time and use it. After the water wheel is finished, painted, and dried, its service life can be extended. The 3 water wheels are exactly the same size, and the same goes for the stone mill, with only slight differences in the texture. Both parts are inscribed with the words, Lejiakan Water Mill. During the time when a water mill for Manager Wu was being made, Shunzi brought 3 groups of people from Xia village, and Qin Yao successfully negotiated 2 small sets for private use by families. Last time, Qin Yao paid Shunzi 150 coins for the order from Xia village. This time, the ratio was the same, 30 coins for each of the 2 small orders, giving him a total of 60 coins. There were more orders, but Qin Yao's stone mill was fine. The 4 people were not affected at all, and the speed was about the same. Carpenter Liu was not able to do that, so he urgently found 2 helpers in the village to help make the water wheel blades. As long as the measurement and data are consistent, anyone who knows a little about carpentry can do this job. At the end of the month, a total of 5 sets of small combination water mills were delivered. When Qin Yao handed over 100 coins to the clan leader in front of the whole village, the whole Liujia village was boiling. After hearing Qin Yao say that villagers could also act as brokers and get a commission of 1% of the transaction price after a deal was concluded, everyone became interested. The women who married out of the family would return to their parents' home together to tell their families about the benefits of the water mill. When you go out to a banquet, you can also mention it and ask the other party to remember to mention your name when they go so that you can get a cheaper price. With this operation, he actually brought back a few small orders to Qin Yao's manufacturing plant. They would take 5 or 10 cents from the commission Qin Yao gave them and give it back to their relatives who ordered the water mill. The situations of each family are similar. No one is particularly wealthy, and not all villages have the strength of Xia village. So 3 or 5 families buy one house together, which spreads the cost and is very cost-effective. And in this matter, Qin Yao discovered that the women in the village really have great potential as salesmen, and those who can bring in orders are all women. Especially in this small peasant economic system based on the family as the unit, women are responsible for almost all housework in the family except farming, logging, and chopping wood. This water mill brings more benefits to women and is more motivating. However, the women have a smaller range of activities and it is very difficult for them to develop outside the town. They still have to rely on peddlers and peddlers who go out to do business. Qin Yao didn't have any big expectations. She was more practical. She planned to expand the market in the county in the early stage, do maintenance in the middle stage, and sell replacement parts in the later stage to maintain a relatively stable income. In modern times, it is very difficult for a product to be exported, let alone in the ancient times with strict hierarchy. As a farmer, it was already good enough for her to earn some money for daily living expenses and bring a little economic development to the village. Even Carpenter Liu knew that the moment they touched the interests of the nobles, they would no longer be able to earn a penny. So, while Qin Yao and Carpenter Liu were eagerly promoting the business to the villagers in the hope that their families could also rise to prosper, they were as steady as old dogs, checking the accounts and dividing the money. 106 something. In late June, 5 small sets were sold, and after deducting the cost of materials and labor, the surplus was 7 taels and 2 cents. Each of them got half, and Qin Yao got 3 taels and 6 cents. I still have 3 small combinations on hand, and my profit for July are already stable. Carpenter Liu bought all this batch of wood in Liujia village. The price was slightly higher than when he sold it to timber merchants. It was equivalent to the two of them raising the cost price and passing on more profits to the villagers. It is unlikely that we will be able to achieve the 50% net profit we achieved in late June and July. Qin Yao set a profit bottom line of keeping it above 30%. This way, both she and Carpenter Liu wouldn't have to work so hard, and they could pay more people. After Liu Ji found out, he kept muttering to himself for several days, calling Qin Yao stupid and hypocritical. Qin Yao caught him and gave him a lecture so that he could understand what evil people are. Do you know most principles? Qin Yao asked contemptuously as she blocked him against a wooden stake in the backyard. Liu Ji raised his hands to cover his face, thinking he was going to be beaten again. He kept muttering, I was wrong, I was wrong. My wife, I will never do it again next time. Qin Yao heard such words twice a day on average, and she knew that it was just someone's catchphrase and that they were not seriously trying to solve the problem. He slapped his hand down and forced out, if a person wants to accomplish something in a place or implement a new policy, then this policy can only be supported by the majority of people if it brings benefits to them, so that the policy can be implemented smoothly. In our case, the majority can refer to the majority of people or a certain person who holds power. We are all ordinary people. We're the only one making money, and others are just watching. Do you think it's possible? Liu Ji was stunned. How would he know this? Qin Yao asked him to put himself in his shoes. Liu Fatsai's family opened a watermill and made a lot of money buying houses and land. Liu Ji also wanted to make some money, so he went to ask him for a job, but he refused to give it to him. What's your mentality? Liu Ji remained silent. He could not speak out the evil thoughts that flashed through his mind. Qin Yao sneered and patted his shoulder. There are at least 1/5 of people like you in the village, if not half. Therefore, in order to avoid this 1/5 risk, she and Carpenter Liu had to stabilize the hearts of the rest of the people in order to achieve a check and balance. As for her family's current watermill, business is booming, which has also attracted the jealousy of many villains. If the charges were not already as low as they could be, who knows what would happen? Liu Ji frowned. Why did he feel like she was scolding him? But I still wondered, why is Liu Dafu's family okay? He is much stronger than most people. People can only see people and things that are slightly stronger than themselves. This is more likely to be achieved by them. But if they are much stronger, they will clearly realize that it is impossible to surpass the other party. Instead, they will worry that the other party will harm them, so they will flatter them. Having said that, Qin Yao looked at Liu Ji meaningfully, but as long as you pass the exam, then what I just said will no longer be a problem. You will report to the academy tomorrow, so you should prepare well. After leaving these words, Qin Yao turned around and went back to the house. She wanted to pack up the borrowed books and return them to Ding's house when she passed by Jinshi Town tomorrow. At this time, Mr. Ding should have been on his way to the capital. It was unknown whether he could pass the imperial examination in September. After packing up the borrowed books, Qin Yao went to the Liu family's old house again and asked her sisters-in-law to help look after Dalan's 4 children, because she might not be able to come back from the county town tomorrow. The second thing was to instruct the 3 Liu brothers to continue the work of polishing the millstone according to the previous specifications and dimensions. Without her help, the speed and difficulty will definitely decrease. Be mentally prepared in advance. After all, this will be the norm in the future. The 3 Liu Bo brothers nodded and said it was no problem. They were the ones who could endure hardship the most. And what's more, they earned a lot. There were many people in the village who envied them. In the past, the labor cost was calculated on a daily basis, but Qin Yao no longer does that. She outsourced the work of grinding the millstone, paying the 3 Liu brothers 400 coins for a millstone, and letting them operate the rest themselves. This job is not stable. It is needed only when there are orders. If you do it as a part-time job, the income is quite good. After leaving the Liu family's old house, Qin Yao went to the families who had cows in the village and asked them if they wanted to go to the town or county tomorrow, hoping to get a ride. Liu Dafu's family was going to town, and he promised to take Qin Yao and his wife with him. He asked them to wait at the entrance of the village the next morning and leave together. Qin Yao came home only after the deal was settled. Dalong and his 4 siblings immediately came over, and Erling asked with concern, "Mother, when will you be back?" Qin Yao replied, "If everything goes well, I'll go tomorrow and come back tomorrow. If not, I'll come back 2 days later. But don't worry, I've already made arrangements with the old house. If you have any problems, just go to the old house. If you're scared at night, ask my uncle and Jean Bao to come and sleep with you. I'll be back soon after I finish my business." The 4 children nodded obediently, but they still looked uneasy when they thought about their parents not being at home. Obviously, there was no adult at home before, and they could live on their own, but now they feel scared when they think about the dark night without an adult at home. Dalong felt upset about his fear. He didn't know when he had lost some of his independent ability. Sure enough, it was his stepmother who corrupted him. The young boy thought so angrily as he buried himself in the thin blanket. Unlike the four children, Lu Ji was quite looking forward to tomorrow. From then on, washing clothes, cooking, working in the fields, and farming had nothing to do with him. Because he was so excited, Lu Ji got up early in the morning and changed into his newest linen gown. Linen is white, but not dead white. It is a warm off-white. It is most suitable for wearing in summer because it is cool and cheap. Others wore sackcloth, which was just white, nothing special because wherever you looked, you saw everyone was the same color, the same poor, white clothes. Because he was going to the academy, Lu Ji specially tidied his hairstyle. He tied up his long, jet black hair, fixed it on his head with a bamboo hairpin, and covered it with a square scarf of the same color. Because he seldom goes out, his skin color is not very white, but it is a color that a farmer cannot achieve, which shows off his excellent bone structure. He has a pair of clear and watery peach blossom eyes, a straight and upturned nose, and lips that are neither thin nor thick, full and plump. Wearing a white shirt, he has an ethereal air and is indifferent to fame and fortune. For fear of dirtying her new clothes, she carefully tied a green apron around her body, rolled up her sleeves, revealing two strong arms, and stood in front of the stove kneading the dough vigorously. Occasionally, she turned her head and raised her arm to wipe the sweat from her forehead. Her starry eyes were captivating. Qin Yao opened the door and looked up, wondering if she had not really woken up yet. He retreated back into the room, closed the door, and reopened it, his eyes wide open. Damn, Lu Lao-san, are you really something? 107 my weak and incapable husband. On the way to the county town, Qin Yao had thought several times about how much money she could get by selling the man beside her, who was exuding charm like a peacock with its tail spread out. Lu Ji, who was having an enthusiastic conversation with the women from the village in the same car, suddenly shuddered, sat up straight, and ignored their questions. When the ox cart arrived at the intersection of Jinshi town, Qin Yao paid 4 cents for the fare, and the couple got off the cart and walked towards Ding Yuanwai's home outside the town. The sun was already high in the sky, and although it was still early in the afternoon, the temperature was already very high. Lu Ji hurriedly put on the straw hat on his back, feeling fortunate that he was fully prepared. Qin Yao motioned for him to wait by the roadside, took the 9 packed books, and knocked on the back door of the Ding residence. It was Zhang Ba who opened the door. Seeing her coming, he asked in surprise, "Madam Qin, long time no see." Qin Yao nodded and asked with a smile, "Can you please inform the young lady that I am here to return a few things to her?" Only then did Zhang Ba notice that she was holding a lot of things in her hands. In addition to a cloth bag that was wrapped so tightly that it was impossible to tell what was inside it, there were also 2 pickled fish and a bag of seasonal vegetables. "Madam Qin, please go into the ear room and sit for a while first. I'll go and inform you right away." Zhang Ba glanced at the bright sun outside, opened the ear room, let Qin Yao sit down and enjoy the cool air, closed the door again, and then went to the inner courtyard to inform. Soon, Doer and Zhang Ba hurried over and led Qin Yao over. After not seeing Miss Ding for more than a month, she seemed to have changed. Her skin was no longer as fair and translucent as before, but a little darker in color. However, her complexion was rosy, and her eyes were bright and sparkling. She excitedly took Qin Yao into the study. Qin Yao handed the fish and vegetables to Chower to take to the kitchen, then went into the study and returned the book to Miss Ding. Miss Ding didn't check it carefully, but she just glanced at it and knew it was well preserved. She was only anxious to show off the results of her 1 month's training to Qin Yao, so she took out her new bow, pointed to the small saddle on the stool, and pointed towards the backyard, saying that she now had a pony of her own. "Qin Yao, I haven't slacked off for a single day since you left. I got up early in the morning and practiced horse stance for half an hour, then practiced archery for half an hour and rode 10 laps on the road in front of the door. When my brother was free, I took my little bow and arrow, rode my little horse, and went hunting in the woods." Qin Yao listened with a faint smile until the girl wanted to drag her to the backyard to ride a horse. Then she spoke. "I'm afraid I can't see the young lady's horse today. I have to go to the county academy to register for my good-for-nothing husband and return to the academy to study." "Huh? Who? Are you talking about your old husband who looks like a god?" Miss Ding asked in surprise. Qin Yao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. These were such weird adjectives. Miss Ding doesn't think her adjectives are strange. She thinks they are the most accurate. Qin Yao is only 19 this year, and her husband is already 24. Compared to each other, they don't look old at all. Can he still read again? Miss Ding asked curiously. So you borrowed these books from me for his school enrollment? Qin Yao nodded and glanced at the sky. Miss, I have to go. It will be too late if I am any later. Okay. Miss Ding was very disappointed, but she still wished them both could successfully return to the academy to study today. Mr. Ding has already gone to Beijing, and only his brother is at home. He occasionally goes out to visit the garden and enjoy the autumn with his classmates. Today, Miss Ding is alone at home. She is very brave and rides her pony to accompany Qin Yao and his wife for a distance before turning back. Qin Yao looked at her increasingly sophisticated riding skills, and the corners of her mouth rose unconsciously. She felt proud of this self-disciplined and hard-working girl. In the future, she will thank herself for who she is now. When we left Gangster town and set foot on the official road to the county town, the sun had almost risen to the center. There are 2 hours left in the journey, and I should be able to catch it when the college starts in the afternoon. However, this journey was not as smooth as the previous one. Lu Ji followed Qin Yao closely. She walked, and he jogged. Soon he lost his scholarly grace, and the straw hat on his head tilted to one side. He hoped that a horse-drawn carriage, or an ox-drawn or donkey-drawn cart would appear on the road. Any vehicle that could carry people and had 2 empty seats for them. Just as he was thinking, he heard the neighing of a horse in front of him. Lu Ji was excited. Madam, there seems to be a carriage in front. He suddenly felt strong in his body, and without even looking carefully, he rushed forward in 2 steps, screamed, "Ah," and turned back at lightning speed. He nervously grabbed her shoulders and hid himself, who was a head taller than her, behind her. Yes, there's blood. It looks like someone is dead. Qin Yao rolled her eyes to the sky and stomped her heel, accurately stepping on the instep of the pendant behind her. He screamed in pain and quickly bounced off her back. The couple's movement successfully attracted the attention of the caravan in front. 5 minutes ago, their group of 5 carriages, 18 people, and 20 boxes of goods were blocked by a pile of rocks that suddenly appeared in the middle of the road. Soon, the horse bandits who were ambushing all around rushed out. In order to protect the carriage and cargo, the 2 sides fought bloody for more than 10 minutes. Finally, seeing that they resisted too much, the horse bandits robbed a box of cargo and left. However, 3 guards of the caravan were killed, and 5 carriages overturned on the side of the road. The horses were crushed by the heavy frames and cargo into the roadside ditch, dying. I didn't expect those horse bandits are not completely wiped out. Qin Yao frowned and murmured, handed all the luggage to Lu Ji, asked him to stay on the side of the road, and walked towards the caravan ahead. Seeing that she was just a woman, the other party was not on guard, and just reminded them in a heavy tone to walk faster because the bandits might turn back. Qin Yao rolled up her sleeves without saying a word and lifted up the heavy frame that had fallen on the side of the road. The frame that 5 or 6 of them found difficult to lift was easily lifted by her alone, and she rescued the neighing horse that was trapped underneath. Everyone in the caravan was stunned for a moment. Then they realized that they had met a master. They were cheered up and nodded gratefully to Qin Yao. They followed her to rescue all 5 horses, put the carriage back on, and put the cargo boxes back in place. Most of the roadblocks in the middle of the road have been cleared by the caravan, and now Qin Yao has joined in. She can throw away hundreds of pounds of rocks with just her hands. Soon, the road was cleared and the convoy was reorganized. The leader ordered the guards to carry the bodies of their companions onto the car, walked up to Qin Yao, and bowed deeply 3 times. Thank you for your help, young lady. May I know your name? Where do you live? When I finish escorting this batch of goods, I will bring a generous gift to thank you. My last name is Qin, and I live in Liujia village under Gangster town. You don't have to thank me next time, just this time. Qin Yao called Lu Ji over under the other party's stunned gaze. My husband is weak and can't take care of himself. Can you give us a ride to the county town? Liui? Is he weak and unable to take care of himself? 108 repeaters. With the help of Qiu Biao's carriage, Qin Yao and Lu Ji arrived at the county town at noon. The 2 sides said goodbye at the city gate, but the convoy did not stop and continued towards its destination. Just thinking about the possibility of encountering the horse bandits entrenched in this area along the way, Qiu Biao's solemn expression could not be dispelled. He was escorting goods from Qishan Prefecture in the west and had to pass through Zijing Prefecture to return to the capital city in the east. He had only gone 1/3 of the way when a box of goods was lost due to local bandits. He was in a very low mood. But before leaving, He smiled and gave Qin Yao a gourd, saying that it contained the seeds of a melon called bitter melon. The nobles in the capital love this plant the most in the summer. Originally, the seeds were taken away by the imperial farm, and ordinary people were not allowed to grow them, so the price has always been high. If ordinary people want to get a piece of it in the summer, they have to prepare 10 taels of silver and queue up to get it. It is a hot summer day. The princess sympathizes with the common people and specially asks Her Majesty to open the imperial farm and give these rare fruit seeds to the common people. At this point, Qiu looked towards the east, his solemn expression finally fading a little. Next summer, ordinary people will also be able to eat this summer melon. The princess is so nice. After separating from the caravan, Lu Ji held the gourd of bitter melon seeds and expressed his gratitude. Qin Yao guessed that this bitter melon was most likely watermelon. Watermelon? When was the last time she ate it? It seemed like the end of the world hadn't come yet. It has been so long that the memory is a little fuzzy, but Qin Yao is very much looking forward to what kind of fruits will be produced after planting the melon seeds next spring. The wonton stall at the city gate was still there, and business was as good as before. Qin Yao ordered 4 bowls of wontons, 3 for her and 1 for Lu Ji. After filling their stomachs, they saw that the afternoon class at the academy was almost over, so they bought the gift of paying homage to their teacher and headed to the academy. Qin Yao was here for the first time and was unfamiliar with the place, so she asked Lu Ji to lead the way. Lu Ji was calm on the way here, but when he arrived at the gate of the academy, he became a little scared. He looked around, always trying to see if there was anyone older than him. As a result, only 2 families of citizens in the city came with their 7- or 8-year-old sons to become disciples and enroll in the school. There is only one official academy in the entire county. It has reached a considerable size and has a dedicated person in charge of admissions. Qin Yao and his wife followed the 2 families with children in front of them, entered the side door of the academy, and came to the registration location. There is a teacher here who is in charge of receiving students. So things like in the storybooks, where a poor student becomes a disciple of a famous teacher and gets admitted to high school under the guidance of the famous teacher, are simply impossible to exist in reality. There are only a few teachers in the academy, but there are many students. If you're not an outstanding top student, it is impossible to attract the attention of famous teachers. Moreover, the main approach here is to raise the children in a free-range manner, relying on one's own understanding. The master will bring them in, and the practice depends on the individual. Lu Ji said that he had once been a student of this academy, and the teacher in charge of registration stared at him for a long time. Shake head, don't remember, no impression. However, seeing that Lu Ji still came to school at this age, I took a closer look at him. He has a good appearance, not bad. The 2 children nearby looked up at Lu Ji, not knowing what was so funny about him. After a while, they lowered their heads and covered their mouths to hold back their laughter. It was not until he was given a slap in the face by his parents that he became obedient and looked straight ahead. You can't get into the academy just by paying tuition. They will also check your ancestors for 3 generations. Students need to prepare these materials themselves. When Qin Yao came, she asked the village chief to issue a certificate, and she passed this inspection smoothly. After that, the student's character is tested. The teacher would ask a few questions and see how the students answered and judge based on that. To pass the first level, you just need to answer the questions according to the correct reference answers. This was not Lu Ji's first time to enroll. In order to get into the academy, he had memorized the standard answers. The questions this time were exactly the same as before, and he passed the exam smoothly without changing a single word. The 2 little boys must have recited it before, but they were still young and were cramming at the last minute, so they recited it haltingly. Even with the parents' reminders, the child managed to get away with it. The 2 children lived in the county town and reported to another place after receiving their admission signs. Lu Ji wanted to live in the academy, so he had to pay extra for accommodation and food. The academy has a kitchen, and there is a cook who is responsible for preparing 2 meals a day for the students. If you want to eat 3 meals a day, you have to cook for yourself. Both accommodation fees and canteen food expenses have increased, 50 cents more each than the standard Qin Yao had inquired about before, which is 1 tael and 1 cent of silver per year. They lived in a large dormitory room with 6 people. The room was not very spacious, but the lighting was good, so Qin Yao thought it was okay. He took his admission badge to find the warden in charge of students' food and accommodation. The warden assigned a room to Lu Ji. The room was not full, as there were only 4 people, including him. At this moment, the students were all in the classroom in the front yard, and there was no one in the dormitory. After taking a quick look at the sanitary conditions, Lu Ji frowned. In the past, he could sleep in a pigsty, but now, it's all because of that shrewish woman Qin Yao. She was too picky and made him so pampered that he can't even smell the slightest bit of foot odor. Qin Yao was facing away from him, choosing the remaining beds, so she didn't see Lu Ji's angry expression. Otherwise, she would have been beaten today. This is it. It's in the corner, quiet, Qin Yao said as she threw the bedding she brought on the innermost bed. He even treated Lu Ji as a freshman and taught him, there are 2 empty beds in the middle. Before anyone moves in, you can put extra stuff here. It will be an independent space. That's weird. There's not even a stove, and the kitchen didn't say they would provide you with hot water. Don't they wash their hair or take a bath? Never mind. I'll buy you a stove and a basin so you can heat water for washing. Hearing this, Lu Ji suddenly remembered his previous life in the academy. It seems, that is, no one often takes a bath or washes their hair. Oh my God, it's okay that the whole room smells of stinky feet, but do I have to smell the stinky smell on their bodies? You are a scholar after all. How can you be so unrefined? Qin Yao spread out her bedding and walked around the small house. It was a brick house with a kong, a bed that could sleep on, so it wasn't too hot in the summer and not too cold in the winter. She was very satisfied. He turned around and patted Lu Ji on the shoulder. Cherish this opportunity, study hard, ask questions when you don't understand and get out of class. Discuss homework with seniors who are better than you after class, and combine it with the important notes in your textbook to enhance your understanding. By the way, someone wants to borrow a book from you. What will you do? Qin Yao asked dangerously. Lu Ji shook his head like a rattle. No, I won't lend it to you even if you kill me. That's right. Qin Yao liked everything about him. This is the exclusive tutoring material we worked so hard to get. There are only a few positions for scholars. If you give it to someone else, it's like creating an opponent for yourself. Don't you understand? I understand, Lu Ji said seriously, because her hand had touched his neck without her knowing, and she even pinched it a few times. Damn, you want to strangle him to death? 109 meet, shopkeeper fan again. After checking in, Qin Yao took Lu Ji to the street to buy a lot of daily necessities and paper. They brought all the pens, ink, paper, and inkstone from home. They had the usual paper, but they bought more this time so that Lu Ji could record the county exam questions from previous years. Qin Yao planned to use them to do mock exam papers. Lu Ji didn't understand what she wanted to do with these past imperial examination questions, but he didn't dare to resist and just did as she said. It would be even better if you could know the answers of those who passed the imperial examinations. Remember to write them all down and bring them back to me every 15 days of rest, Qin Yao reminded. Lu Ji frowned and said, how can it be so easy? How can a scholar like me talk about these things to a commoner like me? Qin Yao stopped and asked with her arms folded, how much more silver do you want? When she mentioned the word money, the light in his eyes seemed to shine through, and he immediately changed his positive look and counted on his fingers. We have to treat the scholar to some good wine and food. You have been to the county restaurant before. The cheapest table costs at least 5 or 6 coins. Add to that the private relationships we have to pay for, and we have to be considerate. We have to pay for the book rental and the meat buns. My lady, if you give me 1 ounce of silver a month, that will be enough. After he said this number, he was ready for her to cut in half, or even to 10%. He never expected that Qin Yao would actually take out a silver coin from her purse and throw it to him. Next time I take a break, I want to see what I want. The corners of her mouth curled up into a cruel grin. If you can't get these things back, you'd better not go home, wander around the world, where you will definitely die under my knife. After giving this one tale, plus the 5 cents of silver he had just used to buy daily necessities and paper, and 1 year's tuition and accommodation fees, half of the money he earned from making the water wheel in June was spent. Now there's only 14.2 taels left, of which 3 taels are owed to the public account of the water mill. It can be seen that studying for a good imperial examination is a very distant thing for ordinary people whose annual net income is only 2 to 4 taels. Qin Yao sent Lu Ji, who was shocked by the silver, to the gate of the academy, handed him the daily necessities and paper he had bought, and said, the rice harvest will start in the middle of the month. You and Mu Xiu should take 2 more days off and come back after the rice harvest with me. Huh? I have to go downstairs again. Lu Ji came to his senses immediately and widened his eyes in disbelief. Qin Yao didn't answer, but the meaning was already very clear. Do you think you don't have to go to the fields to study? Before he passed the imperial examination, Lu Ji was still a peasant who should have worked in the fields. Madam, what if the teacher doesn't allow me to take a vacation? Lu Ji held on to the last glimmer of hope. Qin Yao directly cut off his hope. During the busy farming season and autumn harvest, if students need to go home to help, the academy will grant them 2 extra days of vacation. Lu Ji asked in disbelief. How do you know? Qin Yao glanced at him with contempt. I can see that you didn't listen to the supervisor when you checked in just now. Go ask again later. I'm leaving now. When Lu Ji heard that she was leaving, he should have been very happy, but he felt uneasy for some reason, as if his confidence had been taken away all of a sudden. He took 2 steps forward and asked anxiously, Where are you going, my lady? It's getting dark. You can't go back today, right? Qin Yao looked up at the dusk in the sky and waved her hand. I have my own place to go. Don't worry about me. Just read your book. Lu Ji had to stop and watch her walk away like an abandoned stray dog until she disappeared from sight. Then he walked into the academy gate with a bunch of things in his arms and a nervous mood. When he thought of the task pressing upon him, he had no desire for entertainment at all. Half a month. Why does the academy's holiday have to be every half a month instead of a whole month? However, when he saw several roommates making a fire and brewing tea under the eaves for leisure, he immediately perked up. It's my nature. I can't think too much and just want to enjoy myself in the moment. Forget about the imperial examination questions of previous years. There's still half a month left. He finally escaped from that evil woman's clutches and gained some freedom. Let him enjoy himself for a few days first. As for Lu Ji, after just a few words, he blended into the group of his classmates and watched the moon and drank tea with them. Qin Yao is still looking for a place to stay overnight. There is no curfew in the city, but during non-holiday periods, people go home to eat and rest, and there are not many pedestrians on the streets. Qin Yao walked and walked until she arrived in front of the restaurant. When he raised his eyes, the shopkeeper who was using an abacus in the hall also looked up. The two met each other. The other showed a puzzled look at first, then rubbed his eyes, made sure he was not dazzled, and walked out excitedly. But Madam Qin, shopkeeper Fan, asked in disbelief. Seeing Qin Yao nodded, she smiled and called him, Manager Fan, long time no see. It's been a long time, almost a year. Qin Yao didn't expect that Manager Fan could recognize her, and told her that he knew she had done something big at the beginning of the year. What? Qin Yao herself didn't know. There were only 2 tables of guests in the hall, making it a little quiet, but this was normal. After all, it wasn't every day that one would receive something as rare as a blind bear. Shopkeeper Fan pulled out a stool and asked Qin Yao to sit down at an empty table in the corner. He first asked her what she wanted to eat, and then asked the waiter to bring it to her. He poured her a cup of tea himself, then sat down opposite her with a smile and said, You killed that bandit leader, didn't you? This matter was not specifically publicized, so Qin Yao curiously asked, How did you know this, Manager Fan? Shopkeeper Fan smiled mysteriously. On New Year's Eve, when someone came to report to the police, as soon as I heard that they were going to Liujia village under Jinshi town, I guessed it must be your village. Then the police came back and forth several times, saying that Liujia village was fine after encountering horse bandits, and someone in the village shot and killed the fleeing horse bandit leader. Then I thought, except for you, no one else has such a skill. Am I right? Shopkeeper Fan asked confidently. Qin Yao nodded, and the waiter brought her white flour buns and a large bowl of mutton soup, and also gave her a plate of sour pickled cucumbers, which whetted her appetite. Qin Yao picked up the food and started eating. Manager Fan talked to her and said that she should have come to the county town to claim the reward. There's a law in Sheng State that states that if the common people encounter robbers on the road and kill them, they will not be guilty, and they can also report the robbers to the government and receive a reward. Killing a thief would earn you 1 tael of silver. Killing a bandit would earn you 2 taels of silver. If you killed a group of bandits, in addition to the silver, you could also stay in the county government and get a job as a minor official. Although this kind of position does not involve an official title, the holders still receive government salary, which is unattainable for ordinary people. It is said that the king of hell is easy to meet, but the little ghosts are difficult to deal with. These petty officials often have to give in to even the county magistrate. After all, the county magistrate comes and goes, but the clerks remain. The county magistrate is replaced every 3 years, but the clerks in the yamen are always there. _X0007 110 reward. 100 taels of silver. Qin Yao had no idea that such a thing existed. She only knew the first half of the sentence, and no one had ever told her the second half. Ordinary people only remembered the first half of the sentence, that killing thieves is not a crime. They didn't expect that there would be a reward at the end. When shopkeeper Fan saw Qin Yao's expression of missing $1 billion, he sighed. Well, it's not your fault that you don't know. The county never publicizes this, and ordinary people can't read a single word. They can't recognize the decree even if it's posted at the city gate. It's normal for there to be some deviations. Moreover, whether or not one can receive the reward depends on the county magistrate's understanding of the law. Qin Yao may not necessarily get what he deserves even if he goes there. Besides, it's been so long now, it's too late to say anything. It was only when he saw Qin Yao that Manager Fan wanted to tell her. Besides, as a woman, it is impossible for you to be an official. He sighed with amusement. Qin Yao smiled, continued to drink the last sip of mutton soup, and remained silent for a long time. She recalled the several officials who had come to the village ancestral hall to inquire at the beginning of the year. The way they looked at her at that time showed some surprise, but not much, and even a sense of relief that it was nothing special. I think they knew this law at that time, and they were relieved when they learned that she was a woman, because there is no need to arrange anything for her. As for the reward money, not to mention her, even the village chief didn't see a penny after following her to the county town. This conversation with Manager Fan gave Qin Yao a better understanding of the world and made her hope even stronger that Lu Ji could pass the imperial examination. Even if she is just a scholar, the next time she kills a bandit leader, the government should tell her that she can get a reward. Are you leaving tomorrow? Shopkeeper Fan asked reluctantly. Qin Yao nodded and said, there is still farm work to do at home. There are still some orders for the water truck to be completed. Shopkeeper Fan sighed softly. I still want to learn a few more moves from you, but I have to leave now. Qin Yao gave him a faint smile and said, when you have time in the future, come to my house as a guest. Is it okay? Shopkeeper Fan asked excitedly. Qin Yao said yes, and he immediately laughed. I'm a little curious about what your family looks like. You hunted a black bear last year, so your family should have a few more acres of fertile land, right? Are you the richest person in your village? Normally, all of what Manager Fan said exists. Unfortunately, there is an abnormal scourge in Qin Yao's family. She could only say calmly, I'm still working on it. Shopkeeper Fan smiled awkwardly, asked her to go to the guest room to rest, and went back to the counter to work. Qin Yao asked for an ordinary single room, which cost her 120 coins, along with the food for 5 of them. A good night's sleep. Qin Yao checked out of the room early in the morning, said goodbye to Manager Fan, and prepared to go home. Before leaving, perhaps because he felt a little dissatisfied, he walked against the flow of people and arrived at the gate of Kaiyang County Government Office. The streets are full of people, and it is very lively. Only here, in such a large open space, there are few people, and only occasionally someone stops in front of the signboard in front of the gate. Unfortunately, there are not many people who can read. Those who read the notice are all scholars. They have their own noble character and would not bother to read it out if no one asked for advice. Qin Yao originally wanted to see what the government office looked like and then leave, but now she saw 2 scholars in front of the notice board just left after looking at it, leaving the office empty. Out of curiosity, she walked over to see what was posted on the government notice board. When I got closer, the first thing that caught my eye was a reward notice with a portrait on it, with a big word reward circled in red. Seeing the circled word appreciate made Qin Yao's heart beat faster. The notice contained a long and eloquent article denouncing the illegal acts of the mob bandits and expressing the anger of the people and the government. Qin Yao's mind automatically eliminated the unnecessary words and came to a conclusion. Recently, bandits have been rampant and arrogant, and their various acts have been so cruel that even livestock cannot bear it. So now a reward notice is issued, calling on the brave men in this county to take active action, behead the bandit leader, and help the government to eliminate the horse bandits. Regardless of their background or identity, whether they are male or female, old or young, all will be rewarded with 100 taels of silver. Qin Yao took a deep breath. The summer morning breeze was hot and intense. With one breath, her adrenaline surged. Qin Yao quickly calmed down his excitement and confirmed 3 times that the notice said 100 taels of silver. He immediately walked to the gate of the government office and asked the 2 soldiers guarding the gate, how do I accept this reward? Every second of hesitation would be disrespectful to the 100 taels. The 2 officers and soldiers obviously didn't hear clearly what she said, or they thought they had heard it wrong. After all, the reward notice had been posted there for half a year and no one had taken it down. Every time the handwriting faded, the master had to rewrite it and post it again. Qin Yao asked again, how do I accept the reward? The two soldiers then gave her a surprised look. One of them pointed at the sign and said impatiently, "Tear it down." Qin Yao understood, turned back, and tore off the notice in full under the shocked gaze of the two officers and soldiers, then returned to the government office and asked them, "I've revealed it. What next? Is it enough to just bring back the head of the man in the painting? Do I need to register first? How do I claim the reward then?" It was also her first time to announce a bounty in ancient times. This was not the end of the world, and there were computers for automatic registration. After completing the task, she just had to hand it in to the task hall, and the money would be automatically credited to her account. Although they were all doing the same old business, she was not clear about the process. The only thing on her mind was the 100 taels. She only felt that the ferocious-looking bandit leader in the painting had become handsome. At the same time, Qin Yao was still regretting in her heart why she didn't go to the county government gate earlier to take a look. If she had known this earlier, would she have been able to keep those bandits alive until now? "I'm asking you questions. Why don't you answer? Is this reward fake?" Qin Yao waited for a long time without receiving a reply and became a little impatient. Don't delay her from making money. The two officers were sure that she was serious. One of them immediately rushed into the government office and shouted, "Master, someone has revealed a list." The other one pointed at the notice and asked Qin Yao, "As a woman, do you know what is written on this reward notice?" "I know. A reward of 100 taels. No, it's the head of the leader of that gang of horse bandits. Did I understand it correctly?" Qin Yao also wanted to confirm it in case she had misunderstood. The officers and soldiers asked her name and where she was from. Qin Yao answered all the questions one by one. She looked clear-headed and did not look like a madman at all. Then they let her in. Qin Yao didn't expect that her first time entering the yamen would be in this way. She didn't see the county magistrate, but only saw the legal advisor and the county magistrate. These two, one is equivalent to the county magistrate's secretary, and the other is equivalent to the director of the Public Security Bureau, who is in charge of the Kaiyang County Garrison Force. Common people had to kneel when they saw an official. Qin Yao followed the local customs and knelt on one knee for a moment, briefly explaining what had happened, and then stood up. However, no one thought that a woman like her was making fun of the government by taking down the notice. After all, a woman who dared to do so was not an ordinary person. When the county magistrate heard Qin Yao say that she had killed a small leader of horse bandits at the beginning of the year, a gleam of hope flashed in his eyes. 111 the mob. The county magistrate asked, "Qin Yao, when are you going to set out to capture the bandit leader?" If it was just to chop off the bandit leader's head, Qin Yao could set out at any time. But as an ordinary citizen, she had suffered from the horse bandits for a long time. "May I ask, sir, do you only want the leader of the bandits, or do you want to wipe out this gang of horse bandits and put an end to their troubles forever?" Facing Qin Yao's question, the county magistrate paused for a moment before asking, "If we want to eradicate the roots, what ingenious plan do you have?" "Good idea?" Qin Yao lowered her head and smiled faintly. When she raised her head again, her eyes were full of murderous intent. "I don't have any clever plans. I only have martial arts skills. I will break it with violence." This time, if she had the chance, she would deal with the threat of horse bandits in advance, so that she wouldn't have to worry about last year's experience on New Year's Eve. When the county magistrate heard Qin Yao's arrogant tone, his brows furrowed. "Break it violently? How can you break it alone?" Even with so many officers and soldiers, they were unable to eliminate those elusive horse bandits. The horse bandits use the terrain to hide their tracks. Even if they show up occasionally, they are only a small group. The bandit leader cannot be brought to justice, and the small robbers keep coming. How can we get rid of them? At the beginning of the year, the provincial military camp was also alarmed, but after all, it was not within the jurisdiction of the other party, and there was an unclear division of interest between the provincial government and the county, and between civil and military officials. As long as the situation does not become extreme and public grievances do not reach their peak, he, as the county magistrate of Kaiyang County, will be powerless. And what about those merchants who were robbed? Putting pressure on the government failed, so they have formed a partnership with the escort agency. This escort agency prospers when there are bandits, and dies when there are no bandits. The more bandits there are within the scope of business, the more profit they make, and they have secretly developed a tacit understanding. In the end, there was no other choice but to see that these horse bandits were becoming more and more arrogant, so they came up with the idea of issuing a reward notice, hoping that experts from the public would come forward to solve the problem. I don't know whether it was intentional or not, but after the reward announcement was issued, no one dared to take the lead. The government office could only wait for the ink to fade and then paste a new one on, waiting for a slim hope. It was not until early in the morning that Qin Yao took down the reward notice without hesitation. Now, she said she wanted to wipe out the roots of the problem. The county magistrate was overwhelmed, but his expression was very serious. He just wanted to hear whether the method she said was reliable or not. In the end, they told him to break it with violence. Just her? Qin Yao smiled contemptuously and looked around. There were only 5 or 6 officers and soldiers present, and the rest were either guarding the city gate or taking a nap in the empty cells. She asked loudly, "Is there no man of courage in this county who is willing to go with me to kill that abominable bandit?" Several officers and soldiers showed displeasure on their faces, but they were also angry at Qin Yao's contempt for them, and they all sneered. "That gang of horse bandits has 100 men, and the whole county has only 36 officers and soldiers. If there is no support from the city, it would be like hitting a rock with an egg. They're just a bunch of rabble." Qin Yao retorted, "What's there to be afraid of 100 rabble? First capture the leader of the bandits. Without a leader, they can't unite and will naturally flee in all directions. The 36 officials are fully equipped with weapons and protective gear. It won't be difficult to defeat them one by one. How come they actually think it's feasible? But if you think about it calmly, it is still very difficult." One of them said seriously, "The leader of the thieves won't show up easily, and he is protected by the 3 heavenly kings. We can't get close to him at all. It's not easy to take his head off." Qin Yao held up the bounty notice in her hand and said, "I have accepted the bounty. You just need to cooperate with me to encircle and stop the fleeing bandits." Qin Yao thought quickly and added, "Once I succeed, I will send out a signal. When you see the signal, all of you will move out. We will kill all these damn bandits in one fell swoop. With weapons and armor, I wouldn't say I can defeat 3 people at once, but I can definitely defeat 2. What do those horse bandits have? Apart from the prominent ones who had horses and good swords, the rest were just a pile of broken copper and iron. Some of them were not even capable of anything and just used sickles, hoes, and hammers. Once their willpower was broken, they were no match for the officers and soldiers. You have more people, and once you act, you will be exposed. The bandits will know and move away in advance. So I will lead the charge alone to capture the enemy leader first, and then we will cooperate inside and outside. We should try to eliminate the trouble once and for all. What do you think, County Magistrate?" Qin Yao asked politely. The county magistrate hesitated for a moment, then stood up and pointed to the armchair next to him. "Please sit down first. I will be right back." He wanted to go see the county magistrate to see what he thought. After all, he is an outsider, and he has only been in office for a year, and he still has 2 years before he leaves. He must make a balance between achievement and stability. By eliminating the mob bandits, we have both political achievements and the support of the people. But at the same time, it also cut off the financial resources of many people and blocked the interests of many people. It is said that a strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake. I am afraid that the remaining 2 years will be difficult. If we only kill the bandit leader, we will have the support of the people and the favor of the local tyrants. There will be room for maneuver in the remaining 2 years. Qin Yao looked at the county magistrates hurriedly leaving back, sneered that it was really interesting, and sat down on the chair. The legal advisor then left, leaving only a few officers and soldiers in the hall, staring at Qin Yao. They were also very nervous. They wanted to get rid of the disaster and become heroes, but they were also afraid of losing their heroic spirits. It was a conflicting feeling. Qin Yao waited quietly, without any emotion in her heart. Anyway, she is just an ordinary citizen, and she won't suffer any loss. If she can't eradicate the evil this time, she will just have some minor troubles in the future. But for the people of Kaiyang County, those days were difficult. Qin Yao waited for a full hour before the county magistrate and the legal advisor came back. Qin Yao stood up, clasped her fists, and bowed, then looked up at the 2 of them, waiting for a reply. The county magistrate spoke first and asked, "What do you need?" "The Lord has ordered that if you can really capture the bandit leader, all the officers and soldiers in the county will fully cooperate with you to wipe out the horse bandits." The master then said, "We should act as soon as possible, otherwise the bandits will get the news and go back to the deep mountains. Then we won't be able to catch them at all." Qin Yao raised her eyebrows and understood. It was a conservative way to play. First look at the winning chances, then bet on whichever side had a greater chance of winning. There was really no risk at all. There is also the hidden meaning of the master's words. That is, we must act quickly because someone inside will pass on the message. Qin Yao nodded. She understood everything and confirmed again. If I bring back the thief's head, I will be rewarded with 100 taels of silver, right? The two of them nodded at the same time, and Qin Yao felt relieved. She opened the portrait and looked at it again. All she could see was that of a ferocious man, and she didn't know if he could match the real person. Holding up the portrait, he asked the painter carefully, "Is this person in the portrait?" The master coughed twice and said uncomfortably, "About 60 to 70% similar." In fact, none of them had ever seen what the bandit leader looked like. They drew his portrait based on the descriptions of the captured minions. Qin Yao, "Forget it. For the sake of 100 taels of silver, I'll just chop off a few more heads and report back. There's always one that's right." 112, a solitary army, goes deep. Qin Yao borrowed a fast horse from the county post station and asked the officers and soldiers for 2 flares, sky-high firecrackers that would fly up into the sky, emitting red light and a loud noise when lit. Asked the county magistrate to prepare manpower and head to Yuhua Mountain, where the horse bandits are currently entrenched in the evening, taking advantage of the last ray of light from the setting sun, and wait for her signal to act. Normally, no one in the government office would join in such mischief, but before Qin Yao left, she lifted up the stone lion at the gate of the government office with one hand. The scene was so shocking that all the officers and soldiers in the government office were so excited that they just wanted to follow her immediately, risking their lives and shedding their blood to kill all the bandits. Qin Yao rode a fast horse out of the city, but did not go to Yuhua Mountain, but return home. A journey that takes 5 hours on foot now only takes 1.5 hours on horseback. Qin Yao was so envious that she secretly decided to buy a fast horse for easier travel once she got the 100 taels of silver. She suddenly came back, riding a horse, and passed through the village, attracting the attention of the villagers of Liujia village. Jin Bao, who was playing by the village well, immediately ran home. "Grandpa, Grandma, my third aunt is back on horseback." After finishing the report, he turned around and went to his uncle's house. As soon as he ran to the river, he saw Qin Yao coming out on horseback again with her bow, an arrow, and sword. Jin Bao only had time to shout, "Third aunt," before the man and the horse flew past him at lightning speed, leaving behind only billowing dust, which choked Jin Bao so much that he quickly covered his face. "Grandma, Grandpa, third aunt is riding away again." Less than 5 minutes after I left, I ran back home and reported to everyone in the Liu family's old house. Zhang and he were just about to go to take a look, but when they heard this, they were both stunned and thought, "What is his third aunt doing?" Qin Yao came and left in a hurry. She went home to get her weapons, gave some instructions to the 4 brothers and sisters of Dalong at the watermill, and rode away. So much so that Dalong and his 3 siblings thought they were hallucinating, imagining that their stepmother was riding a horse past them, and they stood there in a daze for a long time. It was not until Zhang's mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, and Jin Bao, came over to ask that they realized that their stepmother had really returned. "Why did your mother come and leave? What happened in the city?" Zhang asked with concern. The masters had gone to get stones to make millstones, leaving only the women at home. Then he remembered that Qin Yao was sending Lu Ji to the academy in the city to register, and he was worried that Lu Ji would not be able to enroll smoothly, so he hurried over to inquire about the situation. Sam Lang and Xin Yang were still confused and only said, "Mother said she had something to do and would be back 2 days later, so we should go back to the old house to stay with Grandpa and Grandma." Erlang was a little more awake and heard one more sentence. "Mother said she wanted to make a lot of money." What huge sum of money! His heart was in knots. How much money could an ordinary person earn? Could it be that it was not good? Zhang glared at he and said, "Stop talking nonsense." He rubbed her nose and asked Dalong, "Can your mother explain what happened? Where did the horse come from?" "Horses are much more expensive than cows. Ordinary people cannot afford to raise them. They either belong to government officials or wealthy masters." Dalong shook his head and said he didn't know. But he knew one thing clearly, that is, he took out the weapon, and after thinking about it for a while, he knew that things were not simple. But Dalong didn't mention this matter, and also winked at his younger brother and sister-in-law, telling them not to say anything. However, the stepmother would not be home for a few days, so they had to continue to trouble the old house. Zhang also thought of this and sighed. She told the 4 brothers and sisters to come home for dinner after collecting the money box from the mill in the evening. She also arranged for her youngest son to go to Qin Yao's house to look after the 4 children in the evening. The incident happened suddenly, and Qin Yao didn't expect that she had something important to do today, so she could only explain it after she came back. Carrying weapons, he headed straight for Yuhua Mountain. This place is located in the south of Kaiyang County. It is a hill in a mountain range. There is only one normal entrance, and there's a cliff on the back, making it impossible to climb. Therefore, every time the officers and soldiers wanted to encircle and suppress the enemy, they would expose their whereabouts in advance. The horse bandits used the entire mountain range as cover, and once they entered deep into the mountains, they could not be found at all. Moreover, there's no need to worry about food and water in the deep mountains, so it is impossible to trap them to death. On the contrary, the officers and soldiers were unfamiliar with the terrain and were not fully prepared, so they had to retreat after a siege of 3 days at most. This was still a relatively good result. If their luck was a little worse, the bandit leader would suddenly get excited and lead his men to harass the officers and soldiers from behind, and a bloody battle would be inevitable. Now that Qin Yao is alone, she doesn't have to worry so much. By the evening, Qin Yao had already dived to the back of Yuhua Mountain. According to her plan, she would quickly find the bandit leader and then take action at dawn. In this way, when daybreak comes, the officers and soldiers will be able to reach the mountain stronghold without being affected by the darkness and terrain, and will be able to exert their maximum combat effectiveness. There are horse bandits on the mountain roads and valley entrances leading to Yuhua Mountain. They occupy high ground and can easily spot invaders. However, in the evening, it was time for dinner, and people would always slack off a bit. So Qin Yao bypassed the bandits who were on the lookout and entered the mountain from the side of Yuhua Mountain. The location of the stronghold is actually very easy to determine. With so many people, they must need food and drink, so they won't be too far from a water source. Qin Yao followed the source of the water and soon heard human voices. The horse bandits had been entrenched here for more than 3 months. The road on the mountain had long been cleared, and they successfully found the mountain stronghold by following this road. They were quite rampant and did not set up any checkpoints along the way. There's a natural cave here, and dozens of tree nests are built around the cave. Do you think the life of horse bandits will be easier? In fact, this stronghold is full of stench and looks like a primitive tribe of savages. The smell of horse manure, human feces and urine, and the stench of rotten food all mix together to form an extremely aggressive smell. Qin Yao almost fainted when she stepped in. Outside the stronghold, a 2-meter-high fence was built with wooden stakes following the terrain on both sides of the mountain. Outside the fence, there is a tree shed on each side to provide shade from the scorching sun for the guards. When Qin Yao arrived, the guards were making a fire in the shed to boil water and cook. They were eating 2 stolen chickens. When the water boiled, they put the 2 plucked hens directly into the pot to cook without even cleaning their internal organs. Because water is not very convenient here, if you want to clean the internal organs, you have to walk dozens of meters into the mountains to get water. They are all desperate criminals. There's no need to be so particular. I was really bored, so I asked the boss for some silver and went down a mountain to find a brothel to have some fun. The several waves of teams that went down a mountain today have all returned now. We have limited horses, and for the sake of efficiency, we cannot send out all of them, so we come in small teams. Some people could not come back after going down the mountain, but most of them were able to return with the spoils. Among the 2 teams going down the mountain at the same time, the team with the least harvest will be punished. Qin Yao, wearing a skin covered with branches and leaves, stood on a towering tree on the side of the cave and watched the entire punishment process with her own eyes. The suspected target person was found, the horse bandit leader nicknamed Xiangwa, 113 PUA expert. Qin Yao immediately took out the bounty notice she was carrying in her arms and compared her eyes between the man in the open space and the painting. The only thing they had in common was that their eyes were equally ferocious. Qin Yao was very familiar with that kind of look. It mostly appeared in people who were born vicious, and a small number of times appeared in major criminals. This kind of person is extremely cruel and has no empathy for humanity. He is the type who would not feel any guilt even if he killed someone. On the contrary, they would feel excited and happy because they have killed someone and gain a sense of accomplishment from it. In daily life, they are mostly marginal figures or people who are good at disguise. They treat people as guinea pigs to conduct constant experiments and are not afraid of death. If they are discovered, they will readily confess their crimes and patiently describe their crimes to show off their own abilities and satirize the incompetence of the government. This type of people often have many blind followers who agree with their values, views, and outlook, and think they are unique and above the ordinary. The 3 kings around King Xiang are nothing but brainless followers. The late horse team not only failed to bring back any property, but also lost 2 people and 3 horses. There were 20 of them in total, and they were going to rob a large caravan. Unfortunately, the other caravan had already made full preparations and hired the most powerful escort agency in the county to escort them. Both sides shouted many secret codes, but none of them matched, and they had no choice but to fight after a disagreement. When the caravan was large in number, the horse bandits would actually be in trouble. Once the two sides fought, the leader saw that the situation was unfavorable to our side and wanted to retreat. However, his greed came back, and he wanted to take away some of the goods. This caused the other caravan to suddenly become angry and leave behind their 2 brothers and 3 horses. In order to protect their property, the caravan would hardly chase after the bandits, so they were able to escape back. On the way, thinking about the punishment they would face, several brothers wanted to run away. But the leader sneered and said, "Escape? Can you escape today, but not tomorrow? If you run, you will die. If you don't run, at least you can still survive." So, the group came back covered in dust and dirt, took off their shirts one by one, knelt in front of the cave, and waited for King Xiang's decision. The man who was suspected to be King Xiang walked out of the cave. He was dressed like a scholar, with a tall figure and handsome features. He was holding a charming woman in his arms and was followed by 3 burly men. Just seeing those 3 big guys makes one feel cold in the heart. 2 men and 3 horses were lost, a total of 5 lashes and 5 fingers. "You have discussed it among yourselves. Come forward to receive the punishment." Prince Xiang, who was dressed as a Confucian scholar, looked helpless, as if he did not want to punish them, but was only forced to do so because of the rules. The 3 kings nearby immediately stepped forward, and with a swish, they pulled out their knives and whips. One of them said angrily, "The king has been so tolerant of you. We spend money together, sleep together, and share good wine with you. You still don't know what is good for you. You lost the king's horse and killed the king's brother. Aren't you ashamed?" The leader immediately lowered his head, knelt down, and walked 2 steps to the feet of King Xiang. "Thank you, King Xiang, for your mercy." The so-called 5 whips and 5 fingers means 5 whips and 5 severed fingers. There are 18 of them coming back, and only 10 of them are needed to complete the punishment. Compared with the teams that were punished before, this punishment is already extremely light. The team leader knew that this was the result of lenient treatment because of his previous meritorious services. Thinking that he still had some weight in King Xiang's heart, the leader secretly breathed a sigh of relief. With tears in his eyes, he looked at King Xiang with admiration. "I am willing to accept the punishment of a whip and a finger." King Xiang nodded with satisfaction. "I was right about you. You are a real man." After saying this, he turned around and just played with the hairpin of the woman in his arms, not looking at the bloody scene. Soon, wailing sounds were heard in front of the cave. The 5 severed fingers were held in front of King Xiang by the 3rd king. The woman in her arms was so frightened that she trembled all over. She clenched her teeth and dared not speak. The fake smile she had been trying to maintain could no longer come out. "Are you scared?" Prince Xiang asked with pretended concern. The woman shook her head and turned her face away, but the man forced her back to take a better look. The woman was so scared that she couldn't control the expression on her face, and it became very distorted. "How ugly!" King Xiang sneered, grabbed the woman's neck, and threw her out. "Here's a reward for you." Covering the severed finger and sweating profusely, the team leader hurriedly reached out to take it and dragged the extremely terrified woman towards the shack. Before leaving, he had to express his gratitude to King Xiang for his kindness and promise to bring him more treasures and women next time. The woman screamed for help, but everyone around her laughed at her for being so naive as to scream for help in a bandit's den. But unexpectedly, someone could hear these cries for help. Qin Yao frowned. This bandit leader really understood PUA, and he was able to trick this group of idiots into doing things in circles. She folded the notice and put it in her arms, then took advantage of the darkening night and entered the tree hut like a ghost. The woman curled up in the dark tree nest and kept saying, "Brother, please spare me. My father has a lot of money. Can you use me to exchange for silver?" The team leader was bandaging his injured finger. Hearing this, he sneered, "Your father is not willing to pay a ransom for a useless daughter. If you serve me well, I will find a good buyer for you. Otherwise, I will sell you to a brothel." Then he sneered, "Your Majesty is indeed your Majesty. You don't even like a beauty like you. It's a good thing for me." Hearing this, the woman felt even more desperate. She seemed to have given up the idea of leaving this bandit's den alive and fell silent. As the night deepened, the people outside the house did not hear the noise they wanted to hear in the tree den, so they teased and urged. Is the bridal chamber still open tonight? If you don't move, the brothers will do it for you. When the curled-up woman heard this, she looked up in horror at the dark shadow at the entrance of the tree nest. The man had already bandaged his finger and shouted to the outside of the house, "Get lost! You wish!" Then, he turned and looked at her. It was pitch black in there, but she could see through the darkness and see the murderous look in the man's eyes. An unpleasant smell of a mixture of herbs and blood suddenly approached. The woman screamed, "Ah!" and fell to the ground sideways. She still could not give up hope of life and try to save herself again. Unfortunately, a large hand grabbed her, tightly grasped her ankle, and dragged her down. The stones left bloody scratches on her back, but she didn't care. She groped around on the ground with her hands, trying to find a weapon to fight back. However, the difference in strength was too great. Just as he grabbed the stone in his hand, it was kicked away. Then he was slapped in the face. He felt dizzy instantly and didn't know how to react. Outside the tree shed, people heard the intense noise coming from inside and laughed out loud. It seemed that the matter was done. The tree shed suddenly became quiet. Everyone felt that it was boring and left one after another. Some went to drink, some to gamble. At this moment in the tree shed, the man felt the cold blade on his neck and even held his breath. 114 hunting time. The woman in the shed took about 2 minutes to realize that she was saved. There was another black shadow in front of me. Against the light of the fire outside, I could only make out a vague outline and couldn't tell whether it was a man or a woman. A dagger was thrown. "Kill him, and I will take you away from this den of thieves," Qin Yao said in a low voice. It was not a negotiating tone, but a completely imperative one, with no second option at all. Only if the woman kills the bandit leader she is killed with her knife can they be in the same boat, and the probability of the woman turning against them can be minimized. She is actually a woman. The woman lying on the ground was full of surprise. She wanted to ask who the other person was, but she heard a hushed sound and felt the cold, murderous intent, so she fell silent. She fumbled, picked up the dagger, pulled it out of the scabbard, took a deep breath, gripped the handle with both hands, and stabbed it into the man's heart. One stab wasn't enough, so he stabbed again. Qin Yao covered the man's mouth in advance, and no sound came out. "All right." Seeing that the woman was about to stab him a third time, Qin Yao asked her to stop. "The person is already dead, and losing too much blood will attract other people's attention. Fortunately, this man cut off one of his fingers today, so it's not surprising that there's a slight smell of blood in the shed." "Who are you?" the woman asked tremblingly, holding the dagger. In extreme fear, she did not feel the discomfort and helplessness she felt the first time she killed someone. Her heart was pounding like a drum, and she didn't even know what she was doing or what she was going to do. So, every word Qin Yao said at this time was like a program instruction to her, and she did whatever she said. Qin Yao didn't answer her question, but asked her, "What's your name?" The woman answered, "Yin Yu. Do you know who King Xiang is?" Is it the man in the Confucian robe who just gave you to this person?" "Yes." "Are those three beside him the 3 heavenly kings?" "Right." "Do you know where they sleep?" "They're all in the cave. Only the 4 of them sleep in the cave. The 3 kings are very powerful. One of them sleeps with his eyes open. He has excellent hearing. King Xiang even asked him to keep watch at night." Qin Yao raised her eyebrows. She said so much information in one breath. It seemed that she was awake. The room was very dark, and Qin Yao couldn't see the woman's expression clearly. She only felt that her trembling was getting worse and worse. "Don't be afraid. I won't kill you. The information you just told me is my reward for rescuing you." As he spoke, he lifted the corpse at his feet to the corner and laid it flat, pretending to be sleeping. Then he sat down by the door of the tree shed. Yinluo asked, "You want to kill King Xiang?" Qin Yao didn't answer, but just stretched out her hand and asked her to return the dagger. "Can I hold it for a little longer? I don't have any weapon to defend myself." "This dagger. Give it to me." Without waiting for Yinluo to finish speaking, Qin Yao snatched the dagger, wiped the blood off, and put it on her waist. The room fell into dead silence, and Yinluo forced himself not to close his eyes and fall asleep. The wait is long, but Qin Yao has gotten used to it. None of the bandits had expected that there would be a stranger lurking among them. Qin Yao sat by the tree shed and watched them stay up all night, living a life of drunkenness and dreams, until she was called away by Zhou Gong. The campfire died down, and snoring began to sound. There was a faint firelight flickering in the cave. A sturdy man was pacing back and forth at the door. Finally, he yawned, leaned against the cliff wall, and squinted his eyes. But Qin Yao judged from the other person's breathing that he was not really asleep at all. It didn't matter. She would let him rest in peace forever. A dark cloud obscured the moonlight. Dawn was approaching, and it was time to hunt. Qin Yao walked out of the tree shed with a swagger. The man in front of the cave door was just as Yin Lu said, with excellent hearing. He immediately opened his eyes and looked over. Swish! An arrow came through the air, carrying a tremendous force and piercing the throat. With a scream of ugh, the man fell down. Qin Yao ran over and stood in front of the cave. With the help of the firelight inside, she scanned all 3 people sleeping on the bamboo beds. She walked in quickly, past the person closest to her, and before the other person opened his eyes and noticed anything, she pulled out the dagger and stabbed him in the neck. When it was pulled out, blood gushed out, and Qin Yao had already arrived at the next bed. This man's reaction was amazing. He jumped up to avoid her dagger, then picked up the big knife at his side and slashed at Qin Yao. But in the face of absolute power, this resistance is nothing. The arrow pierced through the blade, and the bowstring entangled the strong arm, forcing the opponent to let go with a fierce pressure, and the knife fell to the ground with a clang. Qin Yao raised the long knife in his right hand and chopped it down, and the head fell to the ground. Ooh! Prince Yang sat up from his bamboo bed in shock. As soon as the sound was uttered, Qin Yao rushed over and kicked him down. She put her longbow around Prince Yang's neck with her left hand, strangled his throat, and chopped him hard with the knife in her right hand. Hot blood splattered all over Qin Yao's face. She wiped the blood in front of her eyes with the back of her knife-holding hand, picked up the 2 heads on the ground, chopped off the remaining 2 heads, packed the 4 heads, and stuffed them into King Xiang's Confucian robe, then ran away. He ran all the way to Yin Li's side, pulled her up, and went into the forest on the side. Before anyone in the camp noticed that King Xiang and the 3 heavenly kings had already gone to see the king of hell. Qin Yao dragged Yin Lu all the way to the top of the mountain. She looked back at the camp in front of the cave at the foot of the mountain and laughed triumphantly. He put down the heavy bag in his hand, took out the flares from his arms, and fired 2 flares into the sky. Bang, bang. 2 loud noises came from the top of Yuhua Mountain. In the darkest night sky before dawn, 2 red flames bloomed. At the foot of the mountain, the county magistrate, who was about to fall asleep, suddenly woke up with a start. He looked up at the sky. The red light was blinding, and he was both surprised and delighted. What was surprising was that Qin Yao actually succeeded on time. The good news is that King Xiang is dead, and it's time for the government to perform meritorious service. Wake up, everyone. The officers and soldiers on duty woke up everyone, a total of 36 officers and soldiers, and rushed towards Yuhua Mountain excitedly, as if they were injected with chicken blood. At the same time, the signal flares released by Qin Yao were also found at the bandit camp. Finally, someone realized something was wrong and rushed to the cave to see 4 headless corpses. King Xiang and the 3 heavenly kings were all killed. The king is dead. Someone shouted loudly, and the whole station fell into chaos. Just when I didn't know what to do, the sky suddenly turned pale and an urgent whistle came from the sentry post. The soldiers are coming to kill us. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yao suddenly appeared behind him and killed the man with a knife. She dealt with the horse bandits in front of the fence one after another, and with her great strength, she moved the 2-meter-high fence away, opening the gate for the officers and soldiers who rushed up. In order to prevent the bandits from having nowhere to escape and having to fight to the death, she left a gap so that they could have hope of escape. Even with such assistance, Qin Yao would be so angry that he would vomit blood if the officers and soldiers still could not wipe out the horse bandits in one fell swoop. Fortunately, when she retreated to the top of the mountain and met up with Yin Lu, a large number of officers and soldiers rushed into the bandits' lair and killed or ambushed more than 80 people in one go. The remaining dozen or so people who escaped were also captured by the squad of soldiers deployed in advance by the county magistrate. 115 heroin. You go now. Qin Yao picked up the bloody bag on the ground, pointed to the mountain road to the east, and prepared to part ways with Yin Lu. Yin Lu asked hurriedly, I don't know the name of the benefactor yet. There's nothing to know. Qin Yao thought for a moment without even turning her head back, then stopped again. Also, I'm not your benefactor. Tell me the information, and I'll take you out, and we'll be even. By the way, you have never appeared in Yuan Mountain, and I have never seen you here. Those horse bandits will all die, and no one will know about it in the future. After leaving these words, Qin Yao went down the mountain with her spoils. She had to find a living person to confirm whether the four heads were the real ones before the government killed all the bandits, so as to avoid not getting the reward. Inlu was stunned for a moment, then knelt down in the direction she left, bowed, and then stood up, forcing himself to calm down and walk towards the mountain path to the east. No one has seen her in Yuhua Mountain, which means she has never been here, and naturally has never entered the bandits' lair. By then, she could just make up an excuse and go back home without having to jump into the pond to prove her chastity. Besides, Inlu didn't want to die at all. She had finally killed the horse bandits and escaped. She was still innocent, so why did she seek death? Even if the world doesn't believe it, she believes in herself. Inlu thought about countermeasures and reasons as he walked. Watching the sun slowly rising in the sky, he quickened his pace to go home. At the foot of Yuhua Mountain, when Qin Yao arrived, there were actually more than a dozen people dressed as private armed forces and the team of officers and soldiers. Not only were there more people, but the leader was no longer the county magistrate, but a young man in his 30s. This man was wearing a green official robe, riding on a horse, with a majestic look. As soon as Qin Yao saw him, she had a guess in her mind that this person should be the county magistrate whom she had not seen before. But this is not important. She has no control over how these people in the government distribute the credit. She just wants a reward. Qin Yao threw down the bloody package in her hand, stood still, and clasped her fists towards the man on the horse. Qin Yao from Liujia village pays homage to the county magistrate. The county magistrate turned his horse around and turned to her. He nodded and looked at the package on the ground. Did you get the head of Prince Xiang? Qin Yao nodded and said that she did not come here on purpose to scare people, but just wanted to take advantage of the fact that these bandits were still here to confirm the identity of the deceased. The county magistrate's eyes dimmed, and he looked at her for a long time before waving his hand and ordering someone to bring up the captured horse bandits for on-site inspection. Seeing that the county magistrate didn't say anything like waiting until he arrived at the county government office to confirm it, and his actions were quite prompt, Qin Yao felt relieved. Before the bundle was opened, Qin Yao kindly reminded him, "Sir, do you want to step away? The heads of these four people are all in the bundle, and the picture may cause discomfort." The county magistrate's expression was obviously a little disgusted, but seeing that the county assistant didn't move, he gritted his teeth and said no. In this case, Qin Yao said no more. He used a knife to open the bundle and personally straightened the four crooked heads so that they faced the county magistrate and others. Then, vomit. The county magistrate rolled off his horse and turned around to vomit violently. The officers and soldiers around all frowned and turned their heads away. Some of them could not bear it anymore and joined the county magistrate in vomiting. Qin Yao. Fortunately, the bandit henchman in charge of identification completed the confirmation in a few seconds. Qin Yao covered the bag again without changing his expression. "Sir, you can turn around now. The bag has been covered," the lawyer reminded in a low voice, suppressing his discomfort. The county magistrate paused for a long time before turning around and glancing at Qin Yao. Seeing that she had no reaction at all, as if she was looking at a few winter melons, he couldn't help but take a breath of cold air in his heart. This woman must be a ruthless person. Qin Yao saw them marching in an orderly formation and asked tentatively, "My reward?" "Don't worry, you'll be rewarded," the county magistrate said. "First, take these vicious criminals back to the county government office. I'll give you silver later." "Okay." Qin Yao smiled slightly, rode the horse she had brought earlier, and followed the main force back. Officials had already entered the city in advance to promote the event by beating drums and gongs. When Qin Yao and his party entered the city gate, the people lined the streets to welcome them. It was a lively scene. The heads of the four bandit leaders were held in the hands of the officers and soldiers, who led the way, followed by the county magistrate and the county magistrate. Behind them were soldiers escorting the bandits and a stretcher made of branches, which was filled with the bodies of the bandits. At the end of the team were Qin Yao and the master. When the people looked at the corpses of the bandits, they felt very happy. Although the human head was scary, he still opened his eyes wide to take a look, then spat. Upon hearing the news, several big merchants in the city came to greet him carrying newly made flower plaques that read, "Great Judge, you have eliminated harm for the people and your merits are immeasurable." The adjective is a bit cheesy, but the meaning of gratitude is clear and the adults appreciate it. The master kept staring at Qin Yao and saw that she looked calm and did not take credit for herself. She nodded with satisfaction and was a good person. When the army arrived at the academy, the students were in class and didn't care about the teacher's scolding. They heard the sound of gongs and drums outside the door and shouted, "The bandit leader is here. The horse bandits have been eliminated." They all ran to the gate, wanted to join in the fun. The main purpose was to see whether the government had really brought back King Xiang's head. The government has been shouting the slogan of suppressing bandits for 7 months and has not seen any results before. Today, they have quietly wiped out the thieves' den. They can't believe it. Lu Ji mingled among the scholars, stretching his neck and squeezing forward. The food at home is good and he looks better and better. Even when he is surrounded by a group of teenagers who are about 16 or 17 years old, he doesn't look his age. At first glance, you would think he's only 17 or 18. "Brother Lu, have you seen King Xiang's head?" The students behind him, who were squeezed in too tight to accommodate themselves, asked excitedly. Lu Ji had already squeezed to the front of the team. It was still early, and the officers and soldiers had not arrived here yet, but they would be there soon. 2 minutes later, the team appeared in everyone's sight. The people immediately became excited. Lu Ji was holding back his urine and almost let them squeeze it out. "Stop pushing! Stop pushing!" Liu yelled angrily. The students behind him heard his voice and asked loudly, "Did you see it?" I saw it, I saw it." Lu Ji answered first. Then he looked up and saw, oh my God, it was a real human head. He was so scared that he immediately raised his hands to cover his eyes, leaving only a slit. He wanted to see but didn't dare to. The students asked excitedly, "Who killed him? Who killed him?" A commoner nearby said, "Someone came to the government office yesterday morning to reveal the list. It should be that warrior who killed him. Look, the last one on horseback should be him." Everyone looked over and exclaimed, "Huh," in unison. How did the warrior turn into a woman? But seeing the legal advisor following beside him, he must be the one who will announce the results. The scholars finally squeezed to the front of the crowd and joined Lu Ji. Seeing him staring blankly at the woman who had just taken the announcement, they said with a smile, "Brother Lu, are you attracted to this heroine? You know what? This heroine looks so cool riding on the horse, and she doesn't look very old. 116, it doesn't matter who you rely on for help. My mother said that I should marry a virtuous woman. If she is still unmarried, I don't mind marrying her." Ouch! "Brother Lu, why are you hitting my head?" The young scholar felt very aggrieved. He stared at Lu Ji, who hit him on the head in confusion, not knowing what he had said to offend him. Lu Ji glanced at the evil woman who was immediately showing off her dominance, and his excitement instantly disappeared. He turned around and left, dragging his classmates with a sullen look on his face. Hey, we haven't seen enough." He ignored the complaints of the crowd until he dragged all the young people back to the academy. Then he said with a sullen look on his face, "That's my wife. She's already married, so don't think about her." The young scholar who was hit on the head seemed a little regretful, but soon showed an exaggerated expression. "That's the evil woman in Brother Lu's family?" Seeing Lu Ji nod with a sad face, someone immediately murmured, "Sister-in-law is so heroic, she doesn't look like that unreasonable evil woman." Lu Ji snorted angrily. "Brothers, you are still too young. Does her heroic spirit conflict with her unreasonableness and disrespect for her husband?" Several young people looked at each other blankly. "Is this a conflict?" Lu Ji gritted his teeth. "Not a conflict at all." Young people, yes, it seems that there is no conflict. But so what? She is a hero who killed the bandit leader. Isn't it reasonable for a hero to disrespect his husband? As soon as Lu Ji saw the admiring eyes of the teenagers, he knew that they were hopeless. He didn't bother to say more to them, whose hair had not even grown out yet, and strode towards the classroom. He was the first one to return to the classroom and took the opportunity to tell the teacher that he was not at all interested in the excitement outside the door. He had tried very hard to pull other students back, but they did not listen to him and went out anyway. He hoped that the teacher would not be angry. How can a master not be angry? His beard was so angry that it flew up, and he strode out with a ruler in hand. After that, there was a burst of wailing. Lu Ji looked up at the sky, took a deep breath, and felt relieved instantly. But this comfort did not last long. During lunch break, someone excitedly ran to the dormitory. Brother Lu Ji, my sister-in-law is here to see you. She's just outside the back door of the academy." Lu Ji, who had just finished cooking for himself, had his lunch, and was about to lie down for a nap, suddenly sat up with a start. He glanced at the man helplessly. Was it necessary to shout so loudly? Now everyone knows. Lu Ji looked back every time he took a step, looking at his classmates who were shamelessly following him and wanted to catch a glimpse of the heroine. In his heart, he prayed to all the gods and Buddhas in heaven. Amitabha, The Supreme Lord Laozi, please hurry up and bless me to talk to him nicely, give him some face, and don't touch him casually. Praying to God in his heart, Lu Ji finally walked to the back door of the academy with difficulty. The door opened, and Qin Yao, dressed in plain clothes, holding a knife and carrying a bow, appeared in front of him. There was an old brown horse with shed hair behind her. When it saw him, the horse snorted angrily. Qin Yao patted the horse's back as a warning, and it finally calmed down. "How is it? Are you adapting to college life?" she asked with a smile. He tilted his head slightly, taking in the inquiring faces of the young scholars hiding behind him. He remained calm and waved at them. "Hi." The young men had never seen anything like this before, and they immediately retreated shyly, crowding behind the door and whispering excitedly. Lu Ji rolled his eyes speechlessly, pretending that the person behind him didn't exist. He looked at the horse and asked in confusion, "Where did you get this horse from, madam?" "I bought it." Qin Yao was happy when she saw the horse. "The county magistrate sold me his old horse at a low price. Although it's a little old horses have their own advantages. It will be very useful after some training." After all, she only spent 10 taels of silver to buy a tall horse of Western breed. As for the horses on the market, a slightly taller and better breed would cost at least 40 or 50 taels of silver. Even an ordinary pony would cost at least 20 taels of silver. Lu Ji suddenly realized that Qin Yao had taken down the list and completed the task, so there would be a reward. He immediately changed his expression to one of concern, walked forward and circled Qin Yao 3 times. "Madam, you were not injured in the fight with the bandits, were you?" Qin Yao pushed him away. "I'm fine, it's just killing someone. It's much easier than farming." This magical metaphor made Lu Ji's breath catch. Thinking that she hated beating around the bush, he simply asked directly, "Is there a bounty?" Qin Yao nodded, glanced at the students behind the door, waved to Lu Ji to come closer, and whispered to him in a low voice as he looked excited. "But it has nothing to do with you. This is not something you should worry about. Study hard. I'm going home. Remember the task I gave you. Complete it. You'll benefit from it later." After saying this, he smiled at the curious heads at the door, patted Lu Ji's shoulder, and led the horse away. Lu Ji breathed a sigh of relief and thanked Buddha, Guanyin, and the Jade Emperor. His wife was very considerate of him today and did not give him the cold shoulder in front of his classmates. It's just that he had just said a lot of bad things about Qin Yao to his classmates before, and now he was the one who falsely accused her. "But my wife said that there are benefits for him to come back." "What are the benefits?" Lu Ji raised his eyebrows excitedly. When he came here, he looked as miserable as if his parents had died, but now he was back in the academy, humming a song. "Lei Uyi." Suddenly someone called him. Lu Ji smiled and looked back, his eyes lit up. It was actually Mr. Fan. He was just worrying about how to get close to these scholars, but he didn't expect that they would come to him on their own initiative. However, Lu Jixing rushed over, and the other party asked immediately, "Are you the husband of the heroine who married King Xiang's head?" Lu Ji was embarrassed for a fraction of a second. Then he immediately said proudly, "That's me." Who cares whose face they are considering? After all, husband and wife are a family, so it doesn't matter whose face they take advantage of. There is no law in this world that allows a wife to benefit from her husband's fame, but does not allow a husband to benefit from his wife's fame. Lu Ji adapted to the change in status very quickly. Taking advantage of everyone's interest in female heroes and relying on his identity as the husband of a female hero, he quickly broke into the scholar circle. Qin Yao didn't know he was so impressive. She left the academy and went to the horse market first to buy a good saddle for her BMW. The county magistrate was very happy to give the reward of 100 taels of silver. Qin Yao was also very tactful and took the money and left, rejecting all the invitations from the wealthy businessmen and leaving the glory to the officials in the government office. This horse is her reward for her wisdom and understanding. Even though her old brown horse is a little bald, it just has a mild skin disease. She can go to the veterinarian and buy 2 packets of medicine powder to apply it, and it will be cured in a month. With the heavy 90 taels in her arms, Qin Yao felt that a well-off life was not far away. Qin Yao spent 2 taels of silver to buy a saddle, and then took the horse to Manager Fan's restaurant to pack 2 signature meat dishes. Only then did she ride the horse leisurely home. Now she had 102 taels of silver in her hand, and her state of mind was completely different from when she came. "I was calculating how to spend the money all the way, and I felt like I had finally made it after working outside for many years." 117 Lao Huang. Riding a horse is fast. It only took 2 hours to get from the county town to Liujia village. Qin Yao was still jogging back slowly. If she ran at full speed, she would arrive in an hour and a half. It was around 4 in the afternoon when we entered the village. I haven't seen the rice in the paddy field for only 2 or 3 days, but it has already started to turn yellow. It looks like it will be ripe in about a week. Before, everything was green, and Qin Yao's 10 acres of rice were nothing special. But now, at a glance, in the same fertile land by the river, the rice ears in her field are heavy and weighed down in bundles, which are particularly eye-catching. When old man Lu passed by the river, he had no idea how many times he had regretted. If he had followed Qin Yao's example and planted the last 30 acres of land near the river using the rice transplanting method, he would have had a very good harvest this year. Unfortunately, time cannot be reversed, and it is useless to regret now. I can only comfort myself that there is still a chance, and I can plant the best land in this way next year. Qin Yao rode her horse slowly through the village and came to the riverbank. The villagers along the way stared at her in amazement, wondering where she had gone to become so rich and how she could come back on a horse. No one in the village rides a horse yet. Only Lu Dafu's family has one, but that is a short-legged horse used to pull goods, completely different from Qin Yao's horse, which is obviously meant for people to ride. Her horse's back was almost as tall as an adult man. She looked particularly imposing when riding on it, and everyone had to look up at her. "Mother!" The girl's excited call came. Qin Yao rode across the bridge and arrived in front of the watermill. Dalong and Xin Yang, who were guarding the money box in the watermill, ran to meet her. "Horse!" Dalong exclaimed in surprise. A hand reached out and lifted him onto the horse. Xin Yang looked at it curiously and tentatively compared her height with the horse's with her hand, but she was not even as high as the horse's belly. "Stretch out your hand," Qin Yao reminded with a smile. Xin Yang was not afraid at all. She stretched out both of her little hands and was immediately carried onto the horse by Nyang and placed in front of her brother. "Mother, is this our horse?" Xin Yang turned her head and asked in surprise. Dalong was so stunned that he only focused on the colorful ball of thread hanging on the horse's neck. His little hands tightly grasped the arched part of the saddle, and he also held his excited and moving sister in his arms. Qin Yao nodded and shouted, "Gee!" and the horse immediately started running towards the house halfway up the hill. Erlang and Saburo heard the noise and ran out. When they saw the mother and her 2 children riding on horses, they opened their mouths in surprise. The old horse wanted to run wild, but Qin Yao grabbed the reins and forced it to stop. The high horse hooves rose and fell just above their heads. Erlang and Sanlang stood still, unable to react for a moment. Qin Yao dismounted, picked up the 2 children from the horse's back, and ordered the 4 children to stand in a row in front of her, solemnly introducing the new members of the family. "From now on, the old horse is a member of our family. You must be nice to it. When the time comes, we will depend on it for our trip to school." Dalong asked, "Is Lao Ma its name?" Qin Yao shook her head. "That's not the case." Erlang immediately said, "Then let's give it a name. How about calling it Lao Huang?" Qin Yao shrugged and said, "Whatever." So, the 4 brothers and sisters reached an agreement and decided to call the horse Lao Huang from now on without asking whether the horse was willing or not. Sanlang looked at Lao Huang with his bright eyes and said, "Mother, can I take Lao Huang out to eat grass every morning when I catch worms for the chickens?" "Not for now," Qin Yao said seriously. "The horse is not familiar with us now. Don't get close to it casually, or you'll get kicked." The 4 children lowered their heads. Okay. But his enthusiasm for Lao Huang remains unabated, and he has already started thinking about building a nest for Lao Huang so that it has a place to sleep. There was no stable at home, and Qin Yao had no plans to raise pigs, nor did she build a pig pen, so she could only temporarily move Lao Huang to the wasteland behind the yard and tie him up near the toilet, letting him eat some grass to replenish his strength. She will build a stable for it as soon as possible. Qin Yao patted Lao Huang's head and said, "Be good." After taking the things off the horse's back, Qin Yao walked into the house with her hands full. The 4 children followed her happily, happier than during the Chinese New Year. Except for Dalong, who still cared about whether his father had successfully entered the academy, the remaining 3 were completely focused on the oil paper bag in her hand. A thin piece of oil paper could not cover up the aroma of the food. Xin Yang almost put her mouth close to it and bit the food together with the oil paper. "You look so greedy. Haven't you had enough to eat these days?" Qin Yao asked jokingly. Knowing that Qin Yao was joking with them, Dalong and the other 3 shook their heads embarrassedly and smiled at her. Qin Yao put the things in the main room first. Don't move. Wait for me to come back. The four siblings nodded obediently. Yeah. She first went back to the house to put down her weapon, then changed into a clean, thin linen dress and threw the dirty clothes, which were soaked with blood and hardly visible, into the stone trough. Dalong was very considerate and scooped half a basin of clean water for his stepmother and asked her to wash her face. There are 2 large water tanks in the house. Qin Yao would fill them up before leaving home. They are used by the 4 children on a daily basis, so there is still some water left. He washed his hands and face, wiped the sweat from his chest and the back of his neck, and the smell of blood, which was no longer very strong, was completely gone. Qin Yao took a deep breath of the fresh country air. After not sleeping for a day and a night, she suddenly relaxed and felt a little tired. He patted his face, cheered himself up, walked into the main room, sat down, and opened one of the oil paper packages under the expectant gaze of his 4 children. Inside was a whole roast chicken, 5 braised pig trotters, and a bowl of sweet and sour spare ribs. These dishes had been cooked an hour and a half ago and were still warm. The aroma was so fragrant that Samling's mouth was watering. Qin Yao smiled and waved to Dalong and Erlang, "Go get the bowl." The 2 brothers immediately ran out and ran back with the bowl in their arms. Qin Yao put the 3 dishes separately into 3 large porcelain bowls. With the contrast of porcelain, they looked more tempting. He looked at the 4 brothers and sisters who were eager but trying hard to hold back with amusement, and nodded, "Eat." The 4 of them did not rush forward like hungry wolves. Dalong asked his younger brothers and sisters to sit down and put a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs in each of their bowls. Only then did Erlang and the other 2 begin to enjoy the food happily. "Mother, it's sweet," Xingyang said in surprise. Qin Yao also picked up a piece of pork ribs and put it in the bowl to chew, explaining, "This is called sweet and sour pork ribs, sour and sweet, especially appetizing, right?" Xingyang said happily. "My brother and I both love it. Eat more if you like it." Qin Yao pinched the twins' tender faces. Looking at the 4 satisfied little faces in front of her was really healing. Each of them ate 2 pieces of ribs to satisfy their cravings, and then stopped eating tacitly. Dalong asked Qin Yao to cover the vegetables with a straw cover and said happily, "I'll go cook." Erlang, Samlang, and Xingyang also said that they were going to pick vegetables and actively prepare for the sumptuous dinner tonight. Qin Yao lay on the chair, her eyes gradually narrowing. Knowing that she was very tired, the 4 children in the house slowed down their movements. 118 little cotton-padded jacket. Qin Yao had a comfortable nap. When she woke up, the sun was setting and the sky was full of beautiful clouds. The aroma of rice came from the kitchen, and Erlang was carefully bringing in a bowl of loofah and egg soup. Samlang and Xingyang were like the 2 guardians, following the second brother. Although they did not serve the dishes themselves, one could tell from their expressions that they were trying very hard. Seeing Qin Yao wake up, Xingyang immediately shifted her attention and leaned over to Anyang, leaning on Anyang's knees. "Are you thirsty, Anyang?" "Yeah, a little bit." "Then I'll go get you some water." Xiaomianao immediately stood up and walked to the long table behind her. She stood on tiptoe, carefully took down the long-spouted pottery jar filled with water and placed it on the dining table. She then took the bamboo cup that Qin Yao often used, filled it with water, and handed it to her. A long time ago, when the water mill was built, there were a few pieces of bamboo left over. Qin Yao picked them up and made 6 water cups. Each cup has its own name engraved on it. The one she used had a very abstract word Yao engraved on it. The remaining 4 brothers and sisters were labeled 1, 2, 3, and 4 according to their ranking, making them easy to recognize. Qin Yao was drinking water and waiting for dinner when Carpenter Lu arrived. Before entering the house, he went around to the back of the house to take a look at old Huang, who was eating grass, and then walked in with a curious look on his face. "Have you made a fortune?" Carpenter Lu asked jokingly. The 2 had close contacts because of their cooperation on the water wheel project. Carpenter Lu treated Qin Yao as his own family and skillfully found a wooden stool and sat down at the dining table. When he smelled the tempting aroma of meat, he opened the cover and took a look. His eyes widened instantly. "Where have you been?" This time he looked a little scared. Qin Yao put the cover back on, with no intention of keeping the meal, and said with a smile, "It is indeed a small profit from hard work." She thought that everyone would know about her spending money later, and this was the countryside, not a county town, so she didn't have to worry about stealing the limelight. Instead, she should show off a little bit so that others won't think her family is easy to bully. Qin Yao briefly talked about how he had taken down the notice to help the government eliminate the horse bandits. Carpenter Lu came here to tell Qin Yao that this batch of water trucks had been completed and asked her to go with him to install them for the customer of the day after tomorrow. Hearing about such a big event as taking King Xiang's head suddenly made me a little excited and almost forgot to talk to Qin Yao about the business. After he had finally finished speaking, Qin Yao pushed him out of the house. He was in a daze and didn't know when he arrived at the open space beside the village well. So, just as Qin Yao's family had finished a sumptuous dinner with great color, aroma, and taste, there was a knock on the gate of the courtyard. Dalong was washing dishes with Xin Yang, and Erlang and Samlang ran over to open the door. The door opened, and a blinding fire suddenly appeared before their eyes, causing the two brothers to step back several steps in a hurry. The village chief, clan leader, people from the Lu family's old house, and many villagers in the village all came. Qin Yao raised her eyebrows in surprise. "What are you doing?" She didn't dare invite so many people into the house, so she had to stand up and walk to the door, wondering, "What do you guys want to do?" Old man Lu asked first. Old Third's family. Carpenter Lu said that the government has already wiped out that gang of horse bandits. Is that true or not? Qin Yao nodded. Really, the government officials should go to each village to inform them tomorrow. The village chief asked, "When did it happen?" "Just this morning. The news is spread all over the county." The dark cloud that had been weighing on the people's heads just disappeared like that, and the villagers couldn't believe it. "That's great, that's great." The patriarch's eyes were red with excitement. An old man in the village immediately knelt down in the direction of the county town and kowtowed heavily. "Thank you, Lord Qingtian. Thank you, Lord Qingtian." Some villagers got the accurate news and rushed down the mountain holding torches, telling each other, and the whole village was filled with joy. Some people left, but the village chief, clan leader, and people from the Lu family's old house stayed. Several people looked at each other, and it was old man Lu who stepped forward and asked Qin Yao tentatively. "Carpenter Lu said that you revealed the reward notice. Is that true?" "Really?" Qin Yao admitted it too quickly. Old man Lu paused for 2 seconds before he widened his eyes and asked her, "Did you chop off King Xiang's head?" Qin Yao said, "To be precise, I chopped off the heads of King Xiang and the 3 kings beside him." "Here." She pointed to the back of the house. "The horse I rode back was given to me by the county magistrate." The village chief and the clan leader exclaimed in unison. "You also met the county magistrate?" Qin Yao nodded. "The county magistrate is very grateful to me." The 2 old men looked at her with different eyes in an instant. At this moment, in the eyes of the 2 elders, Qin Yao was no longer an ordinary citizen with some kung fu skills, but a female hero who fought against bandits and was appreciated by the local officials and the county magistrate. Qin Yao yawned loudly. "Sorry, I haven't slept for a whole day and night. I feel a little tired." The village chief and the clan leader hurriedly told her to have a good rest and left very tactfully. In front of the house, only old man Lu and his sons were left with complicated expressions. They didn't know what to say to Qin Yao. After a long, eerie silence, Lu Bo said that the millstone had been finished and asked Qin Yao not to worry. He also told her to close the door and have a rest, and to discuss anything tomorrow. "Dad, wait a moment." Qin Yao called the 4 of them, went back into the house, took out another unopened oil paper package, and handed it to Lu Fei. The young man sniffed, and his eyes lit up. "Thank you, 3rd sister-in-law." "You're welcome. I brought you a portion. It's freshly made by the chef of the county restaurant." Qin Yao mentioned that the horse at home had no place to sleep, and old man Lu waved his hand and told her not to worry, and that he would come to help her old Huang build a nest tomorrow morning. Qin Yao watched the father and his 4 sons go down a mountain, then turned and went to the back of the house, took off the saddle from the horse and put it inside the house, then brought a bucket of water for the horse, closed the door, washed the dirty clothes, and the family simply washed up and went back to their rooms to sleep. She slept very deeply and for a long time, and had several bizarre dreams. The abandoned skyscrapers of the end of the world and the prosperous courtyards of ancient times kept interweaving, and the head of King Xiang and the face of the county magistrate appeared repeatedly. These dreams did not end until dawn, when he became more conscious. I continued to take a nap, and when I woke up refreshed, Lu Bo and Lu Zhong were already busy outside the back door. In the eyes of the villagers of Liujia village, bamboo is the most convenient and easy-to-use building material. When they need it, they just go into the bamboo forest, cut a few bamboos, clean up the branches, and use them directly. It is also easy to punch holes in bamboo, and by passing a strong hemp rope through the holes, You can tie two pieces of bamboo together. The stable was built next to the back door, against a courtyard wall, making it more convenient to set up the stable. Dalong and Erlang have returned from morning exercise and are helping their two uncles. Sanlang and Xinyang sat at the desk in their room, reciting the morning reading task assigned by their second brother while shaking their heads. Both of them had not fully opened their eyes, and they looked dazed and naive. Although the chef Lu Ji went to the academy, Qin Yao didn't have to cook. She got dressed and came out of the room to wash up. The two older children had already warmed the millet porridge for breakfast on the stove. Qin Yao, who had seen many naughty children, felt very comforted. 119 building a stable. Qin Yao went out the back door and said hello to Lu Bo and Lu Zhong, asking them to call her if they needed anything. The two brothers waved their hands, too busy to respond to her. Qin Yao shrugged, smiled at Dalong and Erlang, told them to call her if they had anything, turned back to the kitchen and asked Sanlang and Xinyang if they had eaten. Mother, we've all eaten. Big brother said everything in the pot is yours. Sanlang answered obediently. Xinyang closed her eyes and was so absorbed in the recitation that she nodded her head. Qin Yao signaled Sanlang to pay attention to her and not to fall off the chair. Sanlang glanced at his sister in annoyance and poked her evenly rising and falling belly. Xinyang instantly opened her eyes, subconsciously sat up straight, and recited loudly. You threw me a papaya, and I gave you a jade pendant in return. It is not a reward, but a token of our everlasting friendship. Qin Yao carried the whole pot, accompanied by the roast chicken that she had not finished last night, and listened to the children reading aloud. Even eating became a rhythm. After they finished eating, the sound of recitation in the house stopped. The morning reading was over, and the twins could no longer hold back. They took the small bamboo cage containing grasshoppers and crickets and went to the wasteland behind the house to catch insects for the chickens. They also visited their old huang and fed it some tender grass. Because Qin Yao had specifically instructed them not to get too close to the horse for fear of being kicked away, the twins stayed far away and used a bamboo pole to fork the young grass they had pulled over. Watching the horse chewing, the brother and sister giggled with joy. Qin Yao took a hoe and weeded the 2 acres of vegetable garden behind the house. She looked at the vegetables, peppers, eggplants, and loofahs planted in the garden. Because they were not well taken care of, the fruits they produced were all strange. But it is still edible and the taste is not affected. It's the pepper. It should have been long and thin straight strips. I don't know if the seed Zhang gave were the wrong variety, so when they grew out, they all turned out to be curved. Of course, it doesn't affect the taste. It's quite spicy. After Qin Yao finished weeding, she picked some eggplants and melons that she liked and took them home, then started preparing lunch. Lu Bo and Lu Zhong had already made the rough outline of the shed. In the afternoon, they went to the river to get some reeds and weave them into a thatched roof, and it was almost done. When winter came, Qin Yao surrounded herself with straw mats to keep out the cold. Of course, it would be stronger if wooden boards were used, but it would be more time-consuming and costly, so it depends on Qin Yao herself. Anyway, the framework is there, so it is easy to modify it. Qin Yao asked the two of them to stay for dinner at home. Lu Bo and Lu Zhong wanted to finish the work early and save time by eating here, so they agreed. It was noon and the sun was strong, and there was still some time before lunch. Lu Zhong dragged a log more than 1 meter long, sat on the back doorstep and hammered around, finally carving out a trough. Qin Yao came out and asked them to come in for dinner. Seeing such a big log, she was a little surprised. How come such good food is used as a horse trough? Lu Zhong said embarrassedly, my father told me to do that. Anyway, we won't use it at home. Why not carve it out and use it as a trough for the horses? It's just the right size. It is indeed just right, but such good material should be worth some money. Qin Yao wanted to give them some money, but Lu Bo saw her intention and felt even more embarrassed. He hurriedly said, Sister-in-law, don't even think about giving us extra money. I don't know how many pieces of wood we can buy with that big bag of meat we bought last night. Qin Yao was not hypocritical. She appreciated the kindness and smiled lightly. Okay, then I'll use it. Lu Bo and Lu Zhong nodded happily. Hey, okay, wash your hands and have lunch. My cooking skills are just SOSO, so please bear with me. Qin Yao gave the two of them a heads up in advance, telling them not to have too high hopes for the lunch she made. Lu Bo and Lu Zhong were mentally prepared, but they were still shocked by the messy stew on the table that was green and purple, purple and green. The brothers looked at each other, wondering if they were poisoned. Qin Yao hurried the 4 brothers and sisters of Dalong into the house and sat down. She sat down last, picked up the bowl and chopsticks, and took the first bite of the food with chopsticks. While eating, she said, "It's okay, it is salt. Come on, eat. Don't be polite. I cooked a lot of rice. It's enough. Eat as much as you want." Qin Yao greeted them. Thinking that everyone was familiar with each other, he started eating without paying any attention to the Liu brothers. The four brothers and sisters of Dalong seemed to be used to it. Xin Yang took a bite of the purple vegetable with her mouth smeared with honey and looked at Qin Yao with a wow. "Mother, it's eggplant." Qin Yao, with rice in her mouth, nodded and gave the little girl a look that said, "You're so smart." The little girl was so beautiful that she lifted up her little feet and dangled under the table. Erlang closed his eyes and swallowed the food made by his mother. In his heart, he despised himself for becoming too pampered. He used to be able to swallow even rice bran rice balls, but now he actually began to miss the days when his father was at home. Seeing that his uncles hadn't picked up their chopsticks, Dalong explained to them, "These are eggplants and gourds grown in our home. So you can eat it with confidence. You will never get poisoned," he swears. There is really no concept of beauty, aroma, and taste when a stepmother cooks. Of course, she may be able to do so, but she is limited by her ability. But she will definitely stew it until it is cooked through, saying that high temperature can kill the virus. Therefore, Dalong can assure his two uncles that he will not get diarrhea after eating it. Seeing their nephew's confident promise, Liu Bo and Liu Zhong tentatively extended their chopsticks for the first bite. Yes, there is salt. And then nothing happened. Qin Yao drank 3 bowls of white rice in a row and was full. She had not done much exercise today and had plenty of oil and water, so she naturally ate less staple food. She put down her bowl and chopsticks, looked up and saw Liu Bo and Liu Zhong eating only white rice, and asked awkwardly, "Is the food unpalatable?" The two men shook their heads, and one of them picked up a large piece of food with his chopsticks out of respect. But in the evening, Qin Yao invited them to dinner, but the two refused no matter what. They said they were embarrassed to ask her to spend money again, and ran home as if they were escaping. Qin Yao raised her eyebrows and looked back helplessly at the 4 candied haw strings in the yard. They told her very seriously, "We like the food cooked by our mother the most." Qin Yao laughed and waved. "Let's go and move old Huang." Hearing this, the 4 children ran to the back of the house, shouting happily. Erlang and Samlang didn't ride a horse yesterday, and they wanted to ride one today. Qin Yao fulfilled their wish, carried them onto the horses, and led them from the back mountain to the stable. The two felt that they had not yet had enough. However, riding was still a bit uncomfortable without a saddle, so they readily let Qin Yao take them off the horse. Old Huang had already eaten his fill in a back hill. The mother and her 2 children fed him some water, then took him to the river, washed him, and moved him into his new home cleanly. Qin Yao took out the medicine powder she bought from the veterinarian in the city and applied it to the bald areas of Lao Huang. After finishing this, she clapped her hands, went into the house, washed her hands, and started eating. I didn't finish the stew at noon, so I had a quick dinner with bacon and rice porridge. It got dark late, and it was still light after dinner. Qin Yao thought about going to Carpenter Liu's house to check on him. He had to install a water mill for a customer tomorrow, so the two of them checked the data and details in advance. She asked Dalong and the others if they wanted to go to the village to play. The 4 of them immediately took the newly bought kuja balls and happily followed her out. 120 ultra-small water mill. Qin Yao first sent the 4 brothers and sisters to the village well, which was very lively. In the afternoon, an official from the county government came and, just as she had said yesterday, announced the good news that all the horse bandits had been wiped out. The officials came and left in a hurry, but the villagers talked about this matter for a long time. At this moment, every family has finished their dinner and is gathering together to talk. Because when the officials came, they went to Qin Yao's house and said hello to her, so now the villagers feel very proud. A great hero who fought against bandits emerged in their village, and the officials from the government office all went out of their way to greet her. I don't know who started it, but the villagers were discussing whether or not to give Qin Yao a plaque or something. Fortunately, Qin Yao was sending her children to the village and heard it in advance and stopped it in time, otherwise she would have been embarrassed. There should be a limit to showing off. Just praise others and nod politely when meeting them. Send a plaque? The village chief and village head have not received any plaques yet. This is just right now, and everyone praises her for being humble and not greedy for fame and fortune. Qin Yao doesn't like to stand behind and act as a hidden boss. No one can take away the fame and fortune that she deserves. Nor will they put the credit on others and feel complacent just because they don't have to be exposed to the public and face criticism. If you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. She has a good cervical spine and can bear it. Old man Lu now felt that Qin Yao had brought honor to his family. During dinner, he even said to Zhang, the third brother must have been very lucky in his previous life to have such a treasure in his family. Zhang kept saying yes, 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 but she thought differently from old man Lu. She felt that Qin Yao brought honor to them, women. Look at the two wives of the eldest and second sons. Their backs are much straighter when they walk. When Qin Yao arrived at Carpenter Lu's house, his family was having dinner, and they warmly invited her to the table. Qin Yao waved her hands, saying that she had already eaten and asked them not to bother her. Carpenter Lu brought the bowl of rice over and took her to see the water wheel that she had to deliver tomorrow while eating. It is a size slightly smaller than a small water wheel. The family does not live near a river, but there's a mountain spring behind the house, which falls from the mountain all year round. They connect a bamboo tube to the spring and bring it directly home for use. Qin Yao had given up hope of loading the water truck, but after going over to take a look herself, she found that it was possible. Install an ultra-small model. Its power is not as great as that of a normal water mill, and it can grind less grain, but it is completely sufficient for home use. Also, because this was the first super small order, Qin Yao and Carpenter Lu paid special attention to it. If this is successful, it will open up more markets and allow water mills to enter thousands of households. For example, in villages with natural waterfalls or natural mountain springs, water mills can be built without the need for a big river. The emergence of ultra-small models may solve some of the terrain and hydrological restrictions. Are we going to this house tomorrow? Qin Yao asked. She has been away these days and is not very familiar with the order schedule. Carpenter Lu nodded. The super small one is quite far away, so we can only visit this one tomorrow. We can visit the other two together the day after tomorrow. They are all in the same village, so we can visit one in the morning and one in the afternoon. Qin Yao said. Then let's go there on horseback tomorrow. I'll go borrow a bicycle frame from the village chief, which will be much more convenient. Carpenter Lu nodded, and the two of them reached an agreement. Qin Yao took the account book home, checked the accounts, and went to bed early. Because the journey was long, the two set out at 4 o'clock in the morning. When Qin Yao left, the 4 children at home were still in their dreams. She left a note on the dining table in the main room, telling them that she would not be back until the evening. The frame of an ox cart is not very suitable for a horse, as it is much shorter, but the horse is twice as fast as an ox cart. It was still running very fast, pulling 2 people and the heavy water wheel and millstone. Qin Yao's heart ached when she heard the crazy, gurgling sound of the wheels beneath her, worried that the frame of the village chief's car would be torn apart. So when they reached a small road that was not easy to walk on, they slowed down the carriage. In this way, when we arrived at the customer's home, it was around 10 o'clock in the morning. If we walk, we may not arrive by noon. Qin Yao was surprised that people from such a faraway place knew about the water mill in Liujia village. Later, she learned that it was a woman from Liujia village who married here and brought the news of the water mill back to her parents' home. Families who are willing to spend money to install water mills are all relatively wealthy in the village. The family today has a large courtyard and a wide gate. The threshold has been removed so that a carriage can drive straight in. The family drew mountain spring water and dug a large pond in which they planted lotus roots. The lotus flowers had already bloomed, and only 2 or 3 late-blooming ones were left, standing tall among the lotus leaves. When Qin Yao arrived for the first time, she was particularly envious of the family's large yard. Unfortunately, the land where they live is very small and they can't dig a pond, so they can only grow some vegetables. The owner had cleared the place for the water mill in advance, right in the corner of the pond, where the mountain spring water falls. The amount of water from this mountain spring is quite large. Qin Yao has tested it and found that there is no problem in turning the water wheel. She and Carpenter Lu were very familiar with the installation steps, and the two worked together to complete the installation in half an hour. I asked the owner for some millet for testing, and the results were pretty good. A normal water mill can grind 1 load of grain in 1 hour. One ultra-small water mill can grind 1 load of grain in 1.5 hours. Carpenter Lu carefully measured the master's basket and found that it was about the same size as the baskets commonly used by the villagers of Liujia village. So the result Qin Yao came to was more reliable. Qin Yao then guided the host to try it himself. He was quite satisfied. The speed was faster than he had expected, and most importantly, it was not tiring. The autumn harvest is just a few days away, and we have just made it in time. Our satisfaction is reflected in our bright smiles. If there is no problem, then let's settle the remaining balance. Qin Yao asked with a smile. The host smiled and went into the house to get the money. The total price was 3 taels of silver, 1/3 of which was paid as a deposit, leaving 2 taels of silver. Carpenter Lu brought a small scale in advance and weighed the goods. Qin Yao gave the receipt to the other party and the payment was completed. When Qin Yao and Carpenter Lu drove away in their carriage, villagers were heading towards that family's house in groups, all of them curious to see the water mill. The two people in the car looked at each other and knew that if nothing unexpected happened, there would be a new order soon. Sure enough, just one day after Qin Yao and Carpenter Lu installed the last 2 small water mills, a stranger appeared at the intersection of Liujia village. The visitor looked up and couldn't find where he was going, so he had to find a Liujia villager on the side of the road and ask, "Where is the home of Qin, the water mill lady?" Jinhua had sharp ears. Before the villagers could answer, she ran over and shouted, "I know, I'll take you there." Unfortunately, the other party didn't believe her as a child and waved his hand. "Little girl, go play somewhere else and stop making trouble," waiting for the villagers of Liujia village to speak. As a result, people pointed at the little girl and said, "That's Madame Qin's niece. You'll know if you go with her. I still have to go to the fields to see if the water has dried up. We can harvest in 2 days." The visitor suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Fortunately, Jinhua didn't mind and generously gestured for him to follow. She was looking forward to seeing what delicious food her third aunt would give her. 121 opening the door is 50 sets. There is nothing delicious, but there is something fun. Qin Yao had nothing to do, so she made a few bamboo dragonflies for the 4 children at home who had few toys. Jinhua held it in her hands with great surprise, happier than if she had gotten a candy. She couldn't wait to call her sister Xinyang, and the two of them ran away together. Erlang was memorizing his lessons in the house, living up to his reputation as the best student in the family. Dalong and Samlang were both at the watermill, watching the horses bathing in the river while staring at the cash box in the watermill. Business is very good now. As long as the villagers can get in line, they will choose the watermill. Those who have no money will use the vegetables they grow themselves as collateral for fear that the vegetables will be stolen. Dalong will go to the watermill every once in a while and take the vegetables home if he finds any. The villagers jokingly called him the little shopkeeper. Qin Yao led the visitor to the main room and poured him some water while observing his clothes and appearance. He was a middle-aged man in his 40s with a popular mustache, a plain gray linen shirt, and his hair was neatly tied with a gray cloth strip. At first glance, he looked no different from the villagers around him. But Qin Yao noticed that he was wearing a pair of thick cotton shoes with 1,000-layer soles. The palms of his hands that were exposed looked much more delicate and smooth than his face, and he didn't look like someone who did rough labor all year round. The wheat-colored skin on his face looked like it was caused by years of walking outdoors. "Have some water." Qin Yao handed him the boiled water, sat down opposite him, and asked with a smile, "What should I call you? Are you planning to install a watermill at home?" "My last name is Bai, and my given name is Shan." He picked up the water cup, not knowing how far he had walked. He drank the cup of water in one breath, as if he was extremely thirsty. Qin Yao raised an eyebrow and reached out to take the empty cup to pour him another glass of water, but one hand blocked the cup. "No need, that's enough." Qin Yao agreed, sat down again, and signaled him to speak frankly. Bai Shan first asked her how much silver a set of ultra-small stone mill cost. After getting the price, he pondered for a moment, moved his fingers, silently calculated a number in his mind, and nodded. Then he reached into his clothes and dropped 2 large silver ingots, one weighing 20 taels for a total of 40 taels. "I want to order 50 sets of ultra-small watermills. You don't have to worry about the installation. I will send a few guys over to learn from you. If this batch sells well, I will come back later. But I have a request. You're not allowed to do business with other companies until my orders are completed. If you can take it, then we can discuss the price and delivery time now. If not, I'll take the money and leave, and you can just pretend I was never here." 2 large silver ingots fell on the dining table unexpectedly. Qin Yao was secretly surprised, but her face showed no emotion and she was very calm. Bai Shan noticed her expression and frowned slightly. He didn't expect that although he looked young, he was actually an experienced guy. If it were someone else, seeing these 2 large silver ingots, they would definitely show some surprise reaction. He was so straightforward and frank that Qin Yao didn't hesitate. After a few seconds, she gave him the wholesale price. "If you order 50 sets, I can give you a 20% discount. But if you order 100 sets, I can give you a 68% discount. Would you like to consider ordering more?" We are a village with many brothers and sisters. The busy farming season is just around the corner. We will definitely be able to deliver all 100 sets before the new year. Bai Shan shook his head. It's too long before the new year. 20% off is 20% off. The 50 sets will remain unchanged. Delivery will be in October. The calculator in Qin Yao's head was almost broken from typing away. The Ghost Festival was coming soon, and it was the busy farming season, so she couldn't produce many sets in late July. The effective period is August, September, and October. She hasn't even prepared the wood and stone yet. On average, she will produce 16 sets a month. Taking into account the depreciation rate, even if the stones are knocked out with sparks, she can barely catch up. Qin Yao tentatively said, delivery will be on November 1st. Bai Shan shook his finger. October 15th, 3 months is enough. It's really not possible. It's the busy farming season, and we don't have enough manpower. Unless you pay more. Qin Yao added her mind. Bai Shan looked at Qin Yao helplessly, picked up the silver ingot, and was about to leave. Qin Yao didn't stop him. Bai Shan walked to the gate of the courtyard, but didn't hear any sound. He stopped and turned back, gritting his teeth, and said, we have to transport it to the south by October 20th at the latest. There will be snow in December, so we have to get it there before then. Otherwise, if we are blocked on the road by heavy snow, all our efforts will be wasted. When Qin Yao heard him say that, she thought to herself that he wanted to sell the products to the south. This was a really good idea. There is plenty of water in the south, and perhaps every household can use it, so the market is huge. But she also had her difficulties. Qin Yao waved her hand and asked him to come back and sit down to talk again. How about this? We'll deliver a batch of goods on October 15th, and then the rest on November 1st. I guarantee that the first batch will exceed 60% of the total, which is 30 sets. This is how an assembly line works. At the beginning, you are busy adjusting the structure, arranging production materials, and recruiting people to build the factory. It is only in the last half-month that things really get up to speed. Qin Yao glanced at Bai Shan's clothes. The bulge in the clothes was where she placed the initial capital for building a production workshop. Bai Shan's insistence softened a little. After thinking for a while, he added a clause. If we can't deliver 30 sets by October 15th, we won't want the remaining 20 sets, and the price will still be 20% off. No problem. Qin Yao stood up and went to get paper, pen, and red ink. Seeing this speed, Bai Shan was stunned for a moment, feeling like he had suffered a great loss. Fortunately, the professionalism Qin Yao demonstrated afterwards made him feel a little more secure. The contract was written for an hour, and Dalong just came back with Lao Huang, who had just finished taking a bath. Qin Yao asked him to call Carpenter Lu over. Carpenter Lu brought a basket of wild bayberries. Dalong and his children were so happy that they asked Qin Yao if they could use their own pocket money to buy rock sugar from the peddler Lu. After getting permission, they took the sour wild bayberries and planned to make bayberry soup. Erlang, Sam Lang, and Xinyang were all very happy, but Dalong was thinking that after 2 days the autumn harvest would be ready and they could give the adults at home some heat relief. Qin Yao was busy with a big order, so she went with them. She made a brief introduction to both Carpenter Lu and Bai Shan, and asked Carpenter Lu to sign the contract. Carpenter Lu took only one look at the total amount of the order, which was 120 taels of silver, and then he excitedly pressed his fingerprint with trembling hands. After the two of them politely sent Bai Shan away, Carpenter Lu turned around and supported the doorframe of Qin Yao's house and sat on the threshold. I will do it slowly. I will do it slowly. Is it really 120 taels? He couldn't help but ask again. Qin Yao held a silver ingot in one hand and knocked it against the other twice. See if it's right. I've already received 1/3 of the deposit. How could it be fake? Carpenter Lu's breath was choked. Take it easy, don't make a hole. With her tremendous strength, she could even beat a silver ingot into a silver cake. No wonder he was worried. Qin Yao nodded and put the silver into her pocket. The two of them sat and stood, looking at the golden rice fields at the foot of the mountain, as if they had already felt the joy of the harvest. _X0007_ 122 bayberry soup. But thinking about the next 50 sets of orders, the smile on Carpenter Lu's face gradually froze. He stood up by holding onto the door frame and bowed sincerely. Madam Qin, you are very capable and knowledgeable. I will do whatever you say next. I will fully cooperate without hesitation. Qin Yao patted his shoulder and said, I've been waiting for you to say this. Let's go inside and talk. Time is short, so we need to get the charter out today. For those who harvest early in autumn, the tools have been moved to the fields today, and people will start harvesting the rice tomorrow. Her family starts 2 days later, on July 12th. Today is the 9th, and she still has 2 days to make arrangements. When the autumn harvest is over, she will immediately recruit people, buy materials, and start work. Qin Yao and carpenter Lu talked for a long time at home, and they went to all the families in the village who had wood. Carpenter Lu knew all this information. He knew everything that was ready and what was still in the mountains and forests. If we calculate the materials needed for the 50 water wheels, we can come up with a figure that the wood from Liujia village alone can supply them. Qin Yao and carpenter Lu quickly divided the work. There were only 2 things she had to do. First, establish a production workshop. Second, recruit people and make grinding discs. Carpenter Lu is responsible for ordering wood and compiling the data so that he can make arrangements after the autumn harvest. As for the stone materials, Qin Yao was not worried. With such a huge mountain of stone there was no need to worry about not having enough stone materials. However, if we cross the part of Liujia village, we will have to negotiate with people from other villages. There are 50 sets of small stone mills, and the stones within the boundaries of Liujia village are enough. The 2 people worked together, each responsible for an important part. Qin Yao also took on the overall coordination, and carpenter Lu cooperated with them. The 2 of them finalized the next course of action in one afternoon. Now that he had a clear idea of what he was supposed to do, carpenter Lu finally felt relieved. In the evening, everyone went home to have dinner. After dinner, carpenter Lu took a pen and paper and went door to door to find people to place orders for wood. If you have some ready-made at home, have someone send it to your yard and keep it there first. Qin Yao instructed her 4 children and went out alone to discuss issues related to the land use for building a production workshop with the village chief and the clan leader. Knowing that her water wheel factory had received a large order of 50 sets, the village chief and clan leader were both surprised. Then he thought of what Qin Yao had said before about the economic pillar driving the whole village out of poverty and towards prosperity, and happily said that she could choose any piece of land, and as long as it did not hinder the villagers, they could help her finalize it. But after building the workshop, the situation is a little different. The village chief said uncertainly, "I'm afraid I have to ask the village head. I don't know whether we need to report our situation to the government. Setting up a workshop means running a legitimate business, and you have to pay business taxes. If we don't report it, it will be difficult to explain when the government comes to collect grain taxes and finds out. If you meet a difficult one, they will just give you a random name and do something bad to you behind your back." If the village chief hadn't reminded her, Qin Yao would never have thought of this. "Thank you for the reminder, village chief. I will go to the county to ask about it." It just so happened that Lu Ji was about to return home, so she went to pick him up on the way. Of course, the main thing is that there are so many scholars in the academy, and you can ask them first. Thinking about this, Qin Yao did not dare to delay for a moment, for fear that it would delay the establishment of the production workshop. However, her workshop is just a small one, only 200 square meters at most, and it may not last long. If the government wants to collect taxes from her, it would be too unfair. After a good night's sleep, I woke up in the morning and heard the dull sound of threshing coming from the foot of the mountain. Those families whose crops matured early have begun the autumn harvest. Old man Lu owns dozens of acres of land facing the sun, which is already mature. When Qin Yao returned home yesterday, she passed by the old house and went in to ask the 3 Lu brothers about recruiting workers. When they found out that she was going to build a workshop, they didn't dare to delay for even a minute and hurried to start the autumn harvest in advance so as not to miss Qin Yao's first batch of recruitment. Therefore, as soon as the sky turned light this morning, the whole family, young and old, went out together carrying square buckets and went to the fields in 2 groups to start harvesting. There was still dew in the morning, and the harvested rice was spread out in the fields to dry. When the sun rose, they began threshing. In the kitchen, Dalong, Erlang, and Samlang, the 3 brothers were busy like little adults. Xin Yang was not willing to be left behind, and she caught insects in the vegetable garden to feed the chickens. The 4 chicks given by Granny Wang and her grandchildren have now grown to more than 2 kilograms under the careful feeding of the 4 brothers and sisters. There's a hen and 3 roosters. Xin Yang is looking forward to the hen laying eggs every day. She and her little brother have built a nest for the hen to lay eggs with straw in advance, ready to put it in the chicken coop at any time. Qin Yao felt that these 4 people at home were really worry-free, and Lu Laosan made him look like a genetically mutated weirdo. Knowing that Qin Yao was going into the city, Erlang filled a bamboo tube with the bayberry soup they had successfully made last night with rock sugar and wild bayberries for her to drink on the road. It tastes sour and sweet and can quench your thirst. Qin Yao was so busy yesterday that she didn't even have time to taste the fruits of the children's hard work for most of the day. Everything has been cleaned up now, and I'm just waiting for Dalong to make breakfast. When I have a little free time, I ask Erlang to pour me half a bowl of breakfast to taste. Qin Yao didn't have any expectations at first, and was even mentally prepared for blind praise. Unexpectedly, after drinking a mouthful of the dark red bayberry soup, I found it to have a perfect blend of sour and sweet. A little less would be too sour, and a little more would be too sweet. How is it? Erlang asked expectantly. Dalong, who was making dough pancakes in an iron pan, and Sanlang, who was lighting a fire, also looked over anxiously. Qin Yao took another sip, savored it for a few seconds, and gave a thumbs up. Very good. If there were ice cubes, it would be so refreshing. When the three brothers heard her words, they all laughed. Erlang said expectantly, "Then let's go get some wild bayberries and make more, so we can drink it every day." Wild bayberry has a unique aroma, but it is too sour, so only boys and girls with good teeth can tolerate it. But if you add rock sugar, it tastes especially good even when soaked in water. It's just that sugar is expensive and people are reluctant to pick it. The wild bayberries all over the mountain are so ripe that they are about to fall off, but not many people pick them. Erlang feels it's a pity just thinking about it. If you make so much without ice to store it, it will go bad in 2 days. Can you finish it so quickly? Qin Yao scooped a bayberry into her mouth and put it in her mouth to chew, while reminding Erlang to consider the reality. Yesterday you boiled all the bayberries that Carpenter Lou brought. It was a big bamboo basket. We have 2 large jars at home. If you can't finish them tonight, they will have a fermented and sour smell tomorrow. Erlang's eyes rolled. Then can I sell it? Sure, but don't cry if you can't sell it. Qin Yao encouraged them to try more, but also gave the little ones some preventive measures in advance. Of course, if it's a sale a loss, just pretend she didn't say anything. Erlang would never sell it at a loss, Dalong thought to himself. But according to what Erlang said, if a bowl is sold for 2 cents, I'm afraid there will be very few people willing to spend that. Forget it, if I can't sell it, I'll just give it to Jinbao, Jinhua, and the others to drink. Seeing that they were in a good mood, Qin Yao didn't say much. She finished the bayberry soup in the bowl in one breath and burped with satisfaction. It just so happened that Dalong had just cooked some vegetable soup with noodles. After the 5 of them, mother and children, had breakfast together, they went about their business. Qin Yao went out first and walked to the river. She saw the farmers working hard in the fields under the scorching sun. She drank bowl after bowl of water and thought that maybe she could sell a few bowls of Erlang and his friend's bayberry soup. 1 to 3 drinks complete. Everything is different with a horse. To get from Liujia village to the county town, we no longer have to set out with torches early in the morning before dawn. Qin Yao went out after breakfast and rode on horseback in an hour before she saw the county town gate. After paying the city entrance fee and livestock care fee and leaving the horse in the parking lot at the city gate, Qin Yao glanced at the sky and saw that it was the noon break time. So she went straight to the academy to find Lu Ji. In Lu Ji's opinion, it had not been many days since the last time they separated, but he did not expect Qin Yao to come again. He was not in the academy. Qin Yao waited at the back door of the academy for a long time before she saw several figures coming in together, laughing. The people walking in front were one in his early 20s and one in his 30s. Both of them were accompanied by servants. After that, it was the source of their laughter, Lu Ji. He was still wearing the same white shirt he had worn when he left home, but it had obviously been washed and the color had become lighter. It was only because of his face that he did not look shabby compared to the 2 men in front of him, who were wearing cotton Confucian shirts with embroidered patterns. Lu Ji's words, as long as they are not directed at his family members, sound very useful to outsiders. Lu Ji seemed to sense something, and when he glanced, he met Qin Yao's gaze in the corner. His breath suddenly stopped. He first sent the 2 scholars into the academy, then slipped out from the back door, came to Qin Yao, and asked nervously, "Ma'am, why are you here?" He was glad that he had just chased away the peepa girl who insisted on following the scholar to the restaurant. Otherwise, well, Lu Ji had already imagined his own tragic end. Qin Yao looked him up and down, and a faint smell of powder wafted to her nose. She raised her hand to fan him, crossed her arms, and sneered. Before she asked, Lu Ji immediately said, "My lady, please don't misunderstand me. I swear, I didn't do anything to let you down. This was all for socializing. You don't know how tight-lipped those 2 scholars are." I begged them for several days, and today they finally agreed to copy the answers to the exam papers for me. It is actually not difficult to get the imperial examination questions from previous years, as the gentlemen in the academy have collected them. What is difficult are the answers, especially the answers written by the scholars who have passed the imperial examinations. The test papers are not made public, and only the officials in the academic affairs office who mark the test papers know what is going on. Qin Yao looked at his nervous look and said with a smile, "Why are you so nervous?" "I'm not going to hit you, Lu Ji, but have you thought about it? Please help me find out something." Qin Yao waved her hand, motioned Lu Ji to come closer, and told him to go to his classmates to help find out something about the workshop. After hearing this, Lu Ji was shocked. "You're going to build a workshop?" Qin Yao nodded, impatient for his further questions, and raised her chin towards the academy. "Go quickly. I'll wait for you here." After finding out clearly, she can decide whether to go to the government. By the way, to be on the safe side, Qin Yao decided to go to the restaurant again to ask Manager Fan. After watching Lu Ji enter the academy, Qin Yao turned around and went to the restaurant. "You're here again. It's different here with a horse." Shopkeeper Fan was too busy to spare any time. He only had time to point to the backyard, signaling Qin Yao to wait for him there. It was a busy time at the restaurant, and Qin Yao waited for a long time before Manager Fan finally had time to come over. Time was running out, so Qin Yao didn't waste any time and asked Manager Fan directly if he knew whether ordinary people who set up their own small workshops needed to register with the government and pay business taxes. "You asked me, and you are asking the right person." Shopkeeper Fan laughed and said, "The new law has been much more relaxed for merchants. The government doesn't need to go to the small workshop you just mentioned. You just need to report to the head of the village and promise not to do anything illegal. So simple." Qin Yao was a little dazed. Shopkeeper Fan nodded and said, "After years of war, Shangwen needs to rest and recuperate. If the people want to restore vitality, the first thing to do is to relax the restrictions on business groups." The civil administration at this time encouraged merchants to engage in activities, and the previous dynasty's strict control over the merchant class had now been completely relaxed. In the past 2 years, Kaiyang County has become more and more prosperous, and small vendors have contributed largely to this. After getting the accurate answer from Manager Fan, Qin Yao felt more confident when she arrived at the academy. Lu Ji slipped out from the back door and told her a similar result. But there is one more clear law. That is, the court can now exempt relevant taxes for small business activities with no more than 20 people and annual income below 500 taels. But it is only a temporary exemption, and there is no indication when it will be restored. "Madam, do you really want to build a water wheel factory?" Lu Ji asked excitedly. Qin Yao knew what he was excited about. He just wanted to go home and live off his wife again. He said coldly, "Because we want to build a factory, you must study hard and strive to gain fame as soon as possible so that you can protect our family's industry." "Understand." Lu Ji raised his eyebrows. She was talking about our family, which means that he has a share in the family factory. It was time for the afternoon class. Lu Ji saw that Qin Yao had found out the situation and had no intention of leaving. Then he realized something belatedly. He asked tentatively, "Madam, you won't leave? We'll go together after class. Go to class first. I'll walk around the city and pick you up later." Qin Yao spoke naturally and arranged everything for him clearly. "Remember to ask for leave from your husband. The Ghost Festival is coming soon anyway, so you can ask for leave for both the busy farming season and the Ghost Festival. A 5-day holiday is enough for us to finish harvesting the rice." When Lu Ji heard about autumn harvest, a mask of pain was already put on his face. He wanted to go back 2 days later because he wanted to finish copying the answers to the exam questions given by the 2 scholars in these 2 days. Qin Yao shook her head. "I'm very busy now. The autumn harvest must be completed as soon as possible so that I can concentrate on running the factory. The plan has changed. I'll give you a few more days. Don't worry about asking for leave. It's my fault that I couldn't bring the reference answers home this time. I won't kill you. Okay." He felt relieved after hearing her words. Lu Ji went back to finish his afternoon class and then asked for leave from his teacher. Qin Yao walked around the county town, bought a pound of salt and 5 pounds of rapeseed oil, bought a pot of sauce, and bought 3 pounds of meat. The weather is hot and the meat won't keep well, so I can't buy much. But riding a horse is very fast, and if you want to eat meat, you can go to town to buy it any time, which is convenient. Thinking that the upcoming autumn harvest would be very tiring, Qin Yao bought several cakes from a cake shop to reward herself. They're mung bean cakes, glutinous rice and brown sugar dumplings, lotus seed candy, and lotus sesame cakes. All of them use seasonal ingredients and are fresh to eat. There are also dessert shops on the street, which specialize in selling various beverages, such as sugarcane syrup, sour plum soup, mung bean water, plum blossom wine, snow bubble spleen shrinking drink, and so on. The richness of the variety was beyond Qin Yao's expectations. She thought that ancient people had no drinks to drink, but she didn't expect that not only did they have them, but the variety was also very rich. For example, she had never heard of the snow bubble spleen shrinking drink, but it looked very high-end. I went back to the academy and waited for Lu Ji to come out. I asked him about it, and found out that it was actually an iced herbal tea. 124 Pink Glow. Is there an ice storage in Kaiyang County? Qin Yao asked curiously. Thinking of the various ice drinks before the end of the world, Qin Yao couldn't help but swallowing secretly. Having a piece of ice in the hot summer is such a comfortable feeling. Lu Ji nodded. Yes, it's in the ice house outside the city. Every year after the snow falls, the river freezes over, and the government orders people to chisel the ice back into the ice house. The ice stored last year can be used until this autumn. Then wait until winter to continue storing it, and continue using it after storing it, and repeat this process. However, seeing Qin Yao's enthusiastic look, Lu Ji had to pour a bucket of cold water on her. That government ice house only supplies ice to the city's nobles. Ordinary people like us can forget about it. If you have a lot of extra money, you could treat me to a bowl of dessert at the dessert shop. As he said this, he swallowed his saliva unwillingly. Qin Yao sneered at him. Dream on. When she passed by just now, she saw the brands of drinks with the word snow on them. The starting price of a cup was 50 cents, which was enough to buy the 3 pounds of pork in her hand. Anticipating her reaction like this, Lu Ji turned his back and made a snort. When she turned around, Qin Yao had already brought Lao Huang out. The couple looked at each other and then remembered an embarrassing question. 2 people, 1 horse, how to ride. Thinking of the possibility that something might be unfavorable to him, Lu Ji stepped forward and grabbed the reins, asking tentatively, My lady, you won't let me run behind a horse, right? Qin Yao was too lazy to talk nonsense with him and asked directly, Can you ride it? Lu Ji shook his head honestly. He would like to, but his family must have the conditions to do so. Qin Yao shook her head and said, Get on the horse. You sit in the front. Lu Ji subconsciously raised his hand to measure the heights of the 2 people. Qin Yao was a head shorter than him. If she sits in the front, will she still be able to see from the back? Qin Yao slammed his raised hand open, and Lu Ji gasped in pain. It turns out that it is visible, because when the horse sped up, he was so scared that he just lay on the horse's back, holding the horse's neck tightly. There was a whistling sound of strong wind next to my ears. Just as I was about to open my mouth, a mouthful of sand and dust flew in, and Maiba was almost broken into pieces by the shaking. He wanted to change his posture a little, but a warm body pressed down on him, and the fragrance of soapberry drifted into his nose. Liu froze instantly. Later, he could no longer remember how he returned to Liujia village. I only remember hearing a voice behind me. We're here, get out. Then, he was ruthlessly thrown off the horse. He stood there in a daze, looking at the fiery sunset in the sky, which was pink and very beautiful. A man and a horse rode forward against the sunset glow. The woman had her back straight, her body rising and falling with the horse's back, her ponytail tied up high, swaying from side to side. She was so unrestrained, as if nothing in the world could restrain her. He subconsciously stretched out his hand, wanting to grab something but caught nothing. He could only watch the heroic figure gradually walking away. Gurgle. Lu Ji swallowed unconsciously, shook his head violently, and when he looked up, he actually felt that the person on the horse was surrounded by a pink glow. He raised his hand and slapped himself lightly. Now the pink light is gone. Qin Yao stopped at the open space by the village well, but did not see any children in the house. Maybe he didn't succeed in his bayberry soup business, so he went home early. Qin Yao smiled helplessly, turned around and shouted, Lu Ji, hurry up. Lu Ji came up breathlessly, looking up and complaining, I have 2 human legs and you have 4 horse legs and you didn't even say wait for me, and you're hurrying me up? Qin Yao frowned. Why did she feel that this useless man's tone of voice today was filled with a hint of coquettishness? Forget it, never mind. He reached out and took the bag from him, put it on the horse, and headed for the Ma family. Without the luggage, Lu Ji didn't go much faster. He would stop and sing to every villager he met along the way. When others complimented him and called him Lu Kaizi, he shamelessly responded. After such a long delay, Qin Yao had to go home, take off the saddle, and feed the horse before he entered the house. He smiled as soon as he entered the door, which showed that he had received a lot of compliments along the way. He used to be a scoundrel that everyone hated, but now he's become a talented person that people praise, feeling very happy. Lu Ji scooped up some water to wash up and looked around the kitchen and other rooms. No one was there. Where are Dalong and the others? Qin Yao threw a handful of fine hay to the horse, clapped her hands, and walked in through the back door. There was no one in the backyard. Maybe he went somewhere to play, she guessed. When Lu Ji saw her coming, he subconsciously brought the basin in front of them over and said, "My lady, wash yourself." After doing this, he slapped the back of his hand in annoyance, saying, "You are such a jerk." Qin Yao saw his weak struggle, chuckled, and wrung out a handkerchief to wipe his face and neck. Then he took off his coat and hung it on the clothesline in the yard. He then stood in the corridor wearing only a thin linen top, facing the door and enjoying the breeze. Lu Ji was stunned by such ferocity. Qin Yao glanced at him and said, "Why are you looking at me? It's getting dark. Go out and look for the kids." The familiar days of oppression began again. He had just entered the door and hadn't relaxed for a quarter of an hour. He was complaining in his heart, but with a meek smile on his face. "Hey, I'll go out and take a look." Just as I was about to go out, the excited conversation of 4 children came up from the bottom of the mountain. Soon, 4 familiar figures appeared at the gate. When they saw their father and mother, the twins were stunned at first, and then ran in, eager to share their joy of the day. Sanlang said, "Dad, my second brother sold a lot of bowls of bayberry soup." Xingyang said, Mother, the bayberry soup we made was sold out in no time. My eldest and second brothers went up the mountain to pick wild bayberries. We have to make some to sell tonight." Lu Ji was confused, but he still responded, not bad, Dalong Erlang. Let Daddy see if you have grown taller." Ji Lang rolled his eyes. "It's only been 10 days. How can I grow so fast? I'm not an onion." Dalong gave face to his father and came forward with a heavy basket of sour wild bayberries, asking Lu Ji to demonstrate. Qin Yao didn't expect that the bayberry soup for several people had been sold out, and the business was so good that she had to make a second batch. Without hiding her surprise, she looked at Jiro and asked, "How much do you sell a bowl for?" 2 cents a bowl. Erlang put down the basket on his body. It was full of bayberries and very heavy. Then he said excitedly, "Mother, you don't know how much everyone likes the bayberry soup we make. When it comes to autumn harvest, they are willing to spend money." As soon as Qin Yao went out in the morning, Erlang and Dalong carried the clay pots filled with bayberries, while Sanlang and Xingyang took bowls and spoons and went out. Dalong said he wanted to go to the village well, so Erlang took the bayberry soup directly to the field and sold it on the ridge. As soon as I opened the jar, someone came up and asked about it, smelling the smell. Dalong nervously said 2 cents a bowl, but he didn't expect the other party to order 2 bowls immediately. They say the weather is too hot and the autumn harvest is too hard, so it's okay to spend money once in a while. It turned out to be a good thing. The 4 brothers and sisters walked through acres of rice fields and delivered the goods directly to the people. They first gave them bayberry soup on credit and then went back to the people's house to get the money. As the morning went by, the cans in the backpack became lighter and lighter, and they were all sold out before I knew it. Erlang pulled Qin Yao into the main room, looked at her expectantly, and then took out a sackcloth bag from his arms. Crash! Pour it onto the dining table. Dozens of copper coins fell down, making a pleasant and crisp sound. I sold 30 bowls of bayberry soup for a total of 60 cents. 125 mu produces 500 kilograms. Lu Ji's breathing tightened, and he looked at Erlang in disbelief. Such a young boy actually earned such a big bag of copper coins and brought home. Lu Ji's offspring is indeed extraordinary. Erlang. Lu Ji walked up to him, patted his son's shoulder heavily, and said with satisfaction, "You are a good kid. Dad really didn't raise you in vain. You have made great progress and even know how to bring money home." When Erlang heard this, he was not happy at all. He frowned, shook his shoulders, shook off the big hand on his shoulders, put a handful of copper coins in front of him, pressed his whole body on them, and stared at Lu Ji vigilantly. "Don't even think about taking a penny from him." Lu Ji coughed twice uncomfortably and touched his nose angrily. "Well, I'll go make dinner." Dalong put Yangmei down and rolled up his sleeves. "Annie, I'll go help you." "Hurry up." "Go ahead." Qin Yao nodded with a smile and reminded the young boy, "Be careful not to get splashed by the oil and fire." Dalong nodded, "I know." He turned around and followed Lu Ji into the kitchen. After the annoying person left, Erlang got down from the table and planned to give her all the money he earned that day. Qin Yao didn't want it and asked them to keep it themselves. After all, this is their own pocket money, and if they accumulate a little bit, maybe they can have a large sum in the future. Seeing that Qin Yao didn't want it, the three little guys felt a little disappointed. But I soon got busy preparing for tomorrow's bayberry soup, cleaning the bayberries and discarding the rotten ones. While Dalong and Lu Ji were preparing dinner, Erlang led his younger brothers and sisters to select bayberries under the corridor, keeping all the good ones and then washing them with clean water for later use. Afterwards, Erlang ran to Lu the peddler's house and bought 1.5 pounds of rock sugar, which cost 15 won per pound, totaling 22 won. This pot of wild bayberry can be boiled into 2 jars of bayberry soup, which is about 40 bowls. Sam Lang and Xin Yang counted on their fingers and toes, but couldn't figure out how much 40 bowls cost, even though they were 2 cents a bowl. Erlang's eyes rolled, and he quickly figured it out in his mind. He was the one who knew the multiplication formula Qin Yao taught him best, and now he could put it to use. 80 cents minus 22 cents. We can earn 58 cents. Erlang said excitedly. Xin Yang tilted her head and asked, "Second brother, how much is 58 cents? It could buy 10 kuja balls." Erlang said. The twin brother and sister cried out in low voices. There were so many. Jiro shrugged. It's a pity that I can only sell it for a few days a year, otherwise I could make more money. How much more? The twins couldn't imagine it, so it didn't affect their happy mood at all. Dinner was ready, and Lu Ji brought it to the table one by one. 3 pounds of meat are fried and then coated with a layer of sauce before being served. It goes perfectly with a white rice with distinct grains. There's also a pot of chicken soup and a plate of stir-fried seasonal vegetables. The mother and her 5 children had not had such a delicious dinner for a long time. As soon as Lu Ji served the food, the table was filled with the sound of people picking up food. The swift and scattered appearance, as if they had escaped from a refugee camp, scared Lu Ji so much that he picked up his chopsticks and decisively joined in. If he moves any slower, he won't be able to eat the meat. Qin Yao ate 4 bowls of rice and drank 2 bowls of egg soup before she put down her chopsticks in satisfaction. She gently stroked her slightly bloated stomach, narrowed her eyes, and savored the meal carefully. Dalong and Erlang put down their bowls and chopsticks and rushed to the kitchen to make bayberry soup. Sam Lang and Xin Yang took the initiative to clean up the bowls and chopsticks, but they were small and had small hands, so they could not lift large objects. In the end, it was Lu Ji who cleaned up the mess. It was very late when we got back. After we finished cleaning up the meal, it was already late at night. The village was already quiet and there was no movement at all. Feeling sleepy, everyone went back to their rooms to sleep. Before going to bed, Qin Yao told the little ones that there was a snack which was placed in the low cabinet in the main room. They could take it whenever they wanted to eat. Dalong's 3 siblings were surprised and delighted. They had never experienced the feeling of having snacks at home and being able to eat them whenever they wanted. Not to mention them, no other children in the village are spoiled like this by their parents. Lu Ji was stunned when he heard this in the room. He felt that Qin Yao had too much money to spend and was spending it lavishly without any knowledge of saving. How would a child know how hard it is to make money? Just watch. The 4 kids at home can finish those bags of snacks in half a day. However, he was slapped in the face very quickly. The scene Lu Ji imagined did not appear. Although there was no adult to control them, the 4 brothers and sisters ate a lot more at once. But there was still more than half left in the low cabinet, so there was no problem eating them for another 2 or 3 days. Dalong even gave him 2 pieces. "Dad, this is delicious. You should try it too." As he spoke, he gave Xin Yang 2 pieces of lotus seed cakes that they had selected and looked the most complete and asked her to deliver them to her stepmother. Qin Yao held the cake in her mouth and ate it while walking towards the village. She went to see the village chief and finalized the address for the factory as soon as possible. The things I was worried about had been clarified, and I had no worries, so the site selection was completed quickly. Qin Yao chose a piece of wasteland near the road. There is usually no one here. The women from Chunri village will come here to pick some wild vegetables or something. The land is not fertile enough for planting, and since it is the clan's public land, Qin Yao wants to rent it, and everyone has no objection. The rent is also cheap, only 800 won a year. Qin Yao knew that the villagers were asking for a low price just to give her face. Once her water mill processing plant is established, it will benefit everyone in Liujia village. Once the address was chosen, the relevant formalities were completed on the same day and notarized by the village elders. Getting the lease is a good start for the next process. Qin Yao also felt relieved and started the most important autumn harvest of the year. As early as the beginning of the month, the villagers had all set their sights on her family's 10 acres of land. The heavy and full ears of rice are so tempting to look at. Now we are finally going to get some specific data, and it is no exaggeration to say that the whole village is looking forward to it. With the experience of harvesting wheat in February, Qin Yao and Lu Ji did not find it difficult to harvest rice this time. The main thing is that when you see the golden grains in the barrels, the joy of the harvest instantly overwhelms all the fatigue. Qin Yao was strong and was responsible for beating, while Lu Ji was responsible for cutting. The 4 children at home were also busy, so I sold bayberry soup for 2 days and earned 100 coins. Next, they all followed their parents. The older ones helped to move the rice, and the younger ones took a small cloth bag to help pick up the fallen grains. We don't want to waste even a grain of food. When the first acre of land was harvested, the villagers immediately gathered around and watched Lu Gong weigh the crops for Qin Yao's family. 500 kilograms, Lu Gong said excitedly. These 3 short words caused a huge uproar among the villagers. A yield of 500 kilograms per mu, what does that mean? Generally speaking, if the best farmland is cultivated carefully, the annual output is about 450 kilograms at most. The villagers knew the condition of Qin Yao's land very well. They usually just watered it and removed the weeds. They had never seen anyone fertilize the land after planting. It was a semi-free-range state. Under such conditions, the yield per mu can still reach 500 kilograms. How can this not be shocking? Lu Gong couldn't stop smiling. As a landlord who rented out land, the more harvest the tenants made, the more rent they would get. How could he not be happy? X0007 126 Busy Ghost Festival. It took Qin Yao's family 3.5 days to harvest all 10 acres of land. The speed is not the fastest, but it is not slow either. However, compared with her efficiency in chopping heads, Qin Yao's efficiency in threshing is not as impressive. The harvested millet was carried home in loads, and the front and backyards were filled with it. It was turned over and dried every day when the weather was good. When the last load of grain was carried in, Lu Ji sat down on the hot gravel ground and said, "I'm finally done." As soon as he said this, he seemed to have no strength left, and his soul was in a state of emptiness. Qin Yao felt better and strode into the main room and drank half a pot of water. The 3 brothers and sisters of Dalong walked slowly and arrived home a little later. The scorching sun made their little faces as red as Guangong. Qin Yao looked down at her hands. The skin exposed outside her clothes was all darker. 3 days of sun destroyed her skin, which she had maintained for half a year, back to its original state. Lu Ji, on the other hand, was not very tanned. He was lying on his back beside a pile of grain, with his hair disheveled and his clothes in tatters, looking like a rakish guy. Rest for 25 minutes, then go call Lu Dafu's family and ask them to take the food away. After giving the instructions, Qin Yao slumped in the chair and let her mind wander. Dalong and his 3 sons naturally followed suit. They put away the farm tools they had brought back, took off their shoes and socks, and sat in a row under the eaves barefoot to rest. Seeing the bird flying down to eat the millet in the yard, Xin Yang stood up and shouted, "Hey!" and ran over to chase the bird away. "Don't eat my millet." Lu Ji grinned and found it very interesting to see his daughter struggling with the bird. Unfortunately, 2/4 of an hour passed in the blink of an eye. He patted his butt, got up, and went out, calling Lu Dafu to come and collect the grain. We harvested 500 kilograms of grain from the first acre of land, and everyone was very happy. But the yield per mu after that failed to exceed this number. In June, the ridges of several mu of land collapsed, resulting in a lot of losses, and only 460 to 470 kilograms were harvested. A total of 4,895 kilograms were harvested from these 10 acres of land, an average of 489 kilograms per acre. Compared with previous years, 1 acre produces about 50 kilograms more grain. A little bit adds up to a lot, and 10 acres produce nearly 500 kilograms more grain. Lu Dafu's family harvested 40%, a total of 1,958 kilograms. The remaining 2,937 kilograms, minus 1/15 of the grain tax, resulted in a final total of 2,741 kilograms, which was the total harvest of Qin Yao's family this year. This amount of grain could be sold for about 16 taels and 4 chin of silver based on last year's grain prices. However, Qin Yao now has to eat the food of 4 people by herself, and the more than 2,700 kilograms are barely enough for her own consumption, and she does not plan to sell it. Of course, this is barely enough, referring to white rice for every meal. If there were other families in the village, it would be great if they could drink porridge all year round and not starve to death. If they had this much yield per acre, they would sell most of it and exchange it for silver to be used for daily expenses. The 3 Gong brothers led their family's horse-drawn carriage and ox-drawn cart and came to Lu Ji's house with Lu Ji to get food. Along the way, he repeatedly expressed his envy of Lu Ji's family's per acre yield and said that he wanted to buy seeds from them and planned to plant his seeds next year. Lu Ji said seriously, "I envy you. You have so many good fields, and you can get so much harvest every year just by sitting there." The 3 Gong brothers, "Hey, why aren't you talking?" Lu Ji looked at the 3 people with a blank face. If you ignore the evil that flashed in his eyes, he could not be more innocent. Qin Yao heard some noise outside the door and walked out. She saw Lu Ji bringing people in and inviting them into the house. "The yard is not big enough to dry so much millet, so I have to trouble you to take it back first," Qin Yao explained politely. The 3 Gong brothers finally recovered from the awkward atmosphere. One of them got the receipt cleared with her, and the remaining 2 went with Lu Ji to take the grain back. They brought baskets with them. One cart could carry 8 baskets, which contained more than 1,900 kilograms of grain. They could finish the work in 2 trips, which was very fast. With 40% of the millet missing, the remaining space in the front and backyards was just enough for drying. Qin Yao looked at the sky. There would be at least 2 more sunny days, so all the grain at home could be dried. Tomorrow is the Ghost Festival, which is also Lu Ji's last day of vacation. Qin Yao must make good use of this strong laborer. The task of drying the grain was left to Dalong and the other 2. They took up their sickles and dragged the crying Lu Ji to the village entrance. The wasteland near the watermill was covered with grass as far as the eye could see. When Lu Ji heard Qin Yao calling the cut, he felt his eyes go dark. "Madam, I think I have heat stroke." Then his body began to shake, as if he was about to fall down at any time. Qin Yao turned around and put a sickle on his neck. "Do you want to cut it?" Lu Ji took a deep breath and blinked twice sincerely. "I'll do it." The sickle on his neck was finally removed. Qin Yao pointed to an area with few vines and then plunged into the wasteland. She swung her knife with a clang-clang sound. With her, as the center of the circle, the surrounding grass became visibly shorter, revealing the color of the earth. All day long, other families are celebrating the Ghost Festival, celebrating the harvest, offering sacrifices to their ancestors with the best rice of the year, inviting their ancestors to taste the rice, and feeling very happy. Qin Yao's family cleaned up the more than 300 square meters of wasteland and didn't even think about ancestor worship. In the evening, when the couple got home from work, they saw the tables and incense sticks placed in the yard of every household, and then they suddenly remembered this. But when the couple looked at each other, neither could find any reverence for their ancestors or ghosts in each other's eyes. "Is there any incense in our house?" Qin Yao asked. Lu Ji scratched his head. "It seems to have been burned out during the Chinese New Year." "Are there any candles?" Lu Ji hissed. "It seems that it has been used up. I copied books all night before." Qin Yao thought for a moment and said, "How about cooking 2 bowls of meat and praying?" Lu Ji rolled his eyes. "Madam, have you forgotten that we had already eaten all the meat 2 days ago? It's too late to go to town to buy it now. The pork shop has closed long ago." Qin Yao was just about to say, "Let's not celebrate this festival." Lu Ji suddenly stopped. Qin Yao looked up and saw that it was the gate of the Lu family's old house. Lu Ji pointed at the incense table inside and said, "We all have the same ancestor anyway. Let's go home and get some newly harvested grain and worship it together." Qin Yao raised her eyebrows. "That makes sense." So the couple walked back home slowly, put down their sickles, washed their hands and face, took the remaining half bag of snacks and a bowl of newly harvested millet, locked the door, and led their 4 children to the Lu family's old house. "Dad, let's come and pay respect to our ancestors." Lu Ji held snacks in one hand and grains in the other. His voice came before he even showed up. He, the cook in the kitchen, was so frightened that her heart skipped a beat. Turning around, he saw the 3rd brother's family of 6 appearing in the yard, holding new grain for ancestor worship in their hands. He thought to himself that something was wrong. Sure enough, the 3rd brother said directly to her, "Sister-in-law, please cook more rice. We will eat here tonight and have a lively family dinner." He let out a long sigh. What else could she say when she met this bastard? She just had to take a ladle and wash the rice. 127 shit stir. Lu Ji walked into the main room, and just as he put down the oil paper bag in his hand, Jin Bao Jinhua ran up to him, third uncle, third aunt. Lu Ji raised his eyebrows, rubbed their heads, and generously opened the oil paper package to reveal the fragrant cakes inside. Take it and eat it. The brother and sister took the money and wanted to leave, but old man Lu stopped them. You haven't thanked your uncle yet. You have no manners. The brother and sister ran back in a panic and bowed to their uncle solemnly. Thank you, third uncle. After finishing, he glanced at his grandfather and saw that his brows were relaxed. Then he picked up a piece of cake and tasted it happily. Today is a holiday, so only the second half of the day is available at the old house, and we can take advantage of the remaining half of the day to rest during the holiday. The harvested millet was spread out on bamboo mats to dry. There was no place to step in the yard, so people had to just walk on the millet. Several children were playing together, and the grains were flying everywhere. Zhang was so angry that she shouted, "Get out quickly and go play at the village well." However, a few of them did not leave but stopped running. Instead, they squatted by the doorstep and played with stones. Qin Yao took the bowl of new grain she had brought with her and placed it on the altar in the center of the courtyard. She also borrowed 3 incense sticks from the old house, lit them, and asked Lu Ji to come over and bow 3 times, then lit the incense, and that was it. Chiu looked at the new grain and said enviously, "The grains are so good." Her belly has grown bigger and is now very obvious. She is not allowed to do any heavy work at home. However, her son is busy with farming and there is a shortage of handwork. In order to save one more worker, she insists on cooking for the whole family at home. Today is also a festival and everyone is thinking about his cooking skills, so they changed the chef. Qin Yao walked over and looked at her belly. It looked like half a basketball was dunked on her waist. All the fat from her body was growing there, but her face was still very thin. Second sister-in-law, the baby should be born in the 12th month, right? Qin Yao asked curiously. Mrs. Chiu nodded. About the same. I guess it's the beginning of the 12th lunar month, when the farmers are idle in winter. This is a good time and won't delay the work in the fields. This little guy knows how to choose a good day. Mrs. Chiu touched her belly, perhaps feeling embarrassed, and paused for a long while. When Qin Yao felt she had nothing to say and wanted to go to the kitchen to see what was being cooked, she suddenly spoke. Sister-in-law, you and Carpenter Lu are going to build a watermill workshop. You'll need to hire a lot of people, right? Qin Yao nodded. There are about a dozen people who make grinding discs and do carpentry. She guessed what Chiu was going to say next. Sure enough, they wanted to recommend 2 people to her. One was her aunt's son, and the other was her eldest aunt's son. They were both young men of 15 or 16. Their families were poor, and they were not married yet. They wanted to find some work to earn some money so that they could get married. Qin Yao glanced towards the kitchen and saw that his ears were already perked up. If things went as expected, he was also waiting to recommend someone to her. Qin Yao has already made a promise with the village chief and clan leader that people from the same village will be given priority, so the worker quota will not go to people from other villages. There are not enough places for Liujia village alone. The 2 people who previously worked with Carpenter Lu will definitely continue to be used. If the 3 Lu Bo brothers are included, there will be 5 places left. She planned to recruit 18 people, leaving 13 vacancies. Shunzi had to keep 1, leaving only 12. However, Qin Yao did not say everything. It's busy right now, and I don't think many people are willing to leave their fields and come here. If there are any left, I will naturally give priority to our own family. So you can rest assured, second sister-in-law. You? When he in the kitchen heard this word, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She felt relieved, knowing that Qin Yao had not neglected her. Zhang's sharp eyes swept over several times, and Qin Yao had already made it clear, so Chiu didn't continue the topic and went into the kitchen to help. Lu Zhong stood up and wanted to go over to lend a hand, but was pushed away by Chiu with a red face. Lu Zhong was about to return to the main hall to rest, but Lu Ji said quickly, "Second brother, you are really polite when people are being polite to you. You have no tact. Second sister-in-law is pregnant, and you are so shameless. Is it your turn to speak?" Lu Zhong retorted awkwardly. But to Lu Ji, there was no harm at all. Lu Ji clicked his tongue twice. "What are you still standing there for? Go in and help. Don't you see my second sister-in-law carrying the soup?" Lu Zhong glared with his eyes wide open angrily, thinking that he was really annoying and made him stand here, feeling awkward. Lu Ji opened his mouth to interfere, but Qin Yao gave him a cold look, and he shut up in dismay. Lu Zhong's dark face was so hot that it was about to explode, but in the end he insisted on not going to help Lu Ji. He sat on the bench and stabbed Lu Ji. You think everyone is as incompetent as you? Have you ever seen a man enter the kitchen like you? Lu Ji snorted, not taking it seriously, and looked at Qin Yao with a raised eyebrow. I'm just worried about my wife. Who is as stupid as you? The soup has been served, and you don't even take it. Why are you trying to act like a man in front of me? Seeing that Xiao's face was red as blood, Qin Yao shouted, Lu Ji, you will die if you don't speak, right? Relying on a large number of people in his family, Lu Ji was not panicked at all. Instead, he muttered, I just can't stand some men putting on airs. Oh, just ask the lady if she wants me to help you. And if she says no, then return it. Who doesn't know how to be hypocritical? Qin Yao really wanted to chop off his tongue with a knife right now. However, what he said seemed to make sense. Why? Mrs. Qiu put down the soup bowl and was also stunned. She looked at her man suspiciously. Was he just pretending? Lu Zhong was startled. He was too embarrassed to insist because it was in front of his family. But now he suddenly realized that his wife was about to be successfully instigated by Lu Ji, that bastard. He hurriedly stood up, and without caring whether Qiu was willing or not, he forced her to sit down, rolled up his sleeves, went into the kitchen, and brought out all the remaining dishes. As soon as he saw Qiu's happy look, Lu Ji suddenly felt bored and snorted secretly. As a result, he was kicked on the calf immediately, and he almost cried out in pain. You're just a troublemaker. Qin Yao gritted her teeth and whispered behind Lu Ji. Lu Ji sensed the chill of murderous intent and finally calmed down. He also wanted to teach his brothers at home how to be considerate husbands, but his kindness was taken for granted. After all, it was a festival, and the autumn harvest had just begun, so he cooked some solid white rice and also stir-fried 3 dishes and a soup, all in super large portions, enough for the whole family. However, there was no meat in the dish. Only the egg shreds in the soup could barely be considered meat. It was far inferior to the fried meat slices that Qin Yao's family had every now and then. But his cooking skills were truly outstanding, and everyone enjoyed the meal. Qin Yao was more restrained and put down her chopsticks after eating only 3 bowls of rice. But this treatment is better than what old man Lu and his sons get. Women only get 1 bowl, men who go to the fields get 2 bowls, and children also get 1 bowl. Qin Yao's 3 bowls are unique. Lu Ji also wanted to get a 3rd bowl, but old man Lu gave him a fierce look. He didn't care at all. Filling his stomach was the most important thing. He had worked too hard these days. How could he recover and study well if he didn't eat more? Ignoring the sharp eyes from behind, he filled himself a bowl and pressed it firmly with a rice spoon. 1-to-8 recruitment. After the meal, the 2 families sat under the eaves, enjoying the cool air and talking about this year's harvest. It is indeed a miracle that Qin Yao's family produces 500 kilograms per mu, because the best dozens of mu of land in Lu Leihan's family only produces 320 kilograms per mu at most. The rest of the crops yielded about 280 kilograms each. The most remote and barren 10 acres yielded only 160 kilograms per acre. There's no way. I really can't take care of so many fields. Hearing this, Lu Ji suddenly felt a little proud. Madam, the 2 acres of wheat fields we harvested in February had a pretty good yield. We didn't care about it at all, and we still got 80 kilograms per acre. Qin Yao was speechless and didn't want to pay attention to him. She looked at old man Lu and brought up the rice transplanting method again, recommending that they try it next year. Old man Lu had exactly this idea. No, it should be said that everyone in the entire Liujia village wanted to follow Qin Yao and use this rice planting method. It is definitely not possible to use it on a large area, but you can reserve the best land at home. Even if the yield can only be increased by 10 kilograms per mu, dozens of mu added up to hundreds of kilograms. What's more, judging from Qin Yao's family's harvest this year, the number is more than this. If the weather is good and the harvest is good next year, it will no longer be a fantasy for every household to have enough food. Thinking of this, old man Lu and the Lu Bo brothers couldn't help but get excited. Night fell. After such a busy day, everyone was exhausted and went home. Lu Ji boiled several large pots of water, and the whole family washed from head to toe and slept comfortably. Lu Ji was the last one to wash, and he washed particularly slowly. He would have to get up before dawn tomorrow and rush to the county town to go back to the academy to study. There was no shower room in the academy dormitory for him to take a bath, so he naturally had to take a thorough bath at once in order to survive the remaining half month. Qin Yao was going to the town to buy some meat, so she gave Lu Ji a ride and dropped him off on the official road outside the town. It would take another hour to walk to the county town. It's still early, the sky is just getting light. If you walk faster, you won't be late. Remember to bring back the past exam papers and reference answers that I asked you to copy when you go home next month. Qin Yao instructed. Lu Ji nodded dejectedly, carrying his small bag, and moved forward step by step. He was so sleepy that he could not even open his eyelids. Qin Yao watched him walk away until he could no longer be seen. Then she rode her horse into the town street to buy meat from the butcher. Bring 2 pounds of spare ribs, 2 pounds of pork belly, and a piece of pork liver. Take them home and make soup to nourish her and her 4 children. It was Qin Yao's cooking skills that made the pork liver and vegetable soup taste a little weird. She drank half a bowl of it and stopped eating, going to eat the stir-fried pork instead. The ribs are put in a long bamboo tube and then placed in a bucket filled with cold water in a cool place. They can be kept for another day. Qin Yao plans to use them to make meat soup tomorrow night. After finishing breakfast, Qin Yao asked the 4 children to spread out the millet in the yard to dry, and then hurried to Carpenter Lu's house. His family had a lot of land, but also a lot of people, and they had harvested most of the harvest in 5 days, so they had some free time. After the 2 of them discussed it, they started recruiting people to set up the production workshop as soon as possible. Not to mention how sturdy it is, at least a thatched hut is needed to shelter from the wind and rain. Qin Yao had already thought about what kind of building she wanted to build. When the blueprint was spread out, Carpenter Lu came forward to take a look. It was a house that was surrounded on all sides with an open air in the middle. 4 rectangular houses with roofs were built on the 4 sides and surrounded by walls. 2 of them were used to process wood. 1 was used to dry paint, and 1 was used to grind stones. There's a large open space in the middle, which can be used to pile stones, and a shed and a stove can be built to serve as a staff canteen. That's not all. Each room is divided into several areas, some dedicated to planing wood, sawing boards, assembling, painting, and inspecting. Each one has a sign with the name of a certain workshop written on it, and the areas are clearly divided. The process for stone is much simpler. There are only 2 steps, one for grinding and one for engraving, so 1 room is enough. Carpenter Lu looked at the blueprint again and again, exclaiming that it was exquisite. But he was puzzled by one thing, and pointed to the small signs of certain workshops on the map and asked, "Why are they called workshops?" Qin Yao was stunned. Then what do you think it should be called? A certain branch. She simply copied the modern production line, forgetting to adapt to local conditions. The word workshop is indeed not appropriate in ancient times. Carpenter Lu was also stunned for a moment. Branch doesn't sound good either. Let's just call it workshop. By the way, you mentioned an assembly line before. Is this the one in the picture? It's easy to get started with just one of them. Qin Yao nodded. That's what I mean. Carpenter Lu repeated the word assembly line several times. The more he repeated it, the more he felt that the word was very accurate. With the blueprint in hand, Carpenter Lu knew what materials to prepare. He led the 2 temporary workers to move the wood that had been collected in the yard to the new factory site. Once the 2 tripods were set up, the long logs were placed on the shelves, and then tools were picked up to start processing the wood in preparation for building the factory. Qin Yao took the freshly printed recruitment sign, came to the village well, chose a big rock, and stood on it. Put the sign in front of him and shout, "The water mill is hiring." All of a sudden, the villagers who were turning over and drying the grain in the open space all looked over. The villagers have been looking forward to this matter since Qin Yao's family rented the wasteland. So, as soon as Qin Yao finished talking about the number of workers to be recruited and the conditions, most of the people on the vacant lot disappeared. They all hurried back home or ran to the fields to notify the men at home, young and old. As for the heavy physical work involved, Qin Yao plans to recruit 8 male workers in the stone mill department. 4 are responsible for quarrying and transporting stones, and 4 are responsible for grinding and chiseling. The quarry workers were paid 12 cents a day, including breakfast and lunch. The daily wage for grinding and chiseling workers is 10 cents, including breakfast and lunch. The water wheel department needs 10 skilled craftsmen, regardless of gender, for 12 cents a day, including breakfast and lunch. We are also hiring a chef to be responsible for breakfast and lunch, regardless of gender, and the salary is 300 won per month. The number of workers will be increased or decreased depending on the situation, and the tentative number is 18. Everyone was only concerned about how much the monthly salary was, and selectively ignored the fact that it did not restrict genders. Therefore, among those who came to respond to the call, there were only 2 women. One is Ms. He, and the other is Yun Yang, the daughter of Lu the peddler. When he saw Yun Yang, she felt that she must be here for the position of chef. The firepower was instantly directed at her. You don't need to look after your little shop? Why do you have the time to cook for others? With your small body, you probably can't even lift the iron pot for the big pot, right? Yun said helplessly. Don't worry, sister-in-law. I don't want to compete with you for the position of cook. I am here to apply for the position of carpenter. He was surprised. You can also do carpentry? Yun nodded and said confidently, my father is a carpenter. I've seen him grow up. When I was at my mother's house, I helped my father make tables, chairs, and benches for people every day. But despite her confident appearance, when the men who were also recruited for the carpentry job looked at her, she was so nervous that she clutched her sleeves, breathing rapidly, and felt a little regretful in her heart. She just heard that the wage was 12 won a day, 2 meals were provided, and there was no gender restriction, and she came here because she thought about what she had learned from her father. In the past, there were no opportunities for women to work. Even if there were only in very remote places in the county, working as maids or wet nurses. Not to mention that her in-laws would not allow it. She herself did not dare to do so. But this time I was doing some work on my doorstep, and it was serious carpentry work, so I got excited and decided to give it a try. As for why she dared to act rashly, it was because the person recruiting the workers was Qin Yao. With her around, I'm not afraid anymore, for some reason. 129 female carpenter. There is an old tree next to the village well, and there are several stools under the tree all year round. Qin Yao found an empty stool to sit down, picked up her homemade wooden workbook and pen, and started interviewing people one by one. All 3 Liu Bo brothers came, and the family still had dozens of acres of land to harvest. Zhang said that even if she had to spend money to hire temporary workers to help harvest, she couldn't let the 3 of them miss this opportunity. There are 12 coins for quarrying and 10 coins for polishing, including breakfast and lunch. Although it is not as much as the 400 coins that Qin Yao gave the 3 people for polishing, one is long-term and stable, and the other is just for a few days, which is completely different. As for harvesting rice at home, you can just hire a temporary worker, pack him up for lunch, and pay him 6 or 8 cents. There is still a difference in price, so it's a sure profit. At first, Old Man Liu was not happy about all 3 of his sons going. Mrs. He and Mrs. Chiu were very anxious. But after hearing Mrs. Zhang calculate the bill, they finally agreed. However, there are not many villagers who are as good at calculating as Zhang. Food is the most important thing for people, and the autumn harvest is the most important, so they can't afford to delay it. For some people, the rice matures late and it will not be harvested until mid to late August. They can only envy others for being able to spare the manpower to respond. Some people also came to ask Qin Yao if she wanted a short-term job. There were no long-term orders at the moment, and Qin Yao did not make any firm statements. She just asked those who wanted to do part-time odd jobs to wait and see if she could recruit enough permanent workers for more than 3 months. The eldest grandson of the village chief also came. He was tall and strong and very eye-catching among the dark, thin, and short villagers. Qin Yao, name, age, and type of job you're looking for? Liu Qi, 17, is recruited as a quarry worker. After hearing this, although the 3 Liu brothers felt that Qin Yao would not abandon their family, they still felt nervous. Qin Yao looked at Liu Qi calmly. Apart from those who were born with superior genes, the number of people in the village who could be as strong as Liu Qi could be counted on one hand. She nodded and asked some basic questions, such as whether she knew how to quarry and whether she had any experience. Liu Qi shook his head. He had never mined stones before, but he learned quickly and was very strong. He even lifted some bags of dry grain that the villagers had temporarily placed under a tree. He held 1 bag in each hand and lifted them up with his straight arms. He was very strong. Qin Yao wrote 1 sentence in her notes. 0 experience, excellent physical strength. Next, she waved her hand, signaling the person behind to come forward. The results were not announced in person. After Qin Yao finished counting, she had to take it back to find carpenter Liu to check. Finally, after confirming the number of people, she notified every household door by door. There were 23 people who responded to the call. All of them were young and strong men in the village. The oldest was 38 years old, and the youngest was 15 years old. When it was He's turn, she knew that no one was competing with her for the position of chef, so she put on a smile and assured Qin Yao on the spot about her ability to measure rice, promising not to waste a single grain of food. The villagers watching all laughed when they heard this. Some said she was very clever, while others praised her for her great skill in swinging the big spoon. Whenever there is a banquet in the village, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law couple, Ms. He and Ms. Zhang, are invited. Ms. He's cooking skills are recognized as excellent. Without any extra opponents, Qin Yao said on the spot, "He Hua, Come to my house after dinner in the evening, and we'll count the number of people so we can buy food. I'm done now, he asked in surprise. Qin Yao smiled helplessly. Yes, you will be the chef of our Liujia village water wheel factory in the future. That's what I told you. If you don't choose me, who else can you choose? There's no one better than me. He was extremely happy. Her self-confidence was greatly increased, and she looked at everyone with pride. Maybe it's because of the family filter. Qin Yao thinks she is a little cute. Qin Yao signaled to her elder brother to pull her elder sister-in-law aside to block others. Lu Bo smiled faintly, pulled his wife, called his brothers, and went home to get busy. Anyway, Qin Yao said that they were just here for the formality. While there is still time, hurry up and harvest a few more acres of land, hire one less temporary worker, and save money. Yunyang walked nervously to Qin Yao. She was the last applicant. Xiao Yun, 22 years old, applying for a carpenter position. She imitated what everyone else had said before and gave out her personal information. Qin Yao wrote it down and then asked her, "What can you do?" When it comes to what she's good at, Yunyang is not flustered and says one by one, painting, planing, painting, mortise, and tenon assembly, all of them are possible. Qin Yao looked at her in surprise and asked, "Have you ever had relevant experience?" Yunyang nodded vigorously. "Yes, I used to help my father make tables, chairs, and benches at home." So, Qin Yao added after her personal information, "I have enough experience, and I'm a carpenter. Anything related to writing and drawing, I can recognize a few words and numbers." Yunyang didn't mean to look, but when she lowered her head, she saw the word carpenter written by Qin Yao in a notebook, and a feeling of joy surged in her heart. Qin Yao stood up and put away the paper and pen. "Are there any other people who want to respond? If not, that's all for today. Everyone go home and wait for news. I'll go back and discuss with Carpenter Lu and come and notify everyone." There was still work to do in the fields, so everyone dispersed upon hearing this. Qin Yao turned and walked towards the village entrance. After less than 200 meters, she arrived at the wasteland, which was less than 2 minutes away from the village entrance. Seeing Qin Yao, Carpenter Lu told the two workers to continue working, put down the saw in his hand, and walk to the side of the road. "How many people did you recruit?" He just saw that there were a lot of people over at Murai. Qin Yao pointed to the grass by the roadside, and the two sat down there, using the small branches extending overhead to block out the sun. Qin Yao opened the book and said, "A total of 23 people responded to the recruitment. Minus the 2 carpenters you have now, there are 16 spots left. Among them, the cook has been confirmed to be my sister-in-law Hihua. The remaining quarry workers, Lu Bo, Lu Zhong, and the village chief's eldest grandson Lu Qi, have already been confirmed. Lu Fei is looking for a polisher, so he counts as one. I also recommend you a skilled carpenter, Xiao Yun, the daughter of Lu the peddler." The carpenters Lu in the front had known about it long ago, so there was nothing unexpected. Moreover, the 3 Lu Bo brothers were experienced, so they had to lead the people behind them. But what about this Yunyang? With all the men in our group, it would be a bad idea to let Yunyang come, right? Qin Yao directly handed the recruitment information book to him. "Then take a look at these and see how many of them are pleasing to your eyes." Carpenter Lu smiled helplessly. "I can't read, so I can't understand anything even if you show it to me." "Then I'll read it to you." Qin Yao read out all the information about Carpenter's recruitment in a notebook. Carpenter Lu's brows were getting tighter and tighter. Why are these people so confident? They accept the job of carpenter, even though they don't know anything? Because the salary is high. Everyone wants to try their luck. What if they're selected? There are not many strong opponents anyway. When Qin Yao read out sufficient experience, a carpenter, Carpenter Lu pointed excitedly and said, "Here's a good one. Let's pick him. This is Yunyang." Qin Yao raised her eyebrows and glanced at him, looking very proud. 130, it's time to harvest the grain when it rains. The slap in the face came too quickly, and Carpenter Lu was a little embarrassed. Then she is a woman. Are we going to do something shady? It's broad daylight. What's wrong with being a woman? What's wrong with being a man? We're looking for workers, as long as they can do the work. Qin Yao raised her pen and circled it. Xiao Yun is selected. You can continue to select. There are 7 left. Carpenter Lu had no more objections and continued to select 7 people, aiming to be fair and choosing 1 person from each family. On Qin Yao's side, the quarrying team wanted Uncle Gio, who not only knew how to build houses, but also had experience in quarrying. The team was full of young people who were too frivolous, so they needed an old man to keep them in check. After all, quarrying is very risky, and accidentally killing someone is no joke. In the polishing group, Shunzi was the designated candidate, and the remaining two were from my cousin's families, one from each family. After the personnel list was ready, Carpenter Liu continued to do his carpentry work, while Qin Yao went door to door to inform them to gather at the factory tomorrow morning, and asked them to bring their own bowls, chopsticks, and cutlery. As promised, he came to Qin Yao's house after dinner, counted the number of people eating, and determined the dishes. There was also a big pot. He said she could help Qin Yao borrow one first, and then return it to the owner after the factory bought one. You need 2 pots, one for cooking and one for vegetables, and you also need to prepare a few large pottery basins for serving vegetables. As for the dishes, in the morning, white rice porridge, millet porridge, vegetable porridge, and multi-grain steamed bread will be enough. At noon, you should have some oily food and some shredded egg soup. On the 10th day, you can have minced meat stew. That's about it. The food was so good that she even ate it up. Qin Yao could go home and have white rice and meat for dinner at night. Knowing that he was experienced, she nodded and said, "Then let's do as you say, sister-in-law." "Okay, then, as for the money for food and vegetables, should I ask you for money every day so that I can buy them? Or should we just pay you once every 10 days or half a month? This will save us a lot of trouble." Qin Yao went into the house to get some change and gave you one tael first. "Just follow the standard we just talked about. You can use it first and see how long it can last. Then we can calculate the average and we'll talk about it later." He agreed readily, put away the silver carefully, and asked Qin Yao if she had any special instructions. After confirming that everything was correct, she went home happily. Only one person in the second sister's family works. She and her husband earn a total of 660 coins a month. After saving for 3 months, it would be almost 2 taels of silver. Besides, after work in the afternoon, she can go home to weave and do housework. It's really a wonderful thought. It is indeed different to be able to make money. He felt that he walked with the wind and his back was straight. Qiu was naturally very envious, but unfortunately, she was pregnant and could only wait for the next opportunity. Early in the morning, before daybreak, all kinds of noises could be heard from the wasteland at the entrance of the village. Carpenter Liu led the carpenters to build the factory, while Qin Yao led the quarrying team into the mountains to quarry stones. The remaining 4 people in the polishing team collected wood from door to door in the village. After collecting all the wood, they went up the mountain to cut wood. Those woods were bought by Carpenter Liu. It would save 20 cents if he cut them himself. He thought that since there were so many people, he might as well cut them himself, which would save a lot of cost. Because of the factory construction, the entire Liujia village has been revitalized like never before. The old people in the village looked at the young people working hard, sitting under the old tree by the village well, and their eyes became red with laughter. After so many years of chaos, we have finally made it through. There was a loud thunder in the clear sky. The villagers who were drying millet by the village well all shuddered in unison. Sanlang and Xin Yang, who were playing with the children in the village, were also startled. They ran to the corner to pick up the kuju. When they turned around, they found that the big guy suddenly started running. "It's going to rain, Sanlang. Go and tell your mother to go home and harvest the grain." There was a shout from behind, and the twins turned around and saw that it was Aunt Zhou. Their family had drying mats. They used a wooden shovel to push the millet to the middle, folded the mats together, and covered it, so they didn't have to worry about it. Qin Yao doesn't have any at home, so they have spread all the millet out on the ground to dry. It's the last day, and the last batch of millet will be dried. If it rains, it will be troublesome. Sanlang was still confused. Xin Yang rolled her eyes, gave the kuju to the younger brother, and asked him to go home and tell his eldest and second brothers. Then she ran out of the village. Although he was not big, he ran very fast. His body was well nourished, and his steps were steady. In addition, he often exercised with his 2 brothers. Passers-by only felt a gust of wind passing by him. Xin Yang ran all the way to the wasteland of the water wheel factory. She looked everywhere for her mother, but couldn't find her. She shouted anxiously, "Mother, it's raining. Go home and harvest the grain." Lu Fei raised his head when he heard the voice, and seeing the anxious look on the little girl's face, he strode over and said, "Let's go. Your mother has gone into the mountains to collect stones and is not here. Is Dalong and Jilong here?" Xin Yang nodded. If she couldn't call her mother, she could call her uncle. She led Lu Fei home. The weather changed so suddenly that in just a short while, big dark clouds floated over and fine rain fell, scaring the uncle and nephew so much that they quickened their pace. Lu Fei didn't even bother to care about his little niece. He asked her to take her time and ran away first. Dalong, Erlang, and Samlang were already busy gathering the millet that had been dried in the sun, but the children were too weak to keep up with the speed of the rain, and they cried in panic, calling for their mothers. It was mainly Samlang who was crying. Dalong and Erlang were almost annoyed by his crying, but they were also very anxious. The stepmother gave them such an important task, and she didn't know how angry she would be if they didn't do it well. The moment Lu Fei rushed into the yard, Dalong and Erlang felt as if they saw light. The rain has already fallen, and there is so much millet drying in the sun that it is impossible to harvest it all. We can only grab whatever we can. Just after finishing harvesting the crops in the backyard, it started to rain heavily. Xin Yang just ran to the door and saw the crops in the front yard were wet by the rain. Her little mouth pursed, and she wanted to cry. This rain is really hateful. It comes very quickly and suddenly, and then goes away after a while, harming countless farmers. There was a sense of helplessness and lamentation in the village. In the small courtyard on the hillside, Samlang's crying became weaker and weaker. Erlang covered his mouth. "Stop crying, it's giving me a headache." "I knew it would rain." Erlang pointed at the bright sun above his head in annoyance and said, "Do you think it looks like it just rained?" Lu Fei looked at the four people in front of him. He really couldn't imagine what the third sister-in-law would look like when she got angry, but it shouldn't be more terrifying than when she killed the bandit leader, right? Giving the four little guys a look that told them to fend for themselves, Lu Fei walked away wringing out his wet clothes. A gust of wind blew, and Samlang couldn't hold it in any longer. He grabbed his second brother's hand that was covering his mouth and sneezed violently with a chew. The sound of hurried horse hooves came from the foot of the mountain. The four brothers and sisters all raised their heads, their eyes full of panic. Qin Yao dismounted and strode into the yard and saw four little guys, all wet from the rain, sitting on an equally wet pile of grain, looking at her in panic, with a terrified look as if they had done something wrong. Underscore X0007 underscore. 131 weak, pitiful, and helpless. Qin Yao sighed helplessly, walked towards the kitchen, and lit a fire to boil water. Add 2 more pieces of firewood into the stove to make the fire burn vigorously. While the water is boiling, go to the yard, pick up a wooden rake, and spread out the piled-up millet. The sun in late July is still very strong. The moisture on the ground, which was wet just now, has now completely evaporated. The millet has to be spread out and dried as soon as possible, otherwise it will go bad. The wooden rake swept in front of the 4 siblings. They all took a step back but did not leave. They just stood there looking at Qin Yao, at a loss as to what to do. Go back to the house and change your wet clothes. The hot water will boil in a while. Wipe your faces and drink a bowl of ginger soup to prevent colds. Qin Yao pointed to the children's room and waved her hand to signal them to go in quickly. Samlang was crying with tears and snot all over his nose. Qin Yao clicked his tongue twice and asked Dalong to help him wipe out his nose first. "Mother, aren't you angry?" Xin Yang asked in a low voice. Qin Yao shrugged. "You didn't do it on purpose. Why should I be angry? It's great that you can do this in such a short time. Go change your clothes quickly. I will be angry only if you are really sick. When you are sick, you have to take medicine, and taking medicine costs money. The money you spend is much more than the grains in the yard." The 4 Dalongs looked at each other, breathed a sigh of relief, and went into the house to change clothes. In fact, not much millet was wet, only the outermost layer. The grains inside had not been soaked yet. If you spread them all out and dry them in the sun for an afternoon, they would be dry. The crops in the backyard were harvested early and were all in good condition. Qin Yao poured them out again and spread them out to dry. Looking at the fields of millet in the front and backyards, she felt drops of water rolling down her forehead, not sure if they were sweat or rain. She deeply felt the difficulties farmers face. We really depend on the weather for our livelihood. It is not easy to expect good weather and good harvests. She did notice that the weather was going to be unusual, but she was in the mountains quarrying and couldn't make it back in time. There is no regular pattern to temporary rain, and it can only be seen a few minutes before it occurs. So, it is naturally impossible to prevent it in advance. But after all, it's because there is no rainproof cloth. It seems that I have to prepare a few rolls of drying mats in advance next year. They are made of bamboo and come in different sizes when spread out, such as 2 meters by 5 meters, 3 meters by 8 meters, etc. They are also very useful for drying other things, such as peppers, vegetables, etc. Because Qin Yao had no experience in farming, she had never thought of this thing before. "Aunt." Dalong had changed his clothes at some point and came behind him. The young boy said self-reproachfully. The heavy rain came too quickly, so we couldn't harvest quickly enough, and all the millet was soaked. Qin Yao placed the rake at the foot of the wall, walked up, and patted his shoulder. It's okay, it's only a little wet. It will be dry in the sun this afternoon. You have to turn it over more diligently. I have to go back soon. Without her help, the quarrying team's progress would probably be very slow. Before, we only took a few stones and had not realized the solidity of the stone mountain. Now the amount required has suddenly increased several times. Without explosives, it is not easy to take the stones by manpower. Thanks to her great strength, she was able to hammer the long nails into the right spots and break the surface, thus knocking the stones off the wall. No one else can do this job except her, and she has to rush back soon. The hot water had already boiled. Qin Yao smiled at Dalong, who was under great psychological pressure, scooped some water to wipe their bodies, then used a small ceramic pot to scoop out the excess boiling water and put some cut ginger slices in a boil. Including herself, each of the 5 people, mother and children, was given a bowl of ginger soup to ward off the cold. But Sanlang had already been infected, with 2 snots flowing down his nose uncontrollably, and he had to sniff them from time to time. Qin Yao asked him to come to her and touched his forehead. He didn't have a fever and could heal himself. After telling the 4 brothers and sisters to stay at home and stay well, Qin Yao left again. He worked at the quarry until sunset in the evening, then led the team back and everyone went home. When passing by the watermill, Qin Yao went in to take a look. Everything was normal and the cash box was taken home by Erlang. As she walked home, she could smell the fragrance of rice from a distance. She took a deep breath and her stomach growled. She got hungry quickly because she was doing heavy physical work. Mother! Xin Yang's cheerful voice came from above her head. When the little girl saw her, she immediately ran down the hill to meet her. Mother, the millet has been dried. Granny Wang came to our house again today. My second brother brought back 2 eggs. My eldest brother is cooking vegetable and egg soup. We will be able to eat soon. Mother, are you tired? Is the work hard? Do you still want to go tomorrow? The little girl tilted her head back with her big watery eyes open and chattered nonstop like a sparrow in the tree. The horse followed slowly behind the mother and daughter. Qin Yao couldn't wait to see the short legs beside her, so she picked up Xin Yang and kissed her little face. The little guy immediately buried his head in the crook of her neck and rubbed it gently like a cat. While she wasn't paying attention, he gave her a kiss on the cheek, then raised his little hand to cover his face, leaving a gap between his fingers to peek at her expression. Seeing her laugh, he put down his little hands and giggled too. Mother, Xin Yang called her softly. Qin Yao hummed. She's also called An Yang. Qin Yao looked at her in confusion. The little girl just smiled at her with eyes full of admiration and confessed very seriously. 4th sister likes you the most. Qin Yao's heart softened, and she deliberately asked back, Really? Is it your first favorite? Xin Yang nodded her head without hesitation. Yes. Xin Yang loves An Yang the most in the world. Qin Yao raised the corner of her mouth and touched Xin Yang's forehead with her forehead. Little flatterer. That Xin Yang is my mother's flatterer. Xin Yang hugged Qin Yao's neck tightly and shook her head proudly. The mother and daughter returned home, talking and laughing. All the millet in the yard had been harvested and put into bamboo baskets and placed under the porch and on the open space. The framed grains were too heavy for the 4 siblings to carry, so Qin Yao moved them into the main room after they were packed, and then took them out in the morning so that they could spread them out to dry. A part of the front yard was caught in the rain, so Qin Yao picked it out and put it aside. After drying it for a day tomorrow, it can all be stored in the granary. The dinner was quite sumptuous, with white rice, egg, and vegetable soup and braised pork ribs. Qin Yao had to praise Dalong's cooking skills. You can even make such a complicated dish as braised pork ribs. Lu Dalong, you are amazing. Dalong was a little embarrassed and said, I learned it from my grandmother and my second aunt. The implication is that the masters taught well. Qin Yao waved her hands. No, you have to work hard to achieve this result. Don't deny your ability. You are talented. For example, she is impatient to learn these complicated dishes. It takes a long time to prepare the dishes, and after cooking she has to clean the stove and wash the pots, which wastes time. Delang. Qin Yao said to Delang while chewing on the ribs. Men who can do housework are very popular in the marriage market. I won't worry about you getting married in the future. Cough, cough, cough. Dalong started coughing violently. He was so frightened by his stepmother's bold and straightforward words that he choked on his food and started coughing until tears came out. Qin Yao looked at him with disappointment, but she was thinking about Lu Fei. The 15-year-old boy would be in the 3rd grade of junior high school in modern times, but Zhang was already looking for matchmakers to find a wife for him. It looks like they want to settle the marriage before the new year and get married next year. According to this age, her Dalong is 9 years old this year, which means it will be his turn in 6 years. It's too early, Qin Yao whispered to herself, then looked at Dalong and shook her head. She had to be at least 18 before talking about marriage. Dalong's heart tightened when he was looked at. Weak, pitiful, helpless. 132 Corporate Culture. On July 28th, through the hard work of carpenter Liu and his workers, a courtyard-style wooden structure factory building was built on the wasteland. The plaque of the Liujia Village Watermill Factory was officially hung on the doorhead, made of a few simple pieces of wood. The villagers borrowed red cloth from somewhere, and the skillful women rolled it into big red flowers, which were hung on both sides of the factory gate, adding a lot of festive atmosphere. Qin Yao bought 2 rolls of firecrackers and made a lot of crackling noises for half an hour. She, Carpenter Liu, and all the workers announced that the Liujia Village Watermill Factory was officially established. Although the factory building was very simple, what the villagers saw were clean and bright sheds, where the workers were doing their jobs, busy but not chaotic. For someone like Liu Dafu who has seen the world, it is easy to see that there are mysteries hidden in these small sheds. From now on, if you want to go to Liujia Village, you must pass through here first. After the simple opening ceremony, Qin Yao and Carpenter Liu led the workers to officially start production. The heavy boulders were brought into the factory in carts and piled up in the central patio. The wood is transported down from the mountain one by one, repaired neatly on the open space specially left on the side of the factory, and then placed on a tripod to dry for a month before it can be put into use. The first batch of ready-made wood has been turned into boards of uniform thickness by carpenters. Some people are responsible for cutting these wooden boards into water wheel fan blades. Some people are responsible for cutting long strips for the shaft part, and then some people are responsible for assembling them. And finally, the painting and drying process begins. Yun Yang was one of the painters. Because of her experience, she became the team leader on her first day at work. Carpenter Liu felt that having a female worker was inconvenient at first, but when he really used her, he realized that gender didn't matter. The key was to get the job done well and quickly. And they didn't cause him any trouble, as his grandmother-in-law helped take care of the young children at home. Liu the peddler comes to pick up his wives every evening and occasionally brings them some snacks. He asks everyone to take good care of them. What makes Carpenter Liu feel most at ease is that Yun Yang is meticulous and has a sharp eye. She can find any piece of wood that has been left behind and ask the team of workers to repaint it, thus eliminating the problem before shipment. The water wheel department is making good progress, but Qin Yao's stone mill department is a bit troublesome. A bunch of big men were hammering and banging around every day, and they would have a quarrel every now and then. Either this one hit that one's hand, or that one accidentally knocked a piece of stone and seriously injured this one's forehead. Fortunately, Qin Yao was worried about them and followed them to work for the first few days, otherwise a fight would have really broken out. But trying to stop fights and using force to intimidate people every day is not a long-term solution. Qin Yao thought she had to come up with a permanent solution. Establish rules. You must establish rules. This was the idea given by the old patriarch after Qin Yao consulted him. They're a bunch of uneducated peasants with such basic quality. It is useless to try to restrain them with etiquette and laws because they don't even know what etiquette and laws are. They are more suitable for a simple and clear reward and punishment system. The clan leader asked Qin Yao to write down the rules and read them to these rough guys, letting them memorize them by rote. Then he would kill 2 of them who stood out as an example to scare the monkeys, and they would all be obedient. Of course, this wouldn't be necessary when Qin Yao was present. If she just stood there and roared, all the men in Liujia village would tremble. These reward and punishment systems are mainly used when Qin Yao is not present, making it easier for team leader Jioshu to manage. Qin Yao gave the clan leader a thumbs up. It turned out that age is always the best. After returning home, he stayed up all night to formulate a reward and punishment system and construction precautions, and required the workers to recite them collectively before starting work every day. Qin Yao called it, "This is our corporate culture." Liu Bo and others nodded excitedly. Now they're also educated people. Qin Yao looked at those excited faces and guessed that they might have misunderstood something, but that didn't matter. What mattered was that she could finally let these grown men go quarrying alone. The autumn harvest in the entire Liujia village has come to an end. During this period, Qin Yao had some free time and went to Jinshe town, hoping to bring back more orders. You can't say that the manufacturing plant will stop operating after Bai Shan completes these 50 sets, right? The water mill, previously owned by Manager Wu, is now experiencing a booming business during the autumn harvest. Loads of rice are lined up from the river bank to the official road. It was market day, and there were many small stalls selling small items and snacks on the official road outside Jinshi Town. Qin Yao stopped in front of snack stall, tied Lao Huang to a tree stump on the side of the road, took out 3 cents, and ordered a bowl of cold drink. The glutinous rice ball soup made with fermented rice, wine cooled with well water, can quench your thirst and fill your stomach. Qin Yao pointed to the water mill not far away and said, "Boss, I'll take the bowl over there and return it to you later." The stall owners were a young couple. They responded with a sigh, indicating that it was okay, as there wasn't much business anyway, and there were still extra bowls in the basket. So, Qin Yao ate some cold drinks and walked leisurely to the busy and sweaty shopkeeper Wu. 3 water mills were running continuously, and one of them was overloaded and had a problem. Manager Wu had just repaired it and was sweating profusely. When I looked up, I saw Qin Yao eating a cold drink and enjoying the breeze by the river. She looked so relaxed and comfortable. "Oh, Madam Qin, how come you, a rare guest, are here in my shabby mill?" Shopkeeper Wu fanned himself with one hand, put down his repair tools with the other, and pointed to a deserted place nearby. Qin Yao followed. "See, I told you at the beginning that your 3 water mills would definitely not be enough, but you didn't believe it. Now the queue has stretched all the way to the official road. People from all the villages in the surrounding area must have come here, right?" Qin Yao said with a smile. Shopkeeper Wu was still a little proud and replied, "Not only that, the old lady from Ding's farm asked someone to ask me about it, and she plans to rent my water mill for a month. That's all I have to say. I won't mention whether he refused or agreed later." Qin Yao knew without asking that Manager Wu definitely did not agree. "If I agree to it, I will offend all the ordinary people around me. A wealthy family, like the Ding family, only uses it this once. They even have slaves on their farm who specialize in pounding rice, so it doesn't matter much whether they have his water mill or not. But other people could not afford to support the slaves who pounded rice, so they had to rely on his water mill every day. If he wanted to keep his business going for a long time, he had to make choices." Qin Yao saw the pity in his eyes and reminded him, "If it doesn't work out this year, do we have to miss the spring wave too?" She was talking about the wheat harvest, when flour is what needs to be ground the most. The process of husking and grinding takes twice as long as that of rice. Shopkeeper Wu knew that Qin Yao's sudden appearance was definitely not just a coincidence to watch the fun, so he asked her helplessly, "I heard that your village received a large order, and the other small orders cannot be shipped before November. I need it urgently now, but you can't deliver it. By November, the day lilies will be cold." 133 Fruit. As he said that, seeing Qin Yao was about to speak, he hurriedly said, "Don't tell me next spring. No one can say whether we can still have such good business next year. You have a big order on hold." Shopkeeper Wu glanced at Qin Yao unhappily. Once this batch of orders came out, water mills would be everywhere. Qin Yao was not angry. She drank the rest of the fermented rice wine in one breath and waved at him mysteriously. "What are you doing?" Shopkeeper Wu looked at Qin Yao suspiciously. "Men and women should not touch each other, and you are doing this in broad daylight." Qin Yao really couldn't stand his nagging, so she pulled his head in front of her and whispered in his ear, "That batch of orders was sent to the south and has nothing to do with our Kaiyang County. I can tell you responsibly that at present, yours is the only private water mill in Kaiyang County." Shopkeeper Wu was originally furious, but when he heard this, his eyes sparkled. He shook off the hand on his neck and asked in a suppressed excitement, "Are you serious? Don't lie to me." Qin Yao nodded seriously and began to help him settle the bill. "Look, your place has a great geographical location, with convenient transportation and close to the official road. It's not well known now, but in less than 2 months the whole county will know that the wealthy families in the city have plenty of food and horse-drawn carriages. Well, listen to me. Let's order another 17 sets to make it a whole. I promise to install them for you before December. Then wait until the next spring wave. Wow, you'll make a killing." Shopkeeper Wu admitted that he was moved. After all, he just wanted to seize the opportunity and make the first profit. Qin Yao curled her lips slightly, adding fuel to the fire. "If you want to do something big, do it early. This water mill is now exclusive to my Liujia village. You can place your order first. Others will have to wait until after the 12th lunar month to place their orders. For a water mill of this size, You can calculate the time difference from site selection to completion and commissioning. I have to go to the other side of our county anyway, but I just want to give you a heads up because of our previous friendship. Qin Yao shrugged, as if to say, I won't have any trouble selling it now. Seeing that shopkeeper Wu was lost in thought and hesitant, Qin Yao waved her hand and said, I'm leaving first. You can think about it slowly. You have to return the bowl to the owner. Madam Qin, where are you going? Shopkeeper Wu asked nervously. Qin Yao pointed to the south casually and said, just take a look around and see if there is anyone who wants to make a water mill. Shopkeeper Wu immediately sneered at her and called her back. Looking up at the baskets lined up in a circle, he gritted his teeth and said, I'll order it. Qin Yao smiled and motioned for him to wait a moment and return the bowl before running back. She directly took out her homemade notebook and the small brush and inkstone she bought specially, added a drop of water, rubbed it, dipped the brush in ink, and quickly wrote down the order for 17 sets of small watermills on the paper, indicating the total price and deposit, as well as the names and addresses of both parties A and B. Okay, if you think there's no problem, put your handprint on it. Qin Yao took out the ink from the cloth bag and pressed it herself first. There are 17 sets, with a total price of 51. Qin Yao waved the change, so the total price is 50 taels of silver, and the deposit is 30%, 15 taels. Shopkeeper Wu took one look and gasped in pain. Qin Yao kept smiling. She knew that this man was very rich. His water mill charges 4 cents an hour. In the past 2 months, he has earned more than 5 taels of silver. Now it is the autumn harvest time, and the water mill is running almost day and night. In 2 months, the capital invested previously will be recovered. Where can you find a business that can recover its investment in 4 months? Qin Yao talked about how much money it was making, and shopkeeper Wu was tempted to try it, but he didn't dare to be so casual about taking an order of 50 taels. Seeing that he was still frozen, Qin Yao reluctantly reminded him, Kaiyang County doesn't just have this one river. There's so many nearby. You have 5 or 6 sons and sons-in-law in total. If you open a chain store, I wonder how much money you can make. The delay was quite long, and Qin Yao became a little impatient. Wouldn't it be better for her to use this time to develop new customers? She has shown him all the ways to make money, so what is there to hesitate about? Seeing Qin Yao's impatience, and having just heard about the new concept of chain stores, shopkeeper Wu took a deep breath and pressed his fingerprint. Wait a minute, I'll get you the deposit. He stood up and walked a few steps, then suddenly turned back. Come with me, it's very troublesome to run back and forth. Okay. Qin Yao packed up the pens, ink, paper, inkstone, and ink pad, and went to Manager Wu's house with him. 15 taels of silver were solemnly handed over to Qin Yao, and shopkeeper Wu immediately understood what a gambler felt at the gambling table. Unknown, curious, worried, and excited. Qin Yao signaled to him not to worry, and that the goods would be delivered to him before the 12th lunar month. At this point, shopkeeper Wu had no choice but to believe her, but when he looked at the good business of the watermill by the river, he felt a lot more at ease. Qin Yao didn't expect that she would be able to bring back the order as soon as she came out today. She was in a good mood and bought 10 pounds of good meat and 2 big bones from the butcher's stall, intending to reward herself. After buying the meat, I passed by a pear stall that sold small pears with green and yellow skin. Qin Yao had eaten one at the clan leader's house before. The meat was crunchy and very sweet. She immediately paid for a few pounds of fruit and brought them home. She hadn't eaten real fruit for a long time. The main reason is that the taste of these native fruit varieties is very different from the excellent varieties artificially cultivated in later generations. The peach flesh is very hard and tastes very light. The dates are not sweet either, probably due to the region, and the flesh is very foamy, like chewing with chips. Even the bayberries are mostly sour, so don't even think about eating the big black ones. The bayberries here are as big as a thumbnail, which is of excellent quality. But I heard from the villagers that the peaches eaten by the nobles in Kyoto were picked from the Yaoqi in heaven, and they were big and sweet. Qin Yao suddenly remembered her gourd of bitter melon seeds. The seeds were exactly the same as watermelon seeds, but she didn't know whether they would be sweet and red when grown. I vaguely remember that my teacher once said in biology class that the red, big, and sweet watermelons we eat now are the result of improvements. The original watermelon was not red nor so sandy and sweet. Never mind. Qin Yao's current mentality is that it's good enough to have something to eat. Qin Yao returned on horseback with a full load, and when the order was shown to Carpenter Liu, he was startled. Qin Yao smiled at him. 17 small sets delivered before December. He also recorded the 15 taels of deposit in the account and left 2 large bone sticks for he, who was making lunch, so that she could use them to supplement the meal for everyone. Then Qin Yao went home with the meat and fruit she had brought for her family. Being your own boss is so capricious. Carpenter Lu looked at the order, then at the figure riding away on horseback, and cried with envy. Carpentry is complicated and not as simple and rough as polishing. The team leaders he leads have not yet completed their studies. It is unknown how long it will take for them to be as skilled as Qin Yao. Qin Yao was unaware of Carpenter Lu's envy. She bit a pear, sat at the doorstep, looked at the scenery, and waited for her meal. By the way, what day is today? It's August 1st. Isn't it time for that loser Lu Ji to come back? 134 examination process. Lu Ji arrived home at 19:15. I was very lucky today. After school, I was able to meet an ox cart going to Xiao village at the city gate. I added 5 more cents and asked them to take me to the entrance of Liujia village. I was able to get home before the sun completely set. The family had already had dinner. Meat slices were added to every dish, and the fried vegetables were greasy. Qin Yao ate an extra bowl of rice. It was the first time she felt so full that she laid down under the bamboo chair in the yard and didn't want to move at all. As soon as Lu Ji entered the door, he did not receive the warm welcome he had imagined. The 4 children in the family sat obediently at the desk practicing calligraphy. 2 oil lamps were lit, making the room bright. Hearing the noise at the door, they turned around to look at him, called him Dad in unison, and then turned around to continue studying. The past few days were busy with the autumn harvest, and Qin Yao was also busy with things in the manufacturing factory, so she had not studied for several days. Now that she had some free time, she naturally had to make up for it. Reading is like this: you can't stop. Once you stop, it will be difficult to pick it up again. Qin Yao raised her fingertips to her lips and made a hushing gesture, reminding Lu Ji to be quieter and not disturb the children who were studying in the room. Lu Ji suddenly felt uncomfortable. This was no longer his home. It was almost becoming Qin Yao's home. He was just a guest. No, not even as good as a guest. Restraining the frustration in his heart, Lu Ji went into his room and put his things away. Under Qin Yao's gaze, he handed her what she wanted, then turned and went into the kitchen to heat up his own meal. When the lid of the pot was lifted, inside was a bowl of meat and vegetables and a bowl of full white rice left by Dalong. There were 2 pieces of firewood left in the stove hole, which had burned out, but the food in the pot was just warm enough. Lu Ji's wounded heart was instantly comforted, and he took out the food and ate it in big mouthfuls. The food in the academy was not very good, and there was no way I could eat meat. But I was so hungry that I spent my own money to buy 2 meat buns to satisfy my craving. But he didn't have any extra money, so he could only eat the meat buns once. Compared with the big slice of meat in his bowl, it was not even enough to fill his teeth. While eating at home, Lu Ji's mood after being coldly treated when he first came home recovered, and he felt full of energy. After eating and drinking, he moved behind Qin Yao, looked at the sky which had already darkened, and asked tentatively, "It's so dark. Can you see clearly, ma'am?" Qin Yao glanced at him and said, "Then you don't know how to light the lamp?" Lu Ji turned around angrily and lit the oil lamp in the main room and brought it over, thinking, "Can I watch in the room? Why must I watch it in this dark courtyard?" In 1 month, Lu Ji only collected the examination questions of the past 2 years of the Exine dynasty, including 2 county examination papers and 1 prefectural examination paper. There are a total of 6 exam questions. The imperial examination system of the Shang Kingdom was similar to that of the Song and Ming dynasties that Qin Yao was familiar with. Candidates could choose one of several subjects to take the exam. However, the contents are all related to the 4 books and 5 classics, and there are requirements for the number of lines, ranging from 700 to 1,000 words. Lu Ji's memory was very messy. He only marked the year and then the scene. Qin Yao needed to reorganize it herself. There are not many reference answers, only 4. There's a lot of content, and Lu Ji's handwriting was ugly, so it was hard for Qin Yao to read it. She planned to wait until dawn to read it carefully. Overall, Lu Ji only completed 70% of this task, which was far from Qin Yao's expectations. But considering the difference in family status, it was already very good that he could get 4 reference answers for the county examination. Those who came out of the provincial examination were all Jiren, and even those who failed were old scholars with great qualifications. They were not in the academy, so Lu Ji had no chance to meet them. "My dear, you said before that completing the task will benefit me. Do you think I'm satisfied with the answer sheet?" Seeing Qin Yao put away the notebook he brought back, Lu Ji asked expectantly. Qin Yao patted the notebook and said with a smile, "There will be benefits. When I sort it out, the first 2-year simulation test will be yours. Lu Ji frowned slightly. This doesn't sound like a good thing, right? Qin Yao stood up and said, "It's time to go to bed. Remember to close the door and make breakfast tomorrow morning." After giving the instructions, he went into the house, closed the door, and went to bed. Lu Ji was also tired and too lazy to think too much. He washed his face and feet with clean water and went back to his hut to rest. He used to look down on this small room, but he didn't expect that he missed it so much now. There's no stinky feet, no snoring, no grinding of teeth. It is quiet, with only the chirping of insects and birds, and the air is extremely fresh. I had a good night's sleep, and when I woke up the sun was just peeking out from the horizon. Lu Ji got up to make breakfast, thinking he was the first one there. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, the light in the master bedroom was on. Qin Yao had already cut the paper according to the width of the test paper and made question cards. She was writing the county test questions on the cards. There are 2 questions in the county examination. Hers is the preliminary test question, which is commonly known as the Tongxing test here. Only after passing the preliminary examination can one be qualified to take the imperial examination. There is another exam in May or June, which is the formal county exam, which is the level of scholar. Both exams are held once a year and then every 3 years. Nowadays, the new emperor will be given a special honor once a year upon ascending the throne. Qin Yao is doing mock test papers and practice books for real exam questions. Thanks to the 1 month she worked as a bodyguard in the Ding mansion, she learned a lot of information about the imperial examination from Miss Ding and Butler Yu, and knew what the examination process was about. With the basic process information, you can follow this process to complete the corresponding test questions and take a mock test at home. The first round of the county examination begins in February every year and consists of 5 sessions. Students are called to enter the examination room before dawn and are required to submit their papers on the same day. The answer sheet format is 14 lines per page, 18 characters per line. The answer sheet has more than 10 pages in total, with several blank sheets of paper attached. The exam content includes 2 essays from the 4 books and 1 test poem, and the corresponding answer format is specified, which should not exceed 700 words. The remaining 4 sessions are all retests. The so-called re-examination is one of the imperial examination systems. In order to prevent unfair selection of candidates, those who were selected in the initial examination will be re-examined with new questions. The re-examination time is generally after the announcement of the results. The specific time is uncertain, and there may not necessarily be a re-examination. It is usually conducted only when someone reports that the list is unfair. Lu Ji had no idea what Qin Yao knew, nor did he know how the teachers in the academy taught. The examination process was not told to the candidates in advance. But it is also possible that Lu Ji had just enrolled, and the teacher felt that he had not even passed the basic courses, so there was no need to say anything. Who cares, because most of his classmates are children. Thinking of this, Qin Yao felt it necessary to ask the teacher to transfer Lu Ji to another class. He was going to take part in the imperial examination, not to come to the academy to learn literacy. The concepts were completely different. Qin Yao told Lu Ji about this during breakfast. Lu Ji scratched his head in embarrassment. At least I have to memorize all the 4 books before the teacher will transfer me. You haven't finished memorizing? Just a few words. Qin Yao was shocked, wondering if Lu Ji had a problem with his brain. Lu Ji grumbled aggrievedly. I don't have time to memorize the lessons. I've spent all my time writing the exam questions and reference answers you gave me. This time it was Qin Yao's turn to scratch her head. She was a little worried because she would have to take the exam in February next year, and there was only half a year left. Time is tight and the task is heavy, so start studying hard from today. Qin Yao's sharp eyes swept over, and Lu Ji, who was eating a steamed bun, suddenly had a bad premonition. 135 study schedule. Lu Ji, come in. Qin Yao suddenly shouted in her room. Breakfast had just finished, and Lu Ji was just cleaning the stove and putting the pots and bowls washed by Dalong and Xin Yang into the cupboard. Madam, is there something wrong? Lu Ji did not move, but asked from a distance in the kitchen, with the word caution written on his hair. Qin Yao hummed and urged again, come in quickly. Then he said to Dalong and his 4 sisters, there's a lot of dry firewood down the hillside. Go pick up some firewood and bring it back. Be careful, and pick it up at the foot of the hill. Don't go too far. Dalong responded with an O and called Erlang and Sanlang, who were still memorizing lessons in the main room and didn't want to leave. He picked up the small firewood racks made by Qin Yao, one for himself and one for Erlang, and a small backpack for Sanlang and Xinyan. I didn't expect the twins to carry firewood, but I just wanted one to keep me company and bring back two just for the sake of it. Xinyan still wanted to stick with Nyang, and it was a great relief that Qin Yao didn't go to the watermill and stayed at home today. But the little girl was the smartest. She looked at her father, who was full of vigilance, and then at her mother, who looked like an old teacher. She ran into the master bedroom, kissed her mother, and then left with her brothers, carrying the small backpack. When he left, Dalong thoughtfully closed the door to prevent any family scandal from being exposed. Lu Ji looked around, his heart filled with despair. He sighed with every step, and finally, under Qin Yao's murderous and impatient gaze, he quickened his pace and walked into the master bedroom. This was not the first time he came in, but he seldom came to this room. When I looked up, I saw a bow, an arrow hanging on the wall, and a big sword placed on the bedside. There were not many decorations in the room, not even any flowers or plants, so the answer sheets on the big table were particularly eye-catching. "Sit down." Qin Yao took out a bamboo stick and threw it at the stool in front of the desk. Lu Ji was so shocked that he almost missed a beat. "My dear, can't we talk peacefully?" Lu Ji reminded weakly. "There's no need to brandish swords and sticks." As he said this, his body obeyed subconsciously. He sat down on the chair in front of the desk with trembling hands, knees together, hands on knees, and back straight. Zhu Qiao tapped the question card on the table and said, "This is the mock test I did early in the morning. You only go home for one day each time, so we should start practicing right away since we're short on time. From now on, this room is the examination room. I am the examiner, and you are the examinee. Now is the first round of the county exam in February. You should start answering the questions according to the standard format of the imperial examination. You must hand in your paper before dinner today. I will test your current level first." Then, he placed the 4 books on the table and said, "Since your foundation is weak, today's exam will be an open book exam." After saying this, he placed the written answer format guidelines in front of him. Qin Yao then sat down on the bed opposite him, staring at him, and instantly entered the role of examiner. Lu Ji was stunned for a full minute before he reacted. He wanted to say something, but Qin Yao immediately shouted, "Silence." Lu Ji looked at everything in disbelief and thought to himself, if I had known this would happen, I would not have gone home on this holiday. However, this mock exam seemed interesting, so he decided to give it a try reluctantly. Lu Ji took a deep breath and picked up the question card. But when I saw the requirements for the test poem, I was suddenly at a loss and just wanted to throw down the question card and run away. I raised my head and glanced at the examiner, then thought, forget it, just write it. Fortunately, he still remembered the answers to the imperial examination that Mr. Fan had given him. If copying doesn't work, just simulate one that's similar. Seeing Lu Ji really start writing the test paper, Qin Yao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Ji took an hour to finish the test poem. There was not much time left, and he had to write a 700-word answer, which had a format. He wanted to apply to go to the toilet, and Qin Yao allowed him half a minute. Lu Ji wanted to run as soon as he went out the back door, but Qin Yao had anticipated this and hit his calf with a bamboo stick, causing him to scream and wail immediately. He was taken back to the examination room by Qin Yao and finally calmed down under the suppression of force. I worked on this question from noon until sunset, but still couldn't finish it. But when the time is up, you have to collect the papers. As soon as he handed in the test paper, Lu Ji felt as if he had experienced a real scientific examination. He was dazed, overworked his brain, and was exhausted. Qin Yao disgustedly drove him out to cook and sat at the table to check the test paper. The whole text is only 500 words, and it is incomprehensible. It is like copying a book without even hitting the main points. Qin Yao herself had read the entire contents of the 4 books. Although she did not memorize them, with the foundation of reading in her previous life, it was easy for her to understand these words and sentences, even simple and easy. If she were to write this answer sheet, she would definitely pass it in 2 hours at most. As for the test poem, she might need to learn a little before she can write it. Qin Yao didn't know the quality of Lu Ji's test poem, but she thought it might be because he imitated the correct template of the scholar, so it looked somewhat similar. To sum up, my foundation is too poor, my comprehension is relatively high, and there's a lot of room for improvement. Qin Yao now understands that forcing things to happen won't work, and a solid foundation must be laid. There's half a year left. I will finish the 4 books first, 1 book a month. That means 4 months in total. The remaining 2 months will be used to deepen my understanding, which is just right. Qin Yao wrote down the study schedule on the spot, handed it to Lu Ji, and asked him to take it to the academy and study according to the schedule. What about the arrangements made by the teacher in the school? Lu Ji asked in surprise. Qin Yao waved her hand. You can solve it yourself, talk to the teacher, or adjust your study schedule to match the school's progress, whatever you want. Lu Ji let out an "oh" and quickly glanced at the packed study schedule, which even strictly limited the time he had to eat, sleep, and go to the toilet. Suddenly, he felt suffocated and wanted to die. But I didn't notice the surprise and envy in Dalong and Erlang's eyes when they saw this form. Qin Yao raised an eyebrow at the two young boys. You want it too? Dalong and Erlang nodded vigorously. Yeah. Qin Yao always tells them that hard work will pay off. Talent is indeed indispensable, but it is out of reach for ordinary people. As long as you can achieve the ultimate goal, what's wrong with being a small-town test taker? So Dalong and Erlang vaguely realized that the seemingly full study schedule in their father's hand was the shortcut for them to reach their final destination. You guys are really knowledgeable. Qin Yao rubbed their little heads and promised that after they went to school, she would make a study plan for them. Thank you, Mother, Erlang said excitedly. Although Dalong didn't say thank you, his eyes were full of gratitude. He smiled and rolled up his sleeves, brought the dishes prepared by his father to the table, and set the table. Auntie, let's eat. Let's go. Qin Yao called to the twins who were feeding the chickens in the yard. Eat. Here we are. Xin Yang hurriedly pulled her little brother to the stone trough to scoop water to wash their hands. The family sat together, enjoying the delicacy that was only available once every half a month. The mother and her 5 children used the Clean Plate campaign to prove their approval of Lu Ji's cooking skills. Lu Ji, who had no chance of winning, gnashed his teeth and said, "Thank you." 136 paying grain tax. After a short day of rest, Lu Ji took his living expenses and couldn't wait to rush back to the academy. This time, Qin Yao sent him to Jinshi town, and then he walked to the county town by himself. On Qin Yao's return trip, she bought a lot of daily necessities and asked around in the town if there was any news about land for sale. Land is the most important asset for ordinary people, and most people are unwilling to sell it unless they are completely desperate. Because she bought meat frequently, and each time she bought more than 2 kilograms, the butchers in the town already knew Qin Yao. When they heard that she was asking about selling the land, they told her to go directly to the pawn shop in the county town to ask. But you'd better be careful. The guys in the pawn shop are very shrewd. Be careful not to be cheated by them. The butcher reminded. Qin Yao had never thought of the pawn shop as a way out, and curiously asked, "Don't pawn shops accept pawned items? Do they also sell land?" "You don't understand this," the butcher brother said with a smile. "Think about it. What is the most valuable thing for ordinary people like us? Gold, silver, and other valuables are things that only the ladies of wealthy families can afford. What else can ordinary people pawn except land?" Qin Yao suddenly realized, so this is how it is. That being said, there must be a lot of land deeds hidden in the pawn shop. The butcher added, "But if anyone in your village wants to sell land, it would be better to buy from people in the same village. There are 2 places that ordinary people are most taboo to go to. The government office is one, and the pawn shop is the other. It is better not to go there if possible." "Thank you, butcher brother." Qin Yao paid for the meat, took the 3 pounds of meat she had just bought, nodded gratefully to the butcher, and turned to leave. But when Qin Yao went to Liujia village to ask around, she found out that no one wanted to sell the land for the time being, so she put the matter of buying the land aside for the time being. She plans to ask again before the beginning of next spring. In January and February, the stored food will be eaten up and the wheat will not yet grow, so someone may want to sell the land. However, Qin Yao doesn't want land that is too bad. If she wants to buy land, she would rather buy good land, at least as good as the fertile land she is renting now. Whether she wants to cultivate it herself or sell it when she has no other choice, it will be more valuable. Of course, good farmland is also expensive. She asked old man Lu and learned that the 10 acres of good land that Lu Dafu rented to her could be sold for between 8 and 10 taels per acre. After doing the math, Qin Yao found that with the 100 taels of silver she had, she could only afford about 10 acres. So instead of buying it at a high price now, it is better to wait and see if there's a better opportunity. At the same time, you can save more money and get in one go. If you buy more, you can negotiate a wholesale price. Qin Yao made up his mind not to use the 100 taels of silver on hand for the time being and to concentrate on running the watermill. In a blink of an eye, half a month passed. At the watermill, the workers have already mastered the production process, and assembly line production is beginning to show results. According to the current production speed, the 30 sets of small watermills can be delivered as scheduled in mid-October. Carpenter Liu also felt a lot more relaxed. He joined Qin Yao and Shunzi, who was picked by Qin Yao in the sales work, and visited the town and other villages from time to time. While maintaining old customers, we also develop new customers and can bring in an order every 2 or 3 days. Although it is not as good as Qin Yao's 17 sets at a time, the trickle is continuous and very stable. The head of the village brought people to collect grain taxes, and the village was bustling for several days. This year is a year of bumper harvest, and the grain tax is much lower than that of the old dynasty. It is rare to see reluctance on the faces of ordinary people. However, for families with many people and little land, the 1/15th grain tax is still a huge pressure for them. Qin Yao's family had little land, so they had to hand him more than 190 kilograms of grain, which she only had to carry 2 loads. Old man Lu's family has more. This year, they planted 110 acres of crops, with a total harvest of 24,200 kilograms, including shells. They should pay 1,600 kilograms of grain tax and have a surplus of more than 22,500 kilograms. The whole county had a bumper harvest this year, and grain prices dropped to an extremely low level. Lu Dafu's family sold their grain for only 3 cents per pound, which was half less than last year. After deducting a year's food for his family, old man Lu's family sold all the remaining grain for 48 taels of silver. There are 9 people in the family, and soon there will be 1 more person in Mrs. Chio's family. So next year, there will be 10 people. If there were no other taxes, then they would be well off. If there are no natural disasters or man-made calamities, you can achieve a comfortable life by accumulating for a few years. However, only the elderly who have experienced it, such as Mr. Liu and Mrs. Zhang, feel happy about the bumper harvest this year, but more importantly, they just feel relieved, because they know that God may show his power at any time. This year, they didn't dare sell all of the surplus grain and only sold half. After selling the grain, he got 24 taels of silver, but he only dared to use a part of it. Because Lu Fei was already of marriageable age, his family needed to build another room to use as a new home. After paying the grain tax, Qin Yao suddenly remembered that the academy's closing time had arrived. I thought Lu Ji would come back before dark like last time, but unexpectedly, he didn't show up that night. Qin Yao woke up twice in the middle of the night. Once she was awakened by the barking of the new yellow dog at Grandma Wang's house at the village entrance. Another time, old Huang in the stable shouted, thinking he was awakened by someone passing by. As a result, when the day dawned, the person who should have returned did not return. In the morning, Dalong asked, "Auntie, isn't my dad coming back? Maybe something delayed him last night." Qin Yao answered uncertainly. Dalong was a little worried, afraid that something might have happened to his father in the city. Qin Yao also felt that it was a bit strange. After breakfast, no one had come back yet, so she wanted to take Lao Huang out of the stable and go to the county town. Just as he was about to take action, his ears moved slightly. He quickly walked to the dam in front of his house, looked down at the riverbank, and saw an ox cart slowly driving toward his house. However, there was no sign of Lu Ji in the car. Qin Yao had seen the driver before. He often traveled between Xiahe Village and Kaiyang County. Both she and Lu Ji had ridden in his car. The driver parked the car at the foot of the mountain and walked up. Seeing Qin Yao waiting at the intersection, he said as he walked, "I'm sorry, Madam Qin. You must be waiting impatiently. I was supposed to come last night, but something happened at home and I was delayed. It's too dangerous to drive at night, so I had to wait until this morning." When Qin Yao heard this, she had a guess in her mind. Did Lu Ji ask you to come? Yes. The driver nodded vigorously. It was your husband Lu who asked me to come here. The last time he sent Qin Yao back to Liujia village from Jinsha town, he still remembered the scene where her husband ran all the way from the mountain to the river to pick her up. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful. They were really a perfect match. At that time, he felt that the young man was of noble bearing and not like an ordinary person. Unexpectedly, he was actually a student in the academy and was familiar with Mr. Fan and others. They were all scholars, which was amazing. Therefore, this time when Lu Ji asked him to go home to help get living expenses, the driver agreed very readily, even with a bit of flattery in it. Qin Yao invited the driver in. Dalong and his 2 siblings stood outside the main room, leaning against the wall and listening intently. 137 landslides and earthquakes. Qin Yao poured the driver a glass of water, sat down opposite him, and asked him if Lu Ji had any words for him to bring back. It really does exist. The driver said, Mr. Liu asked me to tell you, Madam Qin. The journey home is long, and I only have one day off. I don't want to be delayed on the road, fearing that I will miss my study plan. Please give the driver the living expenses for the second half of the month to bring to me. I am doing well in the academy, and I'm strictly following the study schedule, which is very beneficial. Please rest assured. After listening to this, Qin Yao raised her eyebrows. It was indeed Lu Ji's tone. He checked some details with the driver and confirmed that it was not a scam. He signaled the driver to sit for a while and walked out of the main room to get the money from the bedroom. As soon as I came out, I met 4 pairs of big eyes with Dalong and his sister. I pointed at their room and said, "Go back and practice calligraphy." The 4 brothers and sisters moved their lips and said, "Oh," silently, then rolled into the room in shame and continued practicing calligraphy. Qin Yao then went into the bedroom, took out 2 coins of silver and handed them to the driver. After taking the money, the driver stood up and was about to leave. There is no man in Qin Yao's family, and staying away for too long would cause gossip. Besides, it was already late when he set out today, and there were villagers along the way who were going to the town and county waiting for his ox cart. He did not dare to delay and set off immediately. Qin Yao stood at the door of her house, watching the ox cart quickly leave the village. The polite smile on her lips disappeared, and her eyes became dark. The rice of every household in the village has been harvested, and the fields are empty. Piles of rice straw are carried home. Some of the straw that cannot be moved is piled in the fields and taken when needed. Qin Yao selected some well-dried straw and remade all the beds in the house. The old straw is thrown away and burned, and new straw is spread on the bed. Then a layer of brown mat is placed on it, and finally a quilt is placed on it to cover it. It is soft and warm to lie on. It's been cool at night lately, so now I don't have to worry about the cold anymore. There was still some straw left, and after finishing the 3 acres of land in her free time, Qin Yao and her 4 children started making straw sandals again. This time she was not selling them, but wearing them herself. The weaving was particularly sturdy and delicate. Qin Yao made herself a pair of straw slippers without heels. When Xinyang saw them, she asked for them, so Qin Yao made another pair for her. The little girl was walking around the house with her shoes dragging on, tapping their feet. Every now and then one of her slippers would slip and fly off, and she would hop on one foot to pick it up. She could play with a pair of slippers for most of the day. Dalong and Erlang looked at it with envy, but were too embarrassed to ask Qin Yao for help. So they learned to weave 2 pairs of weird shoes by themselves, but they fell apart after wearing them for a while. Finally, Qin Yao arranged a pair for each person and then stopped. The 4 brothers and sisters treated the slippers as treasures. They didn't wear them on weekdays, but placed them neatly beside the bed. After dinner at night, when Qin Yao called them to wash up, their first reaction was to run back to the room to change their high-heeled shoes into cumbersome straw slippers, and then wash their feet one by one. After washing, they wore them and walked around the house. For several days in a row, the enthusiasm remained unabated, and Qin Yao's ears were filled with the sound of slippers tapping. It was not until an autumn rain fell and the temperature suddenly turned cooler that the 4 brothers and sisters cooled down their enthusiasm a little and obediently put on their socks and cloth shoes. Qin Yao's family also followed the villagers' example and built a haystack of straw near the outhouse outside the back door. I learned the recipe for feeding horses from Lu Dafu's family, which is to ferment the fodder by adding straw and wood ash. First chop the straw into pieces, then take out a basket of wood ash from the stove hole. Find an unused, empty jar, pour the chopped straw into the jar, sprinkle a layer of wood ash every inch to make it alkalizing, usually ferment it overnight, and feed it all at once the next day. Because it is troublesome, Qin Yao only adds different nutrients to the horse once a week. For Lao Huang, when Qin Yao went up the mountain in the morning to chop firewood to store for the winter, she would also call Dalong. She would chop firewood on the mountain, while Dalong would cut grass at the foot of the mountain. Ordinary grass had to be chopped up and then mixed with specially purchased sorghum to feed the horses. Old man Lu saw this once by chance and exclaimed how luxurious it was. But the effect is also gratifying. The bald spots on Lao Huang's body have slowly grown back, and he looks more and more handsome. It is also energetic when working. Occasionally, when Qin Yao goes to the quarry, she will lead it over to transport stones. It will run very vigorously. Because he is so tall, the children in the village are afraid of Lao Huang and will avoid him if they see him from a distance, unless there are people around. As autumn deepens, the green on the mountains fades away little by little and turns golden. Dalong has been a little restless lately. From time to time, He wants to play with the slingshot and small bow made by Qin Yao. He goes out early and comes back before lunch. When asked what he was doing, he said he was practicing slingshot and bow and arrow at the foot of the mountain. And then he opened his big eyes and looked at Qin Yao expectantly. Qin Yao didn't react at first. After several times, she heard someone say that the Yang family from Xia village had already gone into the mountains. Then she suddenly remembered that she seemed to have promised to take Dalong into the mountains to hunt this autumn. The boy couldn't help getting anxious as he watched the leaves on the mountain turn golden, but the person who made the promise didn't seem to remember it at all. If it was Erlang or Xin Yang, they would have shouted out long ago. But this is Dalong, who is sensitive and sensible. Seeing that Qin Yao didn't mention it, he thought that she didn't want to do it or had forgotten it at all, which is why she behaved so awkwardly. Childish. Qin Yao chuckled, then remembered that he was indeed a child. So childish. A hammer drove a 1-meter-long thick nail into the crevice of the rock. With a loud bang, a large piece of rock slid down from the cliff, which frightened the onlookers. This was not the first time they had seen such a scene, but every time Lu Bo and the others could feel the fear like a landslide. They had clearly retreated to a safe area, but when the rocks fell down, they couldn't help but retreat again. After the loud noise stopped, Qin Yao checked the cliff and hung the woven hemp rope net on hooks with steel nails to prevent small rocks from rolling down and injuring the quarry workers at the foot of the mountain. After checking that everything was correct, he climbed back to the top of the mountain using the long rope and walked down the back slope. A quarter of an hour later, Qin Yao appeared behind everyone and said, "Be sure to pay attention to safety. Human life is the most important. Everyone, remember the work rules. Next time you open a stone, no one is allowed to move without me present." The quarry workers hurriedly stood up and faced her, shouting, "Got it." Qin Yao waved her hand. "Let's get started." Only then did everyone concentrate on the quarrying work of moving and smashing the stones. Qin Yao brushed off the gravel on her body and looked up at the sky. The sun was already hanging in the center. "Every time I cut the stone, it takes a whole morning. But after she got rid of this pile of stones, she would have enough grinding stones for 50 sets of small stone mills. Once the workers have brought back all the stones, a new round of grinding at full speed will begin. As for the 17 sets of millstones in shopkeeper Wu's house, they will be almost ready if we come back again in the middle of next month." Qin Yao was counting the days in her mind. Today was another day off. The driver came last night, asked by Lu Jiji to collect living expenses. Qin Yao didn't give any money. She also personally sent the coachman out of the village. When I returned home from the construction site, the sun was slightly setting. Qin Yao changed into a light linen dress and took down the saddle hanging on the wall of the main room. 138 shit escape. Ant. Dalong appeared in front of the stable, and Qin Yao just put the saddle on Lao Huang's back. "Are you going into the city to see your father?" the young boy asked curiously, his eyes filled with worry that Qin Yao could not hide. How could he not be worried? Lu Ji had not returned home for 2 consecutive days off. Apart from sending a coachman to collect living expenses, there was no news from him. Adults always say that a dog will always eat shit, and Dalong expressed his great concern about this. He couldn't imagine what terrible consequences would be caused if his father continued to be the same as before, eating, drinking, and having fun outside, and had no interest in studying. In the eyes of the young boy, Qin Yao's calmness at this moment was the last calm before the storm. You never know when it will erupt completely and turn the world upside down. Qin Yao led the horse out and told Dalong, "I will be back in the evening." It is assumed that she did go into the city to find Lu Ji. Dalong hummed, "Well, then I'll prepare dinner for you when you come back. There's also meat. I'll make meat soup slices for us to eat and add some tofu. Aunt Zhou's family just made tofu this morning." Qin Yao couldn't help laughing when she heard this. "I can't take you there. You don't know how to ride a horse. I won't take care of you if you fall off the road." Then he patted his little shoulder again. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Dalong wanted to laugh, but almost cried. He was not worried about her. He was worried about his father's life. "Let's go going now. The sun is still strong. Take a nap to get enough energy so you can practice 2 more pieces of calligraphy in the afternoon." Today it is Erlang and Samlang's turn to go to the water mill to collect the money box, wash dishes, feed the chickens, and do housework. Dalong and Xinyang should cherish their free time and study. Drive. As soon as Qin Yao pulled the reins, Lao Huang immediately let go and ran away. In the blink of an eye, the man and the horse disappeared on the winding road at the entrance of the village and headed towards the county town. More than an hour later, Qin Yao arrived at Kaiyang County. As usual, he paid the entrance fee, parked his horse, and walked into the city. It was evening, the sun was about to set, and the streets were filled with vendors who were packing up their stalls and preparing to go home. There were still a few customers in the shops lining the street. The small tea stall had the most people, with a storyteller sitting in the middle. Everyone was so engrossed in listening to the story that they didn't want to leave. The red lanterns outside the restaurant were taken down by the waiter, lit up, and hung up again. The red lanterns illuminated the restaurant with a festive atmosphere. The two restaurants were opposite each other, and it was a good time for dinner. The two waiters stood on the street to greet the customers and called out to anyone they saw passing by. Qin Yao coldly rejected a waiter who blocked her way and was about to walk towards the academy when she suddenly heard a familiar voice coming from upstairs and stopped immediately. The guy who was just frightened by her cold face couldn't help but feel nervous. Why did she suddenly stop? Do you want to scold him? Obviously, he overthought it. Qin Yao turned around. Her ears twitched, and she looked up at the eaves of the second floor of the restaurant. 5 or 6 young men dressed as scholars were leaning on the fence with their backs to the street, drinking from their glasses and taking turns writing poems. When she got excited, she opened her outer robe, took out her hairpins, let her wild hair fall loose, and stood up to dance. He held the Peepa girl's shoulder with one hand and raised the cup with the other, wanting to toast the fairies in the heavenly palace. He thought he was a gentleman, but others thought he was a drunkard. The companions clapped their hands and cheered, saying, "Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Master Fan's words are really brilliant." When Qin Yao heard the voice, a chill ran down her body. The guy soliciting customers at the door felt something was wrong and looked upstairs. Oh, it turned out that it was the students from the academy who were drinking and writing poetry with Mr. Fan. Then why does the lady in front of me look so gloomy? Could it be the wife of a certain scholar upstairs? Thinking of this, the waiter instantly perked up. Just as he was about to ask, a group of scholars from upstairs came down the stairs arm in arm. They have been here from morning to evening, and they should be bored now and want to go to the next place to continue having fun. The clerk thought, which scholar will this lady go up to and find out? It will be a lot of fun to watch. As a result, he turned around expectantly. Huh? Where is that lady just now? My wife. The most handsome scholar among them all was suddenly shocked. He raised his eyes and looked towards the waiter, his face flushed and drunken. What wife? Whose wife? The waiter pointed to the north and said, "Look there. I thought there was going to be a good show. Why did he leave? Isn't she the wife of one of these scholars?" Just then a gust of wind blew over, and the smell of alcohol dissipated a little. The handsome scholar looked at the back of the person walking away with big strides, and his heart was struck by a thunderbolt. "Brother Lu." His companion waved his hands in front of his eyes, laughed, and asked, "What are you looking at? Did you see the fairy?" Lu Ji looked at the hands in front of him in a trance, rubbed his eyes hard, and looked up at the familiar figure again. After just a short delay, the sky darkened and the figures became blurry. But he would recognize that person's figure even if it turned into ashes. Just when he wanted to confirm it again, the city gates slowly closed, and he saw a man riding a horse out of the city and disappearing into the dark blue mountains. Lai Wu Yi. Seeing that others could not call him, Mr. Fan stepped forward himself, put his arm around Lu Ji's shoulders, and said with a drunken smile, come on, let's go to Xingwang Casino and have a round. I'll take you there to broaden your horizons." "What casino? What knowledge have you gained?" Lu Ji's mind was in a mess, and his heart was trembling. Looking at the dark night, the red lanterns hanging on the restaurant opposite seemed like the evil eyes of the monster, with a bloody mouth that wanted to swallow him up, chewing his blood and eating his flesh, and he would never be able to rebirth. The wine was not strong, and although Mr. Fan seemed drunk, he was not completely drunk. Seeing that Lu Ji had been so attentive and enthusiastic before, but suddenly became indifferent to him, he couldn't help feeling a little annoyed. He immediately turned cold and asked again, "Lu Ji, are you going to Xingwang Casino or not?" Lu Ji was confused and panicked at the moment, but he remembered that he must not offend these people. He thought quickly and suddenly bent down, holding onto a pillar, and covered his stomach, revealing a look of pain. Oh no, man. Man, where's the toilet? Take me there quickly," he shouted anxiously. The waiter hurried forward to show him the way. Lu Ji held his stomach and said apologetically to Mr. Fan, "Brother Fan, you guys go first, I'll be there later." "Oh, I can't help it, hurry up." The clerk was really afraid that he would fall at the door of his shop, so he quickly quickened his pace. Seeing that he was staggering to the east and west, he turned back to support him. The two of them rushed into the backyard together, and a desperate wail was heard in the distance. "Ouch! Pants, my pants. The group of scholars in front of the restaurant frowned together, as if they felt that the air was filled with a strange smell. They subconsciously covered their mouths and noses and pushed Mr. Fan away as if they were escaping. Lu Ji pinched his nose and stayed in the toilet for 15 minutes before coming out. The so-called diarrhea was all made up. I was completely sober and walked all the way back to the academy. Looking back, I felt scared. 139, the whole body is liver and gallbladder. Lu Ji is just a scoundrel, but he is not stupid. He can drink and flatter. Gambling? That's absolutely not allowed. Also, is that figure Qin Yao? Thinking of this, Lu Ji completely lost sleep, especially when he went to the driver to ask for living expenses the next day and didn't get a penny. The anxiety could no longer be suppressed and burst out. Fortunately, he still had some private savings, which could sustain him for another half month. Mr. Fan never called him again, and he was completely kicked out of their circle. Afterwards, Lu Ji sent letters home, but received no reply. Whenever it was late at night and everyone was asleep, Lu Ji would feel desolate and as if he had been abandoned by the whole world. He suffered from insomnia for several nights, and within a few days, he looked as emaciated as the characters in the storybooks whose blood and essence had been sucked by ghosts and goblins, which scared Mr. Fan and his companions. They just don't want to play with him anymore. There's no need for this, right? Another letter sent from the county academy was delivered to the Lu family's old house. Zhang received the letter, but she could not read a single word, so she had to ask Erlang, who was playing with Jinbao and Jinhua under the eaves. Erlang took a look and said, "Oh, this is something my father sent to my mother from the academy." Zhang nodded. "Then I'll put it away first and give it to your mother later." Erlang didn't care about this at all and continued to fight with Jinbao and Jinhua on the ground, using small branches as weapons. Zhang shook her head helplessly, walked into the house, and put the fresh letter together with the 2 letters that had been sent 2 days ago. 2 days ago, Qin Yao took Dalong into the mountains, and the letter could only be opened when the mother and daughter came back. Erlang and the twins were sent to the old house by Qin Yao, but at night here Lu Fei would send the 3 of them home to sleep. I also have to help feed the chickens and horses at home, and check the door locks to prevent them from being stolen by those who sneak around. He has never understood Qin Yao's thoughts. You say we should go into the mountains, but why take a child with us? How old is Dalong? Can a 9-year-old boy go hunting? Every time Erlang heard his aunt muttering, he would correct her. Auntie is taking Big Brother to practice combat. We are not hunting this time, just training. Of course, if they catch prey, Anyang said she would bring it home to add to their meal. Erlang and the twins both had confidence in their mother's fighting ability. So when Qin Yao left home and went into the mountains this time, their mentality was completely different from last year. But Dalong in the mountains was a little depressed. That day, Qin Yao came back from the county town. After feeding Ma, he went into the house and said to him, "Get ready. We're going into the mountains the day after tomorrow." Dalong was so excited that he picked up the hatchet and started chopping wood in the firewood shed. After the excitement passed, he immediately started to prepare. It's not easy to get out of the mountains. You need to prepare flint for making fire and cooking utensils, as well as bamboo tubes, cold-proof items, and finally your weapons. We have a lot of stuff, but limited physical strength, so we need to streamline and simplify and only bring the necessities. Qin Yao taught him step by step how to prepare supplies for going into the mountains. He said that he must bring a pot because the water source is not always clean. Boiling the water before drinking can greatly reduce the probability of diarrhea. At the same time, cooked food can effectively kill parasites, providing nutritious and clean food. There is a big temperature difference between day and night in the mountains, especially in this season. It is hot during the day and cold at night, and there's dew in the morning. So a piece of clothing that can cover the whole body and is easy to put on and take off is very necessary. After sufficient survival materials are prepared, it is time to check the weapons. First, prepare enough arrows and bullets. Carry a hatchet and a dagger with you, one for clearing the way and the other for self-defense. Strong ropes are also a necessity. They can be used to tie up prey and save lives at critical moments. After everything was ready, the mother and son, each carrying a bag, went into the mountain under Dalong's expectant gaze. The half hour before entering the mountain was the most exciting time. Dalong ran all the way with a small bag weighing more than 10 kilograms on his back. There are only some low shrubs and scattered trees on the periphery, and the road is easy to walk on. Moreover, villagers often come in and have already trampled out a path, so you just have to follow it. The children who went into the mountains for the first time naively thought that all the roads ahead would be like this and did not realize the seriousness of matter. So, when a large wall of vines, weeds, and branches appeared before his eyes, Dalong's first reaction was to turn around and say to Qin Yao, "Auntie, we seem to have taken the wrong road. There is no road here." Qin Yao walked forward with a smile and used an axe to chop apart the vines and weeds in front of her that had grown wildly and tangled again after a year. She lowered her head, bent over, and crawled in. "Follow me and keep your face towel on to avoid being bitten by poisonous insects." After giving the instructions, she moved forward another 2 or 3 meters. Dalong's eyes were full of disbelief. He lifted the scarf that had been around his neck to cover the lower half of his face, pushed aside the broken branches in front of him, and followed in. I don't know how long I walked like this. My vision suddenly became dim, and from time to time I heard a few strange cries, and Dalong was startled every time. His feet suddenly slipped, and his body fell. He quickly stretched out his front paws to support the ground, so he didn't fall down. "Wait!" Suddenly, a cool and smooth touch came from under the little hand. Dalong's scalp went numb. "Auntie!" Qin Yao quickly turned around and slid down, picked up the boy on the ground with one hand, raised the hatchet with the other hand, and swung it like lightning. There was a flash of silver light, and a 2-finger-wide black snake was cut into 2 pieces and hung on the branch above her head. The snake's tail drooped down and swept across Dalong's face. The boy in Qin Yao's arms stopped breathing and dared not make a sound. "This snake is so unlucky. It was sleeping peacefully at home, but you slapped its nest and destroyed it." Qin Yao tried to use a teasing tone to make the child relax, but it was of no use. After this, when Dalong hid in the bushes, he always kept his eyes open and observed the ground and his surroundings. He no longer dared to follow Qin Yao in front of him heartlessly. The black snake left a little shadow in Dalong's heart. Even though Qin Yao repeatedly told him that the snake was non-venomous, snakes in this season were not energetic enough and would not come out of their holes easily. But as soon as they saw a long black object, they would stop even from a distance and only dare to move forward after carefully confirming it. Seeing this, Qin Yao had no choice but to carve a long stick for the little guy. This is called stirring up trouble. It will be fine if you scare the snake away in advance. So, this stick became a talisman in Dalong's heart. She would hold him when eating, when resting, and even when the mother and son slept in their nest in the mountains at night. You should hold it even more when you go to the toilet. Qin Yao took one look and thought, this won't do. If a small snake can scare her like this, then what if she encounters other hairless lizards that look even more disgusting or huge insects? Will she still be able to hunt? Qin Yao couldn't remember how she overcame her fear of the hairless animals in the forest, but she knew that fear mostly came from ignorance. So they decided to rest for 2 days at the camping spot in Shanwell. They took the boy with the stick and poked all the snake nests nearby. They cut open each one and showed him which types had poisonous fangs and which types liked to hunt frogs and mice. Or pull out a giant python as thick as an adult's arm and cut it into 8 pieces, and tell it that this kind of python uses its body to wrap its prey to death and then swallow it alive. Seeing that Dalong's expression became more and more indifferent, Qin Yao was secretly happy. Little did they know that the child had become frightened and numb. Seeing that his stepmother was going to take him to poke other bigger snake dens on the 3rd night in the mountains, Dalong took the initiative to throw away the snake-beating stick and decisively said, "Auntie, I'm not afraid anymore. Let's keep moving forward. He has nothing else on his body now, just liver and gallbladder. Uno cuatro cero, no persuasión." Dalong seemed to have really overcome his fear of the forest. He used to be unable to take a fast step, but now he walked forward with big strides. Qin Yao turned around and saw the determined look on that dirty little face, and a sense of pride arose spontaneously. It seems that her teaching method is quite effective. Dalong noticed his stepmother's gaze, raised his head, and gave her a strong smile. The mother and son were like 2 wild cats, freely shuttling back and forth between the mountains and forests. Qin Yao wanted to find the cave where she lived last year, but she had been delayed for 2 days, poking around in the woods looking for snake nests, so her direction was a little unclear. Now, she had to find a new location. This was also the second lesson Qin Yao taught Dalong, how to identify directions in a forest with lush vegetation and treetops blocking out the sun. Also, if you lose your way, how to save yourself. Qin Yao told Dalong, no matter what the situation is, we must first ensure our own safety. If we really can't find the direction, go find water. According to Qin Yao, you won't starve to death in the forest anyway, So the worst that can happen is that you can just become a savage. Dalong's little heart was shocked again. He admired his stepmother's strong inner self. The mother and son walked through the overgrown area and finally arrived deep in the forest. There's still a lot of weeds here, but because of the temperature difference, they don't grow densely, so people can walk upright. Qin Yao took Dalong to find a water source and asked him to take out the slingshot and attack immediately when encountering small animals. After the boring 2 days of poking snakes, today's activity suddenly aroused Dalong's excitement. Which young boy or girl has not dreamed of traveling the world with a sword? As soon as he saw the prey, Dalong couldn't help but howl, and Qin Yao slapped him on the back of the head. Quiet! Are you here to hunt or to scare small animals? Dalong touched his head and said, oh. This was the first time he was beaten by his stepmother since he could remember. But the strange thing is that not only did he not feel any pain, he even felt pretty good in his heart. He thought, let me hit him a few more times, just like his mother would. Qin Yao found a little squirrel and immediately pulled her slingshot. But when she turned around to call Dalong, she found that he was staring at her blankly. She frowned and reminded him to look ahead, not at her. Dalong came back to his senses, secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and then gathered his energy to learn from her how to hunt. Qin Yao had taken Dalong to shoot birds before, but those birds were stupid and would not run away even if they heard sound. They would fly back after a while after scattering. It did not require any skills to deal with them. Deep in the mountains, the situation is completely different. Prey animals do not walk around freely. They are threatened by natural enemies and also have prey to hunt. They hide during the day and come out at night, so they are rarely encountered during the day. But in the evening, if you wait near a water source, you can see all kinds of animals gathering together. Dalong was holding a little squirrel in his hand that was captured alive by Qin Yao and then knocked unconscious by a slap. The squirrel looked very special, with a white hair on its tail and a tuft of white hair on its forehead. It looked extremely cute. That's why Qin Yao captured it alive, intending to take it back and sell it as a pet. Dalong felt a little sorry for the little guy. Qin Yao asked him to hold it, but he held the little squirrel in his arms. The child had never seen real hunting, so Qin Yao did not immediately stop him from showing excessive compassion. The mother and son squatted on the top of a big tree near the water source, observing the various animals that appeared near the water source. No large wild animals appeared. They usually wait until dark before coming out. Now the largest animals by the stream are 2 sika deer. Dalong was a little excited. He held the little squirrel in one hand and used the other hand to clumsily sign the sign language he had just learned from Qin Yao. This was the secret code the hunter used to communicate with his companions in the forest. He was asking her if he could shoot the 2 sika deer. Qin Yao waved her hand. The water source was not the best hunting ground unless you only wanted to come once. Otherwise, other large animals will be alarmed, arousing their vigilance, and they will not come to this place for a long time. Dalong nodded regretfully, indicating that he understood. But seeing that Qin Yao had no intention of taking action, he couldn't help but gesture and ask, "Are we going to continue hunting today? There's only this little squirrel in my arms. Isn't it too little?" Qin Yao warned him not to forget his original intention, and practice was the main purpose of going into the mountains this time. You haven't even learned the basics yet, and you're already rushing forward? Seeing that Qin Yao had no intention of taking him into action, Dalong nodded regretfully again. But the intense interest in his eyes did not diminish. Qin Yao thought, young people are usually hard to persuade, so let him try it himself. He waved at the young boy, pointed at a sika deer that was leaving alone in front of him, picked up the little squirrel in his arms, and slapped it again to make it dizzy again. Dalong's breathing became heavier, and the light of surprise in his eyes was about to burst out. Qin Yao nodded, and Dalong immediately slid down from the tree, trunk to the ground, crouched down, and followed the deer's footsteps. Having learned how to track prey before, Dalong followed the sika deer from a distance all the way. Seeing that the deer didn't notice his presence at all, he was overjoyed. Seeing the sika deer walk to a bush full of wild fruits, stop and start eating the fruits, without noticing his arrival at all, Dalong slowly stood up, took an arrow from the quiver on his back, and put the bow on. Dalong's bow drawing posture is very standard, and his movements are very skillful, which shows that he is not lazy at all when practicing at home. Before shooting arrows, Dalong looked around for Qin Yao, hoping to get some encouragement from her. However, after looking around, there was no trace of her. But the bird call she imitated behind him reminded him that she was behind him and he shouldn't be afraid. After the birds singing disappeared, the only sounds left in the forest were the rustling of leaves in the wind and the sound of sick deer gnawing on their food. Dalong was shocked to find that his stepmother had blended into the surrounding environment. She didn't make any sound, and he couldn't find any trace of her existence. If he had such ability, could he also hunt a big black bear? Dalong took a very slow breath, aimed at the deer's neck, and pulled the bowstring. An arrow was shot out, sweeping across the leaves, making a slight sound. How acute is the hearing of a sick deer? It immediately turned around and ran away. The arrow just brushed past the horn on its head and did not hit it. Just a little bit. Dalong anxiously pulled out the second arrow, put on the bow, chased out from his hiding place, and then hurriedly shot an arrow at the deer's butt. There was no surprise at all. Not even the skin of the sick deer was touched. But the prey is right in front of us. How can we let it go? Dalong took out the slingshot he was most skilled at using and ran after him. At this moment, the sick deer that was about to run ahead suddenly screamed and turned back. Just as Dalong was feeling strange, a huge brown shadow suddenly jumped out from the bushes and rushed towards him. One for one tiger head. Roar! A tiger roar spread throughout the forest. Due to the huge difference in power, the sick deer had no power to resist and was instantly pounced on by the tiger and pinned to the ground. It opened its bloody mouth and bit the deer's neck to death, tearing out a large piece of flesh and blood. Dalong was standing less than 10 meters away from the tiger and the deer. The splattered blood hit the corner of his eye. Fear spread throughout his body. The temperature of his blood dropped rapidly. He became stiff, and for a moment he had no idea how to react. The tiger killed its prey and raised its head, staring straight at the strange human in front of it with its huge eyes. Out of the animal's instinct to protect food, and in the eyes of animals, those who are smaller than themselves are weak and can be bullied, it suddenly jumped up and rushed towards Dalong. The tiger was 3 meters long and taller than a man when standing on the ground. Suddenly facing such a huge creature was like a mouse seeing an elephant. The distance was too short, and the tiger rushed to Dalong's head in just 1 second. The tiger's paw contained the power to crush rocks, and it seemed like a light move, but once hit by it, Dalong's small body would be crippled if not killed. I told you not to be afraid. I'm behind you. Qin Yao's faint voice sounded in her ears. She pulled the frightened Dalong away and gave the tiger a heavy punch on the jaw. She is no longer the weak and frail girl who was suffering from hunger and cold last year. After a whole year of recuperation, Qin Yao's fighting power has skyrocketed. The mutant plants and animals in the apocalypse are no match for her, let alone an ordinary spotted tiger. With that punch, she knocked the tiger that was pouncing on Dalong away. The tiger rolled heavily to the ground and got up in a somewhat embarrassed manner, with a human-like surprise in its eyes. He seemed to have not figured out how a human being who was much smaller than him could possibly knock him away. The tiger had no rivals in the forest and was naturally arrogant. Qin Yao's powerful punch not only failed to repel it, but instead made it mistakenly think that she was an enemy coming to compete for its prey and launched a fierce attack on Qin Yao. After it flipped over from the ground, it immediately sprinted forward 2 steps and stretched out its front paws to test Qin Yao. It was very fast, and its tiger paws swept over frequently, but Qin Yao avoided them one by one. But when she pulled out the big knife from her waist, a bloody mark deep enough to see the bone immediately appeared on the tiger's paw that came to test it. The tiger was in pain and angry, and its roars became louder and louder. Qin Yao's eardrums swelled, and she felt pain. "Shut up," Qin Yao yelled. She was still hesitating whether to do it or not, but now she decisively picked up her sword and attacked. As for the ferocious beasts left for the older son to practice with, there are still others if the tiger is gone, so there is no need to rush. The reason why the tiger can become the king of the forest is because of its innate strong power. It can crush your skull with just one slap. But Qin Yao was stronger than it, and she had a weapon in her hand. The man and the tiger had fought for less than 3 moves when the tiger felt her terrifying power, and without any hesitation or pride, it turned around and ran away. If you run now, all you will lose is a sick deer. If it were any later, it would lose its life. Qin Yao started chasing after him, grinning wildly. Want to run? Too late. I wanted to encounter a tiger last year, but never did. This year, a tiger jumped out before I even started looking for it. How could I let it go? So, under Dalong's shocked gaze, he saw his stepmother running parallel to the tiger and chasing it, and then swung out with a knife, and the tiger's head fell off its strong body with a click. Just, the whole head fell off. With a loud bang, The tiger's torso lost control and fell to the ground instantly. Pillars of blood spurted out, spreading a blood mist in the forest. Qin Yao breathed a sigh of relief, walked forward with a smile, past the tiger head, and picked up her knife first. TSK, the blade is rolled. Qin Yao shook off the bloody flesh on the knife, came to the tiger's head, and kicked it in the front. The tiger's eyes had turned dim. There was a sound of jogging behind her. Qin Yao turned around and saw it was Dalong. He looked at the tiger's body and head on the ground and said, "The tiger's skin is damaged." Seeing that he was not scared silly, Qin Yao couldn't help but laugh out loud with joy. Ha ha. The whole forest was filled with her laughter, and the sound echoed in the forest, scaring the birds and animals in the forest so much that they immediately fled in all directions and quickly moved away from this dangerous place. Dalong looked up at the woman in front of him who was stepping on a tiger's head and laughing with tears in her eyes. The corners of his mouth curled up. His stepmother was the most powerful person he had ever seen. Qin Yao threw the tiger head at her feet in front of Dalong and said, "This is for you. Since I can't get the whole skin together, I might as well keep the tiger head as a souvenir." The smell of blood hit him in the face, and the tiger's head was covered in blood. Dalong held his breath and put it into a sackcloth bag in surprise. Looking at the tiger and sick deer on the ground, Qin Yao rubbed his brows with a headache. "I wanted to take you with me for a few more days, but now I have to leave the mountain early." Dalong didn't feel bad. He said seriously, "Auntie, what I have learned in the past few days is enough for me to learn for a long time. After coming down the mountain, he will definitely organize what he has learned this time and understand it thoroughly." Qin Yao looked at him with interest. He knew his own limitations and was not greedy. He took steady steps, which was not bad. The mother and son cut branches together to make a trailer. While Dalong was working, he would look at the sick deer and the tiger's body from time to time. His fear inexplicably disappeared, and all that came to his mind were the movements of a tiger pouncing on its prey. As for the scene where his stepmother swung a knife to chop off the tiger's head, he would remember it for the rest of his life, but he would not be confident enough to think that he could learn it. Dalong was recalling how he was chasing a sick deer, but forgot to observe his surroundings and nearly got killed by a tiger. As the two of them dragged their prey to find a campsite for tonight, Dalong couldn't help but ask Qin Yao nervously if she blamed him for being disobedient today. Qin Yao smiled lightly. "Without my permission, how could you have the chance to make a mistake? I know you young people won't listen to advice. Only when you experience it yourself will you know the pros and cons." Dalong said, "Oh," embarrassedly, and looked up at the person next to him. Night had already arrived, and only a little bit of moonlight was shining, illuminating a blurry figure. "Auntie, I want to be someone like you in the future," Dalong said admiringly. Qin Yao pushed aside the branches in front of him, reminded him to pay attention to his feet, and asked with a faint smile, "What kind of person am I?" Dalong answered seriously, "Be calm, composed, and fearless of all difficulties, and you will always be invincible." Qin Yao shook her head. "No one can be invincible forever, and I have a cheat." "What is a plug-in?" Dalong scratched his forehead suspiciously. There was a bug on his neck, which was a bit itchy, so he just brushed it away through his sleeve. He no longer screamed over a small bug or a small snake, and he was used to the jungle now. "The cheat is my natural supernatural power." Qin Yao suddenly stopped, and Dalong also stopped unconsciously. He followed her gaze and saw a ball of orange fire appear in the dark forest. There was a faint sound of human voices. The mother and son carrying the trailer on their shoulders looked at each other in surprise and shouted excitedly towards the fire. "Hey, 142 now has a name." Two figures walked out against the light. "Ooh," one of them asked in a low voice. Qin Yao smiled. She was familiar with the voice. "Brother Yang, it's me, Qin Yao." "Huh?" Yang was genuinely surprised, thinking what a coincidence. He hurriedly called his son Yang, Su, to go forward together. It was dark, and he could not see clearly what the mother and son were dragging behind them. He only smelled a mixture of leaves and blood. The father and son wanted to take the trailer of the mother and son, but Qin Yao quickly said, "No, it's too heavy for you to carry." Yang and his son were both stunned. Their outstretched hands froze for a moment before they were retracted 2 seconds later. Qin Yao pushed Dalong, who was there to accompany her, out of the way and said, "Su, help me take care of this kid." Dalong took off the vines on his shoulders, knowing that he was hindering his stepmother, and followed Yang, Su, to walk ahead. Yang to stay behind and brought the 2 children to the fire. Qin Yao appeared last and placed the trailer next to the fire. "This place is the cave where Qin Yao stayed last year. Yangda should have renovated it. He cleared out the weeds at the entrance of the cave and the messy branches inside the cave, and built a low wall with stones at the entrance of the cave, which just blocks the entrance of the cave and can provide a certain concealment. It is also convenient for making fire and cooking. With the light, the prey on Qin Yao's drag rack revealed its true form. The golden brown tiger body scared Yangda so much that he almost jumped up. "You have encountered a tiger," Yangda exclaimed. Qin Yao nodded and smiled modestly. "Not bad luck." "Yangda, am I asking you this?" He looked at the mother and son. Their clothes were dirty and messy, but there was no sign of injury. It was incredible. Looking at the tiger's body that had already cooled down on the trailer, Yangda had a clearer understanding of Qin Yao's specific strength. Dalong took off the sack he had been carrying all the way and put it on the trailer. His heavy shoulders finally relaxed, and he breathed a sigh of relief. "Isn't this a tiger's head?" Yang Su asked tentatively in shock, pointing at the sack with the outline of a tiger's head on it. Dalong hummed, "My aunt killed him." As he said this, he made a beheading gesture with his hand, with pride all over his little face. Yang and his son looked at each other, with the same expression of horror on their faces. Just as he was surprised, Qin Yao had already found a good spot and asked Dalong to sit down. She took out the pots, bowls, and bamboo tubes and used their fire to cook porridge. "You also brought rice?" Yang Su asked in surprise. Dalong looked at him in confusion. "What will we eat without rice?" "Here." Yang Su took out a dry cake from the small bag on the ground. "It's convenient to bring dry food with you when you go into the mountains. If we hadn't found this cave today, we wouldn't dare to make such a big fire. The firelight will easily attract wild animals." When Dalong heard this, he thought to himself, so this is how normal people go into the mountains to hunt. Unlike them, they started a fire from the first night they entered the mountains. Every time the stepmother started a fire, her expression looked as if she was hoping that a ferocious beast would come and find her, with green light in her eyes. However, they never encountered any ferocious beasts attracted by the fire. Yang Su sat down opposite the mother and son and asked Dalong curiously, "What's your name? Who is Madame Qin to you?" Dalong glanced at Qin Yao, not knowing how to answer. He had no name and had been called Dalong since he was a child. Qin Yao added the water in the bamboo tube into the mini pot filled with rice, covered the pot, thought for a moment, and replied with a smile. "Ziwang, Liu Ziwang, my eldest son." Yang Su patted Dalong's shoulder and pointed at the tiger's body. "Are you scared?" Dalong shook his head blankly, his mind full of what Qin Yao had just said. "Ziwang, Liu Ziwang. Why Ziwang?" The young boy added a piece of firewood to the fire and asked curiously in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Qin Yao shrugged. "It sounds good." Dalong, "Oh, yes, it sounds nice 100 times, no, 1,000 times nicer than Lu Dalong." Qin Yao glanced at him, her mouth almost grinning from ear to ear. He could be so happy just because of a name. He is indeed still a child. "What about them?" Dalong asked again in a low voice. Qin Yao thought for a while and said, "Zishu, Zimming, Pingling, I will enroll you in the academy next year." Dalong nodded happily. Erlang, Samlang, and Xinyang would definitely be very happy if they knew that their stepmother had given them all nice names. Qin Yao saw him humming a tune while cooking porridge and asked with amusement, "Are you so happy?" "Yeah." The young boy turned around and looked at her, his eyes brighter than the moon in the sky. Yangda and Yang Su had already cleared half of the space in the cave. Yangda came out of the cave and said to Qin Yao, "You guys sleep inside at night, and Brother Su and I will take turns keeping watch." "It's okay." Qin Yao blew on the rice and bacon porridge that Dalong handed over. "I'll just keep watch. You guys can sleep in the cave. It's more convenient this way." Seeing that Yangda wanted to refuse, Qin Yao pointed to the low wall and said, "If I feel sleepy, I can take a nap here. I won't get cold by the fire." Seeing her persistence and knowing that she did have the ability, Yangda stopped persuading her. He stopped his son, who wanted to have a bite of hot porridge, and went to pick up some firewood nearby for Qin Yao to burn at night. After collecting the firewood, Qin Yao and Dalong finished their dinner and were contentedly teasing the little white-haired squirrel that had fainted and then woke up. Qin Yao tied its feet with a hemp rope. The little squirrel wanted to run away, but couldn't. It squeaked anxiously and fiercely. Yang Su was so envious when he saw such a beautiful live squirrel. If his father had this ability, he would have been sitting at home like a master. "Lu Ziwang, your mother is so kind to you. She even caught you a squirrel as a pet." "No, it's for sale," Dalong explained. Qin Yao told Dalong to keep an eye on the rope and not let the squirrel bite it, then turned to Yangda and asked curiously, why did you two come into the mountains? Yang glanced at Delang and said, I'm just like you, thinking of bringing them out to gain some experience. Otherwise, who would bring these children whose hair hasn't even fully grown when hunting? But you dare to bring such a small child into the mountains. What if something goes wrong? Having said this, Yang caught a glimpse of the tiger's body on the trailer out of the corner of his eye, coughed twice uncomfortably, and quickly waved his hand to say that it was okay. Madam Qin, how about we go together tomorrow? Yangda invited enthusiastically. It's a good opportunity for me to learn a few moves from you. No, Qin Yao refused. They brought prey and needed to deal with it first. As soon as Yang Su heard his father invite Qin Yao and her son, he looked over expectantly. When he heard Qin Yao decisively refuse, he sighed with regret and said to Delang enviously again, Ziwang, I really envy you. What's the matter? Young Dai of us not thief. Your father has also killed tigers. How can you choose a master like this? Yang Su complained, Dad, I didn't say anything. Why are you so excited? Yang glared at his son and said, You little bastard. Looking at Dalong, who took the initiative to clean up the pots and bowls after eating and even fed the little squirrel, I thought to myself, I envy him for having a good son. 143 Selling Tiger. After resting in the cave for a night, Qin Yao and her son separated from Yangda and his son the next morning. The father and son had to stay in the mountains to continue hunting and would not go down the mountain until Yang Shuzhen caught prey. Before leaving, Qin Yao told Yangda what she had discovered in this area last year. There were basically no ferocious beasts, and the cave was quite safe. They could use it as a temporary base without any worries. Then be careful when you go down the mountain. The road is slippery. Yangda Warnet. The mother and son nodded to show that they understood, and then went down the mountain with the prey. Qin Yao walked in front, dragging the prey, while Dalong followed behind Qin Yao, carrying his sack and holding the squirrel that was full of energy and ready to bite people. The two did not return along the same route, but instead walked along the foot of the mountain towards Kaiyang County. It's an old routine. The first time is new, but the second time is familiar. Plus, this time my physical condition is very good, so I don't feel tired even after dragging more than 600 kilograms of prey. But I always have to worry about Dalong, who is following behind me, which makes me feel tired. The child walks slowly, so she can't walk too fast. The slope was too steep, so she simply let him sit on the trailer and she carried him and the prey up the slope. When we encounter a road with cliffs on both sides, we have to tie a rope to him to prevent the child from getting lost while walking. As a result of this delay, Qin Yao, who could have reached the county town alone in the evening, had to wait a whole night to reach it. I slept one more night in the mountains, and only at noon the next day did I see the city gate of Kaiyang County. Fortunately, the temperature in the mountains is relatively low, and Qin Yao preserved them relatively well, so the headless tiger and sika deer are still fresh. But the price of the meat will definitely not be high, but there is still some room for negotiation on the tiger's skin. This time, Qin Yao learned from last year's experience and covered the prey with branches so that no one could tell what kind of beast she had killed. After paying the entrance fee for both, the mother and son entered the city in a low-key manner. There was no market today, so there were not many people on the street. Qin Yao thought of Manager Fan and led Dalong directly to the back door of the restaurant. Auntie, why do we go through the back door? Dalong asked puzzledly. Qin Yao, going through the front door will affect other people's business. Dalong nodded. He learned something new. The little squirrel was so upset that it fell listlessly into his arms. It might also be hungry. After all, it hadn't eaten for 2 days. Dalong wanted to feed it some fruit picked from the tree, but it refused to eat any and only drank water. How could it have the energy to make a fuss? Qin Yao put the prey on the ground, patted her messy clothes, and smoothed her tangled hair. Then she stepped forward and rang the copper ring on the door. I waited for a long time before someone came to open the door. It was the apprentice of the chef in the kitchen. Madam Qin. The young apprentice was shocked. If he hadn't recognized Qin Yao, he would have thought that 2 beggars had come to beg for food. Qin Yao waved helplessly, asking him to come out. I'll show you something good. When the branches covering the prey were lifted, the golden fur was revealed. The apprentice's eyes widened instantly, and he took 2 breaths of excitement. He was speechless and could only gesture to Qin Yao to wait while he went to get the shopkeeper over. After a while, both Manager Fan and the chef came. When they saw the tiger's body on the dragline, they were so shocked that they took 2 steps back. They all looked at Qin Yao, and when they saw her waving her hand to indicate that she was dead, they dared to move closer and carefully examine the fur and the bloody tiger neck to see if the meat was still fresh. They were all acquaintances, so Qin Yao did not hide the death dates of the deer and the tiger and told the truth. He died the day before yesterday evening, less than 24 hours ago. I rub a layer of salt on the wound. If it is well preserved, the meat will be fragrant when it is cooked before noon tomorrow. The chef in the kitchen asked curiously, Madam Qin, where is the tiger head? Dalong, carrying a sack on his back, took a step back behind Qin Yao nervously, fearing that they would know that the tiger head was from him and wanted to buy it. Unfortunately, as soon as he moved, he was discovered. When we just entered the city gate, the two guards also found the bloody sack, so naturally we had to check it out. Then there was a burst of gasps. Fearing that they would stop him, Qin Yao gave each of them an extra 10 cents and was then able to enter the city smoothly. When Qin Yao saw that they had found the tiger head, she said bluntly, I want to take this head home. I won't sell it. Anyway, it doesn't affect the tiger's skin. But the price must be lowered, and Manager Fan asked for 90 taels of silver. Excluding the tiger's head, it only weighed about 480 kilograms, and a sick deer weighed about 110 to 120 kilograms. Manager Fan was too lazy to weigh them, as they were just extra parts for the tiger. Seeing that Qin Yao was not very satisfied with the price, Shopkeeper Fan explained with a wry smile. If you had delivered it yesterday evening, I could have raised the price of the meat a little, but yours is a headless corpse, and it's hard to find a buyer for this hide. Qin Yao didn't want to say anything more. If it weren't for Dalong, she might not have encountered this tiger. Okay, that's it. I'll help you move in. Shopkeeper Fan happily instructed. Remember to help me peel the skin off. The chef in the kitchen also said excitedly, I will make braised pork noodles for you too after I'm done. I just happen to have some leftover marinade from this morning. This one is made with lots of spices. It's expensive. Qin Yao responded in the courtyard. Okay, remember to make 5 servings for me, and I won't charge you for killing the tiger. The chef looked annoyed. I almost forgot you have such a big appetite. Turning around, she saw Dalong still standing at the door. She waved to him to come in and closed the back door to prevent the restaurant opposite from hearing the noise. Today, they're going to catch the other side off guard. This is tiger meat, and in their small county, you may not get to eat it once in decades. Qin Yao spread out the prey, put the rack on which the apprentice took it out and threw it away, then walked into the kitchen, picked out a handy knife, and peeled off the tiger's skin completely. Seeing that Shopkeeper Fan was about to take it away, Qin Yao thought of her own tiger head and asked hurriedly, Shopkeeper Fan, who are you going to give this leather to? Knowing what she wanted to do, Shopkeeper Fan waved to Dalong, who was squatting by the door, and said, Bring the tiger head here. I'll ask someone to get it for you. Next time you go to the city, come and get it from me. Qin Yao asked, How much? 500 coins. I'll deduct it directly from the silver I gave you. After saying that, he took the tiger's skin and head and hurried away. After finishing the skin in his hands, he still has to hang up today's tiger meat sign. While Qin Yao was dealing with the prey, Dalong sat obediently in the yard holding the little squirrel. When Qin Yao was done, the stewed pork noodles made by the chef were served in a large bowl, and he said, Eat it while it's hot. The aroma of braised meat filled the backyard, covering up the bloody smell. The diced pork belly was cooked in the brine until it was crystal clear. It was spread on the white noodles and garnished with a handful of green onions. It was delicious and fragrant. Dalong, whose stomach was rumbling with hunger, stared with his eyes wide open. Qin Yao looked calm, but her hands moved quickly. She asked the kitchen for a ceramic bowl and gave a full bowl to Dalong. Eat quickly. He picked up the basin and enjoyed it. The small backyard was filled with the aroma of braised pork noodles and the happy sounds of mother and son slurping noodles. After finishing a bowl of noodles, Shopkeeper Fan took out the silver, bringing the mother and son's journey of experience to a perfect end. 144 soap powder. It was still early when we left the restaurant. Qin Yao led Dalong to the West Market where stalls were set up to sell white-haired squirrels. Ordinary people would not even give a second glance at this kind of distracting stuff. Qin Yao could only hope that she was lucky enough to meet a manager who was out shopping and take a liking to her and bring her back to please the young master or young lady in a mansion. The little squirrel didn't eat because what Dalong fed it yesterday was not to its taste. Qin Yao and the lady selling peanuts nearby spent 2 cents to catch a small handful. The originally listless little squirrel's eyes suddenly lit up, and if it hadn't had the hemp rope around its feet, it would have jumped into Qin Yao's arms to grab the peanuts. Dalong put it down, took the peanuts handed to it by Qin Yao, and fed it. The little squirrel picked it up and ate it. The way it chewed the food looked particularly cute. Dalong looked at it and felt a little reluctant. But he also knew that the current situation at home was not suitable for raising this little guy, and he just hoped that he could meet a good family who would treat the little guy well. The lively little squirrel was still quite attractive. Seeing those people dressed as housekeepers appearing at the corner of the street, Qin Yao immediately started shouting. She didn't feel embarrassed at all. The whole street was filled with her hawking voice, and it was hard not to attract attention. A housekeeper and a man who looked like a shopping boy came forward curiously to ask for the price. Qin Yao held up 6 fingers and said, 600 coins. After hearing this, the two of them gasped. What the hell is this? It's too expensive. Seeing the clothes of the mother and son, who looked like beggars, the shopping boy shook his head in disdain and walked away. After walking a few steps, he turned back and sneered. There's not even 2 taels of meat, but you're still selling it for 600 coins. You must be crazy for money. After saying this, I thought the mother and son would look embarrassed. Unexpectedly, neither of them even glanced at him. The younger one was concentrating on feeding the squirrels, while the older one started chatting with the housekeeper. I vaguely heard a few words. White-haired animal is a rare species, only seen once in a century, and it has a good temper. Boys and girls will definitely like it when they see it. This kind of squirrel with dyed white fur and a cute face shape can only be found in the deep mountains. It only costs 600 coins. You'll make a lot of money if you buy it. Qin Yao said seriously. The housekeeper thought about it and said happily, then let's do it. The shopping boy, who had not walked far, was startled and hurried back, wanting it too. Sorry, there's only one. Whoever buys it first gets it. Qin Yao gave him a contemptuous look as if he didn't know the value of the item, and smiled as she handed the little squirrel to the housekeeper and put in the basket on her wrist. It won't run away, will it? No. Qin Yao pulled the housekeeper aside and taught her some techniques on how to train small animals. There's also after-sales service when buying things. The housekeeper looked at the white-haired squirrel chewing peanuts in the basket and loved it more and more. After receiving the 600 coins, Dalong's reluctance instantly disappeared, and he only thought about buying something to take home. Qin Yao found a carpenter who made carriages in the city and ordered a carriage. The carriage will not be delivered until mid-October, but Qin Yao can wait. After all, the carriage she customized is of unconventional style and a bit complicated. Qin Yao asked to install a fixed table in the carriage, preferably one that could be folded and stored normally and unfolded and stood up when needed, and also have a certain amount of storage space. As for other things, Qin Yao had no requirements for the time being because the space in the carriage was very small. I thought to myself that I would study the carriage axle in the future and make a 4-wheeled carriage. However, if we cannot produce alloy materials, this idea will probably be difficult to realize. The awkward 4-wheeled carriage was not as flexible as the current 2-wheeled one. The carriage had to be made of good materials, and the wheels had to be covered with metal, so 5 taels of silver were spent. Dalong followed his stepmother and watched her hand over 5 taels of silver to someone without blinking. The young boy, who had never seen so much money before, was a little shocked. But when he heard Qin Yao say that this carriage was made for them to use in school next year, he was immediately moved to tears. Dalong was so moved that he completely forgot that he had a father in the academy in the city. Qin Yao bought some cloth and shoe soles, and also brought 2 kilograms of pastries and 5 kilograms of meat. After buying these, Qin Yao passed by a grocery store and suddenly remembered the cleaning products for bathing, so she wanted to see if there were any soap berries for sale. As expected, there was none at all. There was only a kind of cleaning powder called soap powder, which would produce foam when it came into contact with water. It was said to be made from pig pancreas. Qin Yao was a little interested and asked how much it cost. The shopkeeper looked her up and down, saw the bow and arrow and the knife tied with cloth on her back, and said with disdain, 20 cents for an ounce. 1 liang. Qin Yao suspected that she had heard the unit wrong. Was she sure it wasn't 1 jin? The shopkeeper looked impatient, as if he knew you were going to ask him this question, and said heavily, it's just 1 or 2 taels. Forget it, Dalong, let's go. Qin Yao turned and left. If she couldn't afford it, couldn't she make it herself? Thanks to the inspiration from the grocery store, she suddenly remembered how to make soap in her junior high school chemistry class. So he went back to the pork shop to buy fat. Unfortunately, it was a little late and there was not much meat left on the meat stall, so Qin Yao only bought 4 pounds. Fat is more expensive than pork belly, 25 cents per pound, exactly 100 cents. 2 pounds of fat can produce 1 pound of oil, and 4 pounds of fat can produce 2 pounds of oil, which is enough for her to make 10 bars of soap. After all these purchases, only 81 taels of silver were left from what Manager Fan had given her. Together with her original savings, she had a total of 184 taels of silver left. Who would have thought that going into the mountains to gain some unexpected benefits? Qin Yao felt very happy, and all her tiredness disappeared when she thought about being able to buy a few more acres of good farmland. However, Dalong obviously couldn't hold on any longer, so the two of them took an ox cart home, and he slept all the way. At first he was leaning against the car fence, and as he fell asleep, his head fell on Qin Yao's back. When the driver stopped the car and arrived at Xia village, he lay across Qin Yao's thighs. Qin Yao woke him up, and Dalong's face immediately turned red. The sun was about to set, and they had to hurry back to Liujia village. Qin Yao carried weapons on his back, and his hands were full. Dalong carried his small bag and weapons, and held 2 kilograms of delicious pastries in his hands. The braised pork noodles they had eaten at noon had been almost digested by now, and the aroma of the pastries wafted into their noses. Reason and impulse were constantly fighting along the way, and Dalong had a very difficult time walking. Fortunately, the two finally arrived at Liujia village before nightfall. The mother and son stayed in the forest for so many days without washing their hair or changing their clothes, looking like beggars. The people who were enjoying the cool air by the village wall did not recognize the mother and son at first, until they heard the 3 playing brothers and sisters of Erlang shouting "Mom" and "Brother" in surprise and rushed over. Then they looked up in surprise and found that the beggar was actually Madame Qin. Jinhua and Jin Bao led the way, and when they entered the house, they shouted excitedly, "My third aunt is back." People in the house had already had dinner, and Old Man Liu, who was repairing farm tools, all had their eyes lit up. 145, 4 letters. Zhang. He and Xiu came forward to greet them. "Why are you home so late? Are you hungry?" Zhang took the things from Qin Yao's hand and put them on the ground next to the door so that she could take them away when she got home. Qin Yao nodded honestly. She was very hungry. He immediately walked to the kitchen, took off the apron hanging behind the door, lit a lamp and started a fire, and sat outside. "I'll make you some dumpling soup and add 2 eggs. Hurry up and put your things down and wash your face. You're covered in dirt." Zhang led the mother and daughter to the water tank, and Xiu found a clean face towel and handed it to Qin Yao. "Wipe it quickly." "Thank you, second sister-in-law." Qin Yao smiled politely at Xiu and told her to go back and sit down and not to worry about her. Zhang filled the basin with water. Qin Yao wrung out a handkerchief with the cold water and wiped her own face first. Then she handed the handkerchief to Dalong and told him to wash his hair as well to avoid wasting the basin of water. "I'll go home and take a hot bath so I can sleep well." As soon as Dalong responded, he was immediately surrounded by his younger brothers and sisters. Jin Bao asked him, "What did you catch? Was there a tiger or a black bear?" Erlang and Sanlang also asked expectantly, "Anyang, have you gone to the city?" Xinyang and Jin Hua squatted beside the basin, looking eagerly. "Mother bought some cakes. I can smell them." Dalong wanted to answer, but when he opened his mouth, he found that he couldn't finish his answer, so he simply shut up and washed his hair first. In the main room, Zhang lit an oil lamp to make it brighter. Qin Yao was sitting at the table. Opposite her were Old Man Liu and his 2 sons, and next to her was Mrs. Qiu. They were all very excited when they heard Qin Yao talk about encountering a tiger in the mountains. Zhang walked into the room silently, and after a moment, she took out 4 letters and handed them to Qin Yao. "This is from the city. You were not here, so I kept it and haven't opened it yet. It was sent the next day. Maybe something happened, and he is looking for you urgently. Please take a look." Qin Yao took the letter, glanced at the words "to my beloved wife" on the envelope, sneered, and put the envelope aside. "Don't worry, I'll take a look when I get back. He just came back from the city today, and he's fine." After hearing what Qin Yao said, Old Man Liu and Mrs. Zhang were no longer in a hurry and asked Mrs. He if the meal was ready. "Here it comes." He brought in the bowl of noodles with a smile and put down 2 more bowls, one for Qin Yao and one for Dalong. In the bowls were 2 golden fried, crispy eggs. Dalong had already washed his hair, but Erlang and Sanlang insisted on helping him dry his hair. The 3 brothers argued for a while before going into the house. Qin Yao pointed at the bag of pastries by the door and asked Erlang to bring it over so that everyone could share. "I bought 2 kilograms, but it's hard to divide them. It would be better for the whole family to eat them together, which would be more satisfying." Zhang said no, but Erlang and his children had already opened the oil paper package. Zhang could only sigh helplessly. These greedy cats can't walk when they see delicious food. No wonder she misses her third and every day. He also joked, "My Jinbao asks twice a day, Is third aunt not back yet? When will third aunt be back? Amidst the lively conversation and laughter, Qin Yao and Dalong filled their stomachs without leaving even a drop of soup. Qin Yao got up and walked to the door, took out the pork belly and cloth, put the cloth on the table in the main room, took the meat to the kitchen, cut off 2 pounds, and put them directly in the cupboard, then found the cover and covered it with it, as if she was familiar with the place. He and the others were already familiar with Qin Yao's ways, so without saying anything polite, they went into the house to get a ruler and called the 4 brothers and sisters of Dalong to come over to measure their sizes. The weather is getting colder. Everyone needs a pair of thick-soled shoes. Qin Yao put the remaining 3 pounds of meat back into her bag and turned back to give instructions. Your second sister-in-law will be free these days, so ask her to make it for you. He made the arrangements naturally. Xiao nodded and asked Xin Yang what style she wanted. Are there any more styles? Xin Yang looked at second aunt in surprise. Mrs. Qiu told her that there were ones with upturned heads, flat heads, and ones with patterns. She knew how to embroider, so she could embroider a few flowers on them for her. Xin Yang had never worn such shoes before, and she was looking forward to it. Then I want embroidered ones. Mrs. Qiu smiled and nodded. Okay, then how about we embroider 2 morning glories? Yeah, Xin Yang said happily. Thank you, second aunt. Hey, what are you thanking me for? Just wait. Second aunt will make sure it's done beautifully for you. Qiu touched the little guy's face and felt that fourth aunt was becoming more and more lovely, and she was polite and pleasing to the eye. Jinhua was not happy with this and pouted. Mom, I want morning glory shoes too, the same as Xin Yang's. Mrs. Qiu glanced at her helplessly. Didn't I make it for you? You burned a big hole in the upper of the shoe before you wore it for 2 days. You didn't take good care of it after making it, so I don't want to make it for you. Jinhua quickly crawled into Qiu's arms, twisting like a bent pepper in Qin Yao's vegetable garden. Do it for me, Mom, do it for me. I promise that I will take good care of it this time and definitely not break it. Qiu was defeated and had to agree. Jinhua and Xin Yang looked at each other, and the 2 cousins smiled so hard that their eyes were bent. They could wear the same shoes. The sizes of his clothes had been measured, so Qin Yao called Xin Yang over and prepared to go home. Before leaving, he asked Old Man Lu to help him keep an eye out for any land for sale in the village. Old Man Lu was shocked. It seemed that he had earned a lot of money this time when he went into the mountains. But it would be good to buy land. How can a farmer be without land? Renting land from others is not a long-term solution. It is better to have your own land. Okay, don't worry. I'll tell you as soon as I have news. Old Man Lu agreed solemnly. After watching Qin Yao and her family leave, Zhang and Old Man Lu looked at each other and smiled easily. With Qin Yao around, they didn't have to worry about the third brother's family anymore. After returning to her home, Qin Yao was obviously more relaxed. She put down her weapons and put the meat in the kitchen. Now the temperature was lower day and night, so the meat would not go bad if left overnight. Qin Yao lit a fire, heated several large pots of hot water, and the whole family took a bath. During the days she was away, there was no adult in the family to help fetch water, and Erlang and the other 2 had never taken a bath. Let's not even mention the old house. Washing it once every half a month is considered diligent. Naturally, he sure wouldn't have thought of this. When they finished taking a bath, it was already late at night, but the children were not sleepy at all. They lay on the bed and listened to Dalong's story about what happened in the mountains with great interest. Qin Yao went to check on the horse and gave it a handful of night grass. She checked the doors and windows again, asked people to turn off the lights in the children's room, and then returned to her own room, lying on the bed with her hair loose, reading a letter in a relaxed manner. This time he went into the mountains for 8 days, and in just 8 days, Lu Ji wrote 4 letters back. Qin Yao opened all the letters, sorted them by time, and started reading from the earliest one. The earliest one was dated the day after she last left the county town. The content of the letter was simple, asking her why she did not give the driver living expenses to herself. The second letter, sent a day later, asked if something happened at home that made her unable to send the money, and finally asked if she was okay. The third letter, also sent a day later, said that he seemed to have seen her in the county town before and asked her if she had been to the county town recently. The fourth letter was written in a very sensible and pitiful tone, saying that he had borrowed living expenses from a classmate and asked her to focus on her family if she had any difficulties and not to worry about him. 146 making soap. After reading the letter, Qin Yao sneered, threw the letter on the table, blew out the light, and went to sleep. However, Lu Ji actually saw her going to the county town. The letter contained various tentative statements, just to confirm whether she had discovered that he was eating, drinking, and having fun in the city. Qin Yao felt no wavering in her heart. It was no use trying to test him. Now Lu Ji was just a useless person in her eyes. There are 4 small accounts at home, and the result of any one she recharges will be better than his useless account. It's just a few years late, and life is getting better and better now, so she is not in a hurry. As for the money Lu Ji owed, if he couldn't pay it back, he would pay with his life. Qin Yao didn't want to think about this person anymore and affect her mood, so she closed her eyes, emptied her mind, and fell into a deep sleep. Qin Yao hadn't gotten a good sleep for many days since entering the mountains, so she made up for it all at once and slept until noon. The 4 brothers and sisters of Dalong knew her temper and did not disturb her. She makes her own breakfast and leaves her portion warm on the stove after eating. Then whoever has the turn to do housework will wash the pots and dishes. Dalong and Erlang are responsible for washing the dirty clothes, but the twins don't know how to do it. The 2 of them wanted to join in the fun, but Erlang disdained them and drove them away, telling them to feed the chickens and horses. Dalong and Erlang also washed Qin Yao's clothes and hung them neatly on the bamboo poles in the yard to dry. After finishing all the housework, some practiced martial arts, and some read books. Knowing that such opportunities are rare, they are very self-disciplined. Especially after Dalong told them that Qin Yao had given each of them a name, Erlang wanted to eat the book directly. Xin Yang held the brush, dipped it in water, and wrote her name on the table. The characters were found by Erlang from a book. One was flat, and the other was diamond. The strokes were not difficult, but for Xin Yang, it was already a very complicated character. The crooked strokes were repeated over and over on the wooden table, and the little girl giggled as she wrote. Sam Lang also wanted to write, but unfortunately, the 4 brothers and sisters had not learned the word Ming yet. Erlang couldn't find a corresponding one, so he had to follow his second brother and write the 2 simple words, Zishu. When Qin Yao got up, the only sound in the yard was the rustling of writing and drawing, and her heart naturally calmed down. She stretched and walked past the window of the 4 brothers and sisters. 4 pairs of eyes looked over immediately. Xin Yang dropped her brush, slid off the chair, ran out of the house, and rushed into Qin Yao's arms. "Mother, how do you write the names of my younger and older brothers?" she asked. Qin Yao glanced into the room in surprise. She thought they were practicing calligraphy, but she didn't expect that they were writing their own names. Dalong said a little embarrassedly, "I told them the name you gave them, Auntie." Qin Yao raised the corner of her mouth slightly, walked in holding Xin Yang, put the little girl back on the chair, picked up the brush, and wrote down the names of all 4 people. "Her handwriting is nothing special, but it is neat. Here, practice it. You'll need it in school." Qin Yao put down her pen, touched everyone's head, clapped her hands, and went to the kitchen to find something to eat. The 4 Dalongs looked at each other, giggled, and gathered together to look at each other's names. When each word was read out by Erlang, they would respond loudly and acknowledge their own names. A name that belongs to them alone, not someone's rank in a family. It's like Jinbao, Jinhua. You know whose name it is when you call it. For breakfast, Dalong cooked white rice porridge, chopped half a pound of meat into minced meat, and fried it with a large bowl of chopped sauerkraut as a side dish. Qin Yao poured all the minced meat and sauerkraut into the porridge pot, which tasted appetizing and refreshing. He finished all the porridge and vegetables in one go, washed them, lit a fire, set up a pot, and boiled lard. Cut the fat into small pieces, brush a layer of oil in the hot iron pan, and then pour all the fat pieces in. There is a sizzling sound, and then an enticing aroma bursts out, which is so fragrant that all 4 children in the room run over and gather at the kitchen door, watching curiously. "Mother, why are you shoveling the dust?" Sailing asked. Xin Yang said to herself, "Do we need to give Lao Huang another treat?" She had seen Qin Yao use wood ash to alkalize rice straw before, and thought it was still the same. Qin Yao shook her head. "I want to make soap today." "What is soap?" Erlang asked in confusion, and took a deep breath of the aroma of meat wafting from the pot. It was just time for lunch, and even though he had eaten late in the morning, he should be able to hold on until the evening, but he was already hungry. Qin Yao replied, "It's for washing clothes and taking a bath. You'll know when it's done." Dalong remembered the soap powder he had asked about at the grocery store yesterday, and asked uncertainly, "Annie, are you going to make soap powder? The kind that costs 20 cents per ounce." "Almost." Qin Yao nodded and asked Dalong to find 2 basins and gauze for her. He also told Erlang to bring the clam shells they had found by the river in the summer. "By the way, Sam Lang and Xin Yang, go to Lu the peddler's house and buy me 3 taels of coarse salt." Qin Yao placed the half bucket of wood ash at the kitchen door, went back to the house, got 6 cents, and handed them to the twins. The two took the money and immediately ran towards Lu the peddler's house, very happy to be able to participate. Erlang quickly brought over half a bag of clamshells. Qin Yao threw all the leftover charcoal from last winter into the stove hole, burned it, put it in the stove separately, and poured the clamshells in to heat them at high temperature. By the time the lard in the pot is boiled out, the clamshells are almost cooked. First, take out half a can of lard and let it cool. Then fill a small bowl with the residue from the cooking oil. The 5 mother and children ate while they worked. The fried oil residue is crispy and crunchy, leaving a lingering fragrance in your mouth. Qin Yao took out the stone bowl used for pounding sesame seeds from the kitchen, poured the roasted clam shells into the bowl, and pounded them in a fine powder for later use. Then pour the wood ash prepared earlier into a ceramic pot, add water to boil it on the stove, and filter it layer by layer with gauze to get alkaline water. Pour the clamshell powder into alkaline water and stir. After filtering again, place it under the eaves to let it settle overnight. The coarse salt that Sam Lang and Xin Yang bought was also crushed into powder and kept for later use. The next day, Qin Yao took out the cooled lard, poured the precipitated alkaline water into the lard, and then poured in the ground coarse salt powder, stirring it with wood chips to cause a saponification reaction. Watching the liquid turn into solid little by little with their own eyes, the 3 brothers and sisters of Dalong thought that Qin Yao was casting a spell. Qin Yao also gave them a brief introduction to what saponification reaction is. But the 4 brothers and sisters firmly believed that this must be a spell. It's not calcium oxide or salt washing. The white paste, after saponification, was still soft. Qin Yao packed it into bamboo tubes. When she opened them 3 days later, they became 2 white cylinders. Use cotton thread to cut the paste into 12 small pieces. Put them in a flat bamboo basket and hang it in a ventilated place in the storage room. After drying for a month, it can be used for washing clothes and hands. We have to wait another month. Xin Yang pouted and asked Qin Yao, "Mother, can't we use it now?" "Yes, but it's not easy to use. It's like shit." Qin Yao hung the basket on the beam, jumped off the stool, and waved her hand to drive the 4 brothers and sisters out. "Wait and see after a month. Now no one is allowed to play tricks and secretly take it down for me." Qin Yao instructed seriously. Xin Yang could only sigh. "Okay." 147 conscripting 3,000 civilians. It rained heavily at night when the soap was made. Qin Yao was woken up by the cold and rolled up the warm quilt, feeling lucky that she didn't hang the soap in the corridor. Otherwise, after a night of wind and rain, all 3 days' efforts would have been wasted. It rained heavily all night and only gradually subsided at dawn, turning from a patter to a drizzle, with no sign of clearing up. Every autumn rain brings a chill. When Qin Yao opened the door early in the morning, she immediately felt the chill of this sentence. September is already halfway over. Today is the 15th, and it is time to pay the workers their wages for last month. After having breakfast at home, Qin Yao changed into thick cotton clothes and went to the manufacturing plant with the account books and silver. She hasn't been here for nearly half a month, but with Carpenter Lu around, everything in the factory is still running in an orderly manner. When the workers saw the account book tucked under Qin Yao's armpit, the drowsiness brought by the rainy day disappeared, and they could not hide their excitement. Qin Yao first found Carpenter Lu, checked the accounts for the past half month, and then took out a piece of draft paper to calculate the workers' wages. Before leaving work in the evening, all the workers' wages were paid out, and the entire manufacturing plant was filled with joy. The workers took their wages and left one after another. Qin Yao and Carpenter Lu stayed behind at the end. After agreeing on some details, they locked the door and went home. After receiving wages today, every household had an extra meal. Qin Yao walked through the village, the aroma of various dishes wafting to her nose, and she immediately quickened her pace to go home. When she got home, Dalong had already prepared dinner. When he saw her come home, he started eating immediately. Perhaps influenced by the joyous atmosphere in the village, the mother and her 5 children enjoyed the simple meal very much. But just when everyone was relaxing and feeling the joy, the assembly bell suddenly rang. Qin Yao and her mother and her 2 children, who had just finished their meal, were all worried. "What's going on?" Qin Yao murmured suspiciously. The 4 siblings looked confused and had no idea. "I'll go and take a look." Qin Yao gestured to Dalong and the other 3 to stay at home, stood up, put on her hat, and quickly went out. On the way, they met Old Man Lu and Lu Bo. The 3 of them looked at each other, all suspicious and uneasy, and rushed to the village ancestral hall together. The assembly bell in the village rarely rings. If there is any important announcement, the village chief will usually have someone ring a gong to call people in the village. The last time the assembly bell rang was when the horse bandits attacked. In the past, when the bell rang, it meant a new round of conscription and corvée labor was about to begin. The villagers in Shang State, who had just felt a little peace, then remembered that Shang State had only reduced corvée and taxes, not exempted them. A moment ago, everyone was happily eating extra meals because of the monthly salary they received. The next second, they all gathered in the ancestral hall with solemn expressions in a drizzle, looking at the village chief holding the household registration book. Looking at the representatives coming from every household in the courtyard, the village chief sighed and had to announce the news he had just received. The barbarians in the northern desert are invading, and the border war has started again. Zhejiang Prefecture has issued a decree requiring all counties under its jurisdiction to quickly gather 3,000 civilians to escort food and fodder to the border. Every household, from 12 years old to 50 years old, must provide 2 out of 4 males and 1 out of 3 males. Only sons are exempted. Time is urgent. Each family should go back and discuss overnight, report at noon tomorrow, and set out in 3 days. After saying that, the village chief immediately opened the household register and began to call out the names of each family, counting the number of male adults and how many should be sent out. When it comes to the Liu family's old house, there are 4 men who meet the age requirements, and 2 of them need to come forward. Before Qin Yao had time to look at the expressions of Old Man Liu and Liu Bo, it was her family's turn. Liu Ji's family is eligible for 1 male heir, so 1 should be sent out. Liu Dafu's family is qualified to have 4 male offspring, and 2 of them should be born. Everyone whose name was called could not help but lower their head. There was a continuous drizzle in the sky, and a gloomy feeling weighed on everyone's hearts. The atmosphere was so depressing that it was hard to breathe. Among the corvée laborers, those who transported grain were the type that the common people were most reluctant to encounter. It is only slightly better than being drafted into the army. It is a logistical job and does not require direct confrontation with the enemy. But that doesn't mean there is no danger. The most fatal of these is the time limit of the military order. If the food cannot be delivered to the designated location in full and on time, the consequences may be death at the very least, and an entire family may be implicated at the worst. After the village chief finished reading the long list, he sighed repeatedly and looked worried. His family has 5 eligible people, and 2 of them should be sent. As long as they have no merit, ordinary people cannot avoid performing labor service. However, he also managed to secure certain exemptions for everyone. The village chief shouted twice to get everyone to cheer up and said loudly, "There's still 35 prisoners in this county. 6 taels of silver can get 1 replacement prisoner. First come, first served. If you have silver, hurry up." These 35 vacancies were the ones that were waiting to be executed in the autumn when the horse bandits were suppressed. If the decree comes later, you won't be able to buy a place even if you have money. The villagers, who had still held out hope, gasped when they heard the number 6 taels. But even so, as long as we can get it, we will try to get it even if it means selling everything we have. Even if you lose money, you can still survive even if you have to endure hardship. If a person is gone, then there is really nothing left. Old Man Liu and Liu Bo clenched their fists tightly, turned around, and went home to collect the money. Fortunately, there is a good harvest this year. Otherwise, the 12 taels of silver would never have been raised, and at least 1 person would have to be required. Mrs. Chiu was about to give birth, so the second child definitely couldn't go. Liu Fei is still young. What use can a kid be? If something happens to him on the road, I dare not think about the consequences. In the end, this spot will go to either Old Man Liu or Liu Bo. The father and son can only be thankful that they have been able to get the money due to the good harvest this year. But I didn't dare hold out too much hope. There were only 35 vacancies, and 3,000 civilians were conscripted. With so many people competing, I couldn't delay even a minute. The father and son hurried out of the ancestral hall, and suddenly remembered Qin Yao. Liu Bo ran in again and told her to go home quickly to get the silver. It's only 6 taels of silver. Don't be reluctant, sister-in-law. Hurry up and give it to the village chief. Otherwise, the third brother will have to transport grain, which is a life-threatening job. After quickly explaining everything, Liu Bo followed Old Man Liu into the house. The father and son thought that Qin Yao knew the seriousness of the matter and would definitely go home to give Liu Ji money to buy a substitute service spot. Little did he know that Qin Yao was not in a hurry, but instead had a slight sneer on her face. Lu Ji, I see you're not going to die this time. Mother, seeing a figure far down the mountain, Qin Yang couldn't help but shout out loudly. Qin Yao waved her hand and said, Go inside, it's raining outside. Qin Yang didn't move. She waited until Qin Yao came. Then she took her clothes and led her into the house. The little girl looked up at her with worried eyes. Mother, did something bad happen? The three Dallon brothers also looked over, looking worried. Qin Yao put away her bamboo hat, brushed off the moisture on her body, and smiled. It's nothing. The government is just looking for civilians to help transport military rations to the border to give food to our soldiers who are fighting against the barbarians at the border. San Lang and Qin Yang heaved a sigh of relief and said innocently, So that's how it is. 148 Dad, please save me. Dalong and Erling frowned slightly. The two were older and had experienced the panic brought about by the turbulent times of the previous few years. There were various conscription decrees, corvée labor for building bridges and roads, and taxes of various strange names. Every time the bell rang, the village was filled with sorrow. Therefore, being a grain transporter is definitely not as easy as your aunt said. Dalong asked tentatively, Does our family also need someone to help? Qin Yao calmly poured herself a glass of water and nodded. Yes, your father will go. She spoke in a relaxed tone, as if it was a normal thing and there was no need to worry too much. Dalong's heart sank suddenly. He looked at Qin Yao hesitantly for a few times. Erlang pulled the corner of his clothes hard. Finally, he took a deep breath, said nothing, and picked up the kettle to fill her cup with water. Once the food is transported, can Dad come back? Qin Yang asked curiously. Qin Yao touched her chubby little face and said, Yes, I will be back after completing the mission. Maybe I can even come back for the new year. The premise is to complete the task. Qin Yang nodded. She understood, but not completely. She looked at her eldest brother and then at her mother, and always felt that something was strange, something was wrong. But seeing that my mother was still smiling and questioning my brothers about their homework, I was completely relieved. If my mother said it was okay, then it must be okay. After washing their faces and feet with hot water, they went back to their rooms to sleep. It was still raining at night. The sound of the rain was sometimes loud and sometimes soft, and a chill came over me. Fortunately, I had replaced the bed with new soft straw and the quilt with thicker ones. In the middle of the night, I was sleeping soundly, listening to the rain falling outside, when suddenly the gate of the yard was slammed bang, bang, bang. Qin Yao and the 4 children in the next room were all awakened. Qin Yao stood up and shouted outside the courtyard. Who is it? It's me, my lady, I'm home. It turned out to be Lu Ji. Qin Yao was getting dressed while thinking, is it a day off today? But he came just in time, saving her the trouble of going to the city to bring him back for forced labor. Qin Yao opened the door and immediately retreated under the eaves of the main room to shelter from the rain. Dalong and Erlang also opened the door and poked their heads out. Seeing the man in a dishevel on the rainy night, they hesitantly called out, Dad. Lu Ji closed the courtyard gate, let out a sigh, and quickly ran into the main room. He took off the useless hat on his head, revealing a miserable face that was drenched by the rain. His wet hair was all stuck to his face, his gown was covered in mud, and his cloth shoes were even worse, having been soaked in the mud and water into a different color, and his original shape was unrecognizable. Dalong pushed Erlang into the house, put on his clothes, went straight to the kitchen, lit a fire and boiled water, and heated up a bowl of ginger soup and handed it to Lu Ji. Dad, drink some ginger soup to warm yourself up. Lu Ji felt warm in his heart and reached out to pat the child's head. But when he saw that his hands were covered in mud, he withdrew his hand with a little embarrassment, took the bowl, and drank the ginger soup in one gulp. When he arrived, it was dark and raining, and the road was muddy and slippery. He almost made it to the village entrance, but in the end he fell at the door of his own house and got covered in mud. After the father and son finished cleaning up, Qin Yao stood in the corridor with her arms folded, watching the figures moving back and forth in the kitchen and bathroom with an unpredictable look on her face. After washing his hair and taking a shower, Lu Ji changed into clean linen clothes and walked out of the bathroom. As soon as I raised my eyes, I met those indifferent eyes, and my heart suddenly tightened. My wife, I'm fine. You could go back to your room and rest. Lu Ji said gently, I'll wash my clothes and go to bed. Qin Yao nodded and waved to Lang, who was still busy cooking porridge for Lu Ji in the kitchen. Let him do it himself. You go back to sleep. It is not good for children's health to stay up late. Dalong groaned, but was still a little concerned and gave his father instructions for a long time before going back to his room to sleep. Lu Ji was facing the stove alone. The porridge in the pot was steaming under the roasting fire. He looked back at the bedroom opposite and subconsciously moved closer to the stove. The coldness on his body was dispelled, but the chill in his heart grew deeper. He is now certain that the figure that hurriedly walked past the restaurant entrance that evening was Qin Yao. She saw it, but didn't react at all. This was even more terrifying than her just rushing up and beating him up. Feeling uneasy and with no one delivering his living expenses and no response to the 4 letters he sent, Lu Ji borrowed a bamboo hat from a classmate and rushed back overnight as soon as the evening class was over. It was already late and there were no ox carts or horse carts on the road, so I walked all the way home. He walked for 3 full hours, from dusk to nightfall, and from nightfall to late at night, when he finally reached home. The moment the door opened, Lu Ji had already prepared himself mentally for a storm, and the explanation was about to come out of his mouth. Unexpectedly, as soon as the door opened, the people retreated out of the main room, without giving him a chance to speak. After that, she kept watching his every move with an indifferent look. Just now, when he was taking a shower in the bathroom, he couldn't help but touch the back of his neck several times. He always had the illusion that a knife was placed on his head. The porridge in the pot is cooked, and the aroma of rice is wafting in the air. Lu Ji touches his stomach and thinks, "Never mind, just eat first. I'll be a brave man again when I wake up tomorrow." What did Dalong just say? Oh, there is still half a bowl of fried lard and sauerkraut on the second shelf of the cupboard. Lu Ji took out the leftovers and mixed them into the porridge, filling his stomach. After finishing the meal, I cleaned the stove and washed the dirty clothes. The chickens in the yard started crowing. Lu Ji blew out the oil lamp, yawned, pushed open the door, fell headfirst on the fragrant and soft mattress, thought about nothing, and fell into a sound sleep. He slept until mid-afternoon. No one in the family called him, which was too considerate. As a result, from the time he returned home at midnight until the afternoon, he did not hear any news about the court's conscription of laborers. It was not until he leisurely strolled out of the village and saw that the villagers were all in a hurry that he realized that the atmosphere was wrong. "Hey, where you guys going?" Lu Ji asked suspiciously. "What's wrong? Why are you all so sad?" The cousin who was stopped by him asked in surprise. "You don't know yet?" Lu Ji shook his head. Should he know? Seeing his expression, his cousin sighed with envy. "Your wife must have helped you get a quota for substitute service. So this time the court will recruit civilians to transport military rations, which has nothing to do with you." Having said that, she hurried to leave, not wanting to stay with him any longer, for fear that she would become jealous and go crazy. Lu Ji called out several times, but failed to keep the person. He stopped where he was and repeatedly savored what his cousin had just said. His eyes suddenly widened. The imperial court conscripted civilians? Another corvée? Somehow, the uneasiness that he had been suppressing suddenly surged up. Thinking of Qin Yao's indifferent attitude towards him yesterday, Lu Ji's face changed drastically and he hurried towards the village chief's house. He flipped through the conscription list and saw the 2 big words Lu Ji on it. "It's over, it's over." A basin of ice water poured over his head, and Lu Ji trembled all over. Under the surprised gaze of the village chief, he turned around and ran towards the old house. "Dad, please save my son. _X0007_. 149, he is a real, sensible person." Lu Ji rushed into the Lu family's old house. But unexpectedly, he found nothing. Old man, Lu has not been home for a long time. Everyone who could collect money last night gave the silver to the village chief. Early this morning, the village chief took the silver to the county town. Unexpectedly, the competition was so fierce that Liujia village only got 5 places for substitute labor service. After further distribution, the Lu family's old house only got 1, leaving 1 place for labor service. When old man Lu heard the news, he was devastated. He was holding the 6 taels of silver returned by the village chief and didn't know what to do. Qin Yao happened to report Lu Ji's name, and when she passed by the Lu family's old house, she pointed out a way for the old man Lu. "Go find Lu Dafu." Their family wanted to send 2 people, but in the end there was only 1 vacancy for labor service. He couldn't bear to give up the remaining 1, no matter which son he had. This kind of thing is a life-threatening matter for ordinary people, but in the eyes of other poor people, is a business opportunity. As long as you're willing to spend money, there will be people who value money more than their lives to take over. As soon as Lu Dafu received the news from the village chief, he immediately harnessed his carriage and took the silver to go into the city. So, with Qin Yao's guidance, Old man Lu took all the remaining cash in the house, caught up with Lu Dafu, and went into the city with him. When they arrived in the city, they found that there were people waiting for them with signs. For 10 taels of silver, they could find someone to perform labor service on their behalf. Anyone who can afford the money will do so without any hesitation. Because once you hesitate, you will be taken away by others. At this moment, Old Man Lu and the man who was doing the corvée labor were handing over the necessary procedures. The government turned a blind eye to this matter and just appointed a cousin, brother, or adopted son as a replacement. Therefore, it would be strange if Lu Ji could find his father. Lu Ji fell half dead in his heart when he couldn't find his father. Regret welled up in his head, and he punched himself on the head in anger. You were allowed to covet Mr. Fan's wine and meat, and you were lucky enough to be seen by that evil woman. But what's the use of regretting now? His name has been written on the list of conscription orders. Who can he find to erase his name now? Or spend money to find someone to do labor service in his name? Lu Ji sadly discovered that he could only look for Qin Yao. She has money, so it's not too late as long as we can coax her into calming down. Wife! A figure rushed in, bent his knees, and was about to kneel in front of her. Qin Yao was checking the recent learning progress of Dalong and the other three in their room. When she saw Lu Ji rushing and howling like a ghost, she frowned and her expression instantly turned cold. The children were obviously frightened by his sudden action. Fortunately, Qin Yao reacted quickly and grabbed his arm and pushed him out before he knelt down. Turning to face the four children, he smiled faintly. Okay, you all passed the examination today. Go play. As he spoke, he turned around and glanced at Lu Ji with a warning look in his eyes. You'd better not scare the children. Lu Ji was extremely anxious, but he had to endure it. He grinned at the four children and said, I was walking too fast just now and my foot slipped. Ha ha. Sam Lang and Xin Yang laughed out loud immediately, pointed at him, and made embarrassing gestures, causing Lu Ji to raise his hand as if to punish them. The twins were so happy that they ran away with their heads in their hands. Brother, let's go play kuju. Dalong agreed and turned to get the kuju on the wooden box beside the bed and caught up with the twins with Erlang. The room suddenly became quiet. Qin Yao sat down on the chair in front of the table and glanced coldly at the door. Lu Ji could no longer maintain the smile on his face. He slid to his knees and rushed to her feet, crying, Madam, you must have misunderstood something. Let me explain. Qin Yao raised her hand to interrupt him. No, I don't want to listen. Lu Ji knelt down and took 2 steps, hugged her legs, and said earnestly, My wife, it was really a misunderstanding. What you saw when you entered the city that day was not all. Didn't I give you a chance? Qin Yao interrupted his crying again, exerted a little force on her legs, and threw Lu Ji, who was in her arms, 3 meters away. Lu Ji took a deep breath, and this time his butt was burning. He really shed tears and shook his head frantically. Madam, don't. The 2 words don't made him call out in a tortuous and gentle manner. Qin Yao stood up and walked in front of him, looked down at his face, and grabbed his chin. The force from the fingertips almost crushed Lu Ji's jawbone. The impatience and murderous intent in her eyes made Lu Ji's hair stand on end. Lu Ji shouted to his parents in his heart, Come and save me. Unfortunately, his chin was pinched and he couldn't speak at all. Qin Yao looked at his panicked and struggling appearance, sneered with disdain, loosened his chin, and patted his tearful face twice. Lu Ji, I gave you a chance, but you were useless. If you know what's best for you, walk out of this house on your own. If you don't know what's best for you, then. Before she could even utter the word die, Lu Ji had already quickly gotten up and walked out while replying, I will do the corvée labor. As long as you are happy, my life is nothing. Walking to the corridor, he raised his hand to wipe the tears from his face, his eyes full of grievance and stubbornness. If I can come back alive, my lady, you must listen to my explanation. Qin Yao, if you don't want to listen, get out. Okay, then get out. He rolled into his little house and looked at the grill on the window. This time he was really overcome with grief, so sad that he couldn't even cry, because he still wants to live. The 4 siblings played until just before dinner time and came back. They looked quite happy and didn't notice their father's breakdown at all. The main thing was that Qin Yao was staring at him with her eyes, and Lu Ji tried hard to act relaxed so as not to scare the child by splashing blood. It seemed like after thinking about it for half an afternoon, I suddenly got it and figured it out. Knowing that corvée labor could not be changed, Lu Ji no longer harbored any unrealistic fantasies. He changed his strategy from evading corvée labor to quickly shifting to increasing his survival rate, and immediately began to prepare his luggage, demonstrating the word sensible to the fullest. After dinner, he went to the old house again. Qin Yao didn't know whether he wanted old man Lu to cry or not, and she didn't want to know. Anyway, after coming back, he maxed out his survival experience points and picked up his hatchet to tinker in the backyard. He cut himself a long stick that was nearly as tall as a person, and then took out a hatchet from his home and pressed it onto the long stick to make a homemade machete. Qin Yao raised her eyebrows. What about making self-defense weapons? After getting the necessary weapons, the man took out his sewing box and worked hard to thicken and raise the soles of his shoes. He stayed up all night and made 2 pairs. Qin Yao let out a surprise sound. She had just discovered that he had such a talent for women's work. Afterwards, Lu Ji took out all his clothes and patched up the thickest cotton coat to make many pockets and put salt, sugar, and flints in them. The night before leaving home, he took out all the copper coins from Erlang's pocket and stuffed them all into the inside pocket of his clothes. When you are away from home, you have no money to use for anything. Time is short, and Lu Ji can only do so much. Covering his stuffed cotton coat, Lu Ji slept his last night at home with tears in his eyes. Qin Yao didn't expect that he had such a strong vitality. She was thinking that someone would send his body back and find a thick coffin for him to be buried in peace. When she touched under her pillow, her fine steel dagger was gone. 150 just 5 cents. There were more than 200 people in Liujia village, and 30 or 40 strong men were conscripted to work. The originally lively little mountain village suddenly became quiet, and Qin Yao was a little uncomfortable with it. Moreover, there were 6 fewer workers in the manufacturing plant. When Carpenter Lu came to the door with an anxious look on his face, Qin Yao slapped her forehead. She hadn't thought about this in the past 3 days. She was only busy watching how Lu Ji was tenaciously preparing to survive. What should we do now? Without so many people, we won't be able to deliver the goods in mid-October. There's less than a month left. You should think of a solution quickly. Carpenter Lu was busy helping his son find someone to replace him in the past 2 days. His family needed 1 person, but they didn't get the quota of 6 taels of silver per person in Kaiyang County, so they had to pay a high price of 10 taels of silver to hire someone to replace him. Fortunately, he followed Lu Dafu and Old Man Lu, and the 3 of them got ahead of the others. Those who arrived in the afternoon couldn't even find it at double the price. However, according to Carpenter Lu, if the price was really raised to 20 taels of silver per person, he wouldn't mind taking the risk and giving it a try. 20 taels of silver are not easy to earn. Besides, although being a laborer transporting grain is hard, it is much better than being a soldier on a battlefield. If I am lucky and meet a reliable soldier, the probability of coming back alive is very high. But now that all those who have been recruited for labor service have left, there is no point in him talking about this anymore. However, he was worried about the shortage of staff in the manufacturing plant. He was so upset that a blister appeared at the corner of his mouth. It hurt when he opened his mouth wider to eat. Qin Yao poured a bowl of boiled water for him and herself and said, "Recruit more people." She was also missing a quarry worker, Lu Qi, the eldest grandson of the village chief. Every family has its own problems. The village chief's wife, Lu Qi's grandmother, was seriously ill, and the money from selling the grain during the autumn harvest was all spent on medical expenses. The village chief was the first person to get the news, so it shouldn't be difficult to reduce 2 places. But in the end, there was only 1 substitute spot left, and Lu Qi took the initiative to sign up. Because it was already difficult for the family to afford another 10 taels of silver to find someone to replace him. Fortunately, he is tall and strong with a steady temperament. The village chief has asked someone to take care of him, so he should be able to get some care in the future. Carpenter Lu was in a much worse situation as he suddenly lost 5 workers. Fortunately, Yunyang was a woman and did not have to do labor service, so he had this experienced worker stay in the team. Otherwise, he would have been more than worried. Where can we recruit people now? All the men in Zijing Mansion have gone to work as laborers. There is still a wave of wheat to be planted before winter comes. How can we recruit people with a bunch of old and young women and children? Carpenter Lu spoke in a hurry and accidentally pulled the corner of his mouth, causing him to hiss and breathe in cold air. Qin Yao asked him to drink a few sips of water, thought for a while, and said, "If we can't recruit men, then we can recruit women. Making water wheels is not a heavy job, and women can do it too." As for the lack of quarry workers on her side, she had to do it herself. This work is too strenuous for women, and the team is made up of men. They also have to go into the mountains, making them uncomfortable working. Qin Yao is now thankful that the few people who are doing the polishing are still there. At least a complete production line can be preserved. Then let's give it a try. Carpenter Liu no longer insisted on his previous idea. As long as the goods can be delivered on time, male and female workers are the same. So, the two of them borrowed a gong, rang it all over the village, and shouted that they were recruiting workers. There were no restrictions, as long as anyone was willing to work hard. Mrs. Zhou jumped out and asked, "Can I do that too?" Qin Yao hurriedly pulled her over and said, "Okay, of course, sister-in-law. You are so capable. Carpentry is nothing to you." When Mrs. Zhou heard this, she smiled and said, "You are talking nonsense. How can you be so good? You can only do some embroidery. I have never touched carpentry before." It's okay. Carpenter Liu explained hastily, "We've already prepared the wood for you. Just follow them and piece the pieces together." Having said that, Carpenter Liu was once again thankful in his heart that the assembly line Qin Yao had set up was great. Everyone only needed to learn one process to get started. Now I'm not afraid of suddenly replacing people, as I can become familiar with it after 2 days of practice. Then let's try it. Mrs. Zhou asked with a smile to the women in front of her, who seemed embarrassed. No matter how busy you are at home, if you want to make money, you have to find a way to take time out. Previously, everyone envied the workers who were selected by the manufacturing factory, especially Yunyang, who took home more than 3 cents of monthly salary last month, which made her parents-in-law very happy, and they told everyone that their family had married a treasure. Now the opportunity is right in front of them, and Madame Qin and Carpenter Liu are encouraging them to join, so why not give it a try? There is no loss anyway. He had said before that they would have a meat meal every 10 days, and occasionally when Madame Qin came into the city, she would bring back large bones to make soup for everyone's meal. If nothing else, it's worth going just for a meal. Seeing that the young girls and wives in the village were interested, Qin Yao immediately brought her sisters-in-law, he and Yunyang, over and asked them to promote the business to everyone. So, with the encouragement of the two, the 5 vacant carpenters in the manufacturing plant were quickly recruited. The original male workers adjusted their positions and took charge of the first process, and then left the remaining assembly, painting, and other tasks to the female workers to complete, and the assembly line finally ran smoothly. Seeing that the problem had been solved and the goods could be delivered as scheduled in mid-October, Qin Yao finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, her own work increased. After collecting all the stones needed for the remaining orders, at the urging of Old Man Liu, she picked up the hoe and started a new round of turning the soil. Winter wheat needs to be planted. Even if she doesn't want to take care of it, she has to plant the seeds first. At least there will be some harvest. After the conscription of laborers, the Liu family had little money left from selling grain this year. The stored food at home cannot be moved unless it is absolutely necessary. So, no matter how hard it is, we have to plant the winter wheat and dare not stop. I am afraid that next year there will be some tax to be levied, or there will be corvée labor to build water conservancy projects, and I will have no money to buy someone to replace me, so I will have to abandon farming for a few months to perform the corvée labor. Farmers who depend on the weather for their livelihood cannot afford any hardship, so they can only take good care of their fields and cultivate them carefully. While Qin Yao was busy planting wheat with the villagers, the laborers who were setting out to transport grain had already left Zijing Mansion. The 3,000 conscripted laborers were divided into 3 groups and 2 routes to escort food and fodder. There are 2 main reasons why Zijing Mansion was chosen. First, Zijing Prefecture had a bumper harvest this year and had sufficient grain reserves. Secondly, Zijing Prefecture is very close to the border, and food and fodder can be transported to the border with the lowest loss and at the fastest speed. I can only say this is fate. The laborers recruited from Liujia village were dispersed as soon as they arrived in Kaiyang County. When Liu Ji saw the situation, he felt it was not good. In a hurry, he only had time to slip a few copper coins into the hands of the officer in charge of escorting them. But maybe because the money was not enough, or because the other party felt that a mere 5 cents was extremely provocative, he was assigned to work under a very ferocious soldier. When Liu Ji's name was called for the first time, and his eyes met with that soldier's, he had a premonition that the journey ahead would be very difficult.